Good news. I have traversed into the world of Pokémon. Bad news. However, the initial Pokémon appears to be random. Good news. The initial Pokémon is a Miltank. Bad news. Yet it seems I have become a member of Team Rocket. Chapter 1. Does the legendary beast grant a complimentary gift upon initiation? Since I cannot increase my salary, I shall optimize my working hours to indirectly elevate my hourly wage. Lin Shi cast a sidelong glance at the elderly Wang beside him, who was engrossed in watching the Ming Dynasty 1566. Now in the 22nd episode, his focused gaze akin to that of a viewer captivated by a philosophical cinematic masterpiece. Turning his attention to the opposite side, he observed Section Chief Zhang, fixated on the verdant candlestick chart displayed on the stock software, his complexion greener than spinach. He leisurely lifted his thermos and took a sip of goji berry tea. Slacking off at work is an inherent right of every wage earner, and this shift has proven to be worthwhile. Lin Shi adeptly raised his wrist, illuminating the screen of his smartwatch from Huiqiangbai, which displayed the freshly installed version of the legendary Pokémon Emerald. Emerald, a classic masterpiece within the Pokémon series, has inspired countless adaptations, earning its place as the patriarch of the modification realm. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to the world of Pokémon. I am Shota Tanikawa. The familiar opening line resonated, and the screen revealed that iconic, greasy, middle-aged man. Lin Shi could hardly muster the energy to glance, his fingers dancing across the B button as he effortlessly navigated through the antiquated dialogues he had long since memorized. So, in which mode would you prefer to play? Standard or random? Naturally, he selected random without hesitation. Lin Shi firmly pressed the confirmation button, having downloaded this version solely to experience the legendary random mode, rumored to transform the starter trio into divine beasts. Merely contemplating it sent a thrill through him. Shall we activate Team Rocket mode? Yes or yes? Lin Shi blinked in disbelief, wondering if he had misread. Both options read yes. What sort of absurd design was this? While it's common for new versions to harbor bugs, this felt exceedingly careless. Before he could make a choice, the screen abruptly glitched, a cascade of garbled text pouring forth like a waterfall. Almost immediately, the watch began to emit wisps of white smoke, resembling a miniature volcano on the verge of eruption. Feeling an intense heat emanating from his wrist, Lin Shi's expression shifted dramatically. This was it. He shouldn't have succumbed to the allure of purchasing this device from a bargain site. He hastily tugged at the strap, only to discover that while the other components of this faulty watch were of poor quality, the strap was inexplicably durable, clamping down on his wrist without yielding. With a muffled thud, the world descended into darkness. The slacking workforce in the office immediately snapped to attention, instinctively stowing away their phones and feigning diligence. A few moments later, they realized the source of the noise was amiss. Isn't that the boss checking up? What the heck? Why has Lin Shi collapsed? Something has happened to Shaolin. Quick, call an ambulance. And shut down his computer screen. We mustn't let the boss discover he was slacking off. As consciousness gradually returned to his body, Lin Shi instinctively reached for his left hand. Thankfully, he felt his palm, and a sigh of relief escaped him. His left hand, which had accompanied him through 23 years of nights, was still intact. Xiao-Qi, hurry up. Don't be late. A woman's voice rang in his ears, laced with urgency, as he sensed a pair of hands pushing against his back. He opened his eyes to find himself standing before a door. Unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into his mind, as if someone had forcibly implanted another person's life into his consciousness. Lin Shi rubbed his temples, feeling the sudden influx of fragmented memories rearranging themselves in his mind. The woman behind him must be his mother, and his current identity is that of the protagonist from Pokémon Emerald, newly arrived in the town of Weibai. Today is the day to choose your initial Pokémon. His mother continued to urge him. If you arrive too late, you may miss out. I've heard that in other places, some people missed out on the starter trio due to tardiness and were left with nothing but a common Pikachu as a substitute. Lin Shi turned to face this woman, gentle yet unfamiliar in his memories. Her visage perfectly aligns with the implanted memories, radiating a familiar concern nestled within her brows. Although this is our first encounter, it feels as though we have shared 16 years of companionship. I understand. Lin Shi managed to force a smile. This is not a dream. It is a genuine traversal into another realm. Moreover, it is a journey into the very game I was about to engage in. The voice I hear sounds remarkably youthful, further confirming the reality of my situation. As I step outside, Familiar scenes unfold before my eyes. The streets of Wei Bai Town, the houses, and even the decorations mirror those within the game to an astonishing degree. Yet now, everything is three-dimensional and palpably real. Observing the doorbirds soaring above, Lin Chi scratched his head. Once an orphan, I was unencumbered by ties. Thus, my sudden arrival here is not particularly troubling. It is merely regrettable that after a year of diligent effort in my senior year, I had finally secured a position. With my spirits adjusted, Lin Chi confidently made his way toward the town's entrance. As a seasoned player, he was thoroughly familiar with this process. Heading to the research facility? What a jest. Anyone who has played the game knows that Xiao Tian Wan is currently being relentlessly pursued by the snake-tailed bear. Indeed, just as he exited the town, having scarcely taken 2 steps, a heart-wrenching cry for help echoed from a nearby location. Help! 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 Please save me. Is anyone there? Please, someone help. Lin Chi jogged over, only to find a portly, middle-aged man with a greasy visage clinging to a tree, his eyes wide with terror as he peered downward. A diminutive creature, resembling a cross between a raccoon and a badger, was furiously growling beneath the tree, intermittently clawing at the trunk, producing a jarring screech. Oh no! Xiao Tian Wan trembled upon seeing Lin Chi, as though he had spotted a savior, and immediately shouted, Young man, quickly, save me. Use the Poke Ball from that bag. Lin Chi's lips twitched. With their disparate physiques, not to mention the precious trio of Pokémon within the bag, he felt that if Xiao Tian Wan were to leap down, the snake-tailed bear would likely succumb to defeat. He shook his head and approached the bag a short distance away. Nevertheless, the requisite procedures must be adhered to. Precision, after all, is paramount. Just as he reached for the bag, the electronic watch on his wrist suddenly illuminated, and a legendary green gemstone began to operate autonomously. Wait, you two have traversed through. That familiar searing sensation surged once more. The blinding light compelled him to instinctively close his eyes. Here we go again. When he opened his eyes once more, the world before him had transformed entirely. Everything had adopted a pixelated style, and he himself had become a pixelated character. The colors around him had become flat and vibrant, as though he had truly returned to a GBA game. A selection interface appeared before him, with 3 Pokeballs arranged neatly. Please choose your initial Pokemon. This is precisely the game interface. An arrow switched between the 3 Pokeballs. The first Pokeball contained a Pokemon resembling a small bear, its body adorned with spots, swaying unsteadily as it walked. The second Pokeball housed a Pokemon exuding an aura of futuristic technology. The third Pokeball contained a noble Bugsteel Pokemon. It is shaking spot Milotic and Scyther. Wait a moment, has something peculiar slipped in? Lin Chi rubbed his eyes and selected the second Pokeball. This sleek form, this regal purple, this weighty elegance, an auspicious start with a divine beast. Simply click to receive. Chapter 2. The home dragon battles the future species. Please select your initial Pokemon. Was there even a need to ponder? Lin Chi swiftly seized the second Pokeball. Naturally, it had to be Milcery. An exhilarating melody resonated through the air as a dragon Pokemon, resembling a bird, materialized before Lin Chi. It possessed a sleek physique adorned with glass-like feathers. The upper half of its body was white, its face a striking red, complemented by triangular ears and a pentagonal white pattern upon its forehead. The lower half was red as well, featuring wings reminiscent of jet engines and fins akin to those of a fish. Moreover, a blue triangular emblem graced its chest. A wild Latias has appeared. Well, so it's the home dragon, is it? Being pursued by a deity makes this scenario far more reasonable, Doctor. It is settled then, Milcery. He hurled the Pokeball. Within the pixelated realm, Milcery shimmered with a violet luminescence, the essence of futuristic technology unmistakable even in its pixelated form. The energy conduits throughout its body emitted a faint glow, presenting itself as a sophisticated combat machine. Milcery, LV5, type, Electric Dragon. Ability, Quasar Engine, creates an electric terrain, enhancing special attack in electric fields. Moves, Charged Beam, Electric Terrain, Dragon Breath. Milcery, utilize Charged Beam. Lin Chi's voice resonated in the pixelated world, tinged with a hint of experimentation. In an instant, Milcery's eyes ignited with blinding electric light, its purple form quivering slightly as the energy conduits within it surged into hyperdrive. A faint buzzing filled the air, reminiscent of a high-precision instrument in operation. The opposing Latias remained blissfully unaware, still wearing its endearing expression, seemingly oblivious to the impending event. Zap! A robust beam of electricity erupted from Millerton's energy core, instantly piercing through Latia's S-form. The entire pixelated world was illuminated in a blinding white light, not even attempting to evade. Was this a complete gamification? Lin Chi pondered. Latias has lost its ability to battle. Millerton is victorious. Millerton has gained a substantial amount of experience points. The moment the system notifications rang out, the pixelated world began to tremble violently. The pixelated scenery began to collapse, color blocks cascading like raindrops. The sky, the ground, the trees, everything disintegrated and reverted to nothingness. Even the unfortunate Latias dissolved into motes of light, vanishing into the ether. Lin Chi felt as though the world was spinning, the pixelated aesthetic evaporating instantaneously. As the hues of the real world rushed back into his vision. Young man, what are you still doing there? Xiao Tianwan clung to a tree trunk, her voice on the brink of tears. That snake-patterned bear is about to climb up. Lin Chi glanced down at his wrist. The watch's screen had gone dark, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the sensation of the pixelated world lingered in his memory. The reality of controlling Millerton assured him that it was no mere illusion. He patted his pockets, only to find them empty. All empty. Lin Chi, what? I can't bring it back? What use is this broken golden finger then? To experience being a deity in the pixel world? Then return to reality to remain an ordinary person? What a ludicrous premise. The snake-patterned bear's claws had already grasped onto the bark, preparing to ascend. Xiao Tianwan appeared on the verge of collapse. Her face turned pale. Hurry. Use the pokeballs in your bag. Fine, fine. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Lin Chi shook his head and reached into his bag, ready to randomly pull out a pokeball. After all, he was thoroughly familiar with the subsequent plot. It would merely be a choice among Trico, Torchic, or Mudkip. Come out, no matter who you are. Lin Chi tossed it casually. The pokeball arced through the air, and amidst the flashing white light, a purple figure emerged at the scene. What? Xiao Tianwan nearly fell from the tree. Before them stood Millerton, the Pokémon that had exhibited such prowess in the pixelated world. Its streamlined body glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun, the violet hue lending it an air of nobility and mystery. The aesthetic of futuristic technology was palpable, even to those encountering it for the first time. More importantly, the powerful aura it radiated rendered the surrounding air dense. What kind of Pokémon is this? Xiao Tianwan's eyes widened in astonishment. I've studied for years and have never encountered such a Pokémon. Lin Chi felt a bit dazed himself. He glanced at the Pokeball in his hand, then back at Millerton. Had this creature truly emerged from the game? Wait, you really came out. Millerton turned its head, regarding Lin Chi with its mechanized gaze, emitting a low, mechanical sound. That voice carried an air of inquiry, as if confirming Lin Chi's identity. The snake-patterned bear, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Millerton, froze instantly. The primal instinct of fear surged through it, a stark reminder of the disparity between the apex and the nadir of the food chain. Wait. Xiao Tianwan's tone shifted as she slid down the tree a few centimeters. There's no such Pokémon in my bag. Where did you pull it from? Lin Chi scratched his head. Perhaps you misremembered? How could I misremember? Xiao Tianwan exclaimed. My bag contains only the 3 starters. Trico, Torchic, Mudkip. How is this Pokémon I've never seen before here? And its aura. Millerton seemed disinterested in their conversation, redirecting its focus towards the trembling snake-patterned bear. Its eyes began to shimmer with a faint electric glow, and the energy core in its chest started to warm slightly. Wait. Lin Chi hurriedly interjected. Don't use charged beam. It'll be a disaster. Oh no, for the bear's life. The memory of effortlessly incapacitating Latias in the pixelated world was still fresh in his mind. If such a move were to be unleashed in reality, it would likely level the entire Weibo town. Millerton halted its build-up, tilting its head towards Lin Chi, a flicker of confusion evident in its mechanical eyes. Just intimidated a little. Millerton nodded, leaning slightly forward, merely releasing a hint of its imposing presence. The snake-patterned bear instantly tucked its tail between its legs and fled, tumbling through the grass with such speed that its afterimage was barely discernible. Xiao Tianwan cautiously descended from the tree, still trembling. Her gaze towards Millerton was filled with awe and curiosity. Thank you so much. She dusted herself off, but her eyes never strayed from Millerton. But what exactly is this Pokémon? I've never seen it in any literature. The aura, the form. Lin Chi shrugged. I'm not entirely certain. It might be a rare breed. A rare breed? Xiao Tianwan adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Young man, do you realize what this implies? If this is indeed an undiscovered species, her sentence trailed off, yet her exhilaration spoke volumes. As a Pokémon researcher, Discovering a new species was the pinnacle of her aspirations. Lin Chi inwardly scoffed. New species, my foot. This is a deity, for heaven's sake. And a deity from the future at that. One you could study your entire life and still fail to comprehend. Ahem. Well, Dr. Xiao Tianwan Lynch interrupted the other's reverie, stating, now that we are safe, shall we return to the research facility? Chapter 3, Sophia. Inside the laboratory, an array of sophisticated instruments hummed softly. Oda Jun rubbed his hands together, circling around Middleton with an excitement akin to that of a child encountering a new toy. This is simply astonishing. Oda adjusted his glasses, marveling at the biological structure and the energy field. Middleton stood elegantly, poised like a noble, occasionally casting a glance at Lynch while completely ignoring Oda's fascination. Doctor. Lynch observed Oda's exuberance with a tinge of apprehension. You don't intend to dissect it, do you? Dissect? Of course not. Oda waved his hands dismissively. I merely wish to conduct some foundational research, such as measuring its energy index and collecting a few samples. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Middleton. Zing. A faint spark of electricity flickered from Middleton, causing Oda to retract his hand instantly. It shocked me. Why is that? I meant no harm. Lynch shrugged. Perhaps it's just shy? Unyielding, Oda attempted to approach several more times, only to be met with gentle electric warnings from Middleton each time. Ultimately, he had to concede defeat. How curious. Why does it seem so fond of you? Oda turned to Lynch. How did you come to know each other? Lynch felt a pang of anxiety. He couldn't very well admit that he had befriended it in a game. Could he? It's fate? Fate. Oda regarded him skeptically. Young man, you're not attempting to deceive me, are you? Impossible. Lynch patted his chest. My bond with Middleton is profound. Wouldn't you agree? He glanced at Middleton, who nodded in agreement. After observing for a moment, Oda sighed. Very well. It appears this Pokémon indeed only acknowledges you. In that case, I want to press the issue. He approached a bookshelf and retrieved a hefty training manual. However, as a novice trainer, there is still much you need to learn. Oda handed the book to Lynch. Especially regarding the training methods for unique Pokémon like yours. Lynch flipped through the book casually. It was filled with basic Pokémon knowledge, entirely unhelpful to him. Doctor, I believe practical experience might be more crucial than reading. Practical experience? Oda stroked his chin. You make a valid point. However, given your current skill level, directly challenging a gym might be too perilous. What then? I suggest you first seek out my daughter, Sophia. Oda produced a map. She is one of the finest young trainers in the area and excels at guiding novices. Lynch couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Excels at guiding novices? More like excels at ruthlessly overpowering them. Where is she now? She should be training near Route 103. Oda circled a spot on the map, but I must warn you. Sophia has a rather unique disposition. Unique? Indeed, she is quite competitive and does not take losing lightly. Oda scratched his head. In any case, you will understand once you meet her. And remember to take this. He retrieved a red Pokédex from a drawer and handed it to Lynch. This is a Pokémon Pokédex, capable of recording information on all Pokémon you encounter. However, Oda glanced at Middleton. I suspect it may not be able to recognize your Pokémon. Lynch took the Pokédex and scanned it over Middleton. Beep. Unknown Pokémon. Unable to identify. Just as I thought. Oda adjusted his glasses. It seems your Pokémon is indeed an unprecedented species. If only you knew it hails from the future, you would likely faint from shock, Lynch mused internally. I will go seek Sophia now. Lynch recalled Middleton into its Pokeball. Thank you, Doctor. Wait. Oda suddenly called out to him. I noticed that your technique for recalling Pokémon is quite proficient. This is rather uncommon for a novice. Lynch paused, feeling a sense of dread. He had been caught. Perhaps it's a natural talent? Oda scrutinized him for several seconds before finally nodding. Perhaps. In any case, be careful on your journey. Stepping out of the research facility, Lynch exhaled deeply. Oda was sharper than he had anticipated. He would need to be more cautious moving forward. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. The screen remained dark. When would this contraption be operational again? On Route 103, Lynch walked while fiddling with the watch on his wrist. What is going on? It was working just moments ago. He pressed the dial, but the screen remained completely black. Could it be out of battery? Yet. It didn't seem like a device that required charging. Besides, it had functioned perfectly well in the pixelated world. Why had it ceased to work upon returning to reality? Lynch halted, examining every detail of the watch. The dial was as smooth as glass, lacking any buttons or switches. The strap was made of some special material, feeling somewhat metallic, yet not entirely so. Could it be a one-time use item? Lynch frowned. That would be quite disappointing. He attempted to tap the dial with his fingernail, tried speaking to it, even tested the temperature with his other hand. Yet, no matter what he did, the watch remained unresponsive. Forget it, I'll find Sophia first. Lynch resigned himself to the notion that perhaps it would reactivate as he walked. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he heard the sounds of an intense battle in the distance. Whalemare, use water gun. Jump and then collide. Lynch quickened his pace, soon arriving at the scene of the skirmish. A girl with short brown hair was commanding a whalemare in battle against a wild houndoom. Could that be Sophia? Lynch scrutinized the girl from afar. She wore a white sleeveless top, shorts, and sneakers, an archetypal outdoor training outfit. She certainly exuded vitality and displayed remarkable skill in directing her Pokémon during the fight. At that moment, Lynch felt a warmth radiating from his wrist. Looking down, he saw the watch screen illuminate. A familiar pixelated interface appeared, depicting the ongoing battle in its pixelated form. I see. Lynch realized it's a narrative trigger. The watch only activates when encountering key plot points in the game. Chapter 4. Isn't she the only one playing Pokémon? Without hesitation, Lynch decisively tapped the icon on the watch's screen. Instantly, the world transformed back into the familiar pixelated style. Everything around him became flat and vibrant. Even the sound of the wind morphing into an 8-bit tune. Pokémon trainer Sophia challenges you. The system notification sounded as a pixelated version of Sophia materialized before him. She assumed the standard trainer stance, one hand on her hip while clutching a Pokeball in the other. A brilliant flash of light illuminated the battlefield, revealing a colossal dragon-type Pokémon. Its body was black, with a light blue underside and inner wings. Spreading its wings, it roared, releasing azure flames from the corners of its mouth. Sophia has sent out Mega Charizard X. Isn't that a bit much? The pixelated character widened its eyes. Is that Mega Charizard X even legal? How could it be released from the ball in its Mega form? It was well known that Mega Evolution could only occur during battles. This random mode certainly shattered the foundational rules of the Pokémon world. Sophia, however, merely maintained an NPC-like smile, completely indifferent to the protests. Please send out your Pokémon. The selection interface appeared, presenting only one option, Middleton. It seemed he had no other choice. Lynch clicked confirm. Come forth, Mileton. A flicker of purple light illuminated the arena as Mileton reappeared on the pixelated battlefield. Lynch swiftly scanned the skill bar, calculating the interplay of attributes. Following its Mega Evolution, Charizard's type transformed from flying and fire to dragon and fire. The dragon type possesses resistance against electric. Thus, the only move available to him was Dragon Breath. Opponent's Charizard X, level 10. His Mileton, level 5. The level disparity was daunting. Could this end in disaster? The battle commenced, and the opponent seized the initiative by virtue of their type advantage. Charizard X used Dragon Claw. A massive claw, imbued with azure energy, lunged toward Mileton, its trajectory crystal clear in the pixelated realm. Mileton dodge, Lynch urgently commanded, yet Mileton remained immobile, acting in strict adherence to the turn-based mechanics of the game. Lynch sighed in resignation. It was, indeed, a complete gamification. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. If he could withstand this blow, he could retaliate with Dragon Breath in the next turn. Mileton was, after all, a legendary Pokémon, and its health should not be overly fragile. Yet, reality proved unforgiving. Critical hit. Mileton fainted. With type advantage and a critical hit, it was a swift and decisive blow. Your vision fades to black. You have been defeated. The pixelated world began to tremble violently, color blocks cascading like snowflakes. Lynch returned to reality once more. Again, slightly dizzy, he clicked the watch again. The world plunged into a state of garbled chaos. Data flowing like a waterfall across the screen. Moments later, the pixelated world was reconstructed. Pokémon trainer Sophia challenges you. A massive dragon, radiating an aura of extreme cold and entirely white, materialized on the battlefield. Its body resembled a crystal ice sculpture, and as its icy wings unfurled, they cast shadows over the arena, instantly plummeting the temperature. Sophia sent out Kyurem. What am I supposed to do now? Is she the only one playing Pokémon? Lynch felt his blood pressure rise. Was this absurd system deliberately targeting him? Kyurem used Ice World. The battlefield was instantaneously enveloped in frost. Enormous ice pillars erupting from the ground, and before Mileton could even make a move, it was encased in ice. Mileton fainted. A second instant knockout. The pixelated world once again disintegrated and reformed. Lynch held his head, refusing to believe his misfortune. How could she possibly summon such powerful Pokémon each time? The third challenge commenced. Pokémon trainer Sophia challenges you. Lynch braced himself, mentally prepared to confront yet another formidable legendary Pokémon. Arceus, the Shining One. Or perhaps the infinite Dialga. Bring it on, he was ready. A fluffy little fox appeared on the battlefield, its round, innocent eyes and bushy tail giving it an utterly harmless appearance. Sophia sent out EV. Finally, a chance for a fair fight. Tears nearly welled in Lynch's eyes. Miletin. Dragon Breath. The purple breath struck EV with pinpoint accuracy, showcasing the might of a legendary Pokémon. EV fainted. Victory achieved. Miletin gained experience. Level 5 to level 6. At last, a victory. Lynch exhaled in relief. Yet, just as he thought he would return to the real world, his pixelated avatar suddenly performed an unexpected action. The pixelated figure tugged at its clothing, revealing a black uniform beneath the white coat. Adorned with a large red R on its chest. A Team Rocket uniform. Lynch stared wide-eyed at the screen. What was happening? Team Rocket mode? The pixelated figure wore a sinister grin as it approached Sophia, who appeared to be attempting to flee. However, her body remained frozen, as if paralyzed. Helplessly watching the pixelated figure reach for her waist. Hand it over. The system prompt echoed along with the figure's movements, and a poke ball materialized in its grasp. Lynch was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Wait, she has lost the ability to resist, and this is what I have to witness? Obtained EV. Sophia's pixelated form began to flicker, seemingly attempting to resist, but soon froze in place, as though the system had crashed. The entire pixelated world began to collapse. But this time, it was different. The color blocks did not scatter randomly, but instead converged orderly towards the center, ultimately forming a swirling data stream. In the final moment before his consciousness returned to reality, Lynch heard the system's prompt. Team Rocket mode activated. You can obtain the opponent's Pokémon by defeating trainers. Current acquisition, EV-LV-10. The world reverted to its realistic hues, and Lynch found himself still standing on Route 103, while the real Sophia was nearby, commanding a Phoeba in battle, completely oblivious to his presence. He glanced down at his waist, where a Pokeball now rested. Picking it up and examining it closely, he confirmed that it was indeed a genuine Pokeball, and he could sense the presence of a life form within. Chapter 5. What does it mean to be a trainer? The watch is truly remarkable. Lynch marveled. Who goes there? Hearing the voice, Sophia spun around abruptly, her Pokeball tightly gripped in hand. The recent battle with her Houndoom had left her nerves taut, and upon discovering someone observing her from the shadows, she instinctively entered a state of alert. Humph, since you asked so earnestly, triggering the keyword, Lynch's body moved of its own accord, leaping out suddenly. Then I shall spit. 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 He hastily halted himself. That was close. He nearly let slip some nonsensical remarks. Sophia scrutinized him. What do you want? I don't want anything, Lynch replied. Glancing at Sophia, his tone earnest. Sophia raised an eyebrow. I'm here to find you. Your father, Professor Oda, sent me. Sophia narrowed her eyes. You say you know my dad? Yes, just earlier, I was at his laboratory. Lynch pulled out the Pokédex from his pocket. This Pokédex is what he gave me, and he instructed me to find you to learn the fundamentals of being a trainer. Upon seeing the familiar red Pokédex, Sophia's wariness slightly eased. But she still maintained her distance. What is your name? Lynch. Lynch. Sophia furrowed her brow in thought. I believe my dad mentioned that name. He said a new trainer would be arriving at the lab today. She stowed her Pokeball, but her suspicion had not entirely dissipated. But how can you prove you are indeed that new trainer? What if you're just a thief who stole the Pokédex? What proof do you require? Simple. Sophia pointed to his waist. New trainers should have a starter Pokémon. Let us see yours. All right. Lynch retrieved Miletin's Pokeball. Come forth, Miletin. A flash of light illuminated the area, and the purple figure reappeared on the grass. Miletin elegantly stretched its body before politely nodding towards Sophia. What? Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of Pokémon is this? I have never encountered such a type before. Ah, the esteemed trio? The esteemed trio produced by the watchmaker. Lynch silently supplemented in his heart. Sophia circled Middleton twice. Her astonishment completely genuine. This is absolutely not the esteemed trio. Are you truly a novice trainer? Perhaps a rare specimen? Rare specimen indeed. I obtained it from your father. Lynch stubbornly insisted. Feel free to ask him if you doubt my words. Sophia scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before finally sighing. Forget about the origins of your Pokémon for now. Since you are here to learn, I shall impart to you the essence of being a trainer. She clapped her hands, her tone suddenly turning serious. The essence of a trainer can be distilled into 3 words. Battle, battle, and yet more battle. Theories and nurturing bonds are mere nonsense. Sophia brandished her fists. It is only through genuine combat that you can truly understand your Pokémon and grow stronger. Lynch blinked. Are you certain this method of teaching is correct? Absolutely. Sophia produced a Pokeball. Come now, let us engage in battle. This is a requisite lesson for novice trainers. Wait, I believe we could first discuss some theory. Enough chatter. Sophia had already thrown her Pokeball. Go forth. Sprigatito. A small blue fish leapt into the space between them, appearing somewhat silly, yet its eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. Lynch glanced helplessly at Middleton. It seems we have no choice. Middleton appeared quite exhilarated, the energy conduits on its body beginning to emit a faint glow, clearly brimming with anticipation for the impending conflict. I shall not show any mercy simply because you are a novice. Sophia pointed forward. Sprigatito, use tackle. Sprigatito immediately charged forth, its speed far exceeding what Lynch had anticipated. It appears Sophia's training prowess is indeed commendable. Middleton, evade. Middleton effortlessly sidestepped, dodging Sprigatito's charge. The fluidity of its movement caught Sophia's attention. Not bad, she remarked with a hint of admiration, but this is merely the beginning. Sprigatito, use tackle repeatedly. Sprigatito swiftly adjusted its trajectory and commenced a series of charges. However, Middleton's agility was simply too remarkable, deftly evading each assault with precision. How intriguing. Sophia rested her chin on her hand. Your Pokémon possesses remarkable agility, yet mere evasion will not secure victory. Why not counterattack? Lynch chuckled inwardly. He certainly did not dare to allow Middleton to unleash its full power. Otherwise, Sophia's Sprigatito would likely be obliterated in an instant. Middleton was still observing the opponent's battle style. He fabricated an excuse. Observation? Sophia scoffed, then let it observe to its heart's content. Sprigatito, use water gun. A jet of water shot toward Middleton, who once again evaded effortlessly. However, this time, a triumphant smile spread across Sophia's face. You fell for it. Sprigatito, use mud shot. It turned out that the earlier water gun was merely a ruse. The true attack was launched while Middleton was dodging, firing a mud projectile. Splat. The mud struck Middleton's flank with precision, coating its purple body in a layer of brown muck. Well executed, Sophia exclaimed, pumping her fist. Utilizing terrain and timing for an attack is the essence of practical combat. Although your Pokémon is swift, its practical experience is evidently lacking. Lynch observed Middleton, now smeared with mud, as it turned to him, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in its mechanical eye. You wish to ask if you can take this seriously? Lynch scratched his head. Fine, a bit more seriousness is acceptable, but don't overdo it. Middleton nodded, a faint purple aura beginning to emanate from its form. The purple glow intensified, the futuristic sheen becoming particularly striking in the sunlight. It slowly turned to face Sprigatito, a serious gleam in its mechanical eye. What is this? Sophia blinked. Is your Pokémon glowing? No sooner had she spoken than Middleton abruptly vanished from sight. What? Both Sophia and Sprigatito were momentarily stunned. Where did it go? Behind you. Lynch's voice floated in the air. Sophia whirled around to find Middleton quietly hovering less than a meter behind Sprigatito, its speed so blinding that not even an afterimage remained. This is impossible, Sophia exclaimed. What kind of Pokémon possesses such speed? Middleton did not attack. It merely patted Sprigatito gently on the head before returning to Lynch's side. The entire sequence lasted less than 3 seconds, yet the impact on Sophia was monumental. Had Middleton wished to strike, Sprigatito would have had no opportunity to react. What level is your Pokémon exactly? Sophia's voice quivered slightly. The disparity in strength was of an entirely different echelon. Lynch shrugged. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it possesses exceptional talent? Exceptional talent? Sophia nearly lost her temper. This is talent? This is outright cheating. She took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. No, I cannot concede so easily. Sprigatito, let us go? Wait, Lynch interrupted. Are you certain you wish to continue? Middleton had already shown remarkable restraint, if it were to truly engage. Do not underestimate me. Sophia interrupted. Sprigatito, give it your all. Sprigatito resumed its battle stance. Although the previous instant teleportation had shocked it, the trainer's command compelled it to press on. Since you insist. Lynch sighed. Middleton, conclude this battle. Middleton nodded, the energy core upon its chest beginning to warm slightly. Sprigatito dodged quickly. Sophia's instincts warned her of imminent danger. But it was too late. A thin bolt of electricity shot forth from Middleton's chest, striking Sprigatito with pinpoint accuracy. It was not a cataclysmic attack, merely a standard shock. Yet its effects were immediate. Sprigatito collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Sprigatito. Sophia dashed over to check. Are you all right? Sprigatito soon regained consciousness, appearing to be uninjured. Merely temporarily incapacitated. Such control. Sophia cradled Sprigatito, her eyes wide with astonishment. The ability to precisely regulate the intensity of an attack to ensure no real harm is inflicted requires an extraordinary level of skill. She turned to Lynch. Who exactly are you? Where did this Pokémon come from? Chapter 6. Can the story's direction still be chosen? Who am I, you ask? Lynch scratched his head, feigning innocence. Just an ordinary novice trainer passing by. Sophia, you dare label a trainer with such a Pokémon as merely a novice? An ordinary trainer? What does that make her arduous training of Sprigatito? A fool's errand. What do you mean by an ordinary trainer? Sophia's eyes widened, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she angrily approached Lynch with hasty strides. She lifted her head, staring intently at him, her gaze filled with questions and dissatisfaction. Can an ordinary novice trainer possess such a Pokémon? Such a battle instinct? This Sophia is far more formidable than her counterpart in the game. The NPCs in the game are rather endearing. Perhaps it is due to sheer luck? He continued to play the fool. Luck to such an extent. Sophia's voice rose a few notches, her hands on her hips, exuding an air of relentless determination. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Oh dear. As I beheld the unwavering determination in Sophia's gaze, Lynch exaggeratedly widened his eyes and frantically waved his hands, suddenly recalling that he had pressing matters to attend to. What matters? Sophia's tone was laced with palpable skepticism, her eyes fixated on him. Lynch's mind raced, desperately concocting a plausible excuse. I must journey to Orange City. Yes, Orange City. I need to visit my father today. Your father? Sophia regarded him with suspicion, her eyes scrutinizing him as if searching for any sign of deceit. Orange City? At this hour? Indeed. It's an exceedingly important appointment. Lynch thumped his chest, his expression grave and earnest. As if he truly bore a momentous mission, an oath once spoken is as binding as a galloping steed. How could he possibly break such a promise? Hey, stop right there. Sophia shouted from behind. You haven't told me the name of your Pokémon yet. It's called Millerton. Lynch called back without looking. May fate allow us to meet again. After running a considerable distance, Lynch finally halted, panting heavily. He glanced back to see that Sophia had not given chase, and he let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, muttering, Phew, that woman is terrifying. Far more formidable than in the game. He pulled out Millerton's Pokeball for a brief inspection, then glanced at his wristwatch, now darkened once more. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. It seems this device only activates during pivotal moments in the storyline. Ordinary encounters with wild Pokémon likely wouldn't trigger it. He would need to find an opportunity to test it. With his spirits lifted, Lynch set off toward Orange City. Although he had initially fabricated the excuse to escape, having mentioned Orange City, he resolved to genuinely pay a visit. It would serve as an excellent chance to evaluate the watch's activation mechanism. After approximately half an hour of walking, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves above, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing coolness. As Lynch walked, he suddenly spotted a boy in a straw hat rummaging through the grass with a butterfly net. Upon noticing Lynch's approach, the boy's eyes lit up instantly, his face breaking into an exuberant smile as he leaped up. Fantastic. At last, I've encountered a trainer. He excitedly waved his net. Come, let us engage in battle. Lynch glanced at his wristwatch, still unresponsive, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet he managed to smile. Very well. He nodded. It was a perfect opportunity for a trial. I am the bug-catching boy. Oh. The boy introduced himself, confidence radiating from his smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the battle. I specialize in bug-type Pokémon. With that, he threw a Pokeball, and amidst a flash of light, a Caterpie materialized on the field. The Caterpie wriggled its body, seemingly searching for its adversary. Lynch released Millerton, who stood proudly upon its arrival, exuding an air of disdain, as if utterly indifferent to the opponent before it. Upon witnessing this enigmatic Pokémon, Ao's eyes widened further, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Wow, what a splendid Pokémon. What species is it? Millerton, Lynch replied succinctly, his tone calm and self-assured. Never heard of that name. Oh well, let us battle first. Ao exclaimed, waving his hand excitedly. Caterpie, use tackle. The Caterpie crawled toward Millerton and charged, colliding with its leg. Thud. Millerton remained unfazed, while the Caterpie was sent tumbling. Caterpie, show us your grit. Encouraged by its trainer, the Caterpie flipped over and renewed its determination. Millerton tilted its head, observing the Caterpie charging once more, seemingly contemplating whether to take this opponent seriously. Millerton, go easy on it. Millerton nodded, extending a forelimb and gently poking the Caterpie. The Caterpie immediately fell to the ground, twitching slightly before falling still. My Caterpie. Ao rushed over to check, concern etched on his face. Thankfully, it just fainted. No worries. I still have a backup. He recalled the Caterpie and threw out a second Pokeball. This time, a Beedrill emerged, waving its antennae menacingly. Yet the outcome remained the same. With a mere nudge, Millerton rendered the Beedrill incapacitated, its body flopping limply to the ground. Your Pokémon is incredibly strong. Ao gazed at Millerton with envy, his eyes brimming with admiration. It must be at a high level, right? level? Lynch paused, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Is that also discussed in the real world? Can Pokemon's attributes be quantified here as well? Something felt amiss, significantly so. Huh, you don't know? Ao looked at him incredulously, a hint of doubt in his gaze. Every trainer should be aware of their Pokemon's basic data, its approximate level, attributes, and such. Wait a moment. Lynch sensed something was off. Are you saying that everything about Pokemon is completely data-driven? How is that even possible? Ao shook his head. It's merely a rough classification based on the Pokemon's energy fluctuations. If everything about Pokemon was fully data quantified, that would be the handiwork of a deity. Indeed, Lynch regarded Millerton thoughtfully, sensing a distinction between Millerton in the pixelated world and its reality counterpart. Even against weaker adversaries, a mere LV6 Pokemon shouldn't exhibit such overwhelming dominance. Could it be a divine beast's essence? How do you determine your Pokemon S level? Lynch inquired, curiosity tinging his voice. Using the diagnostic equipment at the Pokemon Center. Of course. Ao responded matter-of-factly, a smile gracing his face. Every Pokemon Center has it, capable of assessing a Pokemon's basic condition. I see. Lynch nodded. A glimmer of realization striking him. The nearest Pokemon Center must be in Orange City. Of course. Moreover, the Pokemon Center in Orange City boasts advanced equipment that registered trainers can use free of charge. Ao enthused, his eyes alight with longing. After bidding farewell to Ao, Lynch continued on his way to Orange City. Along the journey, he encountered several other trainers, yet his watch remained unresponsive. It appeared that only significant plot developments could trigger it. Lynch pondered, ordinary wild Pokemon and trainers were ineffective. As he walked, he began to observe Millerton's behavior. It would proactively avoid small stones on the path, exhibit curiosity toward the berries hanging from trees, and even mimic Lynch's gait. Reality and the game truly differ. Unlike in the pixelated realm, the Millerton in this world exuded a more vibrant spirit. Holding a berry in its mouth, Millerton turned to him, a flicker of confusion flashing in its mechanical eyes as if questioning his intent. Yet Lynch remained silent, as Millerton curiously gazed at a Pidgey foraging on the ground. The Pidgey appeared visibly anxious upon noticing Millerton, yet hesitated to flee. Millerton gently placed the berry before the Pidgey and took a few steps back. The Pidgey hesitated for a moment but eventually approached and snatched the berry, then chirped a few times as if expressing gratitude. How fascinating. Lynch stroked his chin, concluding that Pokemon in the real world indeed differ from those in the game. They are living beings with their own personalities and preferences. While lost in thought, a low murmur of conversation drifted toward him from ahead. Lynch slowed his pace, straining to listen attentively. Ahead, voices emerged from the thicket, their tones subdued, clearly intent on evading detection. Are we certain that individual is in this vicinity? One voice inquired. Absolutely, the intelligence from headquarters is infallible. However, despite our extensive search, we have yet to locate him. Could he have already fled? Another replied, skepticism lacing his words. Impossible. The boss has stated that this individual is crucial to our plans. We cannot allow him to escape. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Lynch. The conversation bore an air of suspicion, and the mention of a plan piqued his curiosity. He stealthily crept closer, peering through the foliage. A cluster of individuals clad in blue uniforms congregated beneath a grand tree, each adorned with a skull insignia. Narrowing his eyes for a clearer view, Lynch's heart sank. Team Aqua. They were one of the antagonistic factions in the Emerald game, fervent devotees of ocean worship. They believe the ocean to be the origin of all existence, aspiring to expand its domain by harnessing the powers of the ancient Pokemon, Kyogre, with the intent to submerge the world entirely. Setting aside the impracticality of transforming the entire world into an ocean. The very assertion that the ocean was the source of all creation seemed unfounded in the Pokemon universe. On Earth, one might entertain such a notion, but in this world, shouldn't Arceus be regarded as the true origin? Yet, what were these miscreants doing here? According to the game's narrative, they should have made their appearance later on. You lot, bring that man over here, commanded a man who resembled a junior leader. Two henchmen dragged a well-dressed, middle-aged man toward them. The man still bore the Devon insignia on his attire, albeit somewhat tattered. Devon Corporation personnel? Lynch furrowed his brow. Devon was one of the largest enterprises in the Hoenn region, specializing in advanced technologies and Pokemon-related innovations. From Pokeballs to various Pokemon gear, they monopolized the technological market in the area. Moreover, their heir was none other than the esteemed champion of Hoenn, Steven. Boss, why are we capturing this individual? A young Team Aqua member inquired, seemingly perplexed, as he appeared to be just an ordinary office worker. Silence, the junior leader snapped, delivering a sharp slap to the young man's head. Are you in a position to question the higher-ups? But what? Just follow orders. The junior leader glared menacingly. The boss wants him, so we take him. Don't ask unnecessary questions and refrain from speaking out of turn. Understand? The young member, nursing his head, nodded in resignation. Lynch couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed even the junior leader was unaware of the rationale behind capturing this man. The Devon employee appeared to have endured considerable distress, sporting several bruises and a broken pair of glasses. Please, I truly know nothing. He pleaded, I am merely a standard research staff member. Enough with the excuses. The junior leader kicked him. If the boss wants you, you must possess some value. Cooperate, and you'll suffer less. Lynch watched this unfolding scene, bewildered. Shouldn't this plot point have triggered after the events in Slateport City? Furthermore, the number of individuals present was inconsistent. There should only be one low-ranking member, not a group. Instinctively, he glanced at his watch. Although it differed from the one in the game, this had to be a pivotal moment in the narrative. He wondered if the watch would activate in such a situation. As he contemplated this, the young Team Aqua member spoke up again. Boss, I still don't understand. Can we really afford to provoke such a colossal corporation like Devon? Whether we can afford it or not is not for you to contemplate. The junior leader was evidently exasperated, threatening. If you keep talking, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. But what if Devon's private security arrives? I've heard their equipment is more advanced than ours. Smack. Another slap echoed. Do you wish to rebel? The junior leader roared. When on a mission, keep your mouth shut. When did it become your place to give commands? The young member, having learned his lesson, promptly fell silent. Yet, Lynch could discern that the other Team Aqua members, though voiceless, bore expressions rich with uncertainty. Clearly, they too were oblivious to the true intent behind this abduction. All right, prepare to retreat, the junior leader declared, glancing at the time. We will convene by the seaside as planned. A boat will come to retrieve us. The group began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Lynch hesitated momentarily before deciding to follow them, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. Milotic seemed to sense his tension, emitting a faint purple glow, poised for battle. Hold steady, Lynch whispered, gently stroking Milotic. Let's assess the situation first. The group moved towards the coastline, the Devon employee being escorted by two individuals, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. Just then, Lynch felt a warmth radiate from his wrist. Looking down, he noticed the watch's screen illuminating. However, this time the display differed from before. It presented a selection interface. Detection of a plot branching point. Choose A. Rescue the individual directly. Choose B. Continue observing. Choose C. Report to the League. I can influence the direction of the narrative? Lynch scrutinized the watch. Why wasn't I given a choice when I faced Chantal? Chapter 7. A traitor among Team Aqua. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lynch's face. Previously, when encountering Chantal, the watch merely activated battle mode without offering any options. It seemed that different narrative triggers elicited varied reactions from the watch. He furrowed his brow, a trace of confusion flitting through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Forget the intricacies of the plot. I must rescue this person first. He decisively tapped on the screen, selecting Choose A. In an instant, the world around him began to pixelate, yet this sensation differed from before. Lynch found himself still standing in place, but he could distinctly see identifiers materializing above each person's head. Team Aqua Junior Leader. Team Aqua Member. Team Aqua Member B. Lynch's gaze swept over these identifiers, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. This allows me to discern each individual's identity. He attempted to look at himself, and indeed, in the corner of his vision, he spotted his own status bar. Apprentice Team Rocket Member, Lynch. Slander. This is utterly slanderous. My unwavering loyalty to the League is as evident as the sun. Lynch felt a pang of anguish. He was of noble lineage, his father the gym leader. Cousin, your perception is still too narrow. You must take time to reflect. Setting aside his cousin's erroneous judgment, was I not now a human embodiment of a sin detector? I must join the League at once. Before he could fully indulge in this thought, the battle interface materialized before him. Wild Team Aqua members have appeared. Team Aqua has discovered you. Seeing as you're just a child, the Team Aqua Junior Leader dismissed you, and Grunt A approaches to challenge. A slender, bipedal blue duck-like Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. It bore a red orb on its forehead, its small eyes sparkling with intensity. Its beak was narrow and pointed, with 4 spiky protrusions adorning the top of its head. The minion has sent out Psyduck. Psyduck LV12. Only level 12? Upon seeing the random appearance of the water-type Psyduck, Lin Chi let out a sigh of relief, a flicker of ease crossing his eyes. In the realm of reality, despite its possession of a psychic skill pool that is notoriously difficult to counter. It would indeed be quite formidable. However, this is a digitized game world. Here, statistics reign supreme. Milotic, come forth. The purple divine beast manifested upon the pixelated battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura even in such a simplified visual representation. Its eyes gleamed with a cold light, as if proclaiming its own might. Milotic LV6. Milotic, unleash charge beam. ZZT, a robust beam of electricity instantly pierced through Psyduck, as swift and decisive as when it dealt with Latias. Effectiveness is outstanding. Electric type moves deal double damage to water types. Psyduck has fainted. Milotic gains a substantial amount of experience points. Milotic leveled up. LV6 to LV7. Milotic learned Shockwave. The experience points awarded were utterly gratifying. Lin Chi felt a surge of delight within, a slight smile gracing his lips. Starting with a divine beast, indeed, this random mode feels distinctly exhilarating. Before Lin Chi could contemplate further, his body moved involuntarily. The pixelated small hand stretched determinately toward his waist. Team Rocket in turn used Thief on Minion A. Lin Chi obtained Psyduck. Instantly, Psyduck's attributes materialized before Lin Chi's eyes. Psyduck, level, LV12. Type, water. Ability, Rain Dish. Moves, Confusion, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Hydro Pump. Not too shabby, quite acceptable. Lin Chi nodded in approval. The Water Fleet's small leader was evidently taken aback, staring at the empty battlefield, then glancing at the suddenly acquired Psyduck beside Lin Chi. Incredulity evident in his gaze. How could their esteemed water fleet, a formidable force ranked among the top in the Hoenn region, be bested by a mere boy? Who is the true terror here? Waterfleet small leader is in a state of confusion. There are even status effects. It appears that my cousin is indeed evolving continuously. Waterfleet Minion B challenges you. Minion B sends out Caterpie. Caterpie LV12. A diminutive green caterpillar appeared on the battlefield, seemingly harmless. Yet, positioned before Milotic, the scene inexplicably bore a comedic undertone. Milotic, unleash another charge beam. Lin Chi's voice carried a hint of nonchalance. The battle unfolded without any suspense. The unfortunate Caterpie was dispatched before it could even emit a sound. Caterpie has fainted. Milotic gains experience points. The pixelated Lin Chi advanced once more. Handed over. Lin Chi obtained Caterpie. Caterpie. Level, LV12. Type, Bug. Ability, Runaway. Moves, String Shot, Electroweb, Bug Bite, Tackle. Lin Chi now possessed 4 Pokémon, and his spirits soared. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A glimmer of pride in his eyes. No wonder some joined Team Rocket. The rapid progress of this wicked venture is genuinely exhilarating. This sense of acquiring something for nothing is simply delightful. Defeated 2 consecutive members of the Water Fleet. Your misdeeds begin to circulate along Route 102. The Water Fleet's affinity towards you decreases by 5 points. Current, 5, dislike. Giovanni is quite pleased with your exploits in Hoenn and casts an approving glance your way. What good is merely casting a glance? Damn it. Such a significant boss lacks any vision. Couldn't he bestow something? Lin Chi scoffed. The Water Fleet small leader feels you are provoking the Water Fleet. The Water Fleet small leader is enraged. The Water Fleet small leader challenges you. Lin Chi didn't even glance back, swiftly sending out Milotic. What kind of waves could a mere small leader create? A massive red figure emerged on the pixelated battlefield. It was a Pokémon entirely enveloped in red, scaly skin. Its darker underbelly was gray, and large spikes protruded from its head, torso, and tail. Each hand bore 4 claws, and 4 bulldozer-like teeth were raised at the tail's end. An oppressive aura palpable even through the pixelated pixels. Lin Chi's smile instantly froze on his face. The Water Fleet small leader sent out Groudon. Groudon LV12. Wait, wielding the god of the earth. Water Wudong, open your eyes and see. A traitor has emerged from your Water Fleet. Chapter 8. Damn Fire Rock Team. No sense of martial ethics. The authority of the Water Fleet is not to be trifled with. Eradicate the land tyrant. The world belongs to the oceans. Roar. With the Water Fleet small leader's impassioned shout, Groudon let out a deep growl. It felt as if the entire pixelated world trembled at its roar. The pixelated points quivered slightly, as though even the air had turned sweltering. Groudon activated its ability, Sunny Day. The sunlight has become scorching, under clear skies. Fire-type moves increase in power by 50, while Water-type moves decrease in power by 50. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. By heavens, this Water Fleet small leader, proclaiming allegiance to the Water Fleet, immediately initiated Sunny Day. A traitor from the Rain Team joining the Sunny Day squad. And yet they dare to call themselves the Water Fleet? My purity surpasses yours. Milotic, Dragon Breath. Lin Chi swiftly issued his command, gazing at the battlefield. Faced with the ground-type Groudon, 3 of Milotic's moves were rendered ineffective. This was the only option left. Milotic took a deep breath and then expelled a cyan breath infused with dragon energy, hurtling towards Groudon. Bang! With a light sound, although this attack landed. Groudon merely quivered slightly. Its health bar dropped by less than a quarter. After all, it was also a divine beast, boasting high stats. And with the level gap on the opposing side, low damage was only to be expected. Groudon used Smog. Groudon turned its gaze, looking down at Milotic, snorting coldly. Instantly, smoke billowed forth, and scorching gusts battered Milotic. Even though dragon types have resistance to fire types, Milotic's HP plummeted by a third. Lin Chi's brow furrowed slightly. Another dragon breath. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with determination. Once more, an atomic breath was unleashed, and finally, Groudon's health dipped below half. However, just as Lynch believed the situation was improving, the earth suddenly heaved, and countless rocks burst forth from the ground, coalescing beneath Milotic's form before launching skyward. Blast! It was the Cliff Blade. The Cliff Blade, a ground-type move with a staggering 120 base power physical attack, is also the signature move of Groudon. Groudon used Cliff Blade. With type advantages combined with level disparity, even if Milotic possessed 10 lives, it would be unable to withstand it. The effect was exceptional. Milotic has been defeated. How is it that, as a fellow legendary Pokémon, you can possess a signature move from the outset? GF, I am not convinced. Yet, lamenting does not alter the predetermined facts. Please switch Pokémon. Lynch swiftly contemplated his next move and summoned his following Pokémon. It was none other than Psyduck. A mere legendary, it mattered not, for the duck god would take action. Psyduck gazed skyward, a frown creasing its features. Its sharp eyes seemingly declaring that this light was indeed excessively audacious. Quack! Then, the duck's body trembled. Psyduck activated Weather Indifferent. Weather Indifferent, known as the Stingy Valve. Its ability renders it unaffected by any weather conditions. For Psyduck, the suppression of water-type moves under the blazing sun vanished in an instant. Water Pulse. Lynch promptly issued the command. However, Groudon unleashed Earthquake. Yet, it was Groudon that struck first, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. And Psyduck was left teetering on the brink of defeat. Lynch's heart leapt to his throat, nearly facing disaster. That was close. Psyduck unleashed a jet of water, dealing considerable damage to Groudon. After all, water-type moves have an advantage over ground types, and type matchups still held significance. Water Gun, a priority move. Without regard for the speed of either side, it forces an initial strike. Psyduck dove forward with agility and swiftness. Groudon has lost its battle capability. Psyduck gained a substantial amount of experience. Psyduck leveled up, LV12 to LV14. Lynch exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. How could the god of the earth be bested, if not by the might of the Stingy Valve? He couldn't help but silently cheer in his heart. What does it matter if the world line converges? The digitized villain emerges from his fears, reaching out for the opponent. Bring it on. Lynch obtained Groudon. Huzzah! Lynch let out an exuberant roar, his face alight with a triumphant smile. Groudon. Level, LV12. Type, Ground. Ability, Drought. Moves, Cliff Blade, Smokescreen, Earthquake, Origin Pulse. You have accomplished a remarkable feat. Trainee Team Rocket member has been upgraded to a full-fledged Team Rocket member. Contribution system has been activated. The pixelated world began to collapse, and Lynch felt a familiar sensation of dizziness. It seemed that this battle was nearing its conclusion. His body swayed slightly, as if the entire world were spiraling. When his vision cleared once more, Lynch found himself still standing in the woods, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting patches of light upon the ground. However, unlike before, he now possessed 3 Pokeballs at his waist. He glanced down, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. He had taken a step closer to that legendary being, Darkrai. No, wait. Who knows if those hidden Pokémon are merely Magikarp? Not far away, employees of Devon Corporation were still being held by 2 individuals, their faces etched with despair. Lynch's gaze swept over them. No matter. He would examine the contribution system later. First, he must rescue that person. Feeling the Pokeballs, boundless courage surged through his veins. He took a deep breath and stepped out from the concealment of the trees, his eyes resolute. Hey, you ruffians. Release that person at once. Lynch's voice echoed through the woods, strikingly clear. The righteous tone caused all members of Team Aqua to instinctively shudder. Blast! Is that an officer coming? The Devon employee felt a surge of hope. However, when he turned around, he was taken aback. This figure clearly resembled a novice trainer just embarking on their journey. The small leader's expression relaxed at the sight of Lynch, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. He thought he was someone significant, perhaps a member of the Alliance, only to discover it was merely a child. Boss, where did this kid come from? Why is he so dauntless, showing no fear of us? What does it matter where he came from, since he has seen our operation? Then, the small leader viciously waved his hand, his eyes glinting with malice. Eliminate him. Yes. Only the dead won't speak. Small leader, what is wrong with the newcomers today? Why are they so irritable? I simply wanted to capture this child and wipe his memory before releasing him. A group of fools, the small leader scolded. If we continue like this, Team Aqua will become as notorious as Team Magma. He waved his arms, visibly agitated, lamenting the tarnished reputation and questioning how they would recruit new members in the future. How do you expect me to recruit new members after this? The chastised duo immediately stood to attention, a hint of trepidation on their faces. With a deep bow, they exclaimed in unison, "It was our oversight." The small leader nodded, a sense of satisfaction flickering in his gaze. "Good, let us take him down." He waved his hand, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert their full strength. In this line of work, one can never be too cautious. Yes. 3 Pokeballs were hurled simultaneously, and amidst the flickering white light, 3 Houndoom materialized, bearing their fangs at Lynch. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, low growls emanating from their throats. Yet, Lynch remained unperturbed, stroking his chin. In the real world, these Houndoom appeared decidedly more menacing than in the game. "Run, young man," the Devon employee urged. "They play by no code of honor." Silence. Whack. After a fierce altercation, the individual quickly ceased to speak. "Heh." Lynch let out a cold chuckle, surveying the scene, a hint of derision in his gaze. 3 against 1. Spare me the chatter. Little brat. Pokemon battles are exceedingly brutal. Houndoom, go? The Team Aqua member shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. You're absolutely right. The world of Pokemon is indeed ruthless. Lynch simultaneously threw out 2 Pokeballs, a note of confidence in his voice. Moreover, one cannot generalize when it comes to human interactions. Arise, Milotic, Groudon. As the white light flickered, both Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. The moment Groudon emerged, the entire sky brightened, and the very air grew scorching. Its 3-meter red form loomed majestically under the sunlight. That ancient aura of dominance compelled all Houndoom present to cower on the ground, trembling in fear. When it came to prestige, Milotic, this future mode of transportation, admittedly paled in comparison. Lynch glanced at the petite Milotic beside him. It's all right. Even the small ones can be quite adorable. Milton tilted his head slightly, perplexed. What is this? The voices of the 2 henchmen trembled, their eyes filled with dread. The small leader, clearly more informed, had previously encountered this Pokemon on a stone slab. It was the embodiment of the earth, depicted in mythology as the creator of land and the expander of continents. Groudon. The employees of the Devon Corporation were astonished. How could it be possible? The legendary god of the earth was here. Although they had never seen it, the 2 henchmen were aware of its formidable reputation. Groudon? A flicker of anger passed through the small leader's eyes. You, Team Magma, have no sense of honor. There are rules to follow in battle, and here you are, wielding a divine beast to fish. Chapter 9. The Research of Devon Corporation? Groudon. Groudon turned its head, its ancient and profound eyes gazing at Lin Chi, as if scrutinizing his intentions. Lin Chi gulped, his throat slightly dry. Before this legendary beast, he felt a twinge of anxiety. This was one of the 3 deities of Hoenn. Unlike the merely future variant of Milton, Groudon's stature was considerably elevated. Although he had captured Groudon in the pixelated world, he found himself uncertain of his ability to command it in reality, given its imposing demeanor. Cousin is counting on you. Use the cliff blade against them. Lin Chi clenched his fists before him, his voice laced with determination. A glimmer of light flashed in Groudon's ancient eyes, and it nodded gently. With a low, resonant roar, Groudon summoned a scorching intensity to the sunlight. It lifted a foot and brought it down heavily upon the ground. The earth shook with a thunderous boom, causing the 3 Houndoom to stagger and fall prone. But that was not the end. The ground trembled, and rocks surged upward, directly impaling the incapacitated Houndoom, leaving them suspended in the air. The small leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock, muttering, "Indeed, it is the god of the earth." Yet Lin Chi, observing the towering rocks and the oppressive heat, felt a flicker of doubt. Was this merely a coverage of Route 102? Compared to the power of Groudon in the game, this seemed significantly diminished. After all, in the game, Groudon could alter the weather of the entire Hoenn region upon its arrival. It was evident that this was not the authentic one, he reasoned, but it was still sufficient to handle these lowly minions. The members of Team Aqua stared at the Pokémon before them, realizing they were not even in the same league, their legs turning to jelly. Run, quick, run. They abandoned their own Pokémon and turned to flee. Run? Where to? Lin Shi scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Milton, go, finish them off. Electricity crackled. With a snap. Their legs could not possibly outrun the current. The bright yellow electricity swiftly caught up with the fleeing Team Aqua members. Upon contact, they collapsed, paralyzed and unable to move. Milton, however, reigned in his assault. Lying on the ground, the small leader's eyes reflected despair. This individual commanded Pokémon to attack trainers without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, it's that wicked Team Magma. Lin Shi approached the small leader, towering over him. Now, tell me why you sought to capture the employees of Devon Corporation. He was genuinely intrigued by the unfolding narrative. I don't know, the small leader stammered, his eyes filled with terror. I was merely following orders from above. Lin Shi shook his head. You're quite stubborn. A tough nut to crack, but I do enjoy a challenge. Milton let out a threatening roar, his body crackling with electricity. ZZZT. Another surge of electricity struck him. Really, it's true. I genuinely don't know. I'm just a small squad leader. Lacking access to detailed information, the small leader seemed utterly defeated, spilling everything. They only said to capture a Devon Corporation employee, but didn't he explain why? Above? Whose orders? Lin Shi pressed. Seeing his hesitation, another surge of electricity coursed through. I'll tell you. It's the order from Kadre Izumi. The small leader immediately regretted his words, but it was too late to retract them. Lin Shi nodded, signaling Milton to incapacitate him. He then turned to the Devon Corporation employee. The middle-aged man was still in shock, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Are you all right? Lin Shi approached, loosening his bindings. I'm fine, the man stuttered, his eyes wide with astonishment. Thank you for saving me. Is this really Groudon? Probably. Lin Shi shrugged. Compared to the authentic Groudon, my cousin's version is somewhat like a neutered edition. The man adjusted his broken glasses, scrutinizing Groudon closely. As a researcher at Devon Corporation, he possessed a deeper understanding of these mythical Pokémon than most. This Groudon seems somewhat different from the legendary one. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. Lin Shi's interest piqued. In what way? The legendary Groudon possesses the power to alter continental geography. Every action it takes incites earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The man observed Groudon intently. Yet this one, while exuding significant pressure, lacks that legendary might. Lin Shi interjected, indeed. Yes. The man nodded, his eyes reflecting certainty. Moreover, the legendary Groudon is described as monumental, akin to a mountain. This one, however, he glanced at Groudon, then quickly fell silent. Indeed, standing at 3 meters tall, it was large by ordinary Pokémon standards, but still insignificant among beings capable of altering the world. Perhaps it has yet to fully mature? Or could there be more than one Groudon? Is this the juvenile form? The man speculated. Not fully matured. Lin Shi was taken aback. After all, it is only level 12. The man looked at Lin Shi, his gaze brimming with a desire for confirmation. But Lin Shi, too, was not much more knowledgeable, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. I acquired it by chance. It just appeared randomly, so I consider it luck. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ichiro Yamada, a researcher in the Technology Development Department of Devon Corporation. Lin Shi replied succinctly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Technology Department? Impressive. I admire those of you with sharp minds. Unlike me, who can only manage a small cheat. Stay humble, Yamada said, waving his hand modestly. What kind of research are you all conducting? Primarily the development of energy, particularly concerning the enigmatic energies of special Pokémon. Yamada swiftly covered his mouth. This was indeed a closely guarded secret of their esteemed company. Special Pokémon energy? Lin Shi furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Little brother. Yamada Ichiro lowered his voice. These matters are confidential. Can you pretend you haven't heard anything? What do you mean haven't heard? Brother, did you just say something? Yamada cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi. This little brother was quite astute. He discreetly slipped Lin Shi several premium Pokeballs they had produced. Nevertheless, Lin Shi had already begun to form a suspicion. Since it was the Aqua team that had specifically sought him out, deductions could be made. What was it that the Aqua team desired most? Kyogre. Energy related to Kyogre. Could it possibly be the primal reversion? Hoenn had also begun researching Mega Evolution. Hentia? Stowing the Pokeballs, he turned to Yamada. Brother, you're safe now. You should return to the company. Wait, little brother. Yamada Ichiro said urgently. a hint of desperation in his eyes. I can't just go back like this. Why not? Lin Chi frowned slightly, perplexed. If the Aqua team managed to capture me once, they could do so again. Yamada Ichiro replied with a bitter smile, a trace of helplessness etched on his face. Moreover, now that they know I possess what they need, they certainly won't let it go easily. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. This was indeed a dilemma. What do you propose we do? He asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Yamada Ichiro glanced at Groudon, a glint of determination in his eyes. I wish to accompany you. What? With such a powerful Pokémon by your side, you should be able to protect me, Yamada Ichiro asserted, his gaze resolute. There was another factor. Yamada sensed that the individual before him was no ordinary trainer. After all, an average person could not possibly tame Groudon. Lin Chi felt a stir in his heart. However, I have my own matters to attend to. He feigned hesitation, a flicker of difficulty crossing his expression. I know. The company can assist you. Yamada Ichiro interjected hastily. Our research into Pokémon energy is quite profound. He glanced at Groudon. Perhaps we could be of help to you. Having hinted so overtly, Lin Chi felt a surge of realization. The primal reversion indeed held significant value for him. Brother, you are being overly courteous. So very courteous. Lin Chi shook his head, a bright smile illuminating his face. Am I the sort to seek repayment? Yamada Ichiro replied, what do you think? You and I are like brothers, having met so swiftly. I am determined to lend my assistance. Lin Chi declared. Groudon, return. He produced a Pokeball. Although Groudon was formidable, it was still too conspicuous. Groudon glanced at him, then transformed into a red light, returning to the Pokeball. This level of cooperation left Lin Chi quite satisfied. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chi resolved to first deal with the Aqua Team members. Following a swift application of a memory erasing technique, Lin Chi wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, Yamada-san, please call the authorities. Let the League handle them. Understood. Yamada Ichiro nodded, his lips twitching, as he promptly retrieved a communicator to contact the League police. Junsha arrived shortly thereafter. Yamada Ichiro set down the communicator. Little brother, what shall we do next? Let us go. Lin Chi interrupted. We shall first head to Orange City for a respite. Yamada Ichiro nodded in agreement. From a distance, the wail of police sirens could be heard. The League patrol had arrived. Lin Chi cast a glance at the Aqua Team members sprawled on the ground. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Aqua Team, Izumi, the Devon Corporation, primal reversion. Clearly, the narrative of this world diverged from the game in some aspects. However, that was quite alright. At least it wouldn't be too dull. Chapter 10, A True Father-Son Bureau. After departing Route 102, the journey to Orange City was remarkably smooth, devoid of any brazen criminal elements attempting to launch an attack. Yamada Ichiro seemed to feel an overwhelming sense of security by following Lin Chi, the esteemed figure, and thus became quite talkative. Along the way, he boisterously recounted his illustrious achievements during his youth at the Devon Corporation, as well as the numerous secret projects he had participated in that had the potential to alter the world's landscape. As for the specifics of those projects, he urged not to inquire, merely stating that those who understood would understand, while those who did not could not be elaborated upon, for the stakes were high, and divulging such information would benefit neither of them. Lin Chi felt his lips twitch. What a load of preposterous banter. Had a foreign brother come through? The two exchanged pleasantries, with Lin Chi occasionally tossing out phrases like really? And wow, isn't that impressive? Which greatly satisfied Yamada Ichiro's vanity. Little brother. I'm not just bragging. Yamada Ichiro pounded his chest, nearly spraying Lin Chi with spittle. Back in the tech department, I was a prominent figure. So many of the advanced instruments on the market today bear my design influence. Lin Chi nodded. That is quite impressive. Indeed. Yamada Ichiro grew increasingly animated. Once we returned to Kenizumi City, I must have a serious discussion with the president. How dare that Aqua Team scoundrel lay a hand on me? Yamada Ichiro. They must be tired of living. Lin Chi cooperatively wore a knowing expression of agreement, understanding the sentiment. By the way, you know Devon as president, Zivik, right? He asked the father of the Hoenn champion, Stephen. Yamada Ichiro thumped his chest proudly. Of course. The two continued their banter, and soon, the outline of Orange City came into view. This city was significantly larger than Newbark Town, with broad streets, and as they ventured deeper, the number of pedestrians steadily increased, presenting a scene of flourishing prosperity. This is Orange City, Yamada Ichiro announced, pointing ahead at a wooden structure not far away. That's the Orange Gym. The gym leader, Chiri, is renowned throughout the Hoenn region. He lowered his voice, tinged with reverence. It is said that Chiri's strength is on par with that of the Hoenn Elite Four. Lin Chi merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." showing no particular reaction, as he considered Chiri to be akin to a surrogate father. Noticing Lin Chi's lack of enthusiasm, Yamada Ichiro assumed he was unaware of Chiri's prowess and continued to elaborate. Little brother, let me tell you, this gym leader Chiri is no ordinary individual. His gym is constantly inundated with challengers, yet only a select few manage to pass the trials and earn a badge. Lin Chi remained unfazed, striding purposefully towards the sizable building that housed the orange gym. Hey, little brother, where are you going? Yamada Ichiro exclaimed, rushing to catch up. Grabbing Lin Chi by the arm. You're not thinking of challenging the gym right now, are you? Lin Chi turned to face him. Yamada Ichiro grew anxious. Little brother, I know you're powerful with Groudon at your side, but gym leader Chiri is formidable. Besides, our primary task is to escort me back to Kanazumi City. The Aqua team bears grudges. What if they pursue us again? Chiri can't protect us all the time, can he? He certainly did not wish to relive the experience of being kidnapped. Oh, you speak of Qianli. Lin Chi's tone was as nonchalant as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Father. What father? Yamamoto Ikaru was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying with a question. Lin Chi repeated, Qianli, father. Yamamoto Ikaru's movements froze, his mouth agape. He was stunned for several seconds. Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh, realization dawning upon him. No wonder this young man possessed such formidable strength at a tender age, accompanied by a legendary Pokémon. It turns out he was a second-generation trainer. Goodness, no wonder. I thought, how could you, young man, have a Groudon at such a young age? In the Pokémon world, strength reigns supreme. However, one's connections are equally significant. Yamamoto Ikaru instinctively bent at the waist, his face beaming with a smile. Indeed, like father, like son, with someone like Qianli as a father. Capturing a Groudon is entirely reasonable and justifiable. He began to wildly imagine. No wonder this lad remained unperturbed after dealing with Team Aqua. His backing was so formidable. Who is Qianli? He is a figure backed by the league, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Elite Four. With such a father, not only could he potentially secure a juvenile Groudon, but perhaps even a Rayquaza could become his steed. The more Yamamoto Ikaru thought, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that his choice was nothing short of brilliant. Clinging to this powerful ally, wouldn't he stride through Kana City with ease? Unable to win? Just call for help. With his exceptionally skilled father by his side, what were Team Aqua or Team Magma compared to absolute strength and influence? Brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? Yamamoto Ikaru rubbed his hands together, his tone exceedingly amiable. You had me worried for no reason. With Master Qianli backing you, not only can you venture to Kana City, but even a stroll around Team Aqua's headquarters would see them treating you with utmost respect. Lin Chi disregarded Yamamoto Ikaru's overreaction and pushed open the door to the Changhua gym. The interior of the gym was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The training area was covered with specially designed non-slip tiles, surrounded by various training equipment. At that moment, in the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man in a white training uniform, his back to them, hands clasped behind him, exuding the poise of a master of his craft. Yamamoto Ikaru swallowed audibly and whispered to Lin Chi, Brother, that must be Master Qianli, right? His aura is indeed remarkable. A true tiger begets no dog. The figure turned slightly, and a steady male voice resonated. You have arrived. Lin Chi replied coolly, I have come. Qianli slowly turned his head, revealing a face that bore a resemblance to Lin Chi's, yet more mature and resolute. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chi, his tone laced with a barely perceptible complexity. You should not have come. Yet I did, Lin Chi retorted. Yamamoto Ikaru, standing by, felt a thrill of trepidation. Was this the dialogue between top-tier trainers? Although he barely comprehended it, the gravity of the exchange felt profound. In truth, Qianli had long been informed by his wife that their precious son had embarked on a journey. He had intentionally concluded his training early to await Lin Chi, eager to observe his son's progress and impart a valuable lesson. As for why he had remained turned away from them, it was purely because he had been striking a pose for so long that his legs had grown somewhat numb. Discreetly, Qianli adjusted his legs and turned to face them, extending his hand toward the pokeball at his waist, his gaze piercing as he addressed Lin Chi. Since you are here, let me witness your growth during this period. Challenge me and prove your worthiness to embark on a further journey. His tone carried an undeniable authority. A subtle smile graced Lin Chi's lips. Very well. Yamamoto Ikaru felt a surge of excitement at the unfolding father-son showdown. This promised to be a spectacle. Qianli noted Lin Chi's enthusiastic acceptance with an internal nod of approval. Excellent. There was a spark of courage in him. He was indeed my son. He had already devised a plan to utilize a low-level, commonplace Snivy to battle Lin Chi. For a seasoned trainer like him, defeating a novice was a trivial affair. This would serve to remind Lin Chi not to become complacent just because he had captured a decent Pokémon shortly after setting out, while simultaneously establishing a formidable benchmark for him to aspire to, inspiring him to forge ahead. I am indeed a mastermind of strategy. Feeling satisfied with his meticulous planning, Qianli removed a Pokeball from his waist, preparing to throw it. Now, let you bear witness to the prowess of a gym leader. Milotic, prepare for battle. Lin Chi's voice, calm and unwavering, interrupted Qianli's declaration. With a casual toss, the Pokeball arced through the air. A flash of white light erupted, and a sleek, futuristic purple figure materialized in the training arena, Milotic. As it emerged, its streamlined metallic body, shimmering energy conduits, and the formidable aura it emanated caused the atmosphere within the gym to thicken palpably. Qianli's motion to throw his Pokeball halted abruptly, his expression frozen in shock. What is this creature? Qianli blinked vigorously, questioning whether his prolonged standing had caused him to hallucinate. This Pokemon before him, he had not only never seen it, but he had never even heard of it. Such a design and such an overwhelming presence had that fellow Otakawa begun distributing this caliber of Pokemon to novice trainers. When he set out years ago, he certainly did not receive such treatment. Stealing a glance at the Pokeball in his hand, which contained the 10-level Snivy he had specially prepared to teach his son, all his carefully rehearsed lines about showing him what genuine battle entailed and not underestimating any opponent, now lodged painfully in his throat, unable to escape. This is a disaster. It's a complete failure. Qianli's mind raced. How could he possibly pit the Snivy against this formidable, unknown Pokemon radiating an aura of "I am powerful, do not approach"? The envisioned scenario was too beautiful to contemplate. He dared not imagine it. The Snivy would likely be obliterated before it even had the chance to make a sound. What could he possibly teach then? It would be a one-sided slaughter. No, it would be he who was being slaughtered. How would he ever hold his head high before his son again? This simply could not happen. Yamamoto Ikaru stood by, equally dumbfounded. What Pokemon is this? He murmured to himself. Earlier, he had been too preoccupied with the sight of Groudon to notice Milotic beside it. Just who is this young Lin Chi? His father is Qianli, which is impressive enough, but now it seems he himself is a monstrous talent. Yamamoto Ikaru felt his decision to cling to this powerful ally was nothing short of sagacious. Lin Chi observed Qianli's shifting expressions and the hesitation in his actions, inquiring, "Father, what is the matter? Shall we not begin?" Cough, cough. Qianli cleared his throat heavily, quickly retracting the Pokeball and re-establishing an air of inscrutability. His face regained its composure, as though the earlier lapse had never occurred. He gazed intently at Millerton before turning to Lynch, slowly articulating, "Lynch, your Pokemon is quite impressive. Of course, it's a product of my cousin. How could it be anything less?" Lynch mused to himself. However, the tone shifted as Qianli's demeanor grew serious. "As of now, you lack the qualifications to issue me a genuine challenge." "Oh." Lynch raised an eyebrow. Qianli, with hands clasped behind his back, took a couple of steps. Assuming a posture of authority, as the gym leader of the Orange Flower Gym, I contend with elite trainers from the entire Hoenn region and beyond. Their prowess, experience, and understanding of Pokemon vastly exceed your current capabilities. He halted, fixing his gaze on Lynch. While you possess formidable Pokemon, it does not equate to having the matching strength and temperament. True strength does not solely rely on the rarity of Pokemon. Yamada Ichiro nodded vigorously from the side. Truly, Qianli's insights are profound. He possesses an admirable perspective. Lynch, however, remained unfazed, as he could surmise Qianli's thoughts. So Qianli emphasized, "I offer you an opportunity, a chance to prove yourself. Venture forth and challenge other gyms in the Hoenn region, collect badges. Once you have acquired 4 gym badges and returned here, I shall accept your formal challenge, allowing you a glimpse of my true strength." He looked at Lynch with a hint of expectation mingled with undeniable authority. "This is my test for you, a trial every trainer must undergo. Do you dare to accept?" Such grandiloquent words not only alleviated the immediate awkwardness, but also set a clear objective for Lynch, all while maintaining his dignity as both a father and gym leader. Qianli mentally commended himself. A stroke of genius. Lynch observed his theatrical father with amusement, choosing not to burst his bubble. "For badges, huh?" He stroked his chin, the proposition piquing his interest. "All right, I accept," Lynch replied decisively. A satisfied smile crept onto Qianli's face, though it quickly morphed into a serious expression. "Do not be mistaken. This will not be easy. Each badge represents the recognition of a formidable gym leader. Strive diligently, do not disappoint me." Lynch nodded, retracting Millerton into its Pokeball. "Well then, We shall take our leave, he said to Qianli. Qianli nodded, reverting to his authoritative demeanor. Go forth. Remember, there are no shortcuts on the path of a trainer. Chapter 11. Is the atmosphere here so off? Lynch waved his hand and turned to depart, not lingering for a moment. Yamada Ichiro eagerly followed behind, glancing back at Qianli with each step, bowing repeatedly. Fear not, gym leader. I shall look after my brother Lynch. Qianli stood at the gym's entrance until their retreating figures vanished from sight, finally unable to maintain his enigmatic expression, which crumbled away. He touched the pokeball containing the snivy, letting out a long sigh. Being a father is quite challenging. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of blended grass and earth. Orange Flower Forest, a haven rich in ecology, could be considered paradise for aspiring bug catchers. Lynch, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Yamada Ichiro's admiration was palpable, facing a powerhouse like Qianli without flinching, and even daring to showcase that purple Pokémon. Just standard procedure, Lynch replied nonchalantly, though his mind was elsewhere. He raised his left hand, the screen of his electronic wristwatch illuminating. The prior skirmish with the Aqua Team's minions had triggered it. Yet, why did his confrontation with Qianli elicit no response? Nevertheless, he had yet to check the newly added contribution system. Lynch paused in his tracks. What's wrong, brother? Yamada Ichiro asked, mirroring his halt. Nothing, you go ahead. I'll take a breather, Lynch waved dismissively. All right. Yamada Ichiro cheerfully trotted ahead, glancing around, feigning interest in observing wild Pokémon, granting Lynch some privacy. Lynch settled onto a nearby rock and attempted to access the game. A line of pixelated text gradually appeared. You single-handedly raided the Aqua Team, marking the first time the Rocket Team's reputation has reached this untouched land. Achievement unlocked. Expanding territories. Your reputation within the Rocket Team has slightly increased. Calculating contribution points. Contribution points earned, 2,000. So, this is the contribution system? Lynch scrutinized the fresh interface that resembled a high-tech yet nefarious organizational control panel, dominated by the large the Rocket Team's black and red color scheme. At the very top, his personal information was displayed. Official member of the Rocket Team, Lynch. Level, Black Iron, contribution points needed for next level, Bronze, 1,000. Current contribution points, 2,000. Items held, 2 rare candies. Methods to earn contribution points, 1. Submit stolen Pokémon, calculated based on rarity and strength. 2. Increase internal reputation of the Rocket Team, complete special events, challenge formidable trainers, etc. Lynch's gaze shifted downward to a list resembling a shop's exchange inventory. Daily shop, Black Iron level, refreshes daily at midnight. Healing potion, 10 contribution points. Paralysis heal, 15 contribution points. Antidote, 15 contribution points. He raised an eyebrow, his expression contemplative. This system resembles an embedded microtransaction store. Contribution points serve as tokens, while enhancing reputation and submitting Pokémon are the means to grind or splurge. Lynch's attention fell upon the healing potion. A thought struck him. Exchange for 1 healing potion. Consumed 10 contribution points, remaining 1990. As soon as he uttered the command, Lynch felt a weight in his right palm. A bottle of red, spray-type healing potion materialized before him, its touch cold and tangible. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting a slight gleam upon the bottle. This. Lynch's breath caught for a moment, eyes widening slightly. He instinctively squeezed the bottle, which resembled the item icons he had seen in the game. It materialized right away. How convenient. This means, as long as he has enough contribution points, he can possess an infinite supply of healing items. An infinite supply of healing items. What gym leaders, what elite four, what champions? Apologies, but in the face of boundless healing supplies, all are rendered equal. Strength? Economic power is also strength. Though it may be a bit uncouth, as long as you cannot defeat me in an instant, I can wear you down. What tactical masters, what type advantages, before me? The king of healing, they must kneel. He persisted in his patience, continuing to scroll down through the lengthy list. There were indeed numerous items, but they were predominantly basic healing supplies and pokeballs, lacking any particularly remarkable offerings. He shook his head slightly, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was merely the lowest tier of Black Iron, so it was not surprising that there would be anything of quality. Lin Chi's gaze returned to the levels that could be upgraded. Upgrade. He silently pondered. Would you like to consume 1,000 contribution points to elevate the member's level to bronze? Upon level up, the store's probability of refreshing rare items will increase. Yes. Upgrade successful. Member, Lin Chi. Level: Bronze. Contribution points needed to reach the next level: Silver, 2,000. Current contribution points: 990. Bronze tier privileges unlocked. Daily store may refresh high-level healing potions, panacea, vitality shards, etc., with a small chance of refreshing high-tier items, and an extremely low chance of refreshing mysterious goods. Hey, where did you get those healing potions? Ichiro Yamada's voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Having approached without Lin Chi noticing, his eyes filled with curiosity, fixated on the healing potions in Lin Chi's hand. He didn't seem to have any kind of backpack, either. Lin Chi flipped his wrist, stowing the potions into his pocket, and stood up with an indifferent expression. Oh, I found them on the ground just now. Ichiro Yamada paused for a moment, glanced around, and then suddenly understood. Oh, I see, he nodded, proceeding to elaborate with a mock-serious tone. I heard there are many rookie trainers in this Orange Blossom Forest trying their luck. They lack experience in various aspects and often find themselves being chased by wild sand wolves or stubborn swallows. So it's quite normal for them to drop some items in a panic. He patted Lin Chi on the shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed how lucky Lin Chi was. Lin Chi looked at Ichiro Yamada, his lips twitching slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Rookie trainers dropping items? So that is how the items he picked up in the game came to be? From some unknown unfortunate soul? Let us go, Lin Chi muttered, disinterested in explaining, and began to walk forward. The two chatted casually, with Ichiro Yamada largely extolling Lin Chi, while also sharing some local customs and traditions of the Hoenn region. Before they realized it, they had traversed most of the forest. As the sun reached its zenith, Lin Chi was about to find a place to rest and have lunch, rubbing his somewhat hungry stomach while scanning the surroundings for a suitable resting spot. Help! A piercing scream suddenly echoed from the dense woods nearby, the voice laced with desperation. Almost immediately, another rough male voice followed, tinged with mockery. Heh, go ahead and scream. Scream all you want. Even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Lin Chi's footsteps abruptly halted. An odd expression crossed his face. That line was quite typical for a villain. But why were both voices male? While one could understand the interactions between humans and Pokémon, this male-to-male exchange was perplexing. Was the atmosphere of this Pokémon world truly so skewed? Chapter 12. Who would want a rooted shiny Galade? Moreover, even more bizarrely, Lin Chi instinctively cast a glance at the slightly suspicious Ichiro Yamada beside him. According to the game's progression, it should have been Yamada who was robbed during this segment of the plot, right? Yet, Yamada, this loquacious NPC, was clearly right next to him. How could the plot still trigger? Could it be that the person beside him was a fake? Just as he was filled with doubt, a sudden warmth surged through his wrist. His silent cousin made another appearance. Detected important plot event. Please make a choice. Option A. In the depths of the forest, there must be a trick. It's better to observe more carefully. Cautiousness prevails. Option B. Better to avoid trouble. Let us sneak away. Option C. I will strike in the form of Team Rocket. Old Ian, coward, and battle maniac. Huh? Of course. I'm going to strike in the form of Team Rocket. He decisively clicked on option C. The familiar pixelated world descended once more. Before him stood a minion clad in a blue sailor suit, sporting a blue bandana, blocking a frail boy with green hair. It was indeed Team Aqua. Lin Chi's eyes fell upon the pixelated green-haired boy. This was a shiny Galade. The NPC teaching how to capture Pokémon, the rooted shiny Galade. In the Ruby and Sapphire games, the shiny Ralts is indeed this. He was also one of the significant rivals of the main character in the game. The plot was unfolding. Team Aqua Minion has discovered a rare Pokémon, Ralts. Team Aqua Minion intends to capture it, but Ralts already has an owner. Team Aqua Minion is contemplating. Team Aqua Minion has come up with an idea. Since ancient times, those with virtue have been bestowed with treasures. Team Aqua Minion used Snatch. In the pixelated world, the green-haired boy trembled, and before him, a small, white Pokémon stared back at the villain in terror. Ralts. The minion from Team Aqua, holding a Pokeball, grinned widely, a satisfied expression on his pixelated face. Wait, buddy. You want this rooted shiny Ralts too? You must be starving. Before Lin Chi could take any action, the pixelated figure automatically stepped forward. Stop. His voice resonated in the pixel world. The Team Aqua Minion and the shiny Galade turned simultaneously. Let that boy go. The shiny Galade felt a surge of joy. A good Samaritan. Let me handle it. The shiny Galade's expression froze. Wild Team Aqua Minion has come to challenge. Without a word, Team Aqua launched straight into battle. A Pokeball was thrown, and an ominous fish-shaped Pokémon appeared on the field. Its back was blue, its belly red, adorned with star patterns. Minion sent out Carvania. Carvania, LV-15. Lin Chi, having regained control of his body, gasped in surprise. The randomness this time was surprisingly normal. How rare. He marveled and pulled out a Pokeball. It's all yours. Militant. A flash of white light, and the hard-working Militant made its grand entrance into the pixelated battlefield. Militant LV7. Carvania used Bite. The level difference was a bit too great. He couldn't tee even win the speed battle. Not being able to train at any time was still somewhat troublesome. Carvania opened its maw filled with sharp teeth and lunged forward, biting down hard on Militant. The clash of teeth against steel erupted in a shower of sparks. Militant's HP plummeted by a third. With such a powerful physical attack from a same type move boasting a terrifying base power of 90. Thunderwave. Lin Chi commanded with a decisive gesture. Bright yellow currents surged forth, striking hard against Carvania. It's super effective. Carvania's HP dropped to 0. The lure fish has lost its combat capability. Milton has emerged victorious. Milton has leveled up, LV7 to LV8. Lynch wiped the sweat from his brow. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, my skills surpassed the rest. Once again, Lynch's body moved of its own accord. Bring it on. Team Rocket member Lynch used theft on the minion. Lynch obtained the lure fish. Before Lynch's eyes, the attributes of the lure fish materialized. Lure fish. Level, LV15. Type, water and dark. Ability, rough skin. Moves, phantom face, water jet, bite, charge. Quite underwhelming. Although the lure fish can ultimately mega-evolve, I doubt anyone would bother evolving such a creature. I assess it as merely a filler from GF. Casting a glance, Lynch decisively handed it over to the organization along with the Cater Pie. Both are potential assets. Team Rocket will ensure you shine brightly. Why is it not over yet? After completing these tasks, Lynch realized he had not yet exited the pixelated world. Plot progression in progress. Lynch's perspective shifted. Thank you so much. A weak yet grateful voice echoed. Before him stood a boy with green hair, bowing deeply in front of the pixelated Lynch. Though this individual did not appear to be of good character, he had rescued himself and Ralts. The Ralts beside him clumsily mimicked his bow. It was just a minor act. From a third-person perspective, Lynch waved his hand dismissively. No, we, the people of Hoenn, must repay our debts. I will definitely return the favor in the future. Lynch gestured again. Why wait for the future? Now will suffice, won't it? Lynch. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly, Lynch tore off his clothing to reveal the Team Rocket uniform underneath. He caressed the bronze emblem on his shoulder. Remember this. Young man, there is but one team in this world, and that is Team Rocket. Manchon. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lynch commanded, Milton, use Thunderbolt on them. As the electric sparks faded, Lynch picked up the Pokeball from Manchon's hand. Simulation complete. Lynch obtained Ralts. Lynch. Defamation. Cousin. This is sheer defamation. How could someone like me engage in such activities? Who would desire a Ralts with a root stem? Chapter 13. One should not. At least must not. You have obtained Ralts. With a glance, the data for this popular Pokémon appeared before him. Ralts. Level, LV5. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Moves, Charm. Growl, Life Dew, Try Again. Held item, Root Stem. Lynch. Bid. Indeed, it is a Ralts with a root stem, isn't it? And look at your move set. Charm. Growl, Life Dew, Try Again. First use Charm, then Growl during the battle, and finally, unable to resist, in with Life Dew, rest for a bit. And then try again, right? Hiss. Goodness, cousin, one should not, at least must not. Moreover, the opponent is a feminine male. But the cold-hearted cousin, why would he care about the opinions of others? He simply continued with the calculations. Calculating. Currently processing the simulation. Not only did you resolve the problem, but you also addressed its very source, demonstrating extraordinary qualities. Heavenly treasures, since ancient times, those of virtue have claimed them. You accomplished a remarkable act of blackmail. Even Sakaki, far away in Kanto, admires your dark heart. This child possesses the spirit of our Team Rocket. He ought to join us. Achievement unlocked. Rising Dawn of the East. Your reputation in Team Rocket has slightly increased. You gained 500 contribution points for completing the mission, and 200 for handing over the Pokémon. Current contribution points, 1690. The entire pixelated world began to tremble violently, collapsing around him. Lynch felt a flash before his eyes as the colors and sounds of the real world flooded back into his senses. He glanced at the achievement notification that popped up, frowning slightly in displeasure. What is this? What does Rising Dawn of the East even mean? That was all my cousin's doing. It has nothing to do with me, the genuinely rooted Lynch. Little brother. Yamada also turned toward the source of the voice. Lynch waved his hand. Regardless, I will intervene. The self-proclaimed righteous partner, Lynch, gazed forward and boldly stepped forth. Halt, villain. Why do you not cease your actions at once? The Waterfleet minion and Manchong turned simultaneously to face the emerging youth. Release that. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Lynch made several light spitting sounds, hastily suppressing his words. That was close. I almost fell under my cousin's dark influence and ended up embroiled in his fabricated slanderous plot. He looked toward the Waterfleet member pressing in on Ralts, and then at Ralts itself. While I understand that some individuals have a fondness for Pokémon, it is still a boy, Lynch declared loudly, asserting that there can be no outcome between humans and Pokémon. Ralts. Manchong. Is that truly the case? Manchong subtly positioned himself in front of Ralts. The gazes of those present began to shift, looking at the Waterfleet minion as if he were a deviant. Waterfleet minion. He did not. He is not. He merely wishes to acquire a rare psychic-type Pokémon. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. However, Lynch's words were not entirely unfounded. In the world of Pokémon, the relationship between Pokémon and humans is rather intricate. It is said that during the era of the ancient deity known as Washi, Pokémon and humans even intermarried. One could say that those who favor grass-type Pokémon carry the legacy of their ancestors. And even the initial egg group of Gardevoir was classified as amorphous, but has recently been reclassified as humanoid. As for how this was discovered, one can only say that the researchers have faced hardships. Those in the know understand, and there are too many complexities to delve into. Thus, through bloodlines passed down through generations, the Pokémon blood flowing within some individuals may explain why they possess unique abilities or physical qualities that diverge from the norm. For instance, take a look at In from Black and White, with his green hair. He is half human, half Pokémon, and can even comprehend the words of Pokémon. Truly enviable. However, returning to the topic, Kikisi, what you have done is hard to articulate. Just look at that. Is that adoption? Clearly. You are too embarrassed to admit your fondness for grass-type Pokémon. You wretched. Little brother. Little brother. He is from the Waterfleet. Yamada tugged at Lynch's clothing, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency as he endeavored to rein in Lynch's wandering thoughts, signaling that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Upon hearing these words, the minions of the Aqua team snapped back to reality, shaken by the audacious proclamation. Indeed, I am a member of the Aqua team. Humph. Who dares meddle in our affairs? The soldier displayed a disdained expression, his gaze laden with contempt. Merely a passing ally of justice. Lynch crossed his arms, exuding an aura of defiance, proclaiming that every nefarious villain deserves to be vanquished. His imposing demeanor was undeniable. Observing Lynch's righteous stance, Yamada boasted, providing Lynch with a gratifying sense of morale. Where indeed, such bravado could lead to demise. The Aqua Team's soldier hesitated not, promptly brandishing his pokeball. Humph. Lynch covered his face with one hand. Your next word shall be, it is you, Gyarados. Simultaneously, both uttered their commands. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing a fearsome fish-shaped Pokémon, thrashing about on the ground, adeptly employing Waterfall. The Aqua Team minion was momentarily taken aback. How could he discern what I was summoning? Is he some sort of clairvoyant? Meanwhile, Lynch also retrieved his Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Milotic. With another flash of white light, the model Pokémon re-emerged. The Aqua Team soldier squinted his eyes. An unfamiliar Pokémon, yet its presence was anything but ordinary. Although he did not recognize this Pokémon, it was likely a psychic type, which typically paired well against his dark-type Pokémon. This simplified matters considerably. Type advantages are the fundamental logic within the Pokémon realm. Use Crunch. Dodge its Crunch. Both issued their commands in unison. The Aqua Team minion was taken aback. This accursed psychic, can he predict even this? Gyarados swung its tail, propelling itself towards Milotic. Jaws agape, black energy swirling around as it prepared to bite down. However, on land, the water-type Pokémon lost a fraction of its agility. Milotic merely sidestepped slightly and evaded the attack. Finish it, Lynch commanded with a sweeping gesture. Milotic surged with electric energy, and then a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, cascaded from above. Crack! It struck Gyarados with tremendous force, leaving it charred and tender. Is that thunder? Lynch was momentarily stunned. Indeed. The disparity between the Pokémon world and the gaming realm was quite pronounced. If memory served, the move Thunder, boasting a power of 120, should only be learned at a level above 80. His watch flickered to life. Milotic gained experience. LV8 to LV9. This device is quite intelligent. It flawlessly resolved the dilemma of leveling up. Chapter 14. Lopunny, what do you have pressing against me? Before Lynch could offer further praise, another notification appeared. detected that Milotic has learned Thunder. Would you like to replace an existing move? Without hesitation, a powerful move of 120. As a fortunate individual, I must certainly select it. He clicked decisively, but Milotic's current moveset popped up. Scanning through, he noted Charge Beam, Electric Terrain, Dragon Breath, and Thunder Wave. One of the moves was rather peculiar, though he chose not to disclose which. Replace Thunder Wave. Are you sure? Yes. Replacement complete. With the task accomplished, Lynch raised his gaze towards the bewildered Aqua team. Tentatively, he commanded, Thunder Wave. Without requiring further encouragement from Lynch, Milotic, free of psychological burdens, unleashed another bolt of thunder upon the trainer. Crack. Confronted with this celestial wrath, the Aqua team minion had entirely lost the will to fight, failing to flee, and was simultaneously electrified alongside his Pokémon, resulting in a similar fate of charred flesh. Lynch stroked his chin. Indeed, in the reality of Pokémon, there were no restrictions of 4 moves. After completing all this, Milotic nudged Lynch affectionately, its large eyes brimming with a dog-like yearning. Yoshi, Yoshi, Yoshi. Lynch rubbed its mechanical head vigorously, which elicited a faint smile from its face. Well done, Milotic. However, dear Milotic, you did exhibit some deficiencies in this battle. Milotic tilted its head in confusion, enjoying the moment. Lynch continued without pausing. Just now, you reacted to my command before dodging. Have you ever considered what might transpire if my instructions were delayed, or if your opponent were equal to or stronger than you, taking advantage of that time to attack? Upon hearing Lynch's inquiry, Milotic scratched its head. Perhaps we would lose? It would be acceptable to lose to a serious trainer, at worst. We would part with a bit of pocket money. However, losing to someone with ulterior motives is an entirely different matter. Observing Milotic deep in contemplation, Lynch added, remember, Pokémon battles are brutal. In such dire circumstances, what matters is seizing the initiative. Yamada, having stealthily approached, eager to pet the mechanical dog, interjected a bit too eagerly. Lynch was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been too frightened to utter a word, and now he was so bold. Yamada's words held merit. Lynch nodded in agreement. So what shall we do? He posed a rhetorical question to himself. In the future, should such an incident arise, we must act decisively. With a firm downward motion of his right hand, Lynch concluded, therefore, the next time we encounter such individuals, do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply attack the trainer first. Yamada? His outstretched hand froze. Attack the trainer first? How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Is that how your gym leader father instructed you? Milotic nodded thoughtfully. Observing Milotic's expression of I understand, Lynch nodded approvingly. Truly, my Pokémon possesses exceptional comprehension abilities. Meanwhile, Manchong, unsure of how to interject, had intended to express his gratitude to Lynch, but the conversation had taken a rather peculiar turn. Young man, you have become a Pokémon Knight. Upon hearing this key phrase, Lynch shuddered. Manchong, what exactly is a Pokémon Knight? Do such Pokémon exist in this world? After a prolonged moment of confusion, he noticed the green-haired youth, Manchong, standing before Lynch, bowing deeply. Thank you. Lopunny, his companion, mimicked his gesture, awkwardly bending at the waist. Lynch observed this display of gratitude from both trainer and Pokémon, experiencing a profound sense of déjà vu. Merely a trivial effort. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Machuan rummaged through his pockets. Despite the circumstances, there exists an unwritten code in the world of martial arts. When someone lends you a hand, it is only proper to offer something in return. However, having sneaked out without informing his family, his pockets were devoid of any items, save for a pokeball containing a Ralts. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Machuan awkwardly glanced at Lynch. Although I don't have anything on me right now, I promise to repay you in the future. What are you talking about repayment for? Lynch instinctively replied. Why wait for the future? The present is just as good. Slap. Lynch smacked himself. How could someone of his upright character utter such words? His peripheral vision caught sight of his watch on his left wrist. His cousin was still pursuing him. Yes, indeed, it must be his cousin. Trying to take over my body, is it? As a person of unblemished integrity, Lynch would never succumb to such a fate. Are you all right? Seeing Lynch's fluctuating expression, Machuan, cradling the startled Ralts, asked with concern. The man before him was undoubtedly good-hearted, yet his mind seemed to operate in a rather peculiar manner. Ichiro Yamada silently took a couple of steps back. He did not comprehend, but he respected the situation. Blushing, Lynch feigned nonchalance. One must remain calm in times of trouble. After all, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is the others who will feel awkward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lynch. He gestured toward Ichiro Yamada behind him. This is Ichiro Yamada. Hello. Machuan lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Linchi, you were incredible in that battle. Ralts. It was primarily thanks to her, Linchi said, gently tapping the steel head of his diligent Ralts. Millerton raised his head slightly, his tail wagging vigorously behind him. Your Pokémon is quite impressive as well. Likewise, Linchi humbly replied. Your Ralts is also very. He stole a glance at the delicate Ralts in Machuan's arms, recalling its perplexing moves, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Very capable, Machuan beamed. Capable? Linchi asked. Oh, that means full of potential. Thank you. Machuan nodded excitedly, turning in circles while holding Ralts. Did you hear that, Ralts? You are full of potential, Ralts. Observing the camaraderie between the two, even Linchi, with a notoriously cold heart, felt a twinge of sentiment. Ralts, do you possess something? He inquired. It seemed to bump into me just now. What else could it be? Silly child, it must be her root stem. Chapter 15. 50 Ways to Tie a Rope. After some light banter, Linchi finally remembered the lackey still lying nearby. He turned to Yamada. Brother, do you have a rope? Of course. Ichiro Yamada nodded vigorously. As researchers, they always adhered to the principle of being prepared for any eventuality. He promptly retrieved a length of rope from his multifunctional waste bag and handed it to Linchi. Without further ado, Linchi began to bind the water team lackey, employing his own rather haphazard technique. Watching Linchi's clumsy knots, Yamada furrowed his brow. Brother, your technique leaves much to be desired. He snatched the rope from Linchi's hands, demonstrating a more proficient method. Observe closely and learn well. He folded the rope in half, securing it around the lackey's neck, and proceeded to tie knots at the collarbone, at the center of the cleavage, over the sternum, and at the pubic bone. Following that, he looped it under the legs and tied a knot at the corresponding position on the back, slightly higher. After threading the rope behind the neck, he pulled it tight, guiding the rope from under the arms back to the front, creating a diamond shape. After assessing his work, Yamada still seemed dissatisfied. It's still a bit messy. He adjusted the knots from top to bottom, tightening the rope, and finally secured it at the waist. Satisfied with the aesthetically pleasing result, he nodded approvingly. Clap, 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 clap. Linchi watched in admiration, applauding. Artistry. This is nothing short of art. The slightest movement influences the entire form. Truly a masterful tortoise-shell binding. Ralts. Ralts too gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Since a single continuous rope was used, any action on any part of it would affect the whole body. The more it moved, the tighter it became, accentuating the figure, especially effective when coupled with delicate undergarments. It was a skill one must learn once in a relationship. Oh, it seems you both understand this well. Yamada threw a knowing glance, one that spoke volumes. You know, Brother Yamada. Machuan and Millerton exchanged bewildered glances, utterly lost in the conversation. What were they talking about? They looked at the two with a mix of admiration and confusion. Ichiro Yamada, sensing the atmosphere, decided to share more of his wisdom, pulling out his most treasured techniques. Ahem, let me teach you another technique. He waved the rope, instructing the two. Look here. With just a simple adjustment of the main rope, it can be adapted to various situations, like this. With a flick of his fingers, the upper section of the rope tightened suddenly, causing the lackey's body to shift in response. Moreover, it can be combined with other rope arts, such as the turtle shell binding with hands tied behind or the turtle shell suspension. Ooh, Ralts, the two exclaimed, having learned something new. After exchanging knowledge of 50 different binding techniques, even Yamada felt parched. What I can teach you is limited. This art is a long and winding road. There are no shortcuts. Only through diligent practice can one reach the pinnacle of artistry. So, you must practice diligently, understood? Having called out to Junsha, Machuan bowed deeply to Linchi once more. Mr. Linchi, I truly cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Enough of that. It was merely a trivial matter. Linchi waved his hand dismissively. Just be cautious when you venture out. Not every time will a righteous companion like me cross your path. Especially someone as heavily burdened as I am. Machuan nodded earnestly. I understand. Mr. Linchi, I will surely repay your kindness. No need for repayment. Just hurry home. Your family must be worried. However, Linchi glanced at Ralts, who was still engaged in conversation with Yamada. He patted Machuan on the shoulder. Young man, caution is paramount. He then handed him a slip of paper that had come from the research institute. Machuan looked puzzled. Caution? What should I be cautious about? He unfolded the note in his hand. Dear trainer, this research institute sincerely suggests that you refrain from overfeeding humanoid female Pokémon with high affinity towards you with growth and experience fruits, lest their strength far exceeds your expectations, causing unforeseen incidents. Machuan blinked. He glanced at the petite and charming Ralts beside him. Isn't that right, Ralts? Unforeseen incidents? What could possibly happen? Linchi, brother, let me tell you, our Kanaz city is quite a large place. As they approached the exit of the orange blossom forest, the ever-enthusiastic Ichiro Yamada chattered incessantly beside him. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Lynch responded with a half-hearted acknowledgement. He harbored little interest in the local customs of Kanaz City. His sole desire was to reach the city swiftly and challenge the first gym. He cast a glance at his now silent watch, wondering if his cousin would lend some support this time, hoping to conjure another legendary Pokémon. Emerging from the orange blossom forest, their surroundings opened up, revealing a smooth road stretching ahead, with the outline of the city visible in the distance. Observing the well-paved path, Lynch summoned Militant, mounting it promptly. At last, a proper road. Come on, brother. Oh yes, let us go. Pause. Their futuristic mode of transportation proved quite capable, and before long, they had entered Kanaz City. Lynch gazed around, taking in the sights. Kanaz City truly lived up to its reputation as one of the early major cities in the Hoenn region, with spacious streets and far grander buildings than those in New White Town and Orange City. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the high-tech skyscraper at the city's heart, adorned with a colossal D emblem, the headquarters of the Devon Corporation. Yamada pointed at the building, pride evident in his voice. Founded on mining years ago, it had swiftly risen to rival the esteemed Sylph Company of Kanto. None of this would have been possible without that man, Zavoki Hibiscus, and his remarkable son. As they reached the entrance of the Devon Corporation building, Yamada suddenly halted, turning to face Lynch. With a hint of nervousness, he rubbed his hands together. Brother, wait for me here, don't wander off. I'll be back shortly. With that, he dashed into the building. Not long after, Yamada emerged, wiping sweat from his brow. He then retrieved a small box from his pocket and extended it towards Lynch. Lynch, this is a small token of appreciation from our boss for your previous assistance. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced towards the windows on the top floor of the building. Such a small gesture is unnecessary, Lynch protested, waving his hand and reaching for his pocket. What do you mean by feigning modesty? This is exactly what they call desiring to refuse while still welcoming. You've got quite the audacity, brother. Yamada's lips twitched in amusement as he thrust the box into Lynch's hands. Take it. You deserve this. Brother. Look at you, Lynch said, clutching the box with a tone of reproach. You're being too courteous. Upon opening the box, Lynch discovered a beautifully carved stone, its center adorned with a vibrant crystal that radiated an otherworldly glow. This is a keystone? He exclaimed, instantly recognizing its significance. Such an item was indeed rare in the game, enabling Pokémon to mega-evolve when paired with specific megastones. Is this really so valuable? Lynch eyed Yamada skeptically. You're being overly generous, my friend. He unconsciously glanced toward the top floor of the building. Gifts offered without reason often come with ulterior motives. It's not valuable at all. Lynch, you possess immense strength. This item will only reach its full potential in your hands. Yamada replied with sincere enthusiasm. Our boss has stated that heroes deserve treasures. Lynch raised an eyebrow. Your boss? The way you speak, it seems this was all premeditated. Nevertheless, a free keystone was too good to pass up. Then I shall accept it without reservation. Please extend my gratitude to your boss. Of course. Yamada sighed with relief. I have some matters to report to the boss, so I must take my leave. To challenge the gym, head west from here, and you'll find it. Very well. Until our paths cross again. Until we meet again. Yamada hurried back into the Devon Corporation building. Lynch weighed the keystone in his hand. Although uncertain of the true intentions of the championess father, he recognized the value of this item. There was no reason to refuse such a gift. However, to leverage it for favors? That would require a certain level of audacity. Chapter 16. This move, 2 decades of mastery. How will you receive it? Did you send it out? In the office of the president of Devon Corporation, Ichiro Yamada stood casually before a formidable middle-aged man, whose imposing presence commanded respect. It has been sent out. The man, none other than Zavoki Hibiscus, who had been observing from the window, replied with a nod, his gaze profound. What was his reaction? Yamada answered honestly, pausing before continuing. However, was sending a keystone a bit too extravagant? I initially intended to gift him a few rare Pokeballs or evolution stones. Hibiscus shook his head lightly. It's merely a keystone. Its value is not excessively high. He lifted a teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. Moreover, we seem to have a clearer direction regarding that stone. It holds little significance for us. Yamada pouted. You're quite the spendthrift. That money could have gone towards increasing my salary. He knew well that the company had invested considerable resources to procure the meteorite from Kalos for research purposes. To simply give it away seemed wasteful. Zavoki Hibiscus chuckled, unfazed. In Devon Corporation, Yamada, you've been a long-standing member. Salary discussions are but jest. Setting down his teacup. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. He continued, "You see, your perspective is rather superficial. This individual possesses a legendary Pokémon, while Groudon is remarkable. The purple Pokémon you described is unlike any in our databases. His potential is boundless." Yamada nodded in agreement. This young man, with some time to mature, will undoubtedly rise above the ordinary. Bestowing him this favor now, even if his future is unremarkable, could yield benefits later. His father's connections alone are worth the investment. Furthermore, Zavoki added, the keystone is merely a precursor. We are currently investigating that meteorite that fell from the cosmos. It harbors immense energy, yet remains highly unstable. Ordinary Pokémon cannot approach it. He thought of his own son. With Daigo's strength, he could handle it, but leaving Daigo alone with such a peculiar stone? Preposterous. As a father, he had no desire to exacerbate his son's obsession with inanimate objects. At his age, he should be interested in women, not clinging to that odd stone. With a heavy sigh, Zavoki took another sip of tea to calm himself. As a child, it seemed quite normal to witness such things. How did it come to be that, as one grew, things could become so askew? Turning to Yamada, he continued, however, perhaps the divine beast could endure this if we use this keystone as an opportunity, and in return, grant it the corresponding megastone as a reward. Zavoki did not complete his sentence, yet Yamada grasped the underlying meaning. He regarded the cunning Zavoki, who had calculated even the actions of a mere child. Why not just let your big son handle it? It was utterly absurd. You ought to be hanging from a streetlight. Observing the disdain in Yamada's gaze, one could not forget that the two shared a friendship spanning over a decade, and Zavoki was well aware of Yamada's thoughts. He smiled slightly, adopting the demeanor of a shrewd capitalist. All right, have you rested enough? I have other matters to entrust to you. Meanwhile, completely indifferent to the situation, and even somewhat disdainful of the company's stinginess, failing to provide even a megastone, Lin Shi pocketed the keystone and proceeded towards the direction pointed out by his elder brother Yamada. Towards the Kanaz Gym. The exterior of the Kanaz Gym did not resemble a battleground. Rather, it evoked the essence of a miniature museum or school. The style, reminiscent of the rock type, was evident, with the outer walls constructed from massive rock blocks that imparted an ancient and robust ambience. Pushing open the door, he entered the gym, where the interior was somewhat dimly lit, flanked by various mineral specimens and fossil replicas. Lin Shi instinctively raised his left wrist to inspect his smartwatch, but the screen remained dark, unresponsive. What gives, older brother? Lin Shi muttered. In such a pivotal storyline about battling at the gym, you don't even make an appearance? If you don't put in some effort, how can I become the divine beast champion? He tapped the watch face, yet it remained unyielding. A young man dressed in gym attire and wearing glasses approached him. Hello, may I ask if you are here to visit or to challenge the gym? Lin Shi replied succinctly. Since my brother seems unreliable, it appears I must rely on myself. No matter, my divine beast will take action. The young man adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Lin Shi. Ah, a challenger. You should know that our gym leader, Duan, is also a special instructor at the trainer school. So, Lin Shi tilted his head, utterly perplexed by the young man's intent. Therefore, before you challenge Teacher Duan, you must first pass our gym's entrance test. Only those who qualify may challenge the gym leader. The young man wore a knowing smile. So, it's a test before facing the gym's gatekeeper? Lin Shi grasped the situation. This is familiar to me. No problem. Bring it on. Wonderful. Follow me. We just commenced a quiz test not long ago. Lin Shi responded, huh? He suspected he had misheard. A quiz? A test? Gathering his words, Lin Shi continued. If I understand correctly, you mean to say that in order to challenge Duan, I must first pass an exam? Indeed, that is correct, the young man nodded. But do not worry. The exam primarily assesses a trainer's foundational knowledge, such as type advantages and Pokémon breeding basics. This is to ensure that challengers possess a certain theoretical foundation. Teacher Duan believes that Pokémon battles are not merely about fighting. They require intellect. I came here merely to battle at the gym. Why does it feel like a graduate school entrance exam? He couldn't help but express his frustration. What kind of hardcore retro setting is this? This wasn't in the game. The young man seemed unfazed by Lin Shi's reaction, maintaining his polite smile. This is also a tradition of our gym. Please follow me. Today's test is about to begin. Lin Shi rolled his eyes, pondering what else he could do. He had already arrived. Besides an exam, it wasn't as if it compared to the rigorous tests from elementary school to graduate studies. Back then, he had achieved first place in the civil service exam, surpassing numerous competitors. He followed the young man through a corridor and entered a spacious classroom. Over 20 young trainers were already seated, diligently focused on their questions or nervously fidgeting. The air was thick with a unique atmosphere. Lin Shi inhaled deeply. Yes, this was the familiar feeling. He casually selected an empty seat. I'll get the exam paper for you shortly. The young man indicated a few empty seats at the back of the classroom. Ugh, this is challenging. Such absurd questions. Lin Shi settled into his chosen spot, listening to the murmurs of despair from those around him, feeling a sense of ease. I'm back. They have returned. The emperor of the examination hall has returned. Just as he got comfortable, a paper filled with densely packed questions was placed before him. Canaz Gym Challenge Qualification Certification Test. Lin Shi glanced at the questions. Fill in the blanks. Based on the following base stats, identify the corresponding Pokémon. 1. HP 108, Attack 130, Defense 95, Special Attack 80, Special Defense 85, Speed. Speed is certainly 102. It's Garchomp. Instant. Without even finishing the question, Lin Shi, who had this data ingrained in his DNA, answered in a flash. 2. HP 87. Attack 60, Defense 95, Special Attack 133, Special Defense 91, Speed 84. Is this it? This is the difficulty of your exam? Isn't this just handing out points? Lin Shi smiled slightly, confidently writing down the answer when suddenly, a somewhat familiar yet uncertain voice interrupted from next to him. Lin Shi? Instinctively, Lin Shi turned his head to see a brown-haired girl in a white sleeveless top and red shorts, adorned with a white headscarf, staring at him wide-eyed. A pen lodged between her teeth. Her expression shifted from surprise to confusion, and then to a hint of indignation. Lin Shi was taken aback. Isn't this the fierce girl I encountered a few days ago on Route 103, Dr. Oda's daughter, Sophia? What is she doing here? Finally caught you. Grabbing Lin Shi's arm, Sophia wore a cruel smile. Last time, I was deceived by this person, and he was let off so easily. This time, if he falls into my hands again, he won't be so fortunate. Lin Shi instinctively tried to shake her off, but her seemingly delicate grip remained unyielding. Why is she so strong? With that thought, he decided not to hold back any longer and went straight for it. Despite exerting all his strength, he was left sweating profusely, accomplishing nothing. Watching Sophia, who seemed triumphant and even loosened her grip to hold him down with just 2 fingers, Lin Shi was astonished. Is this woman a monster? After all, he was a man too, with an average physique. Stop resisting. You cannot match my strength, Sophia remarked, wrinkling her nose. Due to her father's physical constitution. From a tender age, Sophia had been relentlessly pursued by an array of absurd Pokémon alongside her father, Takeda. Through countless escapades, she cultivated remarkable strength, rendering even the most formidable Pokémon mere trifles in her presence. Is that so? Lin Shi mused, his gaze towards Sophia imbued with complexity. I never intended to resort to this. You have compelled me, Sophia? The examination hall is merciless. With a deep breath, Lin Shi concentrated his energy, transforming his fist into an open palm, thrusting it skyward. Simultaneously, his voice thundered forth. Teacher Duwan, I must report an incident. Lin Shi directed his attention to Duwan, who was engrossed in preparing her lesson plan. As she lifted her gaze, he pointed dramatically with his finger at the miscreant beside him. This student is attempting to copy my answers. Sophia gasped in disbelief. Lin Shi, observing her bewilderment, felt a pang of sympathy. This technique embodies 2 decades of mastery. Let us see how you counter it. Chapter 17. The maiden's blush exceeds all words. Utilizing the principles of strategy, harnessing force against force to vanquish his adversary. This was the code by which Lin Shi had survived for over 20 years. While some may deem him cunning, he regarded it as efficiency. As his resonant voice reverberated in the quiet classroom, it resembled a depth charge disrupting a tranquil lake. All the students, previously lost in contemplation, abruptly lifted their heads, their attention converging upon the spectacle of the quarreling pair. The torment of the examination had dulled their eyes, now alight with intrigue. Oh ho, a spectacle to behold. In any realm, the human inclination to observe a commotion is ingrained in our very DNA, especially amidst a challenging examination. At the epicenter of this unfolding drama, Sophia's mind momentarily faltered. Report? What could he possibly report? That I am copying answers? Gazing at Lin Shi, who radiated righteous indignation, her eyes widened in disbelief, her worldview shattered in that instant. How could he be so shameless? It was he who instigated this. Upon hearing the classroom's commotion, Duwan furrowed her brow. Silence. Her voice, though soft, commanded an undeniable authority. Approaching the scene of the disturbance, her gaze fell upon Sophia's hand still gripping Lin Shi's arm. Caught in the act, it appeared there was little room for debate. This student, please release your grip. Duwan shook her head. Disrupting other examinees is strictly prohibited. Should there be a repeat of this behavior, I shall rescind your right to participate. Speechless, Sophia trembled, her gaze darting between Lin Chi and Du Wan. A surge of indignation coursed through her, flushing her face a vivid crimson. Yet, the onlookers interpreted her blush as shame. Whispers began to circulate anew. She yearned to explain, to refute, to press this despicable individual into submission. But under Du Wan's calm scrutiny, amidst the multitude of watchful eyes, her fury was doused, leaving only a profound sense of frustration. With a huff, she reluctantly released her hold and returned to her seat, her fiery gaze still fixed on Lin Chi, as if attempting to bore 2 holes into him with her stare. Lin Chi adjusted his rumpled sleeve, flashing a victorious smile towards Sophia, raising an eyebrow in challenge. The sensation of dominance had returned, indeed. The sound of Sophia's teeth clenching echoed in the silence. She lowered her head, attempting to refocus on her examination. Yet beneath the desk, her hand stealthily reached for Lin Chi's leg, ready to deliver a sharp twist. Ack! A piercing cry shattered the classroom's tranquility once more. Lin Chi clutched his thigh, his face contorted in agony, tears of genuine pain pooling in his eyes. Sophia was taken aback. You haven't even touched me yet. What are you screaming for? Teacher Du Wan. She's attacking me. She's pinching my thigh. Du Wan, who had just picked up her lesson plan, felt a throbbing in her temples. She approached once more, observing the pained expression on Lin Chi's face and the enraged, trembling Sophia, a wave of helplessness washing over her. You, to the front. She pointed decisively at Sophia. Sophia attempted to protest. Now, immediately, Du Wan's tone brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, Sophia gathered her paper and pen, and under the scrutinizing gaze of her peers, she sulkily made her way to an empty seat in the front row. As she sat down, she shot Lin Chi a glare that promised retribution once the examination concluded. Lin Chi responded with a disarmingly innocent smile. At last, serenity descended upon the room. Du Wan sighed, her motivation to continue drafting her lesson plan evaporating as she began to patrol the classroom. She noted that most of the examinees wore expressions of deep concentration, their brows furrowed, appearing as if they had been drained of all intellectual reserves. These trainers, she lamented, truly seem to be declining year by year. Just a slight deviation in the questions, and they falter. This may well be the weakest cohort I have ever encountered. How can this persist? How can we expect them to stand strong in the Hoenn region in the future? Just as she was about to return to her podium, the boy who had just lodged a complaint captured her attention. His demeanor starkly contrasted with that of his peers, with an astonishing speed and fluidity. He penned his answers with apparent divine inspiration. Intrigued, Du Wan approached quietly, eager to discern the caliber of this audacious student. Then, she heard his voice, low and resonant, akin to an enchanting melody. You think you can outdo me? Watch how I obliterate you. Is Dad's rain team formidable? Du Wan paused, questioning her own hearing. Do you enjoy how Dad commands the waters with such grace? As Lin Chi continued to articulate his thoughts while tackling a tactical analysis question, he was utterly absorbed in his own world. Pay close attention. This is how your father writes you. Who possesses the greater skill, I or the previous respondent? Am I the better writer, or are they? Du Wan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As an educator, she had never encountered such crass vernacular. This was nothing short of mental pollution. Involuntarily, she glanced outside at the young visitors from the trainer school, relieved that the future of this region was far removed and unlikely to have overheard such filth. Am I the one who excels? Or is it the last one to answer? Who writes better, me or them? How fervently you must be burning. Burning through the papers. Sitting in the front row, Sophia also caught the fragmented whispers. She discreetly turned her head for a fleeting glance, only to quickly pivot back, as if scalded. Shifting her chair slightly to avoid letting others know she was acquainted with this eccentric individual. Does he spend as much time answering questions as I do writing to you? Answer me. Du Wan felt her blood pressure rising. She restrained herself from the impulse to throw this fellow out, her gaze falling upon his test paper. Every foundational question in front was correct. And now, as he tackled the practical analysis question, his thoughts were coherent, his logic impeccable, even considering various combat scenarios. The tactical configuration he proposed was nothing short of flawless. This theoretical knowledge, not to mention challengers, even she might not possess such a solid foundation. Not only proficient, but also extensive. Ugh, what am I thinking? The stock is all out, so refreshing. Lin Chi finished writing the final word and let out a satisfied sigh. This paper burning is quite exhausting. Stop. Du Wan could no longer contain herself. You don't need to answer anymore. Lin Chi raised his head, looking at her with an innocent expression. Teacher Du Wan, I haven't finished yet. And I feel I could write another paper. Ever since finishing the civil service exam, he hadn't answered questions like this in a long time. No more. Du-Won's voice rose a few notches. Your knowledge reserve has already surpassed the standard. If I let you continue, my dojo will be shut down by the League today for disseminating inappropriate information. But Lin Shi gazed longingly at the few delectable major questions behind him. He was somewhat reluctant. Now, immediately, come with me. Du-Won almost gritted her teeth as she spoke, conducting the dojo challenge. She didn't want this source of mental contamination lingering in the classroom for another second. Oh, fine. Lin Shi stood up and, as he passed by Sophia, flashed a look of "You're so weak" at her, leaving her dumbfounded. Sophia. She watched Lin Shi follow Du-Won out of the classroom. For the first time, doubting her own strength not in battle prowess, but in the thickness of her skin. Chapter 18. You call this a rock type? Passing through the long rocky corridor, Du-Won halted before a heavy stone door. Behind it lies the battlefield we are to contest. She glanced back at Lin Shi, her expression having returned to its usual calm, yet a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Your theoretical knowledge is impeccable, even astonishing to me, but Pokémon battles. Du-Won's tone shifted to a more serious note, ultimately belong to the realm of practice. Lin Shi nodded, a flicker of agreement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, theory is merely theory. Just like the rigid foundational logic in games, electric-type attacks should be ineffective against ground types. Yet in the Kanto region, there was a great power capable of reversing attributes, employing electric-type skills to vanquish ground types. The battles were cataclysmic, shrouding the sky and dimming the sun. Truly terrifying. Du-Won pushed open the massive door. Creak as the stone door slowly opened, a standard indoor rock arena revealed itself to Lin Shi. The hard rocky floor was punctuated by several enormous stone pillars, serving as obstacles for battle. The two walked to their respective command platforms. Du-Won retrieved a Pokeball. Lin Shi, right? She had glimpsed his name on the test paper. Yes. She then explained succinctly. The rules of our Kanaz gym are a 3-on-3 singles battle. Victory goes to the side whose 3 Pokémon lose all their combat ability. She smiled slightly. In the Hoenn region, the rules for each gym battle vary. However, generally speaking, unless it's a formal competition, 6v6 battles are rarely conducted. After all, assembling 6 well-trained Pokémon qualifies one as a seasoned Pokémon trainer in any region. For the multitude of trainers, this presents a significant threshold. After all, a person's energy is finite. It's quite impressive for an ordinary person to manage 3 Pokémon. That said, the path of a gym trainer is fraught with thorns. Most merely attempt a gym challenge once, and after failing, abandon the pursuit of the lofty haul. Especially since challengers of the Rock Gym are typically novice trainers, it wouldn't be appropriate to impose excessive rigor. There's no need for undue demands. No problem. Lin Shi replied, casting another glance at his wrist. This watch, however, remained unresponsive. Humph, traitor. But thankfully, I have long been prepared for your betrayal. Lin Shi also took out a Pokeball containing his water-type Pokémon, Psyduck. This was the reason he hadn't surrendered it to the organization, specifically for today. As for that broken watch, ultimately, it is merely a lowly object coveting my own being. With my talent, I have no need for it. Even if it returned, I would scoff at it, never wavering in the slightest. Lin Shi's eyes were resolute. Now let me show you the steadfastness of rock and the brilliance of knowledge. Observing her spirited opponent, Du-Won said no more and directly tossed the Pokeball forward. Important plot detected. Just as Lin Shi was constantly formulating in his mind, the watch on his left wrist suddenly lit up. Everything before him began to change, the pixelated world of attributes descending once more. Cousin, grand entrance. Due to your exceptionally rich knowledge, Du-Won has determined you have passed the test. The subtitles hadn't fully appeared when Lin Shi, with hands clasped and an earnest expression, declared, the supreme cousin, once again casts a gaze upon his loyal follower, completely severing ties with his former self. After all, a true man in this world must possess the ability to be both grand and modest, able to bend and straighten, both fierce and gentle, moving forward and backward. Lin Shi tapped his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder in succession. Praise the cousin, amen. Even the pixelated world momentarily stuttered under this epic transformation. The gym leader comes forth to challenge. The exhilarating 8-bit music played. The pixelated figure of Du-Won sent out her first Pokémon, with a body brimming with vitality. Razor-sharp claws, prominent fangs, bristling fur, and piercing eyes. The combination of these features exuded a formidable lethality that even the well-versed Lin Shi couldn't help but gasp in awe. It was indeed a green, cat-like adorable Pokémon. The initial form of the new popular star from the Paldea region, Mioscarada, Sprigatito, LV-15. A grass type, huh? Although you are quite adorable, in this data-driven world, one must not underestimate. Then it is decided, it shall be you. With a heart as unyielding as iron, Lynch surveyed his surroundings before casting forth his pokeball. Go, Groudon. The air became suffused with heat and weight as the crimson deity of the earth re-emerged into the world. Roar. After a prolonged absence, Groudon let out a thunderous roar, its pent-up energy palpable. Groudon has initiated sunny day. The sunlight has intensified. Excellent. Full of vigor. Lynch bellowed, commanding, use smokescreen. At the sound of his command, Groudon turned its gaze towards the diminutive figure before it, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing its pixelated visage. Was this creature summoned merely to engage in battle? Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? Nevertheless, under the current rules, the white smoke emanated from its colossal form. Whoosh! A searing gust surged forth towards the new Leaf Meow. The effect was remarkable. The health bar of new Leaf Meow plummeted. Under the weight of impending doom, new Leaf Meow trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. After all, it was a divine feline of distinction. New Leaf Meow has lost the ability to battle. Groudon has gained a substantial amount of experience. Groudon leveled up. LV12 to LV13. Due to your effortless defeat of Duwan's Rock-type Pokémon. Duwan acknowledges your prowess. Rock-type Pokémon. You dare refer to this feline as a Rock-type Pokémon? Lynch's lips twitched in disbelief. Cousin, your narrative lacks consistency. Surely, this could have been altered for better coherence. Before him, the pixelated Duwan nodded in acknowledgement and produced another Pokeball. Duwan is serious now. Behold the weight of rock. A flash of white light heralded the appearance of a uniquely shaped Pokémon. It bore traits from various creatures, with sharp claws for forelegs, robust hooves for hind legs, and a metallic mask obscuring its head, exuding an aura of technological sophistication. Duwan has sent forth Sylvity. You dare call this a rock type? Wait a moment. If this alpaca were to don a small stone tablet, it could indeed be considered a rock-type Pokémon. Chapter 19. The code is written thus upon witnessing the level 18 Sylvity before him. Lynch's thoughts began to wander. Within the game, Sylvity was a synthetic Pokémon created by the Ether Foundation, modeled after the legendary creator deity. It not only inherited Arceus's seemingly flawless physique, but also boasted the ability to switch types at will, confounding its adversaries. Furthermore, its multi-type attacks were a direct replication of the devastating Judgment. The prestige was undeniably high. Yet, Arceus possessed a staggering base stat of 720. With such versatility, it could dominate as it pleased. In contrast, Sylvity, with a base stat of 570, appeared impressive at first glance, but upon closer examination, its average stats barely reached 95. It was a Pokémon that excelled in no particular area, existing in a rather awkward niche. Lynch's gaze shifted to his opponent, a flicker of contemplation evident in his eyes. The unchanged attributes indicated an absence of held items. Since there was no advantage in type, how could this artificial imitation possibly rival my true divine beast? Groudon. Lynch commanded with a flourish, use Cliff's sword. Let this rascal experience a modicum of divine intimidation. Roar. Groudon's mountainous form surged forward, the molten patterns beneath its scales churning violently. With a thunderous roar that shattered the clouds, the earth began to warp ominously, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The ground beneath Sylvity suddenly erupted as if an unseen hand had lifted it, a pillar of rock ensnared with debris and dust shot skyward, resembling both a moving mountain and a piercing sword, aimed directly at Sylvity. In a single strike, Sylvity was left gravely wounded. Its health plummeted, but something felt amiss. Lynch furrowed his brow. Though Groudon's speed-based stat was merely 90 and at a lower level than his opponent, logic dictated that Sylvity should have struck first. Why had he acted before it? As he pondered this mystery, Sylvity hurtled from the sky, its chest heaving as it unleashed a roar imbued with soundwave energy. The force palpable. Buzz. Groudon was struck by this sonic wave, its colossal form unexpectedly retreating uncontrollably. In an instant, it transformed into a red light and was pulled back into its Pokeball. The synthetic deity had repelled the Earth God. Sylvity used Roar. Lynch was left speechless. Roar, a typical move that alters attributes, could forcibly switch out an opponent's Pokemon. The premise involved a loud shout that frightened the opponent away, thus concluding the battle. In essence, Groudon had been scared off. He found himself at a loss for words. Had this game truly diminished the stature of divine beasts to such a degree? Is this reasonable, cousin? Just moments ago, Groudon had displayed such dazzling effects, only to be banished by a single bellow. As Groudon returned to its Pokeball, a purple silhouette shot forth once more. The diligent Milotic materialized on the field, its expression one of bewilderment. It had been resting peacefully within its ball, only to be summoned abruptly. However, now that it was here, Lynch wasted no time and prepared to attack. He glanced at the 4 options. Among the skills, the powerful thunder was quickly dismissed. Without the benefit of rain, its 70 accuracy was indeed too low, and with the opponent's health already low, there was no need to employ such a move. Thus, it was decided. Milotic used Charge Beam. It would deal damage while potentially boosting its special attack, a perfect choice. As Milotic raised its claws, Duan remained unfazed, simply lifting her Pokeball. A flash of red light ensued. Duan recalled Sylvity. Moments later, a round ball, cloaked in rock, appeared on the field. Its turtle-like head protruded from its central body, with robust limbs distributed around its form. Duan has sent forth Golem. Golem, LV-20. Yet, this was no ordinary golem. It bore an additional feature resembling a radar on its back. The large turtle head was also adorned with jet black fur, marking it as the Alolan variant of golem. As the lightning struck it, only minor damage was incurred. Lynch slowly formed a question mark with his expression. Cousin, have you been withholding your presence merely to update the NPC's AI? You truly are a slacker. Oh, but you were never human to begin with. Then, nothing of concern remains. However, the Alolan Golem had shifted its type from the original ground rock to electric rock. It was not without its vulnerabilities. Before Lynch could issue further commands, Golem began to glow, an ominous energy manifesting on the battlefield. This is bad. What is happening? Lynch gasped, recalling the infamous reputation of this stalwart rock in battle. Self-destruct. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, with the shockwave from the sound wave instantly sweeping across the venue. Middleton instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, only to be hurled several meters away by the force of the blast. Subsequently, he was enveloped in a blinding white light. Alolan Golem has used Explosion. Lynch fixed his gaze on Middleton's health bar. The Alolan Golem possessed 3 abilities: Magnet Pull, Sturdy, and Volt Absorb. Generally, Explosion synergizes with its ability, Volt Absorb. Volt Absorb. Normal type moves are converted to electric type, slightly enhancing their power. With this ability, Explosion's inherent power would be further amplified by electric type attributes. Not only that, but the original formidable power of 250 for Explosion would see an additional increase. However, this also presented an opportunity, as Middleton was an electric dragon type, naturally resistant to electric type moves. The blinding white light receded like a tide. Middleton's health bar plummeted. This speed was outrageous. It couldn't be Volt Absorb. Middleton has lost its ability to battle. Alolan Golem has lost its ability to battle. Middleton transformed into a beam of white light and was recalled into Lynch's Pokeball. He glanced at his opponent, who had once again sent forth the silver companion beast, Duan. He also summoned Groudon anew. The man-made deity and the ancient god returned to the battlefield once more. Groudon has initiated Sunny Day. The sunlight has become scorching hot. Lynch cast a glance at the Pokeball symbol above his head. 3 were illuminated, and 2 were dimmed, indicating that his opponent had but 1 Pokemon remaining. The silver companion beast struck the ground with its left paw. In an instant, countless emerald vines erupted from the scorched earth, writhing like a serpent brought to life, ensnaring Groudon's limbs. The energy of Grass Oath coursed through the surface of the vines, glowing with an eerie fluorescence, as rocks shattered wherever they passed. The silver companion beast has used Grass Oath. The effect was outstanding. It was futile. Lynch crossed his arms and observed coldly. Even with type disadvantage, his Groudon was at full health. With the boost from its stats, it was impossible for his opponent to take him down in one hit. Groudon's health bar suddenly decreased by nearly half. Moreover, Oath-type moves only had special effects if 2 were used. Setting aside whether his opponent had them, based on the opponent's remaining health, they could not withstand his impending attack. Groudon, finish it. Cliff Sword. Groudon let out a furious roar. Boom. The earth trembled. Towering rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the side of the silver companion beast. Cliff Sword missed. No. How could you miss from 5 meters away? Groudon looked innocent, its claws spread wide. It didn't wish for this outcome, but this wasn't reality. With an accuracy of 85, that's how the code was written. Moreover, it was a skill of your choosing. One could only say that powerful moves often come with risks. Lynch's lips twitched. He silently vowed to avoid any skills with an accuracy below 90, or better yet, 95. He glanced at Groudon's health bar. As long as the opponent didn't land a critical hit, it could still endure. A flash of white light suddenly ignited in Lynch's eyes. The silver companion beast has used Explosion. Then it's all right. The rock gym leader. Oh no, the self-destruct gym leader Duan. You are indeed formidable. Chapter 20. Watch closely, cousin. This is how Teacher Duan does it. Boom. A colossal sound. The world was flattened. After all, it was a powerful move of its own type, compounded by the stats of a man-made deity. This display far surpassed the previous explosion of Golem. The entire pixelated world shook. Groudon, who faced this attack head-on, collapsed backward, raising a cloud of dust. Groudon has lost its ability to battle. The Silver Companion Beast has lost its ability to battle. The last Pokeball above Duan's head dimmed. Duan has no Pokemon capable of battle left. You have won this battle. Lynch looked at his remaining Psyduck and Eevee, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had an ample supply of Pokemon. And given his opponent's initial random choice, it could have been a different outcome. Thus, I have lost. The pixelated Duan recalled her Pokemon, lifted her head, and gazed intently at Lynch. It appears I have much to learn. Teacher Duan acknowledges your battle talent. She produced a brown badge shaped like a misaligned triangle from her pocket. As the narrative concluded, Lynch was abruptly ejected from his pixelated form, transitioning to a third-person perspective. He stepped forward respectfully, accepting the badge and TM from her hand. You have received the Rock Badge. You have received TM 39, Rock Tomb. Out of humanitarian concern, you held Teacher Duan's hand and inquired about the health of all her Pokemon. Lynch, concern for Duan's Pokemon? When did this simulation become so anthropomorphized? Are we now honoring our teachers? A conversation ensued. You discovered that Duan only had 3 Pokeballs. There were no other Pokemon available for use. You expressed that you had a gift for Duan. The pixelated Lynch grasped Duan's hand with one hand while retrieving a length of rope from his backpack with the other. Then, with a flourish of his wrist, you demonstrated rope artistry for Duan. Lynch, damn, he knew it. This cousin wouldn't miss a chance to embarrass him. But to be fair, Lynch's eyes widened. The technique he learned from Brother Yamada was indeed impressive. The tension of this binding. Yes, right there. Tighten it a bit more. His gaze was filled with appreciation for the artistry and criticism towards his cousin. Duan was extremely moved. Teacher Duan excitedly stumbled over her words, repeatedly inquiring about the well-being of your parents. You felt inspired. You personally took the initiative to obtain a legacy from the incapacitated Teacher Duan. You received 3 Pokemon. The third-person perspective of Lynch twitched at the corners of his mouth. All right. This is how the legacy is passed down, is it? His gaze paused, and the data of the 3 Pokemon leaped before his eyes. New Leaf Meow. Level, LV15. Type, Grass. Ability, Adaptability. Moves, Quick Attack, Scratch, Leaf. Bite. Silver Companion Beast. Level, LV18. Type, Normal. Ability, AR System. Moves, Grass Oath, Explosion, Roar, Punishment. Golem, Alolan Form. Level, LV20. Attributes, Rock, Electric. Ability, Magnet Pull. Skills, Explosion. Rollout, Rock Slide, Transform. A Bountiful Harvest. Lin Chi cast a glance at the 3 Pokemon, all of which were commendable, especially the versatile New Leaf Meow, capable of freely changing its attributes, making it ideal for a player of his caliber. Observing his filled Pokemon slots, he waved his hand dismissively, expelling the level 10 EV from his team. It was immediately converted into contribution points. Duan is infuriated by your actions. Your reputation within the league has diminished. This simulation has concluded. Calculating. In progress. As Lin Chi witnessed his cousin nearing the end of the simulation, he thought, is that all? You've tied her up just to do this. This is akin to Sun Wukong binding the 7 fairies and then munching on peaches. My reputation, is it now tarnished in vain by you? Lin Chi lamented in agony. With a flicker of thought, he dove forward, seizing the pixelated version of himself. Watch closely, cousin. This is how Teacher Duan operates. He cackled, casting a glance at the disheveled Duan, rubbing his hands together with a hint of malevolent glee. Teacher, surely you wouldn't want your students to feel unsafe at school, would you? Observing the defeated Duan, who had ceased to resist, Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction before extending his nefarious hands. Open your heart wide, he muttered, while exploring her person. Since you so casually dispense skill machines, you must possess other treasures. You have drained Duan. TCH, is that all there is? After realizing he could extract nothing further, Lin Chi pocketed the explosion skill machine along with various potions, discarding the now worthless Duan aside. This cannot go to waste. You have exchanged Duan's underwear for contribution points. All right. Lin Chi clapped his hands. Cousin, let us settle up. Settlement complete. With your own strength. You have humiliated a gym leader. She dares not utter a single word about you. Far away in Kanto, Sakaki gazed at the red stockings and the steaming underwear on the table, lost in thought. Aki sees me as a woman. So be it. You have earned the achievement, Ruthless Individual. Your little story with Sakaki has spread within Team Rocket. Your reputation in Team Rocket has slightly increased. Lin Chi. What nonsense is this? Zhuge Lin Chi and Sima Sakaki. You have gained 1,000 contribution points, and surrendered Pokemon earned you 100 points. Current contribution points, 2790. Almost 3,000. Lin Chi looked at the upgrade option. Would you like to spend 2,000 contribution points to elevate your member level to silver? Upon leveling up, the shop's probability of refreshing rare items will increase. Yes. Upgrade successful. Member, Lin Chi. Level, silver. Contribution points required for the next level, gold, 5,000. Current contribution points, 790. Silver level privileges unlocked. The daily shop has a chance to refresh items such as vitality blocks and evolution stones, and will have a higher probability of refreshing advanced items. Excellent. The shop has leveled up. Let us see if I can find something good tomorrow. The sensation of vertigo washed over him once more. The pixelated world collapsed, and the colors of reality surged back into view. Lin Chi discovered he still held the same stance, tightly gripping the Pokeball containing Psyduck. He turned to face the already familiar and frank Duwan. Producing another Pokeball, he declared, Teacher Duwan, I'm going in. Duwan stood on the command platform, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. That glint in his eyes instinctively, she tightened her legs and adjusted her clothing, feeling as though he had seen right through to her very underwear. Chapter 21. Who taught you to use skills like this? Yet, as a gym leader, she could not falter now. Come on, let me see your strength. Duwan stepped forward, her tone regaining the steadiness of a leader. With a swift motion, she tossed out her first Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a small, gray creature composed of rock. Its form was unassuming, resembling a mere stone by the roadside. Yet it bore robust arms and a visage of determination. A Geodude. Recognizing the Pokemon, Lin Chi countered by throwing his own Pokeball. To face Teacher Duwan, he would employ the Pokemon entrusted to him, the Silver Beast. Bang! The uniquely bizarre Silver Beast emerged, instantly captivating Duwan's entire attention. What Pokemon is this? Duwan furrowed her brow. As a teacher at the academy, she was well acquainted with the Pokédex, yet upon rifling through her mental catalog, she found no match for this creature, not even a similar one. Duwan was taken aback. Could it be an undiscovered Pokemon? She opened her mouth to inquire. But Lin Chi seized the moment of distraction. Pokemon battles are merciless. Teacher Duwan. Lin Chi waved his hand, seizing the initiative. Silver Beast, use Grass Oath. Before Duwan could react, Silver Beast's forepaw glowed green. Bang! The paw struck the ground with force, sending thick pillars of green energy surging into the earth, swiftly spreading beneath the surface. Countless scattered, ungerminated grass seeds began to grow wildly. In an instant, verdant foliage enveloped Geodude, which had no time to respond, becoming completely engulfed. As the sustaining energy waned, the plants yielded grass seeds, which then faded into a dull yellow, leaving behind a Geodude that stood battered, gasping for breath, and barely clinging to life. It seemed on the brink of collapse. Is it a sturdy trait? Lin Chi pondered, stroking his chin. Were it not for this ability, given Silver Beast's strength and type advantage, the outcome would have likely been a swift KO. Duwan, shaken from the devastating blow, realized the gravity of the situation. This skill's power is not something a novice trainer should possess. Rock Tomb. Duwan promptly commanded a counterattack. Too late, Teacher Duwan. Having confirmed Geodude's capabilities, a smirk crept across Lin Chi's lips. Punishment. Ugh. Silver Beast let out a cry. With a powerful push from its limbs, it deftly evaded the descending rock and appeared directly before the small punching stone. The forelimb, charged with sinister energy, transformed into a palm and struck the small punching stone's face with great force. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the small punching stone fell silent, its eyes rolling back as it promptly lost its fighting capability. Duwan silently withdrew the small punching stone. Her expression toward Lin Chi had completely shifted. It appears I misjudged. With such prowess, you are certainly no ordinary novice trainer. Although the Rock Gym is widely recognized as the weakest gym in the Hoenn region, as an officially sanctioned gym leader by the league, her combat abilities were exceptionally formidable, far surpassing the ordinary. The rumors regarding the gym's weakness stem from two factors. Firstly, she herself harbors no inclination for conflict. Secondly, in her understanding, a gym's existence is not merely to prevent trainers from advancing. Ultimately, it serves as a selection process by the league for those trainers with potential. Therefore, these gym leaders adjust the difficulty based on the challenger's strengths. Well, at least most of them do. This is both a mark of respect for their opponents and a means to ensure that every challenger can glean something from their battles. She retrieved a Pokeball that had never been used before novice challengers. Now, your next opponent is this. A flash of white light revealed a Pokémon resembling the stone statues of the Resurrection Island. Its body was blue, but the most striking feature was its enormous red nose. It was Nosepass. Though it was on the lower end of the power spectrum, it still held a place in Duwan's main team. It was enough to challenge seasoned trainers. Although I am unfamiliar with your Pokémon, Duwan's keen gaze scrutinized the Silver Companion Beast, assessing it based on the two recent moves it had exhibited, Grass-type and Dark-type, along with its seemingly neutral appearance. From this, she deduced that it was most likely a normal-type Pokémon, capable of utilizing such a diverse array of moves. Lin Chi's expression shifted. It appears my deduction was correct. Duwan caught the fleeting change in his demeanor. Since it was a normal type, this battle would be in my favor. Nosepass. Duwan extended her hand, pointing toward the Silver Companion Beast, and declared, Rock Slide. Nosepass raised its arms, and a powerful yellow-brown energy surged around it. In the next instant, numerous enormous rocks materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the Silver Companion Beast like a torrential storm. Oh no, a seasoned expert's prowess is immediately apparent. The might of this move is undoubtedly on par with that of the Silver Companion Beast. Lin Chi quickly commanded, Silver Companion Beast, dodge. Yet, despite Lin Chi's instructions, the torrent of rocks overwhelmed the Silver Companion Beast, striking it squarely. With a muffled grunt, the Silver Companion Beast collapsed to the ground. Silver Companion Beast. Lin Chi clenched his fists. Damn, ever since my arrival in this world, I've only been battling in fish ponds. How did I suddenly find myself thrust in a high-level play? Practical combat is an entirely different matter from theory, young man. Observing Lin Chi's lack of combat experience, Duwan's voice rang out once more, Rock Tomb. Nosepass's eyes gleamed with intensity. Instantly, walls of rock descended around the Silver Companion Beast, cornering it and sealing off all possible escape routes. It's over. Duwan pressed the advantage, readying another rock slide. This is it. Watching the gathering energy of Nosepass, Lin Chi felt a chill in his heart. If it unleashed another rock slide while blocked in, the Silver Companion Beast would undoubtedly lose its fighting capability. In that case, another Duwan-sensei, lend me your strength. Silver Companion Beast, he shouted, steadying the panicked creature. With a swift gesture, Lin Chi pointed like a blade and commanded, roar. The Silver Companion Beast unleashed a thunderous roar. The powerful sound waves radiated outward, catching Nosepass, who was poised to unleash its move, off guard, causing it to stagger and be uncontrollably recalled into its Pokeball as a flash of red light. The move was interrupted. What? Duwan was taken aback. Who taught you to utilize your moves in such a manner while your opponent is charging theirs? Isn't waiting for your opponent's move to charge the fundamental logic of this world? Chapter 22. Oh my, your Pokemon is crying. Breathing a sigh of relief as he witnessed the interrupted move, Lin Chi wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close. Truly, the gym leader is formidable. I almost lost my first battle. The Pokeball rotated automatically, revealing Duwan's third Pokemon in the arena. It was a massive Geodude. Surprisingly quick, Duwan unexpectedly praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration. To think you would use Roar to force a switch, though somewhat. She hesitated, seemingly deliberating her words, perhaps a bit unrefined. It was fortunate she had a good temperament. Had she been from the more straightforward Kanto region, she might have summoned her fists to attack directly. However, your calculations may have been off. With a shift in her tone, Duwan continued, my Geodude is quite powerful, you know. Quite powerful. Lin Chi's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the Geodude on the field, a hint of seriousness crossing his features. Although Geodude is composed of rock, it bears a resemblance to a crab. As it ages, its size continues to grow, with its outer shell as hard as rock, being repeatedly broken and replaced with a new, tougher shell. One could infer its strength simply by observing its size in the wild. The Geodude currently in the arena was significantly larger than the average Geodude. Duwan-sensei truly deserves her reputation as an expert in rock-type Pokemon. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim. He could barely care for succulents, yet the opponent had managed to nurture a rock to such proportions. In comparison, the disparity was stark. Duwan appeared slightly embarrassed. It was the first time someone had praised her. She looked away, a bit shyly murmuring, expert, you say? However, Lin Chi promptly recalled the somewhat battered Silver Companion Beast and retrieved another Pokeball, realizing it was likely a Pokemon of the same type as his own. Go. A flash of light revealed a Pokemon that bore some resemblance to the ordinary Geodude. However, it had black fur on its face, giving it a wilder appearance, with protrusions on its back resembling magnets. This is an Alolan Geodude. Du-Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recognized the Pokémon. Her gaze toward Lin Chi shifting dramatically. The Alolan region had only recently joined the league, and the unique Pokémon from its islands were coveted by trainers across various regions. Yet, she had never heard of anyone successfully obtaining one. Even with the backing of the Hoenn League, my submitted application still languishes in review. Du-Wan cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chi. What manner of Pokémon is this Alolan Golem? Hiss. Could it be that Zavoki Mushin is aware that the main account has been compromised and has secretly created a secondary one? Yet, the hair color does not seem to match. Gulu? Golem regarded its distant cousin with a puzzled cry, pulling Du-Wan back from her increasingly erratic thoughts. Du-Wan, what are you doing? This is a battle. Slapping her face, she cast aside her distractions, her gaze toward Lin Chi igniting with fervor. An Alolan rock-type Pokémon, is it? Then allow me to witness what sets it apart. The two locked eyes. Golem, transform into a sphere. Golem, become spherical. The synchronized commands filled the air with tension. Both golems nearly simultaneously retracted their limbs, their previously cumbersome forms instantaneously morphing into perfect stone spheres. Roll, roll. Once transformed, their rolling attack would double in power. This is the simplest tactic. Simple, yet effective, highlighting sheer strength. The two Pokémon exchanged a brief glance before abruptly rolling forward, accelerating toward one another. Boom, boom. Gravel and dust flew, and even the ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. As they drew closer, all obstacles between them were flattened. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the two massive stone spheres collided violently in the center of the arena, shaking the entire gym with a resounding tremor. What is happening? An earthquake? Many of the test takers, deep in thought, were startled into instinctively diving under the tables, while only Shafia seemed to have an inkling of what was transpiring. The shockwave rippled outward, causing the corners of Lin Chi's clothing to flutter. Amid the dust, a figure was sent flying. Lin Chi squinted. It was his Alolan Golem, its back dragging along the ground, leaving a deep trench. It seems that in terms of strength, I still fall short. Lin Chi murmured to himself as he observed his golem, which had been knocked back. Du-Wan's golem was of a higher level and better trained. In a direct confrontation, I would indeed find myself at a disadvantage. Pursue the advantage. Du-Wan would not let this opportunity slip away. She raised her arm high, her hair dancing wildly in the gusts. Her golem adjusted its stance, transforming once again into an unstoppable battering ram, charging toward the recently grounded Alolan Golem. Just as the Alolan Golem was about to be struck again, Lin Chi remained unperturbed. Hold on tight. Gulu. The Alolan Golem lowered its body, spreading its arms wide, as if entirely unconcerned with the impending attack. Bang! Upon contact, Du-Wan's golem was forced backward. Yet, even while enduring this assault, Lin Chi's golem clung steadfastly to its opponent. Observing the resilient golem, a chill ran through Du-Wan, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. What is he planning? Golem. Lin Chi's voice resonated throughout the arena. Now is the time. Unleash that move. The golem suddenly began to radiate a blinding white light. Its self-destruct. Du-Wan's expression shifted dramatically. No worries, my golem's ability is sturdy. No, wait. She then realized that although her golem had emerged victorious from the earlier clash, it had indeed sustained damage, and the sturdy ability had already been expended. She cast a glance at Lin Chi, who was grinning with a menacing smile. From the very beginning, his intention was not to defeat her golem, but to ensure a mutual demise. The white light emanating from the Alolan Golem grew ever more blinding. The surrounding air warping as a wave of destructive energy surged forth from within. Lin Chi clenched his fists, let it explode into the heavens. Gulu. Du-Wan. Oh no. If you do this, your Pokémon will be in tears. Boom. Chapter 23. Teacher Du-Wan. You were right. The cataclysmic white light engulfed everything. The explosion's deafening roar threatened to topple the very roof of the gym. With the shockwave kicking up dust and forming a small mushroom cloud, the entire gym trembled violently. The test takers huddled under tables, clutching their heads, letting out cries of alarm. Du-Wan's gaze remained fixed on the center of the arena. The dust obscured her vision, yet the residual waves of destructive energy made her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This power, specialized in self-destruct. Is this individual mad? As the dust gradually settled, a charred pit lay exposed on the ground. Unsurprisingly, Du-Wan's golem lay defeated at the bottom of the pit, its eyes swirling, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, the Alolan Golem had also succumbed to defeat, but its posture was rather peculiar. Even in the aftermath of the explosion, its scorched arms stretched out towards Lin Chi, defiantly giving him a thumbs up. Worth it. Du-Wan. Gazing at the upright thumb and the satisfied expression on Alolan Golem's face, she opened her mouth. The prepared words, "Young man, your Pokémon is in tears," were caught in her throat. Damn it. How come this Pokémon seems more content than anyone else? Lin Shi also extended his thumb. Excellent. I give you 100% for this grand explosion. Duan felt her blood pressure rising steadily. How on earth has he trained his Pokémon like this? Does he require an explosion every day? Inhale, exhale, releasing a deep breath. Duan forced herself to regain her composure. She recalled her golem and produced another Pokeball. Go. With a flourish of her hand, a flash of white light revealed a large stone statue with a red nose, standing motionless yet exuding a steady aura. Nose pass. Then I shall deploy this one. Lin Shi sent out his silver beast once more. The two sides faced off once again, using the explosion to level the power disparity. Forcing a trade, Duan's tone regained its calm as she commented, a commendable strategy. However, in the face of absolute strength, your cleverness can only carry you so far. Surprise tactics can only succeed when the opponent is unprepared. Ultimately, Pokémon battles still hinge on the strength of both sides. She gestured emphatically, pointing to the arena. With a commanding call, Rock Tomb. The body of Nosepass shimmered faintly, and in the next moment, several massive rocks materialized out of thin air. Quickly evade. The silver beast darted left and right. Yet the rocks sealed off all escape routes, forming a narrow cage. But that is not all. Rock slide. Duan's commands followed relentlessly, without mercy. Above the cage, countless fragments coalesced, howling through the air, crashing down like a torrential rain. In the confined arena, the silver companion beast found itself unable to evade the relentless onslaught of attacks, continuously struck by falling rocks that elicited pained groans. The disparity in strength was stark. Lin Shi observed the completely subdued silver companion beast with a calm demeanor. However, we are not without our chances. He suddenly spoke. The north-nosed Pokémon bears its weaknesses in its very name. Duan-sensei. Duan paused momentarily. It is inherently a formidable magnet, eternally pointing north. Lin Shi's voice reverberated through the spacious dojo. This meant it could not turn around. And as long as we could maneuver behind it, it would be nothing more than a living target. Silver Companion Beast, let us charge forth. Upon hearing this, the Silver Companion Beast lowered its head, refusing to dodge or evade as the rocks rained down upon it. And then, with determination, it rammed headfirst into the rock before it. Iron head. Crack. The rock shattered in response. Your theoretical understanding is commendable. Duan praised as she watched the charging Silver Companion Beast, but her expression quickly turned cold. However, do you think practical combat is akin to answering test questions? How dare you nonchalantly maneuver around my north nose? Do not hold back. She forcefully pressed her arm downward. Rock collapse. The sound was not loud, yet it rang with clarity. Duan instinctively shifted her gaze toward the source of the sound. There, behind her north nose, the once even ground suddenly bulged ominously. Duan's pupils constricted in shock. Underground. Then, with a loud bang, the earth erupted, and a silver figure shot forth from below like a cannonball. It was none other than the Silver Companion Beast. Bearing several scratches, its momentum remained unyielding, the armor on its forehead glinting with a metallic sheen under the lights. Delivering a fierce iron head strike against the North Nose's back. Bang! The North Nose let out a muffled grunt, stumbling forward, yet its stubborn face remained pointed north. Completely unaware of the assailant lurking behind, utilizing its own rock collapse to obscure its vision for a surprise attack. The very rock formation that had overwhelmed the Silver Companion Beast now served as the perfect cover for its underground tunneling. A clever ruse to divert attention, indeed. You truly possess remarkable talent. Duan's gaze sharpened, but the battle is far from over. North Nose, unleash an electric attack. If it cannot see, then let us employ an attack that requires no aiming. Zila. A blinding surge of electricity erupted from the North Nose, forming a net that indiscriminately covered all surrounding areas. The fatigued Silver Companion Beast was directly struck by the current. Its body convulsed. Now is the moment. Lin Shi's voice resonated again, imbued with a sense of resolute determination. A wave of foreboding washed over Duan. Could it be? Silver Companion Beast. Lin Shi clenched his fist, shouting loudly, "Execute that move." The big explosion. Duan's expression froze entirely as she gazed at Lin Shi's assertive face, and then at the Silver Companion Beast, which was now enveloped in a white glow while clutching the North Nose. Again with this tactic? Are all your Pokémon self-destructive bombers? She surveyed the already severely damaged dojo, her heart bleeding. Stop. Cease this at once. Duan nearly shouted, conceding your victory, fine. Lin Shi snapped his fingers. The white glow surrounding the silver companion beast dissipated in response. Recalling her Pokémon, Duan stormed up to Lin Chi, arms akimbo, looking as though she intended to settle the score with him. You, how could you employ such a rogue strategy? A teacher well acquainted with me instructed me so. Lin Chi replied earnestly. What kind of teacher would teach such tactics? Duan grew even angrier, shaking her fist. Genuine Pokémon battles are a communion of hearts. A clash of strategy and strength. They are not about mutual destruction through self-explosion. Your teacher must be anything but reputable. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi silently lifted his head, casting a glance filled with profound meaning at Duan. He then nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct. Chapter 24. Examinees must not pucker up to the examiner. Duan. Upon hearing Lin Chi's acknowledgement, Duan felt as if her punch had landed on cotton. All her prepared admonitions lodged in her throat, hanging in limbo. Why don't you adhere to the rules? Counter my arguments so I can defend myself? Observing Duan's increasingly flushed demeanor, Lin Chi felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Duan-sensei, it is your teachings that have shaped me so well. Your tactics are truly remarkable. You have summarized them excellently. Duan-sensei. Lin Chi clapped his hands, beginning to enumerate her misdeeds. Not only did she employ such despicable tactics to ensnare a novice like me, but she even attempted to lay burdens upon me through feigned generosity. He touched the Pokeballs on his person, a hint of exasperation in his tone. That amounts to 3 Pokemon. Such a heavy burden, and it is only due to my good nature that I can barely accept it. Were it anyone else, they would not be so generous. And furthermore, I must mention, she does not uphold standards. Even her undergarments do not match. Duan tightened her clothing at the pointed remark. If no one is watching, what does it matter if they do not match? However, when you venture out and find someone wearing a matching set, you ought to ponder, who has truly outdone whom? Duan's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Lin Chi, who stood obediently, continuing to echo her words. Her anger surged, blood rushing to her head. Did you not claim that this was your reputable teacher? A true mentor imparts wisdom, knowledge, and clarity. For someone so crucial to you, do you not wish to defend her at all? Instead, you speak such lascivious words. However, my teacher is still a bit inexperienced. This self-explosion tactic has yet to mature. Lin Chi mused aloud, stroking his chin. Imagine if we added the Bug Armor Saint to the team. Wouldn't that be splendid? Duan. Do you hear what people are saying? The Bug Armor Saint. Although the resurrection prayer in the game can only revive defeated Pokemon once, if one combines it with the sleep and dream talk skills, they can enter the battlefield and immediately fall asleep. While in this slumber, one can have the bug-type Pokemon continually use Dream Talk to trigger the resurrection prayer, thus cleverly circumventing the consumption of PP and achieving infinite revivals of Pokemon. If paired with the sacrificial ally empowering Memento Houndoom, the potential for success becomes tantalizing. Moreover, the constraints of such skills in reality should not be so stringent. Observing Lin Chi, who was engrossed in planning his team while holding the Pokédex, Duan couldn't shake the feeling that she had unleashed a Pokemon battling fiend. Yet, she wasn't his teacher, so it should be fine, right? Hey, good. Teacher Duan, I did it. Lin Chi exclaimed, showcasing his envisioned team, bug-type Pokemon, Memento Houndoom, and multiple Golem. So you intentionally included a desperate Memento Houndoom for coverage, did you? Duan inhaled deeply, stifling the coarse words that had begun to swell within her chest. She retrieved the rock badge from her pocket and, with a hint of annoyance, shoved it into Lin Chi's hands. Take it. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chi beamed as he accepted the badge. However, Duan could not suppress her curiosity. Where on earth did you acquire that Alolan Golem? Oh, someone gave it to me before the battle, Lin Chi nonchalantly replied. After all, it was a gift from his cousin. So that's it, Duan mused, her eyes lighting up with realization. It must have been from Canas City. To be so generous with such a rare regional variant Pokemon, it's clear that my suspicions were correct. He is indeed connected to the Duan Company. No doubt about it. It's from the Zafuchi family's secondary account. As for his hair, Duan glanced at the top of Lin Chi's head, thinking it could be dyed. Having come to this conclusion, her gaze towards Lin Chi softened considerably. Teacher Duan, is there anything else? If not, I won't bother you any longer, Lin Chi remarked, preparing to leave, only to be yanked back by Duan. Since you asked, looking at the disarrayed venue. A gentle smile graced Duan's face. Lin Chi, I see you still have plenty of energy. Could you assist your teacher with a small task? In the examination hall, silence reigned, punctuated only by the scratching of pens against paper. The earth-shattering battle had concluded, and everyone resumed their test-taking. Lost in her thoughts, Shafia suddenly felt a shadow loom beside her, dimming the light. You, she said impatiently, tapping her pen. She looked up to find Linqi's infuriatingly smug face staring back. What are you looking at? Shafia snapped, lowering her voice. Go away. Linqi remained silent, carelessly letting a brand new rock badge tumble from his pocket, landing with a thud on her desk. Oh dear, my badge accidentally fell. Would you be so kind as to pick it up for me, classmate? Shafia clenched her pen tightly, muttering under her breath. How annoying. Just Linqi. Now he is flaunting it in front of me. Hearing this, Linqi's expression turned serious. He cleared his throat and said in a measured tone, This candidate, please watch your language. Personal attacks on the invigilating teacher will result in a verbal warning. Shafia's eyes widened in disbelief. You, the invigilator? Indeed, Teacher Du Wan is repairing the venue and has entrusted me with the invigilation duties, Linqi stated solemnly. I kindly ask that you focus on your exam and refrain from disturbing the invigilator. You, Shafia exclaimed in frustration. What about me? Linqi tapped on Shafia's desk. Candidates are not permitted to disturb the invigilator. Shafia's face flushed crimson, yet under the pressure, she had no choice but to relent. Fine, just wait until I finish the exam, she hissed, gritting her teeth as she gripped her pen tightly, causing it to click ominously. Observing Shafia's subdued demeanor, Linqi nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze fell upon her test paper, which was densely filled with answers. Yet, the handwriting resembled that of a child. Indeed, using pinyin for the name. However, her answers exhibit an astonishing accuracy, with hardly any mistakes. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Tianwan. Linqi said nothing more, merely standing beside her, letting out a gentle sigh before shaking his head and walking away. Shafia, deep in thought, felt her pen freeze mid-motion. What does his sigh mean? And why did he shake his head? Could it be that all my answers are incorrect? Chapter 25. As long as I wish to leave. The path lies at my feet. In the examination hall, Shafia sat rigidly, her pen nearly crumbling in her grip. Yet she found herself unable to write another word on the paper. She flipped through the test repeatedly, confirming her understanding of the questions, the reasoning behind her solutions, and the perfection of her answers. Suddenly, Shafia lifted her head sharply. So what exactly is wrong? Linqi, carefully stowing the rock badge in his pocket, ignored the fiery gaze burning into his back and continued to patrol his territory like a lion. You in the first row? Yes, you. What are you staring at? Students, don't look around. Focus on your own answers. There are only 15 minutes left. Your time is running short. The intoxicating allure of power, even for a brief half hour, was enough to enrapture anyone. Under Linqi's interference, Shafia, realizing she had been played, finally completed her exam. She exhaled deeply and then glared at Linqi. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast and instinctively glanced around, only to lock eyes with Shafia. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the contours of the young girl, even casting a golden hue upon the fine hairs on her face. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with emotion, revealing an exceptionally sweet smile. Ugh, Linqi coughed awkwardly. That smile is utterly repugnant. It's like a knife hidden behind a facade of sweetness. He felt his hair stand on end beneath that smile. Linqi had no doubt that once this girl, whose ancestors likely boasted some formidable lineage, submitted her paper. If he lingered even a second longer, he might not make it out of Canas City today. Although he was confident in his battle prowess, he couldn't bear the thought of a real-life showdown. Ahem. Linqi cleared his throat and pressed his hands down. There's 1 minute left before the exam ends. Everyone focus on reviewing your test papers, he added, casting a gentle smile in Shafia's direction, and see if there are any unanswered or unfilled sections. Shafia felt the goosebumps rise on her arms. That smile concealed malice, reminding her of childhood encounters with the relentless bee drills. Yet, unanswered or unfilled. The naive Shafia instinctively lowered her head, meticulously reviewing her test paper once more. With both sides completely filled out and scarcely a blank space remaining, let alone any omissions. It took a whole minute for Shafia to realize something. The villains have deceived me once again. Her fingers trembled. With a sharp snap, the overburdened pen broke into 2 pieces, ink splattering everywhere, trickling down her face. If only it were red or white, it would be a disaster. Linqi. But when she lifted her head, the podium at the front of the classroom was utterly empty, with no trace of Linqi to be found. At this moment, outside the dojo, Linqi had just bid farewell to Du Wan and arrived at the entrance of the dojo when he heard that heartfelt call. Shaking his head. You see, always in such a hurry. He deftly retrieved a pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Milotic. In a flash of white light, the sleek, futuristic form appeared in the street before the dojo. Under the sunlight, the purple metallic coating shimmered with a noble luster. Its hovering posture and the faint glow of energy coursing through its body instantly captivated the attention of the entire street. What on earth is that? A motorcycle? Is it a new product from Devon Corporation? It's simply too cool. It just moved. Wait, is that a Pokémon? Pokémon. Amidst the gasps and murmurs, Lin Chi gracefully mounted Milotic's back. However, his moment of coolness was short-lived. Whoosh. A Pokeball whizzed through the air, and Lin Chi hastily ducked down. At that critical moment, Milotic proved reliable. With a swift flick of its tail, it caught the Pokeball, though its own body wobbled slightly in the process. Upon inspection, Lin Chi noticed the pink and white color scheme, which inevitably reminded him of Teacher Du-Wan's style. "You leave that to me." A clear shout echoed from within the dojo. Without needing to turn around, Lin Chi instantly recognized the voice. He tucked the Pokeball into his pocket, catching sight of a furious Sophia sprinting towards him, splattered with ink. "Leave it." Seeing the exasperation etched on Sophia's face, Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively, huffing. "As long as I wish to walk, I shall." He patted Milotic. With a rumble, Milotic's engine roared to life, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, swiftly disappearing down the end of the street. The exhilarating sensation of speed was simply delightful. Feeling the gale rush towards him, the duo raced through the streets, surpassing several trainers along the way. Just as they burst beyond the borders of Canas City, eager to relish the fresh air of the countryside, a familiar figure blocked their path ahead. Whoa, that waist, those legs, the sparse hair, that sneaky silhouette. Is that not Brother Yamada? Lin Chi halted Milotic, somewhat surprised. Shouldn't he be working at Devon Corporation right now? Skipping work? Just as he was about to greet him, two figures clad in Team Aqua uniforms, adorned with blue headscarves, dashed past Yamada. The two worked in perfect harmony. One took down a person while the other snatched something away, their practiced coordination indicating seasoned criminals. "Stop, you scoundrels from Team Aqua." Yamada Ichiro immediately leapt up, demanding, "Return what you stole," ignoring the dirt on his clothes. Yamada huffed and puffed as he chased after them, but how could his short legs keep up with such youthful rascals? In the blink of an eye, the duo vanished into the woods. Another theft? Lin Chi's lips twitched. "Brother, what kind of unfortunate luck do you have? Moreover, this is the second time. Don't you ever bring a bodyguard when you step out? Is security at Devon Corporation really this lackluster? Can't they even afford a bodyguard?" As the figures of Team Aqua disappeared from sight, Yamada halted, clutching his waist and gasping for breath. He glanced around, and his gaze landed on Lin Chi, who was stealthily preparing to make a getaway. Lin Chi's internal alarm bells rang loudly, and he promptly patted Milotic's neck. "Quick, let us go." The engine roared to life once more, but it was already too late. Yamada, who had appeared on the verge of collapse moments ago, suddenly burst forth with an astonishing speed that belied his age. Yamada activated his speed boost. With a swift sprint followed by a classic slide tackle, he crashed into Milotic's rear legs. "Brother, you must save me. Stand up for me," Yamada cried, tears streaming down his face, as if he had lost not just an item, but something far more precious. Lin Chi, Milotic. Lin Chi looked down at the man clinging desperately to him, a frown of disbelief on his face. "Seriously? If you had this reaction speed when chasing those Team Aqua lackeys, they wouldn't have gotten away. Is your stamina selectively explosive? Brother Yamada, you need to let go. We can talk this out calmly." Lin Chi tried to soothe him. "No, if I let go, you'll definitely run off, and then I'll be left without help." Yamada clung even tighter. Lin Chi paused, retracting the Morse code signals he had discreetly tapped out on Milotic's body. "Brother, you helped me last time. You must help me again. This item is crucial for Devon Corporation. I'm just an ordinary trainer passing by." Lin Chi began to spin a tale. However, within Yamada's line of sight, he secretly rubbed his fingers together. "Benefits? Yes, there are significant benefits." Seeing a glimmer of hope in Yamada's eyes, he quickly promised, "As long as you help me retrieve the stolen goods, I, in the name of a Devon Corporation elder, guarantee you our company's top-tier technical support. Any rare items we possess, just ask." "Oh dear, what kind of benefits or favors am I, Lin Chi? Am I that kind of person?" Lin Chi dismounted, hurriedly helping Yamada up and brushing off the dirt with care. "Brother, tell me, what kind of relationship do we have?" Without waiting for Yamada to respond, Lin Chi declared, "We are like sworn brothers, though born of different parents." "Yamada, were those two the ones who stole your belongings?" "No." Lin Chi waved his hand grandly, not forgetting to throw in a CPU reference. "They hit me, Lin Chi, and slapped you, Adin, in the face." Milotic, Chapter 26. The 3-year deadline has arrived. What defines a top-tier trainer? This is what it means to be a top-tier trainer. Lin Chi gazed at Milotic, brimming with fighting spirit, and nodded slightly. To be able to elevate a Pokemon's morale with just a word, in due time, it might even be able to vocalize its own roar of revival. Forget the drug-type champion. From now on, please call me the roar-type champion, without the need for excessive words. Lin Shi seized Yamada and tossed him onto the seemingly oil-slicked Milotic, then mounted himself at the front. Brother, hold on tight. With a roar, Milotic unleashed a dragon's cry, revving its engine to maximum power, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped along the road in pursuit of Team Aqua's escape route. As they raced through the wind, Yamada's wig nearly flew off. They swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Kalir Tunnel along Route 116. As soon as they stopped, Yamada, pale as a ghost, rushed out. Ugh! He knelt upon the ground, retching uncontrollably. Brother, I must say, your physique requires some conditioning. Lin Shi lamented as he stood before the cavern entrance, heart heavy with concern. How can you endure sleepless nights while conducting research if your body is in such poor shape? In the realm of academia, no matter the field of study, working late into the night is the norm. Otherwise, when faced with the same research topic or direction, how can you compete? You work 8 hours a day while others toil for 16. What can you possibly offer to match their efforts? Your hair, perhaps? Oh, if you were a genius, then I would have nothing more to say. Hearing these words, Yamada, who had been prostrate on the ground, lifted his head to gaze at Lin Shi, rolling his eyes dramatically. Ugh, I've dedicated half my life to research. Can I indulge a little? I am Yamada, a senior researcher, with a whole team beneath me. As for papers, it's merely a matter of proposing a direction and signing my name. Besides, achieving 100 kilometers in 8 seconds is no easy feat for anyone. Observing the dark mouth of the cave, Lin Shi noted the freshness of the footprints and bent down to theatrically examine them, bringing them to his nose for a sniff. They have undoubtedly fled into the cavern. Recalling the items within their package, Yamada steeled himself and sprang to his feet. What are we waiting for, brother? Let us proceed. The two entered the cave, one after the other. As Millerton observed the footprints Lin Shi had inspected, he scratched his ironclad head with his tail. Aren't these the same prints they just made? Furthermore, during the pursuit, it was curious how the path appeared completely devoid of any trace of those two individuals. Yet Lin Shi seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, heading directly towards this location. What puzzled the dragon most was that despite the flawed process, the outcome was accurate. Indeed, the scent of those two lingered here. The cavern was enveloped in darkness and dampness, illuminated only by a few dim engineering lights haphazardly affixed to the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. The air was thick with the musty scent of wet earth, prompting a frown. Having ventured only a short distance, they soon encountered two junior members of the water fleet, who appeared unfamiliar with the terrain, having blundered into a dead end. This intelligence is incorrect. How is this route blocked? They exclaimed, banging on the large boulders before them and scrutinizing their map repeatedly. Finally caught up, Yamada, still struggling to catch his breath, leaned against the wall. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, startling the two junior members of the water fleet, who pressed against the rock wall, eyes wide with alarm at the sight of Lin Shi and Yamada approaching. How could they have caught up to us after taking such a shortcut? What kind of power is this? However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely two individuals, one of whom seemed rather inept. Listen, kid. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. One of the Water Fleet juniors, emboldened by Lin Shi's youth, threatened. We are the Water Fleet. Cross us, and you'll regret it. Lin Shi could hardly muster the energy to engage in banter. This is merely a scripted encounter, he thought. Though he recognized the importance of the unfolding events, which were bound to escalate into conflict. Where's my cousin? Surely he should have made an appearance by now. Glancing at his watch and adjusting it, he wondered if perhaps the signal was poor within the cavern. Just then, the Water Fleet member opposite him, eyes narrowing with malice, realized Lin Shi was a novice trainer. Now is the time, he declared, clutching an empty pokeball. Zubat, use air cutter on that trainer. With a swift whoosh, a Zubat shot forth from the shadows, propelled by its four wings, creating a gust that transformed into invisible blades aimed directly at Lin Shi. Watch out. Yamada gasped in horror. Lin Shi's pupils dilated. Damn it, they played dirty. No announcement before launching a surprise attack. Huh? How infuriating. I have always been the one to ambush others. Millerton instinctively prepared to retaliate, but it was already too late. The Zubat had darted dangerously close, obscuring its approach by positioning itself between Yamada and Lin Shi. In that critical moment, just as Lin Shi instinctively crouched to shield himself, a thunderous voice echoed. Do not harm my master. In an instant, a searing beam of flame erupted from the depths of the cavern, striking the Zubat mid-air, disrupting its attack and sending it crashing to the ground, enveloped in smoke, rendered incapable of battle. Who goes there? The two junior members of the water fleet exclaimed in shock, their eyes darting towards the source of the flames. Fully aware that a single strike capable of defeating their Pokémon was no ordinary foe. Emerging from the shadows was a robust man clad in a red hoodie, accompanied by an orange fire camel Pokémon. He had curly black hair, and under the flickering light from his Pokémon, a forced smile adorned his round face. Most striking of all were his eyes, which bore the hallmark of a formidable warrior. You're Hozumi, one of the higher-ups in the Magma team. One of the water fleet members stammered, trembling with recognition. After all, he was one of the top 2 commanders under the notorious leader, Akainu, of the Magma team. In their organization, status equated to power. Leave, Hozumi uttered with a single word, not even sparing them a glance. The 2 junior members, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to retrieve their Zubat and fled the cavern in haste, not daring to look back. As for the package, it lay abandoned on the ground, forgotten in their flight. Ridiculous. With a commander present, how could we, mere subordinates, confront him? Our meager salaries aren't worth the risk. Yamada hurriedly picked up the package and retreated behind Lin Chi, keeping a wary eye on Hozumi, introducing himself. Esteemed sir, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. I am a senior researcher from the Duin Corporation. He aimed to instill a sense of caution regarding his company's influence before Hozumi took action. Though the reputation of the Magma team was somewhat superior to that of the Water Fleet, both were notorious criminal organizations within the Hoenn region, not held in high regard by the local populace. However, Hozumi paid no heed to the veiled threat in Yamada's words. He simply fixated on Lin Chi, stepping closer with his fire camel at his side. Despite his modest stature, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. He cast a brief glance at Millerton before locking his gaze on the pokeballs at Lin Chi's waist. This man was formidable. Instinctively, Lin Chi tightened his grip on his pokeball. Hozumi placed a hand on his fire camel's head and casually remarked, "Little coal turtle." Yamada? Lin Chi what? Little coal turtle? Is that some sort of Pokemon slang? What am I supposed to say then? Charcoal roasted Gyarados? Before Lin Chi could fully process the situation, a sudden tremor emanated from the pokeball at his waist, causing the very temperature of the cave to subtly rise. Lin Chi gasped, gripping the pokeball containing Groudon with fervor. It dawned upon him. The Team Magma must have come for Groudon. Indeed, the pokeball's reaction was overwhelmingly intense, and the expression on Hoa Village's face shifted to one of realization as he raised his hand. Lin Chi's mind raced frantically, with 3 legendary beasts at his disposal. If he unleashed his Pokémon for a self-detonation double strike, followed by a concerted assault of righteous fury, it might just allow him the chance to stand against them. However, before Lin Chi could make a move with his Pokeball, he observed Hoa Village slightly kneeling, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing his proud head. Becoming utterly still, the 3 years have passed. We welcome the Holy Sun's return. The voice, though not loud, echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Chi, huh? Yamamoto, what? Chapter 27. Such an affront to dignity. Are you truly certain you are an officer of Team Magma? The Holy Sun? Who? Me? Lin Chi looked down at the kneeling officer of Team Magma before him, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. But this was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't this merely a transitional plot? How had a Team Magma officer suddenly appeared, bowing in such a grand manner? Instinctively, he glanced at the black screen of his wristwatch, which remained unresponsive, yet now seemed to carry a weight of contemplation. Was all of this part of your scheme, cousin? Lin Chi's lips twitched. Was it because he wouldn't trigger a battle that it remained silent? Lin Chi, my brother. Yamamoto, finally snapping back to reality from his shock, observed Lin Chi, whose expression had turned slightly askew, as his gaze flitted between the two. The son of the gym leader, entangled in darkness? Surely not. But upon reflection, this younger brother of his possessed not only Groudon, but had also been at odds with Team Aqua. Hiss. Could it be that he had no connection to Team Magma? Furthermore, while Qianli was a gym leader in the Alliance, outwardly prestigious and dominant in Orange City and its surroundings, he still had to contend with the 4 elite 4 members looming above him. At his prime, if he wished to ascend further, he would have to take down one of the elite. The more Yamamoto pondered, the more questions arose. Secretly alarmed by the complexity of the situation, who would have thought? You, with your thick brows and large eyes, Qianli, seemingly honest and straightforward, yet betting on both sides, a snake in the grass. There are indeed villains within our Hoenn alliance. You and your father truly have deep schemes at play. Yamamoto tilted his head back, a resigned expression crossing his face as he sighed. I concede. Speak, what does Team Magma truly desire? Upon hearing Yamamoto categorize himself with Team Magma, Lin Chi could no longer contain himself, leaping aside from Hoa Village's grand gesture. He then proceeded to deliver a vehement denial. I am not. I am not. Do not speak nonsense. Before Lin Chi stood Hua Village, his countenance solemn and respectful. Lin Chi was of righteous lineage, unwaveringly loyal to Team Rocket, and utterly devoted to Giovanni. As for Team Magma, they shall have no part in his affairs. Hua Village scratched his head, perplexed by the intensity of Lin Chi's reaction. Had it truly elicited such a response? Before arriving, he had specifically read up on the literature favored by Lin Chi's age group. Logically, one would expect young individuals to relish such themes, right? Regaining his composure, Hua Village raised his head, his gaze fervent and resolute. Since you have garnered the recognition of the god of volcanoes and the god of land, you are indeed our holy son. The origins of this matter traced back to the first meeting between Lin Chi and Yamamoto. Not long ago, their spies from Team Aqua had unearthed a clandestine operation. They sought to extract something from Devon Corporation. The two organizations, inherently at odds, harboring disdain for one another, operated under the philosophy that if the enemy suffers, it is to their gain. Akainatsu issued a direct command for Hua Village, who was nearby, to investigate. Yet, before he could arrive, he received word that the opposing side's operation had been compromised and dealt with. With his trip rendered futile, Hua Village, driven by insatiable curiosity, ventured to the vicinity of Route 102, the site of the incident. Upon arrival, he was struck by the towering rocks and the intense heat in the air. Recognizing the traces of the god of volcanoes, he was taken aback. But how could this be? With growing suspicion, he stealthily infiltrated the police station, disguising himself as a member of Team Aqua, and clandestinely met with the unfortunate individuals involved. Though they appeared dazed, his extensive experience allowed him to discern that they had fallen victim to a powerful memory erasing technique. For an ordinary person, this would be insurmountable. But who was he? One of the two high-ranking officers of Team Magma. A few applications of memory restoration techniques, and the individuals began to recollect fragments of their memories. According to their descriptions, it indeed appeared to be a Groudon. However, upon closer examination, numerous doubts emerged. Not only was this Groudon merely 3 meters tall, but its abilities did not match the legendary might of reshaping land and sea. It could not be a mere illusion. Hua Village nodded. Not the same. Precisely. For this Groudon is likely the offspring of the one they discovered sleeping within the volcano. Indeed, Team Magma has long since found the legendary Groudon, the very being capable of creating continents. However, due to the inability to command it, their ambitious plans to reshape the land had been delayed. But now, Hua Village fervently gazed at Lin Chi. With the Holy Sun, they could leverage divine favor. Upon learning this news, he had scarcely found time to consult with Akainatsu before hastily making his way here, coincidentally witnessing this moment, thus boosting the Holy Sun's favorability. I have not received the recognition of the god of volcanoes and the god of land. Lin Chi spread his hands, speaking the truth. He was merely a substandard version of Groudon. The true god of volcanoes was the one capable of altering the weather of an entire region. The Holy Sun need not conceal himself. Hua Village's gaze fell upon Lin Chi's waist, where the goddess emblem resided, naturally distinguishing it from ordinary Pokémon. His eyes locked onto the Pokeball emanating faint heat at Lin Chi's side. We of Team Magma possess 3 secret phrases for identification. What are those 3 phrases? Yamamoto, intrigued, could not help but inquire. The first is, as I mentioned, pertaining to a specific fire-type Pokémon. Hua Village opened up, yet with the primary figure present. He refrained from being too explicit. Upon uttering these 3 words, even if the deity were lost in slumber, the surrounding temperature would soar, akin to being in a furnace. Lin Chi. The second phrase consists of 3 words as well. Subtly, he gestured toward the blind spot of the Pokeball. Up there, Yamamoto blinked, suddenly enlightened. It is said that in the primordial times, there existed a colossal beast. Its form was magnificent, clad in crimson armor, with scales gleaming like the sun. Capable of uprooting mountains and commanding molten lava, it was called Groudon, the Lord of the Earth. Yet, its nature was as fierce as fire, perpetually harboring a competitive spirit. One day, I beheld the majestic Rayquaza soaring amidst the heavens, its might akin to that of a dragon, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. I also glimpsed the formidable Kyogre gliding atop the boundless ocean, its form reminiscent of a great fish, emerging and vanishing amidst the surging waves. Groudon, filled with wrath, let out a long, thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains and rivers. These beings, enjoying the bounties of sea and sky, roamed freely, treating me as inconsequential. I shall capture them to demonstrate the might of the earth. Thus, he summoned his divine strength and set forth, treading upon flames. He first pursued Rayquaza beneath the azure sky. Yet, Rayquaza was like a startled phoenix, soaring ever higher, disappearing into the depths of the clouds in an instant. Groudon, infuriated, ascended into the air, attempting to seize its tail, but the heights were vast, and his strength fell short, plummeting back to the ground with a thunderous crash, causing mountains to crumble. Groudon, filled with indignation, turned to see Kyogre frolicking in the shallow bay. With a sense of glee, he thought, this creature is near the shore. It can be captured. He then summoned molten lava, dashing through the waves, the rocks turning to crimson. However, Kyogre raised its head, flaring its fins. And with a powerful cry, its massive form broke through the waves and ascended to the skies, shimmering amidst the water. Although its speed did not match that of Rayquaza's lightning, it soared like a dark bird, soon eclipsing the clouds. Groudon stood in stunned silence, gazing at the two beasts, Rayquaza gliding at the edge of the azure expanse, and Kyogre lingering at the edge of the rainbow. The two figures gradually merged, as if mocking his clumsiness, and together they vanished into the clouds, leaving no trace behind. The world fell silent, leaving only scorched earth. Groudon hesitated, looking around, gazing up at the two silhouettes now gone, and down at the empty traces left behind. He pursued the waves and found them elusive, chased the vast ocean and struggled to reach it. Today, the spirits of the sea and sky had all escaped into the heavens, and he could not capture even one. A sense of shame and fury filled his heart, a fiery turmoil burning within him. He raised his head to the heavens and cried out in lamentation, his voice piercing and sorrowful, his eyes glowing like molten rock, flames surging around him, as if he were intent on incinerating the sky. Ultimately, he bowed his head and stood rigid, his divine radiance dimmed. His towering form gradually cooled, solidified, and rose, transforming into a magnificent mountain. The mountain's body glowed red like embers, the earth's veins bubbling with molten gold, occasionally erupting with fiery blasts that pierced the rocks, dark smoke veiling the sun, and a continuous rumble echoing, as if his unquenched fury eternally guarded the intersection of land and sea. In later years, those who beheld the mountain, scorched earth and heated air, would point and say, "This is the volcano born from Groudon's failed pursuit of the divine beasts of the heavens and seas." A transformation wrought from shame and fury. He aspired to capture the spirits, yet they soared in the sky, forever beyond the reach of earthly might. Then the answer became evident, and Yamada blurted out, "You mean, no way." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Do not speak of it, do not speak of it." To utter such words is to invite the punishment of the rock. Lin Shi asked, "So rude, are you truly certain you are an officer of Team Magma?" As for the third line, Fire Village trembled, a flicker of profound terror flashing in his eyes, and then he fell silent. It must be noted that Team Magma initially had 5 officers in total. Just because of this remark, they lost more than half. No matter what Yamada said, he was unwilling to utter a single word. Yamada was quite engrossed when he suddenly found himself at a loss. However, Lin Shi could probably guess. Perhaps it would be that the divine beasts truly could not fly, right? Sensing the profound disrespect in their words, Groudon's Pokeball suddenly began to shake violently, an astonishing heat emanating from it, distorting the air around. This power, indeed, only the closest beings to that entity could emit such pure fiery energy. The fervor on Fire Village's face intensified. "Saint, please return with me to the base, and together we shall forge a new world upon the land." Seeing Fire Village so amenable, Lin Shi directly responded, "I must decline." The fervor on Fire Village's face instantly chilled, his expression altering as he fixed his gaze on Lin Shi for several seconds. "Since you are unwilling." He suddenly stood, calling out, "Blaziken." Looking at the Blaziken so near, Lin Shi instinctively tightened his grip on the Pokeball, and electric sparks flickered from Millerton. Was a battle inevitable? "Then let us return to the base." Lin Shi asked what? Yamada asked what? Fire Village waved his hand. After speaking, he turned and left, not lingering, swiftly disappearing into the darkness of the cave. What a jest! With a divine beast in hand, the gym leader could consider himself a father. And with the Pokeball still imbued with the scent of self-detonation, would one dare to confront him? Who would be foolish enough to do so? First, let us return to report to the leader and consider our next steps. Chapter 28. Suffer through hardships. Let him bear the scorn. Darkness engulfed the figures of Fire Village and Blaziken, leaving only the residual electric arcs from Millerton crackling in the cave. Yamada stood frozen, his mouth agape, seemingly still processing the bizarre conversation and Fire Village's inexplicable departure. Lin Shi, equally bewildered, had prepared for a self-detonation double attack. But what was this? They simply left? They just left? Yamada finally closed his mouth and turned to Lin Shi, disbelief etched across his face. So obedient, they left. Lin Chi shrugged, retracting Millerton. Silence fell once more in the cave, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Yamada took a few steps, kicking aside a piece of rubble, then abruptly stopped, looking at Lin Chi. Brother, this situation is becoming increasingly murky. He rubbed his temples. One problem with Team Aqua hasn't been resolved, and now Team Magma has emerged, even bestowing you with the title of Saint. He scrutinized Lin Chi, as if assessing a rare treasure, or perhaps a colossal headache. I'm telling you. Despite how agreeable he seemed earlier, Yamada lowered his voice, his tone serious, but those from Team Magma are no better than Team Aqua. They are a bunch of lunatics. Once they set their sights on something, not even 100 toros could bring them back. Today Fire Village has left. But tomorrow their leader, the fiery Matsubak, may personally come to invite you. Lin Chi remained silent, listening intently, his gaze calm. He was not anxious. After all, he had his own advantages. All he needed was time to develop. Not to mention Matsubak, even Daigo could be contended with. You have helped me greatly, and in turn, you have aided our company tremendously. Yamada shifted his tone, speaking with newfound gravity. As your elder brother, I, Yamada, am not one to be stingy. He patted his chest, exuding a sense of grandiosity. However, I currently lack any valuable items on me. How about this? Accompany me to company. This time, I will credit all the merits to you. Once there, feel free to take whatever you fancy without concern for me. He waved his hand, appearing exceptionally generous. After all, it was merely the possessions of that gluttonous Mukin. He felt no remorse. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. What did it all mean? Wasn't it just him doing all the work? Oh, wait, that seemed incorrect. It was actually Fire Village who did all the work. However, since they acknowledged themselves as the saint of Team Magma, that placed them one person beneath the heavens. The accomplishments of one's subordinates could be considered one's own. In other words, it was indeed his own effort. Nonetheless, the prospect of raiding company was certainly appealing. With a flicker of thought, Lin Chi immediately praised, Brother, you truly are my dear brother, so generous. Of course. Yamada waved his hand, displaying great camaraderie. Let us head back to the city. Kanaz City. Nearing the end of the workday, the streets bustled with people, finally revealing a semblance of a great city. The shops lining the streets illuminated with warm lights, adding a touch of warmth to the city. Yamada walked ahead, his steps light, his mood evidently buoyant, even humming a little tune. There is a certain joy in being able to effortlessly delegate one's burdens, and Lin Chi, having stowed away the conspicuous Milton, followed behind, pondering what he might procure from the Duan company. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease crept over him, as though he had forgotten something of great significance. Make way, make way. A crisp, somewhat imperious shout pierced the tranquility of the street, causing Lin Chi to tense up. Unwelcome memories flooding his mind. A girl, speckled with ink, darted through the throng like a gust of wind, her target unmistakably Lin Chi and Yamada, who were approaching from the outskirts of the city. Lin Chi exclaimed, how could I have forgotten? He had been so preoccupied with devising a grand scheme to extract something substantial from Duan company that he had entirely overlooked this formidable presence. As Sophia drew nearer, Lin Chi, disregarding all else, summoned Milton and promptly leaped onto the vehicle. Quick, let us depart. Milton, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians, tilted his head quizzically at Lin Chi. Depart? Where shall we go? The streets are teeming with people during this evening rush hour. Lin Chi gestured toward the side. Isn't the sidewalk rather spacious? Let us proceed that way. Before Milton could even start the engine, a pale hand, stained with ink, landed upon Lin Chi's shoulder. With a mere flick of her wrist, he found himself utterly immobilized. He stiffly turned his head to confront a face that wore a smirk that was neither wholly friendly nor entirely hostile, and he swallowed hard. How fortuitous, she said. I was indeed seeking you, but it seems you have presented yourself quite conveniently. Sophia effortlessly lifted Lin Chi, yanked Milton's backpack off, and then released him, straightening out the wrinkles in his clothing. She brushed some ink from his attire and looked up, running away. Why did you cease your flight? I thought you were quite adept at it. Lin Chi was drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, that's absurd. Within 3 paces, your fists are swift and precise. The citizens around, drawn in by the spectacle, gathered with curious eyes fixated on the standoff between the young man and woman. Isn't that the girl who just received the rock badge? One remarked. Indeed. She triumphed over Miss Cuckoo. Quite impressive. What does she intend to do? Challenge this young man. The murmurs of anticipation rose in a crescendo. Do you know them? Yamada scratched his head, witnessing for the first time this younger sibling's evident trepidation. Yet, the girl seemed entirely unperturbed, her large eyes locked onto Lin Chi, a fierce determination blazing within. You, right this moment. Come and battle me. Lin Shi observed her fierce countenance, noting her tightly clenched fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. This girl must be intent on a brawl. A desperate thought flashed through his mind, and he adopted a righteous expression. Sophia, do you know why I have returned? Lin Shi stepped forward, placing his hands upon Sophia's shoulders. His voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. Sophia, indeed perplexed, pondered his words. For I have long desired to battle you, Lin Shi declared. At this revelation, Sophia's fists relaxed slightly, but immediately tightened again. Not now, she retorted coldly. You are afraid. No, Lin Shi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over her pokeballs. Your Pokémon has just endured a grueling gym battle. Their stamina is severely depleted. If I were to battle you now, even if victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. Upon hearing this, the surrounding citizens erupted in a chorus of agreement. Well said. This is what a true trainer from the Hoenn region embodies. Indeed, he does not take advantage of the vulnerable. This young man adheres to principles. Young lady, perhaps you should allow your Pokémon some time to recuperate. Sophia found herself momentarily taken aback by this unexpected wave of public support. Her initial fervor for battle dissipated, leaving her with nowhere to channel her restless energy. She glanced at her Pokémon, then at Lin Shi's earnest expression, her cheeks flushing crimson. I must concede, my Pokémon's condition is indeed subpar. So what do you propose? She asked, somewhat stammering. Got her. Lin Shi felt a rush of triumph, though he maintained a composed exterior. It is quite simple. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Right here in this square, we shall engage in a fair battle. Both of us, at our peak, will determine the victor. His words resonated with authority, imbued with the confidence of a true champion and respect for his opponent. The crowd erupted into even more fervent applause. Yamada, observing from the sidelines, felt his lips twitch slightly. Goodness, this lad should have pursued a career in public service. With just a few words, he has not only diffused an unexpected confrontation, but also garnered a significant wave of acclaim. Sophia, feeling the pressure of public scrutiny and Lin Shi's considerate demeanor, clenched her teeth. Very well. Tomorrow at 9, those who do not show shall be deemed dogs. I swear by my father's name. Lin Shi vowed earnestly. With that, Sophia departed, her Pokémon in tow. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Shi sighed deeply. Alas, it has come to this. I can only hope my father bears the brunt of the ensuing chaos. The Duin building loomed like a titan, its glass facade reflecting a cold brilliance under the sun, resembling a steel beast surveying the entire city. Even during the closing hours of the workday, the entrance remained desolate, with only a handful of individuals hastily passing by, evoking a sense of lament. What a ruthless capitalist, forcing people to work overtime at this hour. The automatic doors slid open silently. A rush of cold air infused with high-end fragrances and the scent of electronics enveloping him. The president was already waiting in the office. Yamada had evidently sent word to Zafukimujin in advance. He merely greeted the receptionist and led Lin Shi down the familiar path to the internal elevator. As the elevator ascended smoothly, the polished metal walls reflected their figures. Do be courteous when you meet the president, Yamada cautioned, recalling Lin Shi's blunt nature. His name is Zafukimujin, one of the most powerful individuals in the entire Hoenn region. Lin Shi scoffed. Most powerful? Then why do the Aqua Gang continue to harass us daily? Yet, despite Yamada's silence, he grasped the underlying implication. As a mere employee, Yamada likely wished for Lin Shi to impart a stern lesson to his boss. Don't worry, I've got this. I'll be on my best behavior, Lin Shi replied, eager for the encounter. Just as Yamada was about to respond, the elevator reached their destination. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal an office that was spacious to the point of extravagance. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire Canas city, with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic laid out before them. A middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in an exquisite suit, stands before the window, his hands clasped behind him, a slight furrow creasing his brow as if he is pondering something of great significance. Upon hearing a sound, he turns around, his face adorned with a warm, businesslike smile. Yamada, you've arrived, he greets, before his gaze shifts to Lin Shi, scrutinizing him closely. I presume this young lad is the heroic figure who has twice extricated our company from dire predicaments. Lin Shi, is it? Truly, a hero in his youth. President Zafukimujin strides forward, extending his hand with a welcoming demeanor. Indeed, your discernment is commendable. Lin Shi shakes his hand without an ounce of humility, fully embracing the praise, for he is indeed a dual certified rising star recognized by both Team Rocket and Team Magma. Just a mere young hero. And you expect me to engage in mutual flattery with you? I could use a bit more of your praise. Zavuchamu Jin bursts into laughter, his initial demeanor revealing a striking brilliance. Lin Chi surveys the man before him and remarks, "This isn't our first encounter, is it? Weren't you spying on me from the rooftop last time? This should be our second meeting." Zavuchamu Jin, Yamada, clears throat. Jin awkwardly coughs twice, his smile unwavering as he pretends not to have heard the previous remark. He then adopts a more affable tone, attempting to steer the conversation. "Speaking of which, I share a bit of camaraderie with your father, Qianli." He smiles slightly, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Back in the day, before he became the curator, we often enjoyed drinks together." Yamada listens intently, thinking that this connection is quite beneficial. The emotional card is being played. However, Lin Chi remains unfazed, casually responding, "Oh, I see. No wonder he was rarely home, hardly returning more than twice a year." Zavuchamu Jin. Upon hearing this, even the seasoned businessman Zavuchamu Jin appears momentarily flustered. Well, it wasn't quite that frequent, just a handful of occasions. He wipes a bead of sweat from his brow, hastily correcting himself, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Observing this, Yamada nudges Lin Chi, signaling him to ease up. Complying with the hint, Lin Chi's expression transforms from one of indifference to enthusiastic warmth. "Ah, if that's the case, then you are essentially my uncle." He steps forward, speaking with familiarity. "My dad really should have mentioned that he knows such an impressive person." "Uncle? Uncle?" The smile on Zavuchamu Jin's face momentarily stiffens. This was not the response he had anticipated. It should not have been Lin Chi who made such a declaration. "Indeed." Lin Chi replies with an innocent air, "Since you are a friend of my father, that makes you my uncle Lin Chi." Yamada nearly choked, stifling a laugh as he turned his head to feign interest in the view outside, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "What? A meeting gift?" Lin Chi shifted the focus back. "What meeting gift? Brother, I must say, as uncle and nephew, we certainly don't need a meeting gift." "Yamada? I don't have anything. I'm loyal." Zavuchamu Jin looks at the boy before him, whose expression suggests that he believes he is taking advantage of the situation by proclaiming their familial bond. He finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. In his decades of navigating the business world, he has encountered all sorts, yet none have been so direct or unconventional. He pauses for several seconds, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh, his commercial smile fading into a wry grin. "You, young man, are nothing like your father." He waves his hand dismissively. "Well, since you've called me uncle, a meeting gift is certainly in order. Follow me." With that, he turns and strides toward the opposite side of the office, pressing a concealed button that opens a hidden door. Glancing at Yamada, who was discreetly giving Lin Chi a thumbs up, he adds, "Yamada, you should join us as well." Chapter 29, The Primal Return. Huh. Yamada gestures to himself, bewildered. "Is there something for me too? Shouldn't my role as a guiding NPC be over by now?" Quickly, Zavuchamu Jin's voice brooks no argument, carrying an air of undeniable authority. With that prompt, Yamada reluctantly steps through the hidden door, taking another private elevator down to a concealed mezzanine within the skyscraper. This area resembles a vast research facility, with researchers in white lab coats bustling about, various intricate instruments gleaming. A mere glance reveals Lin Chi the new types of Pokeballs being calibrated, along with items capable of enhancing Pokemon abilities. The barrels of silvery liquid seem to promise the potential for specific Pokemon to undergo evolution with just a drop. Evolution stones of all varieties are carelessly strewn across the tables, leading one to marvel at the wealth of the One Company. However, Zavuchamu Jin shows no inclination to linger, instead guiding them through multiple security checkpoints to a secluded room at the innermost part of the research facility. Upon entering, Lin Chi is immediately captivated by a small stone hovering silently above a sterile operating table at the center of the room. The stone is diminutive, no larger than a fingernail, entirely jet black, yet its surface appears to shimmer with an ever-moving luminescence, emanating an indescribable energy. Sensing this energy, the Pokemon within Lin Chi's Pokeballs, Groudon and Miltank, start to stir with excitement, fixating on the stone. "This," Gene begins slowly, "is a minuscule fragment we collected from a meteorite that fortuitously fell in Lioli City 3 months ago." He glances knowingly at the restless Pokeballs at Lin Chi's waist. "You must have sensed it as well. It harbors an extraordinary energy." Without needing further prompting, Yamada steps forward to elaborate, addressing Lin Chi. "Brother, did you know that in ancient times, Pokemon were far more powerful than they are today?" In fact, Yamada pulls up several photographs from a computer. Each depicts fossils of various ancient Pokemon, their forms distinctly different from the present. As the images flicker by, it becomes apparent that the fossilized skeletons grow increasingly larger as they age. Observing the scale on the photographs, One can see the height of these creatures doubling from just over a meter. Even more astonishing is the stark difference between the formidable fangs and the terrifyingly protruding armor from the first image to the last. This, Lin Shi ponders, recognizing the familiarity. Isn't this the majestic tooth from Pokémon Scarlet? According to our hypotheses, Yamada speaks with a tone of reverence and longing. Due to the shifts in energy throughout the cosmos, this world can no longer sustain their primal and formidable powers, leading to their gradual evolution into their current forms. To deduce such knowledge merely from fossils is indeed impressive for one company. Zavuchamujin's gaze returns to the fragment, his voice steady and authoritative. The energy contained within this stone resonates with Pokémon, enabling specific Pokémon to temporarily transcend the boundaries of the world and reclaim a portion of their primordial powers and forms from ancient times. He paused for a moment, articulating each word with precision. We at the company have designated this phenomenon as primal reversion. Of course, he added, in certain other regions, such as Kalos, they prefer to refer to this occurrence as mega evolution. However, despite the terminology, there are subtle distinctions. The mega evolution in Kalos requires the use of keystone and evolution stones, and it can only be achieved through a profound spiritual connection with the Pokémon to harness their power. In contrast, this meteorite is fundamentally different. If we liken the extraction of energy through mega evolution to unlocking a door, then primal reversion is akin to demolishing it. There is no need for compatibility. Simply utilizing it grants access to power. However, it is pertinent to note that primal reversion imposes significant requirements on the Pokémon involved. According to their data analysis, a typical Pokémon might only trigger a mere fraction of the energy before being overwhelmed by its force, resulting in a chaotic display. It is essential to recognize that this stone is but a minuscule fragment of the meteorite. It is truly unfathomable what kind of Pokémon could accommodate such immense energy. If all were harnessed, it could indeed possess the might to alter the very fabric of the world. After this reflection, Zivki carefully retrieved the floating black fragment using a specialized instrument and gently placed it into a small, white box that felt smooth to the touch. He closed the lid and turned to face Lin Shi. Since you have addressed me as uncle, this token of our meeting should not be meager. He presented the box to Lin Shi, stating, "Now, it is yours." Lin Shi accepted the box, feeling its icy chill. He did not open it immediately, merely weighing it in his hands while his mind raced. Such a precious item, freely given? As a businessman, a successful one at that. It seemed improbable that he would part with such a treasure simply due to a familial term of endearment. The more he offers, the more it suggests his desires are greater. What could he possibly want from me? My talent? That is rather laughable. Who could rival the prowess of his eldest son? Perhaps my father, the gym leader? Yet, he too pales in comparison to the champion's firstborn. Thus, the answer is singular. Instinctively, Lin Shi reached for the trembling pokeball. A divine beast. It is the divine beast that resides within me. Uncle, you are too generous, Lin Shi remarked, his face radiating a perfectly measured blend of youthful delight and composure. If ever you require assistance, I, Lin Shi, shall not hesitate to oblige. He spoke with conviction, patiently awaiting Zivki's response. However, whether he could indeed fulfill it remained at Zivki's discretion. Yamada observed from the side, his heart racing with trepidation. He felt Lin Shi was being excessively audacious, practically informing the president, "I accept your gift. Now let's discuss the terms." Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. Zivki laughed heartily, seemingly appreciating Lin Shi's shrewdness. Since you mention it, I do have a small request. Lin Shi leaned forward slightly, adopting an attentive posture, while Yamada instinctively straightened his own stance. The moment had arrived. After all the groundwork laid and connections demonstrated, the true purpose was finally revealed. Was it that extracting the meteorite necessitated a special Pokémon? Or did he require assistance in combating some nefarious organization coveting this technology? Regardless of the scenario, the leverage in his possession was ample enough to yield substantial profit. Zivki produced a square parcel wrapped in the company's distinctive packaging. Here it is, he presented it to Lin Shi, his commercial smile softening into a gentler demeanor. I possess a highly important shipment that requires swift delivery to Mr. Tai Xian in Zhejiang City. Oh, by the way, Mr. Tai Xian is the gym leader of Zhejiang City. You're acquainted, I presume? Lin Shi nodded, accepting the parcel. It was surprisingly light, akin to an empty box. I see your upcoming travel route will likely take you through Zhejiang City. Therefore, I wish to ask if you could kindly deliver this parcel to him along the way. Zivki's tone was as casual as if he were requesting a neighbor to lend a bottle of soy sauce. Lin Shi's mind went blank. Deliver a package? Just that? He had prepared an elaborate arsenal of negotiation strategies, envisioning countless scenarios for mutual benefit, ranging from requests for rare items to demands for the company's technical support, even contemplating how to make a substantial request. Yet, the other party merely wanted him to play the role of a courier. He glanced down at the priceless fragment in his left hand, then at the unremarkable parcel in his right. What is this? Could it be that he truly shares a close relationship with my father? Or perhaps the contents within are of great significance. Yamada was equally bewildered. He opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. He was aware of the parcel's contents. It was merely an energy core that Mr. Tai Xian had requested for research and repair. While the technicality held some merit, the disparity in value between the two parties was utterly imbalanced. He observed the sincere expression on the president's face and Lin Chi's look of skepticism, feeling as though he had stepped into a surreal realm. Of course, if you find it inconvenient, that is no issue. I can arrange for someone else, Zivki said with great consideration. No, it is convenient. Extremely convenient. Lin Chi abruptly snapped back to reality, a fervent smile returning to his face. Rest assured, uncle, I will ensure this task is completed. Even if it requires traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I will personally deliver this parcel to Gym Leader Tai Xian. He clutched the package tightly to his chest, as if it were a priceless treasure. Very well, Zivki nodded with satisfaction. It is getting late, and I hear you have a battle scheduled for tomorrow. I shall not keep you any longer. Yamada, please see Lin Chi out. Yes, President. Once outside the research facility, Lin Chi exhaled deeply, leaning against the elevator wall as the doors closed. Brother, is your president always so approachable? He turned his head, his expression filled with unprecedented confusion. Yamada's lips twitched. He was equally unsure how to respond. The president's intentions were beyond his comprehension. After escorting Lin Chi to the entrance of the company, Yamada immediately turned, taking the elevator back to the top-floor office. Upon entering, he found Zivki standing by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the entirety of Canas City. Are you quite perplexed? Zivki inquired without turning, his voice calm. Yamada was indeed perplexed. However, having worked in the company for so long, he understood when to speak and when to remain silent. Yamada, do you see this lad? He bears a striking resemblance to his father, does he not? Not at all. Yamada replied honestly. Mr. Qianli is said to be straightforward, but this lad is far too cunning, filled with schemes. Indeed, Zivki turned to face him. The gentle smile from before vanished, replaced by a profound, mercantile coldness. To deal with someone like Qianli, one must employ sincerity. Yet, when confronting a little fox, one must lay traps. He approached his desk and lightly tapped the surface. The energy of that fragment is exceedingly unstable, and there is very little left. According to our calculations, it can be utilized at most 3 or 4 more times. It is challenging to persuade one who has never savored the delicacies of the world to seek out the finest ingredients for you. But what if you allow him to taste just a morsel first? A cold, cruel smile curled at the corners of Zivik's lips. Let him use it. Let him experience that momentary power that transcends all. Once he becomes entranced, once he realizes that this power will eventually dwindle, once he finds himself unable to part with that sensation. He paused, his gaze drifting through the glass as if he could glimpse Lynch's future. At that moment, he would return to us, beseeching our aid, and we would hold all the cards. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Pokémon Center, bathing Lynch's face in warmth. He opened his eyes, propped himself up, and felt a lingering disarray in his mind. The events of yesterday were so bizarre that he had been unable to make sense of them, even through the night. Lynch toyed with the white box, glancing at the package he had carelessly tossed onto the bedside table. What scheme was that old fox Zivik concocting? Was it merely a delivery? He did not believe a word of it. Surely, there was some insidious plot lurking beneath the surface. Never mind. If he couldn't figure it out, he would set it aside for now. Lynch stretched, his body emitting a satisfying crackle, and he felt particularly invigorated. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 8:59. Approaching the open window, a gust of wind rushed in, filling the room with the fresh air of Zine City. Inhale, exhale. Lynch took a deep breath. This was the essence of freedom. As for today's battle, what did the 1,000-mile reputation have to do with me, Lynch? Remembering yesterday, he couldn't help but chuckle. That girl named Safia was truly single-minded. She had been easily provoked by his mere words and was likely standing foolishly in the square early this morning. Perhaps she was stomping her feet in frustration, cursing her own incompetence. Oh, Safia, the world of Pokémon is indeed merciless. If I do not take advantage of you, others surely will. Just as Lynch was laughing, a thought had yet to fully form in his mind. 9 o'clock. Suddenly, his watch illuminated, and the world around him began to shift. Lynch, what is happening? Is it broken? Before he could contemplate further, a faint yet fragrant aroma mingled with the scent of battle wafted into his nostrils. Sniff, sniff. This scent. Bang. He turned sharply, a crisp yet slightly irate voice nearly brushing against his ear. It's 9 o'clock. The battle is about to commence. There stood Sophia, her fists ready. Lynch, can we reconcile? Reconcile? Sophia flashed a sweet smile. Sure, let your fists do the talking. Chapter 30. She is truly superhuman. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and twisted her shoulder, channeling her strength from the ground and through her waist. This punch was filled with all the resentment and fury Sophia had accumulated from being toyed with by Lynch. She was a serious girl, and thus she put all her might behind this blow. Childish, Lynch replied nonchalantly. As if joking, he had his cousin's protection. If he were to be struck, it would not just be his face at stake, but his cousin's reputation as well. If even the host could not be protected, what use was a so-called golden finger? He needed to withdraw from this situation quickly. Just as the fist was about to connect with his nose, the dial on Lynch's wrist suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The radiance writhed like a living entity, distorting Sophia's figure into a blurred silhouette before dissolving into countless pulsating pixels. The world began to collapse. Walls, floors, ceilings, everything appeared to be infected by a virus, fracturing into innumerable tiny squares, colors rapidly fading until they became monotonous pixels of red, green, and blue. A digitized world had descended. In this torrent of data, Lynch's consciousness was extracted into a third-person perspective. He observed his pixelated self lying squarely on the bed, with eyes zzzz, symbols floating above his head, appearing to sleep peacefully. Lynch glanced at the clock on the wall. The electronic display showed 2:07 a.m. Had he only just fallen asleep? What was happening? As he pondered why his cousin had inserted this plot twist, a loud bang echoed through his room. The tightly shut window shook violently, as if something were knocking from the outside. Lynch gasped. What was this? A nighttime urban legend of Zine City? He recalled that this novel bore no horror tags. Bang! The next instant, the window burst open. A pair of hands that Lynch knew all too well appeared at the windowsill. Cold air rushed in, lifting a corner of the curtain, revealing the lithe silhouette of a girl in the moonlight. Wild Sophia has appeared. No wonder. No wonder she had silently arrived behind him this morning. Sophia had stealthily entered through the window from outside the Pokémon Center in the dead of night. Not to mention the smooth exterior of the Pokémon Center. He was on the 4th floor. She was nothing short of superhuman. Lynch stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Sophia propped herself up on the windowsill, lightly tapping her toes to land silently, like a cat. Clad in fitted training attire, beads of sweat from her journey glistened under the moonlight. She tiptoed, her feet barely touching the ground, each step meticulously avoiding the creaks of the floorboards. Approaching the bedside, she saw Lynch sleeping so peacefully that she first leaned down to poke him, confirming his breathing. Straightening up, she rolled up her sleeves and yanked Lynch up. Her fists slowly clenched, knuckles cracking softly. Under the moonlight, she glanced at the clock, seemingly hesitant. The moonlight illuminated her conflicted profile. Sophia is contemplating. In deep thought, Sophia has decided to give you a chance. Ultimately, she released her tight grip and gently laid Lynch back onto the pillow. Casting a glance around, she curled up on a nearby single sofa, maintaining a poised stance, alert as a vigilant young wolf, prepared to spring into action at any moment. The third-person Lynch wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. He almost met his end in a dream. As their breathing steadied, time suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, they reached the moment Sophia would betray him. Yet, Lynch remained unfazed. He looked at Sophia. You, young one, clearly do not comprehend the fundamental logic of Pokémon battles. With calm composure, Lynch withdrew a Pokeball. Lynch has come to challenge. Lynch has sent out Milotic. The pixelated Sophia seemed momentarily stunned, lowering her raised fist. Subsequently, a Pokeball was also produced. In this world, Pokémon battles are the very essence of existence. Control is paramount. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a pink plush bear standing on 2 legs. Its head and tail were pink, while its body was black, exuding an endearing charm. However, the softer the appearance, the fiercer the attack. Sophia sends forth the bear Pokémon. Bear Pokémon, LV-15. The Divine Bear. Lin Shi gazed at his level 9 Milcery and promptly utilized 2 rare candies to bolster its strength temporarily. No words were necessary. All he desired was victory. LV-9 to LV-11. Use Charge Beam. A cascade of bright yellow electricity surged forth like a waterfall. Milcery's special attack rose by 1 level. Amid the crackling sounds in the air, the pink fur on the bear Pokémon's chest was instantaneously singed with charred spots. Yet, the bear withstood the blow with remarkable resilience. This colossal pink creature arched its robust body, its black claws digging deeply into the ground, fracturing the floor like a spider's web. Its pink ears nearly flattened against its head, and then it raised its fist to unleash a powerful strike. Bear Pokémon used Heavy Slam. With a furious roar, its right fist, enveloped in a pixelated vortex, came crashing down. The force was so immense that it seemed more formidable than even Sophia herself. Bam! With just a single punch, Millerton's HP plummeted by 1. 4. Wait, only 1. 4? Ah, with such momentum, that was all it could manage? Lin Chi scratched his head. It appeared that while it had flair, the attack's effectiveness was lacking. It seemed not every bear Pokémon could be dubbed a divine bear. Once more, Charge Beam. Lin Chi sought to trigger the bonus effect of the skill again. Unfortunately, this time, it did not succeed. However, the attack still left the bear Pokémon with a sliver of health. But the bear Pokémon was no pushover. Dark energy manifested on its claws. Bear Pokémon used Revenge. Revenge, when executed after the opponent's attack, would double in power. Nevertheless, even with this increased might, it still fell short. Although stronger than Heavy Slam, it was not a move of the same type, thus inflicting diminished damage. Finish it. The currents surged. With an unwilling roar, the bear Pokémon was absorbed back into its Pokeball. Bear Pokémon has fainted. Millerton gained a substantial amount of experience. LV11 to LV12. Just as the victory alert faded, another burst of silver light erupted before Sophia. Another Pokeball was tossed. A massive Pokémon, resembling a skeletal bat, unfurled its starry wings. It was the legendary Pokémon that symbolized the moon. Sophia sends forth Lunala. Lunala, LV20. Oh my, the moon god. Sophia, oh Sophia. You have betrayed Hoenn and defected to Alola. Lin Chi gazed at her final Pokeball. Don't tell me your last one is the Radiant Deity. Use Charge Beam. Lin Chi commanded telepathically. Lunala used Moongeist Beam. Lunala's immense wings closed, then flung wide open, unleashing a dark purple beam that seemed capable of devouring all light. Aimed directly at Millerton. It was a devastating blow. Return, Millerton. He recalled his Pokémon into its Pokeball. Now feel this. Lin Chi was undeterred. It was time for Golem to take the stage. He swiftly tossed out his second Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a massive, sturdy rock. It was Golem. Lunala used Moongeist Beam. The beam struck Golem's rocky body, causing a significant drop in its HP. Yet for Golem, as long as it wasn't a fatal blow, it merely shrugged it off. Now, let it witness true artistry. Lin Chi declared, pointing dramatically at the moon god. Chapter 31, Light. It is light. Certainly. A standard normal-type explosion would not harm a ghost type like Lunala. After all, in the game, normal-type attacks are entirely ineffective against ghost types, a fundamental rule embedded in the core code. However, if it were a type-boosted explosion, that would be an entirely different scenario. With a thought, Lin Chi squinted, recalling the items refreshed in the shop earlier that morning. He swiftly bypassed several conventional items until 2 heavyweight items caught his eye. Ability Capsule. You can transform a Pokémon's standard ability into its hidden ability. Cost, 2,500 contribution points. Painted Skin, single use. By covering the body with a special skin, you can completely negate the damage from the opponent's first attack. Cost, 20,000 contribution points. Setting aside the second enigmatic high-tech item for now, the Ability Capsule was a must-have. His slender fingers hovered over the confirmation button, and he clicked to redeem it. Would you like to redeem the Ability Capsule? Current contribution points, 2790. Yes. Redemption successful. You have obtained 1 Ability Capsule. Current contribution points, 290. With the capsule in hand, Lin Chi immediately applied it to Golem. Grr. Just as Golem was preparing to unleash its attack, its body suddenly stiffened. It began to undergo a peculiar transformation. A tingling energy surged within its rocky core, causing small electric sparks to erupt from the crevices of its rocky exterior. It felt invigorating, as if the entire stone had become whole again. Golem, brimming with the impending explosion, radiated a blinding white light. With currents dancing across its surface like silver serpents, the once brown rock slowly acquiring a shimmering electric sheen. Lin Chi focused intently, and its updated stats materialized before him. Golem, Alolan form. Level, LV21. Type, Rock, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Moves, Explosion, Rollout, Rock Slide, Transform. Aside from leveling up after the trial with Teacher Duwan, the most significant change was its ability. It could convert normal-type moves into electric-type with its Volt Absorb. Grr! Golem let out a deafening roar, its voice imbued with unprecedented ferocity. Crossing its rocky arms protectively over its chest, it gathered energy to its peak, resembling a supernova on the verge of explosion. Boom. A cataclysmic sound erupted, instantly tearing the roof off the Pokémon Center. The explosion's shockwave, carrying debris and arcs of electricity, surged toward Lunala like a frenzied thunder beast. The air crackled with electricity. The shockwave from the explosion, accompanied by strands of electricity, slammed into Lunala. Direct hit. Lunala's health plummeted in an instant. In this realm, even the legendary beasts cannot withstand the overwhelming force of an electric explosion, augmented by electrifying skin. Lunala, suspended in midair, trembled violently, the starlight at the edges of its wings flickering erratically, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Its health points plummeted to a precarious low. Just as it teetered on the brink of defeat, it abruptly halted. Thud! The exhausted Golem leaned forward and collapsed onto the ground. Golem has lost its ability to battle. Illusionary defense, you say? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, resting his fingertips against his chin, deep in contemplation. As one of the combatants, he stood unscathed in the game world, where the foundational logic of friendly damage was not activated, with not even a strand of his clothing ruffled by the explosive winds. Recalling Lunala's ability, an idea sparked in Lin Shi's mind. When the holder of the illusionary defense ability is at full health, all damage from moves is reduced by 50. Much like Dragonite's multi-scale mechanism, this effect is only valid when the Pokémon's HP is full. Lin Shi had initially believed that Golem's current stats would be sufficient to breach this defense with the explosion's might. Yet, it appeared that the damage still fell short. Nonetheless, this did not deter Lin Shi. It is well known that he is a champion, a veritable master of the healing arts. Lin Shi surveyed his Pokémon. Aside from Groudon, Milotic, and Litten, all his other Pokémon had been exchanged for contribution points. The quirky, non-combatant Ralts and the unremarkable Silicobra were instantly disassembled into streams of data within the system's glow, transforming into warm contribution points flowing into his account. It must be noted that, as a legendary Pokémon, Silicobra still held considerable value. Yet, in this day and age, clinging to traditional explosive tactics was outdated. In Team Rocket, anything deemed useless must be thoroughly drained of its last vestige of worth. As a natural-born capitalist, Lin Shi, the rising star of Team Rocket, unhesitatingly invested all his contribution points into Vitality Blocks. Acquired Vitality Block X10, remaining contribution points, 0. Lin Shi cast his gaze upon Golem in the arena. With a clenched fist, he administered the revival potion. Arise, my warrior. As the Vitality Block dissipated, Golem's previously empty health bar surged dramatically, the vibrant red numbers erupting like a fountain. Facing the ground, Golem stirred its arms. Its rocky limbs slowly lifted, debris cascading down. Its crimson eyes reigniting as it rose once more. However, before it could fully regain its footing, a shadowy beam shot forth from the opposing side, striking Golem squarely in the face. Lunala used Shadow Beam. Excellent. What a splendid deflection. Lin Shi licked his lips and gestured. Golem, go. Deliver another blow. With its health hanging by a thread, one might assume other moves could be employed. Yet, Lin Shi, with his vast resources, had other plans. The newly risen Golem wiped its face, a radiant light enveloping it once more. Its head, resembling a cap, displayed an expression of utter satisfaction. In this battle, 2 explosive moves had been unleashed. How do I describe this satisfaction? Simply put, it was blissful. Boom. The white light once again engulfed the severely damaged Pokémon Center. The entire floor began to collapse. Lunala is unable to battle. Milotic gained a substantial amount of experience. LV12 to LV14. Milotic learned Charge. Charge enters a charged state. Electric-type moves used while in this state double in power, and the charged state ends after the next use of an electric-type move. Additionally, it raises the user's special defense by 1 stage. A skill of the enhancement type, Lin Shi used. The power increase is limited to once and restricted to specific move types. One could only say it was better than nothing. Would you like to replace the current skill? Scanning through the skills, Charge Beam, Electric Terrain, Dragon Breath, Thunder. Lin Shi promptly replaced Electric Terrain. After all, Milotic's ability allows it to create its own. Golem gained a substantial amount of experience. LV21 to LV22. Golem learned Stomping Tantrum. Lin Shi paid no heed, opting instead to discard the move rollout. As an explosive specialist, Golem only needed 1 effective skill. The other 3 could be set aside. Saphira is in awe of your exquisite skills. Saphira's anger has dissipated. Retrieving Lunala, she once again brandished a Pokeball. Having witnessed your prowess, Saphira has decided to send forth her ace. Another Vitality Block was used to revive her final Pokemon. Lin Shi regarded Saphira's last remaining creature with anticipation. An ace, you say? Show me what your final Pokémon truly is. With a swift motion, Saphira released the Pokeball. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shi interjected, explosive move. Energy coalesced upon Golem, who was now bouncing on its legs. Accept this. This is its final explosion. There is naught left to spare. Boom. Brilliant light erupted, yet amidst this brilliance, a dazzling golden beam burst forth from the ball. Behold the light. Light. It is light. Lin Shi's heart raced, his breath caught in his throat. Could it truly be the radiant deity? That head, which was blinding to behold. That webtail. Each detail screamed its identity. Wait, a webtail? This doesn't seem right. Chapter 32. Duan, deceive me no more. The blinding golden light began to wane. Lin Shi squinted, struggling to pierce through the dazzling haze, striving to discern the figure concealed within. As his focus sharpened, more puzzling details emerged. Hiss, he could not suppress a gasp, furrowing his brow. Why is this light so diminutive? Of course, it was not a matter of size prejudice. After all, small creatures can be quite endearing at times. Yet, this radiant halo before him barely reached a height of 20 centimeters, a stark contrast to the formidable, towering image of the radiant deity etched in his memory. Just as his confusion deepened, the thick, unyielding golden light receded like a tide, its brilliance dimming and retracting. Before him leaped a tadpole-like Pokémon from the Pokeball, its oversized head still radiating a few waning glimmers of golden light. The earlier golden illumination had originated from here. Saphira sent forth Light Tadpole. Light Tadpole, LV20. Lin Shi, what in the world? This is the light you speak of? Just because it has light in its name does not make it luminous. What differentiates this from some old fool who believes in resurrection through light? Before he could unleash his torrent of exasperation, the moment had passed. Having lost the brief invulnerability that accompanied its emergence, the newly materialized Light Tadpole could scarcely steady itself or assume a battle stance before being instantaneously engulfed by a violent explosion of energy. Silenced forever without even a mournful cry, reduced to a fleeting streak of light as it was forcibly pulled back into its Pokeball. The Light Tadpole has lost its ability to battle. Lunatone gains a substantial amount of experience. The explosion returned the Light Tadpole to its Pokeball. Yet the ensuing shockwave showed no signs of abating. The surging gusts of air roared forth like an invisible behemoth, sweeping through the Pokémon Center, which was already teetering on the brink of collapse due to the battle. Steel beams twisted, glass shattered, and debris rained down like a torrential storm. Goodness! Lin Shi exclaimed, his scalp tingling with dread, instinctively crouching down and shielding his head. His fingers brushed against the Pokeball at his waist as he quickly summoned Groudon to shield him from the aftershocks of the battle. A massive crimson figure, accompanied by a deep growl, rose before Lin Shi, its sturdy back bracing against the falling debris, which crashed down with a dull thud. Meanwhile, on the other side, Saphira furrowed her delicate brows, reacting swiftly as she raised her hand. Her fair palm, enveloped by a gust of wind, shattered a concrete block the size of a basin that was hurtling towards her. However, without the mutual immunity to skills that had existed during the battle, the sheer physical force of the shockwave presented an insurmountable chasm for her mortal form. The furious airflow subsequently struck her side like a colossal battering ram. Ugh, she gasped, a suppressed cry of pain escaping her lips. Saphira's body was lifted as if severed from its strings, violently crashing against the remnants of a half-collapsed wall behind her. The immense impact rendered her vision dark, her head lolling to the side as consciousness slipped away, leaving her to crumple amidst the rubble. The light of humanity ultimately succumbed to the self-destructive vanguard. Saphira cannot battle. You have successfully defeated Saphira. Coughing, Lin Shi waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust, recalling the dirted Groudon, and rose to his feet. Before him, the once opulent Pokémon Center lay in ruin, reduced to a chaotic mess of twisted metal frames, shattered bricks, and mountains of debris. His gaze swept across the devastation, finally resting on the far side of the wreckage. There, a girl, her clothing torn and dust-covered, lay unconscious amidst the cold stones. The keywords, unconscious, battle-damaged, wilderness, girl, whirled frantically in Lin Shi's mind. Could this be broadcasted? He eagerly rubbed his hands together, leaping over the obstacles with hastened steps towards the unconscious Saphira. Lin Shi used steel on Saphira. You obtained Saphira's Pokémon Light Tadpole. You obtained Saphira's Pokémon Lunatone. You obtained Saphira's Pokémon Stufful. You obtained Saphira's original underwear. Lin Shi fixed a critical gaze upon his left hand, which had acted on its own accord, clutching the classic blue and white striped fabric. His fingertip brushed against the lace trim, and his brows shot up in dismay. His face etched with a mix of disappointment and frustration. What a disgrace. Smack. He struck his left hand fiercely with his right. Yet, it seemed as if his left hand had been welded in place, stubbornly gripping the small piece of fabric, showing no signs of release. Observing his resolute left hand, Lin Chi sighed deeply. The pain inflicted upon you is felt by me. He spoke gently. Ah, Zhua. This time, sigh, I shall overlook your petty theft. Considering it your first offense, I, Lin Chi, am magnanimous enough to shoulder this burden on your behalf. However, this cannot happen again. He emphasized by shaking his right index finger. Next time, you must not succumb to such folly and act on your own. After imparting these heartfelt words, Ozwa seemed to relent. Stowing the items away, Lin Chi lamented, Teacher Du Wan, you have led me astray. Far away in Canas City, Du Wan felt a sudden weight upon her back, as if a colossal black pot had descended from the heavens, bearing down upon her. Having scolded Ozwa, Lin Chi's gaze faltered. Data for the 3 Pokémon materialized in the air like a holographic projection. Stufful. Level, LV15. Type, Normal, Fighting. Ability, Fluffy. Moves, Heavy Slam, Revenge. Bind, Superpower. Lunatone. Level, LV20. Type, Psychic, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Teleport, Psychic. Wait. Lin Chi's breath hitched, his gaze fixated on the skill set of Lunatone. Hypnosis combined with Teleport and Psychic. These words detonated in his mind like thunder. Aside from Hypnosis, the other moves might seem lackluster in the game. But what does this mean in the real world? This Pokémon is capable of attacking, fleeing, and controlling. It can advance to assault, retreat to evade, and even manipulate from afar. Hypnosis. In short, it is a versatile marvel. Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the Pokeball containing Lunatone, as if he were clutching the very essence of the future. From this day forth, I, Lin Chi, shall be the Kamet of the real world. As for the light tadpole, Lin Chi hardly spared it a glance, tossing it and stuff full into the recycling bin, transforming them into warm contributions. Having earned a bounty of points, Lin Chi, now a budding Kamet in this new world, cast his eye towards Shafia's bulging possessions. His fingers itched with anticipation, a roguish smile playing upon his lips. He licked his lips, and his fingers darted out like a striking snake, moving so swiftly that they nearly left an afterimage. The weighty sensation instantly transmitted from his fingertips, igniting a wave of satisfaction within him. You looted Shafia's wallet. Gained 50,000 yen. Stuffing the wallet into his pocket, the luminous screen once again sprang to life before him. Calculating. Calculating. You successfully destroyed a Pokémon Center in a city. You gained a considerable amount of reputation. Your reputation in the Hoenn region has reached a notable level. While out and about, you will be highly sought after by Junsha. Sought after? Lin Chi gazed at the last 2 words, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his expression akin to having swallowed a green caterpillar whole. So, Bit has turned me into a 5-star citizen of Zhejiang City, has it? This sought after surely comes with the enthusiastic accompaniment of batons and handcuffs. Achievement unlocked. Allahu Akbar. Total contribution points gained, 3,000. Lin Chi glanced at his status panel. Member, Lin Chi. Level, Silver, distance to next level Gold, 5,000 contribution points. Only 3,000, still 2,000 points away from the Gold tier. Naturally, the 20,000 points needed for the shop were even further out of reach. TSK, a mere drop in the bucket. Just as Lin Chi stroked his chin, racking his brain to devise a quick scheme for money or consider a grand heist, the luminous screen in front of him suddenly flickered violently, without warning. The store page remains open for over 5 minutes, detecting potential Team Rocket members. Lin Chi. Verification in progress. Verification completed. The subject qualifies for the Team Rocket Charity Assistance Program. The initiative has been triggered. Charity? Assistance? Such terminology in the realm of Team Rocket? Surely. Some officer must have imbibed too much counterfeit liquor to have their wits about them. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the detailed text that followed. Team Rocket's Rising Star Charity Assistance Program. Dear potential Rising Star, congratulations. We understand that every aspiring newcomer wishing to join the illustrious cause of Team Rocket may encounter resource scarcity in their initial stages. To expedite your journey towards achieving your dreams, the Logistics and Finance Department of Team Rocket has specially launched this assistance program. Core competitiveness. No collateral, low threshold. With merely your future potential and loyalty, you may apply for startup funding of up to 500,000 contribution points. Flexible usage. Acquire Pokémon, skill learning devices, rare berries, or even customized equipment to rapidly enhance your prowess. Humanized repayment. In the first year, a mere symbolic interest payment is required. Monthly interest is only 833, allowing you to develop with peace of mind. Invest in your future. Repayment of the principal begins after 1 year, with a maximum of 24 installments available to alleviate your burden. Special reminder, this program aims to support new stars with an annual comprehensive rate of approximately 100, significantly lower than the underground black market rates, reflecting the organization's care. Should you fail to repay on time and in full, a daily late fee of 0.5 will be incurred, which may impact your credit rating and promotion opportunities within the organization. Failure to make payments for 3 consecutive terms will be deemed a severe breach of contract, and the total assistance amount will automatically increase to 300 as the final debt. We will take all necessary measures to recover the debt, including but not limited to Pokémon forfeiture, task deductions, and organ transfers. I have read and agree to the above terms. Apply for assistance funds immediately. Hesitation is the excuse of the weak. Success requires boldness. Click now to embark on your own Team Rocket legend. The corners of Lin Chi's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Such interest, with a monthly payment of 833 in the first year, would nearly equal the principal by the end of the year. If he failed to repay both principal and interest within a year, compounded interest along with late fees, especially that clause about increasing to 300, would escalate this debt to astronomical proportions, potentially draining him dry. Such items far exceeding current capabilities surely must be bait for unsuspecting individuals, right? Damn, you lot have hearts darker than a shadowy ball of malice. When it comes to unprincipled behavior, I still have a long way to go. Chapter 33. I am also a victim, Lin Chi silently vowed. Even if he were to starve, plunging from the summit of the sacred fire mountain, he would not touch this abomination. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the individual who conceived this idea. Once he, the son of the Flame Team, usurped Sakiki's position and ascended as the leader of Team Rocket, his first act would be to promote this genius. A generous raise, ample rewards. Moreover, the advanced experience of this charity assistance must be vigorously promoted and celebrated. Yes, at that time, he would even establish KPIs to see who could lend the most, the widest, and the most thoughtfully. It is imperative to ensure that this warmth and hope reaches the hearts of every aspiring Team Rocket member. Perhaps, even extending to those outside the organization would be out of the question. While contemplating how to outdo others in unprincipled behavior, Lin Chi resolutely closed the enticing loan page. Snap! With a soft sound, the world constructed of data collapsed instantaneously, the luminous screens and panels receding like the tide. The clamor and light of the real world flooded back into his senses. At the very moment his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, Sophia made her move. Sophia's eyes burned with fury. She was determined to teach the scoundrel who had stood her up a profound lesson. She intended for him to think of her every time he gazed out of a window. Yet Lin Chi remained unperturbed. Contemplating, he inhaled deeply. Lanala. The pokeball at Lin Chi's waist suddenly illuminated. Whoosh. Sophia felt her relentless offensive come to an abrupt halt, as if she had collided with an immensely thick and viscous quagmire. The speed of her advancing fist diminished to an exasperating degree, her strength dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea, swiftly consumed by a gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful psychic force. A barely perceptible, pale purple ripple of psychic energy formed a steadfast barrier between her and Lin Chi. Her pupils constricted as she beheld a grand and elegant shadow materializing silently behind Lin Chi. It was a Pokémon she had never encountered before, its wings resembling a waning crescent, exuding a hue reminiscent of the profound cosmos, its golden skeletal frame outlining a sacred silhouette, and a pair of crimson eyes akin to new stars in the depths of the universe, coldly gazing down upon her without a hint of emotion. A smile graced Lin Chi's face. Sophia, your Pokémon is truly remarkable. Sophia's ire intensified at the sight of Lin Chi's expression. What is this feeling of being cuckolded? Observing Sophia once more poised to unleash a punch, Lin Chi recognized further dialogue was futile. Without regard for whether he would be heard or not, he snapped his fingers. Hypnosis. A glimmer flashed in Lanala's scarlet eyes, and an indescribable eerie wave radiated outward. In an instant, it enveloped Sophia. Her aggressive momentum came to an abrupt halt, her forward motion abruptly arrested. The fiery blaze and brilliance in her eyes dimmed as if doused with cold water, extinguished, leaving only a void of confusion. In simpler terms, her gaze lost its luster. Sophia? Lin Chi tentatively called out. The girl remained unresponsive, like an exquisite doll, merely standing silently in place. Lin Chi swallowed hard, summoning his courage to extend his hand, gently prodding her soft cheek with his fingertip, then cautiously pinching it. A delicate warmth registered, yet she remained entirely unresponsive, not even a flutter of her eyelashes. At that moment, Lin Chi's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally settled back into his chest. He exhaled deeply, gently patting Lunala's wings, which shimmered like moonlight solidified into a cool and resplendent form. A smile of relief adorned his face as he genuinely praised, "Truly, my beloved Pokémon." After returning Lunala to its Pokeball, Lin Chi stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below, feeling a surge of ambition swell within him. Psychic defense, teleportation, and this unfathomable hypnosis. In this world, who could possibly impede Lin Chi's progress? Ha ha, I am invincible in this realm. Having bestowed a buff upon himself, Lin Chi spread his arms wide, unleashing a triumphant, thunderous laugh, envisioning a future where he reigns supreme. However, before he could revel for long, a resounding crash erupted as the already flimsy wooden door of the hotel room was violently forced open from the outside, splintered wood flying inward. Freeze! Police! A procession of figures clad in deep blue uniforms entered in swift succession, instantly seizing advantageous positions. At the forefront stood several strikingly poised Ms. Junsha. They dispersed with remarkable agility, their electric stun guns aimed directly at the sole standing occupant of the room. Behind them, a young trainer peered in, pointing towards the interior with conviction as he addressed Ms. Junsha. "Ms. Junsha, it is indeed here. I have been listening from the next room to the bizarre sounds emanating from within, women's screams and men's wild laughter. Something is clearly amiss." The gazes of the Junsha women sharpened like blades, swiftly locking onto the scene. There, a man stood by the window, laughing maniacally, his demeanor ostentatious. Behind him, a beautiful young girl stood vacantly, her eyes devoid of life, as if her soul had been siphoned away, her face marked with lingering fingerprints. This scene, rich in implications, instantly conjured an elaborate narrative of a sordid crime in the minds of the experienced Junsha. Hypnosis? Coercion? Attempted assault? Lin Chi's laughter caught in his throat, his expression abruptly frozen. He scarcely had time to utter a defense. In the blink of an eye, two Junsha had lunged forward, one capturing his arm, while the other flanked him, securing him tightly. The three of them entangled in an odd embrace. "I have him restrained. Quickly proceed." In an instant, he felt the cold touch of metal against his wrist. Click! The sharp, chilling sound of metal locking echoed as the gleaming handcuffs latched firmly around his wrists. "You may choose to remain silent, but anything you utter will be presented as evidence in court." Pervert. Several Junsha expressed their disdain. Lin Chi, although he had indeed hypnotized Sophia, given the unfolding events, he considered himself to be acting in self-defense. He was a victim too. She initiated the confrontation. "My father is 1,000 miles away. My father is 1,000 miles away." Silence. The Junsha who restrained him tightened her grip, her body pressing closer. Lin Chi felt the weight of 4 bodies against him. 1,000 miles. Huh. I tell you, even if Dawu were here, it would be futile. Chapter 34. Use your great bird against it. At the police station in Zijing City. Interrogation room. A glaring, incandescent light hung overhead, casting reflections off the cold metal table. Lin Chi, still bearing the handcuffs on his wrists, sat in a chair facing the Junsha who had apprehended him. Name? The tone of Junsha was as devoid of warmth as her expression. Lin Chi. Age? 20. Oh no, 16. Home address? Weibai Town. Junsha jotted down a few notes before raising her head, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon him. "According to our preliminary investigation and the scene, you have maliciously used psychic techniques to control another person, which constitutes a serious crime of personal injury, punishable by weight." Lin Chi interjected, raising his hand. "Ms. Junsha, we must speak of evidence. I am also in a precarious situation." Evidence. A vein throbbed visibly on Junsha's forehead, her fair hand striking the metal table with a forceful bang, abruptly cutting off Lin Chi's defense. "We all witnessed you hypnotizing that girl. And you even unleashed a villainous laugh." She leaned forward, exuding an oppressive aura. "Before the illustrious Detective Junsha, do you still dare to argue? The victim is currently in a state of mental disarray, and once she regains her senses, humph, you shall not escape unscathed." Just then, the door of the interrogation room swung open. Another Junsha entered, holding a report in her hands. "What is the status? Has the victim regained consciousness? Can we take her statement now?" The earlier Junsha inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if already envisioning Lin Chi's conviction. She cast a glance at Lin Chi. The implication crystal clear. Kid, you're finished. Another mark will be added to the illustrious record of Detective Junsha. However, the newly arrived Junsha appeared somewhat flustered as she hurried to her companion's side and lowered her voice. She has awakened, but she said she does not wish to pursue any charges. What? Though the voice was soft, the room was small enough for Lin Chi to catch every word. Clarity flooded his mind in an instant. Of course, Sophia wouldn't pursue charges. If this matter were to be dissected, who would be deemed more culpable was uncertain. Sneaking in under the cover of night, even if it was at the Pokémon Center, constituted illegal entry, not to mention the potential for charges of intentional injury. As for himself, he could only be considered as having overreacted in self-defense. He could swallow the loss. Lin Chi straightened his back. Ms. Junsha, you see, I told you I am innocent. The eyes of the public are discerning, and the victim's stance is unequivocal. I must be released immediately. He turned to the new Junsha, sizing her up, and initiated conversation. Thank you immensely, Ms. Junsha, for exonerating me. You must be transferred from Canas City, correct? The new Junsha appeared taken aback. Her surprise evident. How did you know? The Junsha clan. Not only did they share strikingly similar appearances, the placement of their beauty marks had never varied. Even she often mistook relatives. Perhaps it's a matter of the soul, Lin Chi replied with mock seriousness. The notion of souls was, of course, absurd. His skills did not extend that far. The real reason lay in her skirt, which was precisely 1 centimeter shorter than that of the local Junsha in Zijing City. Do not underestimate this single centimeter. It created a significant difference in the realm between stockings. Noticing Lin Chi's gaze, the Junsha from Canas City felt her cheeks flush crimson, instinctively tugging at her skirt while averting her eyes. The notion of souls was indeed too sentimental. However, as the victim expressed no desire to pursue the matter, the case would naturally not stand. The earlier Junsha, although reluctant, could only grit her teeth and, in a somewhat rough manner, produce the key, unlocking Lin Chi's handcuffs with a click. You brat, I will keep a close watch on you. Listening to the Junsha's threat and observing the looming presence of the other Junsha, Lin Chi flexed his wrists, inwardly musing. Is this what the prestige of the Hoenn region brings, leading to the admiration of Junsha? Yet, these Junsha were still quite young, throughout the entire ordeal. They hadn't even confiscated his Pokeballs. Fortunately, Lin Chi was a law-abiding citizen. Were it another with nefarious intentions, a mere thought, coupled with his hypnotic abilities, could lead the entire police station to succumb, instantaneously falling into disarray. Oh right, the Junsha from Canas City, her face a shade of pink, cleared her throat. Striving to appear more professional as she added, Miss Sophia asked me to convey a message to you. She paused, mimicking Sophia's tone. Even if you won this battle, next time, she will reclaim everything, with interest. Oh, his experience pack is merely for accumulating experience, preparing for a rematch at a higher level. Lynch nonchalantly waved his hand, signaling that he understood, and stepped out of the police station, inhaling the liberating air of freedom. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer. A thought crossed his mind. Having already employed telekinesis and hypnosis, only one skill remained unexplored. Lunala, teleport to the Pokémon Center. In an instant, the surroundings distorted, elongated, and transformed into a vibrant tunnel of light. The next moment, the light coalesced abruptly, and he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Lynch found himself standing at the entrance of a narrow alleyway, startling a vendor pushing a food cart, causing the dishes to clatter. Ugh, Lynch frowned, realizing that teleportation was not entirely under his control. There appeared to be a distinct limitation on distance. At Lunala's current level, that last jump was likely its maximum capability. Fortunately, the energy expenditure was not significant. After several more teleportations, he finally returned to his room. Lynch picked up the package that had long been overdue for collection. After securing its contents, he wasted no time and set off towards the Amethyst City Gym. Lunala, destination, Amethyst City Gym. Lead the way. With unwavering confidence, he summoned his most cherished Pokémon. However, Lunala remained motionless, gazing at Lynch with its crimson eyes. Where's the Amethyst City Gym? Understanding the look in its eyes, Lynch was taken aback. He did not know either. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Retracting the unhelpful Lunala, Lynch summoned his beloved Pokémon, Middleton, and sped through Amethyst City. After inquiring with several passers-by, he finally arrived at the front of the Amethyst Gym. The design of the Amethyst Gym was quite distinctive. Unlike the solemn and austere gyms of other cities, it resembled a colossal amusement park, adorned with a plethora of neon lights and mechanical contraptions, evoking a sense of joy. Yet, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, seemingly captivated by some commotion. Hurry up. You are our last hope. Take this kid down. Use your brave bird on it. Upon closer inspection, Lynch realized it was not a gym battle, but rather a clandestine duel. On one side was a slender, graceful Curlia, while on the other stood a proud and imposing Talonflame, its neck bulging with visible veins. It was evident that the latter possessed formidable strength. Given Lynch's experience, it seemed the battle would likely be a swift and decisive victory. However, the unfolding situation was peculiarly strange. Curlia used sing. Curlia elegantly spun, emitting a melodious call. Pink. Heart-shaped sound waves radiated outward, striking Talonflame with precision. The trainer of Talonflame immediately commanded, ignore its gimmicks. Talonflame, charge in and use Steel Wing. Talonflame spread its wings. Oh, it's hardened. It had turned as solid as iron. Prepare to face our tempestuous assault. Yet, just as Talonflame assumed its stance for a downward strike, the opposing trainer shouted again. Sing. Kir. Curlia immediately released a soft, honeyed note, laced with a hint of languor and affection. The soothing sound rendered the once steadfast Talonflame momentarily stunned, its previously gathered momentum dissipating entirely. The ferocity of its attack, upon colliding with Curlia, transformed into a feeble, ineffective push. Damn it, my Talonflame, why are you so weak? Get it together, the trainer urged. Let us use life dew. As Curlia was battered by the gentle yet persistent assault, it trembled slightly. Kir. With a delicate hum, light blue droplets surged forth from within, instantly healing its prior wounds. The Talonflame trainer turned pale. Their relentless barrage had been effortlessly countered. Was the opponent's experience truly that profound? Use sing. Create distance. The Talonflame trainer was compelled to alter their strategy, attempting to carve out some breathing room. Thinking of escaping? Curlia's trainer barked back. Use encore. Kir. A peculiar energy ensnared the freshly airborne Talonflame, compelling it to repeat the Steel Wing move it had just executed. Talonflame squawked in panic. Gazing at the pink-hearted Curlia below, its large eyes filled with frustration and helplessness. Not again. This is too fast. It needs time to gather energy. Hang in there, Talonflame. Don't give up. As the battle progressed, Talonflame was gradually weakened by the combination of Sing, Life Dew, and Encore, eventually collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Lynch observed the bizarre skill combination with a twitch of his eye. Such a despicable strategy was unmistakable. He didn't even need to look to know who the opposing trainer was. Who else could it be but Max? Chapter 35, Cricket Carbon-Based Life Forms. I concede. With the battle concluded, the Talonflame trainer dejectedly retrieved a Pokeball. The red light enveloped the disheveled Talonflame, which lay defeated, unable to rise again. Fantastic. We won again. Curlia. Max rushed onto the field, scooping up the light Curlia and twirling in joyful circles, a blush of excitement appearing on his pallid face. Kir. Curlia's slender green arms encircled Max's neck, its small head affectionately nuzzling his cheek, emitting a contented coo. It was a delightful scene. If one could overlook the fact that they both had substantial stems. The onlookers let out a collective sigh. To think that such a robust Talonflame could not overcome that Curlia. Despite all the noise, and even managing to use Life Dew, it ultimately fell to Encore. Some lamented. Alas, it simply lacked endurance. Yet, the proficiency in skill application displayed by that Curlia is truly remarkable. I wonder how its trainer trained it. The trainer has no shortcuts. It relies solely on perseverance. Indeed, Lynch replied. Perseverance? What sort of perseverance are we talking about? Come here. I'll give you $500 if you write an extra 500 words. With the absence of bloodshed, the crowd, feeling bored, quickly dispersed in groups. What's wrong, Middleton? Lynch sensed some unusual movement beneath him. He patted the excitedly wriggling Middleton. The Pokémon was intently focused on the two green life forms in the arena. Upon hearing his voice, it turned its head, nudging Lynch with its large head as if trying to convey something. Yet before Lynch could decipher its intentions, the dispersing crowd had already revealed him, riding his eye-catching mount. Max also noticed the commotion over here. As he discerned that the visitor was Lynch, the weariness etched upon his face from the battle instantly transformed into a radiant glow. Mr. Lynch, you've come to Zijing City as well. He hurriedly approached, cradling the rejuvenated Kyrulian in his arms. Kyrulian chirped, Kyru. Upon seeing a fellow enthusiast of the art of learning, Kyrulian greeted him with fervor. Lynch momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was pondering what to say, he heard the other party exclaim, "We are striving to grow stronger every day with you as our inspiration." The sincerity of admiration sparkled in Manchong's eyes. With me as your inspiration? Lynch's gaze flitted between the vibrant Kyrulian and the gaunt, pale-faced Manchong, whose dark circles suggested fatigue. While he couldn't definitively claim that he was their target, it was evident that they had been diligently training. This effort, perhaps cough, was not to be overthought. Lynch cleared his throat, awkwardly diverting the conversation. He stepped out of the vehicle, feeling the package in his arms, and glanced at the closed gymnasium before him. Manchong, are you here to challenge the Zijing Gym? Upon mentioning this, Manchong's shoulders sagged, the excitement he had just displayed visibly dissipating. That was the plan. He indicated towards the tightly shut doors of the gym, a note of resignation in his tone. But it seems gym leader Tai Xian has stepped out for some reason. I've been waiting here for a full 3 days, and the doors haven't opened even once. Not a single figure has been seen by the entrance. After all, despite being a gym leader, one enjoys a fair degree of freedom, only needing to issue a certain number of badges each month to meet their KPI. I see. Lynch found himself momentarily at a loss. Surely, they couldn't wait indefinitely? Perhaps they could enlist Junsh's assistance to report a missing person? Beside him, Manchong's dejection lasted but a fleeting moment, as if a thought had sparked within him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Lynch. But since the gym leader is absent and we have time to spare, why not engage in a practice battle, Mr. Lynch? Lynch paused, glancing at his watch, and then a smile broke across his face. Good lad. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. This is a perfect opportunity to gain experience. Experience? No, my dear friend. Without further ado, he exclaimed, we trainers are creatures that must battle upon making eye contact. Lynch tapped his watch, and with the emergence of a pivotal battle scene, the device suddenly illuminated. In an instant, the surrounding world began to twist and shatter, the familiar pixelated sensations flooding in like a tide, attempting to envelop reality. However, just as this process commenced, the entire world jolted to a halt, akin to a video buffering. Then, a translucent pop-up forcefully appeared, occupying Lynch's entire field of vision. Detected key plot object, Manchong. Verification completed. Target's energy fluctuations are below minimum threshold. Battle logic will not initiate. Forcing exit from simulation process. What? Lynch's smile instantly froze. He leaped up as if a cat had stepped on its tail, his fingers nearly stabbing the glowing screen of his watch. Too weak? Not initiating. He felt indignation swell within him, as if his dear friend had suffered a grave injustice. Do you know who you're talking about? That's Manchong. My brother from another mother, my closest confidant. A rising star in the future Fanyuan region. The challenger at the end of the championship road. Weak? How is he weak? Even a sneeze from him carries more presence than others. Lynch took a deep breath, his expression shifting from anger to a blend of profound sorrow and deep-seated hurt. Cousin, this is too hurtful. Not only does it wound my brother's heart, but it also pierces mine. What has become of our trust? Can your cold logic not sense the fiery passion within me advocating for my brother? To dismiss us with a mere phrase of not initiating. Where is the justice in that? Where is the fairness? Please speak plainly. In an instant, Lynch retracted all exaggerated expressions, clearly articulating 3 words. It needs more funding. The watch's screen fell into a prolonged silence, reminiscent of a device malfunctioning. Only the background light flickered rhythmically. Even its seasoned interface was taken aback by Lynch's audacity. Moments later, the screen flickered back to life. At the center of the display, a modest icon of a magical candy emerged, accompanied by a 1. Lynch raised an eyebrow. His expression neutral, as he extended a finger and leisurely tapped the dial, producing a soft tap sound. Is this it? A meager offering? The screen flickered again. Reluctantly, the 1 beside the magical candy slowly transformed into a 2. See, cousin, you mustn't show it kindness. You must PUA it fiercely. Otherwise, how can Team Rocket rise to greatness again? Finally, the corners of Lynch's mouth began to lift, though still tinged with reluctant disdain. He instinctively raised his hand to tap the dial once more, aiming to extract a little more. However, this time the watch had evidently learned its lesson, providing no further opportunity for bargaining. The blue light of the screen abruptly retracted, and the entire world seemed to fast forward, the pixelated scenery blurring and reassembling. Lynch felt an unseen force gently push him, and with a flash, he found himself back in the reality before the Zijing Gym. Correction completed. Lynch stood firmly, observing the magical candies that had mysteriously materialized in his hands. Quickly pocketing them, he donned an incredibly warm smile, stepped forward, and patted Manchong's shoulder heartily, exclaiming, "Brother, I have always believed in your strength. You must strive to earn me even more magical candies." Though Manchong was bewildered by this sudden encouragement, a warm wave surged within him, and he nodded earnestly. "I will, Mr. Lynch." Both sides took their positions, and the battle commenced swiftly. In high spirits, Lynch sent out Malo. "Kyrillian, let's go." Manchong also dispatched his most trusted partner. Let him witness the fruits of our recent training. Seizing the initiative, Manchong decisively commanded, Kairu. Kairulian promptly responded. It clasped its petite hands in front of its chest, inhaling deeply, and a visibly ethereal, pink-hued heart-shaped sound wave rippled forth from its mouth. Gentle, yet imbued with penetrating power. Simultaneously, it tilted its head slightly back, producing an exceedingly sweet and soft sound. This voice seemed to carry invisible hooks that penetrated the eardrums. The two completely distinct yet complementary psychic attacks intertwined and merged, instantaneously forming an invisible net brimming with allure and distraction, enveloping Malo in the arena. An integrated attack. Is this a combination of a call and a charm sound? A flicker of surprise crossed Lynch's eyes. This kid, indeed, had kept such a hidden talent. It seems that the relentless training has indeed yielded extraordinary results. The combination of your innate charm with this particular technique is undeniably a masterstroke when dealing with male Pokémon. Lin Shi, folding his arms, remarked with keen interest as he cast a glance beneath the skirt of Kairulian. Perhaps it might also have some effect on females. However, Lin Shi swiftly changed his tone, his voice suddenly resonating with clarity as he pointed at the immovable Milton. Ensnared by the pink sound waves, yet as steadfast as a steel sculpture. You overlooked one crucial detail. My Milton is genderless. No sooner had he spoken than Milton's electronic eyes flared to life, completely disregarding the elaborate mental distractions. As a paradoxical Pokémon, its very life form diverged from that of contemporary Pokémon. Thus, how could it possibly be swayed by the capricious antics of mere carbon-based life forms? Kairulian. If you wish to charm, you should wait until you transform into an iron warrior. With a swift motion, he tore apart the large net, shattering it into fragments. The stats of a divine beast, young one. Engaging in tactical play within a gym has never been his forte. With all else rendered moot, why would he play tactics? It would be an exercise in futility. His strength lay in the straightforward, overwhelming power of a divine beast. Thunder. Roar. With a thunderous bellow, lightning danced wildly. In an instant, the once clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. A robust golden bolt of lightning coalesced from thin air, striking down with the ferocity of celestial retribution. Its aim was impeccably precise, targeting Kairulian, who had just unleashed a skill and was yet to make any evasive maneuvers. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted alongside a blinding flash of light. Kairu. A brief, mournful cry was swallowed by the cacophony of thunder. As the electric light faded, Kairulian's petite form was left charred, emitting wisps of smoke. Its eyes rolled back, devoid of consciousness. In one fell swoop, it was annihilated without contest. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Incredible. Manchong was left in a stupor, mouth agape and eyes wide as saucers, struggling to comprehend the sudden downfall of his partner. It took him a moment to recover from the overwhelming shock. The color drained from his face as he gasped, rushing forward to kneel on the ground, frantically cradling the scorched Kairulian. Kairulian, pull yourself together. He scrambled to find a healing spray. Use this. From the region of Gufeng Yuan, the deity overseeing medicines tossed over a vitality block. To be honest, Lin Shi himself was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a single strike would result in such devastation. Manchong, in a flurry, caught the vitality block without hesitation and immediately applied it to Kairulian. As the vitality block made contact with Kairulian's charred skin, it emanated a gentle, warm white light, swiftly permeating like a soft rain. Kairulian's body convulsed violently for a moment, emitting faint whimpers, and its eyelids fluttered as it gradually regained consciousness. How could this vitality block take effect so quickly? Suppressing his surprise, Manchong looked up at Lin Shi. Though his gaze betrayed a sense of disappointment, the unyielding flame within him had not been extinguished. Rather, it burned even more fervently in the face of such a stark disparity. He clutched Kairulian tightly, his voice low yet resolute. Kairulian, we will become stronger. At that moment, the victorious Milton approached with a seemingly jubilant demeanor, its metallic head lowered as if it were a large dog that had discovered an intriguing toy. Sniffing curiously at Manchong, its cold metallic nose nudging him, causing him to stumble. Kairulian shot at a displeased glance. Manchong was not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, Milton appeared to have locked on to something, opening its metallic maw to precisely bite the edge of Manchong's pocket, giving it a gentle tug. With a rip, a cylindrical object pulsating with faint, unstable blue-white electricity was extracted. It resembled a high-tech battery of sorts. Wait. Seeing Milton's intent, Lin Shi's pupils dilated as he immediately issued a warning. Yet it was too late. Milton's massive metallic head shot back, and the cylindrical object was swallowed whole. You foolish dragon. How could you swallow anything that crosses your path? Lin Chi was both angry and anxious, dashing forward to forcefully pry open Milton's jaw, hoping to see where the object had gone. As Lin Chi struggled with Milton's jaw, the enormous creature swayed awkwardly, emitting a plaintive gurgle while nuzzling Lin Chi's chest with its heavy head in a bid for affection. Buzz. At that moment, the screen of Lin Chi's wristwatch illuminated with a soft glow, displaying, "Milton has gained a minor amount of experience." Lin Chi froze mid-motion. He gradually released his grip, and Milton promptly closed its mouth with a soft click, then resumed nudging Lin Chi with its head. Lin Chi's gaze shifted from the watch screen to the startled Man Chong. "You." He pointed at Milton's throat, urgency lacing his voice. "Where on earth did you find that object?" Man Chong, still shaken from the recent events, glanced at Lin Chi's serious expression and quickly explained. "I found it a couple of days ago in the wilderness to the east of the city, near the old site of the power plant, close to that rocky slope." He added as a caution, "Recently, for some unknown reason, many wild Dungjia have been acting erratically, charging around with a furious temperament, colliding with anything in sight." "Dungjia?" He cast a sidelong glance at the restless Milton, which wore a gluttonous expression. "Huh, how much more furious could mere Dungjia get? Can they really turn the world upside down? No one can obstruct my path to experience." Lin Chi. Chapter 36. Shall I avoid its brilliance? Regarding that old power plant site, I have only heard from locals that it has been abandoned for quite some time, occasionally emitting strange sounds. But no one has ever dared to investigate further. That is all I know. Kairu. Man Chong gazed tenderly at the still recovering Kairu, gently stroking its soft strands of hair. Observing the fragile countenance of Kairu, Lin Chi felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, the vitality blocks produced by his cousin should possess potent healing properties. His own Rumble Rock had recovered immediately upon use. Yet, could it be that there exists a disparity between reality and game data? Or perhaps Kairu's injuries were more severe than they appeared? He pondered silently, scrutinizing Kairu's condition closely. Kairu emitted a soft, pitiful whimper, its small head weakly resting against Man Chong's neck, as if it lacked the strength to lift it. The sight tugged painfully at Man Chong's heart, and he quickly tightened his embrace around the little creature, urgency lacing his tone as he addressed Lin Chi. "I must hurry and take her to the Pokémon Center for Nurse Joy to examine her thoroughly. I'm leaving now." Having spoken, he no longer hesitated, cradling Karelian in his arms as he swiftly made his way towards the Pokémon Center. However, just a few meters into his hurried stride, Lin Chi's keen peripheral vision detected an unusual movement from the delicate figure he held. There, nestled against Munchlax's embrace, Karelian, initially with its eyes tightly shut, had stealthily opened a small slit. The weakness that had once graced its gaze was now replaced by a spark of excitement. It pressed its tiny face against Munchlax's neck, its little nose greedily inhaling the scent in an almost epic manner. Moreover, its slightly flushed cheeks were pressed against Munchlax's skin, and its lips curled into a most indulgent and mischievous smile. A slender hand, seemingly feeble, rested on Munchlax's shoulder, yet it was surreptitiously caressing the skin beneath his collar. Lin Chi's lips twitched violently. "Cousin, forgive me for doubting you just now." Karelian's pitiful demeanor was all an act. "Oscar owes you a little golden statuette. This is no affectionate Pokémon sensing emotions. It is a cunning, heart-manipulating creature. You've tarnished the reputation of the Shinado clan. Munchlax, my dear friend, may fortune favor you in this situation." Lin Chi silently lit a candle for his overly naive companion. Before he could finish his silent prayer, he felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Lowering his gaze, he found Milotic clutching his clothing, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. It emitted a low, gurgling sound from its throat, its tail wagging excitedly. "How has this divine beast begun to resemble a dog more and more?" he muttered to himself, patting Milotic's head with an exasperated sigh. "All right, enough of that. You'll ruin my clothes. We're off." Destination: the site of the old power plant. Milotic let out a joyful roar. In an instant, they transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, racing towards the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, the ground was strewn with rubble, a stark contrast to the bustling center, likely due to the rampaging Dunsparce, which left few pedestrians in sight. Not far ahead, an abandoned power plant loomed like a silent steel giant, quietly standing amidst the desolation. Several massive smokestacks pointed skyward, whispering tales of past clamor. As Lin Chi approached the power plant, he felt a rhythmic tremor beneath his feet. Huh! He squinted, gazing into the distance. At the horizon's edge, a colossal figure, rolling like a tire, was rapidly approaching, kicking up clouds of dust. It was an adult Dunsparce, emanating an aura of chaos. Just as Munchlax had described, it charged recklessly, colliding with anything in its path. Surprisingly, rather than feeling anxious, Lin Chi's lips curled into a slight smile. Avoid its fury? How could a distinguished divine beast like myself shy away from such a challenge? Milotic, Dragon Breath. He barely bothered to dismount, issuing the command from the safety of Milotic's back. Without changing posture, Milotic unleashed a concentrated torrent of dragon-type energy. The energy struck the oncoming Dunsparce with precision. There was no violent explosion, but the force of the blast sent the spinning Dunsparce tumbling. With a resounding crash, it slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its limbs sprawled, eyes swirling, completely incapacitated. See, reckless driving leads to tears. Lin Chi chuckled, but his amusement was short-lived. The tremors beneath him intensified, the ground shaking like a series of thundering drums, converging into a cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. Glancing back towards the horizon, he witnessed a succession of Dunsparce emerging from the dust cloud. Oh dear, just 4 of them? Munchlax said there were many. This hardly counts. Before Lin Chi could issue another command, yet another Dunsparce poked its head through. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. His smile began to fade. The numbers kept stacking. 10, 20, 30. Looking out, he was met with a sea of ferocious Dunsparce forming an unstoppable onslaught. They surged forward like a relentless tide, barreling towards him. Goodness! Did I inadvertently disturb a Dunsparce nest? Even with Lin Chi's audacious spirit, the sight of this armored battalion was enough to send chills down his spine. Even if Milotic could take them down one by one, by the time it vanquished them all, he would likely be crushed into a pulp. Milotic turned its head, glancing back at Lin Chi. Shall we perhaps avoid their wrath? Lin Chi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had his pride. Resolute, he flipped another pokeball. Come forth, Groudon. With a thunderous roar, the counterfeit earth deity made its grand entrance. Use Earthquake. Tear open a chasm. Lin Chi commanded, pointing towards the surging Dunsparce. This large, inertia-driven Pokémon favored rolling, making it particularly vulnerable to terrain manipulation. Groudon's molten eyes locked onto the target. With a mighty growl, it raised its robust leg high, and with immense force, brought it crashing down. The earth roared violently, convulsing and tearing. A massive chasm instantly formed between Lin Chi and the horde of Dunsparce, effectively blocking their advance. However, just as Lin Chi prepared to issue his next command, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The force of Groudon's stomp evidently exceeded the fragile geological limits of the area. Lin Chi felt a violent shake beneath his feet, soon followed by a disconcerting sensation of weightlessness. Crackling sounds erupted as the ground beneath him, along with the newly summoned Groudon, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Phew, that was close. Lin Chi exhaled, patting his chest in relief. A ground collapse was minor. After all, Milotic could glide. The real concern was Groudon, whose substantial form had nearly crushed them both. Thankfully, he managed to retract it swiftly, clutching Milotic, who was gently gliding down. Lin Chi steadied himself and immediately surveyed his surroundings, only to be astounded by the sight before him. He had presumed he had fallen into a vast underground cavern. Yet this hollow was brilliantly illuminated, as bright as day. Looking upwards, he beheld a ceiling adorned with metallic pipes of varying sizes, twinkling with multicolored indicator lights, intricately woven like a spider's web. Together, they formed a radiant sky. Before him stood rows of sleek, silver-gray metal structures. The neatly planned roads sprawled in all directions, and floating signposts emitted a soft blue glow. It was a scene reminiscent of an underground city. What in the world is this place? Lynch muttered to himself, his bewilderment outweighing his fear. Before he could comprehend the situation, a faint mechanical whirring sound emerged from behind. Alert, Lynch turned to see a robot, standing at the height of an adult human and shimmering in silvery hues, diligently sweeping up the debris that had fallen from above. Upon detecting a biological entity, its oval head swiftly locked onto Lynch, emitting a cerulean scanning beam. Beep, beep, identity verification in progress, the robot's emotionless synthetic voice intoned. Instinctively, Lynch took a half-step back, eyeing this abrupt mechanical apparition with caution. However, before he could utter a word, the robot's head shifted from a ghostly blue scan to a blinding crimson light. Identification error. No matching employee identity. Classified as an intruder. Capture protocol initiated. The cold electronic voice had scarcely finished when the robot's mechanical arm lit up with a dazzling electric spark. A bolt of blue high-voltage electricity shot towards Lynch like a venomous serpent. Lynch barely had time to react when a purple figure flashed in front of him, intercepting the attack with lightning speed. The electric current struck Millerton without eliciting even a spark. It tilted its metallic head, seemingly displeased with this audacious little creature that dared to attack it. Sniffing the air, Millerton's eyes gleamed, and it opened its wide maw, launching an assault on the robot's attacking arm. Crack! The crisp sound echoed as if it were crunching potato chips. The sturdy alloy robot crumbled into fragments under Millerton's sharp teeth, devoured in mere bites. Buzz! The watch screen illuminated. Millerton gains experience. Just as Lynch was regaining his composure from the sudden assault, the robot that had lost its arm continued its operations unabated. Its chest alarm blared furiously, emitting a sharp, piercing buzz. Alert! Alert! Level 1 threat. Severe body damage detected. Broadcasting coordinates. Requesting assistance. Repeat. Requesting assistance. Whoosh. 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 The alarm sounded like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In an instant, the seemingly dormant metallic structures around them opened their portals. A deluge of various robots surged forth. Some wielded pliers, others held wrenches, and even the nearby buildings emitted cracking transformation sounds. Subsequently, they lifted from the ground, transforming into towering 10-meter-tall robots. Lynch exclaimed, "Is this the level of technology in your Pokémon world? Is this reasonable? And you in Zijing City are far too uncouth, always resorting to a swarm tactic. Dare you engage in a fair one-on-one duel with me?" Zila, a robust electric spark answered him, grazing the edge of his clothing and leaving a charred mark on the massive robot behind him. Lynch, acting decisively, immediately recalled the ineffectual Millerton, invoking his most beloved Pokémon. Lunala, teleport. The elegant creature, reminiscent of a starry night, unfurled its wings and gracefully materialized. With a gentle flap, it enveloped Lynch in a hazy moonlit aura, and in a flash of light, the duo vanished as if ink dissolving in water. They reappeared amidst a throng of robots. Lynch remarked, "You truly have a multitude of beings. Are there more beyond 100 meters?" Witnessing the oncoming electric sparks, Lunala activated its teleportation once more. Once, twice, thrice. The continuous spatial jumps transported them to different street corners or the tops of buildings, until the cacophonous mechanical roars and alarms finally faded into the distance. Lynch exhaled deeply, his taut nerves slightly relaxing, believing he had finally escaped the encirclement of the mechanical onslaught. Just as he intended to pat Lunala to signal a halt, the once smooth metallic ground and the surrounding air suddenly froze without warning. Crack! Zizz! Several faint blue energy fields erupted like shackles from concealed launch points in the floors and walls. "Oh dear! Someone's caught!" A male voice, tinged with disbelief, rang out from the side. "Damn it! A gang attack! Zijing City, you are far too treacherous." Chapter 37. I want them all. Haha, what do you think? You still don't believe in my creations? A slightly smug youthful voice followed, laced with a hint of self-congratulation. Wait, what's this? Sensing he had fallen into a trap, Lynch paid no heed to the speaker and instinctively called out, "Lunala." Bound by the energy field, Lunala's eyes glimmered with moonlight. Under the full force of its energy, the surrounding space twisted. The resilient energy shackles were forcibly torn apart, creating a gap. In the next moment, the dim starlight enveloped Lynch and Lunala, vanishing like ink in water, leaving only wisps of dissipating energy in their wake. A few meters away, a flash of light revealed Lynch's disheveled figure, who stumbled slightly before regaining his footing. Without glancing at the trap's location, he hastily unleashed another pokeball from his waist. The red light exploded. A Pokémon, its body cloaked in jagged rocks, crashed down. It was surrounded by wildly unstable energy, with dazzling lightning flickering across its surface. Goodness, this young man is going all out right from the start. Iron Turn immediately recognized the Pokémon's abilities. Why, you ask? Because he too possessed a temperamental electrode. He quickly interjected, "Young man, don't charge in." Alas, it was too late. The thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder. No, it was even more than thunder. The deafening explosion surged outward from the center of the rockslide Pokémon, a blinding flash of lightning consuming everything in its vicinity, casting a stark pallor, while countless fine electric arcs danced like frenzied silver serpents amidst the shockwave. Wait, lightning? Playing that in front of the gym leader of the electric type? Isn't that akin to wielding dual blades before Arceus? Realizing the anomaly of the explosive attack, Iron Turn released the Pokeball he had been holding just as the blinding explosion approached. Electivire. Iron Turn's voice carried an undeniable command. A woo. The agile Electivire leapt forth like a bolt of yellow lightning, roaring as it unleashed a powerful suction. The once violent lightning was forcibly drawn in, converging. and wildly surging into Electivire's body. Lightning Rod, absorbing electric-type attacks to bolster its abilities. Just as Iron turned side in relief, a smirk almost forming at the corners of his mouth, a purely physical shockwave followed closely behind. Devoid of electric energy, the compressed air still held formidable power. Like an invisible hammer, it struck down with tremendous force. Experienced, Iron Turn immediately curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms. Yet, the stout figure was uncontrollably hurled into the air. The individual beside him fared even worse, being flipped over by the shockwave and landing in a most undignified manner. As the dust settled, Lin Chi coughed violently, waving his hand to disperse the lingering smoke, allowing him to discern the scene near the trap's location. There, two shiny figures lay awkwardly on the ground, groaning pitifully. One was a stout old man with a white handlebar mustache, clad in work attire. The other sported peculiar gear-shaped glasses and a resilient tuft of hair atop his head. A flicker of recognition sparked within Lin Chi. He immediately understood the identity of the latter. It was Tai Xian, the gym leader of Xin City. As for the other he was unfamiliar. Just as Lin Chi was about to voice his inquiries, Tai Xian struggled to rise. He quickly regained his composure under the influence of the vitality block, shaking off debris as his gaze fixated on the resurgent rumble rock with an eagerness that betrayed his longing. With a grimace that resembled a forced smile, he spoke rapidly. "It's all a misunderstanding. I am Tai Xian, the gym leader of Xin City. This is the Mechanic King. We are upstanding citizens." Before he could elaborate further, a jarring crackle of electricity struck between the three, but was promptly absorbed by the Thunder Beast, which was staring intently at Lin Chi. The shrill alarm echoed once more, akin to a persistent pest, accompanied by the heavy, rhythmic clanking of metallic footsteps. A cluster of flickering red eyes and cold metallic silhouettes emerged from around the corner at the end of the corridor. Those relentless robotic reinforcements, following the explosion and energy fluctuations, had arrived. The leading massive combat robots, with their crimson electronic eyes, had fixated firmly on the trio. How did so many awaken at once? Tieshuan's expression shifted dramatically. The three exchanged a brief glance, unspoken understanding passing among them. Instinct for survival and the urgent desire to vacate this dreadful place aligned perfectly. Each showcased their unique abilities to evade the pursuing machines. Phew, oh dear. My old bones. Tai Xian leaned against the frigid metal wall, gasping for breath as beads of sweat rolled down his rounded cheeks, dampening his characteristic white mustache. I truly am not as spry as I once was. A few steps nearly cost me my life. The Mechanic King slumped beside him, adjusting his signature gear-shaped glasses, equally breathless. Only Lin Chi maintained his sharp gaze, vigilantly scanning the relatively quiet emergency corridor. If one were to inquire why, one would attribute it to my instantaneous teleportation. Lin Chi retracted Lanira, steadied his breath, and resumed the interrupted dialogue, succinctly stating his name. He then pointed toward the direction from which unsettling metallic scraping and alarms emanated, fixing his piercing gaze upon the two. "Now, might you enlighten me regarding this peculiar location? You don't know where this is? Then how did you arrive?" Tai Xian and the Mechanic King exchanged puzzled expressions. This was a place they had painstakingly researched and had only recently discovered. However, they tacitly refrained from probing Lin Chi further about the peculiar Pokémon capable of instantaneous teleportation. After all, it was quite normal for a young individual to harbor a few secrets. Moreover, the gym leaders from the Hoenn region were known to be upright individuals, conducting themselves with integrity. Unlike certain regions where a significant number of gym trainers, even the Elite Four, were coerced into compliance. Tai Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, calming his breath, a complex and nostalgic expression crossing his face. "This is New Xin City." New Xin? Lin Chi murmured to himself. This was not as he had experienced in the game. The Mechanic King interjected, his tone laced with the excitement characteristic of a tech enthusiast. "Indeed, New Xin. It is an underground utopia constructed a century ago, where our ancestors poured countless efforts, wisdom, and resources into its creation. A grand ideal that fused the most advanced technologies of the time, striving for self-sufficiency and harmony with nature." "And what of the robots pursuing us?" Lin Chi inquired, furrowing his brow and gesturing toward the direction they had come from. "Oh, those." The Mechanic King's tone became more relaxed. "Do not be alarmed. They are essentially workers. We currently reside in the energy core of New Xin City, the central power plant. Most of those pursuing us are engineering robots tasked with maintaining equipment and pipelines, with a few serving as security models for the area. However, their current aggression is indeed unusual. It appears they have not been maintained for quite some time, leading to some program malfunctions. Surely, they wouldn't dare dismantle their own home. The Mechanic King made a jest. Lin Shi, feeling somewhat guilty, instinctively reached for his pokeball. After listening to Tai Xian and the Mechanic King's exchange about the illustrious history of New Xen, Lin Shi began to form a vague outline of this place in his mind. However, a more pressing question arose. Why, then, was this place ultimately abandoned? Lin Shi surveyed the magnificent yet desolate underground expanse, raising a new query. That the two fell silent, momentarily taken aback. They had been so engrossed in excitedly exploring various devices and collecting data over the past few days that they had not delved into the fundamental reasons behind the city's abandonment. Noticing their uncertainty, Lin Shi decided to temporarily set aside his concerns. He recalled another significant objective of his journey and subsequently retrieved a package from his pocket. By the way, Gym Leader Tai Xian, this is something entrusted to me by President Zavoki of the Duan Company to pass on to you. Lin Shi extended the item toward him. Zavoki? Tieshuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He nearly snatched the box from Lin Shi's hands, his fingers trembling with excitement. The Mechanic King quickly leaned closer, and together they treated the package as if it were a rare treasure. Could it be that it has truly been restored? Tieshuan's voice trembled with disbelief, and his expression turned gravely serious. With the Mechanic King's assistance, they meticulously dismantled the box, handling it with the utmost care as though defusing a bomb. Layer after layer of casing was peeled away, akin to unveiling a Russian nesting doll. Ultimately, a core approximately the size of a fist, adorned with intricate energy circuits, quietly lay at the bottom of the box, as if liquid lightning coursed within. Though not entirely perfect, the Mechanic King observed the object in his hands, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. With this restored core, we can finally activate the power plant. The core emitted highly unstable energy fluctuations, yet the immense power it contained caused even Millerton's Pokeball to begin trembling. This simply won't do. Lin Shi swiftly covered the Pokeball. The Thunder Beast regarded Lin Shi warily, emitting a low growl, fearful of another impending explosion. Tai Xian, however, displayed even greater exuberance. He turned around, his large hand clapping vigorously on Lin Shi's shoulder, causing Lin Shi to sway slightly. His eyes sparkled with unrestrained admiration and mirth as he laughed heartily. Ha! What a fine lad. Not only have you nurtured your Pokémon exceptionally well, but your sense of responsibility is also commendable. Though you are still far from defeating me, I must admit that thunderous explosion you just unleashed was undeniably powerful and awe-inspiring, nearly causing this old man's frail bones to crumble. As a reward, I shall present you with this electric badge. With that, he rummaged through his pocket and casually handed over a badge. Lin Shi instinctively caught the badge, feeling its weight and the cold touch of metal. The electric badge. Is it really in my possession now? Is it this simple? Before he could revel in his joy, Lin Shi suddenly realized the predicament. Oh no, if I'm not required to battle, how will I acquire the Pokémon I lack? This simply cannot be. As an NPC, I must fulfill my duties. Lin Shi's brows furrowed sharply, a surge of righteousness swelling within him as he declared with fervor, this cannot stand. As the gym leader, tasked with the vital responsibility of selecting and guiding trainers, how can I so carelessly bestow a badge that symbolizes strength and recognition? Tai Xian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's sudden outburst. This was the first time he had encountered a trainer who, upon receiving a badge, appeared more offended than pleased. Bestowing it so easily, Tai Xian instinctively echoed, attempting to grasp Lin Shi's reasoning. But did you not just initiate a gym challenge? Just moments ago, was that truly a challenge? Lin Shi's voice dripped with incredulity. I merely retaliated out of necessity. We exchanged but a single move. Of course. Tai Xian thumped his chest, declaring, my principle is to embrace casual challenges at any time, as long as you have struck at me and demonstrated your prowess. It counts as a challenge. If I acknowledge it, that suffices. Rules are rigid, but humanity is flexible. Yet, the match has yielded no victor? Lin Shi seized the crux of the matter, his gaze piercing. Without a resolution to the battle, how could a badge be granted? The outcome of the battle? Young man, do not become entangled in the trivialities of victory or defeat. Observing Lin Shi's earnest demeanor, Tai Xian patted him on the shoulder, adopting a tone of someone who had seen it all. Moreover, who told you that you must win to earn a badge? According to the League's regulations, as long as the gym leader recognizes the challenger's strength, potential, and spirit, a badge may be awarded. Furthermore, my KPI for this month remains unmet. He abruptly realized he had let slip too much and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem. In any case, I acknowledge you, your strength, particularly the potential to create such an explosion, has not escaped this old man's notice. You are indeed worthy of the badge. He endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone, yet the conviction in his voice was noticeably diminished. Lin Chi, how peculiar. Dawu, I have wronged you. This is the true essence of the 8 masters, the reason for the dismal performance in the Hoenn region. What nonsense. Lin Chi's voice carried a profound disappointment, transcending mere anger to encompass a lament for a certain ideal being trampled upon. The gym challenge is an indispensable path for a trainer's growth, a testament to sweat and glory. Your actions. His gaze bore into Tai Xian's eyes. This is not only a slight against my personal efforts, but a profound disrespect to all those who harbor dreams and yearn to prove themselves on a fair and just stage. This is an affront to the sacred identity of a gym leader. Profane desecration? Tai Xian was momentarily stunned by Lin Chi's impassioned rhetoric. The final statement struck him like a hammer, reverberating deeply within his heart. Even Mechanic King, who had been watching the spectacle, now wore a serious expression. This young man speaks the truth. A gym leader is not merely a badge distributor. He is a guide on the path of a trainer's evolution. Tai Xian regarded Lin Chi with a complex gaze, no longer viewing him as a mere junior, but with a newfound respect for recognizing his own misjudgment. You are right. He inhaled deeply, asserting, a gym challenge must be conducted with integrity. It must have a proper beginning and conclusion. Once I resolve matters here, we shall engage in a proper gym battle at the Xian Gym's official battleground. I, Tai Xian, guaranteed to showcase my true abilities, leaving no room for negligence. Let us settle the ownership of this badge through a genuine battle. Showcase true abilities? Perhaps that is unnecessary. Lin Chi felt somewhat bewildered. Why is this elder so easily swayed, even to the point of excess? He possessed a clear understanding of his own prowess. Mingling with the lower ranks was effortless. However, facing a gym leader unleashing his full strength would indeed present a challenge. Rest assured, as a gym leader, I will not go easy on you. With that, Tai Xian reached out to reclaim the badge. Yet, with slight force, the badge in Lin Chi's hand remained steadfast. Tai Xian, what is the matter? Is it not a matter of disdain, insult, disrespect, desecration? Then why not release it? But the thick-skinned Lin Chi maintained an expression of righteous indignation, firmly clutching the badge. Preposterous. Lin Chi intended to engage with an NPC to acquire some Pokémon. Having obtained the item from Team Rocket's star, he had no intention of relinquishing it. The badge, the Pokémon, he intended to claim them all. Chapter 38, Soaring High, Standing Upon the Earth. After a struggle, the aged Tai Xian ultimately succumbed to Lin Chi's steadfast grip. Cough, cough. Tai Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as he strategically coughed. He withdrew his somewhat fatigued arm, inwardly pondering, yet hastily sought a way to save face. Lin Chi, I have reconsidered. It seems this badge should remain with you. There is no logic in retracting what has been given. Without waiting for Lin Chi to respond, he continued, no need for further discussion. We must first head to the power station. The urgent matters of New Xian City take precedence. Alas, brother you. Lin Chi wore a look of reluctant acceptance. Yet, despite his words, the swift action of pocketing the electric badge caused Tai Xian's eye to twitch once more. You rascal. Old men do not forget grievances easily. Tai Xian mentally noted this incident in his little ledger. You have requested a battle with me, old man. When that challenge arises, I shall ensure the intensity is sufficient to impart the lesson of respect. Old men are not to be trifled with. The trio cautiously scouted the area, confirming that the pesky robots had retreated, rendering the passage temporarily safe. All right. Tai Xian's spirits lifted. He waved his hand grandly, declaring, let us awaken this slumbering steel metropolis and restore its greatness. Mechanic King could hardly contain his excitement. Let us go, let us go? I can hardly wait. With the lightning beast's heightened sensitivity to electric currents and Mechanic King's familiarity with the underground passages, the trio journeyed westward, deftly avoiding the main security zones. In a labyrinthine network of steel pipes and corridors, they finally arrived at their destination, the heart of energy for New Xian City, the power station. The massive gates slowly rose with the heavy grinding of gears and the release of steam, triggered by a complex sequence of commands entered by Mechanic King. However, as the scene behind the door fully revealed itself, Lin Chi found himself in a state of shock. Before him lay not the intricately protected facilities he had envisioned at the city's core, but rather the outer fringes of the power plant. The colossal structure of the power station looms like an immense fortress of steel, standing majestically. Adjacent to it lies a meticulously planned metallic edifice. However, contrary to the anticipated brilliance and well-equipped interiors, the surrounding streets are shrouded in darkness. Only the light filtering through the gate and the sporadic flickering of emergency luminescence on the exterior shell of the power station faintly outline a corner of this grand metropolis. After walking 100 meters, the trio approached the formidable behemoth, gazing upward in awe. The outer shell of the power station is composed of heavy, rivet-studded dull metal, its surface cloaked in years of accumulated dust. Its contours are exceedingly intricate, with sharp angles, as if encased in a robust armor adorned with massive gears and piston structures. Enormous, joint-like assemblies are faintly visible, glinting with a cold, eerie glow under the emergency lights. Is this truly the power station? Lynch could not help but voice his evident confusion. Yet, why is it situated on the exterior of the factory? Such a vital energy core should logically be placed in the safest, most secure location at the heart of the factory, under strict surveillance, shouldn't it? Being exposed on the outside, wouldn't it be a cinch for him to breach this place with Team Rocket and Team Magma? Oh, but he is a bona fide second-generation member of the Alliance. Thus, all is well. Taishian and Mechanic King paused momentarily at his words. Well? Taishian scratched his bald head. The design of our ancestors must have its rationale. Perhaps it is for the convenience of heat dissipation? The justification he offered felt somewhat flimsy, even to himself. Surely it couldn't have just wandered out on its own. Mechanic King appeared somewhat impatient. His entire focus concentrated on the core in his hands. These are mere details. Technical trifles. It matters not why it is outside. What is paramount is that it functions. The priority now is to activate it, to restore energy to the new purple-violet and bring it back to life. That is the crux of the matter. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of a technical enthusiast, disregarding Lynch's inquiries as he carefully cradled the core, exuding unstable energy fluctuations, and hurried toward the power station's main structure. They arrived at the side of the power station facing the city. Taishian pointed to a central region that was markedly recessed and bore dark traces, filled with intricate interfaces and energy circuits, explaining to Lynch. According to the blueprints left by our ancestors in our investigations over the past period, we discovered that it is this particular section where the energy core has malfunctioned, resulting in system disarray and subsequent paralysis. Lynch furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the power station once more. There was an oddity about it. Its design philosophy did not seem to reflect that of a mere power station. However, the darkness was so profound that many details were obscured in shadow, rendering them indistinct. Just as Lynch was lost in thought, pondering the source of this dissonance, a click. The pokeball at his waist sprang open in an instant. A flash of red light. Tool Dragon made its entrance. From the moment it laid eyes on the power station, its large blue-violet eyes fixated on the immense metallic shell, as if it were not cold steel but a colossal cake constructed from the finest energy ores, emanating an irresistible aroma. Its inorganic body craved evolution, unable to suppress its instinctual desire. In a sudden burst of speed, Millerton lunged at the massive metallic barrier, mouth agape, ready to take a hearty bite. No. Taishian and Mechanic King shouted in unison. Millerton glanced at the two unfamiliar bald heads, then accelerated once more. As long as it could reach there. As long as it could reach there. Foolish dragon, stop. Lynch cried out immediately. This thing would cost him dearly, even if it meant emptying his father's pockets. Millerton halted abruptly, its massive head drooping in dismay. It emitted a series of whimpering sounds, then nudged Lynch with its cold forehead, its large eyes brimming with longing. It had learned this behavior from that EV it had spotted along the way. It sensed that this energy was far superior to anything it had consumed before. If it could just have a couple of bites, it would undoubtedly become stronger. Tieshuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Two Pokémon he had never encountered before. No wonder that old fox, Devon, had sent him here with a delivery. It turned out there were such trump cards. Observing the form and energy response of this Pokémon, it was evidently extraordinary. Following Millerton's thwarted attempt at pilfering, Mechanic King took a deep breath, as if performing a sacred ritual, and steadily aligned the fist-sized energy core with the recess, gently pressing it in. Buzz. The moment the core embedded itself, the liquid lightning coursing through it brightened momentarily, emitting a low hum. The core fit perfectly into the recess. The energy circuit igniting, and fine arcs of electricity began to leap between the core and the platform. Then nothing happened. The anticipated surge of energy and the thunderous roar of the massive machinery did not materialize. The entire power station remained eerily silent, with only the core's own unstable hum reverberating in the vast space, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The excitement and anticipation on Mechanic King's face instantly froze. He nearly pressed his face against the core, his eyes widening in scrutiny. This shouldn't be happening. The interface fit perfectly, and the energy cycle had clearly been established. Why was there no response? Taishian furrowed his brow, leaning in closer. Could it be that the core's repairs were insufficient? Was the energy output unstable? Lynch's mind raced. This was an excellent opportunity to throw Zavuchi, that old fox, under the bus, though he had not explicitly stated it. Lynch could tell that this nefarious capitalist was undoubtedly plotting against him. Even if he wasn't, that old man was certainly cunning, and he must not be allowed to remain. Without a second thought, Lynch promptly added fuel to the fire. Ah, how peculiar. One would think that President Zavuchi, having reiterated time and again the importance of delivering the core, would ensure it underwent rigorous testing to guarantee its flawless condition, especially since it pertains to the monumental task of restarting the new purple violet. Hence, it must merely be a minor technical mishap, right? He paused, feigning a slight frown, and continued in a casual tone. It couldn't possibly be intentional, could it? Oh. Lynch immediately covered his mouth, inadvertently casting a wary glance at Taishian and Mechanic King, as if fearing he had misspoken. The president valued Purple Violet City so dearly, he would never resort to underhanded tactics in such matters. Intentional? Lynch's insinuation instantly stirred ripples in Taishian and Mechanic King's minds. Considering the recent rumors about Devon Company seemingly attempting to invade the energy sector, while Purple Violet City's enterprises specialize in energy, Lynch's seemingly casual conjecture was not without merit. Huh, I knew I couldn't trust him, Taishian remarked to Mechanic King. That old rascal Zavuchi, I know him well. He's been devious since childhood. Mechanic King also furrowed his brow, though he had little interest in corporate rivalries. The fact that the core was not starting was undeniable. A cloud of suspicion loomed over the faces of the two individuals, their anger gradually rising, as if they were about to be led into distrust towards the Duan Company by Lin Chi's private dealings. Noticing that the three were no longer fixated on him, Middleton, who had been feigning obedience by lying at Lin Chi's feet, seemed to casually inch closer to the power station. He first licked his lips and glanced back, ensuring no one had noticed. Then, in a swift motion, he bit down. A loud crunch and a sizzling sound erupted. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous rumble shook the ground beneath them without warning. The intensity of the tremors far surpassed those caused by the charge of the Duanjia group or the earthquakes from the Gallardo seismic zone. The entire underground space felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently. Debris tumbled from the rocky walls, and the massive metal pipes emitted a groan that was almost unbearable. Middleton immediately accelerated his chewing, attempting to obliterate the evidence. Suddenly, Iron Spiral and Mechanism King were caught off guard, nearly losing their balance, and quickly supported each other. A deep, resonant humming sound soon followed, resonating so profoundly that it sent tremors through their hearts, emanating from the depths of the power station. The sound resembled the roar of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. The hum rapidly escalated, transforming into the heavy, powerful roar of colossal machinery coming to life. The immense structure of the power station, having lain silent for a century, began to emit creaking, grinding, and clattering sounds of metal on metal. The thick layer of dust that had settled upon its surface was shaken off, revealing the dark yet potent metallic sheen beneath. It moved. It stirred. The Mechanism King instantly forgot all his suspicions, erupting into ecstatic screams, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Old Iron, it has come to life. The new Violet has awakened. I told you, Zivik has always been honest since he was a child. Iron Spiral, too, was in tears, his excitement causing his beard to tremble, tightly embracing the Mechanism King, laughing and crying like a child. We did it. We succeeded. The dreams of our ancestors. However, while the two were engulfed in euphoria, Lin Chi, gazing at the colossal figure before him, felt a chill run down his spine. Old brother Iron Spiral, old brother Mechanism King. Lin Chi's voice trembled slightly. Do you remember the question I asked earlier? I think I know why it is outside. The two, caught in their joy, instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Chi. Following the direction of his outstretched finger, and the grave expression in his eyes, they glanced with a twinge of foreboding at the power station, now producing an increasingly thunderous roar. No, it was no longer merely a power station. The massive structure, resembling a fortress, was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. The thick, angular armored plates were flipping and shifting, producing deafening metallic roars. The gigantic gear structures whirled madly, and the stout hydraulic rods extended and contracted with the power of a beast's sinews. Those immense supports and pipes, deeply embedded in the rock, were now being pulled out, accompanied by the explosive sound of shattering stone as they began to bend and reconfigure, creating a sound of metal twisting that sent chills down their spines. Amidst the mechanical cacophony resonating through the entire underground space, an unimaginable behemoth awakened. The core of what was once the power station now glowed with a massive crimson eye, akin to a furnace. Its head was composed of thick armor and exposed massive pipes, fierce and oppressive. Its body had transformed from the power station structure, covered in rivets and robust drive shafts, while the once colossal cable conduits connecting to the city now dangled like barbed tendrils. Its arms and legs were formed from those extraordinarily thick metal supports and hydraulic systems, now recombined. With just a shift from a crawling position to a half-kneel, its height nearly touched the dome of this vast underground space. The shadow it cast instantly enveloped the three diminutive figures below. The entire city of New Violet trembled beneath the imposing presence of this ancient mechanical giant. The joy and tears on Iron Spiral and Mechanism King's faces froze in an instant, replaced by boundless terror. Their mouths gaped open, yet no sound emerged. They simply stared, petrified, at the being that had awakened from its slumber, radiating an aura of annihilation. Gundam. By heavens! Lin Chi marveled. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a Gundam, yet also echoed some features from a certain mobile game. As Lin Chi beheld this scene that surpassed all imagination, he deeply doubted the technological prowess of the Pokémon world. Goodness, this technology existed a century ago. Why not let other regions also be renamed Hoenn? The colossal entity slightly lowered its head. Its massive single eye slowly turned, ultimately focusing on the three insignificant beings below. Yet, there appeared to be a flaw in its majesty. A substantial portion of the robot's head was missing. The jagged edges of the torn metal revealed complex, yet dim wiring beneath, resembling the aftermath of a savage bite from some prehistoric beast. Wait, a bite? Lin Chi instinctively glanced at Middleton, who, sensing Lin Chi's piercing gaze, stiffened noticeably, hastily turning his head to feign intense interest in a nondescript pipe nearby. Gulp. Iron Spiral struggled to swallow, his voice dry and hoarse. The situation seems rather dire. His hand instinctively moved towards the pokeball at his waist. Don't panic. Don't frighten yourself. The Mechanism King's voice trembled as well, but he remained fixated on the massive mechanical body, striving to persuade his companions through logic. What if it is friendly? Our city's guardian. A legacy from our ancestors. Guardian? Then why do you think this underground city is deserted? Illuminated by the glow from the mechanical body, Lin Chi could see the distant buildings, shattered and in ruins. Look at what it has been guarding. Chapter 39. By heavens. The Sword of the Cliff. Witnessing the mountain-like giant effortlessly crush the structures at its feet, even a fool could discern the grim reality. While it is still unable to fully control its body, you must flee. Go and form the alliance. Iron Spiral abruptly turned, shouting at the Mechanism King and Lin Chi. And you? The Mechanism King instinctively reached for Iron Spiral's arm. Me? Iron Spiral forcefully shook off the outstretched hand, stepping forward with determination. His once jovial demeanor replaced by resoluteness. I am the gym leader of Violet City. This gym leader, typically lighthearted, now bore an expression of unwavering resolve. This thing is far too dangerous. I cannot allow it to leave this place. The Thunder Beast stepped forward as well. Iron Spiral's gaze remained fixed on the colossal steel god, which seemed poised to rupture the entire underground realm. Though his stature was diminutive, his presence was as solid as a rock. Iron Spiral's voice rang with undeniable conviction, each word striking the ground like tempered steel. This is my city. This is my sanctuary as the master of the Purple Violet Gym. It is my solemn duty to ensure it once again slumbers. Thunder Beast, prepare for battle. Roar. The Thunder Beast unleashed a battle cry, crackling with electricity, standing resolutely in front of Taishian. Taishian. The mechanic master lunged forward once more, grasping Tieshuan's work jacket sleeves and shaking him vigorously. Don't be foolish. We should leave together. You must go. Taishian strained against him, insisting, leave me be. Purple Violet needs you. The League requires your intel. No, we must depart together. I cannot abandon Purple Violet City. You must hurry. Observing their frenzied interaction, Lin Chi remarked, Goodness, are you two staging a vintage idol drama here? Classics are indeed classics, but at least in those dramas, the protagonists are handsome and beautiful, filled with affection and pleasing to the eye. Yet here you are, two old geezers whose combined hair count barely registers, grappling and shouting with such fervor. It's an eyesore, can't you see? Just then, a faint glimmer flickered on the screen of his wristwatch. Milton has gained a substantial amount of experience. LV-14, LV-16. Lin Chi. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing, fixated on the colossal iron beast that was slowly powering up, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Its immense form, with a formidable metallic shell, crushed everything in its path as it moved. How could this be a disaster? This is clearly a walking, supersized experience pack. A single bite could elevate one by 2 levels. If Milton could take a few more bites, Wouldn't it soar in power? Level up. Become stronger. A shortcut lay before him. The overwhelming temptation swiftly obliterated all sense of critique and impending doom. An unprecedented light ignited in Lin Chi's eyes, reflecting the unique excitement and greed of a player encountering a boss. Forget the petty squabbles and visual pollution, all were cast aside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi stepped forward. Milton, let it taste our might. Maximum power, unleash thunder. Roar. Milton, having tasted success, could no longer contain itself. The instant it received the command, a terrifying surge of lightning erupted around it. A bolt of lightning tore through the dim underground space, striking fiercely against the Iron Giant's chest. Boom! With a blinding flash, a deafening thunder followed. The furious currents surged like countless silver serpents, wildly coursing and exploding across the robot's metallic surface. Even Taishian, an expert in electric types, could not help but glance at the power of this lightning. Thunder Beast. We cannot be outdone. 100,000 volts. Taishian reacted swiftly, kicking his old companion away from him towards the escape route, immediately directing command. The Thunder Beast, sensing a subtle rivalry, felt currents surging around it. A bolt of lightning, equally ferocious, surged towards the robot. The two violent forces of electricity intertwined, nearly engulfing the Iron Giant entirely in a tempest of thunder. The massive form jolted under the onslaught. Well done. As Lin Chi noticed his teammate beginning to unleash their power, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. But to his astonishment, the rampant lightning seemed to be absorbed as if a dry sponge had come into contact with water, swiftly vanishing. Even more astonishingly, as the electric light dissipated, the Iron Giant, which had previously appeared somewhat stiff and sluggish, exhibited a remarkable increase in fluidity, the creaking sounds of its joints diminishing rapidly. Damn it, it has an electric absorption trait. Lin Chi's heart sank. This is bad. I'm out of allies. Tieshuan's proud electric prowess is merely fodder against this behemoth. Just as Lin Chi pondered, the momentary stillness of the Iron Giant came to an end. Its enormous arm shot up abruptly, and a dark, gaping cannon at its wrist charged ominously, radiating a disquieting glow. A beam of terrifying electric light, thicker than the one Milton had unleashed, coalesced with a sense of annihilation. Like a spear of doom, it cleaved through the air with a piercing hum, aimed directly at the two Pokémon. Watching Milton retreat in haste, the Thunder Beast displayed a hint of disdain. That attack is indeed formidable, but an electric strike? The Thunder Beast did not falter. Instead, it stepped boldly forward, willingly meeting the oncoming destructive lightning. What a joke! With its lightning rod ability, it was fearless. Zzz. The raging current, under its guidance, instantly wrapped around its body, being absorbed voraciously. The surging electricity coursed through its being, invigorating every cell, and an expression of almost euphoric enjoyment spread across its face. This is the lightning rod, the nemesis of all electric-type attacks. It cast a triumphant glance at Milton, whose big eyes were filled with envy. A satisfied grin broke across its face. Is this it? Is the attack power merely this feeble? However, this smugness lasted only a few seconds. As the electric power continued to surge uncontrollably, the energy flowing within the Thunder Beast became increasingly volatile and harder to contain. Its expression of enjoyment gradually solidified, morphing into one of strain. Yet, under Milton's admiring gaze, how could the invincible image it had just established collapse so easily? Gritting its teeth, it strained to maintain its composed demeanor. But the body's instincts proved honest. As it pushed through, its body began to tremble, every cell screaming in protest. It's full. How? It has reached its limit. I can't hold anymore. If this continues, I really will break apart. Watching the Thunder Beast suddenly roll its eyes back, its tongue lolling out, and its expression falter, Taishian felt a mix of pain and helplessness. This Thunder Beast, which he had captured, possessed exceptional potential and a strong fighting spirit, yet its overwhelming ambition and idol complex were simply too burdensome. Use discharge. Release all the energy within. On the brink of its limits, the Thunder Beast shuddered at its master's command, eager to unleash its energy. However, the Iron Giant, having achieved a city-destroying feat, possessed a wealth of combat logic and experience. Almost instantaneously, it detected the shift in the Thunder Beast's energy. Zzz. The output power of the cannon surged once more. An even more ferocious and tumultuous torrent of electric light surged into the Thunder Beast's body. Like a flood breaking through a dam. On one side, it desperately sought to release energy. On the other, a more frenzied influx rushed in. Zzz. Boom. The Thunder Beast could only endure for less than half a second before becoming overwhelmed, its consciousness fading. The disparity in their energy levels was simply too vast. Return. Thunder Beast. Taishin cried out in despair, yet his actions did not falter. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled another Pokeball. Magneton. It is your turn to take the stage. ZZZZZ. A peculiar Pokemon, composed of magnets, screws, and iron balls, hovers in the air. Its frigid metallic body glimmers with a chilling light, and 3 solitary eyes calmly fixate on its adversary. The voice of the iron spinner resonates with the pride and decisiveness of a seasoned champion. Its vulnerability lies in that very spot. The core we just installed. That is its ignition key, as well as its Achilles heel. 3-in-1 Magneton. Lock on. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly radiates from the Magneton, precisely targeting the recently embedded core on the robot's chest. Then, shatter it for me. Cannon beam. Magneton. The 3 eyes of the Magneton simultaneously erupt with blinding white light. 3 highly compressed beams of silvery energy fiercely strike towards the target. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions merge into one, brutally hammering at the same point in quick succession. For the first time, the enormous robot stumbles under the assault. The violent energy impact forces its massive form to retreat, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble and roar. Yet, it still manages to shield the core. Hiss. Lynch, observing from the side, gasps in astonishment, his eyes brimming with shock. Is this the true power of a gym leader? An abundance of experience, a lethal strike. It is akin to a scalpel, precisely targeting the vital point. And I still have to unleash my full power with Iron Spinner? Seriously? Haha. Do not underestimate the gym leader. The audacious Iron Spinner chuckles heartily. This precise and heavy blow has thoroughly enraged the Iron Giant. Its logic core instantly conducts a threat assessment. The colossal head turns towards Iron Spinner and Lynch, the cold solitary eye fixating on the laughing Iron Spinner. Lynch. A wave of ominous premonition seizes him, and his hand instinctively reaches for the Pokeball at his waist. The massive steel arm cleaves through the air, sweeping down upon the positions of Iron Spinner and Lynch like a force of nature. The core instructs it, in battle? Then first silence the trainer's voice. Magneton strikes again, but the steel giant, resolute, endures the attack, determined to crush these 2 insignificant flies. Iron Spinner's pupils constrict, his hand already grasps for another Pokeball. But Lynch is quicker. A flash of red light. Groudon, arise from the earth. Upon its emergence, Groudon notices a shadow looming above and looks up. Above, the steel arm descends, and ahead, the mechanical creature gazes down upon it. A gaze from above? Silence. Tremors. As if overloaded, or perhaps remembering something, the temperature surges. It is an uncontrollable force from the depths of ancient bloodlines. By the heavens, no one can gaze down upon it. No one. An endless fury erupts from its core. Taste my wrath. Sword of the abyss. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Not an explosion, but the earth's most profound roar. The steel platform beneath it is torn asunder by an unimaginable force, heaving upward. A colossal column of crimson rock, ablaze with the glow of molten lava. Like a spear of jealousy thrust from the deepest pits of hell, it violently strikes the steel behemoth. Clang. An indescribable metallic clash resounds, like the shattering of 1,000 bells. Visible shockwaves expand in a circular explosion. The enormous robot is knocked off balance by this terrifying force from below, its massive body tilting backward, emitting a piercing metallic distortion. Iron Spinner stares, dumbfounded, at this miraculous scene. He then glances at the equally bewildered youth beside him, his mind a blank slate. Groudon, the legendary god of the earth. Lynch. Who is he really? However, the steel giant's combat experience is terrifyingly vast. In a critical moment, it forcefully thrusts its enormous steel arm backward like a pole vault, anchoring itself against the ground that has yet to fully collapse. Boom. The screech of metal scraping fills the air, sparks flying. Its massive form shakes violently, producing an ominous creaking sound, but ultimately, it holds its ground, not falling completely. There is no time to ponder what has happened to Groudon. Lynch immediately points. Groudon. Split this earth apart. Earthquake. Groudon's colossal foot, bearing the supreme authority of the earth, crashes down. Lava Town, Chimney Hill. Beneath the volcano, the true master of this world suddenly opens its eyes. The dormant lava lake instantly boils. Massive waves of lava surge violently, crashing against the hard volcanic rock walls. Scorching airwaves and splattering magma sweep through the entire underground space like an apocalyptic storm. What is happening? The lava is in turmoil. Stabilize the equipment. Members of the lava team, secretly operating within the volcano's base, are thrown into utter chaos. Ear-piercing alarms blare, the sturdy metal platforms groan under the violent tremors, and various instruments blink frantically. The entire base is in disarray. Groudon's immense head slowly rises, lava cascading down its thick back like a waterfall. Its eyes are filled with astonishment, confusion, and then volcanic rage. Just moments ago, it had felt a clear sense from the depths of its slumbering consciousness. Its unique dominion over the earth had been violently and briefly stolen from afar. This feeling is one of desecration it has never experienced before. Roar! A low growl erupts from the depths of the lava, reverberating through the entire volcano. It carries boundless fury and questions, like a tangible sound wave sweeping through the souls of every lava team member, rendering them rigid with bone-chilling terror. Who did this? Who among you uttered the forbidden words just now? The team members exchange glances. A new recruit in charge of monitoring is paralyzed with fear at the roar of the fire goose, stumbling through his panicked explanation. And no, absolutely not. No one said coal turtle. No one mentioned cannot fly. And no one would dare say, how could there be a legendary beast that cannot fly? Such words are tantamount to seeking death. I swear. The monitoring records. Before he could finish, an older team member's face turns pale as a ghost. He lunges forward, covering the new recruit's mouth tightly. His eyes wide with terror, as if he has seen a ghost. Shut your mouth. Do you want to doom us all? But it is too late. The air inside the volcano seems to freeze for a moment. Directly confronting it, even the god of the earth is momentarily stunned. It is rare for it to feel a twinge of confusion. Have humans become this bold? By the heavens! Who summoned this fool? Run! Run! Fire Goose quickly attempts to mitigate the damage while it is still unresponsive. Take as much as you can. The crowd begins to salvage their possessions. Nearby, a veteran accountant berates a new accountant clutching a computer. Idiot! What are you doing holding that computer? Go grab a monitor. Do you even know how to do accounting anymore? Chapter 40. Bringing a faction or not bringing a faction? Bringing a faction or not bringing a faction? With an overwhelming reward for his foot fetish, Groudon's colossal foot descended. Boom! No longer was there a deafening roar, but rather a mournful wail of the earth. Forced into submission, spreading outwards from Groudon, a web of terrifying fissures rapidly unfurled. The violent tremors surged like countless giant rock serpents writhing and colliding beneath the surface. The proud steel and iron of New Amethyst City emitted a distressing groan. This cataclysmic shockwave did not cease underground. Above, the bustling and vibrant New Amethyst City was violently shaken as if by an invisible giant hand. Alarms blared from vehicles on the streets, and unsuspecting pedestrians stumbled in disarray. In the police station, the detective Junsha, leisurely reclining with her legs on the desk and deeply engrossed in a novel, lost her balance. Whoa! She exclaimed, crashing to the ground, her police cap spinning off and her book flying far from her grasp. Meanwhile, deep underground, at the heart of the disaster, a massive chasm gaped open like a monstrous abyss beneath the giant robot's feet. The enormous steel body lost its support. With nothing beneath it, it plummeted downwards. Torn apart below the waist, the violently contorted earth and steel ensnared it tightly. The triumvirate magneton, sprawled on the ground, snapped back to reality from the overwhelming shock. Seizing this rare opportunity, it had already heightened its perception to the utmost, locking onto the core with unyielding focus. The three bodies resonated in unison. A beam, infused with all its might, surged forth. Not merely a beam, but rather a liquid, incandescent magma. It cut through the dust and darkness of the subterranean space, precisely targeting the pulsating core, now fully exposed due to the giant robot's frantic struggles. Thud boom! The core erupted under the intense light cannon. Debris scattered in all directions. Beside it, Millerton's eyes lit up, and its little hands began to twitch with excitement. A mournful wail echoed from the steel behemoth. Its massive form seemed to lose its backbone, every action frozen in an instant. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed. Its enormous head drooped helplessly, producing a final heavy metallic thud as it crashed onto the twisted ground, utterly devoid of power, raising clouds of dust. Yet, alongside the slumber of the giant robot, the entire underground city emitted a more desperate lament. The earthquake wrought by Groudon and the fall of the mechanical giant triggered a chain reaction. Enormous fissures spread across the dome. Countless metal structures began to twist and fracture. This is bad. It's going to collapse. Lin Chi felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. This was precisely why he had initially hesitated to use Groudon. However, he never anticipated Groudon's power would suddenly become so terrifying, directly causing the collapse of the entire underground space. Hadn't it only created a small trench during its earlier battle? Could it be that it was merely pretending before? But clearly, now was not the time for such concerns. Lin Shi barely steadied himself. He shouted towards Millerton, who was still near the remains of the mechanical giant, eagerly munching on the scattered energy shards shimmering faintly on the ground. Come quickly for protection. Lin Shi's loyal servant, upon hearing the call, hastily picked up the last sizable shard and darted back to Lin Shi like a flash of lightning. Lin Shi swiftly recalled the now calm Groudon and mounted Millerton, preparing to flee. However, just as he was about to start, he noticed that Iron Spin had not moved. The guardian of New Amethyst City stood there, transfixed, gazing up at the collapsing dome and the irreparably damaged giant machine. His eyes scanned the underground space he had painstakingly discovered, filled with a complex mix of regret and confusion. If only they hadn't meddled with this power station. New Amethyst City might have been on the verge of ascending to a top-tier city. At that moment, a thick alloy ceiling panel plummeted from the high dome, smashing through 3 layers of precarious steel framework, heading straight for Iron Spin's position. Watch out above, brother. Upon hearing this, Iron Spin slightly lifted his head. Oh, youth should not be so reckless. With his vast experience and profound understanding of structural mechanics, he quickly assessed that the iron panel's final landing point was 5 meters ahead of him, posing no threat. He had endured enough collapses in his lifetime. This kid was still not as steady as his predecessor. No need to panic, Lin Shi, it won't fall. Iron Spin remained calm, but others were not. The distant triumvirate magneton, responding to Lin Shi's warning, immediately reacted. Its 3 eyes locked onto the metal plate. Wait. Don't. Iron Spin's warning barely left his lips when a hasty, yet lightning-fast cannon beam shot forth, targeting the descending shadow without waiting for Iron Spin's command. Bang! The triumvirate magneton's rushed cannon fire struck the falling metal panel with precision, significantly slowing its descent. However, the main structure of the panel was deflected by this lateral impact, altering its trajectory, and it began to plummet towards the area Iron Spin had deemed safe. The shadow loomed larger before him, and the flying debris struck Iron Spin. He could only emit a short, stunned grunt before being knocked unconscious. Now, it was steady, but heavy. Lin Shi. Triumvirate magneton. The scene suddenly became exceedingly awkward, but as New Amethyst City continued to crumble, both parties silently agreed to overlook the incident. With no time to assess injuries, Lin Shi scooped up Iron Spin and commanded Triumvirate Magneton, find the nearest exit. Triumvirate Magneton emitted a sharp cry, its 3 magnetic poles instantly pointing in one direction. Its magnetic field expanded, repelling nearby debris, transforming into a silver-gray streak of light that sped ahead, guiding the way. Keep up, Lin Shi urged, patting Millerton's side. The engine roared to life, and powerful gusts erupted from its rear. Millerton, carrying Lin Shi and the unconscious Iron Spin, munched on the remnants in its mouth while closely following the lead of Triumvirate Magneton, carving a path through the collapsing underground maze. In an unnoticed corner, Lin Shi's watch suddenly illuminated. The pure energy, transformed by Millerton, flowed continuously into the watch. As Millerton was deeply focused on running, it suddenly froze, chewing instinctively, a flicker of confusion crossing its purple eyes. It felt that the largest piece of its delectable meal, which it intended to save, was losing its aroma rapidly. Why did it seem that the more it chewed, the hungrier it became? It felt as if an eternity had passed. Finally, Lin Shi and his companions emerged from the exit, disheveled and back in the surface world. Phew. Lin Shi tumbled off, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His lungs felt like a worn-out bellows, and he could not muster even a finger to move. The blinding sunlight instinctively caused him to squint. Yet, as he struggled to catch his breath, a voice, both foolish and wise, suddenly pierced the air. Is this the entrance spoken of by the Mechanism King? The voice paused, seemingly having spotted Lin Shi, before rising in pitch. It's you. Lin Shi's vision momentarily blurred. He tilted his head slightly, the shifting light and shadows coalescing into focus. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of elegantly contoured legs, clad in black stockings, firmly planted before him. His gaze, seemingly uncontrollable, ascended, traversing the absolute domain between the stockings and the snug, form-fitting skirt, eventually resting upon a uniform that embraced a well-proportioned waist. Lin Shi found his view obstructed by 2 towering peaks, rendering the individual's face indistinguishable. Nevertheless, he did not require a glimpse of her visage to ascertain her identity. The firm yet swaying proportions, this innate freedom, this vacuum of attire, it is you. Miss Xia, the brilliant mind of ZG City. Chapter 41. The suspect has voluntarily revealed themselves. An urgent news flash interrupted. Chuan Mountain has unexpectedly erupted. The newly appointed gym leader of Huoyin Town, Yasha, has promptly evacuated the populace. A reporter from the Fengyuan television network brings you the latest. Thanks to both reporters, Chuan Mountain has long been considered a dormant volcano, quite safe indeed. How has it suddenly transitioned into an active one? Expert, what is your take? Good day, the expert in a white coat adjusted his speech. Indeed, the geological activity records of Chuan Mountain indicate it has been in a state of dormancy for an extended period. However, based on the intense eruptive activity currently observed, its activity has undergone a fundamental transformation. In simpler terms, it has regained the characteristics of an active volcano. The television's monotonous commentary echoed through the Ziji City Police Department, reporting on this unforeseen eruption. In the interrogation room, Lin Qi encountered the familiar ambience. The glaring fluorescent lights and cold furnishings remained unchanged. Seated opposite him was none other than the ever-persistent Miss Jun Sha, who was once again intent on apprehending him. Ah, you've come again. The Jun Sha from Canaz City peered through the door, waving a small hand at Lin Qi. Silence. Do not disturb this detective, and refrain from fraternizing with the suspect. Still somewhat lost in her literary musings, Jun Sha rapped sharply on the table, producing a resonant sound. But you have no evidence, do you? Moreover, you. The Jun Sha from Canaz City hesitated, yet her skeptical gaze conveyed everything. What do you know? My intuition tells me that this time I shall not be mistaken. Today, I shall inscribe my first bold stroke in the annals of justice. The voice of the illustrious detective Jun Sha carried a hint of fervor. Today is the day I achieve my breakthrough in accomplishments. In a manner reminiscent of the lackluster plots penned by third-rate novelists, the Mechanism King, having been unceremoniously launched away by a kick from Tai Xian, dashed to the police station, breathless. He managed to mumble a location before collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. However, considering the Mechanism King's advanced age, this excuse could be begrudgingly accepted. Name? The illustrious detective Jun Sha flipped open her notebook, her pen poised. Lin Qi. Age. 16. Home address. Lin Qi mechanically answered the questions, momentarily distracted by his left hand. He wasn't particularly worried about this situation. But could someone please explain to him what was happening with his cousin? What does it mean that it is undergoing an update? The device he had painstakingly trained had been functioning perfectly. How had it suddenly changed? Are modern hacks so up-to-date now? Home address. Noticing Lin Qi's distraction, Jun Sha struck her notebook forcefully, raising her voice. Weibai Town. The Canaz City Jun Sha, ever considerate, quietly reminded. I'm asking him. It is indeed Weibai Town. The illustrious detective Jun Sha shot a glare at her colleague. Do not get too familiar with the suspect. She continued with her deductions. Based on the traces at the scene, the Mechanism King's testimony, and my years of immersion in detective literature, my extensive experience with numerous simulated cases, it's clear that the perpetrator attempting to subvert Ziji City has revealed themselves. One is Tai Xian, and the other is you, Lin Qi. Lin Qi was taken aback. What? This revelation left him bewildered. How could Tai Xian, an esteemed leader within the alliance, also be considered a suspect? What could his motives possibly be? Suspect. A commanding voice accompanied by the rapid clacking of high heels burst into the room. A Jun Sha with a strikingly cold demeanor and piercing gaze strode purposefully into the interrogation chamber. The insignia on her shoulder indicated her rank. Her eyes scanned the room before locking onto the somewhat stiff figure of the illustrious detective Jun Sha, who authorized you to apprehend Jim, Leader Tai Xian, and Mr. Lin Qi. Her voice was not raised, yet it carried a palpable sense of authority. Lin Qi instinctively assessed this newly arrived Jun Sha. She exuded a professional aura. Her uniform impeccably pressed, her expression serious, and her eyes revealing a blend of seasoned shrewdness and subtle fatigue. Assessed to be as good as new, with slight signs of use. A man will surely appreciate it. Why you I. The illustrious detective Jun Sha wilted instantly, her voice reduced to a whisper. The earlier bravado evaporating. Auntie, when on duty, refer to me by my title. The director Jun Sha interrupted without hesitation, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Director. The illustrious detective Jun's head drooped further, her fingers nervously intertwining. Director Jun Sha sighed in exasperation, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. What am I to say to you? You've been at this for 2 years, yet you remain so reckless, relying solely on your intuition to solve cases? You exhibit no awareness of procedural justice or the importance of a chain of evidence. I was just worried about letting a criminal go. The illustrious detective Jun Sha muttered defensively, a hint of pitifulness in her tone. Letting a criminal go? The auntie was almost amused by her frustration. When did you ever have the illusion of capturing the right person? Lin Qi could only observe in silence. Good heavens. She hasn't apprehended a single correct suspect in 2 whole years. This is truly a disgrace for Jun Sha. With that time, She might as well have randomly picked someone off the street. Surely, she would have hit the mark at least once. Taking a deep breath, Director Junsha composed herself before turning to Lin Chi, her expression transforming into one of genuine apology and respect, a rapid shift that left Lin Chi astounded. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Lin Chi, Gym Leader Tai Xian has just regained consciousness and provided me with a detailed account of the events. We owe you and Gym Leader Tai Xian our gratitude for your timely intervention, which averted greater chaos. Upon finishing, she turned sharply towards the visibly deflated illustrious Detective Junsha. What are you still doing? Hurry and unlock his handcuffs. Immediately. I'll do it. The Kanaz City Junsha, who had remained quiet until now, promptly responded. Swiftly seizing the keys from her colleague, she hurried to unlock Lin Chi's cuffs. Apologies. I am so sorry. The illustrious Detective Junsha's face flushed crimson as she bowed deeply to Lin Chi. You are well aware of the rules. I expect a 10,000-word reflection on my desk before the end of the workday. Gulp. Detective Junsha's body visibly stiffened at this demand. Did you hear that? Yes, she did. Her shoulders sagged completely, and with a dejected demeanor, she shuffled out of the interrogation room under the gentle pad of her colleague. Witnessing the two depart in tandem, Director Junsha rubbed her temples in exasperation. Truly, they are a source of endless concern. She turned her gaze to Lin Chi and continued, Lin Chi, may I address you as such? The gym leader of the Iron Spiral has also asked me to convey that he requires 2 additional days to adjust his state and reinforce the battleground of his gym. Thus, he cordially invites you to return to the Violet Gym in 2 days for a formal gym challenge. Lin Chi responded with incredulity. You, a gym leader, need 2 days to prepare for a battle against a novice trainer like me? Iron Spiral, do take a moment to reflect on this. Chapter 42. I truly must exercise control over you. After a round of mutual flattery, a satisfied smile graced Junsha's lips as she exited, leaving Lin Chi alone in the room. Of course, the majority of the earlier conversation had been Junsha's praises. Lin Chi merely maintained a gentle smile, his eyes encouragingly fixed on her, offering non-committal sounds of agreement. Experienced individuals know that when someone is extolling your virtues, it is often impolite to interject with excessive commentary. However, as silence enveloped the room, the faint smile on Lin Chi's face gradually faded. To be candid, he found himself devoid of any strategic ideas on how to confront Iron Spiral. His small watch had deserted him, removing the infinite supply of energy cubes. And as a result, his self-destructive tactics as a champion of the healing arts had lost their foundation. Moreover, recalling the formidable prowess displayed by that terrifying magneton, it seemed that tactics might not hold much weight. Not to mention, Iron Spiral had other Pokémon at his disposal. Thus, if victory was to be attained, Lin Chi saw only 2 avenues. One was to confront Iron Spiral directly in a battle steeped in the essence of Kanto. The other, Lin Chi glanced at his Pokeball, was to summon Groudon for another powerful charge. Having heard the news from Mount Chimney, Lin Chi could piece together why Groudon's strength had surged so dramatically. It was likely that the Iron Giant had inadvertently struck upon its sensitive spot, triggering an explosive display of power, temporarily granting him a fraction of his true strength. This suggested that the key lay in anger, and he alone possessed 3 secret incantations. Lin Chi even pondered that 3 might be insufficient. Innovating further, if he were to develop 14 incantations, surely it would incite Groudon's fury once more. In 2 days, he merely needed to chant with fervor before Iron Spiral. Do you believe in type advantages? I hold great admiration for the first deity to use ground types against flying types. Perhaps it will miss entirely. Groudon, once I master this, I shall ensure you learn to fly. After all, a deity must possess a certain flair. Lastly, I reiterate, the battle must accelerate. Type advantages, cannot fly. Kyogre. Origin C, cannot fly. Pidgey, cannot fly. Rayquaza. Airlock, Delta Stream. Hoopa, cannot fly. Colossal, have you reached home yet? With that said, the sword of the cliff. With this flurry of attacks unleashed, I refused to believe that it would not incite a rage. However, the challenge lay in ensuring that he would not be singled out by Groudon amidst such overwhelming power. Lin Chi rubbed his wrist, still slightly reddened from having just been released from handcuffs, as he stepped out of the interrogation room, burdened by thoughts on how to swiftly enhance Groudon's favor. Upon emerging into the corridor, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a deliberately subdued, yet noticeably anxious voice called out to him. Hey, wait. Lin Chi paused, turning towards the source of the voice. There stood Detective Junsha, clutching a pen tightly, her demeanor rife with apprehension. The desk before her gleamed with immaculate cleanliness, save for a single sheet of pristine white paper. Me? Lin Chi inquired, pointing at himself. Junsha darted her eyes around as if to ensure the director was out of sight, then beckoned Lin Chi forward with urgency. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Chi complied, intrigued to discover what antics she might be up to. Once he stood before her desk, before Lin Chi could utter a word, Junsha leaned in. Her voice a hurried whisper, "What did you and my aunt, the director, discuss while you were inside? Speak quickly and truthfully." Her gaze was fixed on Lin Chi's face, as though she sought to decipher the truth from his expression. She had witnessed her aunt exit with a smile. An utterly uncharacteristic display for the meticulous woman. With her years of experience in mischief, this struck her as highly irregular. In such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before someone faced dire consequences, most likely herself. Amused by her anxious demeanor, Lin Chi adopted a mock-serious tone. "In that case, I truly must exercise control over you. After all, energy is conserved. During moments of discontent, deftly transferring that weight to another could be quite liberating." Deliberately, Lin Chi took his time to pull a chair beside him and sat down, feigning deep contemplation. "Well, we did discuss quite a bit." Juncha's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope as she leaned forward, nearly crossing the desk, her voice lowered even further, almost a whisper of desperation. "You didn't mention me, did you?" She cautiously probed, fearful of hearing what she did not wish to know. Lin Chi blinked, adopting an expression of intense recollection. "Mention you? Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. I wasn't paying close attention, but I imagine it might have come up." At his words, Juncha's heart raced, her breath quickening as her fingers unconsciously tugged at the corners of the report on the desk. "Then, my aunt, is she going to impose a harsher punishment?" "Is she?" Observing her trepidation, Lin Chi felt a surge of amusement. He sighed dramatically, feigning gravity. "Ah, well, the esteemed director possesses a far-reaching vision, contemplating numerous factors. The honor and responsibility of law enforcement," he began, counting off on his fingers. Juncha's shoulders slumped, the rigorous procedures and consequences of enforcement. Her posture bent further, and also, the potential, extremely adverse public impact that may arise. Gulp. Junsha felt as though her spine might snap under the weight of invisible pressure. Shrinking into her chair until only her wide, terrified eyes remained visible above the desk. Nevertheless, there are indeed many factors to consider. However, ultimately, there is nothing to worry about, right? Lin Chi observed her contorted face, and his mood brightened immensely. With a warm smile, he replied, "In any case, I have nothing." "Isn't that tantamount to saying absolutely nothing?" Lin Chi, Juncha's thread of sanity, snapped with a resounding crack. She abruptly rose to her feet, her hands slamming down onto the table with force, sending waves rippling across it and causing papers and pens to dance wildly. You. She trembled with rage. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently, her fingers shaking as she pointed accusatorily at Lin Chi, gritting her teeth, with each word seeming to be forced through clenched jaws. "You. Do not push me." She gasped for breath, as if summoning strength, brewing a threat of monumental proportions. Lin Chi observed her with a nonchalant demeanor, leaning back slightly against the chair. Then, just as her emotions were on the verge of eruption, Juncha's fervor deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into a position of despair, hands clasped above her head, her previously fierce expression replaced by one of pitiful and desperate pleading. "Push me, I implore you." Having successfully trained Junsha, Lin Chi whistled merrily as he strode towards the police station's entrance. Just before exiting, his gaze was drawn to a conspicuous public opinion book resting on a table by the door. Although he had promised Junsha that their previous matters would be forgotten and that he would not press charges against her, he was, after all, a person who enjoyed telling little white lies. Lin Chi halted, picked up a pen, and began to write flamboyantly in the opinion book. Opinion content. "The officer of your bureau, badge number 9527, exhibits a remarkably high level of enthusiasm and possesses an intuition that is quite extraordinary. The case handling style is unique and leaves a lasting impression. I suggest enhancing this officer's training in procedural standardization, the integrity of the evidence chain, and emotional management. This would better serve the citizens and maintain the harmonious stability of Zijing City. Furthermore, the director of your bureau possesses keen insight and handles affairs with fairness, which is commendable. I hope this is taken into consideration." Upon finishing, he closed the opinion book with satisfaction. Surely, the diligent Miss Junsha, who was furiously pinning her self-reflection, would soon receive a reinforced learning package. Such consideration for others. He truly was a 5-star citizen. Chapter 43, Useless Things. Upon exiting the police station, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Lin Chi returned directly to the Pokémon Center, into his temporary room. He shut the door behind him, then walked to the window, carefully checked the latch, and confirmed that it was securely fastened before drawing the curtains to shield the urban nightscape from view. After completing these tasks, Lin Chi nodded satisfactorily and turned to enter the cramped washroom. The cold water splashed upon his face, bringing a fleeting sense of clarity. He hastily washed up, changed into comfortable attire, and sat cross-legged on the bed. After deep contemplation, Lin Chi took out a pokeball and spoke to it. Groudon, do you have any wishes you wish to fulfill in the next couple of days? The pokeball quivered slightly, hesitating. Groudon, why the sudden inquiry? It was typically a straightforward and honest deity, quite content with its current status. Were it not for Lin Chi's need for it to battle and maintain appearances, it could easily remain in its pokeball for an eternity. However, when it came to wishes, Groudon scratched its head. Does wanting to battle against Rayquaza count? I've had a long-standing grudge against those two, the Reggie trio. What tier do they think they belong to? In Hoenn, there can only be one god. After Lunala's diligent interpretation, Lin Chi fell into an unusual silence, the room filled only with the sound of his somewhat contemplative breathing. He stared at the pokeball in his hand, and finally spoke after a long pause. Battling Rayquaza? Why not aim to overpower Arceus instead? Arceus? Groudon appeared momentarily taken aback, then began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of this suggestion. It weighed the strengths of both parties with great care. Then it tentatively responded. Given our combined strengths, wouldn't that be somewhat ambitious? You know it's ambitious? Lin Chi burst into laughter with exasperation, vigorously shaking Groudon's pokeball. Are you seriously considering this? I asked about your wishes. The ones that can be realized. Not to indulge in daydreams with me. Come on. Those two deities are the pinnacle of power in the Hoenn region. What right do I have to accomplish that within 2 days? If I truly had that capability, would I even need to worry about that old iron spinel? Groudon, you see, you're the one getting anxious, not at all like the calm demeanor it's known for. It looked somewhat innocent. It was you who brought it up just now. In this day and age, trainers were truly difficult to manage. Lin Chi, still listening to the interpretation, thought to himself, why did I even bother asking? Sleep. Cover my head with the blanket. Embracing the philosophy of tomorrow's matters are to be dealt with tomorrow, Lin Chi decided to leave the pressure for the future him. However, less than 10 seconds after lying down, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped him once more. He abruptly threw off the covers and sat up, scanning the tightly shut windows and drawn curtains. After confirming everything was in order, he still felt uneasy and released Milotic to guard the window. Only then did he truly breathe a sigh of relief, lying back down to drift into slumber. A night devoid of dreams. The following day, Lin Chi awoke under immense pressure. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a bright patch of light onto the floor. He pushed away Milotic's heavy tail, which had somehow ended up atop him. Habitually, Lin Chi raised his left wrist to check the time. However, as his gaze focused on the screen of his worn-out watch, he found no time displayed, only a stubborn line of text that seemed almost welded in place. Version updating. TSK. Fueled by the frustration of yesterday's burdens. An inexplicable anger surged within him. Lin Chi directed an irate admonition at the watch. Humph, useless thing. As his words faded, the buzzing sound erupted. The text, version updating, on the watch screen vanished in an instant, the screen flickering a few times. Version update complete. Loading program. Subsequently, the watch interface transformed into a simplistic layout, with all superfluous and unnecessary icons disappearing. The entire screen appeared as pristine as if washed with water. In the center, a solitary pixel art icon emerged, accompanied by similarly styled text reading, Legendary Emerald. However, this emblem is decidedly peculiar, unlike the traditional emerald icon of yore. A somewhat rugged circular ring occupies the center, from which 4 equally long lines extend straight outwards at right angles. Near the termini of these 4 lines, an arc emerges, only to be interrupted at the top and bottom, failing to form a complete circle. It seems oddly familiar. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Chi promptly clicked on it, and a block of text, reminiscent of a system announcement, materialized. Version update successful. Main gameplay has been altered. Rules explanation. Users may freely link to enter the temporarily generated pixel simulation world for exploration and battle simulations. The simulation world is dynamically generated based on real-world locations and related information, with a limited activity range. Upon completion of the simulation, a settlement will occur. Events within the simulation world develop probabilistically. Choices must be made with caution, as each option carries risk. Current remaining simulation attempts. 3. Participation in real events can increase attempts. Special note. Simulation behavior is influenced by the user's subconscious and is unrelated to this announcement. Note. All rights to interpretation belong to this announcement. Oh, I can play on my own now? Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, he quickly pouted, addressing his watch with a tinge of sarcasm. Cousin, you've become rather lazy. Weren't we once a formidable duo? Why am I left to play solo now? At this rate, when will we restore Team Rocket to its former glory? Despite his complaints, his finger instinctively pressed the enter button without hesitation. In an instant, the scene before him twisted and stretched. Colors faded, and the world simplified into a mosaic of blocky pixels. Lin Chi found himself standing on a pixelated street in Amethyst City, surrounded by adorable block figures representing pedestrians and Pokémon. The system prompted, Militan's level has risen from LV16 to LV26. Before Lin Chi could express his astonishment, 3 pixel-style option boxes popped up. 1. Head to the Amethyst Gym. 2. Proceed to the Amethyst City Police Station. 3. Seek out trainers for a friendly battle. System prompt. Options lead to different event chains, each with unknown risks and rewards. Please choose wisely. Again, note, simulation behavior is influenced by the user's subconscious and is unrelated to this announcement. Chapter 44. Are you also Team Rocket? Choose wisely. Lin Chi stroked his chin, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing together. When had he ever given his cousin the impression of being reckless? He had always prided himself on his caution. Without a second thought, he confirmed the first option. You decide to head to the Amethyst Gym to investigate. On the way, an oblivious trainer invites you for a battle. As a member of Team Rocket, you generously let them off the hook. The pixelated Lin Chi ignored them entirely, commanding Militon to clear the path straight to the Amethyst Gym. You arrive at the Amethyst Gym, its heavy doors still firmly shut. You raise your hand to knock, but there is no response from within. However, through the door, the sounds of clanging and the low hum of machinery are distinctly audible. You are well aware that there must be someone inside. Standing before the gym doors, you choose. 1. Continue knocking until someone inside hears you. 2. Turn around and leave, seeking another opportunity to strike. 3. Use the power of the law to report them for disturbing the peace. 4. Freestyle. Lin Chi's gaze lingered on option 3, his left hand twitching with anticipation. But in the next moment, his right hand abruptly restrained that eager left hand. Lin Chi, you must remain calm. You only have 3 simulation attempts. To maximize benefits, you cannot squander them on frivolous options. He forced himself to divert his gaze, scanning the other choices. Option 2 was swiftly dismissed. His purpose was to gather intelligence, and turning back now would render his efforts futile. As for option 4, it brimmed with uncertainty and posed too great a risk. Prudence dictated that he select option 1. You decide to persistently knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. Knock, knock. You pounded the door for quite some time, but aside from the ongoing noise inside, there was still no response. Pausing to reflect, you suddenly realized the sound of your knocking must have been too faint, drowned out by the racket inside. Consequently, you began rummaging through your backpack. You retrieved a pokeball. Lin Chi paused, momentarily taken aback. What did a pokeball have to do with making noise? Wait a moment. A flash of red light erupted, and the electrifying golem appeared. With a resounding crash, you successfully forced the door open, capturing the attention of the Mechanic King. You call this opening a door? Lin Chi gazed at the blown-off door panel, his eye twitching. You stated your purpose. That old fellow iron spin? The Mechanic King, who had been busy tinkering, straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grimy sleeve, leaving a smudge. He vanished without a trace last night. He left in quite a hurry. Left last night. That's practically equivalent to leaving right after exiting the police station. Do you know where he went? Lin Chi pressed, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the floating mechanical arms diligently welding metal seams nearby. Lioli City. The Mechanic King replied succinctly, casually tapping a sturdy metal support beam with his wrench. He went to borrow some things from Adam. TSK, he muttered in dissatisfaction, his attention returning to his work, wondering what treasures could possibly warrant such a long journey to borrow. Lin Chi, what could he possibly borrow? This is clearly about borrowing Pokémon. As an electric-type gym leader, is that appropriate? Then you mean. Lin Chi's gaze swept over the chaotic and undergoing renovations inside the gym, especially the specially reinforced battle arena. He had earnestly entrusted me to ensure that this gym, particularly this battle arena, could withstand at least a magnitude 10 earthquake. The Mechanic King scratched his head, uncertain why such high standards were necessary. After leaving the gym, feeling hopeless, you returned to the Pokémon Center and took a refreshing nap. This simulation has concluded. Evaluation, you accomplished nothing, yet enjoyed a lovely sleep. Lin Chi emerged, bewildered. Seriously, is it really necessary? This old man, despite being quite strong, is excessively cautious. Fine. Since you've been so unyielding, don't blame me for being heartless. In the following 2 days, He would diligently practice high-speed chanting and Lanala's teleportation. Observing that only 2 simulation attempts remained, Lin Shi resolutely opted for another simulation, eliminating options 1 and 2. He directly selected option 3, seek out trainers for battle. He was determined to vigorously train his Pokémon, particularly his Groudon. After some contemplation, you chose to proactively seek trainers for a duel, honing your skills. A wild trainer has appeared. Due to the vast disparity in strength, this battle is automatically skipped. His cousin didn't even reveal the opponent's Pokémon. In a battle devoid of suspense, you emerged victorious and obtained a mere common Pokémon. You exchanged the common Pokémon for contribution points. Groudon gained experience points. After an hour of running around the city, Groudon finally leveled up by 1. Lin Shi frowned, feeling that this leveling method was excessively slow. Not only was experience scarce, but the positions of various NPCs were also widely dispersed. Moreover, with his plundering, the number of NPCs capable of battling visibly diminished. At this rate, he would be lucky to gain a few levels in a day. Was there a faster method? As a result of your misdeeds, your chances of encountering wild trainers decreased. The efficiency of leveling up has also diminished. You find this unsatisfactory. It is indeed very troubling. At this pace, how can the Rocket team rise to greatness once more? After some reflection, you decide to employ your superior intellect. Lin Shi paused, attributing the issue to the intelligence. However, no matter how he approached it, it seemed futile. He continued reading. This time, after the battle concluded, you did not seize the opponent's Pokémon as usual. Instead, remarkably, you let the shaken wild trainer go free. You watched as he scrambled towards the Pokémon Center, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of your mouth as you leisurely followed behind. You took a position at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. As you expected, it wasn't long before the defeated trainer, rejuvenated after recovery, emerged from the center with renewed vigor. You initiated another battle. You discovered a perpetual motion machine. By forcibly battling the same trainer repeatedly at the Pokémon Center, recovering, and battling again, your efficiency in gaining experience significantly increased. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Stopping trainers at the fountain indeed saved time in searching for opponents, but it was still somewhat slow. Yet you remained dissatisfied. The efficiency with just one individual was still too low. You once again invoked your dark wisdom. A mature Pokémon should learn to fight on its own. Thus, with a grand gesture, you released all your Pokémon, pointing towards the entrance of the Pokémon Center, issuing a succinct command. Unleash your abilities. Take down anyone you encounter. Breaking through moral limitations, your efficiency skyrocketed. Your battle tactics drew widespread ire, yet due to your formidable strength, no one dared voice their anger. However, such blatant forced duels and citywide Pokémon plundering could not escape the gaze of justice. A wild officer Jenny has appeared. Lin Shi, you are suspected of maliciously harassing trainers in public areas, unlawfully restricting others' freedom, and stealing their Pokémon. The voice of Detective Jenny rang clear and authoritative. A hand resting on her waist where her Pokeball was secured. Immediately cease your actions and accompany me to the police station for questioning. In response to the accusations, you merely lazily shifted your finger. Detective Jenny, seeing her warning was ineffective, unfalteringly threw her Pokeball. A majestic Arcanine roared onto the scene, its searing breath engulfing the air. Cliff Sword, Arcanine is unable to battle. Groudon level 1. Lin Shi gazed at the refreshed prompt, his eyes widening in astonishment. Jenny, such high experience points. She was practically a high-level NPC. This was far more efficient than farming common trainers at the doorway. Gulp. The defeated Detective Jenny trembled beneath a stone pillar, extending a hand towards her companion. Hurry to the police station, fetch my aunt. Under your indulgence. After dealing with the minor, the major has indeed arrived. The arriving Chief Jenny wasted no time on pleasantries, directly tossing out her Pokeball. Wild Chief Jenny has come to challenge you. The battle theme music began to play. Lin Shi was forcibly thrust into battle mode. All sins, Chief Jenny's voice carried an undeniable tone of judgment, shall be brought to justice. Pixels shimmered as a figure materialized across from him. It was a humanoid Pokémon, entirely silver-gray with subtle purple hues. It possessed an iconic long tail, broad shoulders, and eyes that exuded a chilling, oppressive aura even in pixel art style. Above its head, several large characters were displayed. Mutuo, LV30. Lin Shi gasped in shock. He looked at Jenny with disbelief. Chief, are you also a member of Team Rocket? Have those unseen hands of Team Rocket reached into Jenny's domain? In the Kanto region, they held absolute power, dominating everything during their peak when the electric, poison, psychic, fire, and ground-type gyms were all under Sakiki's control. Now they are actively expanding into overseas markets. Has even Officer Jenny from Hoenn become one of them? Lin Chi couldn't help but feel that the blue uniform worn by Chief Jenny now appeared increasingly shrouded in an unfathomable darkness. Although they were colleagues, only the capable should rise, while the inept should fall. In the Hoenn region, Team Rocket could only have one spokesperson. Lin Chi's gaze sharpened as he flicked his finger. Zzz. A violent surge of electricity erupted from the center of Miloton. Golden electric serpents danced wildly, weaving a dazzling net of electricity across the ground. Even the area where Mutuo stood was lit with flickering arcs. The electric terrain activated. Miloton, prepare for battle. Having consumed those small snacks from the underground of New Purple Orchid City, it had undergone a transformation. The electric energy swirling around it became even more refined and pure. Even its skill list had quietly updated. Milodon, LV26. Type, Electric, Dragon. Ability, Overdrive Engine. Skills, Charge Beam, Thunder, Dragon Pulse, Parabolic Charge. Observing the Mutuo across from him unleashing its signature trait, Pressure, Lin Chi wasted no time and launched his attack first. Charge Beam. Starting off with a gamble to enhance his powers, Miloton let out a low growl as it gathered electrical energy, crackling with electricity as an astonishingly bright sphere formed before it. Subsequently, the electric current surged forth, a golden beam tearing through the air, striking Mutuo directly. But Mutuo, with its cold eyes, merely cast a disinterested glance at the incoming beam, remaining completely still, neither dodging nor evading. It allowed the violent electricity to crash against its body, erupting in a dazzling explosion of electric sparks. For it knew no fear. That was impossible. The primary reason was the failure to trigger an additional 10% evasion rate. Indeed, Mutuo's health bar had diminished slightly, yet Lynch was far more preoccupied with the announcement. Milotic's special attack has increased. Special attack 1. Lynch clenched his fists, for the additional effect had activated. However, the opposing team was no mere trifling adversary. With a mere glance from Junsha, Mutuo's right hand was abruptly raised, conjuring a deep, swirling azure energy sphere that coalesced in midair. In the next instant, its form vanished like a specter, only to reappear as if teleported, hovering directly above Milotic. Without a throw, without extravagance, Mutuo's palm descended with fierce resolve, brutally pressing the highly compressed energy down upon Milotic's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The energy erupted, forcing Milotic's entire head into the ground with overwhelming force, causing its health bar to plummet instantaneously. Junsha commanded Mutuo to use Aura Sphere. How magnificent! Lynch was momentarily stunned at the sight of the poised Mutuo. Yet, he distinctly recalled that Aura Sphere was supposed to be a ranged attack. So how had it turned into a close-quarter spiral attack? But there was no time for hesitation in battle. Lynch quickly regained his focus and made a decisive choice. He activated Parabolic Charge. Although the power was modest at a mere 65, it boasted sustainability to recover health, with an assured accuracy of 100. Moreover, his Milotic had been enhanced. Reassurance was indeed warranted. Pressed to the ground, Milotic lifted its head and chewed on the dirt. Spit. How unpalatable. With a scowl, Milotic glared at Mutuo. After all, it was a dragon. It had its pride. Roar. A fierce dragon's roar erupted. Blinding bolts of electricity exploded from Milotic, centered upon itself. Under the influence of the electric terrain, countless golden currents, like a horde of summoned serpents, spiraled upwards, relentlessly biting at Mutuo. In an instant, Mutuo was engulfed in blinding electricity, emitting sizzling sounds as its health bar was once again severely diminished. But that was not the end. The golden current did not dissipate. Instead, like a stream returning to the sea, it flowed back into Milotic's body along the trajectory of the attack. Milotic trembled slightly, visibly regaining a significant portion of its lost health. Despite sustaining heavy damage, Mutuo maintained its frigid demeanor, hovering in midair. It glanced down at the remaining burn marks on its body, its gaze seemingly growing even colder. In its hand, the azure aura sphere began to coalesce once more, spinning faster and appearing slightly larger. Mutuo's form vanished again. Milotic instinctively tilted its head back, tensing up. Yet this time, it appeared like a phantom directly beside Milotic. The solid aura sphere ruthlessly struck Milotic's face once more. Bang! Milotic stumbled, its body sliding sideways for several meters, leaving behind a clear mark of energy burns on its face. It shook its slightly dizzy head. Not finished yet. Taste my Parabolic Charge. ZZZT. Aura Sphere. Bang. Parabolic Charge. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, Mutuo firing an Aura Sphere, Milotic retaliating with Parabolic Charge. After several rounds, Milotic was panting heavily, its electrical glow dimming noticeably. Although Mutuo remained suspended, its breathing rate had evidently quickened, and its body was marked with singed electric scars, clearly not unscathed. Observing Mutuo across the battlefield, Milotic smirked, growling. Your stamina is depleting with every passing moment, yet my energy is boundless. Being able to absorb health is simply magnificent. Mutuo contemplated, glancing at Junsha, who nodded in understanding. You are correct. Thus, I will employ Disable. A surge of powerful psychic energy enveloped Milotic in an instant. Just as it was about to summon the electric current again, Milotic found itself frozen in place. To its shock, the electric energy coursing within it appeared shackled by an invisible bond. That familiar skill could not be unleashed no matter the effort. Milotic's parabolic charge has been sealed. Psycho Cut. Junsha seized the opportunity, issuing a cold command. Deprived of its vital recovery method, Milotic's health plummeted rapidly under the razor-sharp psychic blades of Mutuo. After a struggle, Milotic's HP soon reached a critical threshold. It was time for the final blow, Aura Sphere. Junsha commanded the finishing move. Mutuo slowly brought its hands together in front of its chest, forming an even larger and more ferocious Aura Sphere between its palms. The compressed energy distorted the air surrounding it. Raising this sphere of destruction like a meteor descending from the heavens, it hurled it down upon Milotic. Boom! The explosion resonated. A cloud of smoke mingled with chaotic energy surged skyward, completely engulfing Milotic's form. Confident of having struck its target, Mutuo, as if fulfilling its mission, spun gracefully amidst the shockwave of the explosion, turning its back to the battlefield, its long tail swaying gently. Ready to strike a perfect victory pose, such was the grandeur of a legendary Pokémon. However, just as its disdainful expression was about to solidify, a torrential lightning bolt surged down upon it. Crack! A bolt of thunder, thicker and more ferocious than any prior, sliced through the dissipating smoke without warning, striking Mutuo's unguarded head with pinpoint accuracy. It was thunder. Boom! The intense paralysis and searing pain elicited a muffled groan from it. Its suspended form trembled violently. Electricity coursing over its silver-gray body, wisps of smoke rising. Its final vestige of strength was obliterated beneath this cataclysmic lightning. With an expression of utter disbelief, it slowly turned its head. Milotic's shimmering stars began to fade. Lynch withdrew his hand. What are you staring at? I am benevolent, and I cannot bear to see any Pokémon fall. In his lexicon as the apothecary champion, the notion of falling was non-existent. Mutuo's gaze struggled to shift towards its trainer. Junsha. Junsha's countenance was exceedingly grim, her lips pressed into a cold, straight line, and a flicker of something akin to embarrassment crossed her eyes. Ultimately, she merely shook her head with a slight, almost imperceptible motion, imbued with a sense of helplessness as if poverty had gripped her throat. There were too many to support in the police station, and where would the funds come to procure such a creature? A miser. Mutuo is unable to battle. Chapter 46. I want you to assist me in my training. You have defeated Officer Junsha. The cold notification heralded the fall of the current strongest force in Xene City. Milotic gained a substantial amount of experience. Milotic's level has increased. LV-26 to LV-27. Detective Junsha slumped helplessly to the ground, watching in disbelief as Xene City's most formidable combatant was defeated. Woo-woo. Tears, glistening and unrestrained, cascaded down her cheeks, tracing damp paths upon her dust-laden visage. Gazing up at Lynch's towering figure, an overwhelming sense of despair and desolation engulfed her. Who, within the entirety of Xene City, could thwart the advance of this malevolent being? Who could possibly come to their salvation? Yet, Lynch remained indifferent to the girl's weeping, even allowing a smirk to curl upon his lips. You see, without Iron Spin, the whole of Xene City will succumb to your tyrannical reign. You have become invincible. Not just in this realm, but overall. Lynch mused, feeling as though he had unwittingly set forth a monumental proclamation within this simulation. Moreover, the malevolence he embodied seemed excessively pronounced from the very outset. It was evident that before long, the narrative of righteous retribution would descend upon him. As he observed the defiant gaze of Director Junsha, who still endeavored to resist, he casually snapped his fingers. Without the need for verbal commands, a pair of eyes, reminiscent of a star-studded sky, locked onto Junsha's. By the time she comprehended the significance of that light, it was already too late. Lineala has employed hypnosis. Do not resist. Dear Aunt, take a deep breath. Dizziness is a normal response. Her whispers flowed like dreams, intertwining with the waves of hypnosis, directly infiltrating Junsha's mind. With the infusion of Lunayala's psychic power, Junsha's tense form visibly relaxed, the brilliance in her gaze swiftly dimming, dispersing until she ultimately surrendered her will to resist, her head drooping in defeat. You have acquired the wild Junsha, director exclusive. As you opened your palm, the dazed Junsha obediently placed her pokeball into your right hand, while your left hand was graced with a piece of enigmatic black fabric. You nodded in satisfaction. Once again, it must be stated that simulated behavior is influenced by the subconscious of the user and is unrelated to this table. Lynch exclaimed, "Cousin, are you insulting my character? You are defaming my reputation. You have acquired Mutwo." Upon touching the pokeball within the simulation, its data vividly materialized before him. Mutwo, LV30, type, psychic. Ability, pressure. Skills, Aura Sphere, Origin Pulse, Psyblade, disable. With the acquisition of Team Rocket's iconic Pokémon, your burgeoning ambitions remained undiminished. Your gaze shifted once more to the trembling figure of the renowned Detective Junsha, whose complexion was as pale as parchment. Your dark intellect was triggered. A smile, blending equal parts amusement and malevolence, unfurled upon your face. Ha ha ha. You loomed over the terrified girl, coercing her with an air of intimidation. You surely wouldn't want your esteemed elder to commit any indiscretions that would tarnish the century-old reputation of the Junsha family in a public setting, would you? Gulp. Tears of indignation and humiliation swirled in the corners of the renowned detective's eyes, her hands clasped tightly against her chest. She had encountered such a classic phrase in her notes before. Next, the narrative would see her, as the heroine, face an inevitable demise. What do you want? What do you wish to do? The Lynch within the simulation seemed to find the question utterly ludicrous, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Of course, I desire your assistance in my training. At the entrance of the Pokémon Center, the afternoon sun blazed with an intensity that was almost blinding. It was supposed to be a time for patrolling or addressing cases, yet the officers of Zijin City's Junsha had received an urgent summons. Gathering en masse in the open space before the Pokémon Center, police motorcycles were neatly parked to one side, while Junsha officers, clad in blue uniforms, clustered together, their faces etched with confusion. What is going on? Why has the director suddenly called us all here for a meeting? There are cases piling up. I have no idea. Shouldn't our priority be capturing the maniac who attacked the Pokémon Center and stole trainers' Pokémon? This is urgent. I haven't finished organizing my files. Nor have I written my reports, etc. Is this considered overtime? Hush, look over there. Someone pointed towards a makeshift platform that had been hastily erected in the open area. On the platform stood Director Junsha, dressed in a deep blue uniform with prominent epaulets. Resembling a meticulously crafted puppet, her posture unnaturally rigid. Her normally sharp and spirited eyes now stared blankly ahead, devoid of expression. Beside her stood Lynch. Is everyone here? Your voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in Director Junsha's ears. Her head turned slowly, her lips parting to utter words that were flat and devoid of emotion. All 32 personnel were expected, and all 32 are present. Upon receiving confirmation, you nodded with satisfaction and ascended the makeshift platform, which could barely accommodate 1 or 2 people. This elevation, rising over half a meter above the ground, instantly rendered Lynch the focal point of the entire gathering. Meanwhile, Director Junsha stood behind him, maintaining a rigid stance like the most loyal of sentinels. As your gaze swept over the faces below, marked by confusion, anxiety, curiosity, and even discontent, you spoke. Everyone, direct your attention to me. I have an announcement. Instantly, the murmurs ceased, dozens of eyes, regardless of their previous thoughts or distractions, fixated upon Lynch. At that very moment, as all the officers instinctively turned their focus, the Pokémon that appeared behind Lynch unfurled its wings like a constellation of stars. Lunayala hovered above, its crimson eyes radiating with intensity. A silent yet colossal psychic tempest erupted around Lunayala, engulfing the entire space in an instant. Following the storm, an eerie silence prevailed. All the Junsha officers below bore expressions that had been entirely stripped away, the brilliance in their eyes extinguished, leaving only the hollow gaze that mirrored their directors. You have hypnotized the entire police station. You nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the pokeball of Groudon. Now line up, one by one. Observing the entirety of the simulation, Lynch lamented, "Wait, I've shed my pants, and you show me this?" Chapter 47. A true man, living amidst heaven and earth, should not remain subdued for long. On a mental plane, Lynch felt a profound understanding of his choices. Yet, reality was cruel, and his body was not entirely governed by his mind. With a hint of sorrow, he instinctively lowered his gaze. His second brother evidently had its own agenda, standing tall and spirited, brimming with an enthusiasm that clashed with the current training endeavor. It not only resisted Lynch's mind, but began to fiercely contest for control over their shared body. "You lewd body." Lynch cursed silently. He could only partition his thoughts to offer words of encouragement. A true man, living amidst heaven and earth, should not languish beneath others. The rising star of Team Rocket? I believe Team Rocket should rightfully bear the surname Lin. As for the Earth's leader, look at my Groudon, old dang. You merely arrived 20 years earlier, a mere early bird. Yet, his second brother remained oblivious, only desiring to become even more obstinate. Lynch clenched his teeth, resolutely continuing to soothe. "Brother, you and I are one and the same. Once I have cultivated my formidable subordinates to their utmost potential and re-emerge, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. After all, it is only through possessing power that one can single-handedly overturn this entire world." Upon hearing the key words, his younger brother reluctantly acquiesced, lowering his banner and ceasing hostilities. As blood surged back into his brain, his intellect once again ascended to its peak. Lynch exhaled deeply, redirecting all his focus back to the enchanting assembly line of industrial training before him, diligently harvesting experience points. "You have defeated Junsha, captain of the second squad, gaining a substantial amount of experience. You have defeated Junsha, logistics officer, gaining a substantial amount of experience." With each hypnotized Junsha queuing orderly to offer their contributions, Lynch reveled in the exhilarating gameplay. Kyogre LV35. Kyogre has learned a new move. Lunala LV35. Lunala has learned a new move. Geodude LV35. Geodude has learned a new move. Miltank LV40. Miltank has learned a new move. Watching the delightful notifications continuously refresh on the screen and feeling the power of his subordinates ascend, Lynch experienced an indescribable euphoria that surged through him, nearly eliciting a cry of joy. Just as he was immersed in his spirited endeavor, his cousin could no longer remain patient. Clearly, it had not anticipated that what began as a simple desire for leisure would transform into a bug-ridden farm for exploiting the resurrection point within the simulated environment. Ultimately, it had granted him too much freedom. Warning, warning, anomalous rate of level advancement detected, exceeding current regional threshold. Core protocol conflict. Error. Illegal operation detected. Player exploiting Pokémon Center's resurrection mechanism for infinite battle loop. Emergency hotfix in progress. The cold, mechanical voice of the system abruptly shattered the tranquility in Lynch's mind. Before him, the sight of the empty-eyed Junshas and the Pokémon twisted violently. Simulation process forcibly interrupted. Emergency repair in progress. Repair completed. Logical locks have been placed on Pokémon Centers and advanced NPCs. NPC battle limit 1 has been set. Lynch, caught in this unexpected predicament, found his vision darkening. This wretched device. It's clearly the one with the bug, yet it dares to play hard to get. Sensing his intense resentment, the settlement interface displayed yet another message. Uncontrollable variables detected in the simulation environment, resulting in premature termination. Compensation of 3 simulation attempts granted. Lynch scoffed, glancing at the 3 additional precious opportunities and feeling his earlier displeasure somewhat dissipate. "I suppose you do have a modicum of conscience." He begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Though the abrupt interruption was irksome, the core objective had been achieved. His main team had ascended in level and power, which was the true currency of strength. Now he finally possessed the capability to contend with the gym leader. Seemingly apprehensive of Lynch conjuring any more mischief, his cousin swiftly utilized the remaining computational power to rapidly simulate the ensuing narrative. The barrage of text followed suit. Utilizing your dark wisdom and absolute power, you swiftly became the uncrowned king in the shadows of Amethyst City. Under your terrifying reign, Amethyst City fell into an unprecedented frenzy of battle. Under the complicit Junsha, every citizen, regardless of age or gender, was compelled to tremble and report to your designated location daily, engaging in battles doomed to defeat, serving as nourishment for the growth of your Pokémon. Despair and pressure hung heavily over the city. 2 days later, Iron Spin hastily returned from Glass City. Upon witnessing the bewitched Junshas, the ravaged Amethyst City, and the citizens resembling startled birds, he immediately issued a challenge against you. Alas, it was too late. In just 2 days, your strength had surged to a level that struck fear into his heart, igniting a battle that was meant to be a gym challenge. Iron Spin's Pokémon, crushed under the overwhelming levels and momentum of your divine beasts, were like moths drawn to a flame. After a fierce yet brief confrontation, Iron Spin's aged body fell despondently, ultimately becoming part of your vast reservoir of experience. Your atrocities and unfathomable power instilled an indelible psychological shadow upon the trainers of Amethyst City. None dared to defy you. Lynch of Team Rocket emerged as the most terrifying nightmare. Mothers in Amethyst City even invoked your name to frighten their wailing children. Cry again? Or else I shall send you to battle against Lynch of Team Rocket. The name of Team Rocket began to drift across this land. However, the profound darkness ultimately attracted the gaze of light. A week later, a figure appeared on the shattered streets of Amethyst City. With meticulously arranged silver-blue hair and an eye that exuded a penetrating power, the champion of the Hoenn region, Stephen, had arrived. The battle, or rather, a one-sided crushing. You exerted every ounce of strength, commanding your Pokémon to charge forth, yet all struggles appeared futile before him. It must be said, the disparity between individuals can sometimes be more vast than that between a Caterpie and a Rayquaza. In summary, you lost, utterly and completely. Simulation concluded. Achievement unlocked. Dark Emperor of Amethyst City. Effect. In Amethyst City, every person or Pokémon that lays eyes upon you must undergo a willpower assessment. Failure results in a state of fear. Your actions have piqued Stephen's interest. The likelihood of encountering him has increased. Final contribution point settlement. 3,000 points. Chapter 48. A Glimpse of Truth. Upon witnessing the subsequent developments simulated by his cousin, Lynch merely nodded lightly, devoid of any surprise. He had anticipated this. The so-called invincibility in the realm, or rather, invincibility beneath the city, was nothing more than a debuff. Look, now the enemies had arrived from outside the city. Moreover, what formidable foes had he summoned? Lynch reflected on his own maneuvers. In the simulation, he had become nearly frantic in his pursuit of power, relentlessly grinding in Amethyst City for an entire week, engaging in high-intensity challenges against every available NPC trainer. Even though his cousin had set limitations on efficiency, allowing each individual to be exploited only once per day, the vast population of Amethyst City meant that small gains accumulated over time. Even if he trained multiple Pokémon, they would surely have reached levels exceeding 60 by now, right? Kyogre, Miltank, Lunala, Geodude, and even Mewtwo. This lineup, this level, how could they possibly be unable to defeat a Stephen? What level must his Pokémon be? 80? Or even 90? Lynch vigorously rubbed his face, an overwhelming sense of absurdity washing over him. If memory served him correctly, Stephen was only 25 this year, wasn't he? No, this disparity in talent was simply outrageous. Lynch found himself increasingly questioning who among them was truly utilizing an unfair advantage. His gaze turned vacant as he mumbled to the ceiling, pondering whether this newfound strength was a reward for his sacrificial inclinations. Was it reasonable? Absolutely not. Yet, despite his grievances, reality demanded progression. Shaking his head, he momentarily suppressed his astonishment and far-fetched speculations regarding Dawu. The pressing concern was to enhance his immediate combat prowess. With contribution points finally in hand, he was determined to make the most of them. Taking a deep breath, Lynch accessed the system's marketplace, which refreshed daily. With practiced ease, he began to scour through the available practical supplies. Vitality Block, purchased. Universal Potion, acquired. PP Multi-Replenishing Agent, bought. 2 mismatched pieces of fabric, added to cart. His fingers danced rapidly across the digital screen, watching as his contribution balance dwindled with each purchase. Just as he was about to finalize his shopping spree and exit the marketplace, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a solitary, unassuming icon in the corner. It was a balloon icon, rendered in a youthful, somewhat whimsical red. Item, balloon. Effect. A Pokémon carrying this item is not considered a ground-type Pokémon. Cannot be hit by ground-type moves, is unaffected by spikes, toxic spikes, and sand tomb, and is immune to the effects of the battlefield's terrain. When the Pokémon holding this item takes damage from any attack, the balloon will explode and disappear. Price, 100 contribution points. With a soft huff, Lynch's eyes widened in astonishment. Ignoring the intricate descriptions of combat effects that followed, his attention was riveted on the initial phrase. Not considered a ground-type Pokémon. Was this not the very solution to his long-standing dilemma regarding how to effectively boost the affection of his steadfast partner? This was a beacon of hope. Even if it merely floated in the air, he could undoubtedly cultivate a substantial bond with Groudon. Purchase. It was a necessity. He would deplete his resources to secure it. Without hesitation, his trembling finger decisively pressed the purchase button. Upon completing the transaction, a profound sense of emptiness surged from his stomach. Glancing out the window, he noted the sun had already begun its descent, well past lunchtime, and edging closer to dinner time. TSK, he muttered to himself. One could lose a lifetime in the throes of simulation. He resolved to hasten to the restaurant adjacent to the Pokémon Center to address his bodily needs, and then find a training ground to assess the capabilities of his rapidly leveling comrades in reality. Stretching languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he pushed open the door to the Pokémon Center's lounge. Navigating through the bright, pristine lobby, Lynch approached the automatic glass doors. Just as he stepped outside, his right foot barely touching the pavement, a sudden outburst caught his attention. Another one. Quick, get on. Don't let anyone else get ahead. Two voices, brimming with excitement and urgency, emerged from the shadows. Following the sound, Lynch spotted a group of youths, appearing around 16 or 17. Leaning against the outer wall of the Pokémon Center, gripping their Pokeballs, they seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Lynch raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Are they actually battling right outside the Pokémon Center? Before he could fully process the thought, one of the youths, the quickest among them, sprang into action. He propelled himself off the ground, nearly gliding along the pavement, clutching his Pokeball with fervor, executing a textbook slide directly in front of Lynch before his companions could react. How infuriating. He had been beaten to the punch. As the sounds of disappointment rippled through the group, the sliding youth smirked, clearly pleased with his maneuver. Brushing off the dirt from his pants, he stood tall and declared, "Since we've locked eyes, we must battle." As their gazes met, the youth's expression abruptly froze. His pupils dilated, and the color drained from his face. What an icy glare. The aura emanating from Lynch was nothing short of menacing. Merely standing before him extinguished any thoughts of combat. He resembled a sovereign of shadows. Trembling lips and quaking limbs. The boy felt as if all the bones had been stripped from his legs. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees before Lynch. Lynch was taken aback. Is this some kind of performance? Have trainers become this wild? His knees hit the ground with a heavy thump. Hey, Asian, what on earth are you doing? You don't need to bow like that just because you think you can't win. A companion in a floral shirt, momentarily stunned, erupted into unrestrained laughter. Pointing at the kneeling youth. Ha! Did you train too hard last night, and now your legs are weak? As he mocked, the floral shirt friend instinctively followed the terrified gaze of the kneeling boy toward Lynch, their eyes locking. The laughter ceased abruptly. The grin on his face froze, shattering into countless fragments. His eyes bulged in disbelief, mouth agape, gasping for breath. He seemed to perceive countless trainers who had fallen before Lynch, mere stepping stones in his ascent. An indescribable, instinctual terror surged through him, engulfing him like a frigid tide. Run, flee, distance yourself from this presence. It is a taboo. The tyrant of battles, the embodiment of calamity, the dark sovereign. Yet, all will to fight, courage to challenge. And even the instinct to flee were crushed under the weight of that singular glance. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he too fell to his knees with a heavy thud, following in his companion's footsteps. Asian? Xiaowu, what are you two doing? The remaining companions finally sensed something amiss. Confused, they called out their friends' names. Their voices tinged with anxiety and caution, eyes inevitably fixated upon Lynch. Huh. Several gasps filled with dread echoed in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Lynch. The kneeling youths. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie silence, rendering the scene painfully awkward. What are you all doing? Is this some new playstyle? A familiar voice chimed in. A woman, wrapped in a hood, peeked out. Lynch glanced at the undulating waves caused by her movements. That Songming Junsha? Huh. How did you recognize me? The detective Junsha instinctively tugged at her hood. Do I still need to see your face? One glance suffices to identify your free-spirited nature. Chapter 49. I will climb step by step to the pinnacle, straining to conceal her visage. Junsha appeared to be harboring further secrets. She subsequently turned her gaze towards the audacious speaker. However, when her eyes truly swept across the features of the individual before her, she abruptly halted. Lin Qi? The countenance before her was unmistakably that of Lin Qi. Yet the palpable aura radiating from him was nearly suffocating, reminiscent of the ferocity exhibited by her enraged aunt. Unlike her aunt, however, Lin Qi emanated a distinctly dark presence. Fortunately, her extensive experience had granted her considerable resilience against such intangible psychological pressure. Otherwise, she might have crumpled to the ground like those unfortunate souls around her. Under Lin Qi's unwavering gaze, Junsha was seized by an intense illusion, as if he would soon unleash a sinister cackle and brandish a pokeball to threaten her. A law enforcement officer. Terms such as subjugation, coercion, and corruption filled her mind. Just as her expression shifted and she instinctively squeezed her legs together. This fleeting standoff proved to be a veritable boon for the kneeling youths. Splendid. They were saved by Junsha. Although her status failed to entirely dispel their terror, it had subtly loosened their frozen mental state. Flee. Now was the time. A glimmer of light in the darkness ignited an unprecedented surge of energy. Ack! Someone emitted a peculiar cry, as if it had lit the fuse. The boys erupted simultaneously into piercing screams and indistinct shouts, scrambling to their feet with hands and feet, barely pausing to brush the dust from their trousers before launching into a frenzied sprint away from Lin Chi. Lin Chi mused, "Ah, splendid. Another compelling testament to the ancient union of Pokémon and humans. This speed of escape is undoubtedly inherited from Pokémon genes." In the blink of an eye, only Lin Chi and Junsha remained at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. He glanced at the time, then turned his attention to the silent, yet curiously fidgeting Detective Junsha. "You." Gulp. Junsha jolted, instinctively stepping back half a pace. She forced herself to straighten her neck, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her voice trembling with a blend of wariness and inexplicable excitement. "I will not yield. Not a chance." Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Isn't your aura of darkness meant to instill fear?" Disregarding the seemingly troubled Junsha, Lin Chi inquired directly. "At this hour, shouldn't you be stationed at your post? It's not yet time for the Alliance Police Department to close, is it?" His cold, professional tone extinguished Junsha's enthusiasm. I was just on field duty," she stammered, attempting to bolster her reasoning as she puffed her chest out. Lin Chi arched an eyebrow, remaining silent. This sneaky demeanor on field duty? Drawing from his extensive experience in workplace evasion, he deemed this a blatant instance of slacking off. Under his penetrating gaze, Junsha deflated like a punctured balloon, her earlier bravado evaporating in an instant. "All right, fine. The truth is, I ran away from home." At her age, still resorting to running away? Lin Chi's expression shifted to one of subtle incredulity. "And where exactly do you plan to run away to?" "In the entirety of the Hoenn region, from Shuai-Jing City to Kana City, from Zijin City to Inyu City." "Which police station isn't manned by your relatives?" Junsha clenched her small fists, a wave of mixed indignation and grievance surging within her. "But it's that rat who reported me. Who knows which glutton for punishment secretly filled out the feedback form. Everyone knows that's just a facade. And they even noted my badge number." Her anger intensified, her cheeks puffing up. "They noted my badge number. That's irrefutable proof. I just wanted to argue that we all look the same. So why me? I couldn't even pretend to be clueless. I was trapped in that damned office. It was like being in prison, endlessly studying those dreadfully dull regulations, poring over those soporific case analyses. It was 100 times worse than being locked up." Lin Chi couldn't help but recall that it had barely been a day since he submitted his feedback. Considering Junsha's work hours, it amounted to just 6 or 7 hours at most. But Junsha inhaled sharply, straightening her posture, her indomitable spirit resurfacing. "I swear, I will make a name for myself out here. I want to become the most formidable investigator in Hoenn. No, even more formidable than the most formidable. I know they all think I'm a nuisance, but I will climb step by step to the pinnacle. And then," she faltered, momentarily at a loss for the most satisfying scenario to express her triumph. "Then you'll slap all those who look down on you in the face?" "Yes, especially that aunt of yours." "Exactly." Junsha's resolute nod echoed her inner thoughts. "Humph, and that snitch who reported me. I better not catch them, or else." As she concluded, her teeth clenched, her small fist swung fiercely in the air. Lin Chi listened impassively to the girl's grand aspirations and vengeful declarations. I de-diagnosed this as a classic case of youthful rebellion. I should have penned more in my feedback that day." He offered a perfunctory nod. Impressive, unbeatable, truly remarkable. Yet, these insincere words, heard by Junsha, who was caught up in her fervor, having run away from home and in dire need of validation, sounded like celestial music to her ears. "Good brother, only you understand me." Junsha stepped forward, excitedly patting Lin Chi on the shoulder. "From now on, you're my sworn brother. I'll remember this encouragement. When I, Sherlock Junsha, achieve greatness, I won't forget you. Take care." With that, she abruptly pulled her hood over her face, concealing most of her features once more. She gave Lin Chi a vigorous fist bump and then turned, exuding a sense of tragic heroism reminiscent of a lone warrior departing for an uncertain fate. Striding southward until she vanished from sight, Lin Chi, left in her wake, pondered, a good brother, Sherlock achieving greatness? There are just too many points to critique. I hardly know where to begin. After a moment's reflection, he decided to make a call from a nearby phone booth. "Hello, I wish to report an officer. Badge number 9527, for slacking off." "Yes, that's Sherlock Junsha." She headed south. "Who am I?" "Just an anonymous concerned citizen." Hanging up the phone, Lin Chi couldn't help but reflect, a good brother, one must weather the storms to behold the rainbow. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse will never grow into a towering tree. This is as far as I can assist you. Having completed his tasks, Lynch indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. Chapter 50. Science is non-existent. Lynch discovered an expansive, uninhabited training ground. Come out, everyone. Exercising caution, he refrained from immediately summoning his beloved rebellious trainer, Mutwo, and instead tossed a Pokeball. With a flash of red light, several Pokémon materialized in the open arena. Milotic, as ever, frolicked joyfully, sniffing and nipping at everything with insatiable curiosity. Paying no further heed to the silly dragon, Lynch turned his attention to the other Pokémon. Among them, the most transformed were undoubtedly Golem and Groudon. With the elevation of their powers, Golem's rocky shell had become significantly more robust, and its size had notably expanded. As for Groudon, its once 3-meter frame had now doubled, surpassing 6 meters in height, standing there like a moving crimson mountain, radiating an astonishing heat and an oppressive weight akin to the very earth itself. Lunala, on the other hand, bore a resemblance to Milotic, showing little change in size. Yet one could subtly sense that the energy within it had become more refined. After a brief observation, Lynch focused on the task at hand. He approached Groudon, who was lost in thought, gazing vacantly at a cloud resembling Kyogre in the sky. Lynch reached out and gave a firm knock on Groudon's thigh, which was as formidable as a stone pillar. Thud, thud. The sensation interrupted Groudon's contemplation of which move to use. It curiously lowered its head, its massive nostrils exhaling 2 streams of sulphurous hot air. I've got something wonderful for you, Lynch exclaimed, producing a balloon as if performing a magic trick. Groudon tilted its head, its crimson eyes filled with an innocent curiosity. This little thing cost me a fortune. It can grant your wishes. Would this tiny object allow it to defeat Arceus? Groudon immediately felt a surge of respect. With Lunala's simultaneous translation, Lynch fell silent. Wasn't your last wish to punch Kyogre and kick Rayquaza? How long has it been? Have you inflated your ambitions to such absurd heights? Directly aiming for the creator god? Groudon puffed out its chest. That was then, back when I was weak. But now, I am terrifyingly strong. Lynch inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to retort and striving to maintain his composure. Ahem, this item can't achieve such outrageous feats. Groudon appeared somewhat disheartened. However, being a mature legendary Pokémon, it would never display disappointment on its face. After all, it was the trainer's heartfelt gesture. It merely needed to feign gratitude. It possessed a high emotional intelligence. Even without Lunala's translation, Lynch could roughly discern Groudon's thoughts from its expression. Yet this treasure had a more practical function. Lynch quickly revealed its true selling point. Elevating his voice an octave, it can allow you to temporarily levitate off the ground. Experience the sensation of flight. Fly. Groudon's eyes momentarily lit up, only to dim again, filled with skepticism as it gazed at the gently swaying balloon in the breeze. It gestured, questioning the feasibility of such a small object. Smaller than its own claw, lifting it. You'll know once you try it. Lynch was confident in his cousin's product, aiming to maximize its favorability. He personally took the balloon and attempted to affix it to Groudon. He aimed for the midpoint of Groudon's waist, only to find he couldn't reach it even when jumping. The situation grew awkward. Ahem, Lynch cleared his throat and decisively called for outside assistance, glancing at his 3 trusted Pokémon. Golem, Lunala, Milotic. His gaze landed on Milotic, who was tilting its head, its eyes fixated on the balloon, its slender metallic tail swishing excitedly, drool hanging at the corner of its mouth. Forget it. You need not come over. Lynch promptly excluded it, fearing that the next moment the balloon would become its snack. You too. Come lend a hand. Upon hearing the command, Golem's expression sharpened, and a blinding white light radiated from its body. As it moved, its mind instantly devised the most efficient solution: self-destruct. By utilizing the shockwave from the explosion, it could precisely launch Lynch into the air. It looked at Lynch with determination, ready to spring into action. Boss, do you trust me? Lynch exclaimed in shock. What? Witnessing the electric sparks beginning to emanate from Golem, he showcased the reflexes and speed of a top-tier trainer. Almost instinctively, he retrieved Golem's Pokeball, and with pinpoint accuracy, a beam of red light enveloped the soon-to-be explosive Golem, interrupting its move. All right, you can go play with Milotic. After releasing the somewhat disappointed Golem, a fatigued Lynch waved his hand. Ultimately, the burden of resolving the issue fell upon the most reliable Pokémon present. Lunala, gracefully suspended in the air, cast a languid glance at the 2 ineffectual companions. Without the need for words, a gentle psychic glow enveloped the balloon, lifting it tenderly into the air. The psychic force tugged at the tether, effortlessly securing it to Groudon's body at the waist level. Truly, My most cherished Pokémon. Though Lunala's expression remained placid, the slight tilt of its head revealed that Lynch's words had struck a chord. 1 second, 2 seconds. The floating balloon appeared minuscule against Groudon's immense stature. Just as the anticipation in Groudon's eyes was on the verge of transforming into profound disappointment, a miracle occurred. Groudon's colossal form began to subtly rise, floating upwards by a mere centimeter. Though only a centimeter, it was an undeniable and tangible departure from the ground. It was suspended in midair. That moment of weightlessness, the sensation of liberation from the earth, struck Groudon's simple nerves like a jolt of electricity. A profound, unparalleled joy enveloped Groudon in an instant. As it hung aloft, it gazed at Lynch, its eyes brimming with an almost worshipful gleam. Groudon's affinity for Lynch skyrocketed in that moment, soaring into the heavens. Groudon affection max. Meanwhile, in the distant Fu Yin town, the awakened smoking chimney mountain loomed like an unhealable scorching scar upon the earth, still erupting violently. Columns of smoke mixed with volcanic ash shot into the sky, staining the once clear atmosphere a murky leaden gray, casting a bleak halo even in the midday sun. Scalding magma flowed fiercely through the mountain's jagged crevices, winding its way as it released billowing steam, emitting a disquieting hissing sound. Master Asha, a meticulously dressed man with impeccably styled hair, stood outside a makeshift command tent. His voice bore an undeniable authority of expertise. The situation has become abundantly clear. In my opinion, it is prudent to make preparations and expedite the relocation of the entire Fu Yin town. This is the most secure course of action. Is there truly no other solution? Asha's face was smeared with ash, her eyes weary. Fiery Town was the place that had nurtured her. The expert shook his head gravely, affirming, it is impossible. All monitoring data points to a singular conclusion. Chimney Mountain has completely and utterly transformed into an extremely active volcano. Its internal structure has undergone fundamental changes, and the accumulated energy is beyond imagination. Since yesterday, the intensity of volcanic activity has far exceeded model predictions, with the energy release curve soaring exponentially. This is a clear precursor to a catastrophic large-scale eruption. We can delay no longer. Asha? Every second could be the last moment of safety. Asha's body swayed imperceptibly as she abruptly shut her eyes and inhaled deeply the scorching air laced with sulfur. When she reopened her eyes, the fatigue had been replaced with a near-resolute clarity. You are right. For the safety of all the townspeople, in my capacity as the gym leader of Fiery Town, hereby decree the immediate activation of the highest-level emergency plan. Evacuate. Evacuate all residents of the town. Instantly. Without delay. At any cost. Evacuation meant that many would be rendered homeless. Yet for the sake of life, she had no other choice. Just as her command was issued, the staff had yet to grasp their communication devices. An unexpected change occurred. In the distance, the apocalyptic sight of Chimney Mountain, with its violently spewing flames and thick smoke, suddenly calmed. It did not gradually weaken nor slowly retract, but rather stopped abruptly. Deep within the volcano, Groudon, who had been hastily retreating with a belly full of fire, suddenly relaxed its brow. It had just enjoyed a pleasant dream, soaring through the skies, stepping on Kyogre and striking Rayquaza. Even Arceus had. Suddenly, Groudon broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly deflated. How could it have such a blasphemous dream? The towering flames retracted instantly, vanishing. The tumultuous smoke seemed to lose its source of power, ceasing its eruption and beginning to lazily disperse upwards. The once ferocious rivers of lava, exuding deadly heat, visibly slowed, becoming gentle, stable, and in some places, even forming a black crust. It was as though the volcano had ceased its fury. Everyone stood in dumbfounded silence, gazing at Chimney Mountain, unable to believe their eyes. Asha, who had been preparing for a massive evacuation, was utterly bewildered. She maintained her commanding posture with her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide, her face a mixture of ash, sweat, and sheer astonishment. What is happening? Asha's voice trembled with confusion. The volcano has stopped? Standing beside her, the expert, who had just confidently guaranteed that the situation would only worsen, now bore an expression that was nothing short of spectacular. He stared at the data he had collected, subconsciously tugging at his wig. After all, data is not like a woman. It does not lie. This curve, this peak, how could it just stop? Shock, confusion, disbelief, all coalesced into a dazed state, as though reality had slapped them across the face. Science was in disarray. He scrutinized the now tranquil Chimney Mountain, his brow furrowed as he pondered how to maintain the facade of scientific integrity in the Pokémon world. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a gravely serious tone. as if he had anticipated this all along. Ah, this is a classic case of a phenomenon known as a last flare-up. Last flare-up? Asha and the attentive staff nearby were taken aback. The term seemed oddly misplaced in the context of a volcano. Indeed, the expert nodded vigorously, almost causing his wig to shift again. He quickly adjusted it, straightening his posture, hands clasped behind his back, attempting to reclaim his authoritative presence, and declared with unwavering conviction, "Ladies and gentlemen, in professional geological terminology, the prior state of Chimney Mountain cannot simply be classified as a dormant volcano. That is an overly simplistic understanding. Its precise status should be described as microdormant." He paused, surveying the crowd as if waiting for them to digest this seemingly profound new term, before continuing in a tone that suggested their lack of understanding was entirely normal. As the term implies, it was merely slightly dormant, yet not entirely extinguished. It exists in an exceedingly delicate and unstable critical state. It is precisely because this is its final release of internal energy after years of dormancy. It is its last, resounding symphony. That is why it exhibited such ferocity and, grandeur. So what you mean is, listening to the expert's persuasion, Asha's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The expert sensed Asha's burning gaze and the anticipatory looks from the surrounding staff. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the lingering sulfur and uncertainty, and slowly exhaled. "Yes, Asha, everyone. We are safe." Chapter 51. I am Mutwo, constantly rising. In the training ground, watching Groudon's satisfied demeanor, Linchi nodded, realizing he had maxed out their rapport. Seizing the moment, he quickly added, "Steadfast. Should I ever offend you, I trust you will be lenient." "What are you saying?" Groudon, suspended in midair, widened its crimson eyes. In that instant, Linchi's figure appeared more radiant than the sun itself to it. The ability to break free from the shackles of the earth, rather than being offended, it would eagerly engage in combat with even an alpaca without a trace of hesitation. Linchi's gratitude was a debt that could never be repaid. Linchi, observing Groudon's expression, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Not that I would dare provoke Arceus daily. Nevertheless, the groundwork has been laid, and the favors exchanged. I can only hope that when the 14 phrases are uttered in the future, Groudon will remember today's kindness, at least granting some leniency to my companions. With a weight lifted from his heart, Linchi steadied himself and turned to his next endeavor. He summoned his other 3 Pokémon, forming a circle around Groudon. He then retrieved the unopened Pokeball from his waist. "Come forth, we need to have a discussion," Linchi murmured, fully alert. He was acutely aware of this former Team Rocket comrade's rebellious nature. Within that 200-plus pound frame lay at least 300 pounds of defiance. Not only did it dare to challenge the esteemed Giovanni, but it even faced the might of a super rookie's million-ton punch head-on. Such a formidable creature warranted utmost caution. With a flash of red light, almost the moment Linchi released the Pokeball, he swiftly stepped back, widening the gap while signaling the other Pokémon to remain vigilant. As the red light dissipated, a long, powerful figure of white and purple appeared in the arena. Mutwo. It hovered half a meter above the ground, arms crossed, its gaze cold and piercing, assessing each Pokémon present with an air of detached superiority, unmasking its unabashed evaluation. Once unleashed, it, well-versed in the art of counterattacks, sought to identify a breakthrough point to circumvent the blockade imposed by the 4 Pokémon. After all, it was Mutwo, born of freedom. How could it be shackled by mere trainers? Its gaze first swept over Miltank, met with disdain. A defeated foe of its own, hardly a threat. Yet, to break through directly would likely entail a protracted struggle, as it sensed the gazes of the other Pokémon. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate today. I shall let you off this time." Its attention then shifted to the peculiar-looking golem beside it. Noticing the ill-intentioned stare directed at it, Golem immediately began to emit a flickering white light, even brazenly beckoning with a finger. "Come here. At worst, we perish together." Both Mutwo and Linchi twitched at the corners of their eyes. A mere reckless fool, devoid of wit. I am ashamed to engage. Mutwo promptly averted its gaze, landing upon the elegantly poised Lunala, which radiated a dim lunar light. Sensing the surging psychic energy emanating from Lunala, a hint of contempt flashed in Mutwo's eyes. What did it take this creature for? Initially thought to be of the same type, it now appeared to be nothing more than a cowardly trickster resorting to distant spells. "Today, I am in a good mood. I shall not hold it against you." Ultimately, Mutwo's gaze settled on the crimson hill opposite. Though it appeared to be the most formidable in size, the silly grin adorning its face, suspended mid-air by a small balloon, indicated it was merely a soft target. No. An excellent candidate for a counterattack. Perfect. an ideal subject to demonstrate strength and establish dominance. With this resolve, the purple light in Mutuo's eyes flared dramatically. Without a shred of hesitation, nor even a token warning, it raised its right hand, and a brilliant blue energy sphere, brimming with ferocious energy, swiftly coalesced. Piercing through the air with a shrill cry, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Kyogre with devastating precision. A sneak attack. Boom! A violent explosion erupted above Kyogre's head. Dust and debris filled the air. Yet, contrary to expectations, the scene of the target howling in agony, its massive form sent hurtling into the air, did not materialize. As the dust settled, it became clear that the spot struck on Kyogre's red shell bore not a single crack. The formidable aura sphere merely left a charred mark behind. Mutuo. As the air currents dispersed, a faint yet distinct cracking sound resonated. The balloon, which had briefly lifted Kyogre from the ground, erupted violently under the influence of the chaotic energy, akin to a fragile soap bubble bursting into countless tiny fragments. In the aftermath of the explosion, the remnants drifted slowly to the ground. The training field was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. Time seemed to stand still. Miltank, startled, instinctively shrank behind Golem's massive rock-like body, peering out with half of its head, fearfully observing the center of the arena. It had witnessed firsthand the power Kyogre wielded when enraged. Lunala unfurled its gigantic wings, shielding Lynchy behind it, poised to teleport at a moment's notice. Mutuo stood before Kyogre, its cold gaze betraying a rare glimmer of astonishment. How could this be? It had been confident in its attack, after all. The opponent was being hoisted by a balloon. It should have at least been severely wounded, yet this? Merely a scraped surface? And it took down a balloon in the process? Just then, Mutuo's psychic sense trembled ominously. Oh no, a premonition granted by its psychic abilities. Instinctively, it summoned a shield with all its might, when suddenly, an alarming, earth-shattering aura erupted from the center of the arena. Kyogre, having regained contact with the ground, stirred. Slowly, it raised its colossal head, directing its gaze towards Mutuo. Its crimson eyes, no longer dull, now burned with an inferno potent enough to incinerate all. This wrath surged like molten lava, threatening to erupt from its eye sockets. Lowering its head, it fixated on the scattered balloon fragments. The balloon, the one Lynchy had procured at great expense. A deafening roar, filled with boundless fury and sorrow, erupted like millions of volcanoes simultaneously erupting. The ground of the training field heaved violently, like tumultuous waves. The entire city of Zygarde felt the tremors. Although not as intense as the previous day, it still left many staggering. Mutuo was momentarily shaken by the roar imbued with divine might, its composure faltering for the first time. This pressure was unsettling, unassailable. Just as it attempted to distance itself, the next moment, Mutuo barely registered Kyogre's movements. It felt the ground beneath its feet being ripped apart by an irresistible force. Lifting it, a grotesque pillar, seething with blazing magma, erupted from the depths of the earth without warning, striking Mutuo with a terrifying force that transcended thought. Crack! Mutuo's psychic shield, fortified with all its strength, shattered like paper. It barely managed to cross its arms in front of itself. Yet the overwhelming power slammed into it with full force. Ugh! A muffled groan, laden with excruciating pain and shock, escaped Mutuo's throat. It felt as though it had been struck by a falling star. That pure, unadulterated force surged violently into its body, causing every bone to groan under the unbearable strain. Mutuo's form was sent soaring like a baseball struck out of the park, transforming into a blurred streak of purple light, shooting skyward. Bang! Crash! The cloud shaped like Kyogre above was effortlessly pierced through, torn apart into billowing water vapor. The purple light's momentum waned, eventually tracing a long parabolic arc across the high skies before plummeting to the ground like a lifeless kite severed from its string. Boom! Dust once again erupted, as Mutuo crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing into a shallow crater. A searing pain coursed through its body, as if every bone had shattered. Stars danced before its eyes. A deafening roar filled its ears, and its mind descended into chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? It struggled to rise. Yet the agony and complete collapse of its strength rendered even the slightest movement an insurmountable challenge. Mutuo looked up at the sky, its eyes flooded with shock, confusion, and humiliation. This must be a joke. I am the mightiest artificial Pokémon. I am a legendary beast. Why? Why? How could that simpleton take me down in one blow? The immense cognitive dissonance left Mutuo, which had never experienced defeat, in a state of utter bewilderment. Its proud strength, speed, and psychic prowess appeared utterly laughable and fragile in the face of that world-shattering blow. What manner of monster was that creature, buoyed by balloons? After unleashing its fury, Groudon gazed at the fallen purple figure in the distance, its enormous nostrils exhaling 2 jets of spark-laden vapor, seemingly still unsatisfied. Yet, upon seeing the remnants of the balloons, profound sorrow flickered in its eyes as it lowered itself, gingerly gathering the pitiful fragments with its claws. Lynch, witnessing the unfolding events in this electric moment and the fallen, despondent Mewtwo, was struck by a bold idea. Who said I must recite incantations? Using balloons to provoke others is far safer. Well, at least it was for him. Although not as potent as the prior eruption in New Amethyst City, it would suffice. Observing Mewtwo incapacitated, Lynch cautiously grasped the Pokeball containing Lunala and approached the forlorn creature, squatting beside it. Mewtwo gazed skyward, its eyes vacant, having lost all dreams. Its resolve, its path to vengeance had been shattered. Lynch remained silent, quietly retrieving 2 items from his backpack, a vitality capsule and a rare candy. Opening his mouth, Lynch spoke in a calm, undeniable tone. Mewtwo's gaze wavered. It wished to resist, to reject this human's charity. Yet the searing pain coursing through its body and the overwhelming fear of being utterly crushed made it realize that resistance was futile. More importantly, its body whispered to it that consuming the candy could grant it greater strength. The humiliation and thirst for power waged a fierce battle within its heart. Ultimately, the intense desire for revenge triumphed over its pride. With great difficulty, it opened its mouth. Lynch swiftly inserted the vitality capsule, and as it swallowed, a surge of powerful life energy rushed in, swiftly alleviating Mewtwo's pain and restoring its strength. Following that, the rare candy was also offered. The candy dissolved instantly, unleashing an unimaginable torrent of pure energy that coursed through Mewtwo's limbs. It felt as if an invisible shackle within had been shattered. Power. An unprecedented sensation of strength surged within. Though still far from that terrifying behemoth, it felt undeniably stronger than before. Mewtwo surged to its feet. Feeling the exhilarating new energy within, the resentment and humiliation in its eyes had not faded. Rather, it burned more fiercely. It fixated on Groudon in the distance, still sorrowfully gathering balloon fragments, its fists clenched tightly. How do you feel? Lynch asked calmly, though the tightly gripped Pokeball betrayed his unease. Mewtwo remained silent. Yet the fervor of its desire for revenge was palpable. Lynch noted the intense longing in its eyes to prove itself, and he understood. He boldly patted Mewtwo, his tone laced with persuasive charm. Do you see? The world is vast, filled with powerful beings. Mere talent is not enough. Do you wish to defeat it? Lynch indicated Groudon. Do you want to prove that you are the strongest? Do you wish to truly seize your own fate? He then gestured to himself. Your path to vengeance has only just begun, and I can help pave the way. Lynch's words resonated like a spell, striking at the very core of Mewtwo's desire, to grow stronger, to seek revenge, to prove itself. Mewtwo regarded Lynch, still wary and proud. Yet its resolve to flee began to waver. It needed power, and this human seemed capable of providing it. Thus, before exhausting his utility, why not feign submission? After all, it was destined to continually rise again and ultimately reach the pinnacle. 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the divine beasts in despair. Mewtwo remained silent, neither nodding nor attempting to escape or retaliate. Lynch smiled faintly within. Excellent. The first step towards temporary subjugation was achieved. As for transforming it into his own, well, that would require patience, skill, and a touch of PUA artistry, a long-term endeavor. Friends who have often trained know that there are only 0 and countless instances of moral degradation. He produced the Pokeball, directing it towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo glanced at the ball, then at the distant crimson peak that filled it with both frustration and an overwhelming desire to surpass. Before casting one last deep gaze at Lynch, its eyes sparkled with purple light. Ultimately, it transformed into a red beam, willingly entering the Pokeball. Thud! The Pokeball settled firmly in Lynch's palm without a tremor. He weighed the ball in his hand, observing Groudon still mourning the balloon fragments, and exhaled softly. Mewtwo, I have captured you. Chapter 52. This can't be right. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Lynch casually tossed 2 vitality capsules towards the fallen figure. With Mewtwo's voluntary assistance, a thrilling display of strength finally came to an end. Though he was unsure why Mewtwo insisted on close combat, neglecting any range techniques. Lynch had clarified the current power limits of several Pokémon. To say it was a rapid ascent might be an exaggeration. However, with the formidable allies at his command, He could genuinely assert that he now possessed the confidence to engage in a test of strength with a slightly weaker gym leader. If he were to be a bit more agile and resourceful, then even those renowned top gym leaders might find themselves challenged. Beside him, Mutuo lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Its initial dignity now lost. For the fourth time, it looked skyward, its eyes devoid of their former brilliance. For battles, merely 4 battles, it had swiftly recognized its subordinate status under Lynch's command. The colossal Groudon was beyond its reach, but why had even the once defeated Milotic transformed into something so formidable? Flashes of violent electricity danced before its eyes. In each clash, the ferocity of the thunder, far more intense than it remembered, left its arms tingling. Several decisive encounters had left it at a disadvantage. The only match that could be considered even was against the seemingly rejuvenated Golem. This outcome stirred an unseen agitation within Mutuo's psychic field. It remained silent, burying its discontent deep within, transforming it into an even fiercer desire to grow stronger. With a sharp crack, Mutuo expressionlessly crushed a vitality capsule with all its might. The rich restorative energy burst forth in its mouth, spreading throughout its body, mending its injuries, yet failing to quell the flames burning in its eyes. Wait. You all just wait. It was the ever-resilient Mutuo, continuously on the path of resurgence. Just a few more victories, and it would undoubtedly astonish you all. Time flies, and yet another day of rigorous training comes to an end, marking the arrival of the long-anticipated challenge day with the esteemed leader of the Violet Gym, Taixian. As dawn breaks and the morning mist lingers, Lin Chi rises early to seek sustenance at a nearby cafe. Man is iron, and food is steel. Without breakfast, one's stomach may suffer. After placing his order and taking a seat, Lin Chi's fingers absent-mindedly tap against the chilly tabletop, waiting for his meal. Suddenly, 2 impeccably dressed ladies in blue uniforms burst into the establishment. "Boss, the usual," exclaims the elder of the two, her voice crisp and brisk. The busy proprietor acknowledges her with a prompt response, hastening his already swift motions. Lin Chi glances around. While their faces seem familiar, he recognizes none of them as acquaintances. Before long, a steaming hot pastry filled with peach and fruit jam is placed before him. He raises the delightful bread to his lips. But before he can savor its soft, sweet essence, he is drawn in by the conversation of the 2 ladies at the next table. "That Sherlock fellow has really managed to infuriate the director this time," remarks the younger lady, stirring her bowl of piping hot soup absent-mindedly. Her gaze drifts, recalling the scene from yesterday, causing her to involuntarily shrink her neck. "I've never seen the director so furious." His face turned pale with rage. Her senior partner slams her coffee cup onto the table. "Humph, not a single ounce of work done, yet stirring up trouble like it's an art form. It's a disgrace to the police force." She gulps down her coffee, seemingly trying to quell her anger, then sets the cup down forcefully. Her piercing gaze fixed on her companion. "Hurry up and eat. Today we're ramping up our investigation efforts. We must dig deep and unearth her. We cannot let her slip away again." Clenching her fists, her knuckles whiten. "If we catch her this time, I will make sure to exact retribution for both old and new grievances." Lin Chi feels a stir within him as he finishes the last morsel of his food. Chewing thoughtfully, he had assumed that the clever Ms. Junsha would have been apprehended last night. Yet, he is surprised to find that this crafty individual has evaded capture, managing to elude the full pursuit of the Junsha in Violet City. With such agility, it seems she is not without her merits. Lost in thought, Lin Chi instinctively reaches for the second piece of bread on his plate, only to find himself grasping at air. Looking down, he discovers that Middleton has somehow emerged, eagerly munching on something. Upon noticing Lin Chi's gaze, Middleton abruptly halts its chewing, struggling to swallow the piece of bread lodged in its throat, then tilts its head, attempting to adopt the most innocent expression to appease its trainer. You can't blame it. The bread initiated the encounter. Lin Chi muses. He surveys the empty plate with a silent sigh, resignedly raising his hand to summon the waiter. "Boss, I'll have 2 more. No, make that 4 pastries, please." With a wag of its tail, Middleton seems elated. Today marks yet another victory for the gluttonous brigade. In front of Middleton, Lin Chi devours all 4 pastries in one go, rubbing his belly contentedly. Under Middleton's reproachful gaze, he settles the bill and departs. Outside, Lin Chi mounts the somewhat dejected Middleton, casually feeding it 2 long, thick, and warm pastries. "Hush now. Keep eating," he instructs. Suddenly, the immense joy dispels all grievances. As Middleton swallows the bread, it emits a spirited roar, its 4 limbs propelling it forward with newfound vigor. In a flash, It transforms into a streak of jubilant purple lightning, racing with astonishing speed towards the violet gym. Arriving at the entrance of the gym, Lin Chi's eyes widen with delight. Compared to his previous visit, the gym has undergone meticulous renovations, appearing brand new. The once slightly dilapidated doors are now encased in heavy alloys, adorned with a sophisticated electronic screen. Disembarking from Middleton, Lin Chi approaches the imposing alloy door, and before he can knock, a scanning device emits a gentle blue light, swiftly scanning his entire form. Identity verification in progress. Challenger, Lin Chi. Access level, level 3, entry permitted. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice resonates clearly. With a soft mechanical whir and a hum of energy flow, the heavy alloy doors silently slide open, revealing a brightly lit, technologically advanced corridor within. Lin Chi gasps in awe. He recognizes this technology as reminiscent of the robots in the new Violet City. The Master of Mechanisms certainly works quickly. As he steps inside, Lin Chi immediately perceives the considerable expansion of the gym's interior. The most striking feature is the battle arena situated at the center, not resting on the ground, but rather suspended by several massive mechanical arms, securely supported by a thick shock-absorbent base below. The entire platform resembles a vast aerial arena, exuding a futuristic ambience. At that moment, a hearty laugh accompanied by the sound of machinery whirring descends from above. Ha! Lin Chi, you're right on time. Following the sound, Lin Chi looks up to see a small lift descending from a control console situated far above. Standing on the platform are Tai Xian, the gym leader, and his companion, the Master of Mechanisms. The lift halts at the same height as Lin Chi. As Tai Xian and the Master of Mechanisms cast their gazes upon the youthful figure standing confidently below, both men experience a jolt of surprise. Tai Xian's eyes widen slightly, his hands instinctively tightening around his pokeball. The normally lively Master of Mechanisms, feeling the intensity of Lin Chi's aura, falters, adjusting his glasses as uncertainty flickers in his eyes. Just 2 days. In merely 2 days apart, the boy before them appears unchanged in form. Yet the aura exuding from him is strikingly different. Simply put, one glance reveals that this young man is no ordinary challenger. A sharp intake of breath escapes Tai Xian as he contemplates this presence. It's as if he is transformed completely. Is this not the child of that notorious figure, yet so remarkably formidable? Struggling to suppress the tumult within, he strokes his chin, marveling. In just 2 days, you've cultivated an aura so fierce. It seems your training has been nothing short of relentless. At Tai Xian's feet, his once spirited Raichu, upon locking eyes with Lin Chi, perceives the ominous energy emanating from him. Instantly, its fur bristles, and it emits a fearful whimper, collapsing onto the ground, tail tucked in. Tai Xian, Master of Mechanisms. Lin Chi. Is it true that Pokémon must undergo a test of will too? At the side, Millerton could not contain himself upon witnessing the Thunder Beast's current state, breaking into a grin. Oh dear. The Thunder Beast was instantly incensed by this unabashed mockery. It feared Lynch, not you. The dread dissipated, overwhelmed by an intense sense of humiliation. It abruptly sprang to its feet, crackling with electric energy, its fur standing on end. Its tiny nose crinkled in fury, baring its teeth, and issuing a low growl filled with combativeness at Millerton. Intimidation? You dare to intimidate me? As a fellow electric-type Pokémon, Millerton's competitive spirit ignited, and he stepped forward. The two Pokémon, one large and one small, pressed their heads together, their gazes colliding with palpable intensity, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. The Mechanism King, witnessing this, erupted with laughter. Ha! How delightful. They truly are matched. I suggest you forego any selection and let them battle it out. Lynch's mind raced with calculations. In terms of command and experience, he was certainly no match for Iron Spin. If he were to engage in a full-fledged battle with Iron Spin, he would have no choice but to resort to self-destruct or use the Balloon Groudon. However, Millerton's strength was undeniably formidable. Based on the Thunder Beast's previous performance in New Purple Iris City, its power should be roughly equivalent to that of Millerton before its enhancement. I'm up for it. With this thought in mind, Lynch nodded with enthusiasm. I concur, replied Iron Spin without hesitation. Although he considered Lynch's command skills somewhat immature, the ability to command a legendary creature was a terrifying power that could not be overlooked. Rather than battling that monstrous Groudon, it was far more prudent to let the Thunder Beast, which possessed the Lightning Rod ability and naturally countered electric-type moves, take the stage. Seeing the agreement on the other side, both Lynch and Iron Spin subtly released a sigh of relief. A steady choice. Both harbored their own thoughts while wearing knowing smiles. Excellent. I shall serve as the referee for this battle. As both sides took their positions on the battlefield, the Mechanism King pressed a button on the control panel. The energy shield at the edge of the battle platform hummed to life, its brightness intensifying, enveloping the entire arena. Lynch and Millerton stood at one end of the platform, while Iron Spin and the agitated Thunder Beast stood at the opposite end. The battle was on the verge of commencement. However, at this tense juncture, a sudden bang resounded. A beam of red light shot forth unexpectedly from the pokeball at Iron Spin's waist. The light struck the ground, rapidly expanding and coalescing. Roar! A deafening, powerful roar reverberated throughout the entire gym. A colossal creature, clad in deep blue, hard scales, and bearing a fearsome visage, materialized before Iron Spin. It was none other than the streetwise behemoth of the seas, Gyarados. Its ferocious dragon head instinctively turned to face the opposite side. But upon perceiving the Pokémon radiating formidable electric-type energy at the far end of the arena, its eyes, filled with a violent aura, widened in disbelief. Electric-type? Roar! Gyarados abruptly twisted its head, its massive dragon head adorned with an incredulous expression as it gazed at Iron Spin. No way, sir. This is not what we agreed upon. Weren't we supposed to battle a ground-type Pokémon that I could easily dominate? How did we end up with this 4 times vulnerable opponent? The air became tense. Millerton observed the sudden appearance of this imposing yet clearly bewildered creature with great interest. The Thunder Beast temporarily forgot its aggression towards Millerton, curiously sizing up this unexpected visitor. Lynch was also taken aback, staring at the Gyarados, who seemed to question its very existence, and he instantly comprehended. Old Spin, you went to Luminous City just to borrow this to deal with Groudon, not even bringing a proper electric type. How utterly shameless. Iron Spin, brother? This isn't right, is it? Lynch immediately protested. Aren't you the electric-type gym leader? Gyarados is a water and flying type, isn't it? Iron Spin, why does Adam's Pokémon seem so eager to come out on its own? Despite being seasoned, Iron Spin showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, speaking with a tone of conviction. Hey, Lynch, my boy, you simply don't understand, do you? Indeed, I am the electric-type gym leader. However, he shifted the focus back to the still-dazed Gyarados, his voice rising. This Gyarados in my possession, while it is water and flying type, is well-versed in Thunderbolt, Thunder, Electromagnetic Wave. It masters them all. It plays video games better than many pure electric-type Pokémon. Calling it a half-electric-type Pokémon is not an exaggeration. Iron Spin declared with a firm stance, hands on hips. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for an electric-type gym leader to possess a Gyarados proficient in electric-type moves. Isn't it? Chapter 53. Let the world feel pain. Reasonable? Is that truly reasonable? The Mechanism King, having never witnessed Lynch's capabilities, crossed his arms, his face openly displaying disdain. He cast a sidelong glance at Iron Spin. You, a respectable gym leader, are employing such underhanded tactics against a fledgling trainer? Resorting to such convoluted ploys? You may fool your buddies, but it matters little if they are deceived. They can laugh it off. However, don't be like that so-called Dragon Master who disregards the facts, eventually convincing himself of his own fabrications. As Iron Spin noticed the disbelief etched on the faces of the other two, he felt the need to justify his words, but found no opportunity, as Lynch's narrowed eyes offered no chance for rebuttal. From the moment both sides set foot on this battlefield, an invisible clash had already commenced. With a steely gaze, Lynch decisively chose to commence with a stealthy maneuver, initiating instantaneously. Thunderbolt. He commanded Millerton to unleash its newly acquired skill following its enhancement. Millerton, who had long held a grudge against the Thunder Beast, had awaited this very moment. Roar. It lifted its head high, the electric energy previously stored within bursting forth in an explosion. Zap. A dazzling golden lightning bolt surged across the arena, striking the Thunder Beast, which was tilting its head, listening to Iron Spin's idle chatter. This sudden strike of lightning indeed caught Iron Spin off guard. However, upon seeing the skill chosen by Lynch, a smirk of composure crept onto his lips. Thunderbolt? Clearly. During the encounter in New Purple Iris City, the Thunder Beast's lightning rod ability had been thoroughly exposed, yet this kid dares to employ a purely electric-type attack? Isn't this simply handing a power boost to the Thunder Beast? This youngster is far too impatient, his experience too shallow. Iron Spin even refrained from directing his commands, intending to use this harsh reality to impart a valuable lesson to Lynch, teaching him that even legendary Pokémon are not invincible. Perseverance and grounded training are the true principles of strength. Although the lightning rod ability is not infallible, exceeding its limits will still lead to injury. Yet, with the prowess of the Thunder Beast, enduring a hit from Millerton, which is on par with its energy level, is not. Iron Spin's thoughts abruptly halted, for the sound that resonated from the arena was not the Thunder Beast's triumphant roar after absorbing energy, but rather a heart-wrenching wail of agony. Ugh! The robust golden thunderbolt struck the Thunder Beast with tremendous force. However, the frenzied electrical energy did not dissipate as Iron Spin had anticipated. Instead, it hesitated momentarily before continuing to surge violently across the Thunder Beast's body, exploding with ferocity. The relentless discharge caused the creature to convulse uncontrollably, smoke billowing from its mouth and nostrils, and its gaze momentarily turning vacant. The Thunder Beast was unable to withstand such an onslaught. The composed smile on Iron Spin's face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. He abruptly glanced across at the formidable Milcery, surrounded by crackling electricity. How could this be possible? In a mere span of 2 days, how could this Pokemon's power have escalated to such heights? It had evolved. Iron Spin's mind was in turmoil. With his decades of experience in the electric type, he assessed that the strength of this electric strike was at least double, if not more, than what it had been 2 days prior, capable of overloading the Thunder Beast's lightning rod ability and inflicting such grievous damage. Suppressing his astonishment, Iron Spin's eyes sharpened with newfound intensity. He realized that this young man before him was no longer a mere novice. He could no longer afford to underestimate him. Thunder Beast. Iron Spin's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with the composure of a seasoned veteran facing crisis. He immediately signaled, "Utilize the technique we trained with. Release all the energy you've stored within. We shall counter with a thunderbolt of our own." With a determined roar, the Thunder Beast struggled to rise from the searing pain, its eyes igniting with an indomitable flame. Pain would only serve to strengthen it. It was also on a path of continuous improvement. Do not underestimate it. Its singed fur bristled as the stored electrical energy surged violently, merging with the recently absorbed thunderbolt energy, cascading forth in a torrent of chaotic golden lightning towards Milcery. A thunderbolt against a thunderbolt. The entire arena transformed into a golden tempest of lightning. Muda. Lin Shi discerned Iron Spin's intentions. A direct confrontation, is it? Humph. The Thunder Beast's attack still relies on the aid of others, utterly insubstantial. Meanwhile, Milcery has forsaken its human heart, advancing step by step on its own merit. The superiority is evident. Milcery, deflect that surge back to them. With a thunderous roar, Milcery faced the overwhelming wave of electric currents, not retreating an inch. Instead, its energy swelled dramatically. Golden lightning erupted forth, coalescing into a blinding golden beam. It simplified its approach, transforming complexity into simplicity, and fiercely collided with the incoming electric net. Zzz boom. The blinding brilliance and the splattering electricity compelled even the referee's mechanical overseer to retreat. How dare they attack the referee? If rules were to be followed, these two would have long been disqualified for assaulting the referee. After a moment of entanglement, the rapidly advancing Milcery ultimately proved superior. Its concentrated energy beam forcefully tearing through the hastily woven electric net of the Thunder Beast. The remaining golden beam, undeterred, surged forth like a divine lance, striking directly at the Thunder Beast. In this long-range clash, the Thunder Beast found itself at an absolute disadvantage. However, in the face of Milcery's evidently more formidable secondary assault, Iron Spin's countenance bore no trace of panic. Instead, a confident smile graced his features. "The same failure would not befall me twice," he called out firmly, his voice imbued with the confidence of a seasoned trainer. As Milcery's formidable golden lightning beam was poised to strike the Thunder Beast once more, its potency visibly waned. It was as if it had collided with an invisible buffer. The golden electric brilliance diminished significantly, dispersing. When it finally struck the Thunder Beast, though it still caused it to tremble, it was far less catastrophic than the initial assault. And within mere moments, it was absorbed entirely. Milcery's attack had been mitigated. Lin Shi immediately grasped the implications. As the Thunder Beast moved, the surrounding space appeared to warp with minute distortions of light. Upon closer inspection, a nearly transparent energy barrier, radiating a faint aura, clung to its fluffy coat, swaying with its movements. A skill capable of significantly reducing energy attacks? A light wall, Lin Shi exclaimed, though his tone was tinged with skepticism. For this manifestation differed entirely from the light wall he had known. Shouldn't it take the form of a solid, upright barrier? What was this living, writhing layer that enveloped its body? Ha! Keen insight. You are indeed the son of Qianli. Iron Spin laughed heartily, a hint of pride in his voice. It is indeed the light wall. However, this is not its conventional application. He pointed at the layer clinging tightly to the Thunder Beast, akin to a second skin of transparency. I heard from that little girl Duwan. She taught you tactical applications. What I am demonstrating today is the profound development and flexible adaptation of the skill itself. Iron Spin began his lesson, compressing the power of the light wall. It provided close-range protection, flawlessly neutralizing energy impacts. If long-range attacks are ineffective, let us engage in close combat. You will not master the reflective barrier. Lin Chi acted decisively, executing a tactical shift with lightning speed. Militant, charge in. Use tackle. Roaring with battle fervor, Militant propelled itself forward, its body akin to a heavily armored tank, barreling through the still dissipating chaotic currents with unyielding momentum, rushing fiercely towards the Thunder Beast. Excellent. Iron Spin's eyes sparkled with intensity. He was not alarmed. In fact, he had been awaiting this moment. The prior skills were merely to create this close-range opportunity. Now unleash maximum power discharges. With a bellowing cry, as Militant charged forth, the Thunder Beast's eyes flashed with ferocity, channeling all the pain it had endured into a final, explosive outburst. Feel the paralysis and embrace it. Those who do not comprehend paralysis cannot grasp the true essence of electric currents. From this moment on, let the world feel the agony. Release. Electricity. As it faced the charging Militant, the diminutive form coiled in anticipation, then unleashed its full might. The unleashed golden currents, more violent than before, erupted forth like a torrent unleashed. At point-blank range, the energy instantly engulfed the oncoming Militant. Such a magnitude of fluctuation, zero-distance discharge, would surely spell disaster even for a more powerful Pokémon, let alone that this was the Thunder Beast's signature move. Lin Chi, you are still too young. Iron Spin observed the opponent engulfed by the sea of lightning, shaking his head slightly, his tone laced with the bittersweet wisdom of a senior. Already preparing to celebrate with champagne. Return and refine yourself, then Before he could finish, the expression on his face solidified once more. For amidst the tempest of golden lightning, a purple figure was resolutely advancing step by step, undeterred by the terrifying currents capable of melting steel. Silence enveloped the arena, pierced only by the cacophony of crackling electricity and the resounding thud of hooves shattering the ground. Under the immense pressure of the electric current, Militant's ironclad form bore the marks of scorching, yet its relentless charge showed no signs of faltering. Those fierce eyes, illuminated by the raging bolts, were fixated on the nearby Thunder Beast, which now reflected a look of sheer terror. Lynch commanded, "Charge forward." Thus, despite the perilous storm ahead, it pressed on. How is this possible? Iron Spin gasped in disbelief, utterly confounded by the spectacle before him. He had meticulously calculated his strategies, anticipated the skill combinations, and even considered the youthful bravado of his opponent. Yet he had grossly underestimated one crucial aspect: Militant's extraordinary resilience that surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. This was no longer a mere matter of type advantage. It was a sheer display of overpowering might. Go forth. In the terrified eyes of the Thunder Beast, Militant's colossal head, wreathed in destructive electricity, crashed through the last remnants of the thick electric barriers, delivering a devastating blow to its foe. The impact was cataclysmic. The Thunder Beast felt as though it had been struck head-on by a speeding train, letting out a brief, anguished cry as its body lifted off the ground, akin to a frayed kite severed from its string, ready to be flung away. But the onslaught was far from over. Don't let up. Lynch's command followed swiftly. Dragon Pulse. Strike while it's down. Militant's form pursued the flailing Thunder Beast with relentless determination. One forepaw, crackling with residual arcs of electricity, violently pried open the beast's mouth. Enough of your incessant wailing during battle. Taking a deep breath, Militant summoned Azure Dragon energy from deep within, coalescing it into a formidable wave. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy surged forth, unreservedly pouring into the Thunder Beast's forcibly opened maw. You can't possibly have a barrier inside you. The Thunder Beast's body swelled, its eyes bulging, limbs convulsing wildly as it emitted a horrifying wail. In Iron Spin's sight, the Thunder Beast, battered by this attack, was sent reeling backwards, crashing violently against the energy shield before slumping to the ground. An eerie silence fell over the gym. Observing the Thunder Beast's futile attempts to rise, yet devoid of any strength, Iron Spin rushed to offer comfort, gently stroking its singed fur with his rough hands. It's time to rest, Thunder Beast. You fought valiantly. A sense of melancholy washed over him. The younger generation is formidable. We elders can hardly keep up. The Mechanism King, astonished by the display of raw power, stood agape for several seconds before finally raising his hand, his voice hoarse with astonishment. The Thunder Beast is unable to continue battling. Yet, as his words lingered in the air, a radiant white light, purer and more intense than any electric discharge witnessed before, erupted from the fallen thunder beast. Who says you can't keep up? The light quickly expanded and transformed. Was this evolution? The very essence of life began to shift. In that moment, the thunder beast's charred form elongated and grew, its once scorched green fur shedding like old skin, revealing a vibrant, deep blue coat that glimmered like the finest silk. Its body swelled, its power surged. As the blinding glow of evolution receded like a tide, a more agile, streamlined Pokémon emerged. Crackling with ferocious arcs of electricity, the Thunder Beast had evolved. Lynch. Wait, what? After taking such a beating, it can still break through? Iron Spin was bewildered. Did we pick up the wrong script? This unfolding of events is simply absurd. Shouldn't it be me, the protagonist, who breaks through and dominates the opponent? Chapter 54. I've risen. A single strike is all it takes. What more is there to say? With a resounding howl, brimming with power and authority, the Thunder Beast announced its majestic return, shaking the eardrums of those present. The Mechanism King snapped back to reality. Evolution, this intoxicating leap in the essence of life. Even having witnessed countless evolutions, the miracle of life's brilliance still stirred profound admiration within him. Clearing his throat to steady his racing heart, he exclaimed, "No, the Thunder Beast's fighting spirit is not extinguished." Thus, the battle continues. Damn, I missed the opportunity to interrupt the opponent's evolution with a decisive blow. Caught off guard by the spectacle, he regretted not commanding Militant to strike once more. After all, whoever said one was invincible during evolution? It seems I was too lenient. Beside him, Iron Spin gazed on with pride. He never imagined that the Thunder Beast, once merely leaping at his side with faint sparks of electricity, would grow to such heights. Time truly flies. Looking at the proudly standing Thunder Beast, Iron Spin tightened his fist. Yes, that's it, Thunder Beast. You are the very soul of our Purple Iris Gem. Let us continue to fight. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through its veins, bolstered by Iron Spin's unwavering trust, the Thunder Beast straightened its spine. It would not let this man down. It would uphold the honor of the Purple Iris Gem. With a fierce gaze, the Thunder Beast locked eyes with Iron Spin, silently conveying its burning resolve. He nodded, a broad smile breaking across his face. Go forth, do what you must. With that, he relinquished the stage to the Thunder Beast. Crackling, the air hummed with electricity around it, arcs of blue dancing between its fur. But it was not enough. To vanquish its foe, this power would not suffice. With a fierce roar, the Thunder Beast unleashed an unprecedented brilliance in its eyes. It opened its mouth wide, electric currents converging frantically within, coalescing into a massive, blinding sphere of energy. Yet, in a shocking twist, the Thunder Beast did not release it. Instead, it swallowed the orb, containing all its conviction, strength, and bonds. Ingenuity is paramount in Pokémon battles. It aimed to trigger its lightning rod ability, harnessing this energy to charge through with unyielding force. ZZZT boom. A surge of unimaginable, ferocious electrical energy erupted instantaneously within the body of the Thunder Beast. Its azure fur stood on end like an explosion of blue flames, dancing wildly, while its golden mane radiated a blinding brilliance. Countless currents surged forth from every pore and strand of its fur, enveloping its entire form in an electrifying embrace. At that moment, the Thunder Beast seemed to transform into the mythical creature that commands the thunder. Its gaze was pure and fervent, fixated solely on one objective, to obliterate its opponent before it. Observing the Thunder Beast's maneuver, Lynch, whose cultural exposure was akin to that of an elementary school student in the Pokémon world, instinctively recoiled. No way is this right. Absorbing its own attack to enhance itself? Ascending like a spiral on its left foot? What about the conservation of energy? Where's Newton when you need him? Come to the rescue. Go, Thunder Beast. The self-proclaimed king of mechanisms, in a fit of adolescent fervor, disregarded his role as a referee and fervently cheered for the Thunder Beast. Evolution, a new skill. This is the ineffable bond between humans and Pokémon, capable of creating miracles. Boom. As the Thunder Beast propelled itself with tremendous force, the ground shattered with a resounding blast. It transformed into a bolt of lightning, enveloped in a cataclysmic sea of golden electricity, charging forth at a speed exponentially greater than before, embodying an unstoppable momentum that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, racing toward Millerton. As it passed, the air erupted with sharp explosions, and the ground bore a scorched trail. This was the new skill it had gleaned from its bond with Iron Spin. Frenzied Volt. Lynch gazed at the Thunder Beast, which surged forward with an unstoppable aura, seemingly capable of penetrating all barriers, momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? Why abandon a perfectly good long-range artillery strategy for a reckless close combat mage? Is it underestimating Millerton's stats? Just as the ultimate strike, infused with the bonds and beliefs of Iron Spin and the Thunder Beast, was about to collide fiercely with Millerton, a voice rang out. Dragon Claw. Lynch's command echoed. While the two were engaged in their banter, Millerton, already growing impatient, made its move. Its actions were so swift they surpassed the limits of the naked eye. The right foreclaw, still bearing faint scorch marks, suddenly lifted. The claw tip was instantly enveloped in a layer of deep azure dragon energy, refined to its utmost potential. This energy was not violently unleashed, but rather intensely contained. There was no earth-shattering buildup, no dazzling effects, only the purest, most direct, and fundamental explosion of power. With a soft hiss, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the claw, wrapped in deep azure energy, descended with pinpoint precision and ruthless intent just as the Thunder Beast's frenzied volt was about to make contact. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The sea of lightning, before the unadorned dragon claw, was effortlessly torn apart like fragile paper. The raging golden currents, as if encountering their nemesis, instantly dissipated along the claw's path, vanishing into nothingness. Subsequently, the trajectory of the claw showed no delay, directly imprinting itself upon the Thunder Beast's unguarded head, which had charged forward at high speed. Humph! Flashy and extravagant. Bang! A sound resonated, heavy enough to send shivers down one's spine. The Thunder Beast was jolted, its unstoppable charge abruptly halted. Its head was forcefully pressed into the ground, the exposed body twitching a couple of times before losing consciousness entirely. Only the occasional flickering arcs of electricity around its form attested to the cataclysmic strike that had transpired. Inside the arena, an eerie silence prevailed, more profound than when the Thunder Beast had previously fallen. Only the faint hissing sound of the residual azure energy dissipating from Millerton's retracted claw broke the stillness. This is not right, is it? According to every passionate narrative I've witnessed, the Thunder Beast should be shouting about the bonds it shares, defeating the divine beast, creating miracles, right? The king of mechanisms was bewildered. What's wrong? I've risen, executed a single strike. What's there to discuss? Millerton shook off the dust from its body. Flashbacks, nostalgia, friendship punches, power spikes, all merely categorized as last-minute efforts in its eyes. How could a mere last-minute tactic withstand the innate strength of its form and the might of technology? Ignoring the king of mechanisms, it, emulating the Thunder Beast's earlier actions, tentatively extended its tongue, quickly licking a nearby cluster of electrical arcs. Sizzle. It didn't taste like much. Tilting its head, it emitted a barely audible sound of confusion. Let us try again, this time prolonging the contact. Sizzle. Tingling, with a hint of char, not as delectable as the bread from this morning. Yet, adhering to the principle of not wasting, Millerton, under Lynch's resigned gaze, consumed every last arc one bite at a time. Lynch, my boy, you've won. Shaking his head, Iron Spin let out a deep sigh. The Thunder Beast's technique was far too rudimentary, leaving ample room for improvement. The approach was also flawed. It should not have met force with force. However, given the atmosphere, such an outcome was inevitable. The defeat was anticipated. As he stored away the unconscious Thunder Beast, he raised his gaze to Lynch, unable to resist asking, "What are your plans next? Do you wish to stay a few more days? I could teach you a few more techniques." He sensed that Lynch possessed the potential to elevate the electric type to new heights. Even if not, having a skilled hand is still quite intriguing. "I wish to visit Furnace Town," Lynch replied. "Furnace Town?" Iron Spin's brows immediately furrowed. "If you intend to challenge the gym, I advise against going there for the time being." Lynch raised an eyebrow, his gaze inquisitive as he looked at Iron Spin. "Just the day before yesterday afternoon, I heard that Chimney Mountain erupted once again." Iron Spin's expression grew serious. Although the scale was far less terrifying than the last volcanic eruption, it was still significant. That girl, Asha, as the gym leader, is likely overwhelmed, monitoring volcanic activity and soothing the townsfolk, leaving her little time or inclination to face your challenge. Moreover, Iron Spin paused, his expression becoming more nuanced. "It might not be appropriate to share this with a junior." Lowering his voice, he continued, "Asha has a grandfather named Mura, a former Elite Four member, a formidable old fellow with unfathomable strength. The most crucial point is that he is notoriously known for being an incredibly terrifying doting grandfather. Asha is his prized possession, coddled and cherished to the point of fragility. And if you were to behave so roughly, what if you were to make Asha cry? Ahem, in any case, it's best to avoid going there for now." Lynch. "What do you mean? Can the gym randomly spawn an elite member?" Iron Spin, observing Lynch's puzzled expression, patted his shoulder and suggested, if you wish to challenge a gym, why not head to Battletown first? The gym leader there, Fujiki, though young, possesses a unique fighting style, specializing in nurturing the power of Pokémon themselves. I observe you, Miletin, with your formidable physique and astonishing explosive power, yet your techniques appear to be rather, shall we say, straightforward. Engaging in a spar with Fujimori might offer you the opportunity to acquire some novel insights. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lynch's eyes. Indeed, Tieshuan's words had sparked a revelation within him. He specialized in close combat, and fortuitously, he possessed a Pokémon that thrived in such confrontations. Chapter 55, The Slumbering. Irate Groudon would not dream of the soft, cartoonish Kyogre. 3 fleeting days passed. Within the training grounds of the Zijing Gym, the humming of electricity transformed into a mere backdrop. Taishian was remarkably forthcoming. This seasoned veteran laid bare his extensive knowledge for Lynch to behold. He meticulously elucidated the nuances of timing substitutions, the art of maintaining command under duress, and the pursuit of vulnerabilities. Naturally, as Taishian followed the innovative Lynch, he too reaped considerable rewards, though these gains left him with a rather complex emotional landscape. For instance, he merely suggested that one should adeptly seize the moment to counter the opponent's Pokémon replacements. After some contemplation, Lynch nodded, indicating his comprehension, and then promptly mastered the technique of utilizing invincible frames during Pokémon substitutions to evade powerful moves. He audaciously proclaimed, "Did you not say to seize the moment? Pray tell, how well did I grasp this timing? Is it not tailored to counter the opponent? Additionally, Miletin, allow Taishian to witness the fruits of our specialized training over these past 2 days." Thunderbolt. Oh, observing the confidently poised duo of human and Pokémon, Taishian grandly gestured. The electromagnetic Pokémon before him crackled with electric serpents, poised for action. You think you can flaunt your skills before me after merely 2 days of practice? You have much ground to cover. Arriving in his area of expertise, Taishian widened his eyes, ready to impart his more intricate electrical manipulation techniques upon this youthful contender. However, the current unleashed by Miletin was not directed at the electromagnetic Pokémon, nor was it aimed at sheer destruction. With a soft crackle, the electricity coursing through Miletin suddenly retracted inward, only to expand once more. A blinding flash of light, far exceeding normal bounds, erupted at the center of the arena. This dazzling current overwhelmed the trainer's vision, rendering him incapable of issuing commands. This was Lynch's ingenious modification of Thunderbolt, which, while diminishing its destructive power, amplified its blinding effect. In Pokémon battles, it has never solely been a matter for Pokémon. With profound understanding, Lynch executed this essence to perfection. He discovered a breakthrough amidst adversity. Lacking commanding prowess? Insufficient experience? Why not launch a combined assault of both human and Pokémon? Ah, my eyes! My eyes! A piercing scream echoed. In the span of a heartbeat, the once vibrant gym leader found himself kneeling heavily upon the ground. With both hands pressed tightly against the searing pain, he was abruptly deprived of all sight. Tears streaming uncontrollably. How could he have been deceived, ambushed by this impudent youth, a man in his 60s? He should never have believed this insufferable brat could wield any legitimate technique. Was this Thunderbolt? It was more dazzling than even Flash. I concede. Halftime. Taishian rubbed his swollen, tear-filled eyes, recalling his electromagnetic Pokémon. He then promptly exited the arena. Feeling an inferno of indignation surging from his soles to the crown of his head, parching his throat and causing his heart to ache. This boy. If one were to deem his talent commendable, his combat strategies were wildly imaginative, and his capacity to learn was astonishing. Yet, how regrettably was this cleverness squandered on such underhanded tactics? Blinding the trainer's eyes, was this truly a strategy devised by a human? Though Taishian had to admit, in that fleeting moment, the approach was indeed simple, brutal, and shockingly effective. However, it was infuriating. Taishian had limited interactions with Qianli, but he recalled the latter's prominent brow and bright eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness. How could he have raised such a wayward son? Reflecting on Vijiji, it seemed that little Otakawa bore no resemblance to his father. Could this truly be the curse of their Hoenn region? Taishian promptly poured himself a glass of cool tea to temper his rising ire. As he tilted his head back, gulping down the bitter brew in an attempt to quell his inner turmoil, that infuriating voice returned. "Heh, Taishian, my good brother." Lynch's face, brimming with excitement, drew near. "Have you rested enough? I still have several strategies I wish to seek your counsel on." His eyes glimmered with enthusiasm. As his Pokémon's level escalated, the challenge of advancement grew ever more formidable. This was only reasonable, Otherwise, one could simply train at home with the neighborhood birds and bugs, attaining maximum levels with ease. Would that not result in champions being as common as the air we breathe? However, according to his cousin's report, even after just 2 days of training, Miletin had ascended 3 levels. This was without engaging in any high-intensity battles. Such a substantial experience pool was indeed hard to come by. Taishian clenched the teacup tightly. Damn, how could I have spoken so recklessly? He had suggested that Lynch stay and play for a couple of days while agreeing to offer guidance. If only he could choose a superpower, it would be the ability to slap himself. He longed to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his past self. Though the pain was trivial, the torment lingered on. After enduring a dual assault of mental and physical strain, they finally arrived at lunchtime. Within the Zijing Gym's lounge, a sumptuous spread of specialty dishes adorned the table, with golden, crispy fried delicacies and aromatic curry rice taking center stage. Lynch and Taishian sat across from each other. And under the onslaught of Lynch's culinary enthusiasm, Tieshuan's anger began to dissipate. Eat up, my good brother. Have your fill. For we shall need our strength for the afternoon's endeavors. Ugh, I'm full. Taishian paused, his hand holding the fork suspended in midair as he gazed at the glistening piece of pork cutlet, suddenly losing his appetite. Meanwhile, Lynch was relishing his meal, deftly tossing a piece of fried shrimp to Miletin, who watched eagerly. Here you are. Your performance was commendable. Miletin joyfully exclaimed with a yip, catching it in one bite, its tail wagging vigorously. It did not forget to eye the largest fried pork cutlet on Tieshuan's plate. You may not want it, but there are plenty of dragons who do. Puzzled, Lynch pondered how Miletin, a silicon-based life form, should be inclined to consume carbon-based food instead of oil and screws. Did it comprehend what it was eating? As time passed, the two began to exchange insights, their discussions gradually shifting from practical to academic discourse. How to combat against opposing types, employing electric type against ground type. Is Thunderbolt classified as direct current or alternating current? Does one require a high-voltage electrician certification to use Thunderbolt? Is the electromagnetic Pokémon in series or parallel? Can electric-type Pokémon be considered a clean energy source? If so, can one apply for new energy subsidies from the League? After a lively brainstorming session, both found themselves in deep contemplation. The television sound has become mere background noise. The local news channel is broadcasting the midday updates. This is Fonyuan News Flash. First, we turn our attention to a significant engineering advancement. The Kusunaji shipyard in Kaina City has announced today that the main construction of the city's key project, the large deep-sea submarine deep diver, is nearing completion. The director of Kusunaji expressed his excitement at the press conference, stating that this submarine, embodying cutting-edge technology, will carry humanity's dreams of exploring the unknown and unveil the ultimate mysteries of the deep sea. Lin Chi's chewing slowed, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized that name. According to his recollection, he should have first delivered items for Dawu to Wudou Town before being entrusted to deliver crucial items to this director. He is a pivotal NPC in an important task node. However, how could the submarine be nearing completion so soon? This timeline does not align. He distinctly remembered that the submarine's completion was supposed to be a later event. Do you know that old fellow? Taishian noticed Lin Chi's unusual demeanor and took a sip of his cold tea. That old man is a marine enthusiast, obsessed with the deep sea and ancient Pokémon. He has been talking about this submarine for years, and it's finally coming to fruition. If you're interested in the deep sea, you might want to find him for a chat when you visit Kaina City. Just be cautious not to get dragged into a conversation about the history of marine development for hours. Taishian's tone carried a hint of playful teasing between old friends. Lin Chi responded vaguely, still pondering the timeline issue. The news continued to scroll. The Kaina City Police announced that the shocking museum fossil theft case that has stunned the city has been successfully resolved with the assistance of Detective Red Falcon. However, the main perpetrator remains at large and has fled with the stolen goods. The spokesperson reiterated a zero-tolerance policy towards crimes that disrupt city order. Good news from Chimney Mountain. After continuous monitoring and the local community's spontaneous calming rituals, volcanic activity has significantly diminished and has returned to a stable period. Experts emphasize that vigilance against a potential volcanic eruption is still necessary. The screen displayed images of residents from Fuyin Town gathering at the foot of Chimney Mountain. They appeared solemn, forming a line, one by one, throwing Kyogre plush toys vigorously into the steaming volcano. Lin Chi could not contain himself, the food he had just eaten spewing out as he coughed repeatedly. What on earth? They are burning Kyogre for Groudon? What's sleeping? Irritable Groudon would dream of soft, squishy Kyogre? The creativity of the people in Fuyin Town is indeed remarkable. Taishian wiped his face expressionlessly, turning his gaze back to the television. Observing the residents with their solemn, yet slightly fervent expressions, Tai Xian's lips involuntarily twitched several times. Mullah, that old man. And these folks from Fuyan town sometimes have rather peculiar thought processes. He paused, seemingly struggling to find a sufficiently tactful adjective, ultimately managing to squeeze out, unique. Yes, very unique. Lin Shi felt that Tai Xian had played it safe. Silently, he handed over a tissue. Tai Xian accepted it and wiped his face. However, you shouldn't regard them with such disdain. He shot a glance at Lin Shi. Their approach, while seemingly absurd, has proven effective based on the results. Speaking of which, when Mullah was training his Pokémon deep within Chimney Mountain, he nearly triggered a volcanic eruption several times. It was later discovered, by sheer chance, that throwing a Kyogre plush toy into the volcano before training could quell its fury. Lin Shi interjected, "Wait, what? Let us not even mention how a Fire-type champion possesses a Kyogre plush toy. Are you insinuating that it's coincidental that these incidents are so casually linked here? Doesn't that sound like someone who frequently engages in reckless behavior, but somehow escapes unscathed? Were these actions intentional or merely accidental?" What astonished Lin Shi even more was the power of the champions. Were they so formidable that they could provoke Groudon, the master of earth and volcanoes, and yet manage to escape without dire consequences? Something felt amiss. Sensing the anomaly, Lin Shi promptly interrupted Tai Xian. "Brother Tai Xian, may I boldly inquire what Pokémon he was training at that time?" "Blaziken and Torkoal, why do you ask?" The realization struck him. So that's it. He held down the eager Pokémon ball at his side. "Then it's all right." Lin Shi sighed, dancing atop Groudon's head and still being alive today. Mullah certainly possesses a fair amount of skill and luck. Curious, Lin Shi had previously gathered information on several champions and compared them with his memories. Feeling that this trip to Zijing City was indeed fruitful. There was the former delinquent champion, the one who resorted to explosions when losing, and another who had a late bloom, having suffered numerous defeats in his youth. Each had a backstory more outrageous than the last. After finishing dinner amidst the gossip, Lin Shi wiped his mouth contentedly and casually tossed the napkin onto the table, glancing at Tai Xian, who was attempting to swallow the last sip of cold tea. His throat parched. "Brother Tai Xian, you've eaten well and rested enough. How about we?" Lin Shi rubbed his hands together. "Let us have another round of sparring? I just thought of a new approach. This time, let us try sound cough. Cough, cough." Tai Xian was choked by the last sip of cold tea, turning red in the face. "You're at it again. Have all my stories been for naught? Are you repaying kindness with malice?" He felt his recently swollen eyes begin to throb again. This kid was clearly not here to learn. He was here to torment his old bones. Although fighting was a common occurrence for a gym leader, he genuinely loved Pokémon battles. Yet ever since he had been sparring with Lin Shi over the past few days, battling had transformed into a dual torment, both physically and psychologically. While Mook was non-aggressive, the mere thought of Lin Shi was 1,000 times more bothersome. At this rate, he feared he might not even reach a peaceful retirement. With blood pressure like this, he would likely need to enroll in a VIP long-term hospitalization plan at a cardiovascular clinic. No, he had to devise a solution. With that thought, Tai Xian forcibly squeezed out an exceptionally benevolent smile. "Lin Shi, my boy," Tai Xian's tone was unusually earnest as he slowly stood up. "Considering the time you've spent here, it has been quite a while, hasn't it? Only 3 him." Tai Xian raised a hand to interrupt. "As for the insights I can share with you, I have poured out my heart and soul, leaving nothing behind," he continued. "What remains is the painstaking practice. You must hone your skills on your own." "I feel I still," Lin Shi attempted to say something, but Tai Xian interrupted him again. "It is time to teach you your final lesson." "Final lesson?" Lin Shi was taken aback, thinking Tai Xian could no longer endure the torment and was backing out. Indeed, with resolute determination, Tai Xian delivered his final lesson, one that encapsulated the ultimate understanding of the combat mindset. Confined within the 4 corners of this dojo, hindered by its barriers, ultimately limited one's perspective, making it arduous to grasp the essence of returning to simplicity, the unity of man and nature. The true profundity must be sought in the open expanse, where one can feel the interplay of the natural breeze and invisible currents, leading to enlightenment. "Come with me." He beckoned, striding towards the exit, signaling Lin Shi to follow. Meanwhile, the frugal and diligent Millerton hastily cleared the remnants of food from the table, trailing closely behind the two. Upon exiting the dojo, the afternoon sun bathed the broad and pristine thoroughfare of Zijing City. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of distant greenery. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Tai Xian had articulated, the atmosphere outside offered a greater sense of openness and nature. Tai Xian halted approximately 10 paces from the dojo's entrance, slowly turning around with a solemn expression. He spoke with gravitas, each word resonating powerfully. Young one, this final lesson distills the essence of my lifelong combat experience. Listen well and engrave it in your heart. Lin Qi's eyes widened. It is. What? Tai Xian's voice suddenly rose, booming with intensity. Never let your guard down. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Qi. No, this old man is trying to trick me. As someone frequently ensnared in such traps, Lin Qi reacted instantly. Wait. But before he could utter the warning, Tai Xian, already prepared, summoned his Pokémon. The 3-in-1 Magneton launched into action. A blindingly pure, concentrated, and terrifyingly brilliant white light erupted without warning. An enhanced version of Thunderbolt. Although Lin Qi had only caught a glimpse of it earlier, Tai Xian and the Magneton had comprehended the technique's principles and executed it with even greater speed, precision, and ferocity. What? Old man, how dare you use my move against me? Fortunately, Lin Qi shut his eyes quickly, mitigating the damage. Ow! Yet Millerton was caught off guard, instantly overloaded, spinning in place. At the very moment the blinding light erupted, Tai Xian, despite his advancing age, seized the precious fraction of a second when Lin Qi and Millerton were immobilized to unleash an astonishing burst of speed. Grabbing the 3-in-1 Magneton, he executed a swift sidestep, targeting the dojo's entrance. Upon entering, he transitioned seamlessly into alert mode. Crash! The heavy metal door locked shut. Click! Buzz! A series of intricate mechanical locks and high-pressure energy barriers activated with a resounding hum. The dojo instantly adopted its highest defensive posture, as impregnable as a fortress. Even teleportation was thwarted. Access for target Lin Qi to enter and exit the dojo has been permanently revoked. Beep! Do not disturb mode has been activated. Lin Qi was taken aback. What? He thinks I can't take it anymore and will run away? What nonsense is this? You can leave. Tai Xian called through a loudspeaker, evidently relieved behind the door. Remember, if you stir up a huge mess outside, for heaven's sake, do not ever say you attended my class. Chapter 57. The Great God Beneath the Deep Sea. Sigh. Lin Qi stood outside the tightly shut door of the Zijing Dojo, gazing at the flickering red do not disturb sign, letting out a mournful sigh. His sustainable resourcefulness had ultimately run its course. However, after causing trouble, not speaking of it, Lin Qi felt a twinge of discontent. Did Tai Xian truly perceive him as a meddler, perpetually stirring up chaos? What a joke. In terms of conduct, Lin Qi prided himself on being upright and principled, as steadfast as a pine tree. Eager to assist? That was merely his daily routine. Not to mention, in Zijing City, who had averted a potential catastrophe that could have devastated half the city during an energy crisis. A person like him could never be that kind of individual. In terms of identity, he was a genuine second-generation League member. He had repeatedly brought the illegal actions of Team Aqua to justice, safeguarding regional peace. Faced with the sweet temptations of Team Magma, he remained resolute, firmly declining. With such awareness and political stance, could he truly be that sort of person? In terms of ideology, he could effortlessly recite the 24-character slogan, prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony, embodying such an admirable image. Could he possibly be that kind of person? After a moment of mental triumph, the burdens in Lin Qi's heart dissipated, allowing him to stand tall, as if bathed in the glow of righteousness, his posture straightening. If he was not welcomed here, there would be another place for him. With a pat on the still dizzy Millerton, Lin Qi took the lead. Southward. Destination, Canon City. In the suburbs of Zijing City, Lin Qi sped along with Millerton. They traversed a somewhat desolate industrial area, crossed fields of neatly arranged wind turbines, and suddenly found themselves in a broad expanse. A magnificent steel dragon spanned before them, the Zikai Expressway connecting Zijing City and Canon City. Gazing at the distant metallic structure, Lin Qi opted for the fastest route. After all, who would choose the national road when they could race on the highway? As soon as they hit the main bridge, their speed soared to the maximum. The alloy guardrails, towering support columns, and distant sailboats on the horizon all appeared to distort and elongate in their view, transforming into a blur of vibrant colors receding rapidly. Below, the ocean resembled a massive blue satin cloth rushing past. Lin Qi leaned forward slightly, feeling the violent airflow as if it were a tangible force striking his face, whipping his hair wildly. The exhilarating sensation of speed merging with the wind ignited his fervor. However, just as they were about to dash through a long straightaway, Millerton suddenly emitted a rapid series of warning beeps, while the electrical output beneath its limbs significantly diminished, causing their speed to plummet. Lin Qi, who had just taken off, felt as if he were crashing down. What is going on? Millerton gestured for Lin Qi to look ahead. Following the direction, Lin Chi spotted a blue sign with white lettering looming in the distance. Speed limit, 60. How much? 60? What difference does that make from crawling? Speed limit? What speed limit? That was meant for vehicles, not for you. You are my trusted companion, my partner in battle. Can you be compared to those cold, emotionless machines? A round of high emotional intelligence flattery instantly transformed Millerton back into its embryonic state. Oh no, into mere parts. Millerton let out an excited long howl, and the energy coursing through its limbs erupted. The entire dragon morphed into a streak of purple-blue light, tearing through the air as it sped along the highway. The speed limit sign was left far behind. Speed soared, as the cyclists along the roadside felt the howling winds. An indistinct flash streaked past. Soon after, a surge of air followed. Goodness! Speeding along, they finally arrived at their destination, the illustrious city of Kaina. As the sunset painted the horizon with intoxicating hues of orange and exquisite violet, Lynch and Middleton came to a halt atop a slightly elevated slope, gazing at the renowned port city before them. The gentle golden rays of the setting sun bathed all of Kaina in warmth. The towering lighthouse was the first to illuminate, standing like a faithful giant, guiding the returning vessels home. The rooftops of the closely knit houses shimmered in the warm light, their white walls adorned with gilded edges. The massive silhouette of the Kuznaji shipyard was clearly defined. The bustling port area echoed with the long whistles of returning fishing boats and cargo ships, while flocks of gulls and pelicans flitted through the gilded waves, calling out in raucous chorus. Ah, no rain in sight. It seems the traits are all sharp gazes and rain catchers. None can be deemed a mere Gyoka. Let us find a place to eat and refresh ourselves. In a secluded, damp corner of an abandoned dock, reeking of potent fish and aged rust, the scarred-faced leader spat fervently, gesticulating wildly as he delivered his monotonous indoctrination speech to the burly newcomers of the water fleet below. A few of the recruits appeared evidently distracted, pinching their noses and listening with glazed eyes. Why must we hold the briefing in this wretched place? One newcomer whispered, unable to contain his discontent. Couldn't we find a cleaner warehouse? Chimed in a lanky fellow. But think about it, interjected a rather flamboyant short individual with pronounced pectorals. Those secret organizations in novels always meet in these desolate, eerie docks and abandoned factories before embarking on grand ventures. It adds an air of mystery and sophistication. He spoke with such conviction, as if it were a matter of great expertise. The newcomers exchanged glances. Surely, such professionalism was not strictly necessary. Receiving unexpected praise. Although part of the water fleet, Junsha stood tall, her chest puffed with pride, thanks to the remarkable transformations of her chameleon Pokémon. Indeed, with its miraculous abilities, she not only evaded the elaborate traps set by her aunt in Violet City, but also turned her fortune around during her escape. By sheer coincidence, she was approached by a peripheral member of the water fleet, and after hearing a few simple slogans about ocean purification, she unwittingly blended into this temporary recruitment spot. Such an unparalleled opportunity to go undercover was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Sherlock found herself lost in daydreams. Once she, the great detective Sherlock Junsha, successfully infiltrated the organization, discerned its structure, and gathered incriminating evidence, she would strike decisively and dismantle their stronghold. Promotions and accolades would surely follow. At that moment, her mind involuntarily conjured Lynch's face. Hang tight, good brother. If I achieve great success this time, I will never forget you. A proud, foolish smile crept onto her lips. Entirely oblivious to the fact that the scarred-faced leader had already ceased speaking and was now regarding her with a puzzled gaze. What are you grinning about over there? He barked at her in displeasure. He recognized his speech was rather foolish, yet she ought not to laugh so openly. Oh no. Junsha suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly stifled her smile, adopting a facade of fervent enthusiasm, standing upright. Reporting. I envisioned the oceans teeming with the water fleet's flag planted across the globe, and I couldn't help but smile. The scarred-faced leader scrutinized her with faint disdain. Really? Now the organization is recruiting idiots like you? He grumbled, resigning himself to her presence. Fine. Better a fool than none at all, he huffed, reluctantly letting her off the hook. Enough. Stop with the foolish grins. Let us cut the nonsense. Today marks your official induction into the organization. Junsha immediately perked up, her heart racing. Here it comes. Would it involve stealing confidential documents? Or perhaps kidnapping a key figure? You all understood what I just said, right? Understood. The recruits echoed in unison. Though their expressions varied, they were uncertain of the purpose but at least acknowledged their comprehension. Meanwhile, Junsha, lost in her reveries of a bright future, thought, what did I understand? She was utterly bewildered, her mind filled with question marks. And she blurted out her inner thoughts. Boss, what about our uniforms? When will we receive them? She felt that undertaking undercover missions without uniforms lacked flavor. Devoid of any sense of initiation, the scarred-faced leader looked at her as if she were a fool, waving his hand impatiently, as if swatting a fly. Fool. Uniforms? What do you need uniforms for? Did I just speak for nothing? We're heading to the shipyard to apply. We're the water fleet's uniforms to apply. Do you even understand what it means to infiltrate discreetly? Do you comprehend the concept of disguise? Junxiao, what on earth? The first task of infiltrating the water fleet is to apply at the shipyard? Did we receive the wrong script? Now, immediately, move. The interview time is upon us. You keep up. If you dawdle, I'll toss you into the sea for the great white sharks. As Lynch rode alongside Middleton, meandering leisurely along the main thoroughfare of the port area in China, the sea breeze laden with its characteristic briny scent brushed against his face, mingling with the enticing aromas wafting from the seafood stalls lining the roadside, stirring his appetite. Just as Lynch contemplated treating both himself and Middleton to a delightful feast from a promising-looking stall, he was interrupted. Hello. Would you be interested in learning about our great deity beneath the deep sea? A short distance ahead, several men dressed in deep blue casual attire intercepted two tourists who appeared to be trainers. Lynch cast a casual glance their way, initially finding the figures somewhat jarring, disrupting the serene ambience. However, in the next moment, his gaze fixed intently. That man in the lead, his profile, his physique, strikingly familiar. Wait a moment. ISNT that the water fleet's little leader who wielded a Groudon back then. The man seemed to sense a scrutinizing gaze, instinctively glancing at Lynch. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed the little leader's eyes. He felt a strange familiarity but couldn't quite place it. And his head throbbed slightly. The great deity beneath the deep sea? The two unfamiliar trainers exchanged glances. One of them tentatively inquired, Are you referring to Lugia? Lugia? Humph. Those barbaric Kanto folk. The water fleet's minion, who posed the question, was flushed with anger. How could a mere pseudo-god, boasting psychic and flying abilities yet devoid of any water-type prowess, dare to provoke the great deity Kyogre, who resides beneath the depths of the sea? Before he could voice his indignation, the trainer beside him burst into derisive laughter, promptly retorting, What Lugia? A mere combination of psychic and flying, lacking any water affinity. You, a pathetic Kanto dweller, should refrain from meddling. Upon hearing this, the water fleet's minion visibly relaxed, nodding in agreement. The Sinnoh youth puffed out his chest and declared with unwavering conviction, The great deity of the deep sea we speak of is undoubtedly Manaphy from our Sinnoh region. Chapter 58. Today marks yet another day of virtuous deeds. Manaphy. Upon hearing this name, which was nearly sacrilegious within their organization, the water fleet's minion trembled violently. Any semblance of goodwill he had towards the Sinnoh youth evaporated in an instant, his face shifting from crimson to a sickly green, veins bulging on his forehead. In their water fleet, especially among the traditionalists, this was a topic that was utterly taboo. How could a frail Pokémon like Manaphy be worthy of the title deity of the deep sea? He took a bold step forward, nearly spitting as he shouted in a voice strained with fury, What does it matter? How can you compare it to our Kyogre, the true master of the ocean, bestowing endless life upon the seas? Other water fleet minions chimed in, clamoring in support. Kyogre is the true ruler of the ocean, the source of all existence. Faced with this furious denunciation, the Sinnoh youth merely raised an eyebrow. He had no objections to their claims about Manaphy's weakness. However, to assert that Kyogre was the source of all existence? That was a blatant slap in the face to the people of Sinnoh. Did Lord Arceus even know of Kyogre's supposed supremacy? He leaned back slightly, scrutinizing the individual before him, leisurely digging at his ear, and then retorted in a tone that was both airy yet infuriating. Oh? So you speak of Kyogre? Quite impressive indeed. He deliberately paused, relishing the slight easing of tension on his opponent's face before delivering the final blow, but alas, it has been ridden by Manaphy. A burst of laughter erupted from the onlookers, including a few eager bystanders and Lin Chi. Indeed, in the Sinnoh region, there still existed that photograph of Manaphy transformed into a knight riding a Phoeba. Yu. The water fleet minion felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being quaking as his face turned a deep shade of purple, his chest rising and falling violently. Kyogre is massive, with boundless strength. It possesses the ultimate primal form. It can manipulate ocean currents and weather. How could a diminutive Manaphy possibly compare? The Sinnoh youth remained unperturbed, even brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. Oh, it has been ridden by Manaphy. How dare you besmirch the purity of the deity of the deep sea? What purity? That photograph is still searchable online, interjected a Kanto trainer, displaying the blasphemous image he had just uncovered. Instantly, the water fleet minion's face flushed crimson. The affairs between divine beasts cannot be trivialized as mere writing. Following this, a series of convoluted arguments ensued, filled with phrases like "that's called ecological interaction." There isn't just one Kyogre, and how can you prove that our great deity of the deep sea is the one that was written? This barrage of misleading rhetoric and glaring inconsistencies only incited even more laughter from the surrounding crowd, filling the port with a lively atmosphere. After all, Kyogre's reputation had been largely tarnished by the water fleet's religious fervor, which often resorted to forceful proselytization. Unlike his subordinates, the small leader from the modernist faction of the water fleet, noticing the crowd swelling, felt a sense of foreboding. If this continued, it would surely attract Junsh's attention. They had important matters to attend to. He quickly pushed his way into the fray, arms outstretched in an attempt to separate the two sides and restore order, exclaiming, all right, let us tone it down." Yet, the traditionalist minion was unwilling to relent, bristling and preparing to rebut. Although this person was his superior, this was a matter of faith. He held the modernists in the deepest contempt, viewing them as individuals who had no belief in the great deity slumbering beneath the sea, who possessed the power to change the world. The absence of absolute faith equated to absolute disbelief. If this continued, would the water fleet not become akin to the magma gang, who relied solely on wealth to sustain their organization? I said enough. The small leader's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. He leaned closely to the minion's ear, whispering in a low growl that only the two could hear, "Do not forget, we have important matters entrusted to us by Lord Mizumi." Mizumi? Lin Shi, who had been lurking nearby, discerned the lip movements and immediately became intrigued. He had initially planned to leave the day before, but now, with the absence of the white-haired iron spin, another figure had emerged. The experience package was now complete. Oh, truly, I, Lin Shi, am destined for greatness. Upon hearing the name of Lord Mizumi, the fervent minion felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. His rage and resentment doused significantly. He could only grit his teeth and begrudgingly lower his head, ceasing the quarrel. The ocean is vast, and legends vary. Why must we contest superiority? The small leader offered a way out. Observing this, the Sinnoh trainer was not one to be unreasonable. After all, they were on the territory of Hoenn. Where the numbers were against them, it was wise to retreat while ahead. He immediately acquiesced, donning an expression of agreement as he nodded at the small leader. What this brother says makes sense. Each region has its own sea deity, each with their own marvels. We should indeed seek common ground and live in harmony. The surrounding crowd nodded in accord. That makes sense. In Alola, we have Tapu Fini, who is also a guardian of the ocean. From an unknown corner, an unharmonious addition echoed, as the Kanto youth in the duckbill cap, who had been sidelined, seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, both of these brothers are correct. We all belong to the lineage of oceanic divine beasts, sharing the same roots. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger, then sincerely continued, however, I must say, our Lugia may hold a slightly higher status. The Sinnoh trainer, the water fleet. Consider this. The Kanto youth, oblivious to the grimace on his opponent's face, embarked upon his logical reasoning. What title does Manaphy hold? Prince of the Ocean, correct? And what of our Lugia? God of the Sea, by mere titles. Is it not evident that a hierarchical relationship is established? A prince in relation to the sea god. This clearly positions Lugia as the elder, granting it a superiority over the Kanto youth. Just like the Kanto trainer sought an apt descriptor, similar in stature to the water deity. A voice arose from the crowd once more. Indeed, merely a subordinate of similar caliber to the water deity. The Sinnoh trainers. Ha ha ha. The members of the water fleet immediately burst into laughter. Let alone the majestic mount of Lugia. What? Seeking death. This was akin to dousing cold water upon a sizzling oil fire. The previously disdainful members of the water fleet and the Sinnoh youth instantly united in their animosity, directing their ire towards the audacious Kanto trainer. Such an affront. How dare he compare our magnificent deity to a disgrace among divine beasts? The members of the water fleet were so incensed that their hair nearly stood on end. Even the typically composed lieutenant could no longer restrain himself. Precisely. What stature does the water deity possess, to even dare to compare with our Sinnoh as Prince of the Ocean? Furthermore, your Lugia, a mere bird devoid of any water type, dares to claim the title of sea god? Kanto fellow, has water seeped into your brain? The Sinnoh youth was thoroughly enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at the cap-wearing trainer. The three factions glared fiercely at one another in the town square. the tension thick enough to ignite the very air. A throng of onlookers encircled the scene, captivated by the unfolding drama. Facing the dual assault, the Kanto trainer showed no signs of retreat, sneering disdainfully. Humph, it appears this matter shall not conclude peacefully. Why waste words? Let us strike. A familiar voice echoed from the crowd. Yes, strike him, strike him, strike him. Instantly, the spectators, reveling in the chaos, rallied in fervor. There was no turning back now. The most fervent members of the water fleet and the Sinnoh youth chimed in unison. Let us battle. Let your Pokemon speak for you. Come forth, Infernape. The Kanto youth hurled forth his Pokeball, summoning a muscular, smoke-emitting Infernape, whose temper evidently surpassed that of its trainer. With a resounding roar, it made its entrance. Clash. Let us teach him a lesson. Clawitzer. Let him witness the power of Sinnoh. Floatzel. The three factions stood poised for confrontation. The battle was on the brink of eruption. As Clawitzer and Floatzel simultaneously launched their assaults upon Infernape, Clawitzer's massive pincers struck with a vicious gust towards Infernape, while Floatzel, akin to a specter, unleashed a torrent of high-velocity water from the side. Infernape bellowed in rage, attempting to retaliate, yet its two fists were no match for four limbs. Swiftly finding itself on the defensive. Bam! Sizzle! Infernape was struck by the water blast, and subsequently slammed down by Clawitzer's pincers, letting out a pained cry as it staggered backward, battered and bruised. Infernape! Enough, enough! Brother, you cannot hope to defeat both of them alone. A voice rang out from the crowd. The Kanto youth, witnessing his Infernape's retreating form and hearing the derision from the bystanders, felt a fiery rage surging within him. Defeat? What nonsense! No one can question the fighting prowess of Kanto trainers. No one. With a primal scream, he rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. The Kanto youth, embodying the spirit of a warrior, evaded Clawitzer's sweeping pincers with a nimble duck and delivered a resounding punch to the creature's hardened cranium. Producing a dull thud, Clawitzer was momentarily stunned, stars swirling in its vision. Simultaneously, he executed a swift kick, landing a fierce blow to Floatzel's midsection as it attempted to ambush Infernape. Floatzel cried out in distress, soaring backward. While engaged in battle, he shouted, Infernape, do not falter. I will handle both of them. You go and unleash your fury upon those two commanders. Seeing his trainer's ferocity, Infernape's spirit surged, letting out a roar. Its eyes blazing crimson. It first struck its own face, triggering its rage ability, drastically amplifying its attack power. Then, with fists the size of cauldrons, it lunged toward the bewildered trainers, sending them fleeing in panic. I shall assist you. A few members of the water fleet, sensing the tide turning against them, disregarded any semblance of combat decorum and immediately joined the fray. Chaos erupted as the scene devolved into a massive brawl of trainers and Pokémon. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill wail of a siren grew closer. A blue and white police motorcycle sped into view, performing a stylish skid to halt just outside the throng. Cease all hostilities. Street fighting is prohibited in Kana City. All of you, separate immediately. A commanding female voice rang out. A tall, striking Miss Junsha dismounted with grace, her hand resting on the pokeball at her waist, her keen gaze surveying the tumultuous scene. Behind her, a formidable Arcanine bared its teeth, emitting a low, threatening growl. Upon the arrival of the true law enforcement, those who had been embroiled in the fray suddenly felt as though they had been doused with ice water. The Kanto youth quickly delivered one last punch, sending the incapacitated Clawitzer crashing to the ground. You, and you lot. Miss Junsha pointed at the arrogant Kanto youth and several bruised members of the water fleet alongside the Sinnoh youth. You are all suspected of inciting a brawl and disturbing public order. Come with me to the station. With a swift motion, she retracted her communication device. Lin Chi patted his backside, modestly concealing his achievements. Today marked yet another day of virtuous deeds. Chapter 59. Your wild tales are excessively wild. Rescuing Kana City from peril. Satisfied, Lin Chi, accompanied by Millerton, indulged in a sumptuous meal at the dock. After a hearty feast, he proceeded to the brightly lit Pokémon Center. After registering and cleansing himself of the grime and sweat, he ensured the windows were securely shut. Lin Chi then collapsed into the soft embrace of his bed. Lying there, he glanced at his cousin, refraining from initiating the simulation immediately. He had only 3 opportunities left now. He was determined to reserve one simulation chance for the experience package from Fujiki. He needed to precisely locate and apprehend the senior cadre of the water fleet, Izumi, within Kana City's bustling harbor metropolis. 2 opportunities felt decidedly insufficient. He must strategically utilize the simulations to maximize his gains. The immediate priority was to gather as much intelligence as possible in the real world narrowing down the search and identifying the most likely points of critical events before proceeding with the simulation. Though the water fleet's target was most likely the soon-to-be-completed submariner, Lin Shi couldn't shake the feeling that there was something elusive and inexplicable about the situation. With a mind brimming with thoughts, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the blinds, bathing the room in warm light. Lynch stretched languidly, invigorated as he rose to commence his grand scheme to save Cana City. From whom could he glean information most swiftly? As he went about his morning routine, his mind raced with possibilities. Naturally, he would seek the most fluidly mobile group, the foremost source of societal instability, the trainers. They traversed the land, well-versed in the latest happenings. Enthusiastic about sharing their experiences, they also rummaged through refuse in various locales, thus gaining access to the city's hidden anomalies. Whether it be formidable wild Pokémon, suspicious gatherings of individuals, or sudden conflicts, they are often the first to encounter or participate in these events. But where would trainers most likely congregate in the early hours? After a brisk wash, filled with confidence, Lynch stepped out, following the enticing aroma of food into a bustling breakfast establishment. A glance around revealed a clientele predominantly composed of idle, non-productive trainers. He pressed a somewhat restless pokeball into his hand. After ordering a bacon and egg sandwich along with fresh milk, he settled into a seat, only to be enveloped by the animated discussions of nearby trainers. "Have you heard? Yesterday, Detective Red Falcon solved another case." One exclaimed. "Are you referring to the jewel heist at that shop in the east of the city?" Another queried. Indeed, the police were utterly stumped. But she arrived at the scene and cracked the case in just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Someone interjected. Really? She merely tapped the table and utilized her so-called basic deduction method, analyzing the traces at the scene, and immediately reconstructed the entire sequence of events. She even deduced how the thief entered through a vent, what they stole first, and how they evaded security patrols. The listeners responded with awe. Incredible. Red Falcon is indeed impressive, but compared to the latest information I have, it's still a bit lacking. Another trainer chimed in, adjusting their glasses. Have you heard about the incident involving Milcery, Daigo, and Miss Naki from the Inu gym? The mention of these three heavyweight figures instantly captivated a larger audience. Even Lynch, sandwich in hand, could not help but lend an ear. Are you talking about Milcery and Naki's breakup? What does Daigo have to do with it? Inquired a curious onlooker. I have a friend who resides in Inu City, the trainer began, lowering their voice for dramatic effect. He reported that Milcery and Daigo were inseparable, practically sharing a pair of pants, always together. Just imagine, Miss Naki was Milcery's official girlfriend, watching her boyfriend constantly hang out with another man. Their dates often turning into a trio, and even disappearing together. It must have been infuriating. And then, someone urged, eager for more. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious benefactor gifted Milcery a rare, radiant pink heart-shaped stone, allegedly extracted from a uniquely shaped small diamond. In front of everyone, Milcery nonchalantly presented it to Daigo, declaring it suited him perfectly. The trainer's eyes sparkled with excitement. The scene was said to have turned Naki's face green with envy. Oh, the untold tales of the Hoenn champion and the grand festival. Lynch nearly choked on his milk, overwhelmed by the absurdity. A rare, uniquely shaped, radiant pink heart-shaped stone, granting Daigo a direct buff. What a fantastical story. As Lynch absorbed these indistinguishable tales, he subtly steered the conversation to extract further intelligence. Anything unusual happening? He inquired. Several trainers pondered. If I had to say, there has been quite a stir at the shipyard. Rumor has it the submersible is nearing completion, yet they're still hiring extensively, with attractive benefits. Plus, the city seems rather unsettled lately, another interjected. Petty thefts have increased significantly, just like that jewel heist we mentioned earlier. Junsha and her team have been swamped. Just as Lynch was about to probe deeper about any suspicious individuals in uniform, several hurried. Awkward figures hastily passed by the breakfast shop's entrance. Lynch raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't that the group of Team Aqua lackeys from yesterday? Although they donned ordinary attire in an attempt to blend in, the bruises on their faces were conspicuously evident. But how could they be released so soon? Clearly, Junsha's investigative prowess in Cana City was lacking. No wonder they needed external assistance. While they had not explicitly identified themselves as Team Aqua, it was evident they were connected. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lynch settled his bill and immediately followed suit. Yet, as he burst through the door, he collided forcefully with someone rushing past. Oof! A muffled grunt escaped him as he stumbled back, only to find a woman collapsing before him, clad in long boots, a form-fitting skirt, and safety shorts. He was momentarily taken aback by her striking appearance. Wait, what is this? He mused, furrowing his brow at the brown fabric. Even I, as a paragon of virtue, must be on guard? What an insidious invention that shatters the innocent fantasies of countless young men. But the pursuit of his quarry was paramount. He extended his hand to grasp the arm of the delicate yet strong-willed woman with lavender hair, intent on retreating. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his fingers barely grazing her slender yet firm arm, when she brusquely shook him off, evident displeasure and wariness etched on her face. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the restaurant. "Red Falcon, it's truly her. The detective who cracked the big case yesterday. Miss Red Falcon, may I have your autograph?" The fervent crowd surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the recently steadied Red Falcon and inadvertently shoving Lynch aside. "Wait, don't push. I have something important to attend to." Lynch's voice was drowned out amidst the cacophony. "Red Falcon? Is this the detective whose prowess has been lauded in the breakfast shop?" He glanced back at the retreating figures of Team Aqua, who were about to disappear around the corner, and without hesitation, he followed suit. Pursuing them, Lynch soon found himself in a secluded corner outside the shipyard. He concealed himself behind a gigantic shipping container, cautiously peeking out. Before him stood the bruised lackeys, heads bowed, trembling as they faced another group. The leader was a tall, imposing woman, her sun-kissed skin contrasted by deep blue highlights in her hair. With arms crossed and a displeased expression, she listened intently to their explanations. "Engaging in a brawl? Is that why you failed to attend the interview yesterday? Lord Izumi, it's all that Kanto person's fault." Intermittent sounds resonated, accompanied by that signature deep blue highlight. Lin Shi confirmed the identity of the black-skinned beauty before him. It was indeed Izumi. With the target locked, Lin Shi retrieved all his pokeballs. The Dark Knight of Kana City was ready to strike. Any wrongdoing would be met with justice. Just as his muscles tensed, and he prepared to summon all his Pokémon, a hand unexpectedly landed gently on his right shoulder, pressed against the container. A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine. Not good. He had been spotted by Team Aqua's sentinels. Drawing upon his experience of being beaten in the past, he swiftly crouched down, his waist bursting forth with incredible strength, propelling his body to spin 180 degrees in place. He was about to retaliate recklessly while summoning Lunala. However, what met his eyes was a familiar visage. But it was merely familiar. "You, hush." Junsha firmly covered his mouth. She glanced into the distance, her voice lowered yet distinctly audible to Lin Shi. "This trainer. Please remain quiet, and do not act impulsively. This is not the place for conversation, and certainly not the time for action." Chapter 60. Team Aqua is rather brazen. In a quiet interrogation room at the Kana City police station, the nondescript Miss Junsha poured Lin Shi a glass of water before getting straight to the point. "This concerned citizen, as you may have noticed just now," she said, casting a glance at the prominent Red Hawk that had recently escaped a Crowd S attack. "The group near the shipyard is not composed of ordinary thugs." Lin Shi nodded, having caught on. "They are Team Aqua." Junsha's tone grew more serious, even suggesting that they were not mere peripheral lackeys, but core members. "So, you are fishing for evidence?" "Precisely." Junsha's lips curled into a confident smile, seemingly pleased with the notion of a sting operation. "With Miss Red Hawk's assistance, we have long been aware of Team Aqua's intentions toward the Kusunoji shipyard." Lin Shi interjected. "What? You only realized this with someone else's help? What is there to be confident about? Truly disappointing." He thought to himself. "You are the police of this world. Can't you learn a thing or two about solving cases? They have a clear objective." Red Hawk spoke, her voice cool and steady as she carefully chose her words, her gaze sweeping over Lin Shi as if assessing his credibility before deciding to divulge crucial information. "Their target is the deep diver at the shipyard." Lin Shi was not taken aback by this revelation. "But we aim to." Junsha promptly took the lead, her tone resolute, "to capture them all and eradicate this blight." "And so?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, awaiting further details. "After such groundwork, the crux should be arriving. The issue at hand." Junsha indicated her distinctive face with a hint of exasperation, "is that we are too recognizable." She sighed. "In such an open space like the shipyard, police forces cannot approach in large numbers or deploy regular tactics. Doing so would merely alert Team Aqua, causing them to retreat into the shadows. Thus, we need an external operative to help us keep watch from a critical position." She glanced at the documents in her hand before looking back up. "Someone sufficiently astute, with notable strength, ideally. The son of a gym leader, someone whose abilities are acknowledged by other gym leaders." Lin Shi, who had already been opened up, thought to himself. After reviewing Lin Shi's information, Junsha's gaze landed on him, her meaning unmistakable. "Young man, it is you. Of course, there will be honor and remuneration," she added, addressing him as this concerned citizen, Trainer Lin Shi. The ever-observant Red Hawk's expression shifted upon hearing his name. She whispered it softly, her sharp gaze returning to his face. Meanwhile, Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. External operative? Such a euphemism, but upon reflection, this merely third-party labor dispatch in the poke world. To his surprise, he had transitioned from a public servant to a labor dispatch worker without even passing through a career-based position. Furthermore, it implied a third-party public service role. A monthly salary of $3,500, with only $2,500 being actual take-home pay, the remaining $1,000 to be settled with a silk quilt. However, despite the grumbling, he was not in it for the remuneration. Now that he had obtained precise information and could leverage Junch's strength, why would he act alone? What the Alliance excels at is righteous collective action. Lin Chi hesitated not. As the son of a gym leader, maintaining peace in Kana City was his solemn duty. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed Junsha and Red Hawk. There is no time to waste. The target is clear, the intelligence is in place. What are we waiting for? We must not miss this opportunity. They could strike at the submarine at any moment. We should attack them and catch them off guard. Oh, but it's not quite time to charge in just yet. Juncha's expression grew somewhat distant as she spoke. The situation at the shipyard is rather complex. After dismissing her ineffective subordinates, she sent them away, having lost their chance for employment, to serve as reinforcements later. Izumi's deep-set eyes swept over the 12 subordinates who had successfully passed the interview. This was all the strength she could muster. The number fell significantly short of her expectations, especially lacking those few who knew how to operate machinery, leaving her with a few battered misfits. She let out a barely audible sigh, her full chest rising and falling slightly. The disruption of her plans left her feeling unsettled. Yet, it was not beyond recovery. She had never placed all her eggs in one basket. She had learned quite a bit about operating submarines, and although not particularly skilled, it was sufficient. Her gaze sharpened like a blade as it swept across the remaining faces. Despite the fewer numbers, they were relatively competent and barely sufficient for her needs. Listen. Izumi's voice lowered, yet carried an unmistakable tone of authority. Once inside, keep your eyes peeled for my signal. With a swift gesture of her hand, her expression turned fierce. Upon seeing this, everyone, act immediately. Understood. Yes, Lady Izumi. They all responded in unison. Only Sherlock, mingling among the crowd, appeared bewildered. Understood what? He thought. This time, I was not distracted. Act against whom? He instinctively whispered his question. Izumi's gaze locked onto the unfamiliar, naive face of the small individual. Her brow furrowed in irritation. Whereas your superior? Did he not brief you? Sherlock recoiled slightly. He had a tattoo on his arm and failed the interview. So he was immediately dismissed. Izumi responded with a look of frustration. What about the others in your team? They didn't make the cut either. They all had poor appearances and were dismissed for various reasons. I was the only one from my team who passed the interview, Sherlock replied. All those in your team were misfits, clearly not of good character, and were promptly turned away by HR for various reasons. Our mission this time is to seize the deep diver. A voice murmured from the side. What? Steal the deep diver? Sherlock exclaimed in shock, nearly leaping from her spot. She had only just gone undercover, and they were already planning such a grand act. What authority did she possess to engage in such audacity? Shouldn't they start by bullying some rookie trainers instead? Silence. Izumi, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to her head. The force not being light. Do you want everyone to know? However, robbery is punishable by law, especially for such a significant sum. We are the outlaws of Team Aqua. Are you now telling me that robbery incurs a sentence? Izumi felt her blood pressure rise. Truly, it seems that any unsavory character can join our Team Aqua. You. Izumi pointed at Sherlock. Once we enter, you are to stay glued to my side. Do as I say, no questions asked, no wandering about. Under the eaves. One must bow their head. Under Izumi's icy gaze, Sherlock could only nod obediently. After outlining the necessary precautions, the group made their way to the shipyard. Inside, the somewhat portly director Kusunoki, clad in work attire, was wiping the sweat from his brow, greeting them with a friendly yet weary smile. You have finally arrived. The factory has been so busy lately that we scarcely have a moment to breathe. Director Kusunoki rubbed his hands together enthusiastically. He quickly scanned Izumi and the relatively robust new workers behind her, as if he had seen a savior. Come, time is tight and the tasks are heavy. Let me show you the core working area. Director Kusunoki cheerfully turned to lead the way, enthusiastically introducing as they walked. Our factory offers exceptional benefits, complete with 5 insurances and 2 funds. Although overtime is frequent, rest assured that the overtime pay is calculated at the highest standard. I, Kusunoki, guarantee this. It's just that the work is urgent, and I asked for everyone's understanding. The director chattered on as he guided the group through the noisy assembly area. They arrived at a more spacious, towering, enclosed dock. Here we are. This is the main dock for the deep diver. Director Kusunoki pointed toward the center of the dock and then pushed open the large door. Izumi's eyes sparkled with determination. She had intended to slowly scout the submarine's location, only to find her target so close at hand. Taking a deep breath, her concealed hand had already found its way to a pokeball. Slightly tilting her head, her piercing gaze swept over her subordinates, and with one hand raised slightly, she was about to make the signal for action. All right, this is where you will be working. Izumi turned her head. When she finally laid eyes on the so-called deep diver at the center of the dock, she felt as if she had been struck by an invisible thunderbolt, freezing in place. What is that? In the center of the dock lay a massive steel creation. However, it was nothing like the sleek, metallic, imposing submarine she had envisioned. The colossal object before her, though the hull was mostly formed, had large sections of the shell yet to be installed, and some areas still revealed the internal rib structure. A solitary large propeller hung forlornly at the rear, while another lay on a nearby support. Most critically, the cockpit area didn't even have all the portholes installed. Countless thick cables and pipes twisted around the hull like vines, connecting to the surrounding machinery. The entire vessel resembled a mere skeleton, draped with half a layer of skin. A far cry from completion. Where's my deep diver? Izumi's mind went blank. Where is the grand submersible that can dive to depths of 10,000 meters? So, it seems, Lin Chi gestured lightly at the table, his gaze flitting between Junsha and Hongshuan, realizing with a hint of understanding that the submarine wasn't even finished yet. It's merely a work in progress? Indeed, because the city faced significant pressure to meet the progress targets of key projects in the first half of the year. Junsha chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We may have inflated the production value. The honest Hongshuan interjected. This. Junsha found herself at a loss for words. Inflated? Upon hearing this keyword, Lin Chi, who had evidently engaged in such practices before, reacted with alarm. Before Junsha could explain, Lin Chi abruptly sat up straight, furrowing his brow, casting a look at Hongshuan that suggested a need for improved ideological awareness. Inflated? Comrade, your statement lacks rigor. He rapped the table sharply twice. Can this matter of production value be called inflation? What kind of talk is that? Is the deep diver under construction? Will it eventually be completed and launched? Is it not a significant achievement of our Kaina City shipbuilding industry? A bewildered Hongshuan nodded. This is an undeniable fact, correct? We are merely incorporating future guaranteed accomplishments into the current statistical cycle ahead of time. This is called forward-looking planning. This is a reasonable adjustment of expectations. It is to better showcase the grand blueprint and phased achievements of our city's construction. Projects are long-term, and their value is reflected in stages. This is entirely in line with the process. As long as the final project is completed smoothly, all accounts will balance, and all inputs and outputs will be clear and traceable. Can this be called inflation? This is a scientific, dynamic, and developmentally aligned data management strategy, right? Hongshuan found herself somewhat bewildered. The intricate logic chain buzzed in her mind, while Junsha listened with shining eyes, gazing at Lin Chi in admiration, her pen scratching notes fervently. Such talent. Perhaps, once this matter concludes, we should promote him? Meanwhile, facing the unfinished product, Izumi's expression had completely solidified. Her mind was blank, and she instinctively questioned, almost in disbelief. This is the deep diver? Didn't the news say it was already completed? Director Kusunoki was momentarily taken aback by her sudden inquiry, then regarded her as if she were an extraterrestrial. What are you saying? If it were truly completed, why would I spend a fortune hiring so many of you? Wouldn't it be better to relax at home with tea and newspapers? The director lamented, shaking his head in exasperation, as if he believed Izumi had asked a profoundly naive question. Izumi was left speechless by his nonchalant retort. They had planned for days, mobilized so many personnel, and yet you tell me it's not done? All right, hurry up and get to work. With that, Director Kusunoki departed. Big sister? Sherlock leaned closer to the visibly fluctuating Izumi, observing her hand wavering uncertainly, her voice tinged with confusion. So, are we still going to act? Sherlock was a principled person, dedicated to her craft. Though temporarily under someone else's roof, she was eager to report once she reached Team Aqua's headquarters. Act. All right. Sherlock rolled up her sleeves. Ready to charge forward. Do you think we're going to act? Izumi delivered another sharp slap to Sherlock's head. This time, it landed solidly, nearly knocking the ditto off balance. Are we going to steal this heap of scrap metal and sell it as junk? Izumi practically ground her teeth to utter this phrase. Do you dare to threaten me? How dare you glare at me? Sherlock exclaimed, ready to retaliate, but upon encountering the fierce gaze of Izumi, which seemed as if it could devour him whole, he immediately softened. Well, I suppose that means you've merely kicked a pillow. The consequence of your aggression is that you've only managed to intimidate me a bit. So what do we do now? Sherlock lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Izumi surveyed the workers bustling about on the scaffolding, a wave of unprecedented frustration washing over her. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress the nearly explosive fury. Her facial muscles contorting slightly as her words tumbled out, each one articulated through gritted teeth. What are we to do? What else can be done? Aren't we here to work? She rolled up her sleeves and cast a fierce glare at her subordinates, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable. Get to work. Now. Sherlock felt a wave of darkness envelop him. They needed to commandeer a submarine, but first, they had to build one. This naval fleet was truly in a state of disarray, wasn't it? Chapter 61. How can one call themselves a protagonist without even a means of transport? It seems this is how things are meant to unfold. Junsha briefly outlined their plan to Lynch. All right, it's settled, Lynch declared, slamming his palm on the table. Finalizing the surveillance strategy. Red Hawk and I will take turns. I'll handle the night shift. Rest during the day to conserve energy. And keep a close watch at night. Red Hawk crossed her arms and nodded, acknowledging his decision. Junsha then solemnly handed him a miniature communicator and a tracking device. Stay in touch, Lynch. Safety is paramount. Report any anomalies immediately, and do not act recklessly. She emphasized the last words, her gaze firmly locking onto Lynch's eyes. Rest assured, I am quite capable. Lynch grinned, tucking the equipment into his pocket before promptly leaving the police station. His objective was clear, the Pokémon Center. While pretending to conserve energy was one thing, seizing the moment was quite another. He hurried back to the familiar comfort of his room in the Pokémon Center. With a decisive click, he locked the door behind him, then swiftly approached the window, drawing the curtains tightly shut. After meticulously checking the window lock to ensure the space was airtight, effectively blocking all external sights and sounds, he finally leaped onto the soft bed. Cousin, lend me your strength. His cousin, who had been absent for several chapters, re-emerged once again. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Yes. The familiar surroundings suddenly began to warp. Vivid colors seemed to be instantaneously drained away, as everything in his field of vision rapidly collapsed, simplified, and ultimately crystallized into a monotonous world composed of countless coarse pixelated blocks. Scene loading complete. Location, Kana City. Remaining simulation attempts, 2. As you rise from the bed, you realize that adhering to the rules is not your typical style. What a righteous brawl. They are merely fodder here to share my experience points. Let me savor the spoils alone. Thus, the little liar in you chooses. A true emperor deserves a battleground befitting an emperor. Night is the domain of the Dark Emperor. You choose to wait until nightfall to act. B. Surely the police station is understaffed at this hour. How about we? C. If the path is obstructed, we shall clear it with our fists. D. Free choice. Subway, elderly mobile phone. Lynch frowned at the options before him. Particularly the third option, while he was indeed radical in his approach, was this not a tad too extreme? The second option was also excellent, but alas, Junsha, being a high-level NPC, had a bug in her experience mechanics. Oh, no, his cousin had patched that up. After some contemplation, only the first option remained viable. After all, he was to be on duty at night. Naturally, he needed to see what would transpire after dark. If the simulation yielded favorable results, he could act accordingly. I choose A. Choice confirmed. An emperor deserves a battleground befitting an emperor. Simulation in progress. You immediately took a nap. The scene rapidly flashed by as the pixelated sun, symbolizing time, raced across the sky outside the window, transitioning from the golden hues of noon to the orange red of dusk, before ultimately sinking into the deep blue night. You awaken once more. It is now evening. The communicator buzzes to life. It is Red Hawk, notifying you it's time to switch shifts. Upon arriving at the shipyard perimeter, you exchange a few words with Red Hawk before she departs. As night deepens, the factory is brightly lit, and faint sounds of hammering can be heard. However, additional patrols have been stationed at the entrance, prompting you to decide. A. Stealth infiltration. Master level. B. Walk in boldly and brazenly. C. If the path is blocked, I'll break through with my fists. D. Free play. Infiltration. Of course, it had to be infiltration. Upon seeing the master level, Lynch chose a without hesitation. Infiltration. Having played numerous games, he recognized that protagonists frequently faced overwhelming odds, including delving deep into enemy territory, lacking intelligence, losing contact, and even making fatal errors. As a seasoned player, he naturally preferred to avoid confrontation to prevent alarming the enemy. He also wanted to observe how to execute the perfect infiltration, so he could replicate it later that night. Choice confirmed. Infiltration. Simulation in progress. On a moonless night. Perfect for stealth. Watch as I become one with the shadows. In the simulated scene, Lynch's pixelated avatar crouched low, nimbly darting out from behind a shipping container. Attempting to capitalize on the moment when a patrol turned away, swiftly moving along the wall's shadow. However, the agile figure he envisioned flitting through the darkness, deftly evading the searchlights, barely lasted 2 seconds. Who goes there? A sharp voice suddenly rang out. A patrolling officer, just emerging from around the corner, shone his pixelated flashlight directly into Lynch's face. Lynch outside the simulation couldn't help but cover his face, in the absence of adequate cover and dead angles. Attempting to infiltrate such an open area was indeed asking too much. Even master-level infiltration had its limits. Just as Lynch resigned himself to failure, however, his eyes within the simulation suddenly glimmered with resolve. 2 radiant beams of light flashed into existence. Mutwo and Lunala stood resolutely on either side of him. Lunala's eyes ignited with blinding blue light, unleashing a wave of intangible psychic energy that expanded throughout the area. Mutwo, on the other hand, transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear behind the alarmed patrol officer, delivering a precise strike to the back of his neck. One controlled the situation, while the other executed the finishing blow. In the blink of an eye, the entire patrol was neutralized before they could utter a sound. Witnesses. 5. Current infiltration progress. 10. With no prying eyes left to observe, you choose to continue your stealth. The pixelated figure clapped his hands together and confidently strode through the unguarded gate, making his way deeper into the docks. Lynch, is this what you call stealth? As long as you eliminate everyone who sees you, and nobody witnesses you. That is stealth? What a berserker-esque version of infiltration. Surely, this isn't the master-level stealth plucked straight from Assassin-esque Creed. In the simulation, Lynch ceased to deliberately conceal his form, instead moving with a spectral swiftness, his sights set firmly on the main dock. Along his path, any pixelated figures that came into his line of sight were met with no opportunity to react. A mere exclamation mark had barely manifested above their heads before Lunaya immobilized them with her telekinesis, followed by Mutwo delivering a swift teleportation strike, ultimately resulting in Lynch deftly dragging them behind a nearby crate or into the shadows. Stealthily he navigated, engaged in combat, as the pixelated figures traversed a realm devoid of any opposition. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the main dock. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing a brightly lit interior, where sparks from welding danced in the air, accompanied by a cacophony of clanging sounds. Lynch cautiously peered inside. At the center of the dock loomed an immense steel skeleton, surrounded by a labyrinth of pixelated scaffolding. Numerous pixelated figures clad in deep blue overalls and safety helmets scurried energetically up and down the scaffolding, laboring diligently. The sparks from the speedster's mouth replaced a welding gun, precisely targeting the metal seams, while the riveting guns echoed with resounding pops. The voices of the Great Dane and humans directing the material transport mingled in a symphony of industriousness. Both humans and Pokémon were engaged in fervent toil. The scene was vibrant, imbued with a sense of, well, the tragic heroism of corporate drudgery. Leading the charge was Izumi, her work attire stained with grease, hair hastily tied back, and her face marked with streaks of grime as she barked orders at her subordinates. Increase the power here. Weld those seams more securely. Do you want the boss to cough up water when the passengers sit inside? She shouted. And you, the bolts. Tighten them. How many times must I repeat myself? Have you not eaten? Nearby, Director Kusunoki, who had come for an inspection, appeared astounded. He hadn't anticipated such remarkable efficiency from this small group. If they were to work tirelessly day in and day out, the submarine could very well be completed in mere days. The atmosphere, even to Lynch watching from outside the simulation, was utterly astonishing. Good heavens, the water fleet was now dabbling in infrastructure. Such a magnificent nuclear-powered beast. They were truly industrious. Yet, the cold and unfeeling Lynch within the simulation harbored different thoughts. Target identified. You decide to continue infiltrating to her presence. Current stealth progress, 90. However, the number of witnesses is rather high. You decide to employ some peculiar gadgets. His gaze fixed upon the center of the dock, a region piled high with discarded metal materials and oil barrels. Without hesitation, he produced a pokeball and hurled it with force. A flash of white light erupted as Golem appeared beside the debris, its entire form radiating blinding brilliance. Rampant energy surged wildly. Izumi, as the overseer, was the first to sense something amiss, abruptly turning around with her pupils dilating. What on earth? Boom! The deafening explosion engulfed the entire dock. The massive detonation ignited the stacked oil barrels, triggering a chain reaction. Fiery orange fireballs erupted and expanded with ferocity. Merging into one another, the searing flames shot skyward, scattering debris like a torrential downpour, while the shockwave overturned nearby scaffolding, sending water fleet members plummeting with screams of terror. Smoke and flames enveloped the space. The piercing alarm and cries rang out in unison. The once bustling dock was thrown into complete disarray in an instant. See, this is the consequence of reckless labor without regard for safety. Lynch shook his head outside the simulation. If fire safety regulations are disregarded, tears shall flow. The submarine, which was nearly completed, was rendered to zero. You thwarted the water fleet's plot at its source, and Izumi was heartbroken. The submarine, oh my submarine. Izumi, witnessing the destruction of her labor of love, clutched her chest, finding it difficult to breathe. Witnesses, 9, current stealth progress, 100. Emerging from the smoke, the pixelated figures swaggered forth, stepping onto a twisted steel plate. Listen up inside. You are completely surrounded. Surrender at once. Amidst the chaos, a diminutive figure emerged, cradling her fainted ditto, rolling and crawling out from a pile of fallen canvas. Good brother, it's you. The disheveled Sherlock, having lost her disguise, caught sight of the stoic Lynch, her eyes lighting up instantly. Outside the simulation, Lynch pondered, what is the brilliant mind doing here? Weren't they supposed to be making a name for themselves? Why are they here working? Realizing her actions had failed, Izumi immediately ordered the capture of the stunned director Kusunoki and Sherlock. Seize them, quickly. The recovering members of the water fleet lunged toward the director like starving wolves, pinning him down, while 2 others pounced on the fleeing Sherlock, dragging her to the ground. Izumi's icy gaze swept over Sherlock's distinctly recognizable face, a smirk of mixed shock and ire curling her lips. Playing with eagles, only to be pecked by one. Izumi spat, seething. I never imagined someone like you could become an undercover agent. She had never considered that this seemingly foolish individual, so brazenly showcasing the speedster, could perform such covert operations. What kind of people can even be undercover these days? You despicable members of the League, why don't you play by the rules? As the situation appeared to be under control, believing Lynch to be one of their own, Izumi turned and shouted, we have hostages. If you dare make a move, I will. However, the Lynch within the simulation maintained an expression of serene composure, his gaze unwavering. After all, the hostages you have are of no consequence to me. He was entirely unfazed by Izumi's threats, instead tossing out another pokeball. With a thunderous descent, a titan-like figure materialized. A wave of suffocating heat instantly engulfed the entire space. Lynch pointed a finger. Groudon released no roar of proclamation. Its massive foot, adorned with lava-like patterns, came crashing down onto the ground. Sort of the cliffs. The very ground of the dock fractured like fragile eggshells, rising up. A pillar of molten rock, ablaze with scorching lava, erupted from the earth, precisely thrusting upward beneath the feet of the captors. The unbridled force catapulted them, along with their hostages, into the air. Well, now there is no need to worry about collateral damage. Outside the simulation, Lynch mused. My cousin is clearly maliciously distorting his image and engaging in blatant defamation. Having lost the last bargaining chip, Izumi watched in horror as Lynch acted with ruthless decisiveness, disregarding the safety of the hostages. The final flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a resolve of desperation. She understood that this unfathomable man before her was coming for her. Abandoning all fantasies, she prepared for battle. The pokeball was thrown. A confrontation was triggered. Wild Water Fleet Commander Izumi has appeared. Outside the simulation, Lynch finally grasped control. Before he could fully adjust to the shift in perspective, a chilling, ominous aura unfurled. A bird, black and red, possessing monstrous claws upon its wings, spread its wings wide and descended into the dock. The wings and tail formed a Y shape. Dark red energy coursing through like blood, enveloping the arena in an aura of death. Yveltal LV 40. Why God? Wings of death. Lynch's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the terrifying giant bird radiating an air of annihilation. Is this for real, sister? With such a Pokémon? Why are you even serving as a mere officer in Team Aqua? Are you trying to experience life? If you want to experience, why not simply topple the throne of the avian leader, Shui Wudong? As he observed the Pokémon before him, Lynch turned to look at Groudon. Groudon's massive eye also shifted towards Lynch, its colossal head nodding steadily before its gaze sharpened. No words were necessary. A fierce, burning battle spirit surged within the chest of this deity of the earth. Today was the moment to cleanse its shame, to vindicate the ground type. A roar, resonant and earth-shattering, began to brew deep within its throat. However, before the roar could escape, the beam of light from Lynch's pokeball retracted with swiftness. Whoosh! A flash of red light, and Groudon's immense form vanished in an instant, returned to its ball. Are you kidding me? In the real world, it's one thing. But in the data realm, using Groudon to strike against a flying type? He withdrew another pokeball, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the magnificent bird before him. After all, he had been out for quite some time. It was the perfect opportunity to acquire a means of transportation. How could he dare to call himself the protagonist without even a humble avian companion? Chapter 62. Do you dare to engage in a proper, unadulterated challenge with me? It's your turn, Milotic. Buzz. The engine's hum resonated. The pokeball, entwined with currents of electricity, burst open in the air. A sleek purple body, adorned with arcs of electric energy, descended like a thunderous war chariot of the future. Lynch sent out Milotic, LV-43. Sensing a formidable foe, Milotic emerged, raising its head to emit a resounding dragon's roar. Instantly, it erupted with an unparalleled surge of golden electricity. Buzz, crackle. These currents were not chaotic. Rather, they unfurled like a meticulous circuit diagram, rapidly spreading across the ground to form a colossal domain of pure electrical energy that encompassed much of the dock. Countless minute arcs of electricity danced and hissed through the air, illuminating the dock in a radiant glow. Electric terrain, activate. Power steadily surging. Milotic triggered the hyper engine. Special attack increased. Yveltal's deep, azure eyes flickered slightly, coldly observing the dazzling electric grid. How dare it toy with such trifling power before him? Humph. What an amusing struggle. But that is all it is. He is the embodiment of death, existing since ancient times, representing the merciless consumer in the laws of nature. Born from the accumulation of death and decay, he is the manifestation of the end of life cycles, the ultimate link in the cycle of life, responsible for the cessation of life, the reclamation of energy, and the maintenance of ecological balance. Throughout his long existence, he has witnessed countless beings attempting to resist the inevitable force of death with the power of life, only to become nutrients that sustain him. This creation, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology, though seemingly unfamiliar, is merely another flicker of struggling life. As a legendary Pokémon of the aura, the progenitor of the aura itself, he saw through this so-called electric terrain, recognizing it as a crude imitation of his supreme power. Rough, simplistic, utterly insignificant. To confront such a feeble existence, he could not even be bothered to emit the proclamation of demise. The black-red wings, composed of blood and death, elegantly unfurled to either side. Silently, a darkness, far more profound than any shadow, thicker than the night itself, spread from Yveltal like ink dropped into clear water, radiating outward. Upon contact, the golden arcs of electricity seemed suppressed by an invisible force, their brilliance rapidly dimming, twisting, emitting a mournful crackle. The illumination of the entire dock was nearly stripped away. The temperature plummeted, and an overwhelming sense of despair and deathly silence enveloped all present. The dark aura, in an instant, it pressed down upon the electric terrain meticulously laid by Milotic. Yveltal triggered the dark aura. All dark-type moves used by Pokémon on the field are strengthened. Yet, it was merely a superficial suppression. Even the augmentation remained intact. It only appeared as if it were being subdued. Yveltal? How could this be? He is one of the three great progenitors of the aura, the origin of the aura's rules. His will is the will of the aura. How is this possible? Amidst the tumult of shock and confusion, this bewildered thought resonated deeply within Lynch and Milotic's minds. Indeed, you are the progenitor of the aura. Lynch nodded, then shifted the topic. However, those well-versed in literature know that although the electric terrain contains the term aura, it does not constitute an aura. Since it does not qualify as an aura, even you, slower than Milotic, cannot overshadow the electric terrain. Impossible. The astonished Yveltal even resorted to his native dialect. Is that correct? Why, San? Lynch helplessly spread his hands. The code is just like that. This is the underlying logic of my cousin. No matter how powerful you are, you must adhere to the code. Seeing that Yveltal only manifested strength on the surface, Milotic proudly lifted its head, casting a sidelong glance at him. Although Atten did not fully grasp Lynch's words, it understood the implication of the last sentence. My code surpasses yours. Surrender, avian companion. Lynch's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitating, as he pointed decisively at the massive shadow in the air attempting to comprehend the words. Milotic, parabolic charge. With the robust enhancement of the electric terrain, the currents surrounding Milotic surged instantaneously. The frenzied thunder no longer danced chaotically like errant electric serpents. Instead, it coalesced into several thick golden lightning pillars, ruthlessly tearing through the viscous dark aura, striking fiercely at Yveltal, who remained engulfed in monumental cognitive shock. Struck by the furious lightning, pain finally jolted Yveltal from the depths of its astonishment. Its body trembled slightly. Of course, it was not out of fear, but rather filled with an unprecedented, towering rage at being offended by mere ants. How many years had it been? How many years? Since its inception, no two beings had dared to so brazenly desecrate its presence. Yveltal, use roar with all your might. At that moment, it was the turn of the attacking round for the uninvited Swaime, who shouted out of turn. Yveltal, what level of insignificant creature are you? Daring not only to attempt to command a deity, but also to demand that the divine being lower its dignity to roar? Since its creation, no fourth being has ever dared to desecrate so brazenly. Such a lack of decorum. I see you have quite the audacity. With a powerful flap of its massive black-red wings, a formidable gust of wind struck Swaime forcefully, sending her crashing into the scattered submarine, emitting a muffled groan. Yveltal could scarcely be bothered to cast her a glance, haughtily turning its head away. It yearned to command itself. It desired to crush this blasphemer with the purest divine retribution. A hollow, majestic cry, resonating as if it could freeze the very soul, echoed through the heavens. This was no mere proclamation. It was the terminal judgment born of furious wrath. Its massive wings, forged from pure death energy, abruptly converged. Dark crimson energy surged frantically before it, and within a mere breath, a torrent of death, condensed to near tangibility and radiating waves of annihilation, was unleashed like a divine whip upon Miletan with unrelenting ferocity. Die, wretched creature! Yveltal invoked the wings of death. The viscous, sanguine energy enveloped Miletan entirely. This energy seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily entwining and permeating. Before the naked eye, golden particles representing the essence of life were forcibly stripped from Miletan's purple form, struggling like fireflies, flowing in fine streams into Yveltal's being. Oh! Yveltal's beak slightly parted, its azure eyes narrowing. The dark red radiance enveloping its colossal form appeared to shine even brighter, betraying a hint of intoxicating satisfaction. This sensation of forcibly siphoning life, of feeling its vitality wane until it succumbed to eternal silence, was truly delightful enough to make the bird tremble with pleasure. Miletan, yes. Scream, scream, you insignificant trainer. Let your mournful howls resound throughout this hall of death. I shall grant you no mercy. Those helpless moans and despair are merely exquisite appetizers for me to savor as I consume the soul of this rebel. Utilizing parabolic charge. Zap boom. The soft crackle of electricity erupted into a deafening roar. The all-consuming darkness was once more violently rent asunder by the furious golden thunder. A robust column of electricity surged upwards, striking Yveltal squarely in the chest. Yveltal, why are you not dead yet? How can you inflict harm upon me? Yveltal's body stiffened slightly from the electricity. It had unleashed its full might. It was the god of death, the sovereign of demise. Surely, it must have awoken this morning in an improper posture. Yes, that must be it. It abruptly shut its astonished azure eyes, inhaled deeply, and then opened them wide once more. Miletan remained there, neither sorrowful nor joyful, its gaze tinged with disdain. What absurd performance is this foolish bird putting on now? Reading the expression on Miletan's face, Yveltal's chest heaved violently. It felt an unprecedented affront to its divinity. By the gods, the wings of death, the wings of death, the wings of death. Rage wholly consumed all reason. It no longer cared for posturing, nor did it heed the dignity of divinity. Viscous beams of death energy, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation, rained down upon Miletan with the fury of a tempest. Miletan, undaunted, endured each blow from the wings of death, valiantly resisting the excruciating pain of life being siphoned away, as currents of electricity surged around it, retaliating with an even more furious parabolic charge. You drain a mouthful of my essence. I shall drain a mouthful of your life energy. The health bars of both combatants danced erratically like a wild celebration. Boom. Miletan was struck hard by the energy imbued with the laws of death, its purple form crackling with electricity, emitting a painful hum as its life points visibly plummeted. Yet Yveltal felt no better. The violent thunder continued to bombard its form, producing deep, Resounding explosions as the serpentine arcs of electricity frantically tore at the shadows and dark red energy enveloping it, causing its massive body to sway violently in the air. A flicker of pain briefly flashing in its azure eyes. But the physical torment was bearable. What truly drove it to the brink of madness was the immense psychological shock. Not to mention that this grand god of death could not even slay a seemingly insignificant insect. What sorcery is this? How could it draw life force from afar? Its aura has been usurped, and now even its signature ability has been mimicked? What, then, does it signify to be the god of death? The final blow. Lin Shi cast a glance at the dwindling health bars of both sides, decisively issuing the command. Buzz. Milcery, enduring its pain, pushed its core engine into overdrive once more. Another burst of furious lightning coalesced instantaneously, faster and more powerful than the last. Sensing the energy wave that posed a threat to it, Yveltal summoned all its strength, preparing to retaliate. Just a mere electric shock. It was the harbinger of doom. The terminator of all existence. Unstoppable, unassailable. It is. The lightning tore through the dissipating smoke, striking Yveltal's chest with pinpoint accuracy. I told you, my code supersedes yours. Critical hit. Boom. The blinding electric light nearly engulfed Yveltal's entire upper body. Dark red energy splattered from its massive form like blood. What move is this? Yveltal could scarcely believe it. Milcery held its head high. Type advantage. That despicable type advantage. How is that any different from studying before an exam? Dare to face me in a fair, unadulterated test of skill. The terrifying giant bird that obscured the sky let forth a long, unwilling, and furious wail, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily onto the cold ground of the dock, sending up a cloud of dust. Yveltal is unable to battle. Chapter 63. Huh? You are the Fire Rock team. Yveltal's form disintegrated entirely, transforming into a beam of red light, while the pokeball that fell to the ground was instantly absorbed. Click. The crisp sound of locking echoed distinctly in the silence of the dock. The pokeball trembled unnaturally twice on the ground. Ultimately, it fell silent, lying solitary upon the cracked metal plate. Surveying the dock, the water team's minions lay strewn about, incapacitated, with Quan Mei also unconscious alongside her beloved submarine. On this battlefield, you alone stand upright. Once again losing control, returning to a third-person perspective, Lin Shi was seen in the simulation asking a question towards the dock. Not receiving any response, the pixelated figure did not hesitate, striding towards the pokeball and openly picking it up. Acquired a wild pokeball, such fortune. The pixelated figure proudly placed the pokeball into its own embrace. You have obtained a wild pokeball. With your exceptionally high luck, you have also discovered a wild Yveltal within the pokeball. Lin Shi, the slanders from his cousin had made him nearly immune. Why, you ask? This is perhaps what one might call spiritual growth. As soon as a thought crossed his mind, the information materialized before Lynch's eyes. Yveltal, LV40. Type, Dark Flying. Ability, Dark Aura, enhances the power of Dark-type moves on the field. Moves, Oblivion Wing, Tailwind, Sucker Punch, Roar, Dark Pulse. A cascade of skill names and descriptions flowed down the screen like a waterfall, instantly filling a significant portion of it. Lynch scanned it quickly, noting at least 20 skill icons flickering before him. Goodness! He could not help but exclaim softly. No wonder his cousin had been so quiet these past few days. It turned out he had been secretly patching things up. He recalled the last simulation, where Mutwo and Yveltal displayed their distinctive personalities, along with the now unconventional skill set. First, the Pokémon became more agile, endowed with their own thoughts and temperaments. Then, the 4-move limitation was completely shattered, restoring the vast pool of skills that Pokémon could master. As this continued, Lynch felt an inkling in his heart that the pixelated world constructed by his cousin would increasingly resemble a genuine, intricate, and boundlessly possible Pokémon universe. Furthermore, his gaze lingered on an inconspicuous icon in the skill list, a smirk forming on his lips. Cricket's Doorbird. Aren't you supposed to roar? Clearly. You've been practicing in secret, pretending to be some aloof deity. After a brief moment of jest, the pixelated world transitioned into the familiar conclusion mode. Calculating. Milton gained a substantial amount of experience LV43, LV44. Golem gained experience LV40, LV41. Mutwo gained a small amount of experience LV30, LV31. Lunala gained a small amount of experience. Groudon acquired a minuscule amount of experience. It was easy to comprehend Milton's considerable experience gain, as it had single-handedly taken down Yveltal. However, why did Golem, Mutwo, Lunala, and Groudon also receive experience? He hadn't even completed the task to obtain the learning device yet. Lynch's gaze swept over the screen, taking in the fallen Team Aqua grunts and the unconscious gym leader, Mizumi, and a rather outrageous thought sprang to mind. Could it be that taking down trainers directly also grants experience points? After all, the inhabitants of the Pokémon world could be considered half Pokémon themselves. Once this thought emerged, it became inescapable. Well, truly, this is the Hoenn region. Talent. There's talent everywhere. He had been too conservative in the last simulation. He should have grinded alongside both trainers and Pokémon. The calculation prompts continued to scroll. In this simulation, you successfully rescued the gym leader from the clutches of Team Aqua, capturing all Team Aqua members and thoroughly thwarting their conspiracy. Key actions. In this mission, no one discovered your presence. You executed a nearly flawless infiltration. In the interstice of the simulated and the real, you have glimpsed the cruel laws beneath the surface. There is no absolute truth to rely upon, nor are there unbreakable rules. To achieve your goals, means are unrestrained, and truth and falsehood are indistinguishable. You walk the edge of the gray, a stealthy assassin, and a specter that disrupts the board. You have earned the title, nothing is true, everything is permitted. You have gained the attention of a master assassin. Your proficiency with axe-type weapons has significantly increased in the simulation. Haha, the great axe is coming. Lynch. Gained contribution points, 2,000 points. Current total contribution points, 3,120 points. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lynch felt overwhelmed by the impact of the theory regarding trainers accruing experience and the absurd title he had just received. He instinctively looked up, noticing the night had deepened, with stars twinkling in the sky. Let us call it a day, he murmured, reaching to close the simulation interface. However, unexpectedly, a new prompt popped up. Just as his finger was about to touch the button, the screen chimed with another notification. The shipyard incident in Canas City has been successfully simulated once. Remaining events to simulate. 1. The timed event Midnight Phantom has commenced. Would you like to continue the simulation? There's another event. Lynch paused, his finger hovering in the air. Does Team Aqua have a backup plan? 2 lines of action? Surely not, he thought, furrowing his brow as he quickly recalled the layout of Canas City. Besides the shipyard, what else in the current Canas City could they be concerned about? Remaining time for the timed event, 11 minutes and 23 seconds. Years of gaming experience set off alarms in his mind. Timed events. In games, this often signifies fleeting opportunities, high rewards, or special storylines. Miss this chance, and it's gone forever. What the heck, let us dive in. After all, he still had 2 chances to simulate. Without hesitation, Lynch decisively clicked the sparkling yes button. Go big or go home. The scene in the simulation began to shift. However, it did not continue in the dilapidated dock as Lynch had anticipated. Instead, it shifted to a brand new timeline. A moment before he had begun his infiltration of the shipyard. The screen displayed 3 options succinctly. A. Stroll the streets. B. Leisurely wander the streets. C. Amble through the streets. Aren't they all the same? Anyone with good language skills can see that the arrangement of these 4 characters is different. The boomerang of irony struck him. Lynch simply closed his eyes and randomly tapped on the keyboard. You chose B. Leisurely wander the streets. You played hooky. In the scene, the pixelated character moved with unusual decisiveness. He took out a Pokeball, summoning Lunala, who sighed in resignation and shook herself. A gentle halo enveloped the pixelated figure for a moment. An identical Lynch appeared at his post, albeit with slightly stiff movements. You had Lunala create a decoy to stand guard while your true self slipped away to enjoy a leisurely stroll. Lynch, there is such a gameplay mechanic. At this moment, the simulation time had quietly passed midnight. The pixelated streets of Canas City appeared particularly desolate on the screen. The dim yellow glow of the streetlights illuminated only a small area, while most places were shrouded in deep blue shadows formed by pixel blocks. With the slow pace of life in Canas City, the night was already sparsely populated, and with recent frequent incidents, it resembled a ghost town. In the wide streets, only the tiny figure of pixelated Lynch moved, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. Lunala and Mutwo simultaneously detected an unusual psychic disturbance. The prompt box reappeared. With no particular aim, Lynch immediately perked up. In an instant, his pace quickened, guided by the ethereal presence of Lunala and Mutwo. He wound through the desolate streets, ultimately halting before an opulent jewelry store, its grand entrance wide open, in stark contrast to the expectation of a securely closed door. The sound of rustling echoed from within. Bathed in moonlight, he beheld a slender figure alongside a sleek, fur-covered Ninetales sprawled across the counter. Under the influence of telekinesis, The formerly locked cabinets of jewels swung open one by one, with dazzling necklaces, rings, and bracelets adorning their forms. Is this it? The time-limited task is merely to apprehend the jewel thief rumored to have struck this morning? Lin Chi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a grand event, only to discover it was a petty thief. While the notion of justice through black-on-black retribution was acceptable, did he not have enough wealth? Was it truly worth the extravagant cost of simulating this endeavor just to catch a small-time crook? The cost-to-benefit ratio was simply dismal. Sighing heavily, Lin Chi lamented his predicament. The Ninetales, startled by the sudden noise, panicked, its fur bristling as it clawed at the air instinctively. In a reflexive motion, it nudged aside the figure bedecked in jewels. The latter, adorned with an array of glittering gems, let out a gasp as her balance faltered, causing her to tumble to the ground. With a clatter, the jewels rained down from the air, cascading like a shower of precious stones. Yet, rather than rising or fleeing, the fallen figure's first instinct was to salvage the treasures. In that fleeting moment, she disregarded her own dignity, driven purely by instinct, as she lunged forward with hands and feet, striving to catch the plummeting riches. Under the moonlight, her fingertips barely snagged a necklace set with a colossal aquamarine, while her other hand desperately reached for several rolling pearls, her eyes brimming with urgency and heartache, as if the shattered gems were pieces of her very soul. Alas, human effort is sometimes futile. More jewels mercilessly scattered across the ground, blanketing the area around her, with several exquisitely cut crystals even fracturing upon impact with the tiles. Gazing at the shattered crystals, her brow furrowed in anguish, she inhaled sharply, her face etched with distress. Amidst this chaotic debacle, aided by a somewhat unclear but sufficiently focused simulation view, as the disheveled figure attempted to salvage the jewels, Lin Chi distinctly noticed a familiar brown hue beneath her swirling skirt. Safety shorts. It's you. The innocent youth's dream crusher, Fire Pigeon. In a flash, all the threads of evidence intertwined. No wonder she could deduce the method of the crime with such clarity, each step seemingly witnessed firsthand. Self-analysis, after all, is all too clear. So, the brilliant detective is indeed the perpetrator herself. Not only does she profit from the stolen goods, but she also seeks to earn a bit of extra income for the organization. Truly a remarkable talent. There remains much for me to learn. Within the simulation, the fallen fire pigeon seemed to recognize Lin Chi as well. Looking up at him with admiration, the pain on her face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a playful smile. Who would have thought you'd discover me so swiftly in just one day? She did not immediately rise, but instead half sat on the ground, brushing the dust from her hands, gazing up at Lin Chi. Hee, indeed, if the fire village holds you in such esteem, there must be something to you. She chuckled lightly, her purple hair swaying gently in the night breeze. I, Fire Pigeon, believe my disguise to be flawless. Now tell me, when did you first perceive my flaw? Lin Chi, huh? What? You are from Team Magma? Chapter 64. Long live Team Magma. At a loss for how to respond, Lin Chi could only emit a couple of vague hums from his throat. Yet, within the simulation, those indistinct sounds conveyed a multitude of meanings. They locked eyes for an extended moment, the air seemingly thickening around them. A spark of intuition dawned upon Fire Pigeon, yet disbelief clouded her mind. Unable to fathom that both her professional career and personal image had crumbled due to her own overactive imagination. Oh, her persona, image, and dignity lay in tatters. A cold breeze swept by, causing the scattered jewels to shimmer. Yet, within the simulation, Fire Pigeon's cheeks burned as if aflame. Wishing fervently to dig a hole and hide, she took deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. Well, since I've been caught red-handed, does it matter whether I wear my disguise or not? No, the outcome remains unchanged, and the manner of exposure is merely a trivial detail. Yes, just a trivial detail. She endeavored to dismiss this humiliating revelation from her mind. The self-deceiving Fire Pigeon quickly adjusted her mindset. Outside the simulation, Lin Chi gazed up at the stars, massaging his temples. There was a peculiar quality to the antagonists in the Hoenn region. How to put it? Their style seemed rather eccentric. The high-ranking member of Team Aqua, Mizuki, laboring away in a factory, and the high-ranking member of Team Magma, Fire Pigeon, here caught in a disheveled act of jewel thievery. Quite the embarrassment. A woman's sixth sense, particularly regarding her own image, is astonishingly sharp. Fire Pigeon sensed his disrespectful thoughts, and as a senior member, she resolved to uphold the precarious reputation of her organization. Humph. She emitted an ambiguous snort, masking her tumultuous emotions. Young man, do not underestimate Team Magma. Grabbing the plush, soft tail of Ninetales, She buried her flushed cheeks into its fur, using it as leverage to clumsily rise. The remaining jewels jingled about her. Dusting herself off, she instinctively adjusted her skirt. Fire Pigeon endeavored to straighten her posture, aiming to reclaim some semblance of authority. I am here with a grand plan, one vast enough to change the world. As for what it entails, Fire Pigeon lifted her chin, flicking her purple hair, feigning maturity. You don't expect me to divulge that so easily, do you? This is a lie. Her cousin dismantled her facade. Fire Pigeon's late-night role as a jewel thief serves merely to supplement Team Magma's increasingly gaping financial deficit, bearing no relation to any world-altering grand plan. Unlike Team Aqua, which relies on deceiving fervent followers to provide their own sustenance, Team Magma resembles less a villainous organization filled with ideals and more a large corporation with generous benefits. The loyalty of its members is maintained almost entirely through substantial material rewards. After all, who would risk being hunted by the Alliance to become an unstable villain without adequate health insurance, generous year-end bonuses, extended paid vacations, and astonishingly high-risk performance incentives? Lin Chi, by the flames of the great red pine, if only I had known of such generous benefits in Team Magma, I would have eagerly joined as their chosen one. What a wretched state J.8 Sakaki finds himself in. He is utterly unremarkable. While the benefits for the grassroots and mid-level personnel are undeniably excellent, the narrative shifts entirely for the upper echelons. After all, money cannot simply materialize, especially under the immense strain of organizational expenditures. Each senior executive bears astronomical revenue targets upon their shoulders. Loyalty to Boss Sakaki is unwavering. For how could one as devoted to the rocket team as he, steadfast and resolute, betray the glory of the organization? Even more tragically, the secret stronghold overseen by Huyen, the Chimney Mountain division of the Fire Rock team, has been reduced to ashes for various reasons, further straining an already tenuous financial chain that teeters on the brink of collapse. Thus, upon discovering whispers of the water fleet's clandestine operations in Kana City, she immediately transformed into the detective Red Falcon, stealthily embedding herself within. Her cunning plan was to utilize her detective guise to sabotage the water fleet's schemes while simultaneously claiming the substantial bounty from the Alliance to rebuild her charred division. As for the arduous days in between, she resolved to play the role of a jewel thief, using the glamorous image of the illustrious detective as a cover while somewhat mitigating the organization's insatiable financial deficits. Isn't this an exceedingly tragic plight? Lin Chi gazed at Huyen with profound sympathy. He couldn't help but exhale a long, heartfelt sigh, lamenting the arduous existence of being part of the Fire Rock team. Lies may not inflict harm, but the truth is a swift blade. Huyen felt her tears brimming. That seemingly light remark struck precisely at the most fragile, vulnerable, and fatigued corners of her heart, instantly delivering a torrent of genuine anguish. With the Alliance keeping such a vigilant watch, where could one procure funds so easily? An overwhelming weariness surged within her. She abruptly lifted her head, defiantly fixing her gaze upon the ceiling, forcefully blinking her eyes in a futile attempt to stave off the stinging tears. Everyone knows the Fire Rock team offers splendid benefits. I too was lured in by the HR's grand promises and enticing onboarding gifts. And what was the outcome? My position has only grown more significant. Yet my purse seems to dwindle. In hindsight, those seasoned veterans who steadfastly resisted promotion must have seen through this vast pitfall, desperately making way for a young idealist like me. The more I ponder, the more incensed and aggrieved I become. Instinctively, she opened her arms, yearning to embrace her most reliable companion, Jiawei, intending to wipe her tears on them. However, Jiawei gently rebuffed her with a flick of its tail. Human, if you're weary, lean upon the fox's chest. The fox is tall and imposing, with a dignified appearance. However, do not wipe your tears upon the fox's chest, for the fox cannot lick them away. Huyen felt her heart grow heavier. Her shoulders slumped. The facade of strength she had maintained crumbled entirely, her eyes hollow. Enough. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. If you wish to capture me, do so. I am utterly resigned. She extended her hand, surrendering completely, extinguishing even the flicker of resistance within her. Outside the screen, Lin Chi was utterly bewildered. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. This narrative had veered far beyond his expectations. Wait, why have you simply given up? What is this? You are a senior executive, for heaven's sake. Not even a token act of defiance, and you surrender so easily. His experience points, his random Pokémon, who would compensate for the experience levels and simulation attempts he lacked. You, get your fighting spirit back. How else can I continue to reap rewards? Feeling Lin Chi's fervent resolve, The pixelated figure in simulation nodded solemnly. It stepped forward, gently tapping Huiyin on the shoulder. "Relay a message to Qi Yinsong for me." Then, leaning close to her ear, covered by her purple hair, he whispered, "Long live the Fire Rock team." Initially prepared to abandon her struggle, Huiyin's eyes widened in astonishment. She instinctively took a step back, incredulous as she regarded Lin Qi. "You're one of us." Chapter 65. Do you understand the water fleet? These 5 words struck like thunder from a clear sky. Huiyin's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Is our Fire Rock team so formidable? Have we infiltrated even the inner sanctum of the Alliance, reaching the son of the museum director? Initially shocked by his words, she quickly regained her composure. Biting her lip, she fought to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. "No, this cannot be. You absolutely cannot be one of them. The Fire Village has already tested this once, and at that time, they even checked the insurance information for employees, and there was no mention of anyone named Lin Qi, nor anything similar. This despicable Alliance dog must surely be laying a trap, preparing to toy with her emotions." Having unraveled Lin Qi's intentions, Huiyin once again lowered her head, her eyes downcast. Observing her momentary excitement dissipate into resignation, Lin Qi felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he needed to deliver some truly substantial information. Taking control directly, he faced the northwest, his gaze distant. "By the way, the Groudon beneath the Chimney Mountain division has been quite active lately, hasn't he it?" Huiyin's complexion shifted dramatically. This was classified information of the highest order for the Fire Rock team. How could he possibly know? Could it be that he truly is no? Wait. The commotion from the volcanic eruption was so pronounced, it is highly likely that the Alliance has uncovered this. Seeing her expression shift between suspicion and uncertainty, Lin Qi nodded. "Caution is commendable, but perhaps you should ponder this question." Before he could finish, he flipped his wrist, effortlessly throwing a pokeball. A flash of red light. Boom. A heavy, searing pressure, as if emanating from the very depths of the ancient earth, instantly enveloped the area. In the streets, a Pokémon, though diminutive in size, exuded an aura of majesty, radiating dark red light, and an astonishing heat wave. Groudon materialized before Huiyin, the familiar silhouette of the god of the earth. Even shrunken to a fraction of its size, was sufficient to send shivers down the spines of the Fire Rock team's officers. "Do you believe my Groudon?" Lin Qi's voice resonated with clarity against the backdrop of Groudon's awe-inspiring presence, deliberately pausing as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Huiyin. How did it come to be? He refrained from elaboration, merely posing this pivotal and impactful question, before falling silent, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a countenance of inscrutable calmness remaining. Astonished by the appearance of the rumored mini Groudon, Huiyin was momentarily frozen. "Even though I heard from Fire Village that you possess a Groudon when it truly appears before me in a captured state, it still leaves me profoundly shaken. Are you suggesting that this Groudon has intricate ties to the Fire Rock team?" Huiyin struggled to swallow, forcing herself to shake off the shock as her mind began to race. Indeed, only our Fire Rock team would have invested such vast resources and manpower into the study of Groudon, making it conceivable for us to procure such a Pokémon. Moreover, according to the intelligence she received, ever since you, Lin Qi, made a name for yourself, you have been consistently undermining the operations of the water fleet. This aligns with the interests of the organization. Coupled with the extraordinary Groudon in your possession, it seems you are inclined to spare yourself from consequences. Various signs intertwine, and Huiyin has already come to believe a significant portion of your words. Trust level 60. Observing his cousin's subtitles, Lin Qi understood that the moment had arrived. He nodded slowly, his tone imbued with a sense of teachability. "It appears you have come to an understanding. I do not comprehend what you are saying," Huiyin instinctively denied, though the conviction in her voice was evidently waning. Even when captured, she remains unwilling to betray the organization's secrets, Lin Qi mused. Slightly nodding in approval, this fellow seems to possess some loyalty. Yet, professional vigilance allowed Huiyin to seize upon a critical contradiction. "Wait." She abruptly raised her head, her gaze piercing as it scrutinized Lin Qi. "If you claim to be one of us, then why did you not acknowledge your identity during the incident at Hua Village?" "Huh." Lin Qi appropriately displayed a hint of condescension and disdain. "Why? Because your rank is far too low. Such matters, pertaining to the organization's highest secrets, are not something a mere senior cadre could be privy to. And you, a mere cadre," Huiyin retorted, "must understand that the senior cadre you speak of is scarce within the entire organization." Such an outrageous statement, in fact, caused a fissure in the trust Huiyin had just begun to establish. Her brows knitted together, she scrutinized Lin Qi with renewed suspicion. Trust level decreased. Trust level 10. TSK. This is akin to playing with a children's toy. A misstep results in a loss of favor. Utilizing his cousin's insights, Lin Qi discerned the turmoil within Huoyan. A knowing smirk gracing his lips as he abruptly altered his tone. He opted to employ a prop, revealing all the information he possessed, going all in. What? You are unaware of the Crimson Orb? Is your rank still insufficiently low? Upon utterance of this revelation, if Groudon's appearance had been shocking, then the mere mention of the Crimson Orb was akin to a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating all of Huoyan's doubts. This information was something even she only grasped in fragments, with no clear understanding of the specific mission details, yet you could directly name the orb and its location. This could not be acquired through mere investigation. It could only come from the core of the organization. You, Lin Qi, are undoubtedly one of them, unquestionably of terrifyingly high rank. Huoyan's trust level soared to 100. Lin Qi absorbed the subtitles, recognizing that the final bastion had been breached. What remained was the time for his reward. I did not wish to reveal my identity here, but circumstances have changed. Lin Qi gestured. Huoyan, I require your assistance in executing an operation. Very well. Huoyan nodded, her trust fully restored. What do you need me to do? At her words, a knowing smile crept across Lin Qi's face, his gaze drifting toward the vast, endless ocean. Do you not think that merely obtaining one of the Hoenn 3 legendary Pokémon is too modest of an ambition? Kyogre? Are we targeting Kyogre? Huoyan, beleaguered by the pressures of quarterly targets, suddenly looked up, her eyes igniting with fervor, instantly revitalized. Not only to control Groudon, but also to control Kyogre? With these two legendary beings, not only could we manipulate the weather extensively for profit, but even the tickets for close encounters with these legends would yield immense riches. Such divine beings rightfully belong to the virtuous. Lin Qi scoffed. To grant the water fleet such power? Do they truly comprehend the implications? Indeed. Huoyan nodded vigorously. I have obtained precise clues regarding Kyogre's dormant location. But further actions cannot rely solely on my capabilities. We require you and your division's strength. At that moment, Lin Qi finally revealed his predatory intentions. After all, how could a single Huoyan satiate his ambitions? A true man must gather a collective. The gravity of the situation left Huoyan's cheeks flushed with excitement, her previous despondency dissipating. Rest assured, for the sake of this quarter's production targets and the expansion of our territory, I, Huoyan, shall cooperate with all my might. She even instinctively performed a salute customary within the Fire Rock team. Time is of the essence. Huoyan immediately sprang into action. Please follow me. The temporary base is nearby, safe and secure. She carefully stowed away the most valuable jewels salvaged in her bag, then signaled to her Ninetales to use psychic powers to cleanse the scene of traces before swiftly leading Lin Qi into the dimly lit alleys of Kana City, akin to two clandestine operatives meeting under the cover of night. Chapter 66. What renowned artist are you? Winding through several alleys imbued with the briny sea breeze, the two finally arrived at a dilapidated warehouse, its rear door corroded by the passage of time. Under the dim light, the iron door appeared exceptionally heavy. Huoyan stepped forward, knocking 7 times on the door with a specific rhythm, varying her strength. After a brief silence, the hinges emitted an almost inaudible creak, sliding open a gap barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways. A watchful eye scanned from behind the door crack. Code, Huoyan murmured. Little coal tortoise. Upon delivering the secret code, the door silently swung wide, allowing them to enter swiftly. The iron door then closed quietly behind them, isolating them from the outside world. Welcome back, big sister. Following Huoyan, you finally arrived at the temporary base of the Fire Rock team, a gathering place for experience packs. The interior of the warehouse was spacious yet dimly lit, illuminated only by a few hanging energy-efficient lights casting a cold white glow over the area below. Several folding tables were cluttered with computers, maps, and communication devices, while over 20 casually dressed Fire Rock team members busily occupied themselves, either sitting or standing. When Lin Qi, an entirely unfamiliar face, entered, all activities within the warehouse abruptly paused, as if the play button had been pressed. Whispers ceased, and every gaze converged on Lin Qi, laden with unabashed scrutiny and wariness. Ahem. Huoyan cleared her throat, addressing her division's members. Everyone, please pause and set aside your tasks. This is, She hesitated, seemingly weighing the most suitable terminology to describe Lin Qi's secret identity. Special Envoy, Lin Qi interjected smoothly. His voice steady, neither too loud nor too soft, yet resonating throughout the warehouse. His eyes swiftly scanned each member of the Fire Rock team, revealing an immensely satisfied smile as he observed the wealth of talent before him. Indeed, quite a number, he noted. Quality-wise, they surpassed the water fleet. Having reached this point, this simulation truly proved worthwhile. Hua Yin promptly added, "This individual is a secret envoy dispatched directly by the leader of the Fiery Pine. Henceforth, all our operations must unconditionally adhere to the envoy's directives." This is the highest order. A secret envoy? The team members exchanged glances, bewildered. What is that? We haven't heard of such a thing before. Was it a direct order from Lord Crimson Pine? Why is there not a whisper of news? Yet, the ingrained discipline of the organization and the authority of its leaders compelled them to suppress their burgeoning doubts for the time being. A scattered murmur of responses began to arise, far from resonant or harmonious, reeking of insincerity and routine formality. Yes, understood, acknowledged. Just as these sparse replies were about to dwindle into silence, an incongruous voice pierced through. What special commissioner? I just want to know when our high-risk subsidies for this month will be dispersed. This question fell like a spark into a dry pile of kindling. Adopting a mentality of the law does not punish the masses. An increasing number of voices began to chime in. Indeed, we're already halfway through the month. Don't we usually receive them at the beginning? If the subsidies aren't released, what is the point of even working? I refuse to listen. Nonsense. In an instant, the warehouse was suffused with the palpable atmosphere of workers clamoring for their wages. The previously tense atmosphere, barely maintained due to the commissioner's presence, evaporated entirely. These scoundrels. I'm out here working to support them, and they still want more. Fire Goose clutched her chest, breathing heavily, feeling increasingly stifled. In this frigid world, only these precious gems that could be exchanged for money offered her a modicum of warmth. You lot. Grasping the jewels in her bag, her fists clenched tightly, she contemplated dealing with the most unruly troublemakers. Bestow upon them the most fearsome punishment from the Fire Rock team. Just expel them 2-1. And let us see if they're afraid. Calm down, calm down. Even as leaders, it's unbecoming to be so unstable. Having already embraced his identity as a commissioner, Lin Chi consoled Fire Goose. We're all out here working, and besides, isn't this quite normal for our Fire Rock team? He patted her shoulder. Yet, amidst such circumstances, you still manage to maintain order. You truly have it tough. Tears of frustration immediately streamed down Fire Goose's cheeks. Everything requires money. It's so difficult for her. Indeed, only someone of Lin Chi's rank could truly empathize with her plight. Favorability 50. Due to the unique nature of the Fire Rock team, the members' gazes towards you and Fire Goose are laden with concern for their financial prospects. This interest far exceeds their enthusiasm for the tasks at hand. Thus, you choose A. Engage them in a show of force. Let them witness the might of our rocket team. I'm going in full throttle. B. Vociferously rebuke them. What you're doing is tantamount to malicious wage demands. High-risk subsidies, high-risk subsidies. Haven't you all already enjoyed the high risks? Why are you still clamoring for subsidies? C. Freely simulate and randomly select a skill. Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. The first two options merely differed in approach, whether to charge in headfirst or to deliver some verbal barges and buffs before launching an assault. Based on his experience, gradually building up with some verbal sparring was often effective. However, what on earth was this third option? Lin Chi felt a stirring curiosity. He thought, regardless of whether it's a free simulation, controlling his actions, the end result would still be an assault. It might be more interesting to see what skill he could randomly unlock. With this in mind, Lin Chi promptly selected option C. Drawing in progress. Ding. You have acquired a skill from a renowned artist. Lin Chi. Huh. Wait, what skill? An artist? What skill could an artist possibly possess? Quick sketches? Oil painting? Surely not drawing comics? Cousin, don't mess around. It better not be some abstract skill like a giant axe flying through the air. Skill is being loaded. Loading complete. Before Lin Chi could seek assistance, his simulated self sprang into action. He uttered no words, but let his profound gaze slowly traverse the chattering crowd. An invisible sense of pressure quietly permeated the space. At first, the team members could still be heard voicing their grievances, but under Lin Chi's scrutiny, their murmurs gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence, leaving only the sounds of heavy breaths and racing hearts. Among them, Fire Goose, closest to the source of this oppressive aura, felt the most alarmed. This pressure, without uttering a single word, could command the entire situation in just 2 minutes, truly worthy of the special commission appointed by Lord Crimson Pine. The gaze of Lin Chi in the simulation swept over each face, whether tense, evasive, or feigning calm. Have we all finished? Lin Chi's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of everyone present. Someone swallowed hard, seemingly struggling to voice a response, but Lin Chi's oppressive presence surged once more. Under this weight, That person's face turned ashen, as if gripped by an invisible force, and they promptly sealed their lips, cold sweat beating on their forehead. Suppress the situation. You silently gave a big thumbs up to the pressure being subtly exerted by the unseen force. Who says this pressure is ineffective? It's incredibly useful. From the other end of the mental link, a soft huff could be heard. The rampaging psychic Pokémon declared it would practice alone tonight, away from the other Pokémon. Lin Chi. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could articulate a response, the simulated Lin Chi stepped forward, moving with steady strides. His gaze sweeping over the once fervently agitated members who now cowered like quails. I have indeed heard your demands. His voice reverted to its earlier calmness. Yet each word was crystal clear. His gaze, akin to an accurate probe, instantly zeroed in on the first instigator. A tall and lean figure, now desperately attempting to shrink into the crowd to avoid being singled out. But the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Yes you. Lin Chi extended a finger, pointing at him from afar. Now tell me, why are you so eager for money? The individual lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down, utterly unable to meet the intense gaze of Lin Chi that brimmed with pressure, and stammered, well, Commissioner. You might not know, but when we joined the Fire Rock team, wasn't our welfare quite generous? He gulped, struggling to continue. So I bit the bullet and took out a loan of 500,000 to raise a Garchomp. Lin Chi. Even within a terror organization, they are so extravagant now? Daring to raise a Garchomp, a well-known late bloomer that devours wealth? The tall individual wore a mournful expression, his voice tinged with desperation. Commissioner, you understand. The expenses of raising a pseudo-legendary are simply exorbitant. This 500,000 is merely the most basic package. What trainer doesn't want the best for their Pokémon? If I want to advance further, I'll need to spend even more money. If these subsidies don't come through soon, I won't just be unable to expect it to evolve into a Garchomp. I'll barely manage to scrape together enough for a tooth-grinding stone. It started chewing on my bed leg yesterday. I should have never been lured by its beauty, fooled by the advertisements of Cynthia. I'm in the same boat. Me too. Lin Chi quietly noted the identities of those who responded. Excellent. Soon, I'll have a good time reaping from these fat sheep. So, do you realize where the problem lies? Without granting them a moment to breathe or contemplate, Lynch made a sudden leap, effortlessly ascending onto a nearby wooden crate piled high with dilapidated parts. The decaying wood emitted a groan under the strain, yet he stood firmly aloft, instantly towering over everyone else, as if he had mounted a makeshift podium. Audience. Podium. Conditions met, speech skills activated. In the simulation, Lynch spread his arms wide, forming a cross. Dim light slanted in from behind him, elongating his upright figure and casting his shadow upon the mottled walls and disordered cargo. The ends of the cross twisting askew, creating a sense of oppressive, unspeakable darkness. Lynch. Bud. Cousin. Wait a moment. Which renowned artist do you hail from? Chapter 67. The innately evil imp of Hoenn. Comrades. Brothers. He disregarded the simulation, the itch within the crowd palpable. His voice in the simulation suddenly soared, reverberating throughout the vast warehouse. You all just heard it. As the divine spirit descends upon me, I slowly surveyed the assembly, my gaze sweeping over every perplexed, weary, or numb face. My tone deliberately slowed, imbued with a weighty sorrow. 500,000 alliance coins. 500,000. I extended a finger, as if I could touch that intangible fortune, stacked high enough to fill an entire table. An ordinary Hoenn family could toil for an entire year without sustenance to earn such a sum. My voice abruptly escalated, laced with sharp inquiry. Yet now, you dare tell me that 500,000 is merely a wishful dream to properly nurture a Pokémon? That we cannot even provide our partners with sufficient sustenance and warmth for normal training? Lynch's body was animated with fervor, challenging each individual present. Where does the problem lie? Has money lost its value? His gaze sliced through the crowd like a blade, pausing momentarily as if awaiting an answer. No, money still retains its worth. The firebrand below instinctively retorted. As the monarch of laborers, she possessed an intimate understanding of the purchasing power of currency and wielded considerable authority on this matter. Lynch withdrew his gaze, casting forth a more piercing question. Then, is it that you are not striving hard enough? Before the crowd could respond, he negated his own statement with an even louder voice. No, everyone's toil, everyone's struggle, we witness it all. He pounded his chest, producing a dull thud. In terms of effort and sacrifice, who in Hoenn can rival our Fire Rock team? Who can? Indeed. Absolutely. You speak the truth. The members of the Fire Rock team clenched their fists, responding in a chorus. After all, They not only sought to stir up trouble, but also had to allocate their time and energy to thwart the endeavors of the water fleet. In terms of effort, they were undeniably the best in Hoenn. Is it a problem with the Pokémon themselves? The inquiry took another turn. The crowd began to stir. To attribute the inability to provide for their Pokémon solely to them seemed rather far-fetched, considering it was not they who priced goods so exorbitantly. Since Lynch's voice suddenly sank, akin to the stillness before a storm. You are innocent. Pokémon are blameless. Currency remains strong. With each statement, he paused, and the pressure mounted, causing the atmosphere to feel suffocating. Then, tell me, he leaned forward, his voice lowered to a whisper, yet it slithered into every ear like a serpent's tongue. Who holds the problem? Who is responsible for all of this? Who has inflated ordinary dragon fangs, the gifts bestowed upon us by nature, to exorbitant prices? Who has forcibly divided Pokémon, born equal and with limitless potential, into hierarchies? Who has made the quasi-deities mere playthings for the elite, rendering the ordinary an insurmountable chasm for us? Speak. Reveal it. Lynch's voice nearly roared, channeling all inquiries into a singular focus. Deep down, you know the answer. The name that exploits and oppresses us. It's the Alliance. A voice quivered from the corner, trembling with the fear of revelation and the anger that followed. Yes, it's the Alliance. Lynch swung his fist, striking the air forcefully. It is they who monopolize the finest resources. They who block access to powerful training methods. They who inflate prices to heights we can only gaze upon. It is they who establish nonsensical rules that strip Pokémon of their rights. Why? He screamed, spitting words. Why do they consider themselves superior? Why must the cost of training quasi-deities lead us to bankruptcy, just to allow those damned wealthy individuals, those parasites born atop mountains of gold, to forever lord over us? They plunder our wealth with their money-printing machines, then erect insurmountable barriers to our ascension. Is this the fairness they proclaim? Is this the beautiful life they promise? Lynch strode down from the podium, his footsteps echoing clearly in the hushed warehouse. He approached the edge of the crowd, nearly pressing his face against that of a teammate. Now, look at me, and tell me. His gaze burned into every pair of eyes like a branding iron. Can the meager subsidies we painstakingly saved through frugality alter this reality? Can they change our fate, trampled in the mud? Can they empower our partners to become truly strong, to fight with heads held high? Can they ensure our children, our descendants, are no longer shackled by the cursed rules of the Alliance, forever imprisoned at the bottom? No, they cannot. Some teammates, ignited by this piercing accusation, shouted out in anger. Indeed, they cannot. Lynch asserted firmly. Then what can? What can shatter the shackles the Alliance has placed around our necks? He suddenly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world, his voice imbued with a near-divine fervor. Power. Absolute power. The kind that can crush all outdated rules and reconstruct a new order. The poke balls on Lynch's person began to tremble violently. Everyone beheld the shimmering silhouette of Groudon. Groudon, the ancient will of the earth, has smiled upon us. As long as we awaken and seize control of that colossal shadow from the deep sea, Kyogre, all of Hoenn's resources, all the land, all the oceans, shall be redistributed by our Fire Rock team. We will rewrite the rules. The Alliance's regulations? Mere scrap paper. The exorbitant breeding fees? A thing of the past. At that moment, his voice brimmed with enticing magic, painting a future within reach. Don't just think about sustaining a single Sharpedo. Each brother of our Fire Rock team will possess 6 soaring Dragonites. What could be so difficult? The crowd held its breath, seemingly glimpsing the splendid future Lynch depicted. But now, Lynch's voice turned icy, pointing toward the distance. The water fleet. Those foolish, unperceptive, inept fools who only know how to roll in the waves. They stand in our way, blocking our path to seize power, to save Hoenn, to rewrite the future. They are the Alliance's lapdogs, the accomplices of the old order. It serves as a stumbling block that obstructs our quest for freedom and power. Tell me, Lynch exclaimed, raising his arm with fervor, his voice hoarse and his neck muscles straining, emulating the quintessentially fervent imagery of incitement. What shall we do? How shall we confront these adversaries that stand in the way of our glorious path? Tear them apart. Fire Goose was the first to respond. The team members, completely ignited with passion, their eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, shouted as if entranced, expending every ounce of their strength. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Excellent. Observing the crowd, Lynch nodded in satisfaction. We shall undoubtedly succeed. Failure? A derisive, almost maniacal grin spread across his face. Failure has never belonged to the Fire Rock team. Victory! 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 The warehouse erupted with thunderous, frenzied roars. The previous despondency evaporated, replaced by twisted, crimson faces, eyes ablaze with palpable greed and combat spirit. Fists clenched and arms raised high. The entire warehouse quaked under the fervent cacophony, the air itself simmering with intensity. Outside the simulation, Lynch observed this spectacle, feeling somewhat dazed. A splendid speech, he thought, as my hand instinctively rose at a 45-degree angle. He rubbed his temples. My apologies, Lord Qian-song. It seems, beginning today, I have inadvertently revised our organization's agenda. While your aim was merely to expand the land, my rhetoric has splattered the dirty water onto the alliance. You have donned the yellow robe. Even if you wish to resist, it is no longer an option. Just as the emotions reached their zenith, the crowd seething with indignation, eager to rush out and slay their foes, the very first inquirer, still flushed with excitement, shouted hoarsely, "Commissioner, what shall we do? You mentioned the first step. What is it?" Instantly, all the roaring voices seemed to hit a pause button. Every gaze, like a spotlight, fervently focused on Lynch, awaiting his sacred command. Lynch, with deliberate calm, retrieved a Groudon pokeball from his waist, weighing it casually in his palm. He surveyed the throng of raucous experience packs below. In a cheerful tone, he declared, "The first step? Naturally." He gently caressed the button of the pokeball, scanning the eager and fervent faces. "First, offer me your loyalty." The moment his words fell, without a trace of hesitation, all the team members uniformly bowed in a fervent display of allegiance to Lynch, executing the Fire Rock team's most solemn internal loyalty ritual. Their movements were synchronized, as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Outside the simulation, Lynch looked up at the sky. "Little Chi, it appears this time you shan't even don the yellow robe. However, I am not one to be ungrateful. My Team Rocket Hoenn division is still in need of a mascot. If you are interested, I could reserve a position for you." As he waved his hand nonchalantly, as if orchestrating an impending game, he thought, "Let me first see each of you one by one." Sheer, crossed out, Lynch finally revealed his fangs. Rather than just doing it once, he intends to indulge thoroughly. Indeed, he wishes for the Fire Rock team to willingly become his star efforts. Before Lynch could toss the pokeball, an aura of sheer terror emanated from him. The scent of death wafted through the air. A piercing cry resounded. Behind Lynch, a torrent of dark red energy surged forth, swiftly coalescing into form. A colossal bird, nearly grazing the warehouse ceiling, emerged with grandeur. It was cloaked in dark red feathers, its massive wings fully unfurled, casting shadows over all. Yet, at the tips of those fearsome wings were not feathers, but two pairs of enormous claws glistening like the scythes of death. Its deep blue eyes, resembling those of a deity, coldly surveyed the diminutive creatures below. What manner of monster is that? My heavens! This overwhelming aura can only belong to a divine beast of the same caliber as Lord Groudon. Is this, indeed, the true reliance of the Commissioner? Terrifying. Fire Goose was equally taken aback. As an officer, she had access to significantly more information than the others. The peculiar markings subtly formed a Y shape. Could it be the legendary deity of death, Yveltal? But aren't you the deity of death from the Kalos region? What brings you to our Hoenn for a visit? As Lynch, newly immersed in the simulation, pondered, "Oh no. As my cousin grows increasingly intelligent, the simulated deities become ever more lifelike. If they deviate from the script, isn't it possible they might unleash a death wing right in my face?" Yveltal glanced down at Lynch. Contrary to Lynch's expectations of a grand display, it did not unleash its fury. Perhaps it had initially intended to do so. However, having heard Lynch's prior impassioned speech, brimming with a desire to upend the existing order, and witnessing his unabashedly malicious intentions to exploit the entire organization as mere experience fodder, it realized something. This lad is a naturally wicked little sprite from Hoenn. As the embodiment of destruction and death, Yveltal found Lynch's emanating greed for power, his trampling of rules, and the ruthless manipulation of others' fates to be utterly delightful. A flicker of human-like admiration crossed its cold, blue eyes. It lowered its gaze to Lynch and extended its claw. "Kid, I acknowledge your wickedness. Use me freely." Chapter 68. You truly have put me in a predicament. Lynch, gazing into Yveltal's appreciative blue eyes, felt a whirlwind of emotions as the mental connection conveyed recognition in an almost inviting tone. "I am not, after all, a villainous character. I am merely a well-behaved, law-abiding citizen, striving to unleash my imagination within the confines of the simulator. Why does it seem I am perpetually cast as the evildoer? Is it truly the case that in this era, a slightly more vibrant thought process, a somewhat bolder approach, or a loftier ambition equates to villainy? Such stereotypes are utterly unacceptable. However, having gained the power to wield Yveltal. Lynch gazed down at the quaking experience packs, intimidated yet still gazing at him with fervor, alongside this deity of death radiating a kinship aura. So be it. If I am deemed a villain, I have faced such slander before. The ability to enhance my strength is the undeniable truth. Yveltal. Lynch turned to his trembling subordinates, urging them, unleash the Death Wing. Death Wing. Death Wing. Dark red destructive energy surged forth repeatedly from Yveltal's colossal wings. Yveltal and Lynch fought together, commencing a relentless harvest of experience packs. Perhaps there exists a divine beast that claims to impose its might upon the meek. Even a mere round land shark must succumb to a deathly wing as a gesture of respect, which is indeed a disgrace for such a celestial creature. Yet, it remains indifferent. Ever since that profoundly searing defeat, it has attained enlightenment, in the face of absolute victory. The ephemeral notion of reputation is nothing more than a burdensome encumbrance. All it desires is triumph, a victory that is pure, unequivocal, and indisputable. For the sake of this victory, it matters not how unseemly it may appear, nor how disappointing the outcome might be. The opinions of others are of no consequence. It seeks nothing less than complete and utter victory. With a piercing gaze, it fixates on the trembling treasure dragon below. Screech. You too shall taste my deathly wing. Once more, with a single stroke, it obliterates another opponent, and Yveltal's exultant cry resonates through the air. Battle. Exhilarating. Lynchy can't help but voice his excitement. Engaging with those beneath him, be they humans or Pokémon, is his forte. Yveltal and Lynchy exchange a glance, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. The god of death's cold, ethereal blue pupils reflect Lynchy's face, which is aglow with satisfaction and exhilaration. In Lynchy's gaze, the newly reborn Yveltal is mirrored. You too enjoy mingling with those below? What a coincidence, so do I. After a prolonged exchange of glances, a sense of mutual admiration and respect between heroes emerges. Your compatibility with the legendary Pokémon Yveltal has significantly increased. You refrain from seizing Pokémon, for as a mere pawn, one cannot afford to harvest too ruthlessly at once. It is far more cost-effective to reap in increments. For several consecutive days, you have been relentlessly crushing the Fire Rock team under the guise of training combat prowess. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. After yet another exhilarating encounter with Yveltal, Lynchy unceremoniously collapses onto the ground. He vigorously rubs his aching lower back, feeling as though his bones have been disassembled. Cousin, is it truly necessary for the simulation to feel this realistic? It's merely a dungeon run, yet the fatigue feels as genuine as if it were real. Moreover, the results are downright infuriating. With so many members in the Fire Rock team, after days of intensive training, not a single usable Pokémon has emerged today. All I have encountered are those dreadful round land sharks, treasure dragons, and iron dumbbells. Such Pokémon, even if they were to evolve twice further in the simulation, I wouldn't even spare them a glance, let alone attempt to seize them. They are nothing but a hindrance to my illustrious roster of divine beasts. However, his cousin does not respond, instead continuing with the simulation. Absolute power brings forth absolute authority. The members of the Chimney Mountain Division now gaze upon you with fervent admiration. Reputation score 100. Your esteem within the Fire Rock team has reached the level of worship. You have triggered a hidden plot. Outside the simulation, Lynchy, in hushed tones, whispers circulate even in the break room and restroom of the warehouse. The current leader, Qian Song, is weak and indecisive, causing the Chimney Mountain Division and the entire Fire Rock team to dwindle in reputation and ambition. If this persists, how will the organization thrive? How will it uphold the legacy of Feng Yuan? In contrast, this esteemed special envoy is intelligent, eager to learn, and exceptionally capable. He is the hope for the resurgence of the Fire Rock team. Under his leadership, what could possibly hinder great achievements? One day, as the special training concluded, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the warehouse, with members gathering in small clusters, exchanging glances filled with suppressed excitement. Finally, under the silent endorsement of the crowd, a perceptive young man, whose keen eyes sparkled with intelligence, stepped forward and approached Lynchy. Special Envoy. Your remarkable abilities far exceed the title of mere envoy. It hardly does justice to your talents. Oh, Lynchy raised an eyebrow. Then what position do you believe I should assume? The member swallowed hard, scanning the faces of his breathless companions, given the current leader's incompetence. I believe it would be better if he did not finish his sentence, but his implication was crystal clear. How audacious! Lynchy abruptly straightened his posture, his expression grave as he rebuked. You are inciting a loyal and upright envoy to engage in such despicable acts. This is an injustice. Do not speak of this again. Special Envoy. The member trembled under Lin Chi's imposing presence but did not waver. Instead, he knelt on one knee, his voice rising in desperation, tinged with a plea. Though Qi Song is the leader, he is blind and inept. Under his leadership, the Chimney Mountain Division has shown no progress. My brethren are suffocating. Only you can restore our glory. Please, for the sake of our future, for the organization's grand vision, I implore you to reconsider. The members behind him exhibited expressions of agreement and hope. Nonsense. Lin Chi firmly rejected again. I am utterly devoted to the Fire Rock team. He surveyed the anxious and expectant faces surrounding him. The decision to assume the mantle of leadership and dedicate oneself to the organization is a choice for all members of the Fire Rock team. It is not for us, wise and brave individuals, to privately conspire about such matters. Lin Chi sternly chastised his instigator. The crowd exchanged glances. Wise, brave? The choice of the many? Someone from the back shouted with all their might, please, let the envoy become the leader. Lin Chi cast a reproachful glance at the instigator hidden among the crowd. Once one voice emerged, a second and third quickly joined, coalescing into a resounding chorus. Let the envoy become the leader. Let the envoy become the leader. The members of the Chimney Mountain Division raised their arms in fervent unison, their cries nearly shaking the very roof of the base. A multitude of fervent eyes fixated on Lin Chi, brimming with an almost frenzied admiration and anticipation. Standing in the midst of this zealous crowd, Lin Chi surveyed the flushed faces of excitement, listening to the deafening clamor. A complex array of emotions crossed his face. Helplessness, sorrow, the weight of being cornered, and a fleeting flicker of struggle against disappointing the hopes of many. Oh, he sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping slightly, his voice laced with bitterness and resignation. You truly have put me in a predicament. Under the crowd's insistence, you reluctantly become the leader of the Chimney Mountain Division of the Fire Rock team. Outside the simulation, Lin Chi, reluctantly, preconceived. 2 more days hurriedly passed. You received insider information that, through the tireless efforts of the water fleet, the main body of the submersible had been largely completed within just 5 days, with only the exterior painting remaining. The water fleet, unable to contain their anticipation, has decided to take action tonight. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow sparrow lies in wait, you two have resolved to act tonight. Seizing the opportunity after the water fleet neutralizes the guards at the shipyard, capitalizing on their mutual exhaustion. At 8 o'clock in the evening, you confidently led the Hoenn division of the rocket team in a surprise assault on the water fleet's secret shipyard. You swiftly penetrated the core shipyard, yet the anticipated fierce resistance failed to materialize. The interior of the shipyard was eerily tranquil, devoid of even the duty guards. Before your eyes lay scattered members of the water fleet, sprawled across the floor, alongside a group of similarly unconscious Pokémon. There were no signs of a violent struggle. The scene was unnervingly pristine, as if there had been no time for resistance at all. A sense of alarm surged within you, and you realized the gravity of the situation. Retreat. You immediately issued the command to your aide, Fire Goose. An indescribable chill enveloped you in an instant. Suddenly, darkness descended before your eyes, and your last conscious thought barely caught a fleeting silver-white shadow. Simulation concluded. Lin Chi jolted upright, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he instinctively touched the nape of his neck. What was that entity, with so many trinkets hanging from him? How could he be so utterly defenseless? Was there an Arceus lurking within this shipyard? Chapter 69. Why do you keep clinging to me? Hiss. The mere thought of this possibility made Lin Chi gasp, his expression growing increasingly grave. He instinctively turned his head to glance at his cousin. Had he, Lin Chi, been so obedient lately that he had inadvertently offended his cousin? Was it necessary to escalate things to this extent? Even if it wasn't his cousin's doing. In the entire Hoenn region, there were perhaps only a handful capable of striking so decisively against someone of his stature. Without acknowledging Lin Chi, his cousin continued his calculations. Yveltal has gained substantial experience. LV 40 LV 45. Commencing evaluation. You have accomplished a remarkable feat in the Hoenn region, as you have firmly planted Team Rocket's flag upon this land for the first time. Successfully twisted the ambitions of the Fire Rock team, who sought to expand their territory into an evil faction pursuing pure power and wealth. Achievement unlocked. Warehouse riot. Donning the Crimson Robe. Team Rocket Hoenn Division. Due to your outstanding performance and far-reaching impact, Sakaki's fondness for you has increased. As a result of your unique experience, your resistance to psychic abilities has improved. Acquired contribution points, 3,000 points. Current total contribution points, 6,120 points. Psychic abilities, resistance? Lynchie was taken aback. His gaze fixated on the line of text on the screen, quickly organizing a formula in his mind. The silver-white shadow possessed extraordinary power. In retrospect, the identity of the shadowy figure that had betrayed him became all too clear. An image of a persistent blue-haired individual surfaced in his mind. Daigo, it's you again. Why is it that every time I attempt to revive the glory of Team Rocket, you appear? Lynchie looked skyward. Am I the only one causing chaos in the entire Hoenn region? Why do you keep clinging to me? Stealing my Pokémon, striking me from behind. Lynchie slammed his fist down in frustration. In a fit of anger, he decided to take matters slowly. Just wait. Once I have fully leveled Pokémon, I will surely extract every ounce of experience from you. However, a flicker of doubt soon crept into his mind. Why was Daigo present in the shipyard? This did not align with his usual patterns of appearance, did it? Logically, this champion ought to be mining stones like a shadowy mole in some remote mountain cave or randomly appearing in some cavern. Yet, gazing at the freshly acquired contribution points, a fierce flame reignited in Lynchie's eyes. What does it matter? If I can't figure it out, I want to dwell on it. For now, enhancing my strength is the paramount concern. Without hesitation, Lynchie slammed all his contribution points onto the operational interface. Cousin, go all in for me. I want to level up. Do you wish to consume 5,000 contribution points to elevate your member level to gold? Upon leveling up, the probability of the shop refreshing high-value rare items will significantly increase. Yes, execute it immediately. Lynchie showed no hesitation. Command confirmed. Contribution points are being deducted. 5,000 points have been deducted. Member level upgrade procedure initiated. Unlocking permissions. Upgrade successful. Member, Lynchie. Current level, gold. Contribution points required for next level platinum, 10,000 points. Gold level exclusive permissions unlocked. Team Rocket Cutting Edge Technology Store, beta version, is now available to you. Item inventory refreshes daily at midnight. The screen emitted a faint hum, light and shadow swirling and rearranging. Beneath the original daily shop section, a brand new tab emerged. Its borders flowing with the distinctive black and red hues of Team Rocket, exuding a cold metallic texture, while the center displayed highly technological fonts stating Team Rocket Cutting Edge Technology. Lynchie, Team Rocket's Black Technology. I had thought the upgrade would merely enhance the odds of acquiring better items in the daily shop, but I never anticipated it would directly unlock a treasure trove of technological enhancements. It is well known that while the overall cultural level in the Kanto region leaves much to be desired, the average elementary school dropout rate is high. The scientific personnel recruited by Team Rocket are undoubtedly of high caliber, though one might question the relevance of science in the Pokémon world. The achievements brought forth by technology for Team Rocket are undeniably significant. From punching Lugia to kicking shiny Rayquaza, all these feats were accomplished through extraordinary black technology. With immense anticipation, Lynchie held his breath, his fingers trembling slightly with barely concealed excitement as he clicked on that black-red tab. Item name, an ordinary large net. Item description, its appearance is unremarkable, and the material seems commonplace. However, do not be deceived by its exterior. This item boasts a formidable track record, having successfully captured and restrained a certain water-type legendary Pokémon. Note, specific target information is encrypted due to the involvement of a certain Ho-Oh Guard's reputation. Lynchie's mouth twitched. What difference does encryption make? Water-type, Ho-Oh Guard. It's almost as if they're about to reveal its Pokédex number. Patiently, he continued scrolling down. The second piece of black technology caught his eye. Item name, an ordinary fishing rod. Item description, wooden rod, standard fishing line. Devoid of any sense of technological advancement. Nevertheless, its impressive track record cannot be overlooked, as it has successfully fished up a water-type legendary Pokémon of a higher tier than the previous item. Note, similarly encrypted due to the involvement of one of the Hoenn Trio's reputation. Target information is inaccessible. Two ordinary items in succession filled Lynchie with a strong sense of foreboding. He quickly scrolled down. Indeed, the remaining items were all of the same ilk. No. Where are the promised cutting-edge technologies of Team Rocket? Why are they all ordinary items? Lynchie could no longer contain himself. Where are the items for capturing Rayquaza and shiny Rayquaza? Beep. System notification. The item you are inquiring about requires permissions that exceed your current level. As a gold member, you cannot view or purchase it. Lynch felt a tightness constricting his chest, the veins on his forehead pulsating with agitation. He shouldn't have harbored such lofty expectations for his cousin. Nevertheless, he still purchased the fishing rod as a gift for Gelato, hoping to strengthen their mutual rapport. As he flipped to the last page, he finally stumbled upon an item that embodied cutting-edge technology. Item name, ordinary versatile robot, prototype. Item description, a tri-domain entity capable of operating in water, land, and air, standing at a height of 17 meters, with dimensions of 90, 70, and 89. Its core structure is forged from high-density alloy, encased in composite armor, and equipped with a multispectral scanning array, heavy weaponry platform, and basic engineering modules. Note, modules must be purchased separately. Price, 300,000 contribution points. Lynch gazed at the robot icon, shimmering with a cold luminescence, then glanced at the paltry sum of contribution points, 120 displayed in the corner of his screen, before raising his eyes to the glaring figure of 300,000. Such a price, a mere bait from the organization. Immediately, the rocket team's substantial loan application popped up once again. Fishy, isn't it? Chapter 70. Talents must shine and radiate. I knew it. Lynch vigorously rubbed his stiff cheeks, shutting off the loan notification that had appeared on the screen. After a night of intense simulation, the deep darkness was now diluted, and the skyline was tinged with a grayish white, heralding the dawn of a new day. A glance at the time revealed it was nearly 6 in the morning. It was time for him to clock out. Habitually, he checked the time, his finger hovering over the communication key, ready to call Huyen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before he could dial, his communicator vibrated first. This young lady is quite punctual. She's very proactive at work. As her former superior, Lynch thought little of it and swiped his thumb to answer. Lynch, it's me. The voice on the other end sent a jolt of tension through Lynch's brow. How audacious. Completely disregarding protocol. This young colleague, Huyen, had just emerged from the simulation and was already addressing him so informally. Now she dared to call him by name? What was her next move? I wouldn't even dare to imagine. He felt the reprimanding words nearly escaping his lips. Junsha. Before he could scold her, the voice on the other end promptly introduced herself. After a sleepless night, Lynch quickly regained his composure. Oh right, he was no longer the new leader of the Fire Rock team. How are things on your end? Junsha inquired. Instinctively responding after a brief tenure as leader, Lynch remarked, You must understand that at your level, you ought to report to me. The other end fell into silence. At my level? Under the impression that he was more authoritative than his own director. Junsha glanced once more at Lynch's profile in her hands. Male, 16 years old, son of the curator, previously no. It didn't he specify where he had served in the police department. Ahem, my apologies, I'm just accustomed to it. Junsha replied. A comical exchange ensued. Detaching himself from the simulation leader mindset once more, Lynch surveyed the shipyard's entrance, adopting his usual tone. Everything is normal on my end. Thank you for your hard work. Junsha's voice returned to its normal cadence. According to our intelligence, after they complete the submersible, they shouldn't have any major operations in the short term. You should rest now. She continued, explaining that a tricky case had arisen requiring her assistance, and she couldn't take over just yet. She would arrange for someone else to keep watch. The case must refer to the jewelry store from the simulation yesterday. Lynch's mind began to whirl. Should he report it and betray his capable deputy? But considering the potential appearances of Daewoo in the water fleet, he decided against it. After all, talent should shine and radiate. Letting her enjoy a few more days of freedom wouldn't hurt. Understood, Lynch replied succinctly, concluding the communication. Work hard, and I'll promote you when the time comes. He handed over his duties to a young assistant officer who had hurriedly arrived. Under the astonished and enthusiastic gaze of the loyal young officer, Lynch rose, stretching languorously. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. He longed to dive into the soft bed at the Pokémon Center. Wrapping his coat tighter around him, he ambled down the street towards the Pokémon Center. His eyelids felt heavy, as though they might close any moment, just as he was about to doze off while walking. A scene at the corner of the bustling commercial street seized his wandering consciousness. It was the upscale jewelry store that had been featured in the simulation last night. Now, it was tightly cordoned off with conspicuous yellow and black police tape. Inside the barrier, Huyen was diligently crouched at the jewelry store entrance, notebook in hand, scrutinizing the pristine door lock and display window, occasionally gesturing towards Junsha, as if meticulously reenacting the incident. She was quite convincing indeed. Lynch slowed his pace. Anyone observing would never suspect that the perpetrator was, in fact, the one solving the case. Seemingly sensing the scrutinizing gaze from behind, Huyen turned her head. Upon recognizing Lynch, a bright smile instantly illuminated her youthful face. Her body moved almost instinctively, her heels coming together and her arms lifting in a standard salute, as if she were about to greet him formally. Midway through the gesture, she suddenly froze, bewildered. What was she doing? Why was her body acting on its own? And why was she inclined to salute him? Clearing her throat, Huyen forcefully suppressed the strange impulse, quickly lowering her arms and attempting to regain her composure. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work. Lynch nodded in acknowledgement. Not at all. Huyen instinctively inclined her body slightly, her face once again adorned with the humble smile customary of a subordinate addressing a superior. Just as she uttered the first two words, she abruptly halted. What was going on with her today? Could it be the result of too little sleep last night? She couldn't shake the feeling that Lynch resembled her superior. Nearby, the jewelry store owner keenly observed Huyen's momentary lapse and her efforts to compose herself. As a merchant accustomed to dealing with a diverse clientele, he prided himself on his perceptive instincts. Although this young man appeared quite youthful, witnessing Huyen's almost instinctual inclination to salute, followed by her abrupt retraction, he was convinced that she held genuine respect for him as a leader. No doubt about it. The owner's face lit up with enthusiasm and deference. As he swiftly approached Lynch, his tone unmistakably ingratiating. Leader, are you here to investigate the case as well? While we have a capable detective in Huyen, the more assistance we have, the better. Could you lend a hand? After all, if the Red Falcon is so formidable, her leader must be the epitome of detectives. An unparalleled sleuth. The boss's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Lin Chi stifled a yawn, tears nearly escaping his eyes as he rubbed them. With a casual wave of his hand, his voice laced with profound weariness, he nonchalantly delegated the matter. Such tasks could be entrusted to the Red Falcon. Indeed, such matters are best left to me. Fire Goose responded almost reflexively, her face adorned with that resolute expression one assumes when accepting orders. The moment those words escaped her lips, she cursed her own tongue. Why had she said that again? Forcing down that strange compulsion to comply. She quickly cleared her throat to mask her discomfort, her mind racing. Ahem, the boss is right. Many hands make light work. Do share your thoughts as well. Perhaps we'll uncover details I overlooked. As a great detective, without comparison, how could anyone recognize her prowess? Lin Shi, half-lidded eyes glancing at Fire Goose, languidly inquired. Are you certain? Absolutely. Fire Goose immediately chimed in, all for the sake of Kaina City. Lin Shi refrained from further comment. After all, the dignity of a leader must not be trifled with. He ambled slowly into the cordoned area. His gaze casually swept over the polished floor, the tightly shut door. The vacant display windows. It resembled more of a dreamlike wandering than an investigation. Just as Fire Goose thought, he was merely going through the motions. And the boss's expectations began to wane. Lin Shi halted, still bearing that look of extreme fatigue. He raised his hand, casually pointing to the jewel shop's immaculate, unbroken reinforced glass door, and, in a tone as mundane as discussing the weather, he concluded, I deduced that the perpetrator must be a Ninetales. Fire Goose gasped. Instinctively, she touched her pokeball. This was rather vague, wasn't he it? Ninetales. The inquisitive Miss Junsha immediately seized upon this keyword, her professional instincts prompting her to lean closer. Pulling out her small notebook and pen, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chi. Mr. Lin Chi, how did you come to this conclusion? What evidence do you have? Lin Chi glanced at Junsha. Ah, it is the utterly unremarkable Junsha too, from the unremarkable Kaina City, he remarked. It is merely basic deductive reasoning. In simple terms, if you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Am I right? He turned to Fire Goose. Indeed. Fire Goose nodded stiffly, recalling how she had concocted that reasoning at the time. Lin Chi raised his hand, gesturing toward the doors and windows. Observe, the doors and windows are intact, with no signs of forced entry, no damage, not even the slightest scratch. What does this imply? He pondered aloud. The intruder either possesses wall-passing abilities, or the door was opened from the inside. His gaze swept over the crowd. To achieve either of these, and to do so silently, the most common culprits would be Psychic-type Pokémon or Ghost-type Pokémon. So, Ninetales? Junsha too inquired, her brow furrowed, clearly finding this leap of logic a bit much. Lin Chi did not respond directly. Instead, he extended his finger, plucking a slender, supple hair that shimmered with a nearly golden hue in the morning light from the edge of the glass counter. The hair was so fine that it would have been nearly overlooked had the angle not been just right. Holding the hair, Lin Chi said, Look. He waved the delicate golden strand like one might discuss breakfast. This hair, almost golden and glimmering, when excluding exceedingly rare Pokémon, combined with the hair's characteristics and abilities, narrows down our suspects considerably. First, shoot the arrow, then draw the target. Having read the script, Sherlock Lin Chi quickly pinpointed the suspect. Therefore, the perpetrator, or rather, the perpetrator's Pokémon partner, must possess a Ninetales. It opened the door by itself and silently infiltrated, absconding with the jewels. The entire process was clean and efficient. leaving no extraneous traces, indicative of a seasoned professional. Fire Goose exclaimed. No, wait. Wasn't that deductive reasoning just something I made up on the fly? How could you possibly deduce it step by step from my words? Chapter 71. Wait, who asked you? Fire Goose quickly cast a sidelong glance at Junsha, who was engrossed in writing in her notebook, her expression focused. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She had chosen to partner with her precisely because she seemed dull-witted. But her propensity to follow orders was disconcerting. This individual was dangerously obedient, a whirlwind of action who leapt into tasks with unyielding resolve. If she were to be documented, it would read something like, Junsha fully engaged. If this hyperactive Junsha were to be paired with Lin Chi, whose powers of observation were remarkable, it sent a shiver down Fire Goose's spine, as though her very undergarments had been stripped away. Hastily, she sought to remedy the situation. All right, she urged Lin Chi. You must be weary after a long night. Hurry back and rest. She sensed that if Lin Chi continued speaking, compounded by the unyielding Junsha at her side, she would undoubtedly be exposed in the next moment, pressed to the ground. Yet, the winds of fate were unrelenting, and Junsha began her inquiries. Hey, Lin Chi. I have a question. Since the perpetrator is an experienced veteran, how do we catch him? Fire Goose thought. Hey, that's actually a pertinent question. Halting abruptly, Lin Chi suddenly perked up. He glanced at Fire Goose, recognizing that she had ignited this conflict. The conclusion was beyond her control. If he were to stoke the flames, he might as well incite chaos among the Fire Rock team. After all, the current leader of the Fire Rock team was Chi Yin Song, akin to someone else's girlfriend. He could stand up and kick, yet feel no remorse. Dispose of the stolen goods. Monitor the channels for illicit sales. Lin Chi raised a finger, casually gesturing at the jewel shop's empty display cases. The thief has stolen so much, not even sparing the cheap items, and is committing these crimes with such frequency. Clearly, they are not hoarding them for personal enjoyment. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over Fire Goose's somewhat stiff expression. They are undoubtedly in dire need of money, or rather, extremely cash-strapped. Lin Chi continued his methodical analysis. This means they must be eager to offload their loot, the quicker the better, unable to wait to find a buyer. So, finding herself devoid of thoughts, Junsha, the external brain, prompted so, Lin Chi declared emphatically, investigate. He recalled the information gathered during simulations. Begin with second-hand trading platforms and auction houses online, focusing on newly emerged sellers eager to part with their items, especially those offering jewelry at prices drastically below market value. Additionally, the underground black market in Kaina City must also be probed. Such a large volume of goods desperate to be sold will inevitably yield whispers of information. Fire Goose, listening intently from the sidelines, felt utterly overwhelmed. She felt akin to a nine-tailed fox, stripped bare and displayed upon an exhibition pedestal. Each meticulously groomed hair yanked away by Lynch's insipid remarks. How could one possibly proceed? Even the routes for disposing of stolen goods had been deduced. It was as though he had witnessed it all firsthand. Was she truly incapable of salvaging the situation for Team Magma, even in the role of a thief? After exchanging a few mundane words about the inspection details, Lynch could no longer endure the tension. He waved his hand dismissively and staggered towards the Pokémon Center, desperately in need of a soft bed to seal away his consciousness. At the shipyard in Slateport City, the air was thick with the acrid scent of welding metal and the oily aroma of machinery. Inside the dry dock, machines roared, and sparks from electric welders fell like golden raindrops as workers scurried through the steel jungle, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Director Skinogi ambled through the noisy dock with his hands clasped behind his back, inspecting the construction progress of the submariner. A smile of undeniable satisfaction illuminated his wrinkled face. The new recruits, nearly all of them, were worth 5. Not only did they accept the most basic wages, but they also volunteered for overtime, never once complaining of fatigue. These were not mere workers. They were the very embodiment of the capitalist's dream, a cadre of tireless laborers. One day in, and look at how much you've accomplished. The pace of construction is astonishing. Director Skinogi marveled. Is it indeed? A voice interjected, cool and tinged with discontent. This was Izumi, the newly appointed head of the submariner's construction, her sharp gaze, even while conversing with the director, scrutinizing every corner of the vessel, leaving no flaw unnoticed. I dare say it's still too slow. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her expression sharpened as she pointed decisively at a figure in the middle of the ship, busily tightening screws. Her voice pierced through the cacophony of machinery, rising above the din. I'm talking about you, Sherlock. Have you forgotten to eat? Sherlock, Junsha froze at the mention of her name. Just look at the screws you've fastened. They're loose and flimsy. Izumi continued her relentless tirade, hands on hips. Even your electrode works faster than you. Feeling aggrieved, Sherlock increased her effort. She had been laboring tirelessly for 10 hours straight, suffering in silence, and indeed, she had yet to eat. Hey, let's not be solely focused on speed, Director Skinogi interjected, his conciliatory smile attempting to defuse the situation as he gently patted Izumi's shoulder. Safety first, safety first. Everyone should take a break. I brought work meals for you all. He gestured for his assistant to bring over several insulated boxes. Though not as lavish as a feast from outside, the meals were hearty and plentiful. The members of Team Aqua halted their tasks, glancing at Izumi with a mix of caution and longing for the food. Only when Izumi, her expression impassive, nodded did they erupt in suppressed cheers. Rushing towards the insulated boxes. Director, she's clearly trying to establish her authority over you. One assistant whispered conspiratorially to Director Skinogi, his tone laced with discernible dissatisfaction and a hint of jealousy, casting a glance at Izumi, who commanded respect even during mealtime. Indeed, another assistant chimed in, his voice dripping with envy. At this rate, your authority as director will be undermined. They observed Izumi's meteoric rise, nearly leaping 3 ranks in one bound. The weight of her newfound power seemed to match their own seasoned experience, if not surpass it, stirring unease within them. You are different. Director Skinogi merely smiled indulgently, unfazed by their heartless remarks. Ignoring the assistant's murmurs, he approached Izumi just as she had taken a couple of bites of her meal. Placing a hefty envelope on the toolbox beside her. I shan't disturb you further. This is your overtime pay from last night. Please distribute it among your team. With that, he turned and departed alongside his assistant. The Team Aqua members, clutching their lunchboxes in one hand and cash in the other, expressed astonishment. So much, exclaimed a burly man with grease-stained hands as he thumbed through the thick bills. And this is just for last night's overtime? Suddenly, a young team member, shoveling food into his mouth, mumbled, it seems like it's not so bad working here. Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? A traditionalist member retorted fiercely. We in Team Aqua hold a sacred belief. We follow Lord Kyogre to awaken the Great One and purify this tainted world. Do you wish to become like those greedy wretches in Team Magma, enslaved by money? That would be a blasphemy against Lord Kyogre. At the mention of their faith, the group fell silent, murmuring, may Kyogre's deep blue cleanse all. Amidst the crowd, Sherlock remained silent, simply continuing to eat her boxed meal, occasionally feeding her electrode its favorite snacks. A bitter taste filled her heart. Regret. She was overwhelmed with it. She had read stories where spies engaged in clever duels against villains, remaining untainted, their faith tested, all while enjoying the perks of the enemy's hospitality. How starkly different was her reality. High intensity, extended hours, 007, level stress. All while enduring relentless scorn from that witch, Izumi. Is this what you call testing an undercover agent? This is not espionage. This is clearly an experience in a labor camp. Enough. Izumi's cold voice shattered the brief tranquility. Your 10-minute break is over. You're lazier than a draft horse. She slammed her hand against the steel plate, creating a resounding clang. Get up now. Immediately. Back to work. Sherlock was startled by the noise, nearly choking on her food as tears of bitterness surged forth, spilling into her remaining meal, mixing with the rice and vegetables. She could no longer endure this wretched existence. Wong. Her electrode tilted its head, observing the tears falling like pearls from Junsha. I'm fine, Sherlock sniffled. Electrode. No, who asked if you were fine? It's wondering why you're contaminating its food. After giving her electrode an affectionate pat on the head, Sherlock's gaze turned resolute as she looked towards the direction Director Skinogi had departed. With a flicker of encouragement from her electrode, she refused to abandon hope in this dire situation. She, Sherlock Junsha, would certainly transmit her distress signal, no, vital intelligence, so that the formidable Izumi would know that some Junshas could not be contained. Chapter 72. We in Hoenn have our own Myanmar. The soft beds of the Pokémon Center enveloped Lynch like a marsh, completely consuming and sealing away his consciousness. When he was awakened by the slanting rays of sunlight outside, the digital clock on the wall clearly displayed 15:27. Lynch emitted an unintelligible groan, feeling as though his head were ensnared by a colossal crab claw, weighed down with an unbearable heaviness. His stomach grumbled ominously, urgently demanding sustenance. Rubbing his temples, he sighed deeply. He recalled the days when he was a research prodigy, capable of enduring 3 sleepless nights without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. Yet here he was, having only persevered one day, and already at his wit's end. It seemed that his previous routine had been far too regimented. He would indeed need to train more rigorously. With great effort, Lynch sat up and reached for the communicator on his bedside table, instinctively opening the delivery app for Kingler's fast delivery. Just as he selected a high-calorie junk food meal, ready to place his order, a sudden buzzing interrupted him. The communicator vibrated violently. Sighing, he resignedly answered the call. "Hello? It's me, Red Falcon." Lynch's eyes instinctively flicked to the corner of the screen to check the time. It was only just past 3 in the afternoon. "Isn't it a bit early for you?" "Red Falcon? Surveillance? There's no rush on that." The voice on the other end, Fire Goose, was deliberately lowering her tone, yet her urgency was palpable. "Lynch, there's an emergency. We must alter our plans immediately." Lynch minimized the call while continuing to choose his food. "According to our informant, Director Skunog has just departed the shipyard and is en route to the museum." Fire Goose spoke rapidly. "We need to seize the opportunity while he is away handling routine matters at the museum to make direct contact. We must inform him that the water fleet has infiltrated the shipyard on a large scale and secure his cooperation." "All right. Location?" Just as Lynch was about to finalize his order, a large claw extended to poke at the screen, inadvertently changing his order from 1 meal to 3. Following the claw, Lynch turned sharply to see Militan, who had stealthily crept in at some point. Militan nodded gravely at him. "2 portions will suffice." Glancing at the increasingly lopsided Militan, Lynch sighed and proceeded to place the order. After all, it was his chosen starter Pokémon, and it was only fair to feed it well. "The back alley of the museum, near the recycling station. I've sent you the map location." Fire Goose relayed the coordinates. "See you in 10 minutes." Before he could respond, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving only a busy signal. 10 minutes later, Lynch arrived at the designated back alley of the museum, riding alongside the still munching Militant. He had to admit, the delivery service was impressively swift. By the time he had washed his face, Militant was already feasting. He had initially presumed that the delivery person would be a commonplace flying-type Pokémon like Swellow or Pelipper. However, to his astonishment, the one delivering the food was none other than Dragonite, known for its speed and ability to circle the globe in just 16 hours. It seemed that even demigods had to resort to working for a living these days. Reflecting on the few members of the Magma team who had accumulated debt while raising demigods, Lynch couldn't help but lament. The old adage held true: raising an egg impoverishes 3 generations, while a demigod can ruin a lifetime. Coming to a stop, Lynch reached the appointed location. This area starkly contrasted with the opulent museum exhibition hall ahead. The narrow alley was cluttered with several large trash bins emitting unpleasant odors. The walls were stained, and the ground was damp, with lights severely diminished by towering buildings. Lynch wrinkled his nose as he surveyed this shadowy corner, which could only be described as a clandestine meeting place. He then turned to Fire Goose, who had arrived before him and was cautiously pressed against the wall. Finding such a nook next to a landmark like the museum, "Fire Goose, you truly are talented." "You're here," Fire Goose remarked, her gaze lingering momentarily on Militant, which exuded a futuristic vibe. She then lowered her voice and gestured towards the back entrance of the museum. "Let us move." As she prepared to push the inconspicuous small door, she turned back, her expression serious. "Stay close to me, and whatever you do, don't let anyone see us." Lynch replied, "Wait a minute, aren't we officially sanctioned? Why are we acting like we're up to no good? I mean, we're here to work for Junsha. Can't we just go to the museum entrance and present ourselves to the director openly?" Fire Goose was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, "If we get caught, that would be unacceptable." She trailed off, realizing her own predicament. "All right, I'm no longer a member of the Magma team. I'm Red Falcon, a temporary worker at the Kana City Police Department. I have credentials." With this realization, they wasted no time, retracing their steps to the museum's main entrance. Fire Goose confidently presented her temporary credentials to the receptionist. Before long, they were ushered into the director's office. Inside, Director Skunog was engrossed in studying a set of blueprints. His gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar young faces instead of Miss Junsha entering, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He set down his magnifying glass, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "May I ask who you are?" "Lynch, Red Falcon," they introduced succinctly. "What brings you here?" Director Skunog inquired as he stood, walking around the desk towards a low table. He skillfully poured amber-colored hot tea into 2 empty cups, the fragrant steam wafting through the air. "Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." "Director," Fire Goose said, cradling her teacup, "we are here on behalf of the Kana City Police Department." She paused, emphasizing her words. "We need to share some extremely grave news that cannot be delayed. You must not panic." Noticing Fire Goose's seriousness, Director Skunog straightened in his chair, gently placing his teacup back on the table. "Extremely grave? Cannot be delayed?" You're not suggesting that we need to squeeze more productivity out of the shipyard to elevate Kana City's economic value, are you? Please, go on, he urged, preparing himself to hear what he assumed would be bad news. Fire Goose enunciated each word carefully. According to our intelligence, the water fleet, those fanatical extremists intent on drowning the world and disrupting ecological balance, who don't even pay their subordinates, have infiltrated your shipyard. She pounded the table for emphasis. They are very likely conspiring to sabotage the shipyard and seize the submersible. After delivering this shocking revelation, she fixed her gaze on the director's face, anticipating a reaction of shock, panic, or doubt. What? Director Skunog leaned back in disbelief. Yes, exactly, Fire Goose responded, her tone serious, ready to continue persuading him. How could Junsha possibly know about this? Director Skunog looked at them in astonishment, his voice thick with incredulity. Wait, what do you mean also? Have you known about this all along? Fire Goose's prepared follow-up words caught in her throat as her eyes widened in disbelief. Lynch was similarly taken aback. What on earth, Water Wudong? How is it that your entire team seems to be aware of your clandestine operations? The water fleet is on the verge of being riddled with leaks. Director Skinogi, Lynch inquired tentatively. How did you come to know? Alas, Director Skinogi sighed. The matter of the deep diver has been conveyed to you by Junsha, has it not? The two nodded. They were indeed aware of the inflated production values. Noticing their acknowledgement, Director Skinogi continued, my shipyard had been advertising for workers for several weeks. Although the response was not entirely dismal, the number of applicants was quite scant. Yet, just a few days ago, a sudden influx of over 30 candidates arrived for interviews. This alone raises suspicions. Moreover, these individuals, despite their casual attire, possessed an aura that was anything but ordinary. Their furtive glances and hushed murmurs, coupled with their shifty eyes, suggested they were far from the law-abiding citizens one would expect. As he poured more tea for the two, he elaborated. Furthermore, they did not seek the easier positions. Rather, they gravitated towards the dirtiest and most laborious jobs. Specifically in the hull assembly and the welding of the power compartments, closest to the core construction area. He gestured emphatically at Fire Goose and Lynch. Given the timing, the characteristics of these individuals, and their behavioral patterns, only a fool would fail to discern that something is amiss. Wouldn't you agree? Fire Goose. Lynch. Director Skinogi, your perceptiveness is truly commendable. You ought to be the great detective of our city of Kana. But why did you not report this to the authorities? Lynch was the first to regain his voice, sensing that the director's calm demeanor concealed some ulterior motive. To my shame, Director Skinogi chuckled wryly and shook his head. They worked far too swiftly. He marveled. In just one day, they accomplished what would take others 4 or 5. Moreover, there was no need for prompting. They voluntarily toiled away, and I must admit, I find myself somewhat in awe of them. Furthermore, you understand the situation with Officer Junsha. Director Skinogi exchanged a knowing glance. Lynch nodded in agreement. Indeed. Fire Goose concurred wholeheartedly. How do you intend to address this? Well, Director Skinogi revealed a calculating smile. I must confess, I have a rather capable friend. Initially, I planned to have him deliver something when the deep diver was completed and simultaneously address some minor issues here. Lynch, by Jove, you intend to wait for this water fleet's free labor to complete the most arduous tasks, and once the vessel is nearly finished, summon external aid to ensnare them. You can evade payment while exploiting top-tier labor. We in the Fengyuan region have our own connections in northern Myanmar. Moreover, I have uncovered the reason behind the betrayal by Dawu during our last simulation. It turns out it was you, the old strategist, who orchestrated it. At these words, Fire Goose felt a chill run down her spine. Relying on others to resolve the issue, the means by which she sustained herself was now in jeopardy. And now even the bounty from the water fleet was not to be granted to her. Such a fate must not befall her. Money. Her money. She was counting on the funds from Quan Mei and the other core members to rebuild the Chimney Mountain branch. Unable to contain herself, Fire Goose immediately retorted, no, absolutely not. She pressed her hands firmly against the director's polished mahogany desk, leaning forward, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on the director. Her words spilling forth in rapid succession like a barrage of artillery. Director, you must have faith in the capabilities of our police department. It is our unwavering and irreplaceable duty to uphold peace and the rule of law in Kana City, to combat nefarious organizations. Her voice suddenly turned severe, targeting the crux of the director's plan. Who exactly is this friend you speak of? What is his status? Does he possess the authority to enforce the law? Does he adhere to legal procedures? You are inviting an uncontrolled force that operates above the law. A vigilante. Is this not the most heinous form of violent enforcement? Imagine, Director, when the citizens see that it is no longer the police, the embodiment of order and procedure, who resolves issues, but rather an individual wielding immense power. What will they think? They will lose faith in the rule of law. They will come to believe that rules are meant to be broken, that power reigns supreme. This is the most perilous threat to the foundation of order in Cana City. In that event, you will be the source of chaos and the villain who undermines the Alliance's foundation. This. Director Skinogi was momentarily rendered speechless by Fire Goose's declaration regarding the rule of law, his fingers instinctively tracing the smooth edge of his teacup, his face betraying clear signs of hesitation and conflict. He acknowledged that Fire Goose had a point. Introducing external forces indeed posed procedural risks. However, the local law enforcement. Fire Goose keenly perceived the director's concerns, immediately seizing the opportunity to champion Lynch. Director, look at this individual. Do you know who he is? She pointed to Lynch. This man is none other than the renowned nemesis of the Water Fleet, the harbinger of doom for New Purple Violet City, the rising star who has dismantled 2 guild leaders in succession. Moreover, he is also the formidable child of 1,000 miles. She hastily bestowed upon Lynch every title she could conceive, her eyes fervently urging him to play along. With him present, the Water Fleet would be but child's play. Would it not? Lynch, what do you mean by the harbinger of doom for New Purple Violet City? Is that even appropriate? Why not call me the savior of Violet City instead? Huh. Director Skinogi was genuinely taken aback this time. He scrutinized Lynch, who had been thrust forward by Fire Goose. Lynch, you are that Lynch? He nodded, his tone noticeably softening. If it's you, then I can rest easy. Recently, his old colleague Tai Xian had mentioned this young man, and even that seasoned guild leader admitted he might not prevail against him. His strength is undoubtedly beyond question. In that case, what harm is there in granting him a favor? Who knows when such goodwill might be put to use? Then it is settled. We shall engage in earnest collaboration. Fire Goose seized the momentum, promptly finalizing the agreement. Director Skinogi broke into a hearty smile, extending his hand to Lynch and Fire Goose. Excellent. It is settled then. I shall fully cooperate. His tone was resolute. Once the Water Fleet is nearing completion of the deep diver, I will signal you. And we shall act immediately. The three exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding passing among them. Director Skinogi would acquire a submarine without cost. The troublesome debts of Cana City would be quietly erased, and Junsh's ledger would reflect a splendid entry. The Fire Rock team not only enriched their coffers, but also successfully thwarted their arch-nemesis's plans. As for Lynch, he reaped a bountiful harvest of Pokémon, experience packs, and simulation opportunities. Behold, what a perfect collaboration. Everyone has a bright future ahead. Chapter 73. The more you strive, the luckier you become. For several consecutive days, Cana City remained remarkably tranquil, especially with the presence of Director Skinogi as a high-ranking informant. Lynch and Fire Goose even found themselves relieved of the burden of alternating shifts. With a simple phone call to him each day, they could ascertain the activities of the Water Fleet, even learning whom Kwanmei had scolded, what she had consumed, and the color of her undergarments with remarkable clarity. Their patrols had devolved into mere formalities, a half-hour symbolic stroll around the periphery before parting ways to relish the rare leisure. Well, at least Lynch was enjoying a leisurely respite. Even the unremarkable Junsha No. Too called, proclaiming that they were enjoying a long-awaited tranquil life. What? Lin Chi responded, leaning over the railing of the training ground, his eyes fixed on the one-sided battle while holding the communicator. Isn't less work supposed to be a good thing? Remember, the last person who wished for a peaceful life ended up courageously confronting 2 ruffians. Unfortunately, the outcome was far from favorable. They were subjected to a brutal lesson by the 2, ultimately being whisked away by an ambulance. Well, that's that. On the other end of the line, Junsh's voice carried a hint of endearing exasperation. But the thief I've been tracking has seemingly evaporated from existence these past few days, not a single trace left behind. Not even a case to pursue. Brain, oh no, Lin Chi, this contradicts your previous deductions. Didn't you assert that he would be in dire need of funds? With the idle chatter concluded, the otherwise mundane Junsha No. 2 revealed her sharper side. Ever since she had experienced an external brain, her capacity for thought had entirely ceased. She had become a mere reflection of Lin Chi. Oh, is that so? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow at her words, contemplating the frenzied activity of the Fire Goose recently. He mused, they probably enjoyed an abundant harvest in their earlier endeavors and are now frantically trying to offload those hot potatoes. After all, they had conspicuously conspired in front of the main party. Naturally, she would need to devise a plan to dispose of the goods before anything else. The longer these items remained in their possession, the greater the risk. Ah, I see. Junsh's tone immediately lightened. She had initially feared there was an issue with her execution. Bolstered by this reassurance, she resumed her chatter. However, there is something else that troubles me. It's Hong Sun. Logically, with no cases to handle, she should be more at ease. Yet recently, her condition appears even more concerning. Her complexion is poor, heavy dark circles under her eyes, and she seems utterly drained. When I inquired if she felt unwell, she merely shook her head. Strangely enough, on several occasions, I've caught her alone in the break room or tucked away in a corridor corner, cradling her head, muttering something about destruction and disdain for this wretched job. Moreover, whenever I mention a case or share new leads I've uncovered, her expression, Junsha paused, seemingly searching for an appropriate descriptor, is simply ghastly, as if she had just swallowed a whole nut dumbbell. Lin Chi interjected, that does sound rather unpleasant. And you voiced that in front of the main party? With her financial avenues obstructed, how could her demeanor possibly improve? Clearing his throat, Lin Chi adopted a tone of sage advice. After all, she is a great detective, with her ambitions high. You see, your progress is proceeding so smoothly that, inadvertently, you have placed pressure upon her. Young people tend to be sensitive. It's only natural that their faces betray their emotions. Ah, I understand, Junsha exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her as she embraced this plausible explanation, marveling at her external brain's insight. By the way, speaking of leads, there's a significant update. Her voice surged with excitement once more. We have just pinpointed an abandoned warehouse in the southern dock area, which I suspect is their fencing hub. Oh, is that so? He replied, casting a glance at the ongoing battle between Super Dream and Yveltal with feigned indifference. Wait, you said what? The abandoned warehouse in the southern dock area? Lin Chi was taken aback as the location of Team Magma's base flashed through his mind. Isn't that their stronghold? How did you uncover this? Hee. I put in considerable effort to obtain this intel. Junsha's tone brimmed with pride. I applied for nearly 50 alternate accounts across several underground trading forums, the second-hand Pokémon item exchange section, and even some obscure local communities. My main account posted phishing threads, pretending to be a naive, wealthy buyer with connections, while I used the alternate accounts to praise this boss for being affluent, credible, and fair in pricing. After 2 days, I successfully reeled them in. Such intense online sleuthing. Lin Chi marveled. However, this initiative inadvertently revealed not only Team Magma's trafficking routes, but also their hideouts. We've arranged an in-person transaction for tomorrow evening. If you're free, would you like to come see it in person? Junsha extended the invitation. Sure, I have no pressing matters tomorrow. It would also be an opportunity to see if this endeavor could enhance my simulation count. He casually added, by the way, be sure to bring Hong Sun along. After all, having a professional presence at such events provides a more stable environment. Imagining the scene of the leader of Team Magma's chimney branch capturing the very members she had painstakingly trained, Lin Chi found the thought exhilarating. Perhaps we should bring along a few more individuals to ensure she has no chance of resistance. A useless member and a feeble officer. How delightful. Should we really involve her? Junsha hesitated, concerned about her current state. It will be fine, Lin Chi reassured her. Just tell her there's a significant target that requires her direct supervision. But don't disclose the specifics of its location just yet. Simply state that the task is of utmost importance, requiring her full attention. Once she arrives, surprise her by revealing that the target may be linked to the thief's trafficking routes. Perhaps that will reignite her spirit. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Junsha's voice laced with mirth. Brilliant. You always have the best ideas. I'll arrange it right away. Oh, and Lin Chi seemed to remember something, adding, don't forget to bring along a few extra people tomorrow, just in case. Well, to prevent any potential chaos. If we are short-handed, it would be rather anticlimactic if Hong Sun turned on us. Absolutely. You can count on us, she proclaimed proudly. When it comes to numbers, Junsha excels. Lin Chi chuckled. As a police officer, perhaps you shouldn't boast about such things. With a fiery spirit, Junsha promptly ended the call. Lin Chi exhaled, having arranged the events for the following day, and turned his gaze back to the training ground. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had become glaringly apparent. The dark crimson wings slowly retracted, while Yveltal hovered above, its eerie blue gaze exuding the arrogance of a victor as it looked down upon the half-kneeling Super Dream. Super Dream panted heavily, bearing the marks of the energy clash, its gaze dazed and bewildered. Is this right? This can't be. According to the usual narrative, newcomers are not supposed to outperform veterans. Shouldn't I, as an elder, be imparting lessons to this newcomer? How have I fallen once again? Just as it gritted its teeth, striving to summon strength for another attempt to rise, Yveltal let out a sharp cry, and before Super Dream could regain its composure, it flapped its wings, unleashing a precise wave that struck Super Dream once more. Training? What nonsense about a gentle sparring match? In the lexicon of Yveltal, any confrontation aimed at establishing supremacy is deemed a battle. Deathwing, Deathwing, Deathwing. Can the fingers still move? Deathwing. Stopped moving? Let us see if another Deathwing is merely a pretense. For the sake of victory, it exercises utmost caution. It must ensure that its opponent harbors not even the slightest chance of a comeback. Halt, halt, halt. As Yveltal began to gather its signature energy once more, Lynch hastily interjected, his lips twitching involuntarily. This transformation was rather too drastic. From an air of arrogance to the complete abandonment of dignity, was there truly no intermediary transition? Yveltal cast a glance at Mutuo before begrudgingly retracting its power. It raised its head with an air of haughty triumph. Today, it had once again secured its victory. Lynch approached, crouched down, and placed a vitality cube into Mutuo's mouth. As the life energy surged in, the scars adorning Mutuo's body quickly faded. It silently rose, lowering its head, fists clenched tightly. Why did it feel as though it perpetually occupied the last position within this team? Suddenly, it lifted its head and shot a fierce glare at Yveltal, who was still preening its feathers in self-satisfaction, before vanishing in a flash to the most remote corner of the training ground. Groudon, Milotic, Lunala, Golem, Yveltal, just you wait. Boom, boom, boom. The air was immediately filled with the sounds of concentrated energy explosions and piercing winds as Mutuo furiously unleashed punches into the air. A counterattack. It would stage a comeback. Today, it would train for 6 additional hours. The harder one works, the luckier one becomes. Chapter 74. The Smile That Will Never Fade. Lunala, hovering not far from Lynch, emanated a cool glow of moonlight. Its deep crimson eyes glanced disdainfully at a certain commotion in the arena, subtly expressing its contempt. As a fellow psychic type, it felt utterly embarrassed. Setting aside the monumental disparity in raw strength, the attribute disadvantage was akin to willingly thrusting one's weaknesses into the barrel of an opponent's gun. An act of sheer folly. Even if it personally took to the field, it feared that the benefits would be meager, let alone a melee mage like you. You must learn to reconcile with yourself, JPG. Moreover, it observed as Lynch returned to the shade. It believed Mutuo had somewhat misplaced its priorities. The trainer was right here, within arm's reach. Did it truly need to train so arduously each day like a hermit? A single day of training would yield only the most negligible increase in power. Could it possibly compare to the enhancements gained from traversing that peculiar world even once? As these thoughts crossed its mind, it, possessing considerable insight, summoned a ripple of energy. An invisible telekinetic force, like a pair of deft hands, gently lifted a water cup and a neatly folded sunshade from a nearby table in the shade, smoothly transporting them to Lynch's side and setting them down softly. Lynch reached for the cool water cup, took a satisfying sip, and genuinely exclaimed, "You truly are the best, Lunala." Among his Pokémon, it seemed to be the only one that remained normal, without any eccentricities. Affection level 5. Receiving such unambiguous affirmation from her trainer, Lunala raised its head slightly, adorned with a tinge of restrained pride. "Did you hear that? Who else?" it inquired. Who else could be as considerate, beautiful, and powerful as it? Its crimson eyes slowly scanned the entire training ground, searching for potential rivals that could vie for its affection. It first excluded Mutuo, who appeared not particularly bright, and Yveltal, exuding a heavy air of villainy, dismissing them with disdain from the competition. Not only did they lack the requisite temperament, but they were also unqualified. Subsequently, it turned its gaze to Golem, who was beside it, eyes closed as it sought a sensation, engaged in its daily explosive ritual. According to its own words, such an explosion could not be summoned at will. It required the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstances, with no room for negligence. In short, it was simply a Pokémon consumed by its own pursuits. Lunala's gaze lingered on it for less than 2 seconds before it moved on without a trace of longing. As its eyes roamed, they fell upon a massive figure resembling a small hill on the opposite side of the arena. This deity of the earth, capable of igniting volcanic eruptions and expanding the very ground, was currently sprawled on the ground, one hand clutching an exceptionally small fishing rod. Its enormous head leaned closer to a flat-screen monitor, fixated on the display. On the screen was a live-streaming scene featuring a spirited girl with deep blue hair and charming freckles, standing beneath a cerulean sky, enthusiastically waving at the camera. The speaker emitted her unique tone, "Alola, good afternoon, everyone. I am your water lily, and today, we shall continue our sea fishing adventure from scratch." Following this, the girl fluidly cast her line, the fishing bait creating an almost imperceptible splash as it hit the water. "See, just like this. She demonstrated with a deft twist of her wrist. You must relax when casting. It doesn't matter if you succeed or fail. Looking good is what counts. Groudon nodded along, its robust claws awkwardly attempting to mimic the casting motion demonstrated in the video, completely immersed in its own amusement. Today's goal is to catch Kyogre. Groudon paused, then promptly sent a Master Ball to her using Lynch's account. As long as you also humiliate Kyogre, we shall be good friends. Just kidding. Thanks to Kyogre being roasted by Coal Turtle for the Master Ball, Lunala, it remained silent, utterly at a loss on how to evaluate this behavior. It was, quite frankly, absurd. However, given Groudon's size, it was fundamentally impossible for it to rival its affections. Not to mention, its beauty was simply overwhelming in comparison. The true rival that warranted vigilance and close attention was but one. Lunala's gaze sharpened suddenly, locking onto the seemingly harmless, blissfully indulging little figure at Lynch's feet. Milotic. What are you doing, enjoying a snack so close to the trainer? You're practically rubbing against him. Not only did it precede Lunala as a starter Pokémon, but it also often sneakily slipped out of its Pokeball, engaging in those seemingly innocent, yet sly maneuvers that exuded an air of caution. After all, as a mechanical being, what purpose did it have in consuming such things? It was clear that it was all an act. Next time, it would ensure to keep a close watch. It could not allow this purple-skinned electric lizard any opportunity to seize. It would firmly press down on its Pokeball switch with powerful telekinesis, denying it even a chance to escape. The following day, as evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun were completely swallowed by the deep blue horizon. The lights of Kana City flickered to life, and the harbor area was enveloped in a salty mist. After dinner, Lynch arrived at the agreed meeting point. Upon a glance, he spotted Firebird and a group of Junsha already waiting there. Now that everyone is here, let us set off. Yes, a gathering of Junsha, led by none other than the seemingly unremarkable, yet remarkably proactive Junsha number 2. It is hardly surprising, considering the presence of Lin Chi, an external brain of sorts, coupled with the undeniable lack of competence among her colleagues. Her achievements are nothing short of terrifying amidst her peers. Boy, Fire Falcon nudged Lin Chi, asking, "Do you know what grand event is unfolding today? Why all this fuss? Are we finally taking action against the water fleet?" Lin Chi turned to observe. Today, Fire Falcon had surprisingly shed her eye-catching trench coat for a more practical deep brown leather ensemble. Even her boots matched the color scheme. It was evident that her fondness for brown was unwavering. With her brows relaxed and a subtle upward curve at the corners of her lips, she radiated a vibrant ease, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor of disillusionment and vacant eyes. Indeed, her spirits were buoyed today. Yesterday, her subordinates had informed her of a particularly naive yet affluent client. Even before the goods had materialized, a substantial deposit had already been deposited, alleviating her immediate financial woes. This timely influx of funds allowed her to disperse some overdue subsidies, momentarily stabilizing the anxious hearts of her team. Fortunately, the Fire Rock team adhered to principles of integrity and trustworthiness. Despite the anonymity of the transaction, it was imperative that payment was made up front in exchange for goods, ensuring that no deception could taint their reputation. Fire Falcon chuckled inwardly at the thought of encountering a swindler. Surely, the gullible fool would explode in frustration. "Oh, you're not aware?" Lin Chi caught a glimpse of Fire Falcon's upwardly curved smile. "Our target this time is to capture the notorious thief who has been causing quite a stir in the city." "Capture a thief?" Fire Falcon's smile faltered, her expression flattening. "Yes, we've located him. But wasn't she the very thief in question? If they were to apprehend her, wouldn't she have already been caught? Who exactly were they pursuing? Was someone audacious enough to exploit her reputation while she was ensnared in her own troubles?" A surge of indignation coursed through her. Her name had been painstakingly earned through sleepless nights of thievery. Such unearned actions were a blatant violation of her honor. If it was not her doing, then why should she bear the blame? This was a double loss for her. Connecting the dots to the money, her previously buoyant mood soured. She thumped her chest, declaring, "Hey, it's just a matter of catching a petty thief. There's no need for you to intervene. Leave it to me. I, Fire Falcon, possess some genuine skills." She nearly let slip her intentions, quickly masking it with a cough. Her fists clenched confidently. Victory was within her grasp. As a cadre of the Fire Rock team, her combat prowess should not be underestimated. Even though her ace, the Ninetales, could not openly battle at this moment, the spare Pokeballs hanging at her waist were sufficient for her to handle a so-called petty thief with confidence. It was high time to stretch her muscles. Meanwhile, Junsha was adjusting her earpiece when she overheard Fire Falcon's grand declarations, and she turned with a beaming smile. "That is wonderful. You're finally back to your spirited self. She also cast a look of admiration toward Lin Chi, picking up where Fire Falcon left off. She corrected her in a light-hearted tone. However, you've made a slight error. It's not just him, it's them. Them. Fire Falcon's bold expression froze. An ominous premonition crawled up her spine. Furthermore, why did this route feel increasingly familiar? Wait, what do you mean by them? While checking her equipment and pokeballs, Junsha answered matter-of-factly, of course, I'm referring to that band of thieves. Through meticulous investigation, I've discovered they operate as a group, quite cunningly. But who am I? With just a little effort, I can easily unearth their hideout. It's located in the abandoned warehouse, number 69. Fire Falcon. Wasn't he that precisely where her subordinates were set to conduct a transaction today? So the gullible client, whom her subordinates had mocked for being rich yet foolish, was none other than the naive Junsha before her. The smile evaporated from Fire Falcon's face. Yet, smiles are like work. They can only be redirected, not extinguished. Fire Falcon, Lin Chi solemnly placed a hand on her shoulder. Since you have so eagerly volunteered, today, you shall lead the charge. Chapter 75, already broken. Fire Falcon. Lead the charge? Against her own subordinates? She stared rigidly at Lin Chi. Do you really think this is appropriate? Well, you and that thief do share a long-standing entanglement. Junsha number 2 interjected, extending her fist, sealing Fire Falcon's fate. So let us settle this once and for all. Indeed, it made sense. This task was undeniably hers. The other Junsha echoed their agreement, their gazes fixed intently upon Fire Falcon, feeling thoroughly grilled under scrutiny. Fire Falcon felt her throat dry up. Her lips trembled slightly. Settle? Settle what? My career in the Fire Rock team? However, the collective gaze of her peers left her no room for refusal. Then, I suppose Fire Falcon gritted her teeth and begrudgingly uttered the 3 words. That sounds splendid. The crowd, interpreting her expression as genuine enthusiasm, nodded and smiled kindly at her. Since it's so delightful, Fire Falcon, Lin Chi tilted his head, feigning concern. Why aren't you smiling? Is it too moving? As the collective gaze converged upon her once more, Fire Falcon trembled, feeling her blood run cold. How could a human, with a temperature of 36.5 degrees, utter such frigid words? Her lips contorted into a stiff upward curl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her facial muscles twitching unnaturally. There was no warmth in that smile, only a profound anguish, twisted despair. Her heart bled, yet she forced a smile, squeezing out a few short, dry syllables from her throat. Ha ha ha. Observing Fire Falcon's seemingly broken smile, Lin Chi savored the moment with satisfaction. The struggle, the humiliation, yet the obligation to comply. How gratifying it was. Sensing Lin Chi's malevolent delight, the Yveltal within its pokeball also reveled in the satisfaction. Born of evil, devoid of moral compass. How gratifying it was. Yet, a cadre is still a cadre. Rising to the upper echelons of the Fire Rock team, Fire Falcon possessed an extraordinary psychological fortitude. Despite the searing pain that nearly suffocated her, a fierce will to survive and a sense of responsibility propelled her to think rapidly. She endeavored to unearth a glimmer of hope amid the abyss of despair. In essence, though her body was sensitive, her threshold for enduring emotional pain was remarkably high. She was well suited for the game of words. Indeed, Huyen inhaled deeply, striving to render her voice tranquil and unperturbed, as if merely posing a casual inquiry. At what hour shall we commence our operation? While speaking, she instinctively reached for the communicator nestled within her pocket. She required an excuse, a fleeting opportunity for action. Even if it was merely a pretense to check the time, with her 2 decades of solitary experience, she could swiftly dispatch a warning message to her subordinates. We have approximately 10 minutes until the agreed time, responded Junsha, casting a nonchalant glance at her wristwatch. Huyan's fingers deftly swiped across the communicator's screen, only for the glaring message at the top to read. No signal. Her heart plummeted, and her fingertips instinctively pressed down, giving the communicator a subtle shake, as if that might coax forth a modicum of signal. Yet, the screen stubbornly displayed nothing but the desolate void. Is there truly no signal? Junsha observed her small gesture with a hint of self-satisfaction. This time, I was thoroughly prepared. She proudly patted a nondescript black metal box beside her. Clang. The latest model of exam signal jammer produced by Duin Corporation, with a coverage radius of 500 meters. I ordered it on an expedited basis last night. This time, they shall have no chance of return. Huyen felt as if a lump of old blood had lodged in her throat, her vision dimming. No. Why must your mind conjure so many thoughts at this very moment? You were never this clever when we were partners. Stay calm, Huyen. You must maintain your composure. Now is not the time for criticism. Think, you must think. She forcibly steeled herself. If cunning was not an option, then it appeared she would have to confront them head-on. In terms of numbers, she still held the advantage, if a betrayal were to occur on the spot. She surveyed her surroundings, rapidly assessing Junsha's combat capabilities. To her astonishment, each individual possessed a wind speed dog. Watching Junsha release her Pokémon, Huayan was taken aback, her heart sinking anew. We cannot win. Absolutely not. After all, as the most proficient violent organization within the Alliance, the Junsha clan secured their position not through nepotism, but through sheer, undeniable strength that eclipsed all competitors. They might lack intellectual acuity and investigative prowess. Yet in terms of operational agility and combat readiness, they had all received training in the Kanto region. Simply put, they may falter in battles, but they excel in skirmishes, particularly in brawls. They disregarded the fundamental principles of Pokémon battles, opting instead for direct confrontation. Not to mention, their team also included Lin Shi, who was present. Even with her division's highest combat strength, it seemed unlikely that they would gain any advantage. After completing her analysis, Hua Yin gazed upward in despair. Their headquarters had been annihilated. Now, their temporary stronghold was on the verge of collapse. Was this truly fate's decree for the Daiyin Chuan Mountain Division? This is the spot, Junsha whispered, her keen eyes scanning the area ahead to confirm their location. The group silently halted within the shadow cast by a nearby building. Mere meters from the target warehouse. It matters not. Let it be destroyed. Yin had resigned herself to her fate. She lifted her weary eyelids, her long lashes concealing eyes that had lost their luster. She instinctively raised her arm. Actually, She attempted to speak, her voice dry and hoarse, imbued with a weary acceptance. This place. As her gaze finally sharpened, and she discerned the dimly outlined so-called target warehouse beneath the moonlight, her entire being froze in shock. Alpaca preserve us. This is not their temporary stronghold. A surge of absurdity and dread washed over her. She inhaled sharply, the frigid night air filling her lungs, momentarily clarifying her chaotic thoughts. It made sense. Her subordinates were not foolish enough to conduct illegal transactions right at their doorstep. She had allowed her concern to cloud her judgment, completely dazed. Although this abandoned warehouse was indeed in close proximity to their true, secret hideout, it was ultimately not the same location. This signified that their Daiyin Chuan Mountain Division was at least spared from total annihilation. However, the cost was that the goods she had painstakingly acquired over the past period were nearly all gone. A profound sense of loss surged within her. Yet, Huayan swiftly employed her leadership skills, internally berating herself. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. As long as we are still alive, and I can successfully acquire the enticing bounty from Team Aqua, our Daiyin Chuan Mountain Division can once again achieve greatness. However, this incident served as a stark warning. The nights are long and dreams are many. It seems my operation against Team Aqua must be expedited immediately. What are you? Lin Shi inquired, having sensed that Huayan's expression had been quite vivid moments ago. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to read facial expressions and thus missed out on much of the amusement. Huayan's mind raced, and she confidently declared, I simply cannot abide these criminals who disrupt the social order of Arcana City. Junsha and the others nodded in agreement, accompanied by their wind speed dogs. They silently fanned out in a crescent formation, effectively sealing off several entrances to the warehouse. The inclusion of wind speed dogs as Junsha's standard companions was no coincidence. Intimidation. Individual intimidation might be inconsequential, but a quantitative shift can lead to a qualitative change. A pack of wind speed dogs could render even the mightiest opponent momentarily daunted. Moreover, intimidation was not limited to Pokémon. Trainers would also feel its effects. In Pokémon battles, rather, in combat, victory could often be determined in an instant. The unremarkable Junsha took a deep breath, her fingers poised on the tactical earpiece, just as she was about to issue the command for action. Huayan's figure surged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. She drew forth a pokeball, intent on rushing into the fray before all of Junsha could react. With her eyes, her presence, and every possible means, she warned those unfortunate souls, silence. Chapter 76. I'll snatch your hood off. Speaking of this job, do you think the boss lady will reward us with a bonus after we complete it? As they gathered the jewels, Huayan's underling stroked his chin, striving to strike an appealing pose. After all, they were dealing with a significant client. They were also a large organization and could not afford to lose face. They needed to exhibit core competitiveness. This psychological experience certainly had to be fulfilling. I believe that is a certainty. Another chimed in, somewhat compulsively sorting the gems by color. We have cleared out everything the boss lady worked so hard to obtain. Did you not notice that the boss lady has been looking sour these past few days because of this matter? He whispered, attempting to alleviate her worries. I am certain she will grant us a substantial reward. How delightful. It will not be in vain for me to have wasted so many posts. Remarked a figure leaning against the wall, an earnest expression dawning on his weary face, a glimmer of hope illuminating his smile. He counted on his fingers. If we just exert a little more effort, perhaps I can finally repay my 50,000 loan this year. Before he could finish his sentence, a muffled sound erupted. Bang! The warehouse door was violently kicked open, a display of temper that startled the onlookers. Instinctively, several individuals reached for the pokeballs hanging at their waists, ready to throw them at a moment's notice. Yet, just as their fingers brushed against the spheres, they froze upon recognizing the familiar silhouette standing in the doorway. Backlit, and emanating an aura of chilling authority. What a bunch of fools. How did you lot even manage to get into a museum? Firehawk's lips twitched in irritation. In a flash, a shadow darted past her. A swallow burst forth from its pokeball, swiftly delivering a decisive blow to each of the intruders. The one responsible for contacting the seller received particularly harsh treatment. The resounding slaps echoed painfully, leaving their heads buzzing and forcing any further retorts back down their throats. The grunts of Team Magma clutched their rapidly swelling cheeks, too intimidated to utter a sound. What on earth is happening? They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide in silent communication. Why is she in such a foul mood today? Is it that time of the month? No, wait. I thought it was usually around the 20th? Before their muddled thoughts could coalesce into clarity, the second in command, Junsha, reacted first. What are you waiting for? Attack. Charge. Let them witness the power of righteous justice. The Junsha, long deprived of action, sprang into exhilaration under her command. Swiftly, a horde of Manectric surged through every entrance of the warehouse, doors, vents, and even through the broken windows above, encircling the central group in an instant. They bared their sharp teeth, growling threateningly, their hot breath raising the temperature within the warehouse. We've been ambushed. They're the cops. Coughing, Firehawk cleared her throat in front of Junsha. Surrender now. All your sins will be brought to justice. The group instinctively turned to the resolute Firehawk standing at the door, their expressions a mixture of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Wait, aren't you one of us? What are you doing with them? They exchanged glances, incredulous. Is this a case of a double agent gone too far? Are they really going to turn on us for a reward? All right, fine. If you have no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. They shouted, their knees buckling as they expertly prepared to perform a rapid slide into submission. Resistance? A joke, considering the overwhelming numbers against them. We yield. I confess. Everyone else isn't on it. Just as they were about to renounce their allegiance, a voice thundered in their minds. Silence. No matter what happens, do not speak a word. With the help of a Ninetales from her Pokeball, Firehawk swiftly curtailed their pragmatic actions. The organization will not shortchange you. Your bonuses this year will triple. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, she hastily added, and distributed in advance. Bonuses? Triple? Distributed in advance. Their resolve stiffened. It had merely been a momentary lapse. The sheer presence of the Manectric had momentarily shaken them. They, the stalwart members of Team Magma, would never bow to anyone. The triple bonus was insignificant. The advance distribution mattered little. It was not about the money. They simply could not bring themselves to kneel, their loyalty to Team Magma unwavering. Loyalty, that is what it's about. For Groudon, long live Team Magma. They unleashed their Pokeballs, charging into battle against the Manectric with fervor. Even if it were a horde of Manectric, they would stand their ground. In an instant, the previously defiant members of Team Magma found themselves subdued. Pressed to the ground beneath the weight of the Manectric, their Pokémon rendered unconscious alongside them. After all, trainers with consciousness would always seek to create chaos. Each Junsha had undergone rigorous training, the core of which focused on swiftly incapacitating criminals. The esteemed Elite Four had personally lectured them on this. Who would have thought that Team Magma was the one committing the crime? As the last of the Team Magma members was cuffed, the warehouse echoed with the triumphant reports of the Junsha. All targets subdued. Stolen goods confiscated. Firehawk stood to the side, slightly out of breath. Her complexion pale under the dim lighting, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. It wasn't fatigue, it was fear. Thankfully, her quick thinking had spared her from the same fate. Had she been even a moment slower, she too might have found herself pinned to the ground. Though the promise of triple bonuses stung her, she reasoned that debt was not a concern. More mouths to feed would not bite. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. Now that they were destined to tighten their belts, this extra sum wouldn't be a burden. A Garchomp, a Metong, a Shuckle. Several Junsha crouched beside the incapacitated Pokémon, inspecting their injuries while marveling at the wealth of Team Magma. They really are affluent, aren't they? One remarked. Who would have thought? They not only possess a legendary Pokémon, but also have the audacity to raise a Metong, known for its costly evolution process. While others need only one legendary, we noble steel types require a full quartet. Bravo! Astonishing! Junsha too exclaimed, joyously approaching Firehawk and clapping her shoulder. This operation was a resounding success. We dismantled a major theft ring. You and Linshi are to be commended for your outstanding contributions. I'll report this immediately and ensure you both receive recognition. Her excitement grew as a brilliant idea struck her. She eagerly rummaged through her multifunctional utility belt for a professional recording device. Come, she urged, pulling Firehawk and Linshi into the frame for a photograph. Capturing this moment of glory, Firehawk instinctively attempted to shy away, but was caught in Junsha's enthusiastic embrace. Click! The image was frozen in time. Satisfied, Junsha too retrieved the device, glancing down at the screen. Ah, excellent. Full of spirit. Tonight, I'll enhance my beauty with some editing software and send this to the press. A perfect promotional photo is born. She envisioned the bold headline for the next day's headlines in Hoenn. The daring Junsha and her team strike down Team Magma with thunderous might. Junsha, the rising star of law enforcement. Awaiting news from the shipyard, she decided to take a selfie with the red falcon Linshi, so that the fiery pine and the water phoenix tree would be aware. Do not underestimate our Junsha. Should anyone dare to extend their hand into our Kaina city, I shall rip off their headgear. Chapter 77. Everything is a conspiracy of the Alliance. Ah, these individuals truly possess a stubborn resolve. Yawning within the police station, Junsha stretched languidly, her eyes revealing evident dark circles, as she engaged in discussion with several weary colleagues about the members of the Fire Rock team apprehended the previous day. We interrogated those captured for the better part of the night, yet each one proved to be as tight-lipped as a clam, revealing not a shred of information. I cannot fathom what sort of potion the Fire Rock team has fed them to instill such unwavering loyalty. Linshi, who had arrived early to mock the Fire Goose, was momentarily taken aback by these words. When did the Fire Rock team become so resilient? Are inducements, deception, and accusations ineffective? The other Junsha exchanged bewildered glances, their faces mirroring confusion. What is that? Our instructors in the East did not teach us this. Observing their innocent expressions, Linshi felt an ominous premonition. He cautiously inquired, "Pardon me for asking, but how do you typically interrogate suspects?" "Ah, you mean that?" The previously fatigued and perplexed Junsha suddenly seemed to spring to life. As if a switch had been flipped, they excitedly chimed in. "First, we give them a good beating during the arrest. Let them know who holds the power." "Indeed," another enthusiastically affirmed, nodding vigorously. "Then we confine them in a detention room. Allow them to reflect on their mistakes." Linshi's temples throbbed as he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He instinctively rubbed his forehead. "And if they refuse to confess, and you lack sufficient evidence to prosecute, must you then release them?" "I know that. I know." One of them eagerly raised her hand, nearly leaping from her seat, her face alight with the thrill of being asked a question she could answer. With swift motions, she snatched her police uniform jacket from the back of a chair, awkwardly draping it over her shoulders like a cape, mimicking the tone of their instructor. "If they behave and do not commit crimes, that is well and good." She adopted a haughty expression, echoing their instructor's demeanor. "After all, I am not a demon." But should they dare to commit crimes again? Her expression hardened instantly. Yet combined with her endearing demeanor, she resembled a kitten puffing out its cheeks. Clenching her right fist, she forcefully struck her left palm, producing a sharp sound. "Then we strike. For every offense, we strike again, until they are too frightened to offend once more." "Linshi, what on earth?" "They do. It appears that this is all you're doing. How could you teach them such heavy-handed tactics while neglecting to impart any wisdom? No wonder the case resolution rate appears so dismal, yet public safety in each city remains commendable. Commit a crime? Capture them. Deliver a beating, confine them. Reoffend? Capture them again, beat them more severely, and confine them once more. It becomes an endless cycle. Even the most hardened villains cannot withstand such relentless reconditioning." Linshi silently lit a candle in his heart for the members of the rocket team, who were far removed from this cultural epicenter. The murmurs of the group were not loud, but they reached the ears of the Fire Goose, who was shrinking into the corner. Typically, upon hearing her subordinates' unwavering loyalty, one would feel relieved and exhale deeply. Yet now, the Fire Goose's expression was one of desolation. Her gaze vacantly fixed on a non-existent point on the ceiling. Her lips slightly parted, as if she had exhausted all strength to maintain her composure. The reason was simple, and it was also the cause of Lin Qi's hasty arrival at the scene. The communicator was broadcasting the headlines from the Hoenn region. Junsha and enthusiastic citizens joined forces, delivering a devastating blow to the Fire Rock team's criminal network. With photo, the enthusiastic citizen featured in the attached image was none other than herself, forcing a smile and flashing a peace sign, while the background depicted several of her fallen subordinates. Now, the entirety of Hoenn was aware of her triumph over the Fire Rock team. Finally recalling the matter at hand, Lin Qi leaned in. "Ah, I see you've noticed. Enthusiastic citizen number 2? The fire goose raised her head to meet Lin Qi's gaze, her lips trembling as if she wished to voice something. However, Lin Qi did not afford her the opportunity, continuing, "Nevertheless, the headline is rather official. I would recommend you read other media sources." With deft fingers, he swiped across the screen, pulling up another page. Like this one, Detective Red Falcon achieves great feat. Thunderous strike dismantles major theft operation. It is quite impressive. It even featured her usual photographs, which garnered considerable views. The fire goose's eyes were vacant. She remained preoccupied with the encrypted call she had received earlier from the fiery pine. The voice on the line revealed no discernible emotion, repeatedly emphasizing the organization's faith in her loyalty, insisting that this incident would not impact the larger scheme, and that she remained a crucial member of their cadre. Yet, between the lines, there was an unmistakable probing of her resolve. She even believed she could faintly hear the sounds of the headquarters rummaging through boxes in the background, perhaps preparing for relocation. Naturally, if such an event occurred, her instinct would also be to relocate. To prove her innocence, she had no choice but to rely on the water fleet. Before the fire goose could fully grasp her thoughts, the office door was suddenly flung open with considerable force. In rushed the seemingly unremarkable Junsha number 2. Her face flushed with fury. "I'm livid. Absolutely livid." Junsha Li slammed her communicator onto the nearest desk with a thud, then gulped down an unknown cup of coffee in one go. "Oh, is that not our esteemed Junsha? Featured in the headlines, yet you are still fuming? Who has provoked you?" Those accustomed to confrontations understood that the thrill lay in receiving positive feedback from your adversary with each exchange. The more intense the response, the more impressive your skills in confrontation, though one must not dismiss the possibility of facing an experienced actor. Upon encountering such a situation, one must exercise discernment. Conversely, facing someone like the fire goose, who displayed no reaction at all, was utterly unengaging, prompting Lin Qi to swiftly shift his focus. "What am I, a contributor?" Junsha retorted, pointing accusatorily at the report, her voice tinged with indignation. "Lin Qi, take a closer look. Look again. Is that me?" She indicated the accompanying identification photo of Junsha. Lin Qi, taken aback by her fervor, leaned back slightly, squinting at the screen as he examined the standard identification photo. Uniform, short hair, stern expression. "Well, yes," he mumbled in response. To him, all Junsha seemed quite alike. "Even you say so, but that's not me at all," exclaimed Junsha number 2. They merely slapped a random ID photo of Junsha onto this. She produced another ID photo, declaring, "This is the real me." As Lin Qi took the photo, his gaze shifted back and forth between the two images, pondering their differences in silence. He was baffled. What was the distinction between these two photographs? "And are you certain this is you?" Lin Qi flipped the photo over, pointing at the name inscribed on the back, which read Marie Junsha. "Huh." Junsha was taken aback, leaning closer to read the name, her expression turning frantic. "I must have grabbed the wrong one. Regardless, I absolutely must have them switch the photo and add my name." She grasped her communicator and turned to dash out, seeking retribution from the media. In truth, adding your name is your true scheme. Lin Qi discerned everything. After all, beyond the superficial differences in appearance, their only distinction lay in their names. Just as she reached the door, it seemed she remembered something, halting abruptly. "Oh, I nearly forgot the main matter. The bonus approved above has already been transferred directly to your accounts. Don't forget to check." Without waiting for a response, she rushed out in a flurry. Lin Qi, however, was unperturbed. With the backing of a dojo master, he was hardly in want of money. The true value of last night's operation had been his simulation count, which had increased by 1. Yveltal had also leveled up to LV41. Yet, he couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Yveltal feasting upon evil and drawing strength from it. Could the petty thievery of Team Magma truly be classified as evil? Such a standard seemed rather lowly. The inhabitants of the Kalos region appeared to have never encountered anything truly refined. If a genuine villain were to acquire it, would it not be able to ascend to the heavens with a mere step? Sigh. Lin Qi let out a sigh. It was simply a pity. A Pokémon like Yveltal, which thrived on malevolence, was ill-suited for someone as principled and upright as himself. Unlike Lin Qi, who had little interest in monetary matters. Upon hearing about the bonus, the previously despondent Hua Yin found herself moving instinctively. She reached for her communicator and skillfully checked her account. The screen illuminated, displaying a cascade of numbers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. Hua Yin felt a spark of vitality return. 10,000. She sat upright. 100,000. Hua Yin stood at attention. Such a sum. She had not anticipated that their small group was worth so much. If this were the standard, then the total value of all members in her Chimney Mountain division would amount to an astronomical figure. Crack. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to her own face. This sudden action startled Lin Qi, who had been deep in thought nearby. Instinctively, he distanced himself from Hua Yin. It was wise to be cautious around someone who dared to strike themselves. With that single blow, Hua Yin regained her senses. What was I just thinking? Those are my subordinates. I have painstakingly nurtured them, yet they are more trouble than they are worth. How could I think of abandoning them for money? Despicable. I cannot dwell on this any longer. The Alliance. Yes, everything is the Alliance's conspiracy. Hua Yin resolved firmly. Today? No. In a moment, I will contact the undercover agent within Team Aqua. I must have him commence action tonight. I cannot delay. If I do, I fear I will succumb to temptation. Chapter 78. The path to redemption lies within. Within the shipyard of Cana City, the sound of clanging metal reverberated. Beneath the massive steel structures, members of Team Aqua, clad in matching uniforms, were fervently laboring. Humans and Pokémon alike were drenched in sweat, as the air was thick with the mingled scents of oil and perspiration. Thanks to Team Aqua's relentless efforts, the construction of the submariner was progressing at an astonishing pace. The enormous black frame had already taken shape, with only the filling of various internal modules and the meticulous installation concerning future navigational comfort remaining. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, a robust and agile member of Team Aqua was intently tightening screws. Yet, suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if someone had pressed a remote control. He hastily pressed a hand against his groin, trying to gauge the sensation. The frequency and intensity must be Hua Yan's signature signal. Why would she contact him at this moment? It must be urgent. Suppressing the tumult of emotions rising within, he maintained a calm facade. Though the rhythm of his screw tightening quickened, out of the corner of his eye, he scanned his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to briefly evade the gaze of his companions. As his gaze swept across the area, he found his fellow workers engrossed in their tasks, none distracted. Only a short distance away, a newcomer, assigned to assist the Swiftwind dog, always appearing clumsy, was traversing the space. He was carrying a delicate component, preparing to navigate through a cluttered area. Apologizing silently to the Swiftwind dog, he discreetly flicked his wrist at an inconspicuous angle, launching a small object that sailed silently through the air, landing precisely a few steps ahead of the Swiftwind dog. The alert Swiftwind dog's ears perked up, instinctively drawn to the sudden appearance of the object. After a single glance, it could not tear its eyes away. It was food, high-quality food, unable to endure the bland diet it had been enduring, resulting in a visibly thinner physique. The Swiftwind dog's hunger instincts overwhelmed all commands. With a burst of speed, it disregarded Junsha and dashed forward. With a triumphant grin, the member of Team Aqua thought, "Go ahead, indulge. I've observed that this poor Swiftwind dog hasn't had a proper meal in days. Its stomach visibly hollowed out. This was meant for my own septile. But how fortuitous for you." Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from Sherlock, who had been leaning against the Swiftwind dog, momentarily distracted. The precious component he was handling flew from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto a nearby metal support and rolling to the ground. "Oh no," Sherlock exclaimed. The noise in the entire area seemed to momentarily pause, with all eyes converging on the scene. "Sherlock, how is it always you?" Izumi's face was ashen as she hurried over, crouching to quickly inspect the equipment. Upon seeing the noticeable dent and the extinguished indicator light, her heart sank. Confirming the irreparable damage, she stood up expressionless. Without a shred of mercy, she kicked the still prostrate Sherlock. "It's bad enough you can't screw in a bolt, but you can't even handle moving a component. This must be the third time today, isn't it?" Beside him, a mere lackey of the water fleet set down his welding gun and murmured to his companion, "I can't help but suspect that Sherlock is doing this on purpose." The others also paused their work to engage in discussions. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Sherlock winced, grasping his aching backside, attempting to struggle to his feet. "Put your hands down. Who gave you permission to move?" Upon hearing Izumi's words, Sherlock's body stiffened, resigning himself as he released his grip. Her eyes glistened with humiliation. and unbidden tears, like tiny pearls, began to fall. Be gentle, he thought, reflecting on the immense sacrifices he had made for this undercover mission. He watched as the dark-skinned beauty, their superior, relentlessly punished him with her foot. Someone couldn't help but drool in envy. Why reward him? In the midst of this chaos, as everyone's attention was diverted, Ashen swiftly slipped away, silently retreating into a relatively secluded makeshift compartment piled high with tools and debris. He shut the door behind him, muffling most of the noise, and immediately retrieved his vibrating communicator. Lord Firegoose, he whispered, lowering his voice. Ashen, what is the situation? Firegoose's voice crackled through the device. 80% completed. Izumi is keeping a close watch. It's pressuring, but not impossible to finish within 3 days. Ashen reported quickly and clearly. We can't wait any longer. Firegoose's voice was resolute. The plan is moving forward. Seek an opportunity. I want the water fleet annihilated tonight. Ashen's heart raced. Despite his prior preparations, the suddenness of the command left him slightly panicked. My lord, isn't this a bit too radical? He instinctively attempted to persuade. But Firegoose remained unyielding. The Wealth Gathering Spirit Bank reminds you that your account has received a deposit today, 100,000 Alliance coins. Please check. Ashen straightened and promptly changed his tune. I know others might say otherwise, but I am different. I, Ashen, will only obey. I will follow your orders, my lord. On the other end of the line, Firegoose glanced at the fresh deposit in her account, her heart aching. Yet, thinking of the forthcoming bounty from the water fleet, she forcibly suppressed the pang of loss, repeating silently in her mind, this is a necessary sacrifice. Everything for a greater good. Very well, Firegoose's voice regained its calm. I will meet you outside tonight. After the operation, we will retreat as planned. Yes. The call ended, and the communicator's screen dimmed. Ashen took a deep breath, steadying his turbulent emotions. Confirming that the chaos outside still centered around Sherlock, he silently rejoined the bustling shipyard environment, as if he had never left. Ugh. It was clearly Windspeed Dog's fault. Still being stubborn? Blaming your Pokémon now? Izumi's frustration escalated upon hearing her defense. Yet, gazing at Sherlock, who resembled a helpless mudslide, she disdainfully kicked him again. How delightful. The envious voice resurfaced, laden with infatuated fantasies. I wish to be rewarded by Lady Izumi with such disdain. The nearby water fleet members discreetly shifted a few steps away, creating a noticeable distance, their eyes filled with contempt. Wasn't it you who just said you envied that? You know, with all the exercise she gets daily, and those boots she wears, she must sweat quite a bit. Plus, with so little time to rest, she probably doesn't have the chance to wash her feet or change her boots every day. I bet they smell awful when she takes them off. It must be quite a scene. So foul. I wonder who controls those feet. Get up. You might as well go and complete the requisition for supplies and the necessary documents for the next few days. Izumi pointed to a nearby table, where piles of forms were precariously stacked, almost toppling over, all under the watchful eye of her 2 assistants. She had just calculated that if Sherlock didn't hinder them, the water fleet's efficiency could improve by at least 10%. Sherlock, pouting in grievance, dragged his feet towards the mountain of documents. The spot where he had been kicked still throbbed, making his gait awkward. What are you all staring at? Have you finished your work? Hurry up. Aim to complete everything in 3 days. Her authoritative presence silenced the others, who dispersed quickly, the clattering of work resuming, drowning out the previous chaos. Sherlock rubbed his still sore backside, biting his lip as he resignedly began to fill out the towering stack of paperwork. He shot an annoyed glance at Windspeed Dog, who had crept over with drooping ears and a guilty expression. Windspeed Dog looked a bit embarrassed and reluctantly bit off half of the tasty treat in his mouth, offering the other half to Junsha. Sherlock wrinkled her nose as she caught the rich aroma of a blend of fruit and high-quality meat wafting into her nostrils. What a luxury. With this small amount, it must have cost quite a bit, she thought, but without further deliberation, she shoved the expensive offering back to Windspeed Dog, who was gazing at her with glistening eyes, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Where did you get this? Sherlock asked, eyeing her troublesome companion suspiciously. A woof? Windspeed Dog swallowed the delectable morsel with satisfaction, squinting his eyes. I found it. Sherlock, ignoring her silly dog, began to fill out the applications and other necessary documents. The 2 assistants, clearly harboring discontent towards Izumi, had already come to nudge her several times under the guise of casualness. Ultimately, these documents required Director Kusanoki's signature. The water fleet didn't care whether these procedures were compliant. Their sole aim was to seize the nearly completed submarine, and once they had it, they could disregard any formalities. But Sherlock was different. She fixed her gaze on the stacked cardboard file boxes before her, a brilliant idea flashing through her mind. Clever as she was, if she wrote the crucial intelligence about the Waterfleet's plan to seize the submarine on a small note and cleverly placed it atop the box designated for delivery, she could wait for the two assistants to casually take the documents while delivering meals. In the end, this gift would seamlessly reach Director Kusanoki's hands. This was her path to redemption. After a series of antics, Ashen resumed his task of fastening screws. He had devised a plan for tonight's operation, his eyes firmly fixed on the highest building in the shipyard. From there, the view was expansive, overseeing the entire shipyard, the command center of the director. Alone, he couldn't take down everyone, so he needed to convey false information to lure Junsha into action. As long as he falsely claimed that the water fleet was preparing to strike tonight, Kusanoki would undoubtedly be unable to remain still. After all, the framework and power structure were complete. It was entirely operational. If it weren't for the water fleet being too impoverished to afford further installations, they would have already taken it away. How should one convey this? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Sherlock, who was diligently filling out an application. If memory serves him right, this document required Kusanoji's signature, did it not? Chapter 79. A tired heart. If one were to say that irritating the windspeed dog was somewhat difficult for him, it was only because the canine had recently assisted him in transporting heavy equipment. But to vex Sherlock? This Sherlock, who occasionally increased their workload. He had no qualms about it whatsoever. An hour later, Sherlock Kunsa let out a heavy sigh, one so profound it felt as though it could penetrate the floor. Her gaze swept over the immovable mountain of paperwork before her. She had to admit that her earlier ambitions had indeed been rather grandiose. Reality was unforgiving. An entire hour had passed. She had written a little, then idly petted the dog, engaged in some light-hearted banter, and listened to Izumi admonishing some unfortunate soul, only to find that, despite her earnest efforts, the towering pile of documents remained unchanged. She was baffled. In the police station of Zijing City, those documents would vanish in an instant, as if by magic. Faced with the overwhelming workload, Sherlock's innate self-awareness kicked into high gear. There was no need to panic. Action could commence today. After all, the path to redemption was strewn with thorns and could not be cleared in an instant. As for Izumi's comment about not being able to eat until the work was finished by noon, absurd. She was no longer a schoolgirl. She had once thrived under the pressure of 4 teachers in Kanto. She would eat. She would shamelessly indulge, and if Izumi chided her, so be it. After all, she had been reprimanded by Izumi more times than she could count and had grown accustomed to it. Sherlock Kunsa might not excel in many areas, but her adaptability was unparalleled. With that thought, a wave of immense relief washed over her. Under the watchful and skeptical gaze of Ashes, she tossed aside her pen. Let the work wait. The matters of after dinner could be addressed then. Just then, the dock's large doors swung open, and 2 assistants of the curator entered. Pushing a food cart laden with provisions, their faces adorned with feigned smiles. Unbeknownst to them, mealtime had arrived. The lunchboxes were distributed in succession. Before long, the 2 assistants had zeroed in on their target, Izumi, who was leaning against the ship, impatiently devouring her meal. Ah, the head supervisor, busy all morning. You must be exhausted, one assistant remarked, his face plastered with a smile as he eagerly offered her a glass of water. What is it? Izumi barely lifted her eyes, not even reaching for the offered glass, instead mumbling a question through a mouthful of food, her tone laced with irritation at the interruption. The other assistant bristled at her attitude. What kind of demeanor is this? What do you think you're doing? Just as he was about to engage in a lengthy argument, his companion swiftly grabbed his sleeve, forcefully restraining him. A warning glance passed between them, laden with caution. This lady was a treasured figure in the curator's eyes, and they had been explicitly instructed to fulfill her desires unconditionally, lest they invoke her wrath. The head supervisor is truly decisive. We could use more talents like you in our shipyard, he said without a hint of embarrassment, drinking the water himself, and then adding, we just wanted to inquire how the document organization is progressing. The curator has been pressing for updates for several days now, and we are caught in a difficult position. It was then that Izumi remembered she had entrusted this task to Sherlock. Yet, glancing at the desk, the documents were still piled high. But Sherlock was nowhere to be found. Where was Sherlock? The crowd quickly parted, fearful of incurring her displeasure. As they did, they discovered Sherlock had stealthily slipped into a corner, her cheeks stuffed and savoring her meal. You, Izumi furrowed her brows. Her stern inquiry barely beginning when Sherlock seemed to have been fast-forwarded, abruptly burying her head back into her lunchbox, devouring the remaining food with alarming speed. Report, she exclaimed, wiping her mouth and rubbing her belly before proudly declaring, I haven't finished. Her expression and tone suggested she was not confessing to a failing, but rather announcing a remarkable achievement. Izumi and the two assistants fell silent, momentarily choked by her brazen declaration of negligence. Well, your subordinate certainly possesses a unique character, one assistant remarked, though internally he was already contemplating how to adjust Sherlock's wages for the day. Izumi opened her mouth to reprimand her, but looking at Sherlock's unabashed demeanor, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. She ultimately refrained from voicing her discontent. The weight of leadership felt exhausting. She longed for retirement. Managing Sherlock alone felt more burdensome than overseeing a dozen others combined. After observing quietly for quite some time, Ashes finally seized his opportunity. He stepped forward, his voice steady as he addressed Izumi. Lady Izumi, I see that Sherlock is indeed overwhelmed. Perhaps I could assist in organizing the documents? With additional hands, we could expedite the process. To claim that one person could manage alone was a blatant falsehood. He had keenly observed that, throughout the morning, genuine work time hardly exceeded 5 minutes, 4 of which had been spent attempting to open the document box. He had never encountered such a lack of self-discipline in his life. If it weren't for the necessity of a flawless operation tonight, he would rather wrestle a raging dragon than be associated with this master of procrastination. However, at this moment, participating in the document organization was the only viable means to ensure the smooth relay of information today. Noticing that the assistants were still watching them closely, Izumi felt an urgency to resolve this predicament. Better to avoid complications. With a weary wave of her hand, she signaled for Ashes and Sherlock to promptly tackle that infernal pile of paperwork. Seeing Ashes volunteer to help, Sherlock was instantly moved to tears. She had never anticipated encountering such a gallant and altruistic soul in a place as cutthroat and perilous as the Water Fleet. With that in mind, she resolved to reciprocate the kindness. She heartily patted Ashes on the shoulder, solemnly declaring, "Good brother, what a generous soul you are. Rest assured, I, Sherlock, will look out for you. Once this ordeal is over, I will definitely arrange a single room for you." Given the social clout of her wind speed dog at Kanto School, she could easily secure a private cell for him. Ashes was taken aback, completely bewildered by her erratic reasoning and strange promises. "Thank you, but let us focus on the task at hand." Sherlock's spirits soared instantly. She clenched her fists. It was time to launch a full-scale effort. For hours later, the waning rays of the setting sun filtered through the high windows of the workshop, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Sherlock finally set down her pen, exaggeratedly stretching her arms, her joints emitting a series of soft cracks. She wiped away the non-existent sweat from her brow, her face radiating a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a grand achievement, exclaiming, "Ah, what a thoroughly invigorating endeavor this has been." Beside her, Ashes, pale-faced and with hollow eyes, was too exhausted to utter another word, merely yearning for a place to recline. For hours, a full 4 hours, a veritable hellish 4 hours, this insipid creature before her, aside from the initial spreadsheet she had filled out herself, had left the remainder of the mountain of documents entirely to him. All completed by him, and her so-called assistants consisted merely of rummaging through files, creating more chaos, and interrupting his train of thought with a plethora of bizarre excuses for idle chatter. Even that speedster Pokémon's contribution had surpassed hers. At least it knew how to fetch the necessary documents for itself. Ashes numbly retrieved a somewhat scarce high-grade energy cube, casually passing it to the speedster Pokémon beside him. After all, he was flush with funds now. A few coins here, and there were hardly a concern. A woo? The speedster Pokémon sniffed the air. This scent. Precisely. Just the right aroma. It savored the flavor. Casting a glance at Ashes, it quickly devoured half of the energy cube and then cautiously nudged the remaining half to its paws, saving it for later enjoyment. Ashes felt a pang of sorrow. The very thing his Pokémon was on the verge of tiring of, it still chose to save half for later. Enduring such a master must indeed be arduous. If things don't go well, perhaps after the operation, he could inquire with Lord Firewing about requesting a smaller share of the bonus, hoping to persuade him to part with it. He glanced at Sherlock. With someone like her in Team Aqua, it seemed they wouldn't even need to stir trouble. They could accomplish everything themselves. Silently, he categorized all the organized materials and placed them into different file boxes. As he lifted the topmost box, he discreetly slipped in the prepared note containing false information, ensuring it would be the first thing the curator would see. "All right, don't move around. I'll go report," Ashes said, his voice hoarse as he trudged toward the direction where Izumi was. Due to the nature of this operation, they were forbidden from contacting anyone other than Izumi. "You say don't move, so I shall not. My acquiescence does not equate to agreement. The inequality has been shattered." Just as he turned to leave, Sherlock seized the opportunity, swiftly opening the topmost file box. She pulled out the note she had prepared, detailing Team Aqua's schemes, intending to slip it inside. However, the meticulous organization of Ashes left no gaps in the overflowing box. In a moment of desperation, Sherlock disregarded everything else and yanked out the top sheet, crumpling it without a glance. Her eyes darted and landed on the half-eaten energy cube by the speedster Pokémon's feet. A spark of inspiration struck. Heave-ho, away it goes. The crumpled paper was hurled into the submarine's pool, carried swiftly by the currents into the sea. She then hastily placed her genuine report atop the documents, resealed the box, and feigned nonchalance. The speedster Pokémon. Under Izumi's direction, the documents were delivered to the assistant. Both Ashes and Sherlock silently exhaled a sigh of relief. The plan succeeded. The two exchanged a glance from afar. Ashes, gazing at Sherlock's foolish expression, could not help but let out a derisive snort. Farewell, fool. Outside the shipyard, the salty sea breeze, warmed by the setting sun, caressed the dock, while the waves lazily lapped against the shore, producing a rhythmic sound. Lynch was strolling with Middleton, simultaneously engaging in his daily check-in. It must be said that aside from Middleton, the rest of his Pokémon were quite worry-free. Groudon was comfortably nestled in its Pokeball, occasionally emerging to watch live streams on a tablet and send gifts. Golem was devoid of desires beyond its explosive tendencies. Lunala, too, understood his intentions well, effortlessly handing him items without needing him to ask. As for Mewtwo, it had matured into a Pokémon that trained itself daily, steadily growing stronger without requiring any commands. Yveltal was more difficult to assess. Although it appeared amiable most of the time, Lynch always felt a peculiar gaze upon him. Speaking of which, he had been feeling as though he was under constant scrutiny lately. Just as Lynch pondered this, Middleton suddenly halted, its demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Combat face activated. Noticing the anomaly, Lynch instinctively scanned the surroundings, but everything seemed perfectly normal. Did you sense something? Middleton offered no response, merely nodding gravely. Its gaze was fixated intently on the shimmering surface of the sea. This scent, this is the aroma of high-grade food. Chapter 80. One among you has betrayed me. With Lunala covertly seeking opportunities to translate, Lynch quickly grasped Middleton's simple thoughts. Lynch exclaimed, "Food? You're getting so serious over a mere morsel." Indeed, that's precisely the case. It was mocking you. Lunala stood in solidarity with Lynch, exasperated at Middleton's naivete. Though the method was underhanded, such was the nature of rivalry. Middleton had evidently become utterly entranced by the aroma of the high-grade energy cube. After all, it was specifically concocted for dragon-type Pokémon, serving as a potent delicacy for them. Without hesitation, it plunged into the ocean, surfacing moments later with an unidentified solid wrapped in paper clutched in its mouth. A satisfied gurgle emanated from its throat as it prepared to swallow the entire morsel. No. Lynch quickly stepped forward, attempting to intervene. How could it dare to ingest such an obviously dubious item? Before he could finish his sentence, Lunala's formidable psychic powers erupted, pinning Middleton to the ground, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the psychic force deftly snatched the damp bundle from its mouth. Middleton, pressed against the ground, could only gaze longingly at the food that was so close yet so unattainable, involuntarily secreting tears of despair. Truly, the most excruciating plight in the world is to have a feast laid out before you, yet be unable to touch it, only able to savor the aroma. Well done. Lynch sighed in relief, casting an appreciative glance at Lunala. He then disdainfully picked up the paper bundle. With a flick, the food inside arched through the air, bouncing off the ground and, to Middleton's utter despair, splashed back into the sea. No. Middleton stretched out its claws in a futile grasp, reaching for the void. Lynch gazed at the exaggerated spectacle before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it really necessary? It was as if he had never fed it at all. He shook his head in resignation, utterly perplexed as to how this creature had managed to digest the mountain of food it had consumed just hours prior. However, his attention was swiftly captured by the damp piece of paper in his hand. The water fleet is to take action tonight. Though the handwriting was rendered somewhat illegible by the seawater's onslaught, the meaning remained discernible. Lynch's face was a canvas of questions. The water fleet. Action. Tonight. He cast a glance at his communicator, which was devoid of any messages. No, why has no one informed me? In the shipyard, the communicator of Izumi, who was directing the orderly operations of the crew, suddenly buzzed. Upon seeing it was her assistant calling, her brows furrowed slightly. She pressed the answer button. What is it? You want me to come over? The other party seemed to confirm something, and after a few seconds of silence, Izumi finally replied, understood. She ended the call and raised her hand to rub her swollen temples. as if trying to dispel the sudden disturbance. "Keep up the good work. I shall return shortly," she called out to the busy workers. With that, she turned and hurriedly departed. Success! Both of them silently cheered in their hearts. This venture undoubtedly aimed to capture the ringleader first. Outside, 800 trainers lay in ambush, ready to spring into action at the signal of a broken cup. They would then subdue Izumi, rendering her powerless to resist, and make her repent most fervently. They exchanged a knowing glance once more. Sherlock, without hesitation, mimicked the earlier sound made by Ashes, letting out a huff. Humph. Although she was unsure why she felt compelled to do so, he had just huffed at her. This time, she must huff back. She could not afford to lose face. After making a call to the curator and confirming that all was well, Lynch stared at the note in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. It was highly improbable that Sakunaji was deceiving him. After all, he held this year's achievements dear, and could not afford even the slightest mishap. Thus, ruling out all impossibilities, what remained, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Someone intends to stir up trouble. In Kana City, the only one who both sought to incite chaos and manipulate the water fleet was none other than Fire Goose. The method of communication was suspect. Lynch scrutinized the nearly disintegrated paper. He could not comprehend why such measures were being taken. Nevertheless, since the Fire Rock team intended for the water fleet to act tonight, he must seize the opportunity ahead of everyone else and relish the experience. A solo run in the simulation followed by another in reality, a win-win. This documentation is utterly unacceptable. In the office, Izumi faced the two assistants from earlier that afternoon. They placed the untouched folder of materials before her. One of them, known for a short temper, pointed an accusing finger at the spine and cover label of the folder, let alone other issues. Even the spine and label on the outer document box are a complete mess, failing to adhere to the standards. The handwriting is illegible, and the project classifications are muddled. What does this resemble? If the exterior is in such a state, I shudder to imagine what lies within. The other assistant sipped his tea, attempting to mitigate the situation, and casually remarked, "We understand that as the person in charge, you are busy, but this is not how work is done. Everything we do must comply with the procedures. Otherwise, what is the point of it all?" He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "In any case, the curator is quite dissatisfied and has instructed you to reorganize it and have it ready by today." Izumi maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that they were deliberately seeking faults. Even if she returned and made the adjustments they suggested, they would inevitably find more faults later. Yet, she was disinclined to engage in further discourse with these two jesters. She would simply procrastinate. After all, the submarine would be completed in a matter of days. As she listened to their incessant bickering, one red-faced and the other pale, Izumi casually opened the topmost document box, her desire to leave growing stronger. But a note suddenly caught her eye. She quickly scanned the contents, her actions halting abruptly. Pretending to nonchalantly pull it away, her expression remained impassive. These two foolish assistants had unwittingly provided me with invaluable assistance. Upon seeing Izumi return unscathed, her demeanor even calmer than before, Sherlock was taken aback. What on earth happened? Where were the 800 trainers? The ambush. Wasn't the plan supposed to involve a group springing forth to subdue her? Had such a flawless plan gone awry? Ashes quietly deleted the message indicating the mission's completion, word by word. A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. Izumi clapped her hands, capturing everyone's attention. Her gaze calmly swept across the workspace, lingering momentarily on Sherlock and Ashes, before she announced, "All right, that concludes today's work." The weary members of the water fleet in the workshop paused in surprise. Izumi continued, "Everyone has been working hard to meet our deadlines, and I appreciate your efforts. I've ordered some food, and I'll treat you all to a meal." The workshop fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Finally, they could rest, and with a treat from their superior, it was a delightful surprise. Kingler, as always, arrived promptly. Several tables were pushed together, laden with food. Izumi unhesitatingly took her seat at the head of the table. Aside from her, 12 others gathered around. The food and drink quickly bridged any distance, and the atmosphere grew lively. Plates were passed around, wine was poured, and laughter mingled with the clinking of glasses, gradually dispelling the tense and oppressive air that had lingered in the workshop. Sherlock sat beside Ashes, one hand clutching a butter-slathered roll while the other held a wine-filled paper cup, eating with little regard for decorum, occasionally sharing bites with the eagerly watching Windspeed dog. Only Ashes appeared troubled, frequently glancing at her communicator while sipping her wine cautiously. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Sherlock led the charge, calling out, "Lady Izumi, say a few words." "Yes, do say a few words." The crowd echoed, clinking their cups in encouragement. When it came to generating enthusiasm, Sherlock was a true professional. Amid the clamor, Izumi slowly set down her cup. Noticing that everyone had, to varying degrees, consumed their drinks, she surveyed each face around the table. The noise gradually subsided in her silence. Among you, gazing at her 12 subordinates, Izumi began to speak slowly. Someone has betrayed me. Chapter 81. They have given far too much. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, igniting an uproar around the dining table. The 12 subordinates, each harboring their own thoughts, displayed a myriad of expressions: fear, anger, suspicion, confusion. Emotions surged within their eyes like a tumultuous tide, ultimately settling into a stifling silence. With an expressionless face, Izumi slowly withdrew a neatly folded piece of paper from the chasm. This is what I discovered in the materials. Her voice was not loud. Someone intends to reveal our actions to the shipyard. Materials? The remnants of alcohol in everyone's minds evaporated instantaneously, and rationality returned. If they recalled correctly, swish. All eyes, filled with incredulous shock, converged upon Sherlock, whose cheeks still bore the remnants of food. You little rascal. A mole. Is this for real? And no, it's not me. Sherlock, feeling guilty as a thief, sprang up from her seat, vehemently denying the accusation. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her hands unconsciously waved the half-eaten piece of bread. Years of experience in being caught had honed her ability to feign innocence to perfection. You all know me. How could I possibly do such a thing? Her words dispelled everyone's doubts. Their gazes, tinged with hesitation and a quest for validation, shifted back to Izumi at the head of the table. Indeed, with her intellect, could someone so foolish manage to be a mole? Had there been a mistake? Izumi slowly shook her head, her gaze calm and unwavering, as if she had already seen through everything. It is not her. Izumi's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. She looked at Sherlock, her tone imbued with a hint of disdain that everyone could perceive. She lacks the intellect to undertake such a task. This was undeniably true. Everyone instinctively nodded, their faces reflecting a sense of relief that was almost expected. Initially, when they first encountered Wind Speed Dog, there had indeed been doubts about whether this individual was an informant. Yet, Sherlock's subsequent actions had decisively quelled their suspicions. After all, no regional goonsha would recruit someone so foolish and lazy, who would shed tears at the slightest grievance, and only ran faster than anyone else when it was time to eat, although none of them had ever been moles. Her demeanor was practically a textbook example of what not to be. Sit down. Izumi's voice resumed its usual authoritative tone, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Sherlock clutched the bread, her emotions in turmoil. Although she had shed the suspicion, an indescribable sense of frustration lingered. She glared at Izumi, feeling both anger and helplessness. With force, she tore at the bread, gulping down wine as if it were her very essence. While her head hung low, her spirit remained forever proud. Izumi did not glance back at Sherlock. Her gaze, like a cold probe, slowly swept past her and landed firmly on Ash. So, Ash, Izumi's voice was low and clear, carrying an undeniable interrogative weight. Why did you betray me? The named Ash trembled at once. His hands, previously resting beneath the table, tightened instantly. His eyes flashing with fierce determination. He glanced toward the door. Almost simultaneously with Izumi's words, his hand shot toward the pocket containing his pokeball. Preparing to rebel and escape, he could not sit idly by. However, just as the thought crossed his mind and his body began to move, a violent wave of paralysis surged through him like an electric current. Ugh! He groaned softly, his body suddenly stiffening, utterly unable to move, collapsing uncontrollably. Paralysis powder. When did this happen? He was certain he hadn't ingested anything, having only sipped a couple of mouthfuls of wine. Before he could process this, a flash of orange-red surged forth like the wind. It was Wind Speed Dog. The trained Wind Speed Dog, with lightning speed, executed a precise lunge, its massive paw slamming down with tremendous force against Ash's chest and shoulder blades. Following that, it swept its tail, sending the Pokeball flying from his grasp. The disparity between human and Pokémon rendered Ash utterly helpless, his upper body pinned firmly against the dining table, his cheek pressed against the cold surface, immobile. Indeed, retrieving the Pokeball she had long held, Izumi offered a faint commendation. Although the trainer was lacking, she had observed Wind Speed Dog's vigilance and execution over the past few days. It was truly a promising candidate. While there had been no precedent for Pokémon employment in Team Aqua, it was not entirely out of the question. Hee. Upon hearing Izumi's praise, Sherlock's earlier frustration vanished in an instant, her face lighting up with a triumphant smile. Izumi, you weren't the one who pinned him down. So what are you so proud of? She refocused her attention on the immobilized Ash, her voice frigid. Now speak. For whom are you working? Ash, pressed against the table, felt his face contorting as he struggled to breathe. Yet, he clenched his teeth, shutting his eyes, remaining silent, resisting with his silence. Once you have taken the money, you must fulfill the task. This was his principle. Ash, you've been with the organization for quite some time. Haven't you? Noticing Ash's silence, Izumi shifted her strategy, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible nostalgia, appealing to his emotions. If we count the days, you've been with Team Aqua for quite a while now. For years, ma'am. After a moment of silence, Ash spoke. He was not an undercover agent planted by Team Magma, but had been gradually eroded in faith by the sweet allure of money. Especially after witnessing the members of the Chimney Hill branch, each possessing a legendary, the overwhelming temptation and competitive spirit had become unbearable, leading him to purchase a blind box containing a legendary egg. Under the daily draining of this gold-devouring beast, his loyalty finally crumbled, tipping him entirely into Team Magma's coffers. From 21 years until now, it has been 4 years, Izumi seemed to fall into a brief reverie, her voice growing somber. You have always been under my command. Reminiscing, Ash's voice was hoarse. It was you, ma'am, who brought me into the fold. I remember it clearly. That year, for a mission, you were relentlessly pursued by Gunsha and Wind Speed Dog for an entire day and night, finally leaping into the sea to escape, your lips turning purple from the cold. Her tone bore a hint of barely perceptible regret. It's just a pity that back then, I was insignificant, merely a team leader, and could only secure for you a minor position. In retrospect, I feel I have wronged you. No, it wasn't your fault. Ash was somewhat moved. From the deputy position to a full rank, and then to vice captain 2 months ago, every step was due to your promotion. You have treated me well. If you have been treated well, Izumi's voice suddenly rose, carrying the pain of betrayal and an icy inquiry. Then why did you still betray me? Tell me, Ash. What made you forsake the bonds we forged over these 4 years? This time, Ash remained silent for a few seconds, perhaps recalling his former faith, or perhaps the paralysis clouding his mind. His voice came through the table, muffled. The rewards they offered were simply too great. Is it once again for money? Then it seems it must be Team Magma. Izumi nodded, resolutely stating, whenever the organization's plans go awry, it's most likely the doing of Team Magma. Moreover, when money is factored in, the ratio becomes 100%. Mizumi keenly detected the imperceptible, involuntary tension in Ash's body upon hearing the mention of the Fire Rock team. This reaction was more persuasive than any testimony. Mizumi ceased her idle chatter, signaling to her subordinates beside her. 2 alert members of the water fleet immediately approached, deftly searching Ash's, who was rendered immobile. Before long, they retrieved a miniature encrypted communicator from his inner pocket. She cast a cold glance at the restrained Ash's, then straightened up, surveying the visibly shaken crowd. The previously relaxed atmosphere of their gathering had evaporated, leaving only tension and a chilling sense of foreboding. Secure him and confine him to the tool room at the back, with strict surveillance. Mizumi commanded, and 2 members of the water fleet promptly complied. Once they dealt with the traitor, Mizumi's gaze swept over each remaining individual, imbued with an undeniable authority and urgency. Listen closely, the plan has changed. We are out of time. The outside may have already laid a trap. We must expedite our efforts. She pointed toward the immense submarine deep within the shed, her voice resolute. Tonight, I expect everyone to be on high alert. We must complete the installation and debugging of the power module. Then, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. We will retreat immediately. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner outside the shipyard, Huyen leaned against a container, her fingers rhythmically tapping, her beautiful visage betraying a hint of barely concealed anxiety. As seconds passed, the silence within was palpable, devoid of any signal. This was not right. It was exceedingly wrong. She seized her communicator and swiftly composed a text message to Ash's number. What is the situation? To her surprise, the reply came swiftly. The situation has changed. Mizumi is highly vigilant, and the risk of action is too great, making it easy to expose ourselves. Do not worry. Tomorrow, I will exert every effort and act in the name of Groudon. Huyen's eyes fixated on the screen, particularly the final phrase invoking Groudon's name. Something had gone awry. She knew her subordinates too well. They were greedy, cunning, and driven solely by profit. Faced with heightened difficulty, they would only bemoan the challenges, emphasize the risks, and then demand more money, let alone anything about preserving Groudon's honor. As long as their monthly salaries were in order, they would switch allegiances at the drop of a hat. This message was less an explanation and more a proclamation that their plan had been compromised and that they had been captured. A flurry of thoughts raced through Huyen's mind, crystallizing into a chilling conclusion. Ashes had been exposed. Furthermore, the water fleet likely knew of her plans and might be preparing to retaliate or flee. Damn it! Huyen cursed under her breath, no longer hesitating, and immediately prepared to inform Junsha. Regardless of exposure, if they did not act now, the enemy would likely vanish without a trace. Worst case, she would capture them herself and claim whatever rewards were available before making her escape. Chapter 82. The most conscientious entrepreneur in Hoenn. At the same time, in a dense shadow outside the shipyard. Just as I suspected, it's you. Linchi's voice revealed little surprise, more a sense of confirmation. He had been observing Huyen for quite some time. From her stealthy infiltration into the area to her increasingly agitated pacing, all of which validated his suspicions. The Fire Rock team was indeed up to something. However, judging by Huyen's demeanor, it seemed things had gone awry. Linchi glanced at the shipyard. Alas, it appeared he would have to intervene himself. Since the water fleet was lacking in propriety, he would lend them some dignity. After all, he had been foolishly waiting here for so long. Doing nothing would be utterly foolish. He, Linchi, was no idle observer. Without further delay, he swiftly manipulated his communicator. He snapped a photo of a somewhat blurry note and sent a concise yet information-rich message to both Junsha and the shipyard director. The core message was singular. He had concrete evidence that the water fleet planned significant operations at the shipyard tonight. Immediate action was imperative. Before Huyen could make her call to organize an excuse, her communicator vibrated sharply in her hand. The screen displayed Junsha's urgent contact number. She swiftly answered. Akun. The voice on the receiver was unmistakably Junsha's, her pace quickening, demanding attention. Immediately proceed to the shipyard. According to reliable intelligence provided by Linchi, the water fleet plans to forcibly launch that submarine for evacuation tonight. The situation is extremely urgent, and your full cooperation is required for interception. Reliable intelligence? Linchi? You have an informant within the water fleet? For a moment, Huyen thought she must have misheard. Just as she was fretting over their compromised plan, the most crucial ally arrived simultaneously. Linchi, you truly are my lucky star. The two soon met in a corner of the shipyard. After a brief exchange, Huyen's mind began to race with possibilities. Junsha's main force would take some time to arrive. After all, not only the shipyard, but also several water fleet outposts outside needed to be dealt with. However, if they waited for Junsha to act, the police would undoubtedly seize the glory, leaving Huyen with only the scraps. Though she cared little for fame, the matter of money was intolerable. The only way to break the deadlock was for her to take the lead and secure the most critical targets before Junsha arrived. This way, her name would be at the forefront of any accolades, maximizing her rewards. Yet now, Huyen's gaze shifted to Linchi beside her, with him in the mix. It was impossible to act independently, so how could she persuade him to join her? Just as thoughts flickered through her mind, Linchi spoke up. Akun, given today's situation, the water fleet may flee at any moment. So why don't we strike first? As for waiting for Junsha, Linchi's eyes roamed over the shipyard. He sought to monopolize the experience, to catch them off guard. Huyen. His words struck a chord within Huyen. Was this not the perfect opportunity? This fellow could be of use. Time was of the essence. Linchi's tone intensified, bearing a sense of urgency that conveyed that missing this chance would be regrettable. With each passing minute, the likelihood of their escape grew. If they truly slipped into that iron shell and submerged into the depths, capturing them would become an insurmountable challenge. Without a hint of dissent, the two eager to act before Junsha quickly reached a consensus. They made their way to the office building, swiftly locating Director Kusunoji, hoping to gain his cooperation. However, Kusunoji merely shook his head in deep regret, sighing repeatedly. Alas, why do they not wait until after completion to act? What a pity. Truly a pity for such promising individuals. Seeing that Kusunoji had not expressed his stance, Lynch understood that it was time to present some compelling evidence to this seasoned capitalist. After all, without shared interests, how could anyone be motivated to align themselves with him without cause? Director, you must expand your horizons, Lynch interjected. Consider this. Once everyone is apprehended, Junsha will undoubtedly be burdened with the dilemma of how to manage such a multitude. While there may indeed be 13 at the shipyard, those applying for interviews surely exceed that number, do they not? What do you imply? Kusunoji, catching the subtle undertones, hastily poured Lynch a cup of tea. Look, the police station is hardly spacious enough to accommodate so many individuals. At this juncture, it is imperative for a conscientious entrepreneur, one who appreciates the alliance and is willing to alleviate its burdens, to step forward and take them in. Kusunoji instinctively leaned closer to Lynch. Lynch took a sip of water, finding it somewhat bitter. He furrowed his brow and continued. After all, having these robust individuals idling in the station incurs significant expenses for mere food and lodging. I propose we send them to labor reform. This would not only generate value, but also relieve Junsha of financial pressure. Moreover, engaging them in physical work could even correct any misguided notions they hold. What a noble endeavor that would be. Fire Swallow, someone exclaimed. Isn't that a bit exploitative? Even villains wouldn't consider such a thing. You speak as if you intend to hang from a lamppost in the future. However, Lynch, shifting his tone with a hint of regret, shook his head. Alas, in our region of Fengyuan, there are indeed few entrepreneurs endowed with such foresight, responsibility, and integrity. Bang! Kusunoji slammed his hand on the table, his heavy breaths punctuating the air. This is outrageous. Absolutely unacceptable. He barked at his assistant, who had been standing by with hands clasped. How could you entertain my esteemed guests with such inferior tea? He snatched the cup from Lynch's hands. Did I not instruct you that when these two arrive, they must be served the finest tea? Go, fetch my prized stash. Yes, the assistant replied, looking bewildered. And replace the water as well. It should be the first drop of dew collected from the sweet bamboo at dawn. After berating his assistant, Kusunoji's demeanor softened. Brother, how do you perceive me? Seizing the tea handed to Lynch by the assistant, he presented the freshly brewed beverage with both hands. Lynch took a sip. This old capitalist knows how to indulge. He set the tea down. Oh dear, how could I forget such a paragon of entrepreneurship as yourself, director? I truly am a fool. Kusunoji, taking the opportunity, sat beside Lynch, affectionately patting his arm. No need for such formalities, my brother. That is what outsiders say. Though I may be your senior by a few years, hearing your words today is worth more than a decade of study. We are truly kindred spirits, closer than any blood brothers. If you don't mind, consider me your elder brother from now on. Old brother, younger brother. Kusunoji shook Lynch's hand vigorously, as if he had found a soulmate. Then, recalling something, he naturally reached for a glossy black card edged in fine gold filigree from his assistant. Without hesitation, he thrust the card into Lynch's hand. Since you arrived in haste, I have nothing of value to offer, just this bit of filthy lucre. Please, do accept this token of our meeting. Old brother, this is too much. I cannot accept. Although he outwardly refused, Lynch nonetheless presented his empty pocket towards Kusunoji, who understood and promptly slipped the card inside. Take it. If you refuse, it will seem as though you look down upon me, and I may just turn against you. Old brother, you truly are. Lynch conceded reluctantly. By the way, Kusunoji suddenly remembered the presence of another, his expression shifting from anger to warmth as he turned to the almost background-like Fire Swallow. He handed her a platinum card as well. A small token. Do not dismiss it. Fire Swallow stared blankly at the card in her hand. While it appeared less prestigious than Lynch's black card, its value was certainly not insignificant. Accept it, Lynch urged. We are not strangers here. Oh, Fire Swallow nodded mechanically, feeling somewhat dreamlike. How was it that with a few exchanged words, money simply materialized? What did her efforts of the night amount to? Seeing both had accepted the cards, Kusunoji said, You must also advocate for me with Junsha. Old brother, you speak as if we are strangers, Lynch replied. Engaging in such labor-intensive tasks is commendable. After all, there aren't many entrepreneurs of integrity like you. Moreover, you might even charge Junsha a fee for the reform. Kusunoji's eyes lit up. Is that possible? Not only would I spend no money, but I could actually profit? Truly a talent. He excitedly grasped Lynch's hand. Come, my brother, we must discuss the standards for this fee and other matters in detail. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Lynch discreetly withdrew his hand. He gestured towards the outside. Old brother, now is not the time for such discussions. The night is still young. The pressing matter is to secure those talents at the shipyard. Chapter 83. Even divine beasts may not defeat us all. What are we waiting for? Kusunoji bellowed, abruptly rising and slamming his palm on the table, causing the wooden surface to tremble. As a noble individual, a person of great stature, having transcended base pursuits, the bright prospects Lynch painted stirred an overwhelming excitement within this deeply responsible capitalist. In that moment, he longed to don his armor and personally apprehend those ruffians disrupting the Alliance's order in Fengyuan. He envisioned them laboring, reforming, throughout the night in his factory. Both of you, follow me, the assistant urged, attempting to lead the way. Move aside. Do you even know the way? Kusunoji exclaimed, kicking the obstructing assistant aside as he personally guided his younger brother. This way, brother. Let us take my private elevator down. Watch your step. As Lynch ascended an additional step, Kusunoji turned sternly to the assistant. Tomorrow, I do not wish to see this step here again. The assistant, feeling utterly exhausted, thought to himself that were it not for the generous pay, he would not wish to continue. Navigating the familiar route, the trio swiftly arrived outside the work shed. Peering through the crack in the door, they could see the interior ablaze with light, the sounds of hurried footsteps and metal clashing evident, signaling that the naval fleet was in its final push. 12 individuals, am I correct? Fire Swallow murmured. One is missing. It appears Ash has been confined, Kusunoji noted. So, my brother, what are your plans? He asked, lowering his voice, his gaze flitting between the door crack and Lynch's face. He harbored no doubts regarding Lynch's combat prowess. Yet his submarine remained within. Rest assured, victory is assured. Lynch instinctively reached for the pokeball at his waist. A flash of crimson light illuminated the surroundings as the solid and formidable golem materialized before the onlookers. I shall unleash a full frontal assault upon them. Armed with a strategy, Lynch was poised to replicate the previous battle. Golem would forge a path, swiftly followed by a direct strike from Groudon. As they stood in awe, he launched an immediate onslaught. Huiyin, arms crossed, stood at a distance, nodding calmly. This approach indeed appeared more prudent. With Lynch drawing their attention, she could seize the opportunity to act, ultimately targeting their leader. The bountiful reward was largely attributed to Izumi's efforts. A swift resolution. Lynch patted Golem, whose gaze was sharp and fierce. Golem, use explosion. No, absolutely not. Watching as electric sparks began to dance across Golem's form, Kusunoki was struck with terror, dashing forward to firmly grasp Lynch's hand. His eyes wide with fear, his voice quivered. Brother, you mustn't. You absolutely cannot. If it unleashes a massive explosion, will there be even a rivet left of my precious ship? He could almost envision his dearly invested submarine transforming into a twisted heap of scrap metal amid the violent blast. He had poured considerable resources into this vessel. Should it be destroyed, extracting such a sum from his financial chain would take considerable time. No explosion. No. Please, don't. Both Lynch and Golem felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had grown accustomed to daily detonations. Without one, it felt as though something was amiss. The relentless assault was thwarted. Huiyin furrowed her brows. The captain, perspiring profusely, glanced between Lynch and his beloved ship, gritting his teeth as he whispered reluctantly. Very well. Just refrain from using any Pokémon with excessive destructive capabilities. Do your utmost to preserve my vessel and equipment. I assure you, a generous reward will follow. However, conversely, Lynch appeared to be suddenly enlightened, adopting a demeanor of profound understanding as he nodded gravely. Indeed, detonations in such a confined space carry inherent risks. It seemed he had entirely forgotten who had been prepared to explode moments ago. Golem. It abruptly turned its head, its rocky visage directed at Lynch. Eyes widening in disbelief, filled with the anguish of betrayal. Ahem, Lynch cleared his throat, leaning toward Golem and lowering his voice, a precious life orb. The pain in Golem's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn and earnest expression. It glanced at the onlookers. Grr. After a moment's contemplation, it realized that explosions in such a confined space could indeed pose a danger to the innocent. It was not that it lacked the capacity for destruction. Rather, it was simply not a reckless Pokémon. Thus, it would refrain from any further disturbance. With a flash of red light, it willingly transformed into a beam, voluntarily returning to its Pokeball. Alas, I have let down both Teacher Duan and Brother Taishien with my actions, Lynch lamented as he stored the Pokeball. Kusunoki, he twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, watching Lynch's demeanor, feeling his blood pressure rise once more. He was not well acquainted with Duan, making it difficult to comment. But Taishien, as an electric-type gym leader, has begun instructing others in such a manner? Is this appropriate? Naturally, Huiyin, who was short on funds, harbored no objections. Moreover, not only could she potentially earn credit, but she might also secure a windfall. Her gaze toward Lynch grew increasingly favorable. If the Fire Rock team had a few individuals capable of gathering intelligence, seizing opportunities, and effortlessly pilfering resources, how could they fail to achieve great things? How could they suffer from a lack of funding? Furthermore, judging by his methods, had he not had a gym leader for a father, he would undoubtedly be a natural-born villain. Perhaps after this matter concludes, she might attempt to incite a rebellion. In light of this, it is you. With Golem, a Pokémon of widespread destructive capacity, withdrawn, Lynch released partners more suited for precise strikes and indoor skirmishes. In short, those adept at ambushes. He intended to eliminate several opponents. Mutuo Lanala. Within the dock, two imposing figures suddenly appeared. What in the world? One of the nearest Aqua Team members lifted his gaze, only to be struck with terror at Mutuo's inhuman stance. Teleportation. Mutuo's form left a lingering shadow in its wake. In the next instant, it appeared before the Aqua Team member like a specter, almost touching noses. The fear in the man's eyes reflected Mutuo's indifferent expression and the violently swirling azure energy sphere coalescing in its palm. Aura sphere. Boom. With a dull thud, the Aqua Team member was struck, unable to emit even a scream, as if he were hit head-on by a battering ram, hurtling backward like a cannonball. Crashing into a pile of metal parts and instantly losing consciousness, the components scattering in disarray. Almost simultaneously, Lunala's crimson eyes ignited with brilliance. An indescribable wave of drowsiness emanated silently, spreading like ripples in water. Hypnosis. Ugh, so drowsy. No, something feels off. My eyelids so heavy. The two Aqua Team members who locked eyes with Lunala suddenly found their movements sluggish, their gazes dazed, tools clattering to the ground as their bodies swayed unsteadily. Akin to inebriation, succumbing to a hazy dreamscape. Having spent considerable time alongside Lynch, they felt no psychological pressure when attacking trainers. Enemy attack. Officers, arm yourselves. The Aqua Team quickly reacted, but amidst the rising chaos, Huyen had already pinpointed her target. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, firmly affixed upon a figure struggling to adjust equipment. Black skin, Bien Ron. It is you, Aqua Team Officer Izumi. A flash of lightning. Huyen's cold voice rang out. The sharp-eyed, steel-winged Swallow at her side had already coiled with energy, transforming into a black and white blur at her command, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it lunged for Izumi's back. The speed was such that only a fleeting shadow remained on the retina. Yet Izumi, as a seasoned officer, was no novice. The previous commotion had already put her on high alert. Just as Swallow was about to strike her, she instinctively executed a hasty but highly effective sideways roll. Swish. Swallow's razor-sharp wing tip grazed her work attire, leaving behind a tearing sound. Missing its target, Swallow displayed no hesitation, instantly redirecting its aim. With a powerful flap of its wings, it executed a nimble return dive, its wings producing a shrill sound as they struck the nearest Aqua Team member. The man barely had time to emit a short scream before being knocked to the ground by Swallow, losing all combat ability in an instant. In mere moments, Mutuo, Lunala, and Swallow unleashed a torrential assault. The Aqua Team suffered a sudden loss of 4 members. The construction site was in utter disarray, filled with gasps of astonishment, roars of anger, and the cries of Pokémon all merging into a cacophony. Yet, this turmoil lasted but a fleeting moment. The eyes of the crowd finally converged upon the entrance, where 2 figures stood. Just 2. What is going on? Where is Junch's large contingent? Just these 2 individuals. Damn it, that startled me. The sense of security brought by numbers swiftly overshadowed the initial fear. The remaining members of Team Aqua, fueled by rage, brandished their pokeballs, intent on surrounding Lin Shi and Huyen with menacing glares. Relying on their numerical advantage, they steadied their formation, preparing to overwhelm these 2 reckless intruders with sheer numbers. However, Lin Shi faced the incoming wave of experience with excitement glimmering in his eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Such splendid talents. Since the confrontation had turned to a direct clash, there was no need for hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he hurled 2 more pokeballs into the fray. Purple arcs of electricity crackled, and a profound aura of death permeated the air. Milotic and Yveltal stood steadfastly in front of Lin Shi, providing him with unwavering protection. Huyen gasped in shock. Setting aside the fact that Lin Shi's propensity for direct attacks on trainers surpassed her own creativity without an iota of psychological burden, she prided herself on her worldly experience. Yet the Pokémon Lin Shi unleashed were largely unfamiliar to her. Apart from the relatively normal golem, did he possess even a single Pokémon that conformed to the realm of reason? The members of Team Aqua were utterly dismayed. What kind of joke is this? With Kyogre above us, what are these creatures? Surely, they can't all be legendary beasts. The courage derived from their numbers dissipated like mist before the presence of these 4 distinctly extraordinary Pokémon, especially the imposing Yveltal. Steady yourselves. A commanding voice echoed through the chaos. Quan, nursing her injured arm, gritted her teeth and stood tall. She glanced at Lin Shi, surrounded by his Pokémon, then surveyed her fearful subordinates. What are you panicking for? It's just one person. We are so many standing together. Even a legendary beast cannot defeat us all. Unnoticed by the crowd, Huyen pleaded. Look at me. Someone look at me. It's just 2 people. Clearly, there are only 2 of them. Chapter 84. This is our exhilarating combination attack. Gazing at the 4 legendary beasts standing before her, Quan forcibly suppressed the flicker of panic within her heart, and a newfound confidence began to blossom. After all, when it came down to it, aside from those rare few whose powers could move mountains and fill seas, Most so-called legendary beasts were merely amplified versions of fully evolved semi-legends. Haven't we seen so many Kyogres swimming across the globe? The only one truly worthy of the title of Sea God is the one that Team Aqua has painstakingly located. In a one-on-one battle against legendary beasts, they certainly held the advantage. However, they were Team Aqua, the antagonists, who said anything about adhering to the league's battle rules. In a fight, it all comes down to numbers. Quan scanned the area. 9 individuals' eyes darted to the astonished Sherlock. 8 individuals, each with at least 2 Pokémon. That means over 16 combatants. Although 16 against 4 might seem a bit lacking, it mattered not. She had Team Aqua's secret weapon. In a flash, Chuan's tactical thinking crystallized. Wiping the grime from her face, she raised her hand decisively. Let this little brat, who knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth, witness the true might of Team Aqua. Form up. Yes. A unified roar erupted. Sherlock thought, what formation? How do we form it? No one has told me. With Chuan's command, the Team Aqua members swiftly regained their composure. They moved with agility, their fingers unhesitatingly pressing against the pokeballs at their waists. A flurry of red lights flickered in succession, transforming the already damp environment into a sticky mire. The air thickened with moisture, and sporadic raindrops began to fall, drawn together by an unseen force, visibly increasing in density and weight. But Lin Shi was not one to simply watch as his opponents prepared their grand moves. Charge! Everyone! Charge at once! His voice rang out with undeniable resolve, echoing almost concurrently with Chuan's command. Go! The ever-cautious Yveltal reacted first, its deep blue eyes fixated on the still illuminated, only partially revealed Pokémon. With a swift motion, it unleashed its ultimate attack. A massive pair of black and crimson wings flared dramatically, coalescing a pure essence of energy into a pitch-black torrent, its edges swirling with ominous red light, ripping through the curtain of rain and hurtling towards Team Aqua with devastating force. Lin Shi turned to Yveltal, a question mark forming slowly in his mind. While your speed is indeed impressive, why are you targeting those newly released Pokémon instead of their unguarded trainers behind them? As a Dark-type Pokémon, how can you not grasp my strategic thinking? This is rather embarrassing. Water gun. Block it. Chuan's sharp command pierced through the sound of rain. She had long been prepared, her finger precisely pointing at the incoming torrent of doom. A high-pressure water column surged forth, meeting the encroaching darkness. The collision occurred in an instant. Upon contact with the Death Wing, the water column disintegrated as if it had struck molten lava. Not even a second could it sustain before being consumed, vaporized, and utterly eliminated by that raw, destructive energy. Yveltal, having graciously accepted Lin Shi's suggestion, was never complacent. Death Wing, Death Wing, Death Wing. Observing that its initial Death Wing had diminished slightly, it unleashed another series of powerful attacks. Yveltal was well-versed in the art of follow-up strikes. Once combat commenced, it could not afford to grant its adversary any respite. Yet, Team Aqua's retaliation came swifter than it had anticipated. 11 water guns surged forth in succession. The Death Wing collided fiercely with the 11 water jets. A violent shockwave erupted, instantly evaporating the surrounding raindrops into a dense, white mist. The air was filled with the harsh sounds of annihilation. This was merely the beginning. The second round, the third round. The thunderous booms of water gun cascaded like an unrelenting tsunami, each attack following the last without a moment's pause. As soon as one water column was evaporated, another immediately took its place, relentlessly battering against the previously unstoppable Death Wing. Under the continuous onslaught, that initially invincible Death Wing was forcefully repelled, gradually consumed, and ultimately dissipated completely. How swift, how powerful their cooperation. Lin Shi's pupils constricted in awe as he marveled at the scene before him. Raindrops relentlessly pelted his face, allowing him to finally discern the full extent of the opposing lineup. 12 exquisite Pokémon, resembling seahorses and adorned with dragon-like horns atop their heads, stood resolutely like heavy artillery, flanking the core trio of colossal avian beings with magnificent yellow beaks, who were fervently summoning the tempest with the flapping of their wings. Beside Izumi, a creature crowned with a vast emerald lily pad, cloaked in fluffy yellow fur, danced merrily to the rhythm of the rain, providing support on the sidelines. It was none other than the majestic Kingdra, the imposing Pelipper, and Izumi's ace, the cheerful Swampert. Under Izumi's unified command, they struck with pinpoint precision, executing rapid volleys of water cannons that steadfastly withstood Yveltal's onslaught. Lin Shi was utterly astounded. What an extraordinarily formidable rain team. harnessing the advantages bestowed by the rain to achieve remarkable speed and the ultimate enhancement of their water-type prowess. They managed to counter Yveltal's fierce attacks. The members of this water fleet were indeed exceptional talents. Yveltal realized its fears had been justified. Merely 3 consecutive strikes were insufficient. It had underestimated the situation. They had withstood the assault. How splendid! We have survived. The jubilant cheers of the water fleet members echoed amidst the rain, infused with incredulous excitement. The pressure they faced against Yveltal was undeniably immense. Izumi stood at the back of the formation, rain cascading down her face, pooling at her chin. She raised her hand to wipe away the droplets, casting her gaze towards Linchi, who remained dry under the protection of Lanala. Do you see this? You little brat. Her voice pierced through the curtain of rain, proclaiming the fervent synergy of our water fleet. After all, this organization has made a name for itself in Hoenn. If they lacked some hidden trump cards, they would have been eradicated by the League long ago. Beneath the torrential downpour, our water fleet stands as a symbol of invincibility. Izumi raised her hand, bestowing herself a buff. Just a mere deity. If one cannot be vanquished, then let it be 12. 120. 1,200. We shall drown you. Well said. Confronted by Izumi's sudden surge of audacious confidence, Linchi nodded, his expression unwavering. But I chose to roar defiantly. Roar. The deafening, resonant roar, imbued with a psychological impact, erupted like a tangible sonic cannon. Yveltal, devoid of any mental strain, was consumed by the thrill of victory and let out a fearsome cry. A deity unmasked, bereft of restraint, was indeed a terrifying sight. With its head held high, it pressed on relentlessly, its throat pulsing rapidly. It was determined to unleash a series of 6 roars, aiming to reduce the opposing special attack to its lowest point. A delusion. Izumi's pupils constricted. Her reflexes were as swift as lightning, and she fired an ice beam. Freeze its mouth shut. Don't let it utter another word. However, Linchi's trump card was never singular. Roar. Squawk. Buzz. Other Pokémon began to unleash their powerful moves, raining down upon the water fleet like a tempest. Yet, under the speed enhancement of the rain, the water fleet members moved with astonishing swiftness. Under Izumi's command, they operated like a finely tuned war machine. Maintain the pressure with Ice Beam. Disrupt with Dragon Pulse. Swampert. Harass with Energy Ball. Water Cannon support. The orders were clear, and execution was flawless. Every member of the water fleet had their role, except for Sherlock, who seemed somewhat out of place. Sherlock. Izumi caught sight of her from the corner of her eye, her brow furrowing slightly before decisively commanding, "You, cheer for everyone from the sidelines." Louder. Sherlock. She opened her mouth, ultimately managing to utter a humiliating, "Go. Go team." Chapter 85. Beneath the rain, strength lies not only with you. As the Pokeballs of the water fleet were continuously launched, their rain team steadily grew in strength. Just as Izumi was issuing commands with increasing confidence and the morale of the water fleet members was on the rise, she commanded, increase the output of Ice Beam. Completely seal it off. No. Focus fire on the flank. Interrupt that Milotic's charge. 2 commands rang out simultaneously, and the members of the water fleet were momentarily bewildered. For both voices belonged unmistakably to Izumi. Which command should they heed? The leader. The once synchronized war machine ground to a halt. The previously fluid coordination and tight formation succumbed to the chaos of the indistinguishable orders, leading to a catastrophic confusion. The members exchanged bewildered glances, their movements faltering and disjointed. And the once converging assault became erratic and scattered. An opportunity. Linchi's eyes sparkled with intensity. Yveltal, Death Wing. Milotic, Thunderbolt. Mutwo, Aura Sphere. Seizing this fleeting moment of opportunity, Linchi issued commands in rapid succession. Quickly counter the frontal assault. No. First counter the flank attack. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the attacks diverged, and in the confusion, they failed to defend against any assault. Roar. Boom. Buzz. The pitch-black torrent of death, the raging pillars of lightning, and Mutwo's corporeal attack converged, striking fiercely at the moment when the water fleet's formation wavered, creating a significant gap in their defenses. Kingdra and Pelipper could not react in time. Instantly engulfed by the ferocious energy, the formation shattered in an explosive collapse. In a corner of the battlefield, the fiery goose, clutching a Ninetales Pokeball, wore a smirk. Her Ninetales specialized in psychic and illusionary abilities. Mimicking a person's voice and appearance? That was merely rudimentary. Having a low presence had its advantages, but do not underestimate her. You bunch of fools. Damn it. Izumi's eyes widened with realization. There was still a small pest on the field. I admit I underestimated you. She swiftly pinpointed the true threat lurking in the corner. The fiery goose's presence was now more perilous than those 4 Pokémon. Swampert, use Ice Punch on that woman's mouth. Izumi nearly screamed the command. She intended to neutralize the instigator that had disrupted her flawless strategy. Thud! Swampert's joyous dance instantly transformed into a lethal advance. Enhanced by the torrential rain, its figure moved with such speed that it left a streak of yellow in its wake. In the blink of an eye, those chilling fists, enveloped in icy air, tore through the rain and struck towards the fiery goose's mouth. Too fast. There was no time to react. In an instant, it was upon her. And feeling the icy chill, the fiery goose's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated Izumi's reaction to be so swift. At the critical moment, Lunala, Linchi's calm voice rang out. Moonlight flashed. The fiery goose felt a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping her entirely. The scenery before her warped and elongated. Swampert's deadly punch nearly grazed her nose. The forceful wind and chill stinging her cheeks. Instantaneous movement, kid. The psychic type, that is how unreasonable it gets. As the light and shadow stabilized, Lunala had already transported the fiery goose to Linchi's side. The fire goose, still shaken, leaned slightly forward due to inertia, instinctively reaching out to grasp the arm of the nearby Lynch for support. Buzz. Lunaria's eyes sparkled with a flicker of anthropomorphic wariness. What are you trying to do? Where do you think you're touching? Your trainer is not someone you can lay hands on. The fire goose suddenly darted forward, inexplicably moving a meter, only to land squarely on the ground with a resounding thud. Ouch! 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 The fire goose, still rattled, clutched its rear and rose to its feet. Though disheveled, it had escaped serious harm. Thank you. It first glanced at Lynch, who was fixated on the battlefield and had waved his hand dismissively. Then it turned its gaze to Lunaria. While I am grateful for your rescue, what was the meaning of that sudden meter? Lunaria raised her head high and rejoined the fray, engaging in battle with the approaching cheerful Kappa. Witnessing the collapse of the water fleet, Izumi poured all her fury and despair onto the fire goose, her gaze fixed solely on it. Sherlock, who had always lingered at the periphery of the battlefield without ever standing tall, sensed an opportunity and began to enumerate Izumi's transgressions. You, who have insulted me 123 times and kicked me 57 times. Now, there are no other Pokémon around, right? An unprecedented surge of courage, or perhaps a long-suppressed resentment, surged within Sherlock's heart. For the first time, she straightened her back. Then, she immediately crouched down, discreetly nudging the swift hound. Hurry up. Let us see if we can redeem our reputations and wash away this disgrace. Swift hound, what do you mean by we? You might want to clarify your words. My reputation has always been impeccable, both internally and externally. Yet, despite this, the weight of guilt compelled Swift Hound to take decisive action. Seizing the moment, it launched itself, its massive form unleashing a terrifying speed that belied its size, charging forth with unwavering momentum in a swift strike. Bang! Izumi felt an irresistible force crash into her from the side, and in a dizzying whirl, she was pinned firmly to the ground by Swift Hound, unable to move. Ha ha ha! Sherlock could no longer contain her overwhelming joy, leaping up, hands on her hips, laughing towards the heavens. Sherlock Junsha. I declare that from this day forth, I have finally risen. Cough you. Ignoring Sherlock, under the immense force, Izumi struggled to turn her head, incredulously gazing at Swift Hound. A glimmer of heaviness and regret shone in Swift Hound's eyes as it cast a deep look at Izumi. I'm sorry, it's a double agent. The agonizing pain and betrayal struck Izumi like a thunderclap, plunging her into darkness as she instantly lost consciousness. Boss Izumi, this kid is a double agent. How could this kid possibly be a double agent? With Izumi's collapse and Sherlock's declaration of being a double agent, the water fleet was thrown into chaos. Unable to muster even a semblance of resistance, the tide had turned. Lynch shot a furious glance at the cackling Sherlock. You little rascal, how dare you steal my kill? It's over. Lynch's frigid voice rang out like a death sentence. Under this reign, strength is not solely on your side. Middleton has long been secretly preparing a powerful move. Grasping the fire goose, he retreated rapidly. Boom, crackle. Lightning erupted. Middleton unleashed thunder. However, this time, the thunder was no longer a targeted attack. The energy conduits within Middleton, charged for so long, suddenly blazed with blinding electric light. An unprecedented, robust lightning bolt, as thick as a colossal tree, shot skyward, crashing violently against the metal roof of the workshop. In an instant, countless thick, twisted bolts of lightning, imbued with a sense of destruction, erupted from Middleton like a frenzied storm, radiating outward in an umbrella-like formation, engulfing the central area of the workshop, harnessing the water flow. The raging thunder descended like divine punishment. Ha 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 hic. Just as Sherlock reveled in the pinnacle of her life, her laughter was abruptly cut off, caught in her throat. The next second, rumble. The world lost its sound. Chapter 86. My connections exceed your imagination. Lightning danced wildly. In this critical moment, Swifthound proved to be the most reliable. It leaped up, grabbing the stuck Sherlock by her clothing. In a flash, under the threat of lightning, it unleashed its fastest speed ever, dragging Sherlock along as they fled. In the final moment, the heart-stopping Swifthound narrowly escaped the enveloping chaos of the violent thunder. However, the trailing Sherlock was not so fortunate. A pale electric serpent, arcing outward, struck her with precision. Gah! Sherlock let out a strange cry. High-voltage electricity coursed violently through her body. With Sherlock as a conductor, the Pokémon covering her face, Ditto, bore the brunt, convulsing violently and distorting its form. Instantly incapacitated, it slumped to the ground, revealing her iconic visage. Swifthound too was affected, its fur standing on end, instinctively releasing its grip, leaving Sherlock to endure the relentless electric shocks alone. Snema, better one person than two. It glanced back at Sherlock, its eyes filled with a sense of having done its utmost. Just a bit of lightning. The prostrate Sherlock suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Lynch, Fire Goose, Swifthound. Lynch withdrew his other Pokémon, amidst the astonished gazes of the two and the hound. There lay Sherlock on the ground, her fingers digging into the earth, somehow enduring the electric shocks. Clutching Ditto upside down, she shakily stood up. Don't underestimate me. I, Sherlock, possess an unparalleled adaptability. With every faltering step, she braved Middleton's thunderous assault, finally stepping out of the reach of the lightning. I am Sherlock, with a call to arms. Even the Elite Four must join forces to contend with me. She is nothing short of a superwoman. Lynch and Fire Goose exchanged glances. While the mention of the Elite Four might be an exaggeration, to withstand the aftermath of the thunder, her resilience must indeed be formidable. As for the infiltration of Junsha within the water fleet, Fire Goose found it hardly surprising. After all, in a place as permeable as the water fleet, anything could happen. It wouldn't be shocking to hear of a double agent among them. Even if you said their senior officials were about to defect, she would believe it. Aha. Regaining some of her former schoolgirl charm, Sherlock placed her hands on her hips, eyeing the panting Middleton. Is this what you call trying to take me down? Your electric shocks still fall far short. Swifthound. It glanced at its own fur, frizzed and unmanageable, then looked at Junsha, who was laughing heartily, albeit with slightly charred and tattered clothing. Subsequently, it silently began to groom itself. Next time, I'll let the dog save her. Good brother. Sherlock, still tinged with lingering echoes of electronic music, endeavored to muster a smile, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction as he boasted. Wasn't my heroic backstab just magnificent? Did you capture my gallant figure on record? He then feigned an intent to pat Lynch on the shoulder. Lynch, upon hearing this, he bristled with indignation. I considered you a brother, yet you shamelessly pilfer my expertise. Is that just? He forcefully shrugged off Sherlock's dark hand, his gaze sharpening with intensity as he loomed over him, solemnly declaring, Name? Sherlock, taken aback by this sudden interrogation, instinctively recoiled. Yes, it's me. Lynch, your good brother. He continued, Look, in a crucial moment, I was the one who rendered significant assistance, vanquishing the boss. Oh no, I mean Izumi. Silence. Lynch coldly interrupted, his eyes unwavering. As a prime suspect in a serious crime, how dare you attempt to implicate me, a steadfast ally of the Alliance? I, Lynch, have held an eternal vendetta against evil since childhood. Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Now, representing the Alliance, I shall repeat myself. Name. Sherlock Kunsha. Sherlock reflexively divulged his full name. How old? How old? Sherlock paused, seemingly struggling to catch up with the rhythm of the questioning. He blinked in confusion, glancing down at his chest, which had been restrained but was now returning to its natural state. Despite not fully grasping the intent behind the question, a surge of inexplicable pride compelled him to straighten his back, chin raised, responding with a bold and proud tone. 36. 36. The Fire Goose's gaze was immediately captivated. She instinctively glanced down at herself, then incredulously back at Sherlock, who remained defiantly upright. Youth certainly has its charms. One might say it is a youthful allure. If the number symbolizes the vast foundation of majestic mountains, then the letters represent their awe-inspiring heights. Fire Goose quietly estimated this height in her mind, her eyes betraying an unabashed envy. That must at least be a D, right? With a critical glare, Lynch shot her a fierce look. I asked for your age. Oh, You should have said so earlier. 18 years and 74 months. Do not give me that cheeky demeanor. Answer the question honestly. Gulp. 22. Moments later. Wah, Lynch. I was wrong. I shall never provoke you again. I beg you, just don't hand me over to my aunt. I will do anything. I will die. If I'm sent back, I will truly perish. Lynch. He indeed intended to settle old and new scores, yet akin to halting in his tracks. Despite not having exerted any effort, this inconsequential Sherlock could not withstand it and collapsed, just as Lynch found himself in a state of indecision. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement grew louder, approaching from afar. Under Kusanoji's leadership, several motorcycles emblazoned with police insignia roared into view, halting steadily at the entrance. I heard from Director Kusanoji that the water fleet has already mobilized. The foremost Miss Kunsha executed a clean dismount from her motorcycle, her black leather boots striking the ground with a resounding thud. Her spirited face bore urgency, her eyes scanning the scene for the most conspicuous figures, Lynch and Fire Goose. What is the situation here? They have all been captured. At Director Kusanoji's prompting glance, Lynch succinctly replied. Fire Goose beside him nodded calmly, indicating the situation was under control. All captured. Miss Kunsha's voice carried a note of incredulity. Before the two could elaborate, she hastened forward, her gaze sweeping the area. As her eyes rapidly traversed the unconscious members of the water fleet sprawled across the ground, the tension in her lips unwittingly curved into a relieved smile. However, when her gaze finally settled upon the tearful, disheveled form of Sherlock, that smile abruptly froze in place. Which squad does this individual belong to? How disgraceful to be out of uniform and in such a state. You, witnessing the furrowed brow of the newcomer, Sherlock, who felt the shadow of her aunt looming, instinctively reacted. I am Sherlock Kunsha. I am loyal. I am one of us. Voluntarily infiltrating the water fleet as an undercover agent, she fervently emphasized, fearing that with a moment's delay, she might be mistaken for an accomplice and captured. Sherlock? Undercover? One of us. Is there such a person in our police department? The accompanying members of Miss Kunsha exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Do any of you recognize her? No. But the name sounds somewhat familiar. One of the Kunsha members pondered, stroking her chin in an effort to recall. I think I heard it mentioned during training at the Kando headquarters, but I don't remember clearly. After all, there are many in the Kunsha clan, and they are widely dispersed. It's impossible to remember every distant relative, especially when they all bear nearly identical faces. You are an undercover agent? The leading Kunsha stepped forward, her tone laced with scrutiny. Yes, I am an undercover agent. Sherlock blew a bubble with her nose, observing her lack of wit. The leading Kunsha became even more skeptical. Then why have I not received any notification regarding your current operation? The leading Kunsha's inquiry struck at the core, her gaze growing increasingly sharp. Which department are you from? What is your badge number? And where is your identification? She extended her hand, palm upward, her stance unmistakable. She demanded Sherlock produce her credentials. But Sherlock was as if frozen in place, her entire being momentarily immobilized. She opened her mouth, yet not a word escaped her lips, her gaze flickering with guilt. She had acted without authorization. How could she possibly possess any credentials? Noting Sherlock's evident unease, the leading Kunsha sighed. In that case, you must accompany us for further investigation. After all, with such a large family, one can never be too careful about potential rot within. With a mere glance, she signaled the two individuals behind her to step forward. They seized Sherlock, one on each side, and hoisted her up. Come with us. As she realized she was about to be escorted away, Sherlock frantically cast a pleading glance towards Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog felt utterly exhausted. The reason it had initially chosen Sherlock was that it believed her to be a slacker, not wanting to bear too much pressure. Yet, it never anticipated that Sherlock could be this much of a slacker, carefully smoothing out the last few tufts of fur that had fluffed up due to the electric shock. It rose and gently tugged at the leading figure's clothing. In a critical moment, Wind Speed Dog sprang into action. The leading Kunsha looked down, her face instantly blossoming into a smile of delight, her voice softening slightly. Bruce, what are you doing here? What? It's Bruce. Bruce. Long time no see. In stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding Sherlock, a group of Junsha swiftly encircled, their hands affectionately stroking the fluffy neck fur and broad back of the swift dog. The swift dog nuzzled each one in turn before raising a front paw, gesturing towards Sherlock with a hint of exasperation. It then shook its head in resignation, its expressive eyes conveying a sense of disappointment in the child's lack of ambition. So that's it. The leading Junsha glanced at Bruce, then at Sherlock. Her previously stern expression finally softened, revealing a look of realization. So, she is your trainer, Then, she nodded, acknowledging that Bruce's endorsement carried immense weight in her eyes. That surely poses no issues. Indeed, after all, she is backed by Bruce. The other Junsha nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Sherlock becoming significantly more amiable. After all, this was Bruce, the beloved darling of the school. Exonerated by the swift dog's endorsement, Sherlock wiped her face, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Her hands resting on her hips, she shot Lin Chi a triumphant glance. How about that? My connections are truly formidable. Lin Chi, Fire Goose, averted her gaze in silent disapproval. This was simply too embarrassing to witness. The bond between humans and dogs, it seems, is a reflection of mutual influence. Is this what they call leveraging one's canine companion? Suddenly, a flash of realization cut through the fog of memory for one Junsha, illuminating the name Sherlock. She repeated it, her voice rising in pitch. I remember now. No wonder this name sounds so familiar. Her eyes widened as she pointed at Sherlock. Excitement evident in her tone. You are the legendary Sherlock Junsha. Sherlock instinctively straightened her posture. Indeed, that is she. Yet before the moment could settle, someone interjected. The one who, under the watchful eyes of the four heavenly kings, dared to skip class and ultimately face the four of them in a joint effort to discipline her? Chapter 87. Do you wish to become my companion? The other Junsha gasped in unison, their eyes wide as they regarded Sherlock. They had heard tales of this incident before, but to encounter the protagonist of the story in person was beyond their wildest dreams. Such a fierce individual. Talent breeds courage. No wonder she dared to go undercover alone. Indeed, that is I. Unfazed by the revelation, Sherlock stood tall, her chest puffed out. If she were to be suspended by four mere underlings, that would indeed be shameful. But they were no mere underlings. They were the four formidable trainers who, through sheer strength, had disrupted the peace of Kanto, and ultimately were recruited by the Alliance. The title of Heavenly King was established, in part, to accommodate and restrain powerful individuals like them, a mere carrot to keep them in line. Over time, it evolved to encompass the dual roles of enforcers across various regions. To have been bested by such four top-tier trainers, how could she not feel proud? It was not she who was defeated by the four kings, but rather it was the four kings who could only take her down. The mute champion of Kanto had never faced such treatment, having only been attacked by three of the kings. And she, Sherlock, faced for right from the outset, all guns blazing, without mercy. Moreover, she emerged unscathed. The contrast is evident. Oh my, is that true, esteemed one? One Junsha immediately inquired. Of course it is true. With remarkable audacity, Sherlock nodded, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. What do you believe the true strength of the four masters to be? Another Junsha eagerly followed up, even unconsciously employing formalities. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a desire to comprehend ultimate power. After all, the four kings now held high positions within the Alliance, rarely deigning to take action themselves. Their juniors could only glean snippets of their former glory through legends and files. Well, they're just average, Sherlock remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the 4's combined might as mere superficial injuries. Next question. She waved her hand casually, inviting further inquiries. Oh my. This flippant assessment elicited another wave of suppressed astonishment from the Junsha, their gazes converging on the silent Bruce. So, Bruce is actually this powerful? The swift dog. It's not it that sustained the superficial injuries. I have questions. Me too. And don't rush. Today, Sherlock, have plenty of time. One by one, please. You've certainly had a tough time, haven't you? Hearing Sherlock's candid critique of the four kings, Lin Chi glanced down at the swift dog. The swift dog met Lin Chi's gaze and then, with a distinctly human-like expression, looked skyward. Its trainer might be audacious and elated now, but she may have forgotten that the time for continued education comes around every 2 years, and that date is fast approaching. Come the time for training in Kanto, blood shall not spill upon its fur. Even then, given its connections, it will not be able to save her. Meanwhile, Fire Goose had little interest in their chattering. With the intention of capturing the entire water fleet, her sole focus was on accumulating wealth. She sidled up to the leading Junsha, her eyes shimmering with pure desire for riches. Junsha miss. About the bounty on the water fleet, the leading Junsha snapped back to attention. She switched off her communicator. After searching her internal system for Sherlock's name and unit affiliation, she had just sent a message to the head of Zine City. After all, since they were involved, they ought to be informed. However, she hadn't anticipated such a swift reply, nearly instantaneous. Received. I'll come personally right away. The Junsha in charge of Zine City truly acted with remarkable decisiveness. She couldn't help but marvel internally. Suppressing her thoughts, she turned back to Fire Goose and Lin Chi, resuming her serious demeanor as she addressed them. I appreciate your efforts in this operation. Her gaze swept across the tightly bound members of the water fleet, particularly lingering on the unconscious Quan Mei. Once the scene is confirmed, and the main culprits along with their core members are apprehended, the bounty process will commence immediately. By tomorrow noon at the latest, the funds will be deposited into your designated accounts. Splendid. With this sum, the Chimney Mountain Division can be swiftly rebuilt. Fire Goose clenched her fists, a radiant smile spreading across her face. The fatigue from days of toil evaporated. With money comes confidence. She regained a semblance of the dignity she once had as a senior officer. Ahem. Coughing lightly, she turned to Lin Shi, her gaze intense. Oi, Lin Shi. She instinctively raised her fist to playfully thump Lin Shi's chest in a show of camaraderie. However, just as her hand was lifted, it met the calm, unwavering gaze of Lanala, who peeked out from behind Lin Shi's pokeball. Fire Goose's motion froze. Naturally, she redirected her raised fist, bringing it down with a crisp clap against her own palm. Lunayala, feeling satisfied, withdrew slightly. This collaboration has been exceedingly delightful. I have taken quite a liking to you. She leaned forward, her eyes aflame with eagerness. What do you say? Do you wish to become my companion? This abrupt invitation left Lynch momentarily stunned. He gazed into the wild, yet sincere eyes of Huyen. What about the shares? What are the profits? The people of Fire Village at least allowed me to be their saint. Yet here, we discuss emotions without any mention of financial matters? You dare to test my resolve with this. I meant to say, would you like to partner with me in the future? Together, we shall surely reap abundant rewards. Under Lynch's scrutinizing gaze, Huyen realized her phrasing was ambiguous and hurriedly waved her hands in an attempt to rectify the situation. Ahem, my dear brother. At this juncture, Kusunaji interjected. He could no longer remain silent. What about the shares? The profits? Discussing only sentiments without any mention of financial matters? This young red falcon is clearly attempting to swindle us. But I am different. Regarding the subsequent matters, I have several inquiries I would like to discuss with you, particularly concerning the division of profits. You see, this conveniently provided Huyen with an opportunity to retreat. Huyen also recognized that her previous invitation might have been a touch too direct, a faint blush crossing her cheeks as she flusteredly added, you need not rush your response. Just give me an answer by noon tomorrow. Her words tumbled out rapidly as she endeavored to mask her unease. At that dessert shop you frequently visit, I shall await your arrival. Just like that. Having spoken, as if fearing Lynch would say anything further, she promptly dashed out of the shipyard. As for Ashes, if all else fails, I'll simply buy his freedom with money. After all, I, Huyen, have the means. Middleton edged closer to Lynch, nodding toward the departing Huyen. She is a good person, quite capable. The dessert shop, it seems promising. Chapter 88. I see her as merely coveting my physique. She is shameless. The following day, in the dessert shop of Cana City, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the cozy decor and the array of delectable confections within, rendering them all the more enticing. Meanwhile, Huyen, having arrived a full hour early, occupied the most conspicuous small white round table. A few female staff members whispered among themselves about Huyen, whose financial situation had markedly improved. Uncharacteristically, she was not adorned in her signature, nearly worn-out trench coat today. Instead, she had donned a sharply tailored red dress. The hem of the dress hovered perilously close to her thighs, accentuating the graceful lines of her legs, thus infusing her typically androgynous allure with an unexpected touch of rare, assertive femininity. Fidgeting slightly with her short lavender hair, her gaze frequently drifted toward the entrance. This attire was reminiscent of her youthful days, when she participated in glamorous competitions. Wearing such an outfit now felt somewhat embarrassing. Aware of the occasional glances cast her way by the female staff, Huyen felt a sense of discomfort, only somewhat soothed by the presence of her leggings. However, thoughts of Lynch unexpectedly filled her with anticipation. She gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks. Ahem, Huyen cleared her throat, directing her attention to the nearly untouched glass of juice before her, silently rehearsing the speech she had painstakingly crafted the previous night, having scarcely slept. While she muttered her lines, she adjusted her facial expressions toward the juice glass, endeavoring to project a smile that was both reliable and captivating. She smiled at me. The staff members suddenly erupted in sharp exclamations. This bolstered Huyen's confidence in her approach. With her mature, competent, yet subtly wild charm, winning over a capable young trainer like Lynch should be a mere formality, surely? Hadn't she noticed how entranced the staff members were by her? Even if, in a worst-case scenario, this young man declined to join the Fire Rock team, establishing a long-term friendship would still be advantageous. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, She felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, signaling the staff to come over, and she boldly ordered several signature desserts from the menu. Under the influence of Huyen's charm, the table soon overflowed with sweets. Of course, the two of them wouldn't be able to consume such a plethora. These were specifically prepared for Middleton. After all, to capture a trainer's heart, one must first win over their Pokémon. Such is the strategy, one might say. Time trickled by, and the sunlight outside grew increasingly intense. As she watched the minute hand of the clock tick by, the initial confidence Huyen felt began to be replaced by a strange sense of anxiety. She lifted her glass of juice for a sip. The icy liquid coursed down her throat, yet it could not quell the unease brewing within her. Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, her gaze fixed intently on the glass door adorned with wind chimes. Lynch wouldn't he dare stand her up, would he? Or perhaps something unforeseen had occurred on his way. A torrent of chaotic thoughts began to flood her mind, just as she pretended for the umpteenth time to adjust her already neat dress. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of wind chimes rang out suddenly. Huyen's heart leapt in tandem with the chimes, and she instinctively sprang to her feet. Instantly, a smile she had practiced countless times spread across her face, which she believed to be flawless. Lynched you. The glass door swung open, but instead of the familiar figure she had envisioned, several stern-looking officers clad in deep blue uniforms entered, led by Junsha. A few imposing, sharp-eyed Manectrics swiftly sealed off the exits of the dessert shop. Junsha followed closely behind. Huyen, momentarily bewildered, felt an ominous premonition, her hand subtly reaching for a pokeball. What is the meaning of this? Do not attempt to engage us. The leading officer, Junsha, was the very same who had crossed paths with her at the shipyard dock yesterday. We have received reports regarding you. Red Falcon, no? Her gaze precisely locked onto the stunned Huyen. Perhaps I should refer to you as Huyen, a senior officer of the Fire Rock team. You are suspected of engaging in illegal organizational activities, tax evasion, environmental destruction, theft, money laundering, and other serious criminal charges. Her voice rose sharply. Now, I officially announce that you are under arrest. Far from the clamor of Kana City, a luxurious yacht sliced through the azure waves. In the casual lounge area on the deck, Lynch reclined comfortably in a sun lounger, sporting sunglasses and relishing the sea breeze. Beside him, Middleton sprawled on a cushion at his feet, its enormous head buried in a lavish parfait cup filled with cream and berries, thoroughly enjoying itself. Buzz, buzz. Buzz at that moment. The communicator on the small round table beside him vibrated unceremoniously. TSK. After spending the entire night with Junsha and the curator, Lynch was in no mood to move. He emitted a disgruntled sound. However, before he could reach for it, the communicator autonomously levitated, hovering steadily at a convenient height before his eyes. Slightly tilting his head, Lynch cast an appreciative glance at Luniala, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Affection level 3. Subsequently, glancing at Millerton, who was solely occupied with his feast, I could not help but feel a surge of frustration at his lack of ambition. All he did was eat and play. Just look at others, then look at yourself. Can you not gain some insight? Upon triggering a keyword, Millerton suddenly jolted, his head, buried in a parfait cup, instantly lifted, his eyes wide with astonishment, darting left and right as he emitted a series of confused yet anticipatory short sounds. Snacks? Where are the snacks? Lynch, the real-time translator, Luniara, concealed her presence, shrouding her accomplishments in anonymity. She disregarded Millerton, who was frantically rummaging about in search of treats. Lynch's gaze refocused on the floating communicator screen, and before he could make a move, the call was answered. The nearly useless Lynch's affection level 1. Hello? Is this Mr. Lynch? A clear, crisp female voice resonated from the other end of the communicator, imbued with a sense of official business. Yes, and you are? Greetings. I am Junsa, the head of the Kana City Police Department. Her voice was steady and powerful. First and foremost, on behalf of the Kana City Police and all its citizens, I extend our sincere gratitude for the timely intelligence you provided regarding the Team Magma. Your assistance is crucial in our efforts to dismantle criminal organizations. Indeed, before elegantly boarding the ship to depart, Lynch had promptly sold out Team Magma. He was a nostalgic individual. It was impossible for him to have Team Magma accompany him through the hardships of life on the road. After all, he was not a devil. Thus, with tears in his eyes, Lynch transformed the cold, unfeeling Team Magma into warm, thriving currency, allowing them to remain by his side in a different manner. As for attending the rendezvous, Lynch smirked. Preposterous. He bluntly stated that the fiery harpy was merely lusting after his physique. How base. Who did Lynch think he was? A person of unblemished integrity, unwavering righteousness, forever opposed to the forces of evil. How could he succumb to such temptation? Moreover, This mere harpy had the audacity to attempt to lure him into her web with her charms and a few confections, expecting him to work for nothing? How absurd. He was the one who painted grand visions for others. No need for pleasantries. Lynch adjusted his sunglasses, his voice transmitted through the communicator, resonating with an air of righteousness. Do not overlook even the smallest of evils, nor neglect the smallest of goods. This is my life's creed. Absolutely. So right. The Yveltal within the pokeball took a vigorous sip at this moment, savoring the delightful essence it craved. On the other end, Junsa, the head, momentarily paused, uncertain if she had misheard. However, being well-versed, she quickly composed herself and shifted back to the matter at hand. Regarding the bounty on Team Aqua, the shares for Izumi and its core members have been calculated, along with the additional bonus for assisting in the capture of Team Magma. We will deposit everything into the account you previously provided this afternoon. As for the bounty originally intended for the fiery harpy, Junsa's voice hesitated. This portion will also be deposited into your account. Lynch lightly acknowledged with a hum, clearly satisfied with this arrangement. However, Junsa's voice carried a tinge of regret. It is unfortunate that we could not apprehend the fiery harpy. She escaped? Lynch raised an eyebrow, his tone unexpectedly intrigued. She possesses a nine-tailed fox proficient in illusions. Junsa succinctly replied. In truth, had we charged her all at once, it would have been manageable. Yet, once Pokémon utilize even a hint of psychic abilities, they become exceedingly difficult to handle. Through her indistinguishable illusions, the fiery harpy managed to elude our pursuit. But rest assured, Junsa's voice immediately regained its seriousness. The identity information of you as the informant will be kept strictly confidential by our police department. We will not disclose a single detail to any third party. In this regard, we are professionals. Chapter 89. Is this thing malfunctioning? Lynch, professionals? Who? You? Aside from group battles, I doubt you have been trained in anything else. To be frank, Junsa's credibility in his eyes had all but evaporated. Seeing Lynch fall silent, Junsa, as the head, sought to salvage their reputation, reiterating, we are indeed professionals. There is absolutely no issue. Lynch responded begrudgingly. However, let me reiterate, should any individuals akin to the fiery harpy appear in your vicinity, please report it promptly. Of course, as you know, this is not due to our lack of professionalism. Primarily, Team Magma has proven exceedingly cunning. Exasperated, Lynch terminated the call. He knew all too well that he must rely on himself. Yet, even if the fiery harpy were to seek him out again, he harbored no fear. Setting aside the fact that his strength was increasing by the second, if he could sell her out once, he could certainly do it again. Moreover, with the harpy's audacious antics causing Junsa to lose face, the bounty would undoubtedly rise. Sell once, escape once, the bounty increases. Sell again, escape again. The bounty rises once more. In this back and forth, he could effectively turn the tables. No, execute justice. If he were to repeat this process a dozen times, wouldn't he be swimming in wealth? He felt as though half of his posterior was already firmly planted on the throne of Hoenn's wealthiest. In high spirits, the soon-to-be tycoon Lynch languidly straightened his posture, reaching for his cousin. He had yet to peruse today's offerings. He prepared to see what new items the shop had refreshed. By the way, the profits from yesterday's endeavors were quite substantial. First and foremost, the simulation attempts had reached an astonishing 5 times. The strength of the participating Pokémon had also seen significant improvement. Among them, Millerton had made the most remarkable advancement, reaching an impressive level 46. However, this was to be expected, as he had nearly monopolized the experience from Team Aqua. As the screen unfurled, a brand new message appeared before him. Yveltal LV44, LV45. Lynch. He stared in bewilderment at his Pokeball. Wait, didn't you just level up yesterday? Lynch felt his cognitive processes short-circuiting. He distinctly remembered that, through the dual experience boosts from the last simulation and yesterday's Team Aqua event, Yveltal had only barely broken through to level 44. How could he awaken to find it at level 45? It wasn't as if it underwent constant self-training like Mewtwo. That one was the epitome of diligence, training relentlessly, barely reaching level 40. In contrast, how had Yveltal quietly ascended to the upper echelon? If it could grow stronger without any effort, what would that make Mewtwo? A mere jester? Lynch could almost envision Mewtwo's cold visage, losing its composure upon learning this dire news. Nevertheless, he recalled that Yveltal, being a dark-type Pokémon, thrived on malevolent thoughts to grow stronger. Lynch furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. Firstly, he was unequivocally certain of his own virtue. Secondly, his presence aboard this vessel was a direct result of a transaction made with Junsha, facilitated by the Curators Association. The individuals aboard were predominantly affluent. with a significant number being exceptionally wealthy. Thus, the answer became glaringly apparent. If he was not the catalyst for the enhancement of Ipirtal, then it must undoubtedly be these individuals. A wave of epiphany washed over him. A single ship full of people could elevate Ipirtal by a level. Truly, they were the epitome of avaricious capitalists. In his heart, Lin Chi harbored a quiet disdain for them. This was not merely a journey. It was a test of his innocence, as pure as unblemished parchment. Since it was indeed a test, he welcomed it with fervor. After all, his unwavering sincerity would remain unaltered. With this thought, Lin Chi summoned a server and ordered another table laden with desserts. Enduring this sweet, sinful indulgence, he casually opened the system shop, eager to distract himself with potential new acquisitions. The daily shop offered nothing more than commonplace fruits and healing items, hardly worthy of his attention, so he swiftly bypassed it. As for the Team Rocket's cutting-edge technology store, well, it was filled with nothing but mundane items, neither cutting-edge nor innovative. It sparked no desire for expenditure. However, just as Lin Chi prepared to close the screen, an icon resembling a single-lensed eyeglass, seemingly flowing with ethereal blue data streams, captured his gaze. Name: Combat Power Detector. Description: its primary function is evidently to gauge combat power, displaying its numerical value. The detector can provide automatic alerts and can be operated manually, although it is likely limited to assessing the current combat strength of living beings. Following modifications by Team Rocket, it now even offers situational recommendations. Note: this detector should not be misused to spy on beings exhibiting excessively high energy reactions. Any resulting mishaps are beyond our responsibility. Additional note: suggestions are for reference only. Any incidents are also not our responsibility. And all interpretation rights belong to the Team Rocket legal department. Lin Chi. This is precisely what he desired. He paid no heed to the footnotes. Glancing at the price, he hesitated not for a moment and swiftly expended all his contribution points to acquire it. After all, it was a combat power detector, a magical device that could bridge the gap in information. With it, would he not be able to precisely gauge his opponents during confrontations? Upon deducting the contribution points, a pair of glasses, exuding a cold, crystalline quality, materialized in his grasp. Habitually, Lin Chi placed the glasses over his right eye, then gently pinched the area around his eye. The world through his left eye remained unchanged, while through the peculiar lens of his right eye, everything was veiled beneath a delicate, flowing grid of data. Instinctively, he glanced down at the Millerton, who was engaged in battle with Barfi while eyeing the desserts on the table. Instantly, a cascade of swiftly fluctuating blue characters streamed across the lens. Combat Power, 452. Note: you might enhance its combat power by kicking Barfi away. Lin Chi. He quietly removed the glasses and then donned them once more. Aside from Millerton's combat power, which had decreased by 2 points due to a lapse in vigilance, the final note remained unchanged. He began to comprehend. Why was this detector, which was undeniably a marvel of black technology, priced so reasonably? Whoever believed that suggestion must be a fool. He gazed at his pokeballs. The combat powers displayed in succession, with their levels serving as a reference benchmark. Lin Chi discerned the approximate correlation between this combat power value and actual levels. Millerton's combat power, hovering around 400, corresponded to a level in the 40s. While not as precise as level distinctions, the ability to view an opponent's Pokemon's combat power in real time was more than sufficient. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chi turned his head, peering through the porthole and the single-lens glasses to observe the leisurely strolling crowd on the deck alongside their Pokemon. Target: sturdy blonde uncle, combat power, 120. Target: boy with hair covering his eyes, combat power, 119. Target: dark-skinned international student from a specific region, combat power, 110. Target: young woman with a toy, combat power, 69. Lin Chi nodded. The combat power of ordinary individuals generally hovered just above 100, roughly equivalent to a level 10 Pokemon. Their accompanying Pokemon also exhibited relatively low combat power, mostly lingering in the 200s, with a scant few exceeding 300. This was reasonable. After all, not everyone aspired to be a trainer. Furthermore, raising Pokemon was indeed a profound art. The process was undeniably arduous, particularly when most trainers had barely completed elementary education. Unless one possessed extraordinary talent, coupled with relentless diligence and a commitment to rigorous study, the task became exceedingly challenging. After a thorough observation, Lin Chi rubbed his right eye, which had begun to throb from the data streams. Having sat for the entire morning, the scenery had transitioned from expansive seas to coastal waters adorned with verdant islands, and the silhouette of Wudo town had become distinctly visible. He needed to prepare to disembark. Just as he contemplated putting away the glasses, two enormous, ethereal blue numbers suddenly erupted above the frothing white crests not far away. 269, 645. What? 645? That was over 60 levels. The absurdly high number instantly pierced his vision. Lin Shi instinctively squinted his right eye, peering through the lens with scrutiny. There, he beheld a muscular figure, dark-skinned and robust, crowned with striking blue hair, confidently standing on a surfboard. Beside him, a round, gloved, squinting yellow humanoid Pokémon swayed rhythmically with the waves. It was a Machamp. Wait a moment. Lin Shi rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe he had not misread. The number floating above the Machamp was 269. The terrifying value of 645 was, astonishingly, hovering steadily above the head of the blue-haired muscle man. Surely, this combat power detector was malfunctioning? Chapter 90. I am still just a child. It has appeared. One of the three great sights of Wudo Town. The surging vines. With an excited exclamation, the deck erupted into a flurry of activity. All the passengers instinctively flocked to the ship's railing, their gazes fixed upon the agile figure gliding across the sea surface. This physique could rival that of a fighting-type Pokémon, couldn't it? A young man, witnessing the vines for the first time, clutched the railing, unable to suppress a gasp. Not merely muscular, a burly man nearby murmured, his eyes glued to the figure on the sea with a fervent intensity that seemed ready to ignite. The fluid lines, the perfect contours, the chiseled muscles. Art. This was nothing short of the artistry of musculature. He longed to request personal instruction from him, to master the techniques through an entire night of guidance. Another muscular trainer couldn't help but exclaim, his fingers unconsciously caressing his biceps. Indeed, a group of brawny men, boasting a combat power of 200, enthusiastically echoed him, their gaze never straying from the figure weaving through the waves. Lin Shi mused. While moderate exercise can attract the opposite sex, excessive training, it seems, only attracts same-sex admirers. Listening to the lively discussions around him, Lin Shi soon discerned the identity of this individual. It was Fujimori, the master of the martial arts dojo in the fighting town. If it were indeed this esteemed figure, then the astonishing figure of 645 on the combat power detector might not be as outrageous as it initially appeared. After all, he was a formidable force capable of subduing a Gyarados with his bare hands, a peer of the renowned fighting King Shiba. Being on par with the champion known for his physical prowess in the Kanto region speaks volumes about his caliber. As the luxurious cruise ship slowly docked, Lin Shi descended the gangway with the throng, setting foot on the island famed for its caves and fishing. He felt no urgency to engage with Fujimori just yet. Instead, he resolved to find a place to settle down and rest. After all, he had exerted himself the previous day. Once recharged, he would indulge in a little training with his cousin before formally visiting Fujimori the next day to challenge the dojo. Lin Shi was never one to embark on an unprepared battle. He chose a clean and tidy and adorned with a nautical theme at the edge of town. Just as he lay down, barely having closed his eyes, he was abruptly awakened by the serious-faced Pokémon. Mutuo floated before him, arms crossed over its chest. Its intense gaze piercing into Lin Shi, bombarding his mind with a powerful, almost tangible thought. It had been half a day since its last training session. Did he not realize that while it rested, countless opponents were honing their skills? If this continued, it would find itself several years behind. Lying idle would not lead to strength. At this rate, how could it stage a comeback? Was it truly destined to be overtaken by others? The self-proclaimed king of comebacks was about to be usurped. Lin Shi interjected. To be honest, lying down could also lead to. Before he could finish his thought, a rocky arm reached over. Rhydon had somehow approached, holding a pale red orb. Here you go, Lin Shi rubbed his drowsy eyes. This was the life orb he had ordered the night prior. Rhydon nodded vigorously, its rock joints creaking as it grasped the orb, sensing the energy pulsing within. A faint electric glow beginning to emanate from its body. It felt it. An inexhaustible power was surging forth. Oh wait, just hold on, Lin Shi exclaimed, watching Rhydon. On the brink of releasing its electric energy, feeling a headache coming on. He had a nagging feeling that purchasing this for Rhydon was a mistake. Still groggy and faced with these formidable companions, Lin Shi rubbed his throbbing temples. Just then, a gentle azure beam descended upon him, soothing his disarrayed state. Lin Shi instantly felt rejuvenated, his fatigue vanishing. Thank you, he instinctively expressed, glancing at the Dragonite standing beside his bed. Wait, Dragonite, who are you? Lin Shi was perplexed. Did he have a Dragonite? Did he capture it while sleepwalking? Or was it a gift from his cousin's starter package? Noticing his confusion, Dragonite waved its small arms, summoning another azure beam. After receiving a mysterious blessing, Lin Chi felt his abnormal state lifted. Dragonite pointed to a waist pouch adorned with a Magikarp design, and then to the steaming food that had appeared on the table, extending its claws towards Lin Chi. It was the delivery guy. Pay up. Seeing the Magikarp delivery insignia and the serious-faced Milotic nearby, along with his communicator, Lin Chi's mouth twitched. Yet, he complied and paid Dragonite. Milotic relaxed, having opted for cash on delivery as it was unaware of Lin Chi's payment password. Just as it was about to dig into the food, Lin Chi snatched a slice of pizza and devoured it voraciously before Milotic could react. In an instant, Milotic's combat power surged to nearly 500. It lunged forward, unwilling to be outdone, biting into the pizza and swallowing it in 2 bites. Lin Chi mused, actually. Now that I think about it, a shiny scyther and a Heracross wouldn't be too bad either. After counting his spoils, Dragonite nodded and used another mysterious blessing on Lin Chi, then held up a sign that read, "Please give me a 5-star rating." With that, it gracefully exited through the open window. Dragonite isn't too bad either. As the site of the fighting-type dojo, the fighting town naturally boasted ample training facilities. Lin Chi had little difficulty locating a spacious and professional training ground at the town's edge. Towering walls enclosed the area, prominently displaying the motto "Safety First." The expansive space was divided into several zones, some covered with thick mats and others featuring sturdy alloy targets, the air thick with the scent of sweat and determination. After paying a not insignificant fee, Lin Chi, along with an eager Mutuo and Rhydon, selected a relatively secluded corner equipped with reinforced panels. "Let us begin. But be mindful of your power. We don't want to demolish the place," Lin Chi cautioned, glancing at Rhydon, who was ready to unleash the life orb, potentially causing an explosion. "Especially you." With a satisfied grin, Rhydon prepared, and Mutuo's training was only just getting underway. A booming voice suddenly echoed, "What a gifted physique." Soon after, a fierce gust of wind rushed in, and before Lin Chi could blink, a muscular figure with bronze skin and blue hair materialized before Mutuo like a phantom. It was Fujimori, the blue-haired muscle-bound master, who had been surfing that morning, was now sizing up Mutuo. "Wow." Fujimori gasped, "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning," he murmured, as if admiring a masterpiece, marveling at its structure and potential, as if full of limitless possibilities. "What magnificent muscles," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with the primal, pure admiration of a fighter for a powerful physique. As he spoke, he even pinched Mutuo's bulging bicep. Mutuo, taken aback, felt a sudden surge of powerful energy pressing down on it, an affront it had never experienced before. In a reflexive response driven by shock and instinct, it swung a fist. Bang! The punch, imbued with terrifying strength, landed squarely on Fujimori's cheek with a dull thud. Withstanding a heavy blow, the figure of Fujimori merely tilted his head slightly to one side, not even swaying his upper body in the slightest. He smacked his lips, as if savoring the force of the punch, and commented, "Well, at least the momentum is quite commendable." Mutuo exclaimed, "What in the world is this? A human? No. A divine beast in disguise? I've never heard of such a thing." Regaining his composure, Lin Chi stepped forward. "Are you the gym leader, Fujimori?" Upon hearing the voice, Fujimori seemed to awaken from his reverie, reluctantly shifting his intense gaze from Mutuo to Lin Chi. "Oh, I sincerely apologize for such behavior towards your Pokémon." A radiant smile graced his face, revealing a set of bright teeth. Yet, while he spoke words of apology, that wicked hand of his seemed to have a mind of its own, still lingering around Mutuo. What on earth is wrong with this human? Mutuo instantly bristled and, with a swift teleport, hid behind Lin Chi, vigilantly glaring at Fujimori. It had never encountered such a perverse individual before. After all, it was merely a young creature, scarcely out of its infancy. Witnessing such a perfect physique, I momentarily lost my composure. It startled your Pokémon. Fujimori feigned a grasping motion with his hand, as if still relishing the sensation from earlier. "You must be the new trainer in town, right? I saw you disembarking at the dock this morning." "I am Fujimori, the gym leader of the fighting dojo." His infectious smile easily evoked a sense of goodwill. Naturally, Mutuo was a glaring exception to this. Lin Chi extended his hand to shake, feeling as though he had grasped a warm rock. Lin Chi?" Fujimori repeated the name, his thick brows arching slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his bronzed face. "You are Lin Chi? Both Cuckoo and Old Man Taishian have spoken of you, especially Old Man Taishian, who claimed your combat talent is extraordinary, remarkable in every aspect, and he specifically instructed me to share my knowledge if you ever visited the fighting town." He clapped Lin Chi on the shoulder with enough force to make him sway slightly. Not at all, Linchi grinned through the impact. All of my skills are thanks to old brother Taishian. He paused for a moment, adding, actually, everything I know, I learned from him. Haha, you two are quite humble. He even mentioned that all your techniques are self-taught. After sharing a hearty laugh, Fujimori's fiery gaze could not help but drift back towards Mutuo, who remained poised behind Linchi. Since we've met, why not take the opportunity to teach you something valuable? Consider it a welcoming gift. That would be greatly appreciated, Brother Fujimori. With that, Linchi stepped aside, exposing the bare Mutuo to Fujimori's gaze. You prefer close combat, don't you? Then go ahead, Mutuo. Mutuo, taken aback, replied, huh? Chapter 91. Because I am here. Mutuo. Fujimori was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Being mesmerized by the muscular physique, he began to scrutinize the Pokémon before him. By the way, I don't believe I've seen this Pokémon before. However, this momentary perplexity was soon replaced by fervent enthusiasm. He extended his thumb and broke into a vigorous smile. But it hardly matters. Muscles. As long as there are muscles, that is sufficient. With a hearty laugh, he spread his arms wide and then bent forward in a pouncing manner, his solid muscles tautening in response. Come, let me train you properly. The sheer absurdity of it all made Mutuo recoil further behind Linchi. While it enjoyed a comeback, it certainly did not relish being trained. Besides, it had already endured enough hardship. If subjected to further training, its path to invincibility might be irrevocably disrupted. Noticing that Mutuo remained huddled behind Linchi, Fujimori realized he needed to demonstrate his abilities. He aimed to make Mutuo willingly submit to his training. It seems we must showcase some real skill. Let us use that technique. A stout Machoke emerged in response, landing steadily on the specially designed training ground. Machoke. The Pokémon nodded. Yet, Mutuo, hidden behind Linchi, felt a sense of disdain. It could sense that the Machoke, with its unimpressive strength, posed no threat whatsoever. Watch closely. Fujimori's voice boomed, his arms crossing over his chest. This is the foundation of our fighting style, the essence of hardness. Upon hearing this, Machoke immediately settled into a stance, its thick legs firmly planted. As it took a deep breath, its muscles visibly swelled with power. Boom. Machoke lifted its right leg and slammed it down. The specially designed training ground quaked under the force of its presence. Linchi quickly donned his monocle over his right eye. Before him, Mashoki's combat strength began to soar rapidly. 270, 280, 290. With a surge of might, Machoke unleashed its power. 300, 310, 320. Its right fist clenched, devoid of any flashy technique. It delivered the simplest, most direct punch forward. 330, 340, 350. The strike was unadorned, yet as swift as lightning. Boom whoosh. The force of the punch tore through the air, producing a deafening crack. The gust of wind swept toward Linchi, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to shield himself from the oncoming blast. A staggering leap from a combat strength of 200 to an explosive 300. This is the essence of hardness, Fujimori proclaimed, his demeanor resolute as stone. With absolute power, we shatter all obstacles. Forward we march, unyielding and indomitable. He paused, a flicker of unfulfilled regret in his eyes, and added, it is a pity, however, that I am still exploring and refining the corresponding essence of softness. It has yet to fully take shape. Harmony of hardness and softness is the ultimate realm we pursue in martial arts. Mutuo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This is precisely it. What it lacked was the ability to unleash extraordinary combat prowess. It had gleaned a hint of insight from that earlier display of force. If it witnessed a few more instances, perhaps it could replicate the technique. In due time, formidable foes like Maletin, Golem, Lunala, Yveltal, and even Groudon would bow before its fists. With this thought in mind, Mutuo gripped Linchi's shoulder, then swiftly maneuvered to stand before him, facing Machoke. It looked down at the panting Machoke, a barely perceptible smirk gracing its lips. Moreover, it had assumed this human would summon some terrifying Pokémon. Instead, it turned out to be this lackluster creature. Thus, the one who adored comebacks would undoubtedly take action. Come on. Sensing Mutuo's fighting spirit, Fujimori revealed a gleaming grin. Excellent. You're full of energy. Mutuo's fingertips twitched impatiently. Enough talk. Let us battle. Machoke scratched its head, casting an admiring glance at Mutuo before stepping aside, revealing Fujimori behind it. The vine tree slowly clenched his fists, the knuckles emitting a crisp crack. Then I shall not hold back. Mutuo. Linchi, wait. Brotherton, are you planning to take the stage yourself? Do you not need Pokémon? Indeed. Shouldn't it be the underbelly wrestler who counters Mutuo? I currently only have the underbelly wrestler with me. Tung scratched his head, realizing that it was still just a child. The combat power of both sides hardly seemed comparable. He then patted his chest vigorously, producing a dull thud. Therefore, its opponent is me. However, as he glanced past Mutuo's rigid figure, Tung revealed a bright smile towards Lin Qi. No need for further words. I understand your concerns. He bent his arms, showcasing his bulging biceps. Rest assured, as a fighting trainer, if I cannot master my own strength, how could I possibly teach my Pokémon? This is my area of expertise. Mutuo. It turned to Lin Qi behind it. Surely you can't believe such nonsense? Then I can relax. Lin Qi nodded solemnly, then gave Mutuo a pat. Go for it. I will provide support. What? Are you not coming at me? Tung's gaze was fixed on Mutuo, seemingly perceiving its apprehension. No worries. He slowly retracted his right hand, placing it against his lower back. This time, I shall allow you one hand. Mutuo's temper flared. After all, it was Mutuo. It had its pride. How could it be so humiliated in front of Lin Qi? With a swift motion, it vanished without a trace, only to reappear like a specter behind Tung, a cerulean wave of energy coalescing in its grasp, mercilessly crashing down towards Tung's nape. Die! Yet before it could close the distance, Tung turned his head, revealing a smile. Mutuo. The sound of slicing air was sharp and piercing. Mutuo felt a disorienting force as its outstretched limb was met with an irresistible might. It scarcely comprehended the movement as the highly compressed energy sphere was struck with tremendous force, akin to a baseball being struck, exploding against a specially designed wall in a cloud of charred debris. Mutuo was astounded, yet a profound sense of humiliation and rebellious spirit overwhelmed its instinct to retreat. He only has one hand. What is there to fear? Thoughts raced, and Mutuo surged forward, its fists raining down like a tempest. The underbelly wrestler watched wide-eyed, reverence filling its squinted gaze. Isn't the choice to advance rather than flee? One must know that even the predecessors dared not do this. In the span of a heartbeat, dozens of heavy punches landed solidly against Tang's chest and arms. Just as Mutuo believed it had made a grave miscalculation, Tang's calm voice resonated, tinged with unmistakable disappointment. Your speed is ample, but completely lacking in force. Upon closer inspection, his physique remained flawless. Mutuo's punches left no mark upon him. Such a lack of strategy. Relying solely on instinct, Tung's voice bore a hint of frustration at the wasted potential of such a fine body. It feels akin to eagerly anticipating a rendezvous with a stunning woman at the beach, only to find her wrapped in an unwieldy, gender-neutral down jacket. Fueled by this frustration, Tung's left fist, long poised, finally struck. Simple, direct, yet fast beyond the limits of visual perception. Bang! The sound was not of a fist meeting flesh, but the sonic boom generated by compressed air. Mutuo's torrential assault crumbled in an instant. It had no time for defense or evasion. Feeling as though its abdomen had been struck by a speeding dump truck. There was no excruciating pain as anticipated, only an irresistible, pure physical force coursing through. Mutuo's vision blackened, consciousness severed in an instant, its body collapsing limply to the ground. One punch. Mutuo was unable to battle. I am terribly sorry. Observing the fallen Mutuo, a startled Tung immediately knelt, pressing his forehead against the ground, apologizing to Lin Qi. Damn, I couldn't control my strength for a moment. I truly have much to learn. But do not worry, I will make amends. Ah, that is unnecessary. Lin Qi waved his hand, seemingly unfazed. He swiftly produced a vitality block, patting Mutuo, which instinctively opened its mouth in response to the advanced reflexes it had developed. Under the influence of the medicinal prowess, Mutuo's eyelids fluttered, gradually awakening. Lin Qi helped Mutuo to its feet. As I mentioned, I will provide support. Then, the reliable Lin Qi extended a thumbs up towards Mutuo, smiling brightly. You can focus on your training without any burdens, for I am here. Mutuo. Outside the training ground, upon witnessing this scene, a furtive figure darted past the corner shadows. With a clear objective, they arrived at a place resembling a briefing room. The intruder approached a bespectacled man, who was meticulously organizing documents, exuding an air of refinement. Boss. The intruder nearly stumbled as he lunged towards the table, stabilizing himself with his hands, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. I found him. The person you mentioned. He is in the battle town, right in the training arena. The man looked up. Who? The trainer who has repeatedly thwarted our plans. Not only has he disrupted several of our Aqua Gang activities, but even that arrogant Mizuki, who usually looks down on others, has lost to him. The Aqua Gang soldier gesticulated animatedly, a tone of schadenfreude lacing his words. Mizuki is a high-ranking officer in our Aqua Gang. She has achieved merit. The man raised a finger, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles, producing a rhythmic sound. attempting to maintain a serious atmosphere. This is a serious matter, deserving of our utmost vigilance. Refrain from expressing any undue emotions. Do not revel in misfortune. Yet, despite his words, he could not entirely suppress his composure, raising a folded white handkerchief to cover his mouth, muffling a chuckle. Uft. The Aqua Gang soldier struggled to contain himself. You're right, boss. Uft. But it is indeed him. What a coincidence. The man relaxed his demeanor, then stood, smoothing out the unwrinkled collar of his shirt. I was just looking for an opportunity to have a proper chat with him. After all, when the organization is heading downhill, someone must hit the gas. Oh wait, I meant the brakes. As he spoke, he picked up the coat draped over the back of the chair, effortlessly slinging it over his shoulders, embodying the very essence of someone ready to take matters into their own hands and achieve swift resolution. Boss, are you really going in person? The admiration in his subordinate's eyes shimmered like stars, but then a sudden realization of something dreadful washed over him, causing his complexion to pale. But that individual is currently with Fujishu. Merely Fujishu. Even if he is the champion. The word slipped out, and suddenly, his movements froze, the act of tossing the coat pausing midair. Wait, who did you say? Fujishu. With the unyielding confirmation from his subordinate and the knowing gaze that affirmed it was indeed that Fujishu, the expression on his face underwent a striking transformation. In the next breath, he instinctively placed the half-flung coat back down, meticulously smoothing out the creases, and then nonchalantly returned to his original position, resuming his examination of the documents. It was as if the man who had just been poised to embark on a grand undertaking was an entirely different person. Ahem. He feigned composure, clearing his throat as his gaze fixed intently on the files before him, as if he had suddenly stumbled upon a matter of utmost academic significance. I just recalled that this analysis report on the optimal configuration and combat efficacy assessment of the Rainy Day Team S fighters contains several major discrepancies in the data that require immediate and thorough re-examination and verification. Without lifting his head, he tapped his pen on the documents, his tone becoming unusually grave and earnest. The workload is substantial and the stakes are high. Not a moment can be delayed, and it must take precedence. As for that Lin Chi, well, perhaps another day would be more suitable for a proper discussion. After all, timing is of the essence. Chapter 92. Do not let the muscles perceive. Bang. The heavy sound of impact reverberated once more throughout the training ground. The formidable form of Chao Meng crashed heavily onto the unforgiving surface, sending a plume of fine dust and gravel into the air. It lay supine on the ground. How many times had this occurred? It had long since lost count. Just as consciousness began to blur, its mouth opened. Almost reflexively, the tightly pressed lips of Chao Meng parted, only to be met by a warm hand that firmly cradled its chin, forcing something coarse into its mouth. Swallow. The command was succinct and unequivocal. Chao Meng struggled to roll its throat, swallowing the contents with great difficulty. A wave of warmth surged from its mouth, coursing through its very being. The product of its cousin, it was undoubtedly of superior quality. The remarkable potency of the vitality block aggressively seized Chao Meng's waning consciousness, mending its battered form. The searing pain in its body rapidly subsided, and clarity returned to its mind. Pushing against the ground with its arms, it slowly rose from the frigid earth, locking its gaze onto the man before it, who appeared utterly relentless. Initially, it had contemplated deception. It had endeavored to convey a sense of overwhelming burden, hoping for even a fragment of pity that might grant a brief respite from the unending torment. But despair quickly set in as it realized the futility of such attempts. On the sidelines, Lin Chi was tasked with rescue, while inside the arena, Fujishu mercilessly dealt blows. The two worked in flawless synchronization, their routine as precise as that of a cold machine. Stand up, then fight. Their gazes were calm, even imbued with a sense of scrutiny and anticipation, completely unfazed by any of Chao Meng's theatrics. The escape route had been utterly sealed. The instinct for survival and the indomitable pride deeply embedded in its genes were pushed to the brink. It had no choice but to take this seriously. To refrain from combat was to forfeit existence. It was Chao Meng, born from the genetic replication of Mew, which possessed the entirety of Pokémon's genetic information, and rigorously refined by Team Rocket. Its innate talent and learning capability had been the pinnacle since its inception. Compared to other Pokémon, what it lacked was merely the time to accumulate experience. Chao Meng shook its head vigorously, its gaze sharpening to an unprecedented acuity. Lowering its body, it propelled itself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it charged fiercely at Fujishu. When all distractions were cast aside, and its entire being was immersed in this brutal training, Chao Meng's terrifying learning ability began to manifest. Its rate of progress was astonishing. From initially being effortlessly dispatched with a casual strike to gradually managing to vaguely perceive Fujishu's movement trajectories. Eventually, it began to rely on instinct for clumsy evasions, occasionally seizing fleeting gaps to awkwardly yet tenaciously counterattack. The more it fought, the more exhilarating the experience became, as if the rhythm of its muscles flowed more smoothly. Immersed in the pure ecstasy of battle and self-improvement, it temporarily forgot the pain of being repeatedly knocked down, to the point of being struck down once more. The corners of its mouth unconsciously curled upwards, a near euphoric smile gracing its face. Lin Shi. Oh no, could it be awakening some peculiar attribute? How could it possibly find enjoyment in this? Was Team Rocket perhaps mixing something bizarre into Mew's genes? However, speaking of peculiarities, possessing all genetic information, Mew, from a certain perspective, resembled an ultimate version of Ditto. No, I mean, it's akin to a top-tier shapeshifter? That XP monster, with its penchant for playful word games, seems quite normal. After all, Ditto, with its Mew-like coloration and slightly viscous, liquid-like appearance, is just. The onlooker Lin Chi couldn't help but stroke his chin, his thoughts drifting towards strange directions. Ugh, I dare not ponder further. One can only say that this Mew might be engaging in something rather extravagant. Bang! Once again, a precise capture occurred. For the first time, Chao Ming's fist landed solidly against the side of Fujishu's face. The wave of energy erupted rapidly, scraping against Fujishu's skin, contorting his face. Chao Ming nearly found itself lost in ecstasy, its eyes rolling back in delight. An unprecedented sense of utilizing its own skills flooded its entire being. The countless experiences of teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the endless cycles of observation, imitation, failure, and retrying, had finally led it to learn how to perceive the most minute changes in Fujishu's movements. With this newfound awareness, it could predict his next action and respond at the most opportune moment. A barely perceptible sensation of expansion began to blossom within its heart as its strength surged. Perhaps this human was not invincible. With just a bit more speed, a touch more strength, a comeback was not entirely out of reach. In that fleeting moment of thought, Fujishu, who had been responding with a single hand and hadn't even shifted his stance, suddenly spoke. Your basic reactions and physical application are finally taking shape. A smile blossomed on his contorted face. However, to Chao Ming, this smile inexplicably carried an unsettling aura of danger. Now then, Fujishu's voice remained steady. The warm-up is over. It's time for the real lesson to commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than his casually resting left hand slowly moved to the forefront. With a gentle collision of his fists before his chest, an immensely restrained aura erupted forth, as if an ancient beast had been unleashed from its binds. A formidable aura coalesced into a palpable force, rendering the surrounding air almost viscous. Mew's internal alarm rang with unprecedented intensity. Run! It must escape. A lethal sense of crisis cascaded over it like a bucket of icy water, instantly drowning the flicker of pride that had momentarily surfaced. Instinctively, it sought to activate its teleportation ability, attempting to create a safe distance. Yet, before its will could fully manifest, even before it could materialize at another coordinate, the figure of Fujiki appeared directly in front of it, as if he had already foreseen its landing. How is this possible? How can this be? Mew's thoughts nearly froze in disbelief. How could his speed surpass that of teleportation? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? In its frantic haste, it could only instinctively amplify its psychic power, striving to erect a barrier before it. Surely, he wouldn't truly attempt to kill me, would he? This sliver of hope prevented it from succumbing to panic. After all, this was merely a lesson. Just a lesson, right? Do not harbor any unrealistic expectations of your opponent. He raised his seemingly ordinary right fist. Observe closely. This is your first lesson. With a single punch, just one punch, the psychic barrier was obliterated. Before the fist even made contact with Mew, the sheer force of the punch engulfed its consciousness in darkness once more. A familiar sensation, a familiar experience. The skilled healer, Lin Shi, swiftly stepped forward, producing an energy block and expertly placing it in Mew's mouth, pulling it back from the brink of unconsciousness once again. But this time, when Mew opened its eyes, the glimmer within them was not one of confusion or fear, but rather of intense focus and exhilarating excitement. Just a moment before its consciousness was entirely shattered by that unassuming punch, under the extreme pressure of life and death, all its senses had been pushed to their limits. And it finally grasped it. Unlike the somewhat inexperienced exertion displayed by the lower-ranked fighters, Fujiki's punch contained an exquisitely fluid, efficient, and artistically perfected technique. It perceived it clearly. It comprehended in its entirety the seemingly simple punch of Fujiki, from the grounding of the feet, the twisting of the hips, to the extension of the shoulders and arms, culminating in a seamless, explosive release of power. This is the essence of strength. In that instant of rising, Mutuo hesitated not for a moment. Mimicking everything it had just witnessed, it summoned every ounce of its strength and unleashed a punch toward Fujiki that was nearly a perfect replica. Your technique is commendable, but now it belongs to me. I shall wield your technique to decisively train you. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Fujiki's face. He hadn't anticipated that Mutuo's talent was terrifying enough to perfectly replicate his form after only one glance. However, at the moment of delivering its punch, Mutuo's initial spark of delight was swiftly drowned by a more potent sense of dissonance. The momentum was off. The feel was wrong. The power was inadequate. Although the method of execution was nearly flawless, the result was worlds apart. It was as if some invisible shackles were firmly constraining the ultimate release of its strength, rendering this earth-shattering punch merely superficial. Under Lin Chi's detector, it was evident that its combat power had only increased by 30. Stronger, yes, but not entirely so. The essence of strength is indeed challenging. Fujiki casually deflected Mutuo's seemingly ferocious strike, imparting the secret. Do not let your muscles perceive it. This is your second lesson. Mutuo, what on earth is this guy babbling about? What does it mean not to let the muscles perceive it? Power relies on muscles. How can one not let the muscles perceive it? Is that even possible? Lin Chi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Not letting the muscles perceive it. Is that attainable? You must understand. Fujiki turned, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chi before returning to Mutuo, his expression turning serious. The strength our bodies can unleash far exceeds our expectations. In my youth, back in Kanto, I once lifted a blocking Snorlax with my bare hands in a fit of extreme anger. Lin Chi frowned, beginning to grasp Fujiki's meaning. Are you suggesting we must break through the protective limits of our own bodies? He paused. But you know that doing so would inflict tremendous strain on the body, right? Muscles could tear, and bones might not withstand the stress and break. That is only natural. Fujiki nodded affirmatively, his tone unperturbed. I have likely broken this arm over 100 times. Though the body may suffer, as long as it is nurtured back to health, it will be fine. Moreover, muscles that tear and then rebuild will be far more resilient, and bones that fracture and heal will become even stronger. He clenched his fist. The martial principle of breaking to establish anew is precisely this. Lin Chi, is this the consequence of inadequate education? Is this how one is meant to interpret breaking to establish anew? One can only commend the tenacity of someone who can befriend Shiba. Even the training methods are so brutally straightforward. Breaking through is not something one can achieve casually, is it? Lin Chi felt a sense of resignation. He sensed that while this theory was shocking, its practical application was likely minimal and perhaps not easily replicable. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult, Fujiki admitted. Mutuo, quietly listening, began to feel anxious. It sensed an ominous premonition, a chill creeping down its spine. As a Pokémon of the psychic type, it possessed a vague perception of the future. However, once the core theory is grasped, everything becomes simple. Fujiki's aura surged once more, firmly locking onto Mutuo. As long as one finds themselves in a sufficiently real and perilous situation, the body will instinctively be compelled to discover and breach that limit for the sake of survival. He took a step forward. Therefore, from now on, I shall not hold back in the slightest. Your task is to find and master the sensation of breaking through your limits before each fall, under the genuine pressure of danger. Mutuo, it tentatively conveyed its thoughts. But what if I can't find it? A gentle smile crept across Fujiki's lips, his fist cracking with anticipation. Fear not, I shall strike you until you do. Chapter 93. Lunala senses a dual threat. For an entire day that followed, Mutuo's experience could only be described as harrowing. Fujiki, relying solely on the pure essence of strength, repeatedly pressed it down, grinding it into the ground. The training ground reverberated with the relentless sound of bodies colliding. The ivory skin clashed against the obsidian flesh in a brutal rhythm, separating and colliding once more. The scene was so brutal that even Lin Chi, responsible for administering healing, could scarcely bear to watch. It resembled nothing less than a classic video depicting a lone white figure surrounded by 5 black figures. No, given Fujiki's prowess, it was more akin to being besieged by 50. If this were a video, it would undoubtedly evoke sparks of excitement. Lunala silently took on the task of feeding the vitality blocks. Lynch, possessing a kind heart, found this sight disheartening. Yet, it bore no psychological burden. It cast a glance at Mutuo, whose seemingly expressive features hid an undeniable symbol of determination. It sought, through this endeavor, to obtain intense, hands-on feeding, something it could hardly tolerate. A direct defense was warranted. The other Pokémon, initially observing with a hint of amusement, gradually shifted their gaze as Mewtwo was knocked down for the 10th, 20th, and 50th time, only to rise again in defiance. Their mockery extinguished, replaced by a solemn respect. Apart from Lunala, they regarded the scene with an aura of vigilance. Mewtwo, at the eye of this storm, was repeatedly vanquished, yet the fire in its eyes never waned. Its body retained the agony of each defeat while also remembering the evolution of its own strikes. Surrender? Never. It would persist, even at the cost of its life. To give up now would render all previous pain and suffering utterly futile, a tremendous loss. Even in death, it would strike a blow against Giovanni. Thus, they battled relentlessly for an entire day. A high-ranking officer of Team Aqua, D, received the most detailed report from his subordinates. He stroked his chin, watching the peculiar Pokémon on the screen, consistently being downed and then revived, charging forth like an indomitable force, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. TSK, that Giovanni. D mumbled under his breath, an unmistakable apprehension lacing his tone. In terms of overall strength, Giovanni was not a champion of the league, nor a member of the Elite Four. As a gym leader, his ranking hovered around the mid-tier. Yet, when it came to direct confrontations and extreme challenges, few would dare claim they could secure a victory against him. When he unleashed his full power, even the champions would regard him with trepidation. His trusted subordinate leaned in, speaking in hushed tones. "Sir, they have been battling for a day now. Their stamina must be nearing its limit. This seems like the perfect moment to act, should we?" Moment? What moment? D abruptly interrupted. "How do you know their stamina is nearly depleted? Do you understand Giovanni better than I do? I, D, a 3S level officer of Team Aqua, am a seasoned expert on Giovanni. Do not be deceived by the fact that he has only fought for a day. Even if he were to battle nonstop for a week, attempting to crush them with his bare hands would still be a trivial matter." His subordinate fell silent, struggling to find words. Observing the reaction of his underling, D recognized he might be suffering from a bit of PTSD. After all, one cannot truly grasp the terror of Giovanni without having faced him. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, softening his tone to feign profundity. "Our Team Aqua may never bow to the League. However, for the sake of our grand design, all our actions must be meticulous and cautious. We cannot afford to be reckless and expose ourselves prematurely." Suddenly, D intensified his tone, emphatically reiterating, this is not due to any fear of Giovanni. He needed to stress this point. "We are not inactive. Rather, we will act slowly, gradually, and flexibly, emphasizing strategy in our approach. Action is necessary, but it must be rhythmic, forward-thinking, and devoid of blind impulsiveness. This is not a matter of fearing Giovanni. Everything is merely for the greater good." "Ah, understood. Boss. I see now. I was too aggressive." D waved his hand dismissively. "It's good that you understand. Continue monitoring and report any new developments immediately." "Yes." The subordinate bowed respectfully and exited swiftly. Only after the door closed did D exhale softly, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Not to mention, slightly modifying Water Willow's rhetoric yielded surprisingly effective results. As for action, he cast a glance at Giovanni on the screen, growing increasingly vigorous in battle. Foolish to act now. After all, the organization belongs to everyone, but one's life is one's own. Bang! A heavy thud echoed throughout the training grounds as Mewtwo was once again slammed against the cold wall by an irresistible force. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. Giovanni, utilizing only one hand, firmly pressed down on Mewtwo's head, rendering it immobile. Intense pain coursed through its nerves, mingling with the exhaustion brought on by excessive exertion, crashing against its fading consciousness in wave after wave. The strength within its body was entirely drained, leaving it as limp as a puddle of mud. Under the watchful eyes of the other Pokémon, Mewtwo's awareness began to blur, the edges of its vision gradually succumbing to encroaching darkness. The faint figures in its peripheral vision grew indistinct. Down again. Before them, how utterly humiliating. The raucous laughter of Golem echoed in its ears. Milotic's electric shocks seared through its nerves. Lunala toyed with its psyche. Yveltal lashed at its flesh. A series of blurred and humiliating images flashed uncontrollably before its eyes. Fragments of defeat accumulated since its inception. These painful memories surged forth in a frenzied display. Ultimately, all images coalesced into the inception of its most profound humiliation. The earth trembled, and towering crimson pillars erupted violently, shattering its invincible path to glory. Its consciousness fragmented, body sliding helplessly along the frigid wall. Yet, in this moment, Giovanni's figure unexpectedly overlapped with that of Groudon. In this fleeting instant, amid the haze of fading awareness, the two nightmares it yearned to conquer and transcend perfectly superimposed. This vision pierced deeply into its soul. An indescribable tremor, emanating from the very depths of its being, erupted with ferocity. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It was Mutwo, the mightiest of Pokémon. How could it endure such treatment indefinitely? Driven by this extreme emotion, the consciousness on the brink of dissolution was seized by a forceful will, coalescing. Mutwo, pinned against the wall by Giovanni, halted its descent with sheer determination. Move. I must move. Even if it means risking everything, I will strike him. Its arm trembled, each muscle fiber seemingly lamenting. Yet compelled by a more formidable will, it unified. The body quivered, yet the will roared. From the depths of what should have been an utterly depleted body, a flicker of strength was wrested forth. The trembling arm, inch by inch, slowly yet unwaveringly rose. This was not imitation, nor replication. It was Mutwo's own. A fist born from the abyss, breaking through the confines of despair. A single punch. In Lynch's eyes, the values on the detector began to fluctuate wildly, as if possessed by madness. Ultimately, it shot forth an astonishing figure unprecedented in its magnitude. Bang! A fist, solidly imprinted upon the cheek of Fujishu. The force was not earth-shattering, yet it bore an unwavering resolve, a determination to shatter fate. Caught off guard, Fujishu staggered back a half-step from the sheer intensity of the impact. He touched his slightly numbed face, then turned his gaze to the still-standing, albeit unconscious, Mutwo. His eyes filled with an unprecedented awe and admiration. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He marveled sincerely, contemplating the sheer terror of such talent and the astonishing willpower. Although the form was flawed and the intent misaligned, there was no doubt it had transcended its own limitations. It had grasped the essence of strength. Indeed, humans and Pokémon are incomparable. Reflecting on his past, Fujishu was filled with emotion. Back then, to initially master this skill, I had to engage in relentless brawls with a multitude of Mashokes for an entire month before barely touching the threshold. Lynch thought to himself, without reservation, that Fujishu was indeed more formidable. To brawl with Mashokes for an entire month was beyond the realm of ordinary humanity. Moreover, he sensed that a month was not Fujishu's limit, but rather the threshold of endurance for those Mashokes, both physically and mentally. After carefully assessing Mutwo's condition and confirming it was merely exhausted and unconscious rather than suffering irreversible harm, Fujishu nodded at Lynch. It had passed. Fujishu reined in his smile and stated formally, "The upcoming training requires it to digest and consolidate the knowledge at its own pace." No need for further practice? Lynch instinctively inquired, surprised by the abrupt conclusion. No need. Fujishu waved his hand with certainty. It has already grasped the most critical aspects. To continue practicing would merely fulfill my desires unilaterally. As his words fell, Fujishu himself paused slightly, his gaze drifting past Lynch to finally notice several Pokémon that had been released unbeknownst to him. They stood silently nearby, each distinctly formed, yet all radiating an undeniable aura of strength. Having previously overlooked them, Fujishu's eyes gradually brightened as he gazed upon them, unabashed admiration evident in his expression. Your Pokémon appear to be quite extraordinary. He had indeed heard whispers from Taishien that Lynch possessed the iconic legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, along with some rather peculiar Pokémon. The few Pokémon reacted differently, yet all tensed their bodies in unison. However, at this moment, Fujishu was evidently satisfied. Take a few days to recuperate, and I shall await your challenge at the battle arena. With that, he wasted no time and turned to stride towards the owner of the training ground, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. After a brief exchange, he promptly settled the venue repair fees and left the chaotic training ground with determined strides, leaving Lynch and the unconscious Mutwo behind. Lunala was just about to step forward to administer a vitality block, but was stopped by Lynch. No need. He gently halted it with a raised hand. He retrieved a standard healing spray and meticulously applied it to the wounds on Mutwo's body. His movements slow and his voice lowered. Let it rest for a while. Lunala sensed the danger. Yet Lynch refrained from elaborating further. He felt a pang of sympathy, as those vitality blocks also required contribution points. The day's battles had nearly depleted his contribution points entirely. It would be wise to conserve resources moving forward. Lynch looked quizzically at Yveltal, who had wandered close, seemingly entranced by something. What are you doing so close to me? Lunala detected a double threat. Chapter 94. How can free talent compare to expensive resources? After a simple meal, the weary Master Lynch succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate time, in a haze between dreams. He felt someone tugging at his blanket. "Stop it," he muttered impatiently, turning over in an attempt to escape this vexing disturbance. However, the actions of the other party did not cease. Rather, they grew more persistent. The blanket was pulled with increasing vigor, and Lynch could even feel the chill seeping through his thin sleepwear. "What are you doing? Are you going to let me rest?" Filled with morning irritability, Lynch opened his eyes. Illuminated by the light streaming through the window, he beheld Mutwo standing at the bedside, staring intently at him. "Do you know what time it is?" The psychic message resonated in his mind. "What time?" Lynch rubbed his eyes and squinted at the clock on the wall, taking a moment to comprehend. It was only 7 o'clock. "No, it is already 7 o'clock." Mutwo's thoughts exploded in his mind, laden with an urgency tinged with despair. "How can you sleep at your age?" It was 7 in the morning. Nearly 10 hours had passed since its last training. 10 hours. That's 10 hours. Do you have any idea how torturous it is to waste 10 hours of precious time? Lynch, guarantee you unconscious for those 10 hours? Since Fujishu had withdrawn, Lynch had taken Mutwo to the Pokémon Center for treatment and had allowed it to rest quietly. Mutwo momentarily faltered, but soon became even more agitated. "Do not concern yourself with whether I was unconscious. That is not the point. Do you know how agonizing it was for me to see those 10 hours slip away untrained? Why didn't you just use a vitality block on me?" It floated closer. "I want to battle that black fiend for 300 rounds. To the bitter end." Lynch rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn as he looked helplessly at Mutwo's fervent demeanor. "It was Brother Fujishu's request. You have already learned it. The rest is merely practice." "Then what are we waiting for?" Mutwo exclaimed, reaching to tug at Lynch's blanket. "Lynch, Lanala, come save me." He clutched the blanket tightly. Mutwo had been unconscious for a full 10 hours. He had not. The sparsely populated Wudo town allowed a few Pokémon to finally enjoy some free time. They were not about to return easily. Not only did they need to deal with the massive holes left by the explosions of Golem, but they also had to accompany Groudon in watching fishing live streams to strengthen their bond. They even had to manage the debts Milotic had accrued outside. Who knew when it had sneaked out to rack up a tab at someone else's shop? The only two Pokémon that provided any peace of mind were Lanala and Yveltal, who occasionally emerged with a look of bliss. All in all, he had only managed to rest for 5 hours. Lynch sighed, beginning to understand why the league recommended that trainers carry no more than 6 Pokémon. Observing Mutwo's eager expression, Lynch recognized that arguing about a proper routine with it would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly wore a comforting smile, his tone softening considerably. "Mutwo, you have already grown into a mature Pokémon." Upon hearing these words, Mutwo slightly relaxed its grip, a hint of confusion flickering in its gaze. Lin Chi continued with an approving tone, "You need not await the trainer's urging. You already know what you must do." Such self-discipline and an unwavering pursuit of progress is commendable, truly commendable. With these words, Lin Chi straightened his posture and carefully retrieved a communicator from the bedside table, solemnly placing it in Mutwo's hands. "Take this. You know the password. Feel free to spend the funds within as you see fit for your training. I have faith in your judgment and your resolve." Mutwo gazed down at the communicator in its hands, then lifted its eyes to meet Lin Chi's. It was noteworthy that even Lin Chi's initial Pokémon, Milcery, had been expressly forbidden from coming within a meter of his communicator. The legitimate heir could not access it. Yet this illegitimate offspring had been granted such privilege. Clearly, Lin Chi held an immense amount of trust in Mutwo. Touched, Mutwo nodded solemnly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I shall cover everything." With a newfound determination, it turned and vanished from the room without a moment's hesitation. Once Mutwo had truly departed, Lin Chi's serious demeanor transformed into one of relaxation. "Finally, it's gone. Just let me sleep for 5 more minutes," he murmured to himself, rolling over and pulling the blanket over his head, ready to drift back into his dreams. At the training ground, the main entrance swung open early in the morning light. Unlike other cities, the residents of this town maintained a more regulated schedule. After all, this was the home of a fighting-type dojo, and under the leadership of Master Fujishu. Nearly everyone in martial arts town revered the martial way. Early rising and early sleeping were ingrained in their very DNA. With so many practitioners, training facilities were plentiful. The one Lin Chi had chosen the previous day was truly a 5-star establishment among 5-star venues, spacious grounds, top-notch equipment, and comprehensive safety measures. Though the prices were equally exorbitant, the steep fees deterred the average person. After all, not everyone in martial arts town was as well off as Fujishu, making the need for such durable apparatuses unnecessary. Drawing upon its memory, Mutwo utilized its teleportation ability to arrive at the facility. Upon entering the hall, it overheard the owner muttering to himself, perplexed, as he gestured repeatedly at a Pokémon before him. This Pokémon resembled a massive pancake, supported by 4 sturdy metallic legs floating in midair, adorned with an X-shaped scar on its face. Its body was caked in dust and grime, as if it had just crawled out of a mine, save for its claws, which gleamed brightly as if newly polished. "I really can't process your request without a trainer present," the owner said, looking awkwardly at the communicator being offered. In response, the Pokémon deftly tapped the screen with its shiny claws, and words quickly appeared. "It's all right, my trainer is very wealthy. He won't mind." The owner shook his head. "It's not about the money. I recognize this Pokémon, despite its dirt and mud. It's undoubtedly a wealthy individual, Metagross. Such trainers typically have no shortage of funds. However, some trainers nowadays allow their Pokémon to make purchases themselves, only to request refunds later. My small business cannot withstand such antics. Moreover, if something goes awry due to improper handling by the Metagross, the blame might fall on me. That would be quite troublesome." As the Metagross attempted to type again, Mutwo silently stepped forward. It remained silent, simply extending a finger to indicate itself, and then precisely pointing to the most expensive private training ground and top-tier equipment options on the price list, before calmly pushing Lin Chi's communicator forward. Upon seeing Mutwo, the owner's expression instantly transformed from troubled to exuberant. "Ah, it's you. Please come in," he exclaimed, nearly leaping to accept the communicator. "Right this way." Metagross stared in disbelief at the owner, then at Mutwo, its metallic claws angrily tapping the screen. "Isn't it also a Pokémon? Why can it do this while I cannot?" Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination against non-humanoid Pokémon. First of all, I do not discriminate against any Pokémon. In fact, I am a proud supporter of the Soundbug fan club, and I hold a special privilege, the owner replied, somewhat proudly, embracing modernity. Secondly, it's different. This one is a true fighter. I have faith in it. The owner spoke with genuine admiration, having witnessed Mutwo's battle against Master Fujishu. Moreover, Fujishu himself had vouched for Mutwo. Metagross emitted a low hum, feeling somewhat aggrieved. It too could be a fighter. Mutwo, however, keenly observed the emotional fluctuations within Metagross. It sensed a remarkable reservoir of psychic ability within. Yet it remained steadfastly devoted to honing its physical prowess, a warrior who scorned the path of long-range combat. A comrade. Without further ado, Mutwo pushed Lin Chi's communicator towards the owner once more, pointing decisively at Metagross. The message was unmistakable. "Charge this to my account, with the expenses billed to Lin Chi." Although unaware of the rationale behind this decision, Mutwo's psychic instincts assured it that this would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Metagross was taken aback. The owner hesitated for a moment, meeting Mutwo's unyielding gaze, then glancing at the bewildered Metagross before finally gritting his teeth. Fine. After all, a fighter does not deceive another fighter. Entering the spacious training area, the two Pokémon exchanged glances in midair. There were no words, no telepathic exchanges. An instinctual appreciation and recognition flowed silently between them. Between fighters, mere aura sufficed to understand each other's choices and convictions. Everything was communicated without utterance. In perfect harmony, they retrieved their communicators and promptly added each other as friends using their trainers' devices. Beep. In search of information on Diancie, was added to Kyogre being roasted by Colossal as a friend. Good buddy. Metagross turned to Mutwo, its metallic body vibrating with excitement. "I'll remember this. Just wait. I will ensure my trainer expresses his gratitude properly." After adding each other as friends, Metagross shook its body vigorously, shaking off the dust and grime to reveal its flawless platinum-colored metallic exterior, which gleamed under the training ground's lights. Skillfully, Metagross opened a delivery service for Magikarp. A quick order placed, and soon a plethora of items arrived at the training ground, catching Mutwo's attention as it sought to recapture the day's earlier sensations. Metagross opened a sealed alloy box, retrieving a canister of liquid that shimmered with a metallic sheen. It then proceeded to unpack various alloy ingots and steel gems, crushing and mixing them with its formidable grip, ultimately concocting a viscous silver paste. Subsequently, it began meticulously applying this paste to every joint of its body. Mutwo watched, momentarily entranced. While it was unclear to it what these items specifically cost, their appearance alone suggested they were of considerable value. The mere can of metallic coating could potentially facilitate the evolution of no fewer than 10 colossal onyxes, not to mention the metal itself, which, even if sold as scrap, could yield considerable profit. Yet, what does the Metagross do? It applies this coating to its visage as if it were a facial mask. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of Mutwo, Metagross continues its ritual of self-application while tapping out an explanation with its claws, the text scrolling across the screen. Top-tier merchandise, exclusive formula. Alas, my friend, you lack the steel type and are thus unworthy of this boon. Mutuo silently observes the rapidly depleting resources, a clear question shimmering in its eyes. Can you truly absorb all of this? Perceiving Mutuo's skepticism, Metagross elaborates while continuing its application. Every bit absorbed counts. Over time, the intensity accumulates. This seems excessively wasteful, thought Mutuo, a tinge of concern creeping in. My friend, you fail to grasp the three essential elements of becoming stronger. Upon finishing one jar, Metagross commences the preparation of a second. Before Mutuo can respond, it continues its soliloquy. To grow stronger, one must possess talent, diligence, and resources. Each is indispensable. Do you know which of these is paramount? Talent? Mutuo tentatively posits. That was my belief as well. Metagross sighs. It was only when chosen by its trainer that it realized the arduous existence it had previously endured. But you are mistaken. The most crucial element is resources. Metagross emphatically taps out 3 exclamation marks. Relying solely on talent is no different from being a wild Pokémon. Talent ultimately has its limits. The resources I hold are the culmination of countless trainers' sweat and endeavor, civilization and progress. They are ever evolving. In comparison, the disparity is evident. How could innate, freely given talent possibly rival the value of costly resources? Mutuo stands frozen as if struck by lightning, a flicker of enlightenment igniting in its eyes. So that is the reason I have consistently struggled against certain adversaries. It is not my talent that is lacking, but rather my scarcity of resources. Observing Mutuo's epiphany, Metagross nods, realizing it has managed to redirect yet another young Pokémon from a misguided path. Brother, hand me your communicator. It extends a claw, gesturing for Mutuo to pass it over. I shall grant you access, scan my face, and allow you to utilize the resource channel meticulously curated by my trainer. Chapter 95, The Cave of Proliferation. Far away, in the depths of sleep, Lin Chi suddenly shudders without warning. An inexplicable chill awakens him. What is the matter? Loyal Lanala, patrolling its territory, is the first to notice Lin Chi's reaction. As he takes a sip from the warm water that seemingly materialized, the unsettling sensation lingers, intensifying. He clutches his chest, feeling as if something is receding from him. Indescribable, yet heavy, it presses upon his heart, causing discomfort. In such a state, Lin Chi turns directly to his cousin, his gaze filled with certainty. When in doubt about whom to suspect the cousin. That is the right course. Who doesn't know your grudges, you rascal? Cousin, is that polite? It is merely a watch, an object devoid of thought. Why should it bear such suspicion? Moreover, this time, it truly is not to blame. Seeing his cousin feigning ignorance, Lin Chi finds himself unable to return to slumber. With time on his hands, he decides to weigh the worth of the vine tree. With a flourish of his hand, he declares, Cousin, activate. On the other side, in a lecture hall rented by Team Aqua, daylight has broken. Sunlight filters through the slats of the blinds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor. Sipping yet another cup of coffee, he has lost count of how many today, feels the intense bitterness spreading across his tongue. But he has long since lost the ability to savor it. Have you ever seen the town of Battle at the break of dawn? He has. And he sees it every day. Before the sun rises, he is already seated behind this desk, facing the cold glow of the screen, commencing another day of work. As a villain, he understands all too well that Team Aqua is inherently at a disadvantage. Resources, reputation, legality, none of these can rival the League. They are forever ensconced in the shadows. Without expending tenfold or even 100-fold effort, how can they hope to rise? Do not be mistaken. Being a villain is no easy task. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, stares at the PowerPoint presentation on the screen, troubled. As a cadre responsible for external affairs within Team Aqua, he must not only plan promotions, but also manage team building and report to superiors. The pressure causing his hair to fall out at an alarming rate. Even more frustrating is the fact that few of his subordinates are truly competent. Not long ago, he issued a clear directive to conduct a comparative analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of existing weather specialists, drafting a comprehensive report aimed at optimizing Team Aqua's range strategies. Yet, in their discussions, the conclusion they reached was that Kyogre is the best weather specialist. Politically correct, yes, aligning with Team Aqua's values. But could he possibly assign a Kyogre to every rain team? If he had that capability, he would have led his team to sweep the league by now. As he diligently compares the merits of various weather specialists, attempting to extract some highlights, a voice interrupts. Boss. A young face, oblivious to social cues, approaches. It is the same eager youth he had persuaded the day prior. now wearing an expression of urgency. Presumably, he is again trying to incite D to confront the vine tree. An instant surge of ire ignites within him, a flame that even coffee cannot quench. Confront the vine tree, confront the vine tree. It's all they ever talk about. Do you not comprehend my capabilities? That individual is not someone we can contend with. As articulated in On the Self-Cultivation of Villains, misjudging the strength of both sides is the gravest sin for a villain. D sets aside the documents, slamming his hand on the table. What is wrong with you? His voice, though somewhat hoarse, does little to diminish his irritation. Did I not emphasize yesterday that we must not rush? Everything requires planning and a step-by-step approach. We are engaged in significant matters, not children playing house. Why can't you comprehend this? You come here first thing in the morning to rush, rush, rush. He unleashes a torrent of frustration, not allowing the other party a moment to interject. His subordinate stands bewildered by the barrage, opening his mouth in an attempt to explain. No, it's not, boss. Enough with the excuses. Who is the cadre here, you or I? His tone sharpens. Is it you? The subordinate's response is tentative. Noticing D's rising volume, he quickly backtracks. Is it me? D exhales deeply, as if drained of all patience, slumping back into his chair, weakly waving his hand. Nothing that comes for free is of any value. All right, go ahead. What is it that you know this time? The team member's face contorted in a display of grievance as he hastily whispered, I just wanted to request a day off. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room, the leader's anger momentarily stalling as his expression froze. Seizing the opportunity to speak, the team member quickly elaborated. I heard that a new cave has appeared near the old cavern on the west side of the town last night. I wish to investigate. Perhaps I might uncover some scattered ores to offset my debts to the team this month. His voice dwindled as he spoke. As an intern of the water fleet, they received no remuneration and were instead required to pay internship fees to the organization. A palpable awkwardness settled in the office. The leader cleared his throat twice. Oh, a cave, you say? Treasure hunting? Sounds splendid. Approved. He paused, as if recalling something significant, and cautioned, remember, after you extract the ores, be sure to respectfully place the finest specimen within the cave. Rest assured, boss, I understand. This is the custom of cave treasure hunting. The team member, as if granted a reprieve, dashed away in high spirits. A newly emerged cave, indeed? The leader pondered the vanishing figure of his subordinate, his thoughts drifting. It was one of the three wonders of Wudo Town. Known alongside the famed vine tree of Wave Break, the proliferating caves had once drawn his own curiosity. Wudo Town was initially an unremarkable coastal settlement, lacking the scenic allure of Cana and not brimming with resources. This very ordinariness had prompted him to establish himself there. However, approximately 5 or 6 years ago, inexplicable occurrences began to unfold. Caves began to materialize inexplicably around the town, sometimes on cliffs, sometimes in forests, and on one occasion, even appearing near the beach, without any discernible pattern. Yet, without exception, these caves emerged quietly at night. Their internal structures were labyrinthine and unfathomably deep, occasionally accompanied by mysterious tremors and echoes. There had been daring souls who ventured inside under the cover of darkness, fervently proclaiming that they had heard chilling laughter and the sound of swallowing within. Such phenomena were too bizarre, even prompting their rivals, the Fire Rock team, to take them seriously. Whispers circulated in private, speculating whether Groudon was stirring beneath the ground. 3 years prior, the Fire Rock team invested heavily, assembling an elite squad equipped with advanced exploration devices, confidently entering a newly surfaced cave in search of truth. The outcome, however, was catastrophic. No one knew what transpired within those depths. Fragments of signals that managed to reach the surface conveyed nothing but terrifying screams, chaotic collisions, and a certain hair-raising scraping sound. Faintly, one could glean desperate phrases like, "It's the end," "Don't touch," "Hurry to him," and "Damn stone." Since that incident, the leader of the Fire Rock team, Qian Song, has remained tight-lipped about the expedition, as if it had never occurred. And the caves of Wudo Town were enshrouded in a veil of mystery, attracting an influx of visitors. An unwritten rule emerged. Regardless of one's discoveries, one must leave behind the finest or found to appease the wrath of the stone god. Shaking his head, the leader dismissed these chaotic thoughts. No matter how enigmatic the caves were, he lacked the inclination to pursue them now. He couldn't help but reflect on his younger, more fervent self, a passionate youth. Now, as a cadre, all he possessed was the cold, hard currency. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the cadre of the Fire Rock team, who were filled with belief and will, albeit lacking in funds. Chapter 96. And the deity said, let there be light. The vibrancy of the world faded away, once again cloaked in the frigid stream of data, revealing its intrinsic code-like form. Lin Shi was abruptly drawn back into this foul realm composed of endless zeros and ones. Upon entering, his wrist device trembled slightly, dispensing a notification. The hidden timed mission regarding the disturbances within the depths of the cave has concluded. Lin Shi was taken aback. Concluded? How could it be over? I wasn't even aware of its commencement. He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. Brother, I see you're becoming increasingly lethargic. You don't even bother to inform me in a timely manner. Look at other systems. They all proactively trigger tasks, one-click management, an impeccable service. And here you are. Lin Shi bore a look of disappointment. When we first met, you used to help me trigger tasks daily, and now? No initiative, no notifications, no accountability. This is downright irresponsible. He exclaimed. Speak. Are you secretly seeing someone else behind my back? Is there someone else? His brother replied. You're taking this a bit too far. The screen flickered slightly, as if conveying a hint of exasperation, before new text materialized. Task difficulty rating, 10 stars. Probability of completing this task, 0. Suggestion, increase your strength before attempting. 10 stars. Well, that reasoning is rather compelling. But this is not an excuse. Lin Shi was a person who thrived on absurdity. You cannot make decisions for me. Whether I can accomplish it is my affair. But your responsibility to notify me is an entirely different matter. This is a matter of trust. He sighed deeply. Is this the tragedy of having a native golden finger? I suppose that's why I can tolerate you. Anyone else would have long since abandoned you. He continued, delivering a series of verbal jabs. The screen fell silent for a moment, before lighting up again, listing 2 task details as if attempting to divert the conversation. Current hidden tasks available for exploration but not yet triggered. 1. The explosive path of martial arts. Difficulty rating, 7 stars. Probability of completing this task, 10. Trigger conditions not met, 0. 2. Hint, Wudo Dojo. 2. After sales service. Difficulty rating, 1 star. Probability of completing this task, 100. Trigger conditions not met, 0. 1. Hint, await. Fearing another round of verbal sparring, his brother promptly displayed all hints. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. This golden finger needed proper training to become truly useful. Yet, this small Wudo town harbored hidden talents indeed. Including the concluded mission, there were surprisingly 3 hidden tasks. While marveling, he did not lose sight of his priorities. Now that he had the information, he could trigger tasks gradually later. For now, it was essential to focus on the immediate matters at hand. Wudo Town. The dojo was situated near a vast beach. Unlike any dojo Lin Shi had encountered before, it was crudely constructed from numerous massive, unrefined stones, forming a simplistic hemispherical dome. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal, half-buried rock egg lay nestled within the sands, exuding an air of cheapness. Perhaps this was merely a result of Fujimura's boredom, casually tossing stones together to assemble this structure. Lin Shi couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In the simulated scene, a pixelated figure approached cautiously, extending its hand to mimic the action of pushing open a door. Shortly thereafter, it nearly stumbled. Indeed, there was no door at all. Peering inside, he was met with a heart-stopping abyss of darkness. A true manifestation of the phrase, unable to see one's own hand in front of one's face. According to the information he had gathered, this was the first trial of the martial arts dojo. In absolute darkness, one must forsake sight and rely entirely on hearing, touch, and even intuition to navigate the winding maze, thereby earning the right to challenge the dojo's master. After all, as a fighting-type Pokémon trainer, Fujimura firmly believed that the greatest enemy a trainer faces is none other than their own inner fears and uncertainties. This labyrinth of darkness was a test of willpower. Only those with pure and formidable intent could earn his recognition. At that moment, a familiar options panel materialized before him. Faced with the first trial of the dojo challenge. You choose. 1. Trial? I accept this challenge. 2. Shout 3 times, Father, come from afar. 3. God said, let there be light. 4. Free simulation. Lin Shi stroked his chin, quickly analyzing the options. The first choice seemed to involve proceeding through the darkness in a straightforward manner, rather mundane and unremarkable. However, he found it unappealing. The second option, Father, come from afar, sounded like invoking his father's name to gain an advantage. Lin Shi promptly dismissed it. After all, he was Lin Shi, a person of integrity. To exploit his father's reputation for personal gain would tarnish his own honor. As for the third option, it eluded him. Yet, the more he pondered it, the more enticing it seemed. With 4 simulation attempts remaining, He eagerly waved his hand. It was decided. After all, with ample simulation attempts, a single reckless choice would bear no consequence. In the simulation, pixelated Lin Chi grasped a pokeball, exuding an air of authority. He pointed his left hand towards the expanse of darkness above, striking a pose reminiscent of a divine proclamation. God said, "Let there be light." A flash of red light erupted. A 6-meter-tall behemoth materialized on stage. What on earth was this? The just summoned Groudon appeared rather disoriented, instinctively attempting to survey its surroundings. Yet the low, rough rock ceiling severely restricted its movement. Bang! With a muffled thud, its massive head, encased in hard rock, collided forcefully with the ceiling. In a daze, it sensed something daring to attack its noble head from above. Groudon jolted awake, fully alert. Something was above its head. How could anything dare to be above it? Nothing could surpass its head. Nothing. With a low growl, enough power to shake the earth coalesced in an instant. The next moment, a massive, menacing rock pillar erupted violently from the dojo floor, surging upwards with unstoppable force. The sword of the cliff initiated. Boom! The sturdy rock ceiling crumbled like paper before this overwhelming power, effortlessly torn apart and flung away. The ability drought has been activated. The sunlight has become scorching. Blinding rays of light cascaded down, illuminating the dojo's interior with clarity. Every corner became visible, rendering the so-called trial of the dark labyrinth utterly non-existent. In reality, Lin Chi thought, BYD. The earth god is indeed a deity. The sunlight bestowed by the drought ability could certainly be considered light, couldn't it? This wordplay is rather clever. Ignoring his grumbling, his cousin continued to simulate the process. The battlefield was destroyed. Fujimura then emerged. Wild Fujimura appeared. Ding ding, the explosive path of martial arts. Trigger conditions met. 1, 2. The master of the martial arts dojo, Fujimura, stepped steadily from a corner of the ruins. He stood opposite the massive figure of Groudon. His expression eerily calm, seemingly unfazed by the astonishing scene of the roof being blown away moments ago. He didn't even spare a glance at the open sky above. It was merely a roof. He could easily rebuild it in half an hour by tossing around some stones, treating it as a daily workout. Fujimura spoke coolly. I have wrestled with towering waves alone and have meditated in the pitch-black caverns in solitude. The soreness of my muscles, the suffocation of my lungs, the exhaustion of my spirit, all for the purpose of continually honing myself to become stronger. Lin Chi thought, good heavens, after such a fervent recounting of his training journey. It turns out he was just focused on making himself stronger? You selfish brat. Not a thought for the Pokémon at all. Everything, it seemed, was a necessary path to power. Only by transcending physical limits could one grasp the true essence. With that, Fujimura stepped back with his right foot, his body sinking slightly. His hands forming a standard battle stance, instantly radiating a powerful aura. Now behold my martial arts. Trainer Fujimura, here to challenge. Fujimura's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he hurled the pokeball high into the air. A flash of red light erupted. In Lin Chi's gaze, a figure clad in white battle robes manifested first. It hovered in the air, its stance alone indicating formidable strength. A red object, resembling a breastplate, appeared at its chest. The protruding spikes on one side of its face rendered it fearsome. With slender arms and emerald green hair. Wait, slender green? This aesthetic is all wrong. Lin Chi's eyes widened as he beheld the fully materialized Pokémon before him. His cousin kindly provided a note. Gardevoir, LV45. Is this truly what you refer to as martial arts? What on earth were you meditating on in that cavern? Chapter 97. My sword of the cliff is quite large. Bear with me. Lin Chi's gaze swept over the elegant Gardevoir floating in the center of the arena, directed at Fujimura with unabashed disdain. Just look at the delicate arms and legs of that Gardevoir. It was clear it possessed no strength whatsoever. With such a feeble Pokémon. Tell me, is this what a proper fighting-type dojo master should have? Huh, answer me. Just as he was about to issue a command, it was unnecessary. The colossal creature beside him, akin to a moving mountain, had already grasped the situation. Roar. Groudon let out a deep, resonant roar that reverberated through the dojo's air. It stepped forward, its massive eyes locked onto the white figure suspended in midair, nostrils flaring as it exhaled two streams of scorching, acrid heat. Its intent was expressed clearly through this simple action. It would strike. Feeling the steadfast resolve, Lin Chi declared, then let us go. Groudon versus Gardevoir. Groudon gazed intently at the ethereal figure suspended in midair, its flowing skirt billowing gracefully. As the deity of the earth, it believed that all Pokémon should remain grounded, for that is the rightful course of a modest Pokémon. Floating daily in the sky is anything but dignified. What is this? What does this resemble? Cliff Blade. With a grand gesture, Linchi commanded, and Groudon, long displeased with Shinado, obeyed the order. It stomped heavily upon the ground. You, descend at once. The entire gym trembled in response. In the next moment, the cliff blade surged upward, aiming directly at the hem of Shinado's robe. A colossal stone pillar, still oozing molten lava, erupted with a savage force from below, grotesquely punishing the sinner who dared to desecrate the earth. Nay, with her skirt swirling, Shinado could not suppress a whimper. She had no time to react, her body losing control as she was violently propelled upward by the irresistible assault. Yet Groudon remained unsatisfied with the force of the attack. It intended to deliver the most profound divine punishment to this defiant wretch, ensuring she would forever remember one truth. All beings must bow before the earth. With a thunderous roar, Groudon summoned forth the power of the earth once more. The jagged stone pillar swelled again at the command. Lava bubbled. The heat surged to the heavens. Suspended in midair, Shinado felt the unbearable weight of a clash beyond her years. Pain, searing heat. She felt as if she might shatter at any moment. Her ruby-like eyes rolled back, her expression slipping into chaos. Yet Groudon showed no mercy. It only knew that great force yields miraculous results. My cliff blade is substantial. Endure it. Cliff blade struck a critical hit. Shinado has lost the ability to battle. Is this it? Is this all? Groudon scoffed, exhaling 2 puffs of sulphurous smoke through its nostrils. The stats of this divine beast were vividly displayed. This was insufficient. Its cliff blade still stood firm. With a subtle turn of its head, those oppressive eyes locked onto the vine tree at the sidelines, conveying its intent with simplicity and clarity. Next, the vine tree silently recalled Shinado and swiftly released a second pokeball. A flash of light revealed a form, partially obscured by a wide structure reminiscent of a mystical witch's hat, draping over the newly emerged Pokémon. Cascading pink-blue hair enveloped its well-defined physique, imbuing this Pokémon with an extraordinary allure. Brimstone, LV45. Though Linchi remained silent, his expression was rich enough to fill an entire page. Brimstone indeed possessed a unique beauty. Yet, regrettably, in terms of renown and contributions within certain specialized cultural spheres, it paled in comparison to the laboriously accomplished Shinado, and even more so against the rising star. The enchanting Mutuo. After all, in this realm, scrutiny is unforgiving. If the second brother remarks that it is somewhat lacking, it indeed falls short. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the fact that it is both psychic and fairy type, deploying 2 psychic-type Pokémon, utterly unrelated to fighting type. The vine tree had wholly forsaken the faith of fighting type, openly embracing the realm of psychic abilities. This is not mere idle talk. The foundation of my assertions is sound. If my cousin claims you possess it, then you undoubtedly do. Of course, excluding myself, as that was just my cousin casting aspersions on my character. The battle continued in the simulation. Use Earthquake. Linchi commanded mercilessly. The corpulent and sluggish Brimstone was evidently at a disadvantage in speed against Groudon. Once more, Groudon lifted its foot and came crashing down. Boom. The furious energy of the ground materialized into visible shockwaves, sending countless stones soaring into the sky, only to plummet back down with a cacophony. Under this cataclysmic onslaught, Brimstone could not maintain its footing, directly struck by the debris, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Use Giga Drain. The vine tree's voice rang out. Brimstone, fighting against its trembling body, closed the distance to Groudon. In the next instant, its pink-blue hair rapidly extended, wrapping around Groudon like a living entity. Groudon's massive form shuddered violently. Such a scene. It had encountered it online before. Tentacles, forceful, binding. Images glimpsed during intense surfing on the internet flooded its singular-threaded brain uncontrollably. Instinctively, it sought to evade this disconcerting entanglement and absorption. Yet it found itself utterly immobilized, not for lack of strength, but due to the underlying rules of this simulated battle. The magical girl Groudon could only watch helplessly as it was ensnared. A pale green light swirled around. Groudon looked towards Linchi, a glimmer of unspeakable tears flashing in its eyes. Linchi, even without Lunala to interpret its thoughts, he could discern Groudon's sentiments. Watching the live stream was one thing, but what kind of absurd content had it been consuming online? Use Earth Power, Linchi said helplessly. He began to seriously contemplate whether he should impose a mandatory parental control on Groudon's terminal, strictly regulating its internet usage and content. Brimstone has lost the ability to battle. The pixelated vine tree displayed little change in expression. Silently, it recalled its companion and summoned its last Pokémon. In a burst of red light, a magician emerged quietly. Clad in crimson fur resembling a mysterious robe and holding a wooden staff, its gaze was profound. With the form of a half-human, half-fox, it occupied the sweet spot for fairy enthusiasts. Demon Fire Red Fox, LV-48. At this point, Linchi's gaze towards the vine tree had completely shifted. 3 Pokémon. 3 in total. Shenado, Brimstone, Demon Fire Red Fox, Vine Tree Master. Linchi murmured, his voice heavy with complex emotions. Beneath that rugged exterior forged by relentless muscle training, hidden within the facade of a fighting-type gym leader, was an XP system that seemed far too advanced for its time. Chapter 98, The Pure Love Warrior Versus. The Minotaur. Linchi remained ensnared in criticism of the vine tree, unable to collect his thoughts. Meanwhile, the Demon Fire Red Fox had already unleashed a seamless offensive. It skillfully wielded its staff, its eyes shimmering with psychic energy, executing its signature move, Grass Knot, with the vine tree's command. The Demon Fire Red Fox elegantly waved its staff, causing resilient vines to burst forth from the earth, expertly ensnaring Groudon's lower limbs. A tight tug ensued. With a swift and decisive motion, an unexpected sound reverberated through the air. The Earth God collapsed with a resounding thud, its massive form exacerbating the already shattered state of the dojo. The technique known as Grass Knot ensnared the opponent, inflicting greater damage proportional to their weight. In essence, this was a skill decidedly unkind to larger Pokémon. Much like Trip, it grossly infringed upon the contemporary Pokémon's right to weight privacy, rendering it a skill steeped in discrimination against heftier Pokémon. A coalition of selfless trainers, including Snorlax, Wailord, Steelix, and Metagross, rallied together to call for its boycott. Pokémon privacy is still privacy. All Pokémon are born equal. Heaviness can be beautiful too. With the financial backing of Metagross's trainer, a clarion call was made, and the masses responded in unison. Despite witnessing Groudon topple to the ground, pain etched across its visage, the actions of the fiery fox, Fennekin, did not waver. It approached, its small, unkempt paw darting out suddenly. A flash of white light flickered. The ability, Magician, activated. Handed over. Groudon felt an emptiness within, as if something of great significance had been snatched away. In the next moment, a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat antiquated fishing rod appeared abruptly in Fennekin's grasp. Groudon gasped, "My treasure." It was the cherished artifact it held close, even in slumber. The ultimate tool for defeating Kyogre. Curiously tilting its head, Fennekin's fiery red ears twitched as it pondered this unexpected prize. It casually swung the rod a few times. Groudon shuddered. "Be gentle, please." It rarely wielded such force. Under the pleading gaze of Groudon, Fennekin hesitated, sensing that the tension emanating from its opponent felt genuine. Yet, was this not merely an ordinary fishing rod? Fennekin, undeterred, tested its resilience once more. With a disappointed pout and drooping ears, it discovered no energy fluctuations, no special enhancements. The rod felt somewhat rough to the touch. It had anticipated that such a heavy creature would possess something truly remarkable. Yet, this useless trinket was not worth accepting, even for free. However, given Groudon's evident anxiety, the mischievous Fennekin's playful spirit ignited. Psychological warfare was an essential aspect of Pokémon battles. It began a performance on the spot. With a flick of its wrist, it spun the rod with a whoosh. Fennekin even improvised several intricate fishing maneuvers, tauntingly showcasing its prowess before Groudon. Alongside the rod, Groudon's heart shattered further. Certain moves were ones it had never attempted with the rod. Memories flashed before its eyes, streaming live together, soaring through the skies, daringly clicking on warning-laden websites. Until this very moment. Pain, regret. All that remained was a sense of helplessness and a humiliated fishing rod. Lynch and Fujimori exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of the battling Pokémon. Whoosh! Another exaggerated, forceful swing of the rod ensued, the shaft nearly forming a perfect circle as it emitted a strained creak. Fennekin smirked, its interest waning. It had grown tired of the game. With a flick of its wrist, it carelessly discarded the used rod to the ground, even kicking it disdainfully, as if it were refuse. The sound of the rod hitting the ground was not loud, yet it struck Groudon's heart like a heavy hammer. The rod, once meticulously cared for and pristine, was now covered in dust, marred with unfamiliar claw prints and signs of rough handling. For a pure-hearted warrior, this was akin to witnessing a brutal scene of humiliation. Groudon, lying on the ground, felt as though its heart was being torn apart. It turned to Lynch, its eyes filled with desperate pleading. In this cold, turn-based world, without Lynch's consent, Groudon could only watch, paralyzed and helpless. Lynch, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded slightly. He was a pragmatic individual. Statistically, Tales involving the Minotaur were far more riveting than those of pure love. Thus, he had watched more Minotaur stories. After all, he had always identified with the character of the blonde-haired one, bearing no psychological burden. With the trainer's approval, all the emotions bottled up within Groudon instantly transformed into overwhelming power. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a volcano awakening. Groudon rose, an unprecedented surge of terrifying energy radiating from its being, enveloped in a searing glow. Stimulated by extreme emotions, the Earth God's dominion was once again awakened. Its power surged dramatically, breaching the threshold of level 50. It raised its right fist, the fury within morphing into a tangible inferno. Flames blazed, vowing to incinerate all impurities before it. This punch embodied the wrath of a pure-hearted warrior. It was a denunciation against the Minotaur. The fiery fist, enveloped in a destructive aura, was unleashed with ferocity. The heat was so intense that even Fennekin, a fire-type Pokémon, felt its first singe and struggled to breathe amidst the scorching pain. It hastily attempted to defend itself, but all efforts appeared futile and laughable against this strike, imbued with conviction. The flames mercilessly consumed the despicable Fennekin. Fennekin has lost the ability to battle. Fujimori has no Pokémon left. You are victorious. Before Lynch could take a breath of relief, the subtitles rolled once more. You stand before Fujimori, who now has no Pokémon left, akin to a Shelmet exposing its shell to a onyx. Your inner malice churns. Defeat CG. How about we chapter 99? Come on, Lynch. Let me see your limits. Lynch. Stop. Just stop. Lynch immediately quelled his cousin's audacious thoughts. Unlock a defeat CG? He was a straightforward and principled Hoenn native, not a Chengdu resident. Setting aside the potential backlash from the creation of such a defeat CG, the crux was that Fujimori was a man. Why would he unlock another man's CG for no reason? To truly unlock such a contraption, with so many splendid opportunities preceding this moment, cousin, where have you been all this time? Now you choose to offer your counsel? Moreover, Tensai is entirely distinct from those ordinary trainers who become utterly powerless without their Pokémon. This individual possesses a staggering 90 to 100% of his strength within himself. Without the hindrance of Pokémon, he will undoubtedly become even stronger. This situation hardly pertains to unlocking Tensai's defeat CG. It seems more akin to unlocking my own defeat CG. Just as Linchi was about to vehemently refute this ludicrous option, his cousin, who had long been plotting against him, was already prepared. Timeout without selection, default option, yes. Linchi. He believed he hadn't offended his cousin recently, had he? Surely not. Or perhaps, I acknowledge your martial prowess. The simulation continued. Defeated Tensai presented the victor's prize. You have acquired the skill, bodybuilding. In the simulation, he received the skill machine tossed by Tensai, his expression one of disdain. Is this it? A mere distraction for a beggar? Nevertheless, he honestly accepted it. Fortunately, our Team Rocket excels at obtaining things personally. Before his words could fully escape, Lunala emerged from behind him, her eyes gleaming with power as psychic waves surged forth instantaneously. Tensai, evidently caught off guard, found 3 Pokeballs swiftly landing in the outstretched palm of the simulated Linchi. Tensai, Team Rocket, having traversed the Kanto region. He was evidently aware of this notorious villainous organization. Who would have thought their hands would reach him as well? How truly underestimated he felt. A visible aura of overwhelming power erupted from Tensai. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharpening like a blade, firmly locking onto Linchi. Yet Linchi remained unfazed. After all, the simulated version of himself enduring a beating had nothing to do with the real Linchi. It was a perfect opportunity to gauge his cousin's simulated prowess. Come now, cousin. Let me witness your limits. Beep beep. Tensai has been provoked. Hidden task, explosive path of martial arts. Trigger conditions met. 2. Subtitles flashed. Just when Linchi believed the simulated version of himself was about to engage in a thrilling battle against a legendary Pokémon trainer, the perspective abruptly shifted, and control was returned to his cousin. The familiar sense of immersion returned. Come now, Linchi, let me see your limits. Linchi. Wait. You forcibly selected the option, set the stage, and executed the most exhilarating part. Then you left the mess for me to handle? What is the difference between this and lighting a fire and running away? Linchi barely had time to process this overwhelming influx of information before he noticed the opponent moving. To the side of his view, the combat power detector's UI flickered wildly. The number representing Tensai's combat prowess soared like a wild stallion. 620, 650, 680, 700. The numbers ultimately settled at a despairing height. How much? 700 combat power. Level 70. What nonsense. What kind of absurd game is this, with such outrageous value inflation? Even with cheats, he couldn't achieve such a magnitude. Wait, why did I previously see a 20 success rate for the task? Cousin, you wouldn't have included the probability of me surrendering without a fight and then ambushing him while he was unprepared, would you? But complaining wouldn't change reality. Tensai had fully entered the fray. He slightly bent his waist, assuming a combat stance, and an oppressive aura akin to a mountain surged forth. There was no retreat. Linchi gritted his teeth. What had happened was irreversible. Regretting it now was futile. However, if he succeeded, it would be a meteoric rise. Together, we advance. Pokémon battles adhere to rules, yet battling trainers does not require such constraints. Coupled with Linchi's interactions and prolonged exposure, several Pokémon exhibited no hesitation in attacking the trainer. In an instant, the gym erupted with energy. Dark clouds gathered, psychic energy swirling to restrict Tensai's movements, while the Sword of Ruin cleaved a path through. Accompanied by the deathly wings of a myriad of powerful moves. All attacks intertwined, converging upon the defiant Tensai, yet he neither dodged nor flinched. With a low growl, he braced against the sluggishness induced by the psychic pull, drawing back his right fist to charge. One punch shattered the Sword of Ruin surging from the ground and withstood the deathly wings. Subsequently, he bent down, grasped a half-human-high rock fragment, and with a forceful twist of his waist, hurled it skyward, dispersing the storm of lightning. Shattering all attacks, Tensai advanced step by step over the surging currents of electricity, nonchalantly drawing closer. This was the absolute dominance granted by top-tier stats, an unwavering confidence. The nearly 30-level disparity in experience loomed like an insurmountable chasm, one that could not simply be bridged by sheer numbers. Restrict his movements. Linchi commanded. As a human, there are ultimately limits. It's impossible to evolve a long-range attack method out of thin air, right? As long as he maintained distance, he could kite him effortlessly. Rock Lockdown, Ice Beam, Thunder Wave. Various control skills were hurled at Tensai without restraint. In an instant, Tensai endured a barrage of skills. Yet Tensai remained unfazed. Indeed, in terms of attack range, a trainer with limited reach could never compare to a Pokémon capable of unleashing long-range skills. However, in that fleeting moment, at this distance, his battle-hardened physique had already encompassed those Pokémon within his absolute attack range. Muscles taut, blood coursing faster, the heat generated melted the ice upon him. Bending his knees, he propelled himself off the ground. In the next moment, Tensai stood before Lunala. From his observations, she had just unleashed the most skills. The first lesson he learned in Kanto was that in a fight, one must first target the support. Tensai spread his muscular arms in a standard grappling pose, ensuring he could completely ensnare her in his powerful grip before delivering a lethal blow with a fighting technique. His embrace suddenly tightened. The solid chest of 34C presented a slightly jarring sensation. Wait, jarring? Tensai looked down only to find that the Pokémon in his grasp had inexplicably transformed into a radiant rock, blushing adorably, possessing a face resembling a turtle's head. Humph. Linchi bore an expression that conveyed, I knew you would do that. Lunala's teleportation, combined with Golem's self-detonation, exemplified the pinnacle of explosive specialists. It flawlessly resolved the historical conundrum of the self-destruct's tendency to obliterate everything. In this chaotic world, Linchi relied on wit and boundless skill. Boom! The deafening explosion engulfed the entire dojo, as dense smoke and blinding white light instantaneously consumed the figure of Fujishu. Yet, Linchi remained solemn. The law of no injury amidst smoke was indeed despicable. How utterly vile. Little did he expect that Fujishu had actually employed a strike from the realm of rules. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that Longlongian had blissfully collapsed. The electric skin attribute, combined with the life orb, unleashed an explosive force at point-blank range. One could only say it was the most exhilarating moment of its existence. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the explosion, Fujishu was charred all over, his body flickering with residual electricity. Linchi would not fall into the villain's novice trap of relinquishing this opportunity for a follow-up strike. Deception. From the shadows behind Fujishu, Yveltal emerged. The spectral ambush was on its way. Deception. Backstab. The black and crimson claws lunged directly at Fujishu's lower back, sending him flying in an instant. Deception. With your spear, I shall assault your shield. Is your attack power so high? Let us see the might of your own fists. Fujishu executed a roll and staggered to the ground, sliding on one knee for a distance to dissipate the impact. Lifting his head, he faced Linchi, who was commanding yet another onslaught with unrelenting advantage. Gazing upon the approaching currents, ice, and rock attacks, and feeling the pain coursing through his body, a grin could not be contained on Fujishu's face. Delightful. It was simply too delightful. Recalling that recent maneuver, he thought, now this is what battle truly is. Having consistently practiced with Pokémon, he had always held back, fearful of leaving them with both psychological and physical trauma. Though the opponent was somewhat elusive, he could finally unleash his full potential. Chapter 100. Humans have their limits. Fujishu's gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, ultimately locking onto the meticulously cautious Yveltal, who had just landed a successful strike and was preparing for a second assault. Facing the dark bird that was directed at Linchi, a smirk crept across Fujishu's lips, radiating a battle-ready spirit. With a powerful push from his legs, in the next moment, his figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing almost instantaneously before Yveltal. So swift. Yveltal's azure eyes constricted in alarm, sensing an unprecedented threat. With a beat of its wings, shadows swirled around its body. It was ready to execute its spectral ambush and slip into the spirit realm to evade detection and create distance. As for confronting head-on, that thought lingered in its mind for merely 1,000th of a second before being utterly crushed. Facing Fujishu was akin to a youth standing resolutely against a fully accelerated semi-truck on a highway. What was there to wait for? For insurance? As for the dignity of a divine beast, it had long realized during its encounters with Linchi that only the victors are worthy of pinning history and defining dignity. As long as it could win, no matter how contemptible the means, there would be dignity. Just as the upper half of its body began to enter the spirit realm, becoming untargetable, a bronze hand suddenly shot forth, fingers like iron claws firmly gripping its tail, which had yet to fully transition into the spirit realm. But it was too late. The skill had already been activated. Yveltal was exceedingly confident, believing its skill was already in effect. How could a mere human interrupt me? If you truly managed to disrupt it, would not all the power and status accumulated over countless years be rendered worthless? Sensing the touch in its grasp gradually becoming amiss, Fujishu bellowed. He was oblivious to the intricacies of skills and targeting. He simply placed his faith in his muscles. Just believe. The muscles in his arms swelled. There was no need for excessive thought. He merely followed the rhythm of his muscles. A colossal force erupted explosively. He began to wrestle against the very forces of the spirit realm with his own flesh. Foolish human, Yveltal scoffed. To confront an entire world with but one's own strength was indeed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet soon, it found no amusement in that thought. Fujishu could not truly contend against the pull of the spirit realm. However, he was even less capable of resisting Yveltal. The battle of strength was now a contest of its very own body. The terrifying force bore down upon it, as if a Magdeburg hemispheric experiment was underway. More tragically, its body was the very sphere. Witnessing this, the other Pokémon immediately rushed to aid. Yet Fujishu seemed to have resigned himself. A man who had never been weaker than others. Even while enduring attacks, he insisted on challenging the spirit realm. How stubborn can you be? It appeared he had no comprehension of adaptability. In desperation, Yveltal had no choice but to retract its skill to prevent itself from being split in two. The reversal of the skill and Fujishu's colossal strength acted simultaneously, yanking the massive Yveltal back with sheer force. Boom! It crashed heavily onto the dojo floor. Yet unexpectedly, he did not follow up with a finishing blow. Instead, he released his grip, taking half a step back to observe the struggling, furious great bird. His eyes ablaze with fervent fire. Come, I give you an opportunity. Fujishu's voice was steady. With all your might, strike me, Yveltal. It had never before encountered such a request. But this was what you said, right? Without hesitation, Yveltal launched its assault. Dark energy enveloped its left claw, initiating with the most threatening move against Fujishu. Deception. Its claws tore through the air, infused with power stolen from Fujishu, aimed at the one before it. Excellent. Fujishu stood his ground, unwavering, his eyes sparkling with determination. He twisted his waist and shifted his hips, allowing his shoulders to bear the weight of the impending strike. A punch, devoid of flourish yet embodying the essence of relentless martial will and the full force of his being, thundered forward to meet the attack. Claw and fist collided violently. The resulting roar erupted, a tempest of energy radiating outward, causing Linchi in the distance to squint against the onslaught. The power stolen by Yveltal equaled Fujishu's own at this moment. A stalemate. Energy and strength clashed at the point of contact, compressing and annihilating. Yet Yveltal had long been steeped in Linchi's tactical teachings. The dark aura surged, obscuring vision. Its pitch-black right claw, at an exceedingly cunning and treacherous angle, silently lunged toward the vital areas of Fujishu's abdomen. Humph! It still had another hand. Yadazi. As the claws neared his clothing, Fujishu appeared unperturbed. At that moment, Yveltal felt as if its dignity had been restored. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Fujishu's other hand had unexpectedly interposed itself in the path of the Claw's attack, flawlessly blocking the underhanded strike. Only upon completing the block did Fujishu seem to realize through the sensations in his arm. A sneak attack? What a pity. Automatic counter. This was the result of his relentless training, where battle had been etched into his very DNA, transforming into an absolute reflex faster than thought itself. The instinct for combat that transcends the limits of thought. In simpler terms, he has relinquished the use of his brain, relying solely on his muscles to think. Fujiki contemplated the force of the two recent attacks from Yveltal and shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Was that all there was to it? The power and energy of those two strikes felt as though they were delivered mechanically, devoid of any combat intuition or explosive growth. He had anticipated that this extraordinary Pokémon would offer him more surprises. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened. It felt as if an invisible shackle within him had been violently shattered. A purer, more domineering, and relentless force surged forth from every cell in his body. The essence of strength erupted. Boom. The stalemate was instantaneously shattered in the most barbaric manner. The power that Yveltal had deceitfully appropriated from the past Fujiki was obliterated by this sudden outburst of absolute power belonging to the present. Counterfeit could never prevail against the authentic. Moreover, it was the recently upgraded authentic. Yveltal let out a sorrowful cry as its form was forcefully pressed into the ground by this overwhelming and irresistible might. A second thunderous impact resonated, causing the gym floor to tremble with a mournful wail as dust billowed skyward. Yveltal, its eyes rolled back, was rendered completely incapable of continuing the fight. It could rise no more. Yet, there was no time to mourn for Yveltal. Next to arrive on the battlefield were several other Pokémon, along with the recently revitalized Golem. Thanks to Lin's miraculous intervention. Inhaling deeply, he swung his fist. The powerful gust from his punch acted like a tangible shockwave, clashing with the distant onslaught of Ice Beam and Thunderbolt. Each attack was effortlessly dispersed. Fujiki's gaze swept across the remaining Pokémon on the field, and he quickly fixed his focus on the largest one, the one that had just unleashed the most forceful strike. The others were slippery, but this one had remained still for far too long. Fujiki moved again, approaching as if teleporting. He deftly dodged the sword's dance and delivered a straightforward uppercut that landed squarely on Groudon's jaw. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed as Groudon collapsed once more. Boom, boom, boom. Pokémon fell one after another, almost entirely defenseless. Even Lin's attempts to resurrect the Pokémon couldn't keep pace with Fujiki's relentless assault. Feeling the power surging within him, Fujiki found his thoughts more vibrant than ever, each muscle rejoicing in exuberance. He inhaled deeply, even his heart racing with a fervent beat. Raising his gaze, he spotted the weary Milotic, scarred and stubbornly standing in his way. Fujiki shook his head. I acknowledge your will, but it is futile. Yield. His eyes passed over Milotic and settled on Lin in the distance. As long as you clearly convey the information about Team Rocket, the League will not make things difficult for you. In fact, there may even be a reward, considering you have provided crucial intelligence. Would selling out Sakaki yield a reward? Lin's eyes flickered as he instinctively stroked his chin. Why should he not accept a reward for himself after selflessly contributing to the organization for so long? Perhaps it was time for the organization to give back to him. I will advocate for leniency on your behalf, Fujiki continued, his tone imbued with sincerity. When the time comes, I will secure your release. You will not need to do anything other than train with me daily. Shut up, old thief. Lin bellowed, anger flashing in his eyes. I am utterly devoted to Boss Sakaki. I am fiercely loyal to the organization. His resolve instantly strengthened. Milotic remained silent, showing no signs of retreat, only lowering itself further, arcs of electricity crackling fiercely, preparing for a final charge. Fujiki ceased his attempts at persuasion. The last vestige of his urging to surrender vanished. With a simple yet decisive motion of his arm, he struck with such speed that it left an afterimage in its wake. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended, and Milotic was brutally pressed into the slippery ground formed by the melting ice beam. In the blink of an eye, no Pokémon remained standing. They all lay sprawled across the ground. Only the currents of electricity continued to surge. Fujiki dusted off his hands, glancing towards the solitary figure of Lin in the distance. There's no other option, he stated, his tone as if declaring a simple fact. It appeared that the traditional method of dealing with obstinate criminals in the Kanto region was the only recourse left. He took measured steps towards Lin, unhurried. First, I will deliver a beating until you lose the capacity to resist, then I will ask again. However, after just 2 steps, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him violently, causing him to stagger. Pain throbbed in his head, nausea washed over him, and his heart raced. Lin cautiously stepped back, increasing the distance between them, a complex expression of both amazement and triumphant scheming crossing his face. At long last, you can no longer hold on. Fujiki pressed his hands to his forehead, which felt as though it might split open, veins protruding at his temples. He struggled to stabilize himself, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the sudden, intense discomfort. Defiant, he let out a roar and attempted once more to gather his strength, his leg muscles tensing as he aimed to charge at Lin. But as he surged forward, he discovered that the more he summoned his bodily strength, the more overwhelming the sensation of weakness and dizziness became. His muscles began to tremble uncontrollably, his vision blurred, and Lin's form split into 2 or 3 indistinct figures before his eyes. Fujiki gasped for breath, but the peculiar sensations in his body only intensified, spiraling out of control. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the strain, collapsing onto one knee, trembling arms barely supporting his upper body from complete collapse. Witnessing this, Lin finally relaxed slightly but remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance. He observed Fujiki's tenacious struggle to rise, a reflective expression etched on his face. Indeed, no matter how strong one is, they are still human. Watching Fujiki breathe without issue moments ago, he had thought him transcendent. Lin waved his hand. But human beings ultimately have their limits. Fujiki, what are you saying? Fujiki managed to lift his head, confusion clouding his eyes. He could not comprehend why his once resilient and keenly aware body had offered no warning of impending danger before it suddenly fell victim to it. Lin glanced at the electric field maintained by Milotic, along with the puddles formed from the melted ice beam. Do you know? He asked, rescuing the Pokémon farthest from Fujiki. Electricity and water, under continuous interaction, can produce some exquisite phenomena. Fujiki struggled to focus his fading vision, confusion written across his face. He had lived in Kanto during his childhood, an earnest dropout from elementary school. He had never managed to pass a cultural subject. His mind functioned like a rusted cogwheel, laboriously attempting to think. Yveltal, go strike him with your blunt force. Yet, a violent headache surged over him like a tidal wave, submerging his last remnants of consciousness. The world around him plunged into complete darkness, and the final vestiges of strength supporting his body were entirely drained. He collapsed forward, his face crashing heavily against the cold, damp ground. Just before he lost consciousness entirely, he vaguely heard a voice that seemed to echo from afar. Lynch's words. Is pure oxygen potent enough? Chapter 101. The affinity level with Sakaki. The overexerted tree-like Pokémon, having no decorum, fell into a deep slumber. Nevertheless, Lynch remained vigilant. He exchanged glances with Yveltal, and without the need for words, both understood each other. Is that not sufficient? I believe it is inadequate. Shall I deliver a couple more strikes? Then do deliver a few more. Yveltal nodded in agreement. Fraud. 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 The death wing cancels its cooldown. Fraud. Fraud. Ding ding. His cousin could no longer bear to watch and intervened. Target. The tree, master of the martial arts gym. Status. In a state of coma, devoid of all resistance. Is it merely a state of coma? Both Yveltal and Lynch simultaneously wore expressions of dissatisfaction. Boom. 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 Without a hint of hesitation, another wave of energy cascaded down. Target. The tree, master of the martial arts gym. Status. Mild coma to severe coma. I knew it. He was faking it. Can mild coma even be considered a coma? It's merely a brief nap. Both the man and the bird felt a sense of relief. Your affinity with Yveltal has increased. Lynch. How could someone of his noble stature, a rising star in the Alliance, possibly have an affinity with a dark-type Pokémon? He was a partner of justice. Surely, his cousin must be slandering him again. Note, in simulations, all is based on facts. His cousin reappeared, unable to contain himself. Lynch instinctively glanced at Yveltal. After this battle, he indeed found the large bird far more agreeable. Could it be that his cousin meant? He understood. He comprehended his cousin's implication. His cousin was playing with words. It was not his affinity with Yveltal that had increased, but rather Yveltal's affinity with him. The former indicated his alignment towards Yveltal, while the latter signified Yveltal's alignment towards him. Thus, it was not that he had become evil, but rather that Yveltal had become good. Under the influence of his righteous aura, the malevolent dual type, Yveltal was transforming from a sinister dark-type deity into a pure flying-type companion. Therefore, their affinity had indeed risen. At this point, Lynch completed the logical circle. His cousin's interface experienced a subtle glitch. After the realization dawned upon him, the medicinal-type champion unleashed his full power. efficiently recalling the fallen Pokémon one by one. Observing the incapacitated tree, Lynch found himself in a quandary. He could now proceed with the settlement. However, wouldn't he that squander the hard-fought boss they had just defeated? To be honest, he had just attempted to see if he could encapsulate the tree in a Pokeball. But unfortunately, the useless ball could not even capture the tree. What to do with a living person, especially an official gym leader of the Alliance? Wait. Lynch suddenly recalled something. His eyes brightened instantly. He was a member of Team Rocket, the well-established Team Rocket. Gazing at the unconscious, muscular tree, he grew increasingly convinced of its suitability. With such strength, capable of withstanding the sword of the cliff and tearing through the shadows sneak. Such talent deserved to shine within Team Rocket, to burn brightly. His dear boss Sakaki would surely appreciate it. Without further ado, Lynch prepared to stuff the tree into a grand gift box. You activated the skill on the tree, Advanced Rope Arts. With the assistance of Pokémon, Lynch became busy. First, he bound the upper body of the tree with ropes. Then he crossed his legs into a seated position, deliberately selecting the most aesthetically pleasing cross-leg pose for Boss Sakaki. He secured the ropes at the ankles, binding the thigh and calf of the left leg together, tightening the remainder of the rope at the bend of the leg. He performed the same binding for the right leg. Then, he drew 2 strands of rope from the back to the hands, crossing them over the shoulders before tying them in front, finally securing everything tightly at the ankle with a big knot. By crossing over the shoulders and entwining the ropes, he could continuously draw the flexible upper body of the tree closer to its lower half, ultimately binding it into a compact bundle. This significantly reduced the space occupied by the tree. Lost, the tree, moderate coma. Obtained, a square box, harboring delightful surprises. Note, personally opened by Boss Sakaki. Lynch gazed contentedly at the beautifully wrapped gift box adorned with a bow, snapping his fingers. Cousin, settlement. Expedite the delivery of the gift. The interface was silent for a moment before refreshing with a prompt. Settlement in progress. You have converted the tree, Shineduo, Brimstone, and the fiery red fox into contribution points. Lynch. Wait, what is happening? How did 3 Pokémon also get transferred to that old man Sakaki? At his age, could he even comprehend them? Lynch felt a deep sense of anguish, filled with concern for Sakaki, devoid of any selfish motives. He wanted to argue with his cousin. However, it was evident that his cousin lacked bargaining capabilities. The settlement was already complete. Ding. Yveltal gained a substantial amount of experience. LV52. Ding. Groudon gained a substantial amount of experience. LV51. Ding. Miltank gained a substantial amount of experience. LV50. Ding. Geodude gained a substantial amount of experience. LV49. Ding. Lunala gained a substantial amount of experience. LV49. You have accomplished a feat deemed legendary, defeating and capturing an Alliance gym leader whose strength far exceeds your own. You have obtained the title of Son of the Evil Team Rocket. Wearing this title will earn you acclaim from the Alliance. Would you like to wear it? No. Lynch remained expressionless. He merely wished to contribute silently to Team Rocket, without any need for such hollow accolades. Having repeatedly brought honor to Team Rocket, even from afar in Kanto, Sakaki has praised your loyalty. Your deeds have been compiled into internal learning materials for Team Rocket, widely publicized. You have gained contribution points. You have unlocked a CG. Kanto, Goldenrod City, in the top floor office of a skyscraper. Ah, a gift, how thoughtful of him. A man clad in a sharply tailored suit, sporting a crew cut, scrutinized the meticulously wrapped package before him, adorned with a grand bow. With a smile, Sakaki deftly untied the bow and lifted the lid. Sakaki has received your gift. His affection for you has increased. Before him stood a man with dark skin, bound in an awkward position, glaring at him with fury. Suddenly, the rope snapped. A fist loomed large before Sakaki. Sakaki. CG ends. Arceus above, Giratina below. Lin-Chi mourns for Sakaki. Namal Amitba. Bless the infinite heavens. Amen, Allahu Akbar. Surely, Boss Sakaki is so formidable that he cannot have perished? Simulation ends. As consciousness returned to reality, Lin-Chi rubbed his rumbling stomach, feeling particularly ravenous after the intense mental exertion. Hunger urged him on. He wobbled to his feet and freshened up. Stepping outside, he arrived at a bustling restaurant. Before he could even reach for the door, it was enthusiastically swung open from within. A waiter, donned in a tidy apron, brightened up, his gaze bypassing Lin-Chi to greet someone behind him with a beaming smile. Oh my, it's been ages since you last visited. Please, come in. Your usual spot is reserved for you. Lin-Chi. He stood frozen in confusion. The waiter effortlessly maneuvered around him, almost bowing in a welcoming gesture as he ushered Malutin inside. Malutin, unreserved, emitted a few cheerful sounds, and confidently sauntered towards a specially designated booth deep within the restaurant. Lin Chi watched in astonishment as not just one, but several waitstaff, including what appeared to be the manager, nodded and smiled warmly at Milutin, their eyes brimming with an indescribable enthusiasm. Settling comfortably, Milutin skillfully extended his claws, punctuating the menu with a couple of taps. The waiter understood immediately. 2 servings of dishes 4 and 7, and one of each of the others, correct? Milutin nodded, even tapping the table with his claws, urging for prompt service. This demeanor, this treatment, was clearly not a first-time affair. But how could they have been in Wudo Town for just 2 days? And he was already a regular. Lin Chi grabbed the earlier guiding waiter, incredulity etched on his face. He comes here often? Often. The waiter's smile widened. Not just often. He is a legend in our establishment. Every time he visits, he invigorates the kitchen staff to operate at full throttle. The owner has specifically instructed that the highest level of service must be provided whenever he is here. You must be his friend, right? Rest assured, we'll ensure everything is perfectly arranged for you. Lin Chi. He had mentioned that he hadn't seen Milutin around during his recent outings, and that he had been eating less. It turned out he had been sneaking off to indulge here without him. However, Lin Chi, with his modest means, was unfazed. Eat. Eat at will. Can I afford a meal? Am I likely to eat myself broke? After enjoying the dishes Milutin ordered, Lin Chi leaned back in his chair, retrieving the tablet he used to show Groudon the live stream, preparing to scan for payment. Payment failed. Insufficient balance. Lin Chi. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze pinning the satiated Milutin beside him, who even let out a contented burp. What on earth did you eat? How could you consume so much money in one meal? Have you truly bankrupted me? Chapter 102. Lin Chi, the gold coin explosion. Observing Milutin, whose face radiated an unquenchable desire for food, Lin Chi found his composure returning. It must not be Milutin's fault. He regained his rationality. Firstly, with so many patrons present, it was clear this was not a run-of-the-mill scam establishment. Given this context, even if Milutin could eat 10 meals a day, it was impossible for him to deplete Lin Chi's funds entirely. There had to be a problem in some aspect unknown to him. The usual perpetrator of gold coin theft had been outdone. Under the slightly puzzled gaze of the waiter, Lin Chi took a deep breath, forcing calm as he retrieved the black card that Kusunoki had given him. Let us use this. He endeavored to keep his voice steady. The waiter, indeed, a friend of a big client, is also a big client. Just pulling out an anonymous black card issued by the Alliance Financial. A crisp beep resonated as the card was swiped, and the payment success notification lit up. The restaurant owner beamed with delight from a distance. Yet, Lin Chi's heart bled. Gripping the tablet tightly, his fingers trembled as he accessed the detailed transaction history, eager to ascertain where his money had vanished. Upon opening the deduction record, an extensive list of charges flooded his view. HP Enhancement Agent Set, Special Deluxe Edition. Defense Enhancement Agent Set, Special Deluxe Edition. Special Defense Enhancement Agent Set, Special Deluxe Edition. Speed Enhancement Agents X10, Special Deluxe Edition. Attack Enhancement Agents X10, Special Deluxe Edition. High-Level Training Ground Rental Fee X2. Livestream Platform Gift Donation Deduction. Master Ball Gift X3, donated to streamer. Shui Lian is also working hard today. High-Level Fishing Rod X1, Custom Enhanced Version. Capable of lifting weight, 352 kilograms. Restaurant Payment Record X7. Life Pearl X1. 100 methods to enhance trainer affection. Immediate delivery. Note. Leave at the door. Take photo. Do not knock. Restaurant Payment Record X4. The bill was overwhelming. Lin Chi felt dizzy as he read through it. While he could understand the restaurant and training ground fees, live stream donations were somewhat justifiable, being relatively minor expenses. But what on earth were those exorbitantly priced attribute enhancement agents? He had never purchased any. Moreover, when he examined the prices, each enhancement agent was at least 7 to 8 times higher than the standard market price. Clearly, he had been taken for a ride. He quickly checked the payment timestamps. The most recent one was half an hour ago. However, that coincided with his time spent reveling in the simulation world, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. During that period, the only entity that could access his funds was one. It was Mutwo. It hadn't accompanied him into the simulation. It had gone off to train on its own. Having eliminated all possibilities, the absurd truth remained. To his astonishment, the usually honest Mutwo turned out to be the biggest spender. Conversely, Yveltal displayed no desires whatsoever, with no consumption records at all. Lin Chi felt a deep sense of sorrow. Among all his Pokémon, the one he could rely on the least turned out to be the Dark-type Pokémon. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Lynch now yearned to awaken his temporal abilities. yearning to deliver a resounding contest to the self who had so recklessly squandered in the morning. Observing Lynch's increasingly darkened countenance, Millerton, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt, found solace instead. He had just surreptitiously glanced at the screen, discovering that he was not the one who had spent the most. In fact, he could be deemed frugal by comparison. With this revelation, he felt at ease. When calamity strikes, there is always a tall figure to bear the burden. Millerton returned to his plate, indulging guiltlessly in the delectable fare. Indeed, as Lynch's diligent and thrifty Pokémon, he believed it to be a fundamental virtue to waste no food. Meanwhile, within the advanced training grounds, Metagross, gleaming with a metallic sheen, hovered in midair, nodding at the Mutwo who was again tilting its head back to gulp down a vial of potion. Its 4 robust iron arms crossed before it, embodying the very essence of a seasoned master. Given its prowess, it could indeed be considered a venerable figure. Under its guidance, Mutwo opted for the most expedient method to enhance its power, consuming drugs, potions that elevate attributes. Back in its own early days, it too had treated potions as if they were mere water. Unfortunately, it did not take long for its body to develop a resistance, diminishing the effects over time. After all, such potions usually yield the most remarkable results when first utilized. As the potency accumulates within the body, tolerance inevitably escalates until the effects become nullified. It was merely a testament to its trainer's wealth. After a full year of consumption, the cumulative effects had reached their zenith, overflowing beyond capacity. However, as Metagross gazed at Mutwo, it pondered, was this already the 23rd round? Yet, in its line of sight, Mutwo's abdomen was distended, seemingly filled to the brim. Yet its body continued to operate at high speed, incessantly absorbing and converting the potion's potency to remedy every shortcoming in its attributes. Even more astonishing was the fact that the rate and efficiency of absorption remained unchanged from its initial consumption. What an incredibly promising physique. What an extraordinary resistance to drugs. It seemed to exist solely for the purpose of consuming potions. Mutwo stood at the center of the training arena, downing the final vial of potion with fervor. Feeling the surge of power swelling within, it was overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation. This immediate enhancement was far more gratifying than laboriously honing its physique. It reflected on the hardships it had previously endured. With a grateful glance at Metagross, it acknowledged its steadfast ally. Just as it reveled in this rapid ascendance, it was suddenly met with a notification indicating insufficient funds. Mutwo paused, discontented, pouting with an expression of unquenched desire. Observing this, Metagross stepped forward, its claws tapping furiously on the communicator. I'll cover you. My trainer is wealthy. Yet, Mutwo resolutely shook its head, its demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The pure bond they shared could not be sullied by the trappings of money. Moreover, its trainer was more than capable of affording it. It would go seek him for a monetary boost. One emerged from the dining hall in a huff, seeking retribution, while the other exited the training grounds in a rush for funds. They collided at the corner of a street, with Lynch spotting Mutwo before it could utter a word. Yet, he witnessed Mutwo's eyes light up, taking the initiative, palm upturned and confidently presented before Lynch, declaring, "You came just in time, Lynch, let's get some coins." Lynch interjected, "Hold on, I know what you're about to say." Mutwo raised its head, an unprecedented confidence radiating from its visage as it showcased its enhanced physique. The definition of its muscles was strikingly clear, its surface shimmering with vitality, as if every inch harbored explosive power. Do you see it? Witness this leap in strength? This is technology. This is the power of wealth. Mutwo clenched its fist, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through its being. Those potions, combined with the guidance of its steadfast companion Metagross, had propelled its strength to new heights. The path to invincibility had once again been unveiled. Now, it was terrifyingly powerful. Yet, Mutwo understood that mere words were insufficient. Only through tangible demonstration could it dispel Lynch's reservations. It scanned the vicinity and fixed its gaze upon a pokeball at Lynch's waist, promptly pointing a finger without hesitation. No flight. Let us battle. It, Mutwo, was determined to challenge its limits today, to shatter its own nightmares, to prove its invincibility with your blood. 3 seconds later, boom! A resounding roar echoed as an enraged column of molten rock erupted skyward, piercing the heavens. With lingering fury, Groudon was recalled. Lynch approached, witnessing Mutwo, who lay on the ground questioning the very essence of life after being vanquished once more on the path to invincibility. He sighed. Alas, while sympathy was felt, expenditure was expenditure. The cost for compensating the municipal venue would also be attributed to you. Chapter 103. The Worries of a Pokémon. Inhale. Hiss. Yveltal took a deep breath, the malevolent thoughts swirling in the air akin to aged fine wine, rich and intoxicating, infused with a captivating aroma. Yet, despite the temptation, it felt no desire to indulge. Instead, it contentedly belched, feeling quite full. Indeed, it was utterly sated. Today, it had feasted excessively. Its belly brimming with intense malice, there was simply no room for more. The day spent alongside Lynch felt like an endless banquet. Each meal was a grand feast. It had never experienced such contentment. Even without rigorous training, its strength surged within this continuous nourishment, malevolence nearly spilling over. In contrast, it was bewildered by the hardships it had previously endured. It could hardly fathom how it had tolerated the days devoid of Lynch's presence. With its cerulean eyes, it gazed at Lynch, who radiated a sweet aura, unlike those whose malevolence was tainted, merely bearing the facade of a villain. Surely, Lynch was a concoction of schemes, malice, and some deeper darkness. Meanwhile, Mutwo, recently revived by Lynch's miraculous touch, struggled to maintain its posture, its eyes ignited with a flame of defiance. Fingers deeply embedded in the soil, it refused to concede. Indeed, it acknowledged that the elder had some measure of strength. However, it was that old fool who had acted dishonorably, striking first. It had merely let its guard down, failing to evade. Given another chance, it would assert. Millerton, step forward. This time, it would show mercy to Groudon. It scorned the thought of squabbling with a deity that could not fly. Let it claim victory. 2 minutes later, charred and blackened, Mutwo lay once more in defeat. Yet, it remained unyielding. Cursed be it. Even if the first and second were futile, surely the third would prevail. Once more. Rumble. Again. Ethereal energy surged with an electrifying intensity. Once more. Whoosh. The death wings descended with ferocity. Once again, they sent the already beleaguered Mutwo hurtling through the air. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault from other Pokémon, Mutwo collapsed to the ground, finally acknowledging its precarious position in the hierarchy. Its eyes were filled with confusion and self-doubt. It could not comprehend how, despite its desperate efforts to master various esoteric techniques and leverage technological advancements for a remarkable boost in power, these adversaries seemed to surpass it at an alarming rate. Had they secretly indulged in enhancements behind its back? Had they truly gained 50 levels in a mere morning? Lynch adjusted his glasses with a calm demeanor. The monocle precariously perched on his eye socket. Well, at least it was a relief not to hinder the progress of others. He had donned the combat power detector during the second battle, meticulously recording each piece of data with the aid of high technology. Mutwo, combat power, 444. Note, its entire strength relies on enhancements. Lacking adaptation to its body, it remains insubstantial. Continuous battles can enhance its combat power. Boom, 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 boom. 5 death wings rained down upon the prostrate Mutwo, instantly rendering it unconscious. The data surged once more. After being thoroughly humiliated and tempered by Yveltal, it had now reached 450. Yet, in comparison to the other members, whose combat powers hovered around 500, there remained a significant gap. Lynch nodded. He, Lynch, was not a petty individual. The growth was tangible, and the expenditure, well, could be considered worthwhile. After all, money sitting idle was merely a lifeless figure. It generated no value unless it flowed. He reasoned with himself. Of course, generosity had its limits. The thought of his rapidly dwindling account compelled him to put a stop to this extravagant spending. He needed to establish a spending cap for each Pokémon. Otherwise, even he would find it unsustainable to maintain such lavish expenditures. Lynch squatted down, expertly prying open Mutwo's mouth. A squeeze. A pat. The vitality block was swallowed by Mutwo. With increasing finesse, Lynch revived Mutwo once more. Mutwo silently lowered its head, gazing at its own body, its mood visibly plummeting. Patting the somewhat bewildered Mutwo, Lynch spoke with an unusually sincere tone. You have made significant progress. Mutwo remained silent, merely bowing its head lower. Observing its despondency, Lynch shifted his approach. Thus, tomorrow, when we challenge the fighting gym, I have decided to send you to the front lines. Mutwo abruptly lifted its head, a spark of disbelief igniting in its eyes, mingled with the exhilaration of being entrusted with such responsibility. To think, despite its dismal performance and abysmal defeat, Lynch still believed in it. It nodded vigorously, a steadfast resolve echoing through their psychic link. I can win. Indeed, I believe in you. Lynch smiled gently, pointing out a crucial detail. However, your current strength remains somewhat tenuous. After all, your physique has been artificially augmented through enhancements, and you have yet to fully adapt and master it. Quite true. Mutwo instinctively clenched its fists, the joints emitting faint cracking sounds. It had felt the surging power within during these recent battles, yet struggled with precise control. Each attack was either excessively forceful or just a hair's breadth off. Slowly adapting appeared to be an insufficient strategy. Lynch shook his head. Then his lips curled into a warm smile that inexplicably stirred Mutuo's heart. However, I possess an expedient method. Mutuo's eyes sharpened, instinctively focusing. Please, teach me, sir. It suppressed the strong sense of foreboding rising within, its eyes brimming with a desire for strength and knowledge. After all, when it came to the body, adaptation was an innate capability. Just like the water in a clamshell, there was always some to be found. So simply fight. You need only engage in battles until you fully acclimate to your current body. As Lynch's words fell, he provided Mutuo no time to react. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 jet black, ink-like energy beams, infused with a sense of annihilation, descended upon Mutuo like a frenzied serpent, crashing down with unrelenting force. The quintuple barrage of death wings. Loyal Yveltal had already sensed the directive from Lynch. The explosive shockwave sent it soaring through the air. Lynch did not even glance at the disoriented Mutuo, turning instead to the line of other Pokémon waiting their turn. What are you all lingering for? He wore a benevolent smile. Continuing, taking turns, is inefficient. Hurry up and join in. Tomorrow, it would challenge Tsutsu, and if they did not increase the intensity now, when would they? Would they wait for Tsutsu to impose it upon them? It was imperative to solidify Mutuo's foundation. He patted himself, assuring, rest assured, the enhancements are plentiful. Watching Mutuo, who was engulfed in a barrage of various skills akin to Tsutsu's ultimate treatment, Lynch's face radiated a deep sense of concern. A person like him, who harbored only thoughts of Pokémon, empathizing with their struggles and anxieties, was indeed a rarity in this world. Look how Mutuo has exhausted its resources. He held no selfish motives. Rather, he exerted every effort to assist it in enhancing its strength. Lynch could not help but reflect, I truly am too kind-hearted. Chapter 104. A trial awaits. The following morning, the sunlight was rather blinding. Lynch arrived at the office, holding the recently received fine notification. Oh dear, why did you come in person? Just give us a call, and we would have come to you. The staff at the Fighting Town office of the League wore smiles that bordered on obsequiousness. After processing the payment, the staff, eager to escort Lynch out, nodded and bowed. Their voices bubbling with uncontainable joy. We look forward to your next visit. The public facilities in Fighting Town had long been outdated. Yet the compensation was calculated at new standards. Coupled with advanced repair technologies that lowered costs, this transaction turned out to be quite profitable for the office. After quickly resolving his breakfast, Lynch brought Mutuo to the entrance of the fighting gym. Gazing at the robust and solid structure before him, he couldn't help but murmur. The restoration is quite impressive. Just as he prepared to step inside, 2 imposing figures unexpectedly blocked his path from either side. Muscular and clad in sleeveless vests, their faces bore the scars of past brawls, exuding an intimidating aura. It was evident they were no benign characters. Since you've entered our Maze Brothers territory, kid, they grinned menacingly, rubbing their thick fingers, the knuckles producing soft cracking sounds. Before Lynch could utter a word, the newly transformed Mutuo, bruised yet resolute from yesterday's rigorous training, leaped forth from its pokeball, positioning itself protectively in front of Lynch. Having absorbed the full potency of its medicines, it now emanated an aura of formidable strength. Eager to test its prowess. Do you want that one? Mutuo, Lynch. Both appeared perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. That one? What does that mean? Is it some sort of underground jargon from the Fighting Town? One of the brothers, who bore a striking resemblance to the other, promptly pulled his older sibling behind him. Rubbing his reflective bald head, he spoke in a somewhat bashful tone. My friend, please don't misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. Indeed, we just happen to look a tad intimidating, chimed in the burly man with a bushy beard, attempting to muster a smile that, despite his efforts, still appeared somewhat menacing. Mutuo, growing impatient, cracked its knuckles. Who would believe such nonsense? Speak to my fists. It glanced down at the marketing pamphlet it had acquired from the bespectacled man at the Internet Academy. Pointing, it declared, an extraordinary Pokémon with boundless potential. Surely you must be here to challenge the gym leader. Upon hearing this, Mutuo relaxed its fists and subtly straightened its posture, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Alert status, disengaged. After my appraisal, these 2 are indeed discerning individuals. Lynch remarked, you're easily appeased. In a story, you'd be out of the narrative within 3 pages, likely run over by a plot vehicle. The bald man cautiously inquired, is this your first visit? He scrutinized Lynch's expression. Noticing Lynch's silence, he continued, that explains it. No wonder you're unaware of us, the Maze brothers. We merely wanted to ask if you need a strategy guide. Lynch paused, surprised by the thriving industry in Fighting Town. Do they really offer strategy services for gym challenges? Realizing Lynch's misunderstanding, the bald man quickly waved his hands in denial. No, not the kind of strategy that would defeat Mr. Fujiki. We certainly don't have that. Nor would we dare sell it. He lowered his voice. It's a guide for the first trial. As a first-timer, you might not know that the fighting gym is exceptionally unique. It plunges into utter darkness, where visibility is non-existent. The majority of challengers become hopelessly lost, unable to find the correct arena, leading to their elimination. But if you encounter us, the Maze brothers, the bearded one interjected, revealing several items from behind him. We offer not only a detailed map of the optimized route, but also high-performance flashlight rentals. Of course, he added with a knowing look, if you're willing to invest. We even have copies of the Flash Technique Manual. However, that comes at a steep price and isn't recommended for the average trainer. Lynch regarded the eccentric duo before him and shook his head. Thank you, but I do not require such services. We shall be on our way. He turned to Mutuo. Our maps are authentic. If you doubt us, check with the Kingler Express. Our ratings are as high as 49, with numerous commendations. Unfazed, the duo continued to promote their offerings, but Mutuo, growing impatient, was not there to listen to sales pitches. With a flash of blue light in its eyes, it declared its presence. Wait, we haven't finished. But before they could complete their sentence, Lynch and Mutuo vanished in an instant. The two muscular men stood frozen, hands outstretched, momentarily bewildered. The bald man spat in frustration, muttering enviously, teleportation? That unrecognized Pokémon is indeed psychic type. What luck! The bearded man sighed. Well, we've encountered a top-tier psychic trainer. On to the next challenger. Inside the gym, beside the main arena, subtle ripples of energy signaled Lynch and Mutuo's quiet arrival. The robust figure of a wrestler, stationed in a horse stance by the ring, immediately sensed their presence. Turning, he was thrilled to see his idol, Mutuo, who had bravely taken on Fujiki. His tiny eyes sparkled with excitement as he jumped in place, vigorously signaling towards the dim staircase leading to the second floor, emitting enthusiastic cries. Tower ho! Have they finally arrived? From the shadows of the narrow wooden staircase leading to the second floor, a steady voice echoed. The rhythmic sound of measured footsteps accompanied the appearance of a lithe figure descending gracefully, with flamboyant deep blue hair and a well-proportioned physique. It was none other than the gym leader, Fujiki. This is a trial, he declared, as he continued his descent, casually pulling off his loose fighting top and tossing it aside. The fabric sliced through the air with a soft sound, revealing a sculpted torso, each muscle a testament to strength and resolve. Fujiki's gaze lowered, as though in contemplation, perhaps announcing the impending battle. This is a trial to conquer one's past self. Only by confronting and overcoming one's previous weaknesses can one forge a more powerful self. As the last syllable resonated, Fujiki stepped down from the final wooden stair, his shoes lightly kissing the ground. I presume you think so too. He suddenly locked eyes with Lynch and the eagerly prepared Mutuo, whose body shimmered with a faint blue glow. Let us begin. With a clash of his fists, he leapt onto the arena, his aura radiating power. An invisible yet potent force expanded outward from him, thickening the already dim air of the gym. I, Fujiki, the gym leader of Fighting Town, hereby formally accept your challenge. Chapter 105. Have you chosen yet? Within the gym, the atmosphere grew momentarily tense. Observing Fujiki, who stood tall and imposing in the center of the arena, Lynch exchanged glances with Mutuo. Isn't this merely a routine gym challenge? Does Fujiki really need to put on such a show? This trial. The stripping of his attire, what a theatrical display. Even Mutuo, typically brimming with a flair for the dramatic and often proclaiming its defiance, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the spectacle. It's not like you're the one battling. Why all this fuss? Mutuo steadied itself, rising higher into the air with unwavering focus, fixing its intense gaze upon Fujiki. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly, send forth your Pokémon. I am formidable beyond measure. Tingshu inhaled deeply, revealing a gleaming smile as he grinned broadly. I can feel your fighting spirit. Come, allow me to test my mettle, shall we? However, before Tingshu could advance, his legs were seized by the undercard wrestler. One hand grasped Tingshu's pant leg, while the other eagerly waved a notice emblazoned with the league's seal. No, listen. The league's new regulations state that gym leaders are prohibited from engaging in physical confrontations with Pokémon. Upon hearing the wrestler's words, Tingshu was momentarily taken aback. What? The wrestler nodded vigorously, pointing at Tingshu. I've already received 9 complaints this month. The league has issued a stern warning. Tingshu's brow furrowed tightly, and he waved his arm dismissively. Humph. Ignore them. A warning is just a warning. At worst, I'll incur a fine. How can the fervor of muscles be constrained by rules? The wrestler grew even more anxious, gesturing animatedly. What? How dare they do such a thing? At this, Tingshu's usually calm demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he had just received horrifying news. If I receive another complaint, I'll be forced to send my Magikarp over there, restricting my access to premium protein powder. No, not that. Tingshu's towering figure trembled as if struck by a heavy blow, and with a resounding thud, he sank to one knee upon the mat. He clutched his head tightly, the earlier surge of energy dissipating entirely. My muscles will lose their nourishment. They will wither. He painfully lifted his head, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Mewtwo's sleek, powerful form, then back down to his meticulously honed pectorals and biceps, his eyes brimming with struggle and defiance. What was the point of adjusting my state all day and cultivating my emotions for so long? What does it even matter? His voice was laden with resentment and grievance. Linchi, Mewtwo, the deluge of revelations was overwhelming, leaving one at a loss for words. Wait, if it's a gym battle, doesn't that mean there are no restrictions? Tingshu suddenly smacked his thigh, inspiration sparking within him. How about I just hand over the badge to you, and we train outside instead? Absolutely not, came the resolute simultaneous reply from both Linchi and Mewtwo. Linchi looked at Mewtwo, who slowly displayed a question mark. What's wrong with you? As a Pokémon, you mustn't be so selfish. Can't you see how distressed Brother Tingshu is? Can't you bear it just a little longer? Mewtwo. The undercard wrestler cautiously tugged at Tingshu's pant leg once more, pointing towards the corner of the room where the league had installed cameras specifically for the gym. The camera subtly rotated, locking onto Tingshu. Tingshu stared at the ominous glow emanating from the camera. This is absurd. He abruptly stood, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness and integrity as he turned to Linchi and declared with righteous fervor, a gym battle is a sacred trial. There can be no favoritism or cheating. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly placed his palm on the most familiar pokeball at his waist, his voice resonating with gravity. Since this is a trial, then I shall summon it. A flash of red light erupted. A remarkably robust, light blue Pokémon donned only a pair of shorts and resembling a human in its four-armed form appeared on the field. Linchi quickly donned a combat power detector. Macamp. Combat power, 501. Note, due to Tingshu's focus on adjusting his condition yesterday, this Pokémon enjoyed a day of rest and is in high spirits. Weakness, Tingshu. Linchi gasped in astonishment. This muscular creature, with its four powerful arms and a physique akin to a mountain, was none other than the legendary Macamp, whose popularity surpassed even that of Gardevoir. Indeed, Tingshu, you are nothing but serious on the surface. I knew my cousin's simulations were not without merit. Tingshu crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as he stated, I can see that since our last meeting, your Mewtwo has grown considerably stronger. As an experienced fighting-type gym leader, his keen eye immediately discerned the restrained and solidified aura emanating from Mewtwo. However, in terms of absolute strength and combat experience, my Macamp should surpass it by a margin. His tone exuded unwavering confidence. In the face of Macamp's four fists, you shall prove your strength and resolve. This is your trial. And I. Macamp responded affirmatively, raising its chin with a proud demeanor. This is merely a gym challenge. I have endured countless battles over the years. But Linchi was not one for lengthy exchanges. He swiftly bypassed the banter and, with a decisive gesture, initiated the offensive. Mewtwo, use Aura Sphere. Upon receiving the command, Mewtwo's eyes glimmered with azure light. Clenching its fist, it darted forward like lightning, a sphere of highly concentrated, radiant blue energy enveloped in a fierce gale, hurtling toward Machamp's muscular chest. Macamp stood tall, its four arms flexing instinctively to block, but as it fixed its gaze on the approaching figure of Mewtwo, it was struck with shock. The opponent's sprinting posture, the angle of the punch, and the unyielding ferocity radiating from it bore an uncanny resemblance to its trainer, Tingshu. Coupled with Mewtwo's oppressive aura, Machamp's legs trembled instinctively. After all, it was one of the Machamps that Tingshu had repeatedly pummeled in his pursuit of mastering the art of fighting. It had long since developed a severe case of Tingshu PTSD. The reason it had been captured was simple, not because it was the strongest, but because the sounds it made when struck were the most satisfying. Bang! Momentarily stunned, Mewtwo's aura sphere collided forcefully with Machamp's chest. Macamp bent slightly, its entire body quaking violently, ripples spreading across its light blue skin. Humph! Mewtwo maintained its stance, letting out a cold snort. Is that all you've got? You're trembling already, and I haven't even exerted full force yet? Pathetic. Pathetic. One more. Linchi pressed the advantage, showing no mercy regardless of gender. Mutwo, leveraging the recoil, retreated a half step, its arms converging in front. A torrent of energy surged violently, coalescing into an aura sphere twice the size of the previous one, glowing ever more intensely. The energy sphere emitted a low hum, and then, with the force of a mighty slam dunk, Mutwo hurled it down toward Machamp's head. Swoosh! The aura sphere tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling whistle as it drew closer. With each passing moment, Machamp trembled even more violently, even producing faint clattering sounds. A flicker of disdain crossed Mutwo's eyes. It's over. Before Mutwo could fully relish the moment, an unforeseen twist unfolded. The creature, once trembling as if caught in a sieve, suddenly thrust its two most formidable arms forward with the swiftness of lightning. Its four fingers, like iron pincers, seized Mutwo's wrist with unerring precision, halting the momentum of the colossal aura sphere that Mutwo had conjured, imprisoning it before the creature's gaze. The surface of the energy sphere quivered violently, the blue luminescence illuminating the creature's expression at that moment, twisted and contorted. Its lips curled back in an uncontrollable, near-manic grin of exhilaration. The earlier trembling had been born not of fear, but of sheer, unadulterated excitement. That very instant had ignited a fervor deep within the creature's core. Indeed, it was not due to a warped perspective gained from battling Venusaur, nor a newfound fondness for wordplay. Rather, it was Mutwo's battle style and aura, reminiscent of Venusaur, but coupled with a power far inferior to that of the original. Like the most lethal catalyst, it ignited something long buried within the creature's heart. Closing its eyes, it envisioned striking this foe as if it were a diminutive, easily bullied version of Venusaur. The idea sent a surge of indescribable thrill coursing through the creature's being. Close combat, Machamp. Venusaur commanded in a deep voice. Silence. Machamp's narrowed eyes glinted. Before it stood Mutwo, almost transformed into Venusaur's likeness. You dare challenge me? Your fists will not go unpunished. Chapter 106. The Art of Softness. Mutwo reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly recognizing that its opponent was no ordinary foe. Without hesitation, it unleashed the aura sphere from its palm, sending it hurtling directly into Machamp's fierce visage. Boom! The aura sphere detonated violently at close range, sending shockwaves of energy rippling through the air. Even Machamp's robust physique was momentarily staggered, its head thrown back and a charred mark appearing on its face, clearly indicating it had sustained considerable damage. Yet, rather than loosening its grip on Mutwo's arm from the pain, Machamp's powerful limbs tightened their hold even further. Its chest heaved with fervor, yet its mouth twisted into a fervent, almost fanatical grin. Yes, this is precisely what I relish. The thrill of resistance. If it were an easy fight, where would the joy in training lie? Little Venusaur, have you finished struggling? Now it is my turn. In a flash of thought, it snapped its head back to face Mutwo, its other two fists launching forth without a moment's hesitation, raining down blows like a tempest. There was no personal grudge, nor diverging targets. Only a relentless assault aimed squarely at Mutwo's face. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid-fire punches formed a cacophony of thunderous impacts. A relentless barrage that unleashed a veritable storm of strikes. In an instant, Mutwo, battered and bruised, flickered with blue light in its eyes, its form momentarily blurring. In the next heartbeat, it evaded Machamp's lethal embrace, teleporting several meters away, momentarily escaping the onslaught. Fleeing? Nay, it was a tactical retreat. Mutwo was not the sort to swallow its pride easily. In a test of strength, it was more than capable. Observing Machamp's incessant flurry of fists, a glint of determination sparkled in Mutwo's eyes. With a fierce motion, it extended both hands to the side, palms upward, as two highly compressed, rapidly spinning aura spheres coalesced with a resonant hum. It pivoted, meeting the oncoming assault head-on, each hand gripping a furious energy sphere, engaging Machamp in a fierce contest. Mutwo was acutely aware of the disparity in raw strength between them. However, combat was not solely reliant on brute force. It also demanded finesse. As Machamp's fists rained down, Mutwo kept its focus trained on the shadows of the punches, not engaging in a brute force collision, but utilizing its rapidly spinning aura spheres to deftly counterattack. Intercept. Machamp sensed something was amiss. Each punch, which should have been unstoppable, felt as though it were striking a turbulent whirlpool. A portion of its force was cunningly redirected by the spinning aura spheres, even altering the trajectory of its strikes. Transform. Machamp's rhythm was disrupted. Then, release. Mutwo seized the moment, witnessing an opening in Machamp's defenses. With a powerful thrust of the aura sphere, it struck down, Boom. Macamp staggered, momentarily thrown off balance, retreating a step from the impact of Mutewo's cleverly executed strike. Harnessing the principles of intercept, transform, and release, Mutewo momentarily achieved a semblance of dominance over its opponent. Having landed several hits in this crafty manner, though the damage was minimal, the intense humiliation ignited an inferno of rage within Macamp. Just a mere Venusaur. Macamp roared, its remaining arms bulging with muscle, veins throbbing, joining the fray with renewed vigor. The four arms commenced a relentless onslaught, fists, palms, fingers, and elbows converging upon Mutewo, enveloping it in an overwhelming storm of attacks. For arms versus two, Mutewo found itself at a staggering numerical disadvantage. Cunning assaults surged from every direction, and Machamp's skilled combination punches left Mutewo struggling to apply its evasive techniques against such dense and forceful aggression. Mutewo was firmly pinned down by Machamp's adept strikes, barely managing to block, and was forced into a continuous retreat, absorbing blow after blow. Pain coursed through Mutewo as it endured the relentless barrage. In its mind, it conjured images of Groudon and Venusaur merging. It had to endure. The fists were unyielding. Mutewo resolutely disregarded the weighty punches that rained down upon it. Steadying itself, it summoned its core strength, retracting its right fist. Then, with the most brazen, unyielding posture, it unleashed a punch of unparalleled ferocity. Muscles tore, bones cried out. Yet Mutewo seemed oblivious to the agony, its gaze locked solely on the four-armed adversary. This punch was devoid of embellishment, relying solely on sheer might. Unrelenting, the furious wind of the punch cleaved through the oncoming strikes, and Macamp squinted, a flicker of surprise crossing its face. Though the punch carried a peculiar essence, reminiscent not of a desperate last stand, but rather of a reckless abandon, it undeniably embodied the essence of raw power. Daring to invoke the essence of raw power before it, Machamp's astonishment morphed into a grotesque grin. You've chosen to play with knives before Arceus. It, Macamp, was the living embodiment of this power. After all, it was through its own might that Venusaur had carved out this essence punch by punch. It was indelibly etched into its very being. When it came to understanding, aside from Venusaur, it was none other than Macamp. Macamp emitted a short, sharp exhale, abruptly halting its frenzied close-quarters onslaught. All four fists retracted simultaneously. Then, with a purity of intent even beyond Mutewo's, more ferocious and more unyielding, it retaliated with a vicious blow. This was the raw power forged through daily encounters with life and death, a testament to resilience. Under Machamp's deft manipulation, this cataclysmic force was nearly flawlessly harnessed, the self-inflicted damage minimized to the barest minimum. Boom! The thunderous collision of two immense forces reverberated through the air. 4 punches against a single one. In an instant, the outcome was apparent. Mutewo's strike shattered upon contact, akin to rotten wood crashing against an iron mountain, disintegrating instantly. His arm went numb from the impact, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, skimming the ground before finally crashing against the edge of the arena, where he barely came to a halt. Witnessing Mutewo's offensive thwarted once more, Lin Chi furrowed his brow. His forte lay in the ability to adapt through sheer strength. Yet this time, it was not merely a matter of raw power. Even his advantage seemed diminished. Was he to rely on brute force and engage in close combat? He must not afford it any respite. The calm and resolute voice of Fujiki commanded a relentless pursuit of victory. The Macamp surged forward, its fists transforming into a flurry of indistinct shadows, striking with an unparalleled velocity akin to raindrops pelting Mutewo. Mutewo. Resurrection. Yet, at that moment, Mutewo found itself nearly powerless to mount an effective defense, barely managing to cross its arms to shield its head and vital areas, passively enduring the onslaught. Observing this, Fujiki shook his head slightly. It appeared not every Pokémon could transcend their limits as he did. He began to ponder whether he had set the trial for Mutewo too steeply, surpassing its capacity to endure. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Mutewo, having absorbed countless blows, leveraged its remarkable resilience and instinct for seizing opportunities. Amidst the relentless assault from Macamp, it keenly detected the minuscule openings between its attacks. Now was the moment. A glimmer ignited in Mutewo's eyes as the repressed energy surged forth, erupting with formidable force. Revival. All the accumulated pain and strikes transformed into an overwhelming power in that instant. A powerful punch, like a lightning bolt cleaving through dark clouds, was unleashed. Boom. The blow landed squarely on Macamp's abdomen. Gulp. Machamp's eyes bulged in disbelief as it felt an unimaginable force and excruciating agony explode within. The acidic fluid surged uncontrollably up its throat. The robust body was lifted off the ground by the sheer might of the strike, careening backward uncontrollably. Could it truly find an opportunity to counterattack in such dire circumstances? The composure on Fujiki's face was swiftly replaced by astonishment, which then transformed into unabashed admiration. Splendid. What a magnificent strike. I, Fujiki, acknowledge your prowess. This resounding counterattack altered the way he regarded Lin Chi and Mutuo. No longer did he see them merely as juniors to be scrutinized, but as worthy adversaries deserving of his utmost effort. Mutuo steadied itself, sharing a look of pride with Lin Chi at the sidelines. Let us not mince words. When it comes to enduring punishment, I, Mutuo, am a master of the art. The psychic blade. Mutuo understood. In the countless moments of being battered yesterday, it had already surpassed its own limits. What of melee mages? What of ranged mages? If it could avoid a few hits, that would suffice. With a sweeping motion of its arms, immense psychic energy coalesced and compressed into two rapidly spinning, razor-sharp luminous discs. It hurled the discs forth. Whoosh. Buzz. The psychic blades tore through the air, emitting a piercing hum, slicing toward the still-falling Machamp from both sides at unusual angles. Caught off guard, Machamp, facing the sky, was startled. Below, Fujiki, now fully engaged, spoke. It had been a long time since any battle had stirred such fervor within him. He discerned the trajectory of the attack. Machamp had no doubts regarding Fujiki's judgment. Acting on instinct, it twisted its body mid-fall, unleashing a powerful punch toward the anticipated position below. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds rang out as the luminous discs collided with the punch, erupting into countless shards of psychic energy, successfully diffusing what could have been a fatal blow. Yet, Mutuo would not grant its opponent a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, it launched several more discs from various cunning angles toward Machamp. However, all of this was meticulously anticipated by the perceptive Fujiki, shattering the final disc. An exhausted Machamp struggled to keep pace with Fujiki's rhythm, panting heavily. It exchanged a glance with Mutuo, both sporting proud grins. Don't think you're the only one who can take a beating. When it comes to enduring punishment, Machamp holds its own. It is, after all, Fujiki's chosen champion. Lin Chi, observing from the sidelines, realized that they were not merely combating Machamp anymore. They had to contend with the spirit behind it. With extensive experience in battling Pokémon, Fujiki, Mutuo, Lin Chi and Mutuo locked eyes, their silent understanding flowing between them, circumventing the need for words. This is one of the reasons why psychic types excel. The mental communication is swifter and more discreet than verbal exchanges. After a moment of hesitation, Mutuo nodded. Then Lin Chi's voice turned calm yet resolute, leaving no room for doubt. We will deliver but a single blow. Behind Lin Chi, an elongated shadow surged forth, subtly taking the form of a colossal bird. Witness this. The essence of the softness principle we have grasped. What? Fujiki was taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. He had toiled for so long merely to grasp a vague concept of the softness principle. These two in just 2 days? Could they truly be one in a million prodigies? Mutuo's gaze transformed into one of profound tranquility as it slowly raised its fist, staring intently at the poised Fujiki and Machamp. Crackling, dazzling golden lightning enveloped its fist, emitting a menacing sound. Machamp and Fujiki widened their eyes in astonishment. Fully focused, muscles tensed, they braced themselves for the impending, earth-shattering strike imbued with the softness principle. Lightning? Is this Thunder Punch? How can such a fierce and potent force intertwine with softness? Just as they were ensnared by this paradox, pondering deeply, the energy on Mutuo's fist suddenly contracted. Then, it erupted into a blinding brilliance reminiscent of the universe's sudden birth. Ah, my eyes. Even the most aloof individuals possess warmth within their cores. Regardless of how powerful a trainer or Pokémon may be, the eyes remain a vulnerable weakness. Fujiki and Machamp felt as though they had gazed directly into the sun. A searing pain surged through their eyes, their vision engulfed in a blinding white, plunging them into a momentary state of blindness. Thunder Punch. Enhanced with a blinding effect exclusive to Mutuo. Yveltal appeared behind, prompting Lin Chi to exhale a long sigh. Seize the moment. Target the opponent. The teachings of Brother Taishian prove invaluable. Fujiki. Identify the opponent's weaknesses, lure them with words, and ensure they fall into your trap. Moreover, the honest Lynch did not deceive Suji. After all, who is to say that this adaptive tactical thinking and moral compass is not a form of the profound art of softness? This is uniquely Lynch's, the essence of softness. And it is now. Lynch's voice resonated with authority. With unwavering resolve, he commanded, full power, true chi sphere. Without the slightest hesitation. The formidable arms of Mutwo had already converged at its waist. It was Lynch who declared only a single punch, not Mutwo. The vast combat energy, prepared and ready, surged into the palms without reservation. An immense, dazzling sphere of pure white light, pulsating with a heart-stopping wave of destructive energy, rapidly coalesced. Seizing the moment when the opponent lost sight and the spirit behind it, Mutwo forcefully propelled the concentrated true chi sphere. Boom. Chapter 107. The infighting of the gym leader. The blinding white light and deafening explosion gradually dissipated. The scene at the center of the arena slowly came into focus. There lay the mighty body of the opponent, as if stripped of tendons and bones, slumped at the edge of the arena, its four arms sprawled helplessly. Its eyes had already spiraled into voids, having utterly lost the capacity for combat. Mutwo stood transfixed, its gaze reflecting the fallen foe. It slowly lowered its head, staring at its trembling hands, the fingertips still lingering with residual energy. Had it won? Mutwo glanced back and forth at Lynch, its eyes filled with disbelief. Mutwo, had actually turned the tables today. Lynch met its gaze, nodding gently, affirming its thoughts. Mutwo, tasting the fruit of victory. Mutwo felt an almost surreal sensation. Hooray, I have triumphed. As the Pokémon renowned for comebacks, it had nearly forgotten the taste of victory. Suji, with tears streaming down his face, blinked rapidly, struggling to adjust to the residual light spots. Enduring the discomfort, he approached, producing a Pokeball. A beam of red light accurately enveloping the fallen foe and recalling it. Suji looked at Lynch with a complex expression. This is M. Upon detecting key phrases, the camera installed by the league immediately focused on Suji. Please adhere to the code of conduct as a gym trainer. Suji choked. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat, his momentum deflating significantly. Was this what you referred to as the essence of softness? Suji felt utterly deceived. This was nothing like he had envisioned. He had anticipated a dazzling duel where the weak triumphed over the strong, perhaps learning a thing or two himself. But what was this? While it was indeed a case of the weak overcoming the strong, the process was entirely askew. A sincere expression adorned Lynch's face, his eyes clear enough to foster fish. Every individual wields a unique method of utilizing Ditto. Brother Suji, my understanding of softness is merely a tad unconventional. He paused, adding, it emphasizes psychological aspects and targeted approaches. Suji, that simply means letting go of the facade and strategizing, doesn't it? Suji's lips twitched slightly. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. It's indeed rather unconventional. Gazing at Lynch's innocent visage, Suji felt as though this lad bore no trace of embarrassment. He seemed quite upright, yet how could he employ such underhanded tactics with such natural ease? Wasn't his father, Chiyu, renowned for his honesty? What had happened here? But a loss is a loss. The gym's rules must not be broken. With a scowl, Suji forcefully extracted a badge from his belt and handed it over. Here, ticket. Your move was truly. He instinctively began to offer some words of encouragement to the challenger. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, he felt an uncomfortable tightness. He could only muster, you have truly broadened my horizons. Lynch received the badge with steady hands. Not at all, Brother Suji, you flatter me. It is all due to Master Tieshuan's excellent teachings. Without his generous guidance, I could not have grasped this so profoundly. Taishin taught you? Suji paused abruptly, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter. He had vaguely heard Tieshuan's name during the battle, but had not paid much attention at the time. Now, it dawned on him. Could this be the root of the issue? Taishin had indeed gone rogue with his teaching methods. He had begun instructing the youth in such he struggled to find suitable words to describe the astonishing combo of the flash cannon and true chi sphere. He had started teaching this. Times have changed. Lynch carefully stowed the badge, casually explaining, the teacher taught me that battles should fully exploit the environment, rules, and every weakness of the opponent. One must seize opportunities and achieve victory through the unexpected. He seemed to recall something and added, before I left. He even demonstrated the advanced application of electric flash, which was immensely enlightening. Suji, so, you just learned it on the spot to use against me? No. Lynch waved his hands dismissively. Originally, I intended to head directly to Fuyin Town, but Master Taishin specifically instructed me to consult with you here in Wudo Town. Specifically sent you here. Suji repeatedly echoed Lynch's words, his temples throbbing. No wonder. Taishin, so it's you pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Not only corrupting Chiyu's son, but also sending him here to challenge me. Using such despicable means. Suji's earlier irritation flared up once more. Nearby, Yveltal could not help but feel a profound respect. In just a few words, Lynch had perfectly redirected the animosity. Every statement was the truth, yet the combination of them, Is this the art of language? As a dark-type deity, Yveltal felt like a novice in Lynch's presence. An intense surge of blood rushed to Suji's head. Martial practitioners value clarity of thought. Excellent. A new era has dawned, he proclaimed decisively. In that case, the Wudo Gym will temporarily close for a few days. As an elder of the old era, I shall go to Zijin City to seek counsel from Taixian and learn his unique insights on the strategies of the new age. Is that advisable? Lynch interjected with a hint of concern, leaning slightly forward. What if, dear brother, you encounter difficulties? Oh, I mean, he quickly corrected himself, his gaze innocent. I meant, what if something occurs in Wudo town that requires the gym leader's presence? Suji felt belittled. Taixian was merely an old man who enjoyed teaching with a light-hearted approach. What could he possibly compare to Suji? Could he truly be bested by him? Shaking his head, Suji spoke with certainty. No need for concern. Taixian is but a trivial matter. Moreover, Wudo town is currently the safest place in the Hoenn region. Keep an eye on the news, you'll see. With that, he made no further hesitation. He abruptly turned, eschewing the conventional route, and instead resolutely heading toward the exit. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a forceful surge. Bang! The dojo's wall emitted a muffled thud as he crashed through, creating a furious shortcut in the shape of a human silhouette. Dust cascaded down. In but a moment, the figure of Teng Shu had vanished amidst the swirling debris. Lin Chi drew a cross in the air, hoping that brother Taixian had not perished. Chapter 108. The first dual flower red sticks of the Hoenn region. In days of yore, a mighty being from the upper realms cast his fishing line across the heavens. Grasping a crimson rod, he sat solitary atop the cloud-kissed peaks. Enshrouded in mist, his garments billowing gracefully. The line fell silently across myriad worlds, with the hook dangling above the lives of mortals like grains of dust. Amidst the vast fish populace, unlike the dazed multitude, there swam a resplendent fish adorned in scarlet scales. With golden whiskers sprouting from its mouth and a glorious golden crown atop its head, its eyes sparkling with vitality and intelligence. Suddenly, it raised its head, just in time to witness the upper realm's mighty figure lightly flicking his wrist to retract his artifact. Alongside a colossal mountain beast, he pointed and laughed at a kin who had been caught, engaging in idle chatter and critique. Subsequently, he casually tossed the captured kin back. This upper realm being toyed with the dignity of our kind for his amusement. The proud fish was filled with wrath, vowing fiercely, I shall rally the full strength of my kin to surround and vanquish him, and I will surely shatter that world-ending fishing rod in his grasp. What? The elder of the fish tribe hastily swam forth, his once lustrous scales now dull, his eyes brimming with alarm. This must not be. Do you not know that each time the immortal fishes, while he takes a few of our kin, he bestows upon us divine nutrients? A single gram of such nourishment can equal a century of our arduous cultivation. How can mere nourishment be exchanged for our dignity? The proud fish's gaze was fierce, unwavering. Elder, you have grown old. Your blood has run cold. Can our fish tribe forever be mere playthings for others? Brothers, let us break through the heavens. The proud fish raised its arm in a fervent call, and the throng of fish responded, their voices reverberating across the seas. The elder sighed deeply, his heart heavy. Foolish, foolish. Even if our tribe's elite all rise, how can we withstand the wrath of an immortal? Yet the blood of the fish tribe had ignited, and they gathered in a mighty wave, vowing to sever that rod suspended above all life. In that battle, the ocean churned violently, spiritual energy shattered, and ultimately, at the cost of grievous injuries to their kin, they managed to break 3 of the immortal world-ending rods. The fish tribe celebrated triumphantly. Yet the elder curled up at the bottom of the sea, lamenting, You have severed his rod and stirred a calamity of monumental proportions. Do you realize he will now wield his life as treasure and unleash divine retribution upon us? What is there to fear? Though bathed in blood, and with his golden crown shattered, the proud fish stood tall, defiantly responding, I shall take matters into my own hands. As the saying goes, when an immortal is enraged, countless corpses will float upon the waters. Thereupon, the immortal on the clouds retracted the remnants of his rod, snorting coldly. As a peculiar artifact shimmering in red and white hues appeared in his palm. With a casual wave, he summoned a formidable mechanical entity. The creature, with a dragon-esque body and tail, its eyes resplendent, hovered in the air, crackling with lightning. In an instant, thunder descended, obliterating all laws. The spiritual energy evaporated utterly. The fish tribe lost all power, reduced to mere mortals, at the mercy of their adversaries. Even as the proud fish summoned its last vestiges of strength to leap from the water in retaliation, it was merely met with the immortal's derisive smile. Is that all? Lin Shi stood at the water's edge, observing the flailing king of carp, mocking with pride. He was currently strengthening his bond with his beloved and most powerful Pokémon, Groudon. Despite having nearly exhausted his patience after a morning of fishing, breaking 3 newly purchased rods and yielding scant rewards, he swiftly adapted his strategy. All right, you can play by yourself now. Casually tossing an energy cube into Milotic's mouth, Lin Chi clapped his hands and declared, "A whoop." Milotic swallowed it whole, instantly beginning to refine it. Licking its lips, it effortlessly made its way toward the food street. Meanwhile, Groudon silently observed the group of King of Carp, now dazed and floating belly up on the water's surface. Deep in thought, it seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. In the martial combat town, within the lecture room. Boss, I saw it. A rookie member of Team Aqua burst through the door, his chest heaving and sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having run here at breakneck speed. The video playing, League Laws, from beginner to expert, was hastily shut off. Flustered, he flipped the tablet face down on the table. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, quickly replaced by anger. What nonsense? What did you see? I saw that guy named Lin Shi. The junior leaned against the doorframe, breathless, struggling to swallow. He down by the southern seaside. I just emerged from the cave and spotted him immediately. Hearing this, the boss sighed in relief, grateful that the junior had not discovered his secret research on League Laws. He rapped his fingers on the table. How many times have I said it? In times of crisis, do not be rash. What is our identity? The villains. The junior declared with pride. As villains, we must be cautious, and even more cautious. The boss, exuding an air of disappointment, gestured emphatically in the air. Tell me, what if this is a trap set by the League, deliberately luring us out? Of course, with my power, I would be fine. But what about you? Can you escape? The junior was momentarily stunned, his mouth opening and closing without sound. The boss adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. I'll punish you to transcribe this self-cultivation of a villain 5 times and submit it to me before the end of your shift tonight. The junior immediately wilted, but soon recalled critical information, raising his head in haste. But boss, Tung Shu wasn't he with Lin Shi? I specifically inquired. The dojo has closed, and a large stone blocks the entrance. Oh, the boss paused momentarily, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Yet this does not definitively indicate that Ting Shu has truly departed. As one of the 3 major executives of Team Aqua, oh no, ever since that woman, Quan, fell, now one of only 2 executives, he was well aware that Ting Shu's modus operandi relied on steadiness. Continue. There are still many people in town claiming they saw Master Tung Shu leaving Martial Combat Town in a furious huff yesterday afternoon, apparently in a foul mood. The boss raised an eyebrow slightly. This could also be a trap. Is there anything else? Sitting comfortably, he continued his inquiry. Yes. Oh, the owner of the protein powder shop also said Tung Shu hasn't come to collect his supplies for an entire day. What? Before the junior could finish, he felt a rush of wind sweep past his face. Upon closer inspection, the previously composed boss had instantaneously appeared at the door, grasping a stack of documents. He flicked his arm, and his meticulously tailored coat arched gracefully through the air, draping over him. What are we waiting for? As a scholar of trees, I am acutely aware of Tung Shu's behavioral patterns. That martial arts fanatic can skip meals for days, but he would never forego a single day's worth of that shop's special protein powder. That is his lifeblood. Tung Shu has undoubtedly left. Today is Tung Shu's lucky day. I just happen to have the time. In the adoring gaze of his younger brother, he flicked his clothing. Now, it was time to seek out that lad for a serious business discussion. By the seaside, having deepened their bond, Groudon had retreated into its pokeball, while outside remained the elusive Milotic, perhaps aware of its whereabouts, and the subdued Mutwo still on the field. Having successfully turned the tables, it now exhibited a hint of arrogance. Fortunately, the fatherly presence of Agron once again brought it back to a state of calm. With deft hands, he revived the Mutwo from its pit. Just as he was about to speak, the combat power detector affixed to his left eye suddenly emitted a frantic beeping alarm. Lin Shi furrowed his brow in confusion, raising his gaze in the direction indicated by the detector. There, at the exit of the stone cave, a figure slowly emerged. This Metagross, adorned in a rare platinum hue, shimmered with the distinctive cold light of metal under the sun, yet, rather than appearing majestic, it now seemed somewhat travel-worn. Even its shell bore traces of damp earth and grass clippings, and its eyes betrayed an undeniable weariness. With the appearance of Metagross, the beeping intensified, and the numbers on the detector fluctuated wildly. Metagross, shiny. Combat power, 900. Note, the target is in a fatigued state. Overall rating continuously declining. Weakness. Suggestion, a fortuitous opportunity. Seize the chance to challenge now. Friendly reminder, you have been empowered. Go for it. Ignoring the suggestion, Linchi instinctively rubbed his eyes. How much? 900. After it had already declined. What a joke. Is this even possible without some kind of cheat? Metagross seemed to sense Linchi's gaze, casually glancing at him. But then, its body shuddered. Brother. Its eyes ignited with fervor, locking onto Mutuo behind Linchi, its fatigue momentarily dissipating in the wake of sudden excitement. In a flash, its form blurred, and the next moment it was beside Mutuo, familiarly patting its shoulder. An acquaintance? Mutuo nodded. Good brother. Linchi could scarcely believe it. With such a limited social circle, how could one possibly befriend such a remarkable Pokémon? Is this genuine? It must be that you are the trainer of the Pokémon it mentioned yesterday. At that moment, a gentle yet clear voice, tinged with a hint of apology, drifted from nearby. A silver blue-haired youth clad in multifunctional overalls, brimming with various pockets, approached briskly. He possessed a handsome visage, and though constrained by his attire, he could not conceal an air of composed nobility. With the little blue-haired one, the shiny Metagross, and this inscrutable power, the identity of this individual became abundantly clear. The culprit behind his simulated crashes, the greatest obstacle to Team Rocket's development, the first dual champion of Hoenn. Champion, Zivki Daigo. Chapter 109, Training Psychic Powers. A Path to Ruin. Ordinary individuals would likely be overjoyed at the prospect of engaging in conversation with the Hoenn champion, rushing to extract their notebooks for an autograph. However, Linchi stood motionless, a sense of wariness brewing within him as he regarded the silver blue-haired figure. While others may be oblivious to Daigo's true nature, Linchi was not so easily deceived. Setting aside other matters, just the fact that he had schemed against him twice was enough. This seemingly courteous yet insidiously cunning individual had long since been placed on Linchi's blacklist, one that would never be released. Under Linchi's vigilant gaze, the silver blue-haired youth suddenly bowed deeply without warning. Startled, Linchi instinctively tightened his grip on Groudon's Pokeball, ready to chant 14 secret incantations at lightning speed. I sincerely apologize, Daigo exclaimed, executing a textbook-perfect 90-degree bow. My Metagross lacks teaching prowess and possesses a fundamental misunderstanding of money. I am deeply ashamed regarding its unauthorized instruction of your Pokémon, even to the extent of depleting your savings. Pressing down on Metagross, Daigo continued with a tone of grave sincerity. Linchi, what? You little rascal. The mystery is unraveled. So it was you all along. He had wondered how Mutuo had suddenly become so extravagant overnight. Linchi hastily jotted down another note about Daigo in his notebook. An apology? What good would that do? This incident was entirely the result of Metagross's reckless behavior. Indeed, Linchi nodded in agreement. Thus, I shall compensate you fully for all losses incurred, principal and interest to the last penny. Daigo straightened, his eyes filled with earnestness, then seemed to recall something and added, of course. Those potions are a small token of my goodwill. Please be sure to accept them. Linchi leaned back strategically, erasing the recent note in his notebook and shifting the subject. Certainly, I cannot lay all the blame on Metagross. My Mutuo has also been quite enthusiastic in its learning. Metagross turned to Linchi, tears of gratitude welling in its eyes. Indeed, a good brother's trainer is also a good person. No, wrong is wrong. The responsibility lies with my side. Daigo firmly shook his head, then retrieved a communicator, swiftly manipulating the screen with his fingertips. Please inform me of the exact amount. I will transfer it immediately. Well, that might not be appropriate, Linchi replied, though his body honestly indicated the amount. With a series of fluid motions, Linchi's account balance surged to a staggering figure. Wait, brother, Linchi exclaimed, glancing at the amount displayed on the communicator, his eyelids twitching. Did you accidentally add an extra zero? Is that so? Daigo replied casually, dismissively waving his hand. One more zero or one less hardly makes a difference. Consider it an additional gesture of goodwill. Metagross nodded in agreement. Accept it. Think of it as a long overdue gift for your good brother. Linchi inhaled sharply, momentarily rendered speechless by the overwhelming generosity. His mental blacklist instantly updated to Super VIP list, with Zivki Daigo's name prominently at the top. Truly, he was the champion. Linchi marveled, having witnessed firsthand today that he was indeed an extraordinary individual, brimming with talent and wealth. Though it sounded somewhat peculiar, Daigo responded, "You flatter me. In that case, Metagross, let us." Just as Daigo began to speak, his nose twitched, as if sensing something, and his gaze fixated intently on Linchi. That scent. In an instant, Daigo's previously gentle and apologetic expression transformed. His eyes sharp as an eagle. An invisible aura seemed to emanate from him. Not aimed at anyone in particular, but rather the accumulated presence of one who had faced countless battles and emerged victorious. The aura of a champion. Mutuo instinctively tensed, and even the pokeballs on Linchi's person began to tremble, as if a chaotic battle were about to erupt. Yet Daigo paid no heed to the rising tension. Instead, he took a decisive step forward, nearly closing the distance to Linchi. It's the scent of rare stones. His voice trembled with an excitement that completely overshadowed his earlier grace. This sensation was unmistakable. It was the essence of the cosmos. A treasure that had traversed countless starry seas before arriving in this world. Daigo's eyes sparkled as his hands instinctively assumed a gesture of supplication. Sell it to me, please. I implore you. You must sell it to me. The atmosphere shifted dramatically from that of a champion to a fervent collector of stones. You can set any price you desire. Or if you wish for rare evolution stones, ancient fossils, or even Pokémon eggs from other regions as barter. I am open to anything. Lynch was momentarily taken aback by this sudden twist and the champion's disheveled expression. Stones? I don't have any weight. He realized he indeed possessed an exceptionally unique stone, one that Daigo's father had previously given him, said to harbor the secrets of primal rebirth. However, this stone was somewhat useless to him. He had tried it with Groudon, and the energy it contained was insufficient to restore the Earth God to its former glory. As for Mutuo, it could successfully undergo primal rebirth with this stone, transforming back into its original form. With this thought, Lynch felt a surge of clarity. He deftly retrieved the unassuming, yet subtly pulsating meteorite from the depths of his pocket and casually handed it over. Is this what you mean? No problem. Consider it a gift. A gift? Daigo seemed struck by lightning. Zyvochi Daigo's affection level, 50. He then trembled as he carefully cradled the meteorite. Akin to a precious artifact, feeling the vast and ancient cosmic energy within, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Beautiful. So beautiful. He held the meteorite tightly, as if he possessed the entire world, gazing at Lynch with eyes ablaze with fervor. This bond, Zyvochi Daigo shall remember. Lynch, right? From this day forth, you are my sworn brother. Should you encounter any trouble in Hoenn or anywhere else, simply call my name. Watching Daigo, whose affection had skyrocketed and who was now entranced by the meteorite, Lynch couldn't help but think that this champion was surprisingly easy to deceive. If he could acquire a Diancie, wouldn't he gain a champion-level ally for free? Just as Lynch's dark thoughts began to swirl. Envisioning Daigo helping him topple Giovanni and unify Team Rocket, Daigo suddenly said, I cannot take your item without due cause. Struggling to divert his gaze from the meteorite, Daigo's attention shifted to the now relaxed Mutuo, its body still glistening with sweat. Temporarily released from his obsession with stones, he regained the perceptive insight befitting a champion. Though I have not encountered this Pokémon, if my instincts do not deceive me, it possesses pure psychic-type attributes, does it not? Lynch nodded. Mutuo. Daigo acknowledged Mutuo with a slight bow. No offense intended. He paused, then, with a serious tone, addressed Lynch, my dear brother. Heed my counsel. Pursuing pure psychic abilities is a perilous path. How can you say that? Lynch waved a hand dismissively, suppressing Mutuo's displeasure. As a champion, such statements could not be made lightly. Lynch raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with confusion. Brother, how so? Is not the psychic type regarded as the pinnacle of attributes? Indeed, it is often lauded as such, Daigo sighed. But while its minimum potential is high, its maximum is terrifyingly elusive. Then, Lynch began to inquire further. But Daigo raised a hand to halt him. He gestured toward his own Metagross. Observe my ace. While Metagross also boasts psychic attributes, my tactical framework is grounded in its steel characteristics. Do you understand why? Without waiting for Lynch to respond, he answered himself. Because the growth of psychic attributes is exceedingly arduous. In this world, how many elite psychic specialists exist? They are few and far between. Unlike dark types, which can absorb malice to grow stronger, or fairy types, which can enhance themselves through adoration. Psychic types must either be innately powerful or receive tremendous infusion from equally strong psychics or Pokémon at great cost to grow. Daigo regarded Mutuo with a mixture of admiration and slight regret. Your Mutuo likely subconsciously recognizes this, which is why it instinctively hones its fighting type skills, seeking an alternative path to bolster its strength. Listening to this, Lynch's eyes widened. So it's not impossible to enhance, just difficult, right? He remained unperturbed. What does difficulty matter? I have my cousin. Precisely, Daigo continued. Recent studies indicate that the power of psychic Pokémon heavily relies on the strength and purity of their mental prowess. Theoretically, when subjected to significant external stimuli, their minds may reach a state of extreme excitation, agitation, or even near collapse, potentially breaking through their usual limits to unleash astounding power. This phenomenon is referred to in various research papers as bursting. Reflecting on this, Lynch realized, indeed, it seems every time Mutuo is beaten to the brink, its strength skyrockets the following day. Yet, therein lies the greatest issue. Daigo's tone turned serious. The greater the potential, the more sensitive the psyche of a powerful psychic Pokémon, making it more vulnerable to entering an extremely unstable state, whether passively or actively. Thus, within the elite circle of champions, there exists a tacit understanding. The more formidable the psychic or Pokémon, the more concerning their mental state often becomes. Ahem, I shall refrain from naming names. Those in the know will understand. Lynch appeared contemplative. So, by this logic, he began to articulate, the weaker Mutuo is, the more likely it is to falter in battle. Correct? Daigo instinctively nodded. When it falters, it becomes susceptible to humiliation and defeat, which can agitate its spirit, propelling it into a state of extreme agitation. Am I right? Daigo nodded again, sensing that the reasoning was sound. Once in this agitated mental state, it could trigger the bursting phenomenon, resulting in a sudden surge in power. Therefore, Lynch clapped his hands, arriving at a conclusion. The weaker Mutuo is, the easier it is to falter. The easier it falters, the more it is stimulated. The more it is stimulated, the more likely it is to burst and grow stronger. In essence, the weaker Mutuo is, the stronger it becomes. Daigo. Mutuo. Metagross. Metagross's multifaceted brain rapidly processed Lynch's logic. It makes sense. No wonder my psychic progress has been negligible. I've never been tested. Daigo was momentarily stunned by Lynch's extreme deduction. He opened his mouth, trying to identify a flaw in the logic, only to find that it indeed seemed plausible. He hesitated uncertainly. Well, from a theoretical perspective, abstractly speaking, it seems to be the case. Lynch turned to the side, glancing at the perplexed Mutuo, who was still struggling to comprehend the intricate logic of humanity. Mutuo, have you heard the champion's golden words? The shortcut to greatness lies right before you. He patted Mutuo, who wore a bewildered expression. From today onward, seek to be thoroughly humiliated by others. Mutuo. Chapter 110. The Water Fleet in Action. Uninvited guests stand aside. Mutuo felt as though Lynch was merely toying with it. What kind of good Pokémon becomes stronger through humiliation? Yet, as a psychic-type Pokémon, its acute sixth sense continuously reminded it that Lynch was neither lying nor being unreasonable. This seemingly absurd method could indeed help it break through its limits. However, the notion was difficult for it to accept. It, Mutuo, was the most formidable artificial Pokémon. To grow stronger through degradation, the possibility of becoming more powerful was incredibly tempting. As it wrestled with its inner turmoil, a brilliantly polished metal claw gently patted its shoulder. Mutuo turned to meet the calm and resolute gaze of Metagross. Metagross rapidly tapped out a message on the communicator. Only by enduring what ordinary people cannot endure can one achieve what ordinary people cannot achieve. Even as a pure psychic type, do not give up. Keep it up, brother. Mutuo was momentarily taken aback. Despite their brief acquaintance, it felt that this brother sincerely cared for its well-being. There was no reason for it to deceive Mutuo. Those who play melee mages are not bad people. Psychic types do not deceive other psychic types. In an instant, its hesitation receded like a tide. TMD. Brother, I'm in. A surge of fervor rushed to Mutuo's head. A blaze ignited in its eyes. From this day forth, Rhydon, Lunala, Yveltal, Miltank, Groudon, you all better be prepared. If you can't make it kneel and beg for mercy every day, then this Mutuo will not take a step back. Sensing Mutuo's fighting spirit, Metagross nodded approvingly. Such determination was what made it a true brother. Daigo, standing nearby, couldn't help but rub his forehead. The developments seemed to be gradually exceeding his expectations. He observed the silent yet turbulent camaraderie between Mutuo and Metagross. His emotions tangled. Modestly speaking, his Metagross possessed top-tier strength, unparalleled talent, and a terrifying battle instinct. Yet, it is well known that when Arceus opens a door for you, it often closes a window. Whether it was due to excessive indulgence in childhood or simply its nature, Metagross's four brains, which were purportedly comparable to computers, operated more like four potato servers within its body, exhibiting unusually peculiar thought processes. Lynch, Daigo cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track and prevent this psychic Pokémon from careening down a bizarre path. The theory is ultimately just theory, practical application is not. However, Before he could finish, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, you must be Lynch. A man dressed in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, strode confidently toward him, exuding an air of elite professionalism. Upon noticing Lynch's gaze upon him, the man came to a halt, striking a pose he believed to be imposing. I am a high-ranking officer of the water fleet. He adjusted his suit. I am here to discuss a business matter. His eyes scanned the surroundings, first landing on a young man with striking blue hair who had his back turned to him. His brow furrowed, and the tone of his voice took on a reprimanding note. Hey, you with the blue hair, didn't you hear? The water fleet is conducting business here. Outsiders should step aside. The young man, still facing away, murmured the words water fleet softly. Then, under the man's scrutinizing gaze, he slowly turned around. A handsome face, gentle yet distinctly recognizable, adorned with a hint of confusion, came into view. The man gasped. This face had long been etched into the DNA of anyone well-versed in the art of villainy. The perpetual number one on the list of individuals the villains of the Hoenn region least wanted to encounter. Daigo? He wished he could travel back in time half an hour and slap himself repeatedly. How foolish he had been. He had only known that Lysandra would randomly appear in the battle resort, never anticipating that the champion would also be here. Hello, Daigo slightly nodded, maintaining a courteous tone. You just mentioned that you are a high-ranking officer of the water fleet, correct? He even introduced himself. The man felt that years of careful conduct had been utterly tarnished. Without Lysandra around, he had finally allowed himself some leeway, and yet here he was, running into the champion. How infuriating. He cursed inwardly. Now that you know my identity, it seems you won't let me off easily. Indeed, Daigo nodded, his voice steady. Please come with me. The man steeled himself, his eyes suddenly sharp. In that case, he abruptly flicked the hem of his suit and swiftly reached for the pokeball at his waist. Mutuo's blue aura flickered as it prepared to act. But Metagross restrained it with a claw. No need. I can handle this. Before Metagross could make a move, in a flash, the man raised his hands high, presenting the pokeball forward. Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees, sliding smoothly onto the ground. Then I will go with you. His voice rang out, firm and resolute. Mutuo. Lynch. Though your words are bold, doesn't it somewhat disgrace us villains? As a high-ranking officer, you don't even put up a token struggle? Water Wudong will truly shed tears. Kneeling on the ground, the man harbored no thoughts of resistance. Resistance? Don't be ridiculous. Who was he facing? The illustrious Daigo. As the sole heir of the Devon Corporation, he had been mocked for being obsessed with stones for 16 years, neglecting Pokémon. Then, seeking one of the league's rewards, a pink diamond said to be a top Diancie-S head, he made his debut at 17 and reached the pinnacle by 18, sweeping the league within a year. You. Daigo frowned slightly, seemingly about to speak. But the man interjected, his words flowing at a breakneck speed. Champion, consider this my voluntary surrender. According to Article 21 on page 3 of the League's laws, I can apply for a reduced sentence. Mentioning the law made the man stand a little taller, his tone growing firmer. Furthermore, although I have ostensibly been working for the water fleet, I have only been managing an online school. The Gaoka Online School has always been paying taxes lawfully. He grew increasingly animated, even extending his finger to emphasize each point. Every single income is meticulously recorded, and there is absolutely no hint of illicit activities. You are welcome to investigate our accounts. Even so, we have been the leading taxpayers in Wudo Town for 3 consecutive years, and last year we received commendation from the town. According to page 321, Article 3 of the Alliance Law, there are clear stipulations regarding enterprises that assist in maintaining local economic stability. D quoted several legal provisions in one breath. Lin Shi felt as though he was on the verge of being exonerated. The Metagross remained silent, its claws dancing rapidly across the communicator's screen, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as it searched out the regulations. Remarkably, the tactical retreat it proposed was identical to what D had stated. Moments later, it raised its head, its expression grave as it nodded solemnly towards Da Wu and Lin Shi. The law states thus, Lin Shi, Da Wu. Have the villains of today reached such a high standard? They have even memorized this thick tome of Alliance law. Wait, before we discuss that, Lin Shi suddenly seized upon a critical point, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, weren't you just about to cause me trouble? He had found the crux of the matter. Threatening and coercing an esteemed citizen of the Alliance. This charge alone should warrant some serious self-reflection, wouldn't you agree? Da Wu's gaze once again sharpened as it turned towards D. Yet, D appeared unfazed, adjusting his attire and even allowing a confident smile to grace his lips. Discussing the law in front of him? How utterly laughable. Threaten? Please mind your words, Mr. Lin Shi, he exclaimed, his tone brash as he attempted to rise. That is slander, and according to the law, you shall bear legal responsibility for it. Is that so? Lin Shi replied, casting a mild glance at the Metagross beside him. Without need for words, the Metagross began to sharpen its claws. Dawu. Dee trembled slightly, and with a thud, knelt back down gracefully. Ahem. No. But back to the point, Mr. Lin Shi. This is a misunderstanding. Dee hastily waved his hands, a sincere smile instantly adorning his face. You must have forgotten. I merely wish to discuss business with you. I absolutely harbor no ill intentions. What business could we possibly have to discuss? Lin Shi crossed his arms, his tone laced with skepticism. One cannot say that, Dee replied rapidly. Did you not defeat that woman, Quan Mei, and her rain dance team? Our Gyarados Academy specializes in training for rain dance tactics, Pokemon breeding, and a comprehensive service for high-quality Pokemon eggs. Dee spoke with pride. The Aqua Team is merely our initial pilot client. Your victory over Quan Mei indicates that you possess unique insights into rain dance teams. I merely wish to humbly seek your advice on how we might improve our courses and tactics. Moreover, he hastily added, I am willing to pay a consultation fee. Just look at this collaboration document I have specially prepared. As he spoke, he swiftly produced a neatly folded document from his pocket, presenting it with both hands in a respectful manner. Mutuo silently floated forward, its eyes glimmering, and the document was smoothly transferred to Lin Shi's hands. Lin Shi accepted it with cautious curiosity, flipping through the pages to discover that it indeed contained a thoroughly formal business collaboration proposal along with a questionnaire for course optimization. The terms were clear, and the budgetary estimates were reasonable. Of course, we are a duly registered and legitimate enterprise. Dee nodded vigorously, his expression replete with sincerity. At most, I merely thought to intimidate you a little, to dissuade you from further investigating the Aqua Team. After all, we have done our research. Your father is the illustrious master of the Orange Flower Gym, and we do not wish to push matters too far. He trailed off, his voice diminishing as he cautiously observed their expressions. After all, it is said that a harmonious relationship fosters wealth. Chapter 111. I am the strongest. Does Uncle Qinli have children? Dawu looked at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with astonishment. Orange Flower City is not far from Canaz City. Although it is not renowned for its stone, when he first began training solo in Orange Flower Forest, he often encountered Qinli. No, it could hardly be called often. Qinli seemed to practically reside in the forest. In Dawu's memory, Qinli was either training or training. Such a training fanatic married? Doesn't he, your family trainer, think this will slow down the pace of training? The Metagross tapped the keyboard, translating Dawu's meaningful glance. Lin Shi. He could only feel pity for anyone who married a trainer. They were married, but not entirely. In this world, engaging in Pokemon battles is akin to an obsession, with everyone addicted. After marriage, they would vanish, often not seeing each other for an entire year, resulting in a plethora of lonely spouses. This is truly a travesty. Controlling his younger brother's wild thoughts, Lin Shi sighed. Every family has its own difficulties. Remembering his own situation, Dawu also sighed. Indeed. Listening to their conversation gradually deviate from the topic, Dee lowered his head, yet his spirit remained unyielding. See, I told you, reading more is beneficial, he thought. Even if apprehended on the spot, hadn't they been unable to do anything to him? Admittedly, encountering Dawu was unfortunate. However, for him, it could very well be an opportunity, a splendid chance for redemption. He had long wished to exit the Aqua Team. The original intent in forming the Aqua Team with Shui Wudong and the others was merely to make money, right? Now that the initial accumulation was complete, the money earned, and the company on the right track, he just wanted to spend it in peace. Otherwise, having this money stuffed in his pocket made it impossible to sleep soundly. Gentlemen, Dee forcefully interrupted their lamenting about their respective fathers. I, Dee, hereby apply to be a witness. His tone was urgent, his gaze fervent as he looked at Dawu. If you are willing to protect me, I am prepared to disclose the exact location of the Aqua Team's headquarters. Moreover, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of struggle passing over his face, though internally, he felt no hesitation. If you require, I can personally lead the way. Lin Shi. They haven't done anything yet, and you're already spilling the beans? Wait, aren't Aqua Team members supposed to be fervent worshippers of Gyarados? Deluded in their ambition to expand the ocean? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. How could you so easily divulge information? Thus, there could only be one answer. Lin Shi pointed dramatically. Brother, he is trying to deceive you. Metagross. At the sound of his name, the Metagross sprang into action, its cold metallic claws gleaming ominously. Wait. Dee nearly shrieked in explanation, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as his hands flailed in a panic before his chest. You are referring to the classical faction. I am of the modern faction. The modern faction. He waved his hand, halting the Metagross. Lin Chi slowly typed out a question mark. Modern faction? What on earth is that? The Metagross shook its head as well. It had no interest in such matters. Meanwhile, Dao Wu observed the seamless cooperation between Lin Chi and the Metagross, his mouth twitching. Seeing this, Di hurriedly continued to explain at breakneck speed, nearly becoming incoherent. It is our belief that certain aspects concerning Kyogre cannot be comprehended solely through rumors. Such notions are merely metaphors. They are myths. They are tales of legend. As he spoke, he cautiously cast furtive glances at the metallic claws looming nearby. We focus exclusively on its spiritual and philosophical implications. Lynch. Daigo sighed, taking over the conversation. In simple terms, they do not genuinely revere Kyogre. They merely perceive it as a more formidable Pokémon. As the champion frequently compelled to manage the messes created by these individuals, he possesses considerable insight into the internal factions of this organization. Lynch. More question marks appeared above his head. Is it true that even at the upper echelons of Team Aqua, there are those who do not believe in Kyogre? What then is the purpose of your organization? Di expressed evident astonishment, seemingly caught off guard by such a naive inquiry. Your statement is curious, considering Kyogre has indeed made appearances. While undeniably powerful, it has not demonstrated the capacity to alter the weather of an entire region at will, based on our observations. The facts are laid bare. If we at the upper levels truly believed, would we not be deemed foolish? How could we then lead those beneath us, or, orchestrate the overall strategy? He cleared his throat, adjusting his tone to convey sincerity. Ideologies are one thing, but business is another. To be candid, all of us at the top, without exception, are modernists. The organization was originally founded, to put it bluntly, for profit. Under the banner of Kyogre, we sought to attract funds and personnel. However, in recent years, Shimizu has inexplicably come to genuinely believe in the fabrications he has spun. He has begun to expand the organization wildly, insisting on the necessity to enlarge the ocean. He even uses this as a pretext to extract the funds that I have painstakingly, that the organization has meticulously earned. Dee's voice was laced with evident resentment. He speaks of becoming powerful to spur further power, admonishing others to question not what the organization has provided for them, but rather what they have contributed to the organization. My esteemed friends, you must trust me. I merely wish to profit. I do not aspire to become a villain that upends the world's order. Shimizu does not even know that I am allergic to seafood. He suddenly turned to Daigo, his eyes alight with fervor. If you would accept my allegiance and vouch for me, I will immediately atone for my transgressions by leading you to a surprise attack on our headquarters. I am well acquainted with all the secret passages and the timings of shifts. Lynch, listening to this fantastical declaration, found it hard to believe. He turned to Daigo, eager to engage in discussion. However, Di preempted him by introducing a crucial incentive. Once Team Aqua is dealt with, champion, you will have ample free time. Daigo, once Team Aqua is resolved, there will be more time for you to excavate stones and acquire even more. The expression on the championess' face, which had previously been cautious and gentle, instantly brightened. He nodded almost instinctively. Very well, brother. Lynch hastily grasped his arm. What if there is an ambush? Daigo turned, maintaining his gentle and graceful demeanor. He smiled softly, his tone calm, yet carrying an air of inevitability. It matters not. If there is an ambush, then so be it. He patted his Metagross, a faint smile gracing his lips. For I am the strongest. Chapter 112. Can't Daigo play tricks while I, Lynch, cannot? The strongest? Upon hearing this, Lynch gasped in disbelief. So keen to impose debuffs upon oneself. No wonder, dear brother. You are to be bested by a 10-year-old boy with over 20 years of training experience. Such words are not to be spoken lightly. He quickly pressed Daigo's mouth shut to prevent further remarks. Brother, the title of the strongest is destined to be shattered by others. Daigo. The silver blue-haired champion was momentarily taken aback, evidently unable to fully keep pace with the leaps of thought of this newly acquainted younger brother. However, thanks to years of companionship with the uniquely minded Metagross, he had cultivated remarkable tolerance. A nod and a smile would suffice. Though perplexed, he graciously chose not to pursue the topic any further. Seeing Daigo's silence, Lynch observed his composed demeanor, as if the vast world held no boundaries for him. A glance at the nearby Metagross, its multiple cores whirring rapidly as it attempted to comprehend Lynch's words, finally led him to a realization. Indeed, Brother Daigo is a genuine champion of Hoenn. Although his eccentricities may obscure his commanding presence, he remains a champion. The seemingly dim-witted Metagross possesses an astounding battle prowess, ranking at an impressive 900. Moreover, this may not even represent his full strength. For trainers of such caliber, The headquarters of Team Aqua likely resembles nothing more than their backyard. Truly, they can go wherever they desire, let alone the possibility of an ambush. Even if a newly awakened Kyogre were to appear, it could easily engage in a robust battle. Very well, it is settled. Daigo smiled as he made the final decision. His tone is light, as if determining the next mining site. In truth, he had already contemplated the destination for after this matter was resolved. Mr. D, I hope your information proves as valuable as you claim. Metagross, escort him. The still processing Metagross instinctively took action, startling D into a submissive kneel once more. Daigo, it seems it has yet to fully engage. He sighed in resignation and produced another Ultra Ball. A flash of red light, and an exceptionally majestic bird appeared. Clad in shimmering silver armor, it glistened with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its inner wings were of vibrant crimson, presenting a striking contrast. With a beak full of sharp teeth and keen eyes, it exuded an intense vigilance. Armored bird, transport tool, utility bird. Battle power, 710. Remarks, flying, flash, Iato slash. Clear mist, rock smash. This bird has mastered numerous techniques under Daigo's meticulous training. Weakness, it has a cleanliness obsession. 700. Gazing at the fluctuating digits on the battle power detector, Lynch gasped once more, instinctively adjusting his glasses. What difference is there between this and soaring around the world on a vine shroom? Brother Daigo's mighty bird possesses the same battle power as a vine shroom. Is this the power of wealth? With merely a glance, the armored bird comprehended Daigo's intent. It disdainfully regarded the dust-covered and disheveled D. Instead of approaching immediately, it disdainfully flapped its wings, creating gusts of wind that precisely swept over D. Only when the dirt and debris had been entirely blown away, rendering him somewhat tolerable, did it reluctantly extend its claws, cautiously grasping the fabric at the back of D's neck, as if lifting a bag of unrecyclable trash. Daigo nodded, turning to pat Lynch on the shoulder. Thank you once again, Lynch. Once I manage this situation, I shall seek you out. He instinctively touched the warm meteorite nestled in his chest pocket, his tone earnest as he promised to provide a satisfactory reward when the time came. He winked at Lynch, flashing a knowing smile, before deftly turning on his heel to leap onto the broad metallic back of the armored bird. Observing Dawa, who had just emerged from the cave clad in work attire and still dusted with dirt and blades of grass, the armored bird instinctively shifted sideways. Dawa found himself awkwardly frozen in place, his previously composed smile abruptly faltering. He locked eyes with the armored bird, which returned his gaze with an equal intensity. Don't be ridiculous, Dawa whispered, noticing the bird's inclination to flap its wings in an attempt to shake off the dust. There are others watching. Show me some respect. We'll take care of your armor when we return. Upon hearing this, the armored bird scanned between Lynch and the not-so-clean Dawa, its eyes filled with fierce internal conflict. After a moment of considerable struggle, it reluctantly nodded, as though making a monumental concession, then dramatically shut its eyes and turned its head away, adopting a tragic pose of denial. With this, Dawa managed to successfully mount the creature. The instant Dawa's hand made contact, the armored bird visibly trembled, every feather and piece of armor tightening with effort, as a single glistening tear formed in the corner of its eye and slid down its smooth beak. Lynch, I'll go first, Dawa began, but before he could finish, the armored bird abruptly unfurled its wings, revealing its blood-red inner feathers that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. And with a decisive force, it ascended into the sky, transforming into a mere silver dot against the horizon. Lynch stared at the suddenly empty sky, murmuring to himself after a long pause, my brother's Pokémon truly are all quite peculiar. Beside him, Mewtwo nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Before it could respond, a communicator was thrust into Lynch's view. My trainer's message is that he has left. Farewell. The normally slow-witted Metagross typed swiftly. It soon replied, indeed, peculiar. Normally, I feel quite out of place among them. Let us set that aside for now, Lynch commented, observing the leisurely Metagross. Aren't you going to chase after them? It's all right. My trainer is exceptionally strong, Metagross replied matter-of-factly. If necessary, I can always use the Pokeball transmission system to send myself over. Its demeanor suggested this was not its first experience with such a matter. Furthermore, it continued, staying outside is far more enjoyable than being inside a Pokeball. Watching the somewhat foolish Metagross, Lynch felt a stirring of excitement. If Dawa can play with this Metagross, why can't I? With that thought, Lynch broke into an innocent smile. Yet, Mewtwo sensed a shadow of movement, an aura reminiscent of Yveltal. Would you like to join me for a couple of days? Chapter 113. The Changing Times and the Decline of Virtue. In the city of Zijing, A booming laughter echoed through the ruins of the new Zijing city, resonating against the shattered metal pipes. "Huh, is this all you've got, kid?" The gym leader, Tai Xian, stood amidst a tangle of exposed wires and massive debris, his white beard quivering with mirth. "Humph, you thought you could let your guard down by not employing that tactic? I have already seen through your strategy." The wary Tung Tong adjusted his sunglasses. "Don't even think about trying to trick me into taking them off." Tai Xian's laughter abruptly ceased. "What on earth have you been rambling about from the start?" Despite appearing to have the upper hand, as his Magnemite trio had decimated Tung Tong's ace, Tai Xian's face was marked by confusion and disbelief. Setting aside his intention to conduct archaeological work in the new Zijing city, Tung Tong had approached him without a second thought, eager to seek his guidance. "What is the deal with the sunglasses you all are wearing?" Tai Xian's gaze darted between Tung Tong and the Hitmonchan. While he could accept Tung Tong's eccentricity, after all, muscle-brained individuals often had inscrutable motives, he found the Hitmonchan's sunglasses utterly baffling. What purpose could they serve in this dimly lit underground? Were they meant to enhance the power of Dark-type moves? Yet that didn't seem plausible, as Hitmonchan didn't possess many powerful Dark-type moves. This was entirely unorthodox. A Fighting-type gym leader employing a Dark-type enhancement tool to ambush an Electric-type gym? Tai Xian had never encountered such a scenario in his long life. "Hitmonchan, you're facing the wrong way. That's where old Tai's territory is. The Magnemite is on your right." Tung Tong admonished softly. The Hitmonchan, wearing sunglasses, clumsily turned around, its heavy footsteps crushing the broken bricks beneath it as it prepared for a fighting stance, its broad palms shimmering faintly. "Now, show me your true strength, old Tai. I know you wish to instruct me." Tung Tong lowered his center of gravity, his expression beneath the sunglasses gravely serious. "Let me witness the true prowess of the Zijing gym." Tai Xian replied, "No, I don't wish to." As a jovial educator, he found little to discuss with someone so keen on competition. Oh, the youth today are truly full of vigor. However, without hesitation, Tai Xian produced a booklet recently issued, its cover emblazoned with guidelines for gym leaders' conduct. He swiftly flipped it open. According to the Alliance's new regulations, Chapter 8, Article 15, outside of officially scheduled challenge times, gym leaders have the right to refuse personal challenges unless previously arranged. With the time now at 6 o'clock, it meant, in other words, that I, the old man, am off duty. The floating Magnemite beside him emitted a series of crackling electric sparks in agreement. Tai Xian waved his hand dismissively, stowing the booklet back into his pocket. He turned to pick up a small shovel propped against a dilapidated control panel, proceeding to tap at the ground with a casual rhythm, attempting to pry up a circuit board that appeared somewhat unusual. "If you wish to challenge me, come back tomorrow." As an elderly man, he simply lacked the energy for an intense battle with someone as youthful as Tung Tong. Moreover, ever since Lin Shi's departure, the mere mention of guidance caused him discomfort, having developed a sort of PTSD regarding coaching. With that time, he might as well dig around in the new Zijing city for archaeological finds, which was far more engaging. Tung Tong frowned at this response, just as he was pondering whether this was yet another ploy to trick him into removing his sunglasses. A rapid beeping from a communicator shattered the stagnant air, the sound echoing jarringly throughout the desolate ruins. Tung Tong glanced warily at Tai Xian, who seemed wholly engrossed in his archaeological endeavors, took a step back, and retrieved his communicator. The screen displayed a contact name, the Master of Leave Requests. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Tung Tong answered the call. "The Master of Leave Requests? Oh no, Mr. Qianli? Tung Tong, it's after working hours. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest," came the steady voice of Qianli from the other end of the communicator. "No, I'm currently engaged in some training," Fujishu replied vaguely, casting a sidelong glance at the curious Tai Xian across from him. The two exchanged a few casual pleasantries before Qianli seamlessly steered the conversation toward the main topic. "Speaking of which, Fujishu, if I recall correctly, you recently assessed a newcomer trainer named Lin Shi. How is he faring? Is his prowess satisfactory? After all, the child has only just embarked on his journey, and I find myself somewhat concerned." Upon hearing Lin Shi's name, both Fujishu and Tai Xian visibly stiffened, and a heavy silence lingered for several seconds. On the other end of the communicator, Qianli inquired with concern, Fujishu, is the signal poor? Can you hear me?" Regaining his composure, Fujishu emitted a cryptic, slightly dry chuckle. He's quite good. Lin Shi is, well, quite impressive." As Qianli set down the communicator, his gaze fell upon the screen displaying the end of the call, his thick brows knitting together in deep confusion and melancholy. "Why does everyone respond this way?" he muttered under his breath. "Earlier, when I asked Duan, she too hesitated and remarked that he was somewhat thoughtful. Now, when I asked Fujishu, I received this dry quite good in return." And Tai Xian didn't he even answer, merely replying with a couple of hees. This reaction is decidedly off. Pondering this, Qianli paced back and forth, a troubling hypothesis taking root in his mind. Could it be that Lin Qi's abilities were rather lackluster? Did he tarnish my reputation? Yet, out of consideration for my standing, they were reluctant to provide a detailed assessment, opting instead for such ambiguous responses to brush it aside. The more he contemplated, the more this possibility loomed large, prompting him to halt in his tracks and exhale a long sigh, his expression betraying a fatherly concern. Alas, O Tianwan, I warned against entrusting inexperienced trainers with overly powerful Pokémon. The youth simply cannot handle it. After all, formidable Pokémon are often proud and haughty. If a trainer lacks the requisite skill to command their respect, they may disregard even the most fundamental commands, let alone engage in battle. They might even scoff at their trainer. How did I fail to see that he is so concerned with appearances, even reluctant to speak candidly with his own father? Sighed Lin Qi. I should not have been so vain at that moment. I should have concluded the battle without giving a second glance to that despondent passerby trainer. I won, yet it stirred no emotion within me. The trainer, who had boasted 4 badges, now sat crumpled on the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself, impossible. This cannot be. How could you, with only 3 badges, possibly? Why was I unable to summon your signature Pokémon, that shiny Metagross? Do I not even possess the right to behold it? Overcome by despair, the trainer struck the ground with a fierce blow. Lin Qi, who had made a name for himself in the vicinity with his Metagross, continued onward toward Fuyin Town. On the first day, without his Metagross, he found himself missing it. That silver-white form always provided him with an unparalleled sense of reassurance. What legendary beasts, what cousins? He hardly knew them. Only Metagross, a Pokémon that thrived on skill, was truly suited to his dexterous style of play. Alas, with a single phone call from Del Wu, Metagross had reluctantly returned. In this day and age, must borrowed Pokémon be returned? Truly, the world has become unrecognizable, and morals have declined. Lost in thought as he rode swiftly on his Milotic, a series of voices from a distance shattered Lin Qi's reverie. What do you think you're doing? What do you mean? Hee, what do you think we mean? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, bemused. This scenario felt rather cliché. Yet, why did it seem as if a woman was threatening a man? Chapter 114. The greatest manipulator of the Hoenn region. Following the sound, he beheld a scene where 3 men and a woman had encircled a researcher dressed in a white lab coat, who was seated on the ground. The 3 men were each peculiar in their own right, with features that could only be described as unremarkable. In stark contrast stood the woman, youthful and likely around 18 or 19 years of age, her sleek black hair accentuating her sharply defined facial features. Her deep-set eyes and prominent nose exuded an untamed wildness. Though her attire was decidedly eccentric, she wore a tattered, battle-worn gray cloak, its edges frayed and threadbare, beneath which was a tightly fitted black short-sleeve shirt. Oh, deemed a little affluent, she is not only ungenerous but rather miserly, Lin Qi mused, as he noted her light-colored shorts that boldly showcased her fair, long legs. Yet, the most striking feature was the metallic anklet adorning her right leg, embedded with an oddly hued stone. Lin Qi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly retracted his critical scrutiny. This item bore a striking resemblance to his own Mega Evolution bracelet. Run away? Why aren't you running anymore? One of the men, arms crossed, sneered mockingly. The members of Team Magma we desire will not simply escape. The woman emitted a soft grunt from her nose, casually raising her right hand. The others immediately sobered, respectfully retreating behind her in perfect unison. I ask, you answer, she declared, stepping forward with a measured grace, her boots lightly striking the ground as she spoke. You are a researcher from Devon Corporation, primarily investigating the myths of the Hoenn region, are you not? And if I am, came the defiant response from the beleaguered researcher, who, despite his labored breathing, held his head high, radiating righteousness. I will not yield to you. The members exchanged glances, their laughter growing more raucous. Ah, tough nut. Are we? No matter, for Team Magma has no fear of tough nuts. Captain Zijana sent me to study abroad in Kanto, and I know how to deal with stubborn ones. Let me handle this. As one of them rolled up their sleeves to approach, the woman merely raised an eyebrow, her expression unfazed. Instantly, the individual took a few steps back, their head bowed in silence. With calm deliberation, she retrieved a pokeball from her waist, her fingertips brushing the button. Then, bending her right knee and stepping forward with her left foot, she positioned herself on a rock beside the researcher, her cloak billowing with the motion, assuming a distinctly aggressive posture as she leaned closer to him, casting a shadow overhead. In a flash of red light, a lithe figure leapt from the pokeball. A fierce dragon head emerged from behind Zijana, intimidating the researcher into silence. All he could perceive were its crimson eyes and sharp fangs, unable to discern its full form. Only Lin Qi, from a distance, caught a glimpse of the entire creature. It was a quadrupedal dragon Pokémon, adorned with two magnificent crimson wings, a long tail trailing behind, its deep blue body accented with blood-red hues on its neck, limbs, and tail, while its jaw and abdomen were shielded by 3 plates of armor. Above its eyes, 2 blood-red protrusions loomed, and on either side of its head, 3 diminutive triangular wings added to its menacing appearance. It was unmistakably a Pokémon evolved to its ultimate form, a late bloomer known as Rayquaza. Combat power, 400. Note, recently evolved. It has not developed its strength over time, but has instead taken shortcuts through the knowledge imparted by its trainer. Unlike its kin, it merely appears fearsome, in truth. It possesses a remarkably gentle temperament. Weakness, it harbors a profound fear of all edible dragon-type items, and after 2.5 years of feeding from Shigana, it can scarcely manage a single bite, becoming weak-kneed merely at the sight of them. Lin Qi. What a charmingly contrasting little healer. If memory serves, Shigana should be that woman who attempted to capture Rayquaza only to be elbowed aside, correct? Roar. Under Shigana's silent command, Rayquaza reluctantly emitted a mighty roar. The researcher, startled by the sudden sound, instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Charge. What an overwhelming presence. Rayquaza cast a pitiful glance at Shigana. After 2 years of feeding, it was practically marinated. The dragon emerges, and it craves human flesh. Rayquaza? It doesn't want to. Shigana glared back, her eyes brimming with threat. Well then, it must be food. Rayquaza had no choice but to muster its resolve, striving to maintain its fearsome visage, closing its mouth tightly while producing a low, intimidating growl from its throat. Recognizing the legendary Rayquaza, the researcher instinctively recoiled. Once it craves human flesh, death is certain. With death comes weeping. When one weeps, the truth shall be revealed. She gazed intently into the researcher's eyes. Now, you must have at least 3 statements to share with me. The researcher swallowed hard. I am a researcher from Devon Corporation. Not that one. My research focuses on the myths of the Hoenn region. Not that one either. My funding has been slashed again. The researcher, feeling resigned, succumbed to despair. After all, his work was rather abstract, relying on guesses and archaeology, which did not fare well in a company that evaluated based on tangible achievements. Shigana's temples throbbed with frustration, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Given that she had hinted so strongly, was it truly that difficult to declare her willingness to join Team Magma? Conversing with these researchers was nothing short of exhausting. Were it not for her need to extract secrets regarding Groudon and Kyogre from them, she would have long since lost patience. Indeed, she, Shigana, a chosen child of the meteor, was the guardian of the ancient myths of the Hoenn region. 18 years ago, on the night of her birth, the elders of her clan gazed into the stars, divining the cosmic mysteries hidden within the flowing rivers of stars and the trails of meteors. 18 years hence, a meteor shall descend from the heavens, accompanied by a dreadful cosmic virus. Cosmic virus. Merely uttering the term filled her with a shuddering sense of purpose. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity, one that would sweep across Hoenn and leave sorrow in its wake. And she, Shigana, believed herself destined to arise and save Hoenn from the brink of disaster. According to her research, only the deity of the sky, revered through generations, and the ancient records passed down by the Meteor clan could possess the power to shatter meteors and avert the downfall of Hoenn, Rayquaza. Thus, she, Shigana, harbored a golden dream. She aspired to become the master of Rayquaza. To this end, she had devoted an entire year in the sacred site dedicated to Rayquaza, beneath the sky pillar, earnestly awaiting divine signs. Enduring wind, sun, rain, and thunder, she remained resolute, her heart consumed solely by the yearning for miracles, even though she had yet to glimpse a single scale of Rayquaza. But how could such an obstacle deter the destined child? According to the ancient texts, when the creator of the land, Groudon, and the embodiment of the ocean, Kyogre, awaken from their slumber and clash once more, Rayquaza shall descend to quell their fury and assert the majesty of the sky. Coincidentally, her own historical records even documented the location of their slumber. Thus, she, Shigana, resolutely embarked upon a monumental plan. She transformed into a double agent, infiltrating both Team Magma, which sought to expand land, and Team Aqua, which aimed to enlarge the oceans. Through her exceptional acting skills and profound expertise, she ascended the ranks, publicly serving as the leader of the 3rd Scout Team at Team Magma's Smokestack Mountain branch. While covertly functioning as a silver-tier spy deeply embedded within Team Aqua, she was, in truth, the mastermind orchestrating events behind the scenes in the Hoenn region, the one deftly manipulating the strings of fate from the shadows. Even if it meant laboring for 2.5 grueling years for these two nefarious organizations and accruing a staggering debt of 5 million in mythical creature loans, she would stop at nothing. She aimed to leverage her position to incite a conflict between the two organizations. Captain, Captain. A few team members waved their hands in front of Shigana, whose expression bore an odd smile. Her gaze seemed distant, as though she were fixated on a grand vision invisible to mortal eyes. The captain has drifted off again, a team member muttered under their breath, unfazed. As long as she didn't mention Rayquaza, it could be considered a blessing. They refrained from interrupting, redirecting their focus to intimidate the researcher they had captured. Accept your fate. You won't be able to escape. Yes, yes. They grinned wickedly. Their success in draining the color from the researcher's face prompted them to elongate their tones. Soon, we'll have you buried under an unending workload. You'll be working a full 8 hours a day, only 2 days off a week. Moreover, another team member chimed in, their tone grim. You'll receive your bonus only once a quarter, and your research budget will be replenished merely once a week. 8 hours, 2 days, quarterly bonuses, and weekly budgets? The researcher's pupils dilated. Scared, are we? But that is not all. A team member clapped their hands suddenly, startling the researcher. If you fail to utilize your budget each week, our boss, the Red Flame Pine, will personally come to speak with you. He'll berate you for being a wasteful spender, a parasite upon the organization. Just moments ago, the researcher had appeared resolute and unyielding, but now he fell silent. He adjusted his crooked glasses, his expression transforming into one of grim determination. Could it truly be such a terrifying place? This was nothing short of a hell on earth. The researcher inhaled deeply, addressing the still dreaming, drooling Shigana with unwavering resolve. But if I do not enter hell, who will? I beseech you, do not bring misfortune upon others. Take me away. I can hardly wait to burn through the funding. To burn through my life.